Your father is clearly the richest man in the country, yet you spend every day trying to distance yourself from the family. Today, you even outright quarreled with your parents. Give me $1 billion, and I'll leave Haishar immediately. Guaranteed not to bother you for even a second. Your father narrowed his eyes and asked, are you really cutting ties with us? Your mother frowned and said, ACI, even if you're acting out, there should be limits. You're only 17, not even an adult yet. Where would you go if you left Haishar? You rolled your eyes and retorted, where I go is none of your business. Your mother's face darkened, her voice trembling as she said, Shin-ci, I'm your birth mother. If I don't take care of you, who will? You smirked and mocked. Birth mother? I spent 17 years in an orphanage and never once heard I had a mother. You didn't care about me for the first 17 years, and now you suddenly remember I exist. Don't you have any self-awareness? At this moment, the fake young master Shin Jingbin lowered his head, wiped away tears, and muttered softly, Mom, I should just leave. I can survive on my own outside. I'm not afraid. The mother immediately stopped him, saying, leave? Where would you go? You're a son of the Shin family. Then she glared at you, her face filled with anger. How could you blame Xiaobin for what happened back then? He was just a baby at the time. You curled your lips and said, I mean, are you people deaf? Stop being idle all day and wasting time on pointless things. 10 billion, and we cut ties. Where I go afterward is none of your business. You ignored me for over a decade, and now you want to control me? Have some shame. Father's face turned livid as he shouted, Shin-ci, we are your biological parents and your legal guardians. You're underage and not going anywhere. Stay home. Neither you nor Xiaobin is allowed to leave. You raised an eyebrow and retorted, but I have trypophobia. I can't stand living with someone who has more schemes than hairs on their head. Seeing your determination to leave, Mother's eyes welled up with tears as she pleaded, Ci, we're family. Can't we sit down and talk this through? Hands in your pockets. You replied, I just can't stand Shin Jingbin. What can I say? If you want me to stay, he has to get out. Choose, your biological son or the fake son you've raised for 17 years. Shin Jingbin's eyes brimmed with tears as he said, Mom, Dad, since younger brother hates me so much, I'll leave. This home should rightfully be his. Mother wiped his tears tenderly and said, Nonsense, you're my most precious son. No one has the right to kick you out. You clenched your fists and muttered, why isn't Grandpa here yet? If he doesn't show up soon, I might really throw a punch. Father glared at you and roared, Shin-ci, how can you be so heartless? Xiaobin is only 17. What do you expect him to do if you drive him out? You replied coolly, yeah, exactly. I want him gone. No way. Go ahead and call the police. The father pointed at the door and roared, get out and don't come back. You sneered and said, as if anyone cares about your Shin family. With that, you turned and left. Shin Jingbin, however, ran over and grabbed your hand, his voice trembling timidly, little brother, don't go. You're Mom and Dad's real son. If anyone should leave, it's me. Before he could finish, he let out a sharp cry of pain. 3 shocked screams erupted in the villa, loud enough for even Grandpa, who had just arrived at the door, to hear. Shin Jingbin's face turned pale as he threw himself into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It hurts so much. His mother hugged him and comforted. Xiaobin, don't be scared. Mom will call the doctor right away. Shin Jingbin choked out between sobs. Mom, don't blame little brother. He didn't mean to, but seeing him still defending you, his mother stormed over without a word and slapped you across the face. You clicked your tongue in annoyance, grabbed her wrist, and flung her to the ground with force. The father bellowed, Shin-ci, how dare you lay a hand on your mother? This is outrageous. He raised his hand to strike you, but you scoffed. I've had enough of you all. Today, I'm not just hitting her, you're not getting away either. You seized his wrist and kicked him square in the gut. Just then, Grandpa and your elder sister Shin Mengshi walked in. Witnessing the scene of you sending your father flying, you dusted off your hands and sneered, if you want to hit me, you'll need another 10 years of practice. The grandfather cleared his throat and asked, what's going on here? Seeing his grandfather, Shin Jingbin's tears instantly welled up. Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have stayed. Don't blame my brother. The grandfather frowned. What exactly happened? Explain clearly. You looked at your grandfather and smiled faintly. They wanted to hit me. Fighting back isn't too much, is it? The grandfather's expression softened slightly as he said, after all, they are your biological parents. You scoffed. They're just biologically related. Nothing more. Your mother helped your father up, gritting her teeth as she spoke to your grandfather. Dad, if he doesn't want to stay in the Shin family, let him get out. He won't get a single cent of the Shin family's money. You narrowed your eyes. Fine. No money, but I can't guarantee what tomorrow's headlines will say. Shock, Shin family's eldest son is a fake, real heir raised in orphanage. Returned home only to be disdained by parents. Denied support. And kicked out. How's that for a headline? Your father was so angry he nearly fainted. How dare you? Do you think the Shin family is easy to bully? You replied calmly, just watch me. Shin Jingbin started crying again. Mom, Dad, let me leave. If I go, my brother won't have to. Hearing his whining again, your temper flared. You rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and said, stop crying, cry again, and I'll beat you every time I see you. Don't act innocent. Do you really think you're so noble? Your mother quickly shielded Shin Jingbin behind her, glaring at you with fury in her eyes. Your father turned to your grandfather, trembling with anger. Dad, you see it too. Shin Si is completely wild, even daring to hit his own parents. I refuse to acknowledge him as my son. You sneered, as if I care about having you as parents. With brains like yours, you'd be better off counting the moon at night and the sun during the day. Your father shot you a disgusted look, pulled a card from his bag, and slammed it on the table. There's 5 million here. The password is the same. Take the money and get out of the Shin family. You picked up the card and said, 5 million to brush me off? Fine. Nothing more to say. Then you turned and walked away. Grandfather suddenly spoke up. Wait. Without turning your head, you asked, what else is there? Grandfather said calmly, you'll come live with me at the ancestral home. Mother screamed, Dad, Shin Si has violent tendencies. He even dares to hit his own parents. You can't let him go to the ancestral home. Grandfather roared, shut up. The bloodline of the Shin family must not be left to wander. You two parents reject your own son and protect a fake one. But as his grandfather, I won't show favoritism. He couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore and turned his gaze to you, saying gently, ACI, you are a descendant of the Shin family. If you don't want to live with them, come stay with me at the ancestral home. Father was shocked. Dad, are you really taking Shin Si to the ancestral home? Grandfather clasped his hands behind his back and gave him a cold glance. ACI, come with me. Don't worry about them. Also, we'll hold a banquet in 7 days to announce ACI's identity. Shin Jingbin clenched his sleeves and whispered to grandfather, then what about me? Grandfather glanced at him indifferently and said, the Shin family doesn't raise other people's children. I'll find your birth parents. Hearing this, Shin Jingbin's face turned deathly pale, his lips lost all color, and he fainted on the spot. Mother's eyes filled with reproach. Dad, Jingbin has been raised in the Shin family for 17 years. How can you be so heartless as to drive him away? Eldest sister Shin Mengshi spoke coolly. You're blaming grandfather. Mother panicked. No, Dad. I'm not blaming you. I'm just too worried about Jingbin. Grandfather's expression turned even colder as he stared at father and said, your mother warned you long ago an unvirtuous wife ruins 3 generations. You're on your own now. I won't interfere with others. Shin Fugue, tell me, why are only the 3 of you here? Where are Shin Mengyun, Shan Muyu, and Shen Muzhua? Where have you been? The mother hurriedly lowered her head to apologize. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for forgetting to inform Mengyun and the others. Please don't be angry. I'll call them right away. You chuckled softly. Mrs. Shin, don't waste your effort. My so-called sisters don't even acknowledge me as their brother. Their eyes are only on Shin Jingbin, their precious younger brother. You rolled up your sleeve, revealing a bruised arm. Don't ask me how I know. Yesterday, a pair of twin sisters came to warn me not to take Shin Jingbin's place. These injuries are what they left me with. Without hesitation, the mother retorted, impossible. Muyu and Muzhua would never hit someone. You're lying. Su Coriander Pomelo, if you don't believe me, you can check the CCTV. And I remember one of them seems to have a black mole on the tip of his nose. Su Muyu and Su Muyu are twins who look exactly the same, but are easy to tell because the older brother, Su Muyu, has a small mole on the tip of his nose. Lin Wenju was completely dumbfounded. Su Coriander Pomelo continued again. Mrs. Lin, I don't believe that you don't know about this. Before I came back you guys must have checked out the days I spent in the orphanage before. You think from the bottom of your heart that I'm not up to snuff. That how could a dignified and elegant noblewoman like you give birth to a daughter who's so humble she snatches food from dogs? How kind and gentle and generous Su Jiaojiao is, fulfilling all your requirements for a daughter. And you'll feel very honored when you take her out and listen to the other noblewomen praising her. So even if she wasn't your real daughter, you wouldn't let her leave the Su family. And me, your real daughter who grew up in an orphanage and didn't learn the rules, would only disgrace you, and you wouldn't hesitate to give me up. Even when you knew your son ran off to bully me, you acted as if you couldn't see it. Su Coriander Pomelo's few words completely spoke out Lin Wenju's dark and selfish psychology. Her face was a little bit unable to hang on, green for a while and white for a while. She looked at Lin Wenju with a cold face. She knew that the Su family must have gone to check on the original owner. The original owner grew up in an orphanage, which had dozens of children, but only one director, who couldn't take care of that many children. She grew up without enough to eat or wear, and grabbing food from dogs was just a very common occurrence. Because she was young and a girl, she was often bullied by older boys. When she got older, She went to school and the people inside the school kept isolating her because she was an orphan. She never had a friend. Whenever school was out, she went to work at odd jobs, and even though she was underage there were quite a few places that wanted her. She's washed dishes in hotels, cleaned toilets, handed out flyers, whatever she could do for money. However, also because she was a minor, she had very little change. She understood that her only chance to change her fate was to study, so she did well inside school, until she is retrieved from the Su family and the gears of fate begin to turn. One of her hands was calloused and her body was even thinner. She was like an ugly swan when compared to Su Jiaojiao. With such a daughter with a bad past, how could the proud, conceited and vain Lin Wenshu recognize the original owner as her daughter? Elder Su's eyebrows almost twisted into a knot. Mu Jin, Grandpa. Su Mu Jin withdrew the line of sight that fell on Su Coriander Pomelo. Elder Su, now go to the top of the official website and announce Yuzu's identity, and invite all the powerful families of High City to come to the banquet that the Su family is organizing for Yuzu 7 days later. Su Mu Jin's eyes flashed with surprise, then nodded. Okay, leave it to me. Well, go get your sister some more clothes that fit. Okay, Grandpa. Su Mu Jin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo again. Grandpa would actually be really attached to her. Even her little uncle, Grandpa hadn't been that attached to him. Elder Su carried his hands behind his back, glanced coldly at Lin Wenshu, and left a sentence. Don't come to the ancestral mansion if you're not doing anything, so as not to get in Yuzu's way. The color of blood on Lin Wenshu's face immediately disappeared, pale as paper, and her entire body shook. She hadn't expected things to go this far. Su Boyan also changed his face drastically, but he didn't know what to say and could only watch them leave. Black Maybach. Su Mu Jin sat in the co-pilot. Su Coriander Pomelo and Elder Su sat in the back seat. Su Coriander, it is only a gamble. If she loses the gamble, she will leave the Su family, and then find a chance to get Su Jiaojiao abroad to kill all the people in the Su family she will not let go. Oh yeah, and the main guy's family. Although the aura and demonic chi were minimal in the age of the end, it had allowed her to live for 500 years, and it was not a breeze to bring down just one Su family. She's a demonic cultivator who has killed countless people, and expects her to be merciful? It's a big joke. However, this time she won the bet, so she could take her time playing. Elder Su glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo, secretly shocked. He was young, he went to the battlefield to fight, killed people and shed blood, with military service, can be said to be for the country of China under the sweat and toil. Just now in the villa, in the moment Su Coriander Pomelo held that $5 million card, he felt a murderous aura from her. The kind of murderous aura that comes from within, the kind that only comes from killing countless people. He had no doubt that if he really let her leave just like that, it would be the end of the Su family, so he tentatively asked for her to follow him to stay in the ancestral home. He didn't expect her to actually say yes, much to his relief. Yuzu, about Su Jiaojiao's matter, don't worry, the Su family will solve it, and it definitely won't make your heart feel bad. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow. Old master, don't you think I'm too selfish and ruthless? Elder Su laughed. You and Su Jiaojiao exchanged 17 years of your life. You suffered in the orphanage while she was in the Su family's fine clothes. Anyone else couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be resentful, and I'm no different. Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth smiled as she lazily said, I don't need the old master to do anything about Su Jiaojiao. I'll do it myself. Elder Su paused. Yuzu don't be impulsive in everything. Impulse is the devil. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly. Is the old master afraid that I won't be able to resist killing Su Jiaojiao? Elder Su coughed lightly, saying what to do so bluntly, but it makes him not good to answer. Su Mu Jin, who had closed his eyes to fake sleep on the co-pilots, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo in the car's rearview mirror. Couldn't help but say, Sister, murder is against the law. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth curved, teasingly saying, if I really go and kill Su Jiaojiao, will young Master Su help me hide it? Su Mu Jin, this is not very good. Su Jiaojiao is their Su family since 3 generations of the only girl. He is also truly love her, really cannot let others bully her. However, thinking about how Grandpa treated her, he raised his hand to hold up his glasses and said in a serious manner, Little sister, killing is against the law, but if you beat up a few times to get out of it, the Su family won't let anything happen to you. Su Coriander made a thoughtful gesture, and for a moment asked, then, it's not illegal to kill someone abroad, right? Su Mu Jin, small age killing gas so heavy, have to educate education. Su old master, got to, this is must want Su Jiaojiao's life. Uncle driver, he didn't hear anything. Elder Su slowed down his tone and said, Pomelo what's the matter? Let's solve it slowly. Killing is not the only way to solve things. Besides, even if Su Jiaojiao had a little mind of her own, she wouldn't have to die, would she? What had this granddaughter of his gone through that she was so hostile? Su Coriander Yuzu nodded thoughtfully. Well, you're right, killing isn't the only way to solve things, but it's without a doubt the fastest way to solve problems. Senior Su, it seems that we have to find Su Jiaojiao's relatives and send her away as soon as possible. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted and laughed out loud. Ha ha, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. I'm a 17-year-old tender and unable to take care of herself. Where would I kill someone? Elder Su smiled along with him and began to change the topic. 17 years old, also studying in high school. Right, Jinnan Middle School is the best high school in High City. Yuzu, why don't we transfer you to Jinnan Middle School? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded indifferently. It's fine. Chapter 4, Don't Take What's Mine. I've played everywhere in my previous life, and I've never really gone to school. It just so happens that both the hero and heroine are at this school. So how boring to just kill someone. If Su Jiaojiao was really the gentle and kind heroine in the book, it would be fine, but she had lived for hundreds of years, and even if Su Jiaojiao hit herself well, she would be able to tell at a glance what kind of good she was. Come to think of it, the original owner was bullied in the book and Su Jiaojiao, she didn't know about it? No, she definitely knows. A lot of things don't stand up to scrutiny. Maybe there was a push from her in this. On the surface of a pure and innocent look, behind the scenes, he hated the original owner. A true $1,000. To go to hell. How can you be a heroine with that? I'm afraid it's not all about the protagonist's aura, is it? Or maybe it's chi. Whether one cultivates immortals or demons, they all pay more attention to chi. If Su Jiaojiao is really a person of great chi, that would have turned her on even more. I really wanted to see what kind of expression Su Jiaojiao had when she fell from the heights to the bottom. Next, the journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at Mission Hills. Su family ancestral mansion is very large. Large to what extent? With the ancient times of a country's king's royal residence is about the same size. Right. When the servants saw Su Coriander Pomelo's dress, they didn't show any strange looks and all went about their own business. The Su family is a real luxury family, belonging to the circle of the top kind, a brick and tile, everywhere highlighting the Su family extremely noble and high power. The Su family's ancestral mansion had 6 floors, and Master Su's room was on the 3rd floor. Also because Master Su was old and climbing stairs was tiring, so there was an elevator in the villa. Elder Su waved his hand boldly. Pomelo, you can just find a room to stay in. The entire 5th floor is yours. It may also be due to superstition that there are no rooms on the 4th floor. Su Coriander Pomelo chose a room at random. Thank you, Elder. Elder Su looked at her lustfully. Pomelo, you're not even willing to call me Grandpa? Su Coriander Yuzu froze, then smiled and spoke. Grandpa. Hey. Elder Su answered with extreme excitement. Although he didn't know what had happened to this granddaughter and her body was very hostile, but being able to call him Grandpa meant that she recognized him. On the way, Sumujin sent out a message and had his assistant go to the mall to buy many pieces of clothing for girls to wear over. Mission Hill's outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission, and the assistant sat in his car, waiting for his big-wronged president. Sumujin received a call and drove outside the neighborhood to put everything in the assistant's car into his own car. Hard work. Xiaoli wiped the sweat from his head and thought about his annual salary. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. Mr. Su, how can this little thing be called hard work? A fart. Mr. Su sent a few messages and sat himself at home in the air conditioning while he ran his legs off. Let him, a big man, to buy girls wear underwear panties. He is very shameful, okay? And it was highlighted as being worn by high school students. And if he wasn't a female, how the hell was he supposed to know what kind of underwear high school students wore? Luckily, he had a cousin in college who was just on summer vacation now, so he paid her $1,000 to help. If it wasn't for the fact that the address was Mission Hills, he would have thought that Mr. Su had adopted a young high school girl. It's a good thing Mr. Su wasn't stupid enough to go in and step on the sewing machine, or he wouldn't have met such a nice boss. At this time, the Su family villa. Su Jiaojiao's face was slapped and swollen. All three were in low spirits when they returned from the hospital, and the whole villa was silent. A hint of panic flashed in Su Jiaojiao's eyes. She couldn't help but pull Lin Wenshu's hand and whispered, Mom, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have messed with my sister. I'll go and make amends to my sister. Lin Wenshu patted her hand and soothed. Jiao, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything yet you got beaten up for no reason. If you want to blame it, blame Su Coriander Pomelo. If it wasn't because of her, how could Dad speak so harshly to us like that? It was just then that the twins, Su Muyu and Su Muyu, came back. As soon as the two of them saw Su Jiaojiao's miserable appearance, they were shocked. Su Muyu, Jiao, what happened to your face? Who did it? Brother will give you revenge. Su Muchao was an acute person. Jiao, you tell me, who hit you? Su Jiaojiao cowardly looked at Su Muchio and only lowered her head and cried in a small voice. Su Muyu looked at Su Payang's husband and wife, frowned and asked, Mom and Dad, Jiaojiao was beaten up and you guys are just going to watch? Lin Wenju sighed quietly. It's Su Coriander Yuzu. Who? Su Coriander Pomelo? Su Mu Cho. This violent temper immediately clenched his fists and looked around. Where is she? How dare she hit Jiao Jiao? I'll make it impossible for her to eat and walk around. Lin Wenju, received by your grandfather to live in the ancestral home. What? Both of them exclaimed. Su Mu Chao was full of anger. She even beat Jiao Jiao's face like this. Such a vicious woman. How could grandpa let her live in the ancestral home? Su Payang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, did you guys go to Su Coriander Pomelo in private and bullied her? Su Mu Chao nodded. Indeed. I went to look for her. The place where I live is really dirty and smelly. It dirted my limited edition sneakers. But we didn't bully her. We just went to warn her a bit. Anyway, I only recognize Jiao Jiao as a sister, and it makes me angry to see her coy and poor. Suboyan frowned. Are you sure you didn't run into her? Su Mu Cup shook his head. A trace of dislike flashed in his eyes. Looking at her I still think it's dirty. How could I possibly touch her? However, she used her dirty hands to pull my arm. I gave her a push away. Su Muyu felt that something was wrong. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? What's going on? Su Payang's face turned very ugly, fiercely glared at Su Mu Cup, and said today's matter in a big difference. Su Muyu's eyes widened. Why is Grandpa so nice to her? He hadn't stayed in his ancestral home once in his long life, and he rarely even went there, and I'm afraid that the only one who was qualified to spend the night in the ancestral home was his younger uncle, because Uncle Junior is Grandpa's oldest son. He is very much loved by Grandpa. Su Muyu, however, was concerned about another point. Dad, you said Su Coriander Pomelo has a lot of strength? Suboyan nodded his head, all able to give him a kick in the ass. He suddenly remembered Su Coriander Yuzu's face and paused for a moment. He found out why the old man was so nice to Su Coriander Yuzu, because her looks looked like mom. Thinking of his own mother, Su Payang waved his hand with a tired face. 7 days later the old master is going to hold a banquet for Su Coriander Pomelo and announce her identity in public. Even if you guys don't like him anymore, you have to fake it for me. Su Mu Cho skimmed his mouth, his tone filled with displeasure. Grandpa announced her identity. What about Jiao Jiao? Lin Wenju's face was full of worry. Yes, Payang. What should Jiao Jiao do at that time? Su Jiao Jiao bit her lip. A path of tears crossed silently from her cheeks. Mom, Dad, third brother and fourth brother. I originally have no blood relationship with the Su family. Since Grandpa has already said so, I'll just be the Su family's adopted daughter. As long as Mom, Dad and my brothers are all around, no one will bully me. Su family adopted daughter and Su family miss. Heaven and earth difference. Su Jiaojiao even if she is no longer willing. Su old master opened his mouth. She can only resign to fate. It didn't matter. Even if she wasn't the Su family's first lady anymore. But her relationships from the past 17 years were still there. Coriander Su, a violent maniac, will never fit into their circle. Su Jiaojiao's eyes coalesced with deep resentment and were filled with malice. Su Coriander Pomelo, even if you were switched, then just be switched for life. Why did you come back and take what belongs to me? Dad, Mom, and brother are all mine, and no one can take what's mine. Lin Wenju heartbreakingly touched her head. Jiao Jiao, temporarily aggravated you. Don't worry, you'll always be my daughter. In the future, won't let you suffer an ounce of aggravation again. Su Mu Chao waved his fist and gritted his teeth. Anyway, I only recognize Jiao Jiao as my sister. Everyone else get lost. Su Muyu sat on the side, stroking his chin without speaking, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 5 gives her a little lesson. It was a night that was destined to keep many people awake. Su Mujin announced on Su Group's official microblog that Su Jiaojiao and Su Coriander Pomelo were carried in the wrong arms, and in 7 days, a banquet will be held to announce Su Coriander Yuzu's identity in public. Twitter was instantly paralyzed. The comments from the netizens below are even better. Excited. So excited. I can't believe I'm seeing a real fake Chenjin in real life. So bloody bold guess. We live in this world. Should not be just a book. Wow. Upstairs, you really dare to guess. I just don't know whether the real Millennium is the female lead or the fake Millennium is the female lead. At Sumaksu important things 3 times. Sumaksu you quickly come out Your sister Su Jiaojiao is even a fake Xianjin. You as a brother have something to say Sumaksu young rebellious. Have to go to break into the entertainment industry. No acting skills even if. Singing like a duck voice. Millions of tuners money is not for nothing. Limbs are not coordinated dancing more like jumping out of a decade of cerebral thrombosis feeling. Only that face can see. It's the same as saying you have to have a face for the acting. But he is the Su family the brokerage company how to hold him. So relying on that face, the Su family young master background. Hard to mix out a model. Su Jiaojiao liked the fact that the crowd had their eyes on her, making her feel like a star-studded princess. She saw that Su Muxiu was doing so well in the entertainment industry, so she also wanted to show her face in front of the public. With her status, her looks, it wasn't as if she could lightly gain a large fan base. It just so happens that Soo Muksu is going to participate in a camping variety show, and the rules call for bringing along one of her family members or friends. When Soo Jiaojiao learned of this, she volunteered to participate with Soo Muksu, and Soo Muksu favored this sister the most and naturally agreed. Now in July, the shooting time is August. The microblogging only official announcement of the candidates to participate in the variety show. Soo Jiaojiao as Soo Muksu's family members are also among them. Soo Jiaojiao's microblog has a lot of her beautiful photos, plus the identity of the Soo family's eldest miss, so it also attracted a large number of fans. Soo's group below the melon eating crowd. There are also a lot of 8 Soo Jiaojiao's microblogging. More netizens ran to Soo Jiaojiao microblogging ridicule. Irony. The original thought of the Soo family miss, the original is an imposter, does not make people excited. Soo Jiaojiao pinched her cell phone and looked at the messages inside Weibo that mocked her and satirized her, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. On what grounds? On what grounds? On what grounds? When Soo Muksu saw the news on the internet, he immediately exited Weibo and called Soo Jiaojiao. The ringtone rang for a long time before Soo Jiaojiao tapped on it. Hey, Jiaojiao, are you alright? Soo Muksu's tone was urgent and full of worry. Ergo, I'm fine, don't worry. Soo Muksu, how can I not be worried? What's going on with Soo Coriander Pomelo? How did Big Brother announce your identities directly on Weibo? Second brother, Grandpa received my sister to live in the ancestral mansion. It was Grandpa's order. Even if Soo Jiaojiao was no longer willing, she could only tell the truth. After all, he would know about this matter sooner or later. What? Soo Muksu exclaimed. Why did Grandpa pick her up to live in the ancestral home? Soo Jiaojiao was timid and sobbing in a low voice. Second brother, oh sister, she doesn't like me. She asked Mom and Dad to choose between me and her. It's all my fault. It's me that made it difficult for Mom and Dad. Second brother, you helped me to look for a house outside. I'll move out to live, so that my sister can come back. On the other end, Soo Muksu dyed a head of red hair, her eyes wide. No nonsense. You don't go anywhere. You're the one who grew up with me as a sister. If she wants to go, let her go. Jiao, don't cry. Wait for second brother to go back. Second brother will make the decision for you. In 7 days, isn't Grandpa going to hold a banquet to announce her identity in public? When that time comes, I'll let her make a bit of a fool out of herself. Well, Soo Jiaojiao, second brother, don't mess around. I'm not worth it. Soo Muksu, you're my sister. What's worth not being allowed? Just giving her a little lesson. After hanging up the phone, Soo Jiaojiao wiped her tears with an expressionless face, her eyes filled with a morose chill. Soo Coriander Yuzu, wait and see. I'll kick you out of the Soo family. At the same time, the upper class circle is also spreading. Should know, almost all know. They even know Soo Coriander Pomelo was Soo Old Master received the ancestral residence to live. For a moment the crowd was speculating what magic power this recently returned Soo family's true daughter had, that she had gained the love of Elder Soo, the ancestral home of the Soo family. Soo Coriander Yuzu looked at the newly purchased pile of clothes and those underwear and panties. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Soo's big brother is really meticulous in his work. Soo Mujin held his glasses with an unchanged face and handed another cell phone to Soo Coriander Pomelo. This is a new cell phone for you, which already has my and Grandpa's phone numbers stored in it. Soo Coriander Yuzu took the phone and paused for a moment. Big brother, can you install a computer in my room? There are some things that are better done with a computer. Yes. Soo Mujin nodded. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to install a computer in your room. Soo Coriander Pomelo smiled. Then thank you, big brother. Soo Mujin, well, there are still things to do in the company. I'll leave first. If there's anything you can call me anytime. Soo Coriander Pomelo, big brother. I'm going to go to the house I lived in before. There are some things I need to get back. Soo Mujin nodded. Okay, I'll send you there. After saying a word to Elder Soo, he left Mission Hills. The original owner hadn't lived in an orphanage since she was in high school, and had rented a house in a rundown neighborhood, which was very small and shabby, and the soundproofing was even worse. High City was the most luxurious city in China, but it was also divided into poor and rich districts. Soo Coriander Yuzu looked at the scene outside and said, Big brother, park here. Soo Mujin was sitting in the co-pilot, and waved his hand at the words, asking the driver to stop the car, and then turned back to look at Soo Coriander Pomelo. What's the matter? Aren't we there yet? Soo Coriander Pomelo opened the car door and threw down a sentence. I have something here. You guys go back first. Don't need to wait for me. I'll take a taxi back later. Soo Mujin frowned slightly as he looked at her figure running away quickly. Let's go. It seems that their Soo family, the recovered bloodline of their own, is full of secrets and distrustful of them. Soo Coriander Yuzu turned back and watched the black Maybach slowly disappear from her field of vision. The corner of her mouth hooked. The original owner's rental had expired. She had nothing to take, and the original owner's only cell phone that lagged a lot was still in her pocket. But it was just an excuse to get out, casually smashing the original owner's old cell phone and throwing it in the trash. With a cup of milk tea in his left hand and an ice cream in his right hand, Su Coriander Pomelo squatted on the side of the main road and ate with great pleasure. Suddenly a sharp yell came from behind him. Help! Help! Ah 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 ah! Su Coriander Yuzu bit into her ice cream and turned around to see a man running after a woman with a machete. The man was good looking but had a scowl on his face and quickly caught up with the woman. There were many pedestrians on the street. Some people went up to stop, but the man attacked indiscriminately as if he was mad, and he was so strong that he directly cut the arm of a passerby's elder brother. Now the passersby who were going to go up to help were afraid to go forward. The woman was wearing exquisite makeup and was dressed exquisitely. Only at this moment she was being held by the man by her hair, and the machete was pressed against her neck, so that with a slight force, it could break her neck. The man glared at her viciously. Why did you break up with me? I'll give you whatever you want. Why did you break up with me? The woman cried pearly. Who are you? Who are you? I don't know you. I'll let me go. I've got money. I'll give you as much as you want. The man snarled. Don't you lie to me. I won't trust you anymore. The face suddenly turned gentle in the next second. Wan, you said that you would be with me forever. As long as I give this knife a gentle push, you will be with me forever. The woman was frightened. I really don't know you. You've got the wrong person. I beg you, please let me go. The man laughed, his eyes filled with madness. Wan, don't struggle. We will be together forever. The man's hand holding the machete raised slightly, and as he watched the woman's blood about to be spilled, a cup of milk tea appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the man's entire face in one fell swoop. The man froze. Su Coriander Yuzu finished the last bite of ice cream and casually threw it into the trash can aside with precision. She took a few steps forward, kicked the machete out of the man's hand, grabbed him violently by the hair, and slapped him several times. Slutty, play the sicko thing with me here, and I'll beat the out of you. Even the onlookers, not to mention the men, were confused, looking at the young girl who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking still underage. Right, skinny and small, but so fierce? In the next moment, the man reacted and violently pushed the woman away. His eyes stared viciously at Su Coriander Pomelo, raised his hand and swung it towards her. Bitch, you're ing looking for death. Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her white eyes, dodged and ducked behind him, then kicked him in the ass, sending him tumbling to the ground, stepping on his back, grabbing him by the hair and lifting his entire head, then violently pressing it to the ground. With a loud thud, the man was completely knocked unconscious. Onlooker passerby, hiss, horrified face, what a mean little girl. Su Coriander Pomelo stepped on the man's back with one foot, and raised a sweet smile at the scared and constantly trembling woman on the ground. This pretty sister. It's alright, he's already been knocked out by me. The woman came back to her senses and thanked her. Thank you so much, little girl. What's your name? Su Coriander Pomelo coughed lightly and held her head high. Please call me Pomelo Warrior. Chapter 6, The Life-Snatching Trifecta. Police Department. Sumu Jin rushed here the first time he received the call, looking at Su Coriander Yuzu who was leisurely sitting on top of the stool and drinking milk tea. Sumu Jin rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. When Su Coriander Pomelo saw Sumu Jin, her eyes lit up and she immediately raised her hand. Police uncle, my brother is here. Can I go now? Sumu Jin sighed, looked at the officer and said, I'm Su Coriander Pomelo's brother. I already know about this matter. My sister was acting heroically. Can I pick her up now? The officer nodded. Your sister did see justice. However, she's only 17 now. She's still a minor. The perpetrator had a knife in his hand. It's very dangerous. And as a parent you'll have to warn her not to be so impulsive next time. Sumu Jin nodded helplessly. He really didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to be so tossable. The officer patted Su Coriander Pomelo's shoulder, and said bitterly, little girl, you are still small. Next time before you do something you are not allowed to be so impulsive again, or else the sadness is still your family. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked and patted his shoulder as well. Uncle Policeman, do you think it's awesome that I knocked out the prisoner and saved an innocent woman? Is it handsome? Officer, it's not about being awesome or handsome, it's about safety. Su Coriander Pomelo, but if it wasn't for my fearlessness, chivalry, and fearlessness in the face of danger, stepping forward and pulling out my sword to help, that innocent pretty sister would have died. Officer, he had nothing to say. He couldn't say that she should just see her death, could he? Sumu Jin's face darkened, directly pulling her arm and yanking her out. Ahahaha police uncle, next time if I encounter this kind of thing I will still be fearless and chivalrous, not afraid to stand up to danger. Walking out of the police station, Su Coriander Yuzu also loudly left a sentence that made the officer's face full of black lines. Sumu Jin directly stuffed her into the car and followed him in the back seat. He looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. Su Coriander Pomelo, not small in guts. That man has a knife and dares to go on it. How many lives do you have enough for you to play with? Su Coriander Pomelo shrugged indifferently and said carelessly, "What's your hurry? I'm not fine." How could she go out on this limb if she wasn't sure? It wasn't as if she was saving anyone else, but the man had slashed a passerby's arm, and that blood had suddenly splashed onto the straw of the milk tea she was holding. Gam! That was something she couldn't stand. And luckily the ice cream was clean or she would have had to give him a full body discount. Sumu Jin was exasperated by her indifferent attitude and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "You go back and talk to Grandpa." Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out her ears, yawned, and leaned against the window, falling asleep in no time. Sumu Jin, mad. "It's been a long time since I've been this angry." At the same time, the network appeared a few videos. The netizens instantly exploded. Someone recorded the whole thing. The first time after the incident was sent to the internet. This kind of bravery, naturally caused no small ripples. The main thing is that the little girl who saw it all looked like she was underage. The phrase Yuzu Warrior made many people laugh out loud. By the time he returned to Mission Hills again, it was nearing evening. Sumu Jin told Elder Su word for word in front of Su Coriander Pomelo, and he couldn't control her in terms of her mischievous nature. Su Old Master watched the video of Su Coriander Grapefruit Knife to save people. Cannot help but sigh a sentence. "Sumu Jin, Grandpa, what are you talking about? My little sister is only 17. You'd better talk about her. Such a dangerous thing, can't do it again in the future." Elder Su said in an unhurried tone. "What are you in a hurry for? Since Yuzu dared to go on, she must be certain." Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Sumu Jin with a smile. "Yes, big brother, my little life is precious. I won't die so easily." Sumu Jin, he should not have said this more. "You grandparents and grandchildren are happy." In the end, Sumu Jin only left after having dinner at the ancestral home. Night. On a large bed of 2 meters 8, Su Coriander Pomelo sat straight with her legs crossed. It was true that there was no demonic aura in this world, but she felt a faint trace of aura. Is it hard to ask her? A devil cultivator. To end up as a spirit cultivator? It's a mess, but without magic chi. If you don't become a spiritualist, then you can only be an ordinary person. Su Coriander Pomelo wrinkled a small face. Once she was also a spirit cultivator, because during the critical period of cultivation, she was interrupted by her so-called fellow disciples, causing her to go off the deep end and completely become a demonic cultivator. Gritting his teeth, a spiritualist is a spiritualist, and it's not like he hasn't been a spiritualist before anyway. After figuring it out, Su Coriander Pomelo closed her eyes and began to look for feats about spiritual cultivation and such. Having once been a spiritual cultivator, there were naturally cultivation techniques about spiritual cultivators in his head. Ran. A whole night has passed without the slightest change in the body. Su Coriander Pomelo opened her eyes with a hint of red blood in her eyes. She could feel the presence of aura, indicating that this body had a spiritual root. It was only because the aura here was too thin, and there was no telling how long it would take to draw chi into the body. Yawning, he fell into a deep sleep. By the time I woke up again, it was afternoon. After Su Coriander Pomelo washed up, she came to the first floor hall. "Auntie Zhang, is there anything to eat?" Auntie Zhang is the maid in charge of the kitchen. "Yes," the old master ordered to save the meal for the first lady. Auntie Zhang brought the meal to the table. Su Coriander Pomelo was indeed hungry, and as she ate, she asked, "Where did Grandpa go?" "Auntie Zhang, the old man went out fishing." Su Coriander Pomelo, "Auntie Zhang, do you have a small electric donkey?" Auntie Zhang froze and asked, "Missy means the battery car?" Su Coriander Pomelo swallowed the rice in her mouth. "Yes, I'm underage now. I can't drive without a driver's license. I'm going out for something." "Auntie Zhang, just let the driver take you wherever you want to go." "Missy." Su Coriander Pomelo, "Just say if you have it or not." Auntie Zhang still shook her head. "No, the cars inside the garage are all luxury cars. Where do you get a small electric donkey?" "Come on." It looked like she'd have to buy a little electric donkey of her own after all, and she didn't ask again. After dinner, she had the driver take her out, and when she got to the street, she got right off and went and bought a brand new little electric donkey. Taking the new cell phone Sumu Jin bought for her, she took a 360-degree picture of her little pink electric donkey and sent it to her friends, and with the words, "Yay! 17 to take down a small electric donkey at full price." The only two people in her WeChat who were friends were Sumu Jin and Elder Su. Master Su was not a frequent reader of the circle of friends. Not a moment later, Sumu Jin's message box popped up. "Su's big brother, you went out?" "Su's big brother, where have you been?" "Brother Su, we have a driver at home, don't we? Why did you buy a small donkey?" The life-threatening trifecta of questions. Su Coriander Yuzu rode her little electric donkey with one hand and sent a message to Sumu Jin with the other. "Yuzu Warrior, I have something to do tonight. I won't be going back, so tell Grandpa for me." Sue's big brother? Sue's big brother, Sue Coriander Pomelo. Looking at the voice call that Sue Mujin called over, Sue Coriander Pomelo directly tapped reject. Sue Mujin's eyes widened slightly as she looked at her rejected call. After a second's reprieve, he called again, but this time it was a video call. Coriander Sue looked at the 1-minute red light in front of her and tapped to connect. Sue Mujin, a pair of gold-framed glasses and wearing a black suit, sat in his huge office. Looking at the young girl wearing a pink helmet in the camera, was a roar. Sue Coriander Yuzu, you're going to stay out at night? Sue Coriander Pomelo held the phone away from her. Big brother, I really have something to do. Don't worry, I'll be back on time on the day of the banquet. What? Sue Mujin only felt his temples jutting out, only feeling that all the years of culmination had been exasperated by Sue Coriander Pomelo. You're going to stay out at night for 6 more days? Sue Coriander Pomelo cleared her throat. What night out? I was there to do my job. Okay, it's going to be a green light. Big brother, bye. Remember to tell grandpa for me. After that, he simply hung up the phone. When the green light came on, the little electric donkey drove off as fast as it could, and Sue Mujin on the other end of the phone glared at the cell phone in his hand, his face showing hidden anger. Years of congeniality kept him from getting angry and starting to swear. He called Elder Sue. Elder Sue was silent for a long time after hearing this. Mujin, Yuzu has her own ideas. You should leave this matter alone, as long as she can come back on the day of the banquet. Sue Mujin didn't understand. Grandpa, should we really let her stay out at night? She's only 17. She's still a minor. Elder Sue seemed to let out a laugh. Didn't Pomelo live alone until he was retrieved? Sue Mujin paused for a moment. Yes, before Sue Coriander Yuzu returned to the Sue family had been renting alone. Looking at the top of the computer, Sue Coriander Yuzu's information over the past 17 years, she let out a slight sigh. I know, Grandpa. Chapter 7 The Xia Family, Xia Ruayo, Sue Coriander. According to past experience, the aura in the deep mountains was denser than the aura in the city. As expected, the further into the mountains they went, the more dense the aura became. This is considered to be the most remote part of the sea city, and the village with its back to the mountains isn't too poor, but it's not much better. Spend $200 to find a good-faced family to borrow for the night. The head of the household is a grandmother with a grandson. The grandmother was very nice and saw that she was only nibbling on bread and cooked her a steaming bowl of noodles. Little girl, why did you come here alone? Where is your adult? Sue Coriander Pomelo smiled and explained. Thank you Grandma Duan. I wanted to walk around a bit because I'm on summer vacation. My family knows that. Grandma Duan didn't understand. Oh, so, then we don't have any fun in this village. Sue Coriander Pomelo looked at the steaming noodles with a poached egg on top. I've always loved exploring the mountains since I was a kid, and I heard the Duanjia village is backed by a big mountain, so I wanted to come and take a look. Grandma Duan's face suddenly changed and she quickly said, Little girl, that can't go. Sue Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised. Why? Why can't you go? Grandma Duan closed the doors and windows tightly and whispered. A month ago someone heard the howling of wolves coming from the mountains. Wolf? Sue Coriander didn't call the police? Grandma Duan sighed. I'm sure it was reported, but the police people searched for a month straight in the mountains and didn't find it. It's better for you, a little girl, not to go into the mountains. It's dangerous. Sue Coriander Pomelo stroked her chin and nodded. I know, thank you Grandma Duan. After quickly finishing the noodles and washing the dishes, he left a note before leaving the house in the night on the back of his fully charged little donkey. Who cares if there were wolves or not? If she wanted to cultivate, she had to find a place where the aura was thicker. There was no aura anywhere else except deep in the mountains where it was stronger, and the city was even more pandemonium. Stashing the little electric donkey, she hiked into the mountains. At night in the mountains. In fact, very scary. If it is an ordinary girl I'm afraid that would have been scared of trembling. Sprayed a bit of mosquito-repellent flower water all over his body, then found a thick tree and climbed it, sitting cross-legged. The aura in the deep mountains is much thicker than the city aura. The first night Sue Coriander Pomelo felt a lot of colorful light dots around him. One of the purple points of light seemed to want to get inside her very badly. Yo-ho! It's even a thunder spirit root that's hard to see in 10,000 years. If Sue Coriander Pomelo wasn't in a critical period right now, she would have crossed her arms and laughed. Wahahahahaha. That group of dead old men who were chasing her must have never dreamed that not only had she been reborn, but that she had also obtained a thunder spirit root body. She held her breath as she watched the purple points of light. Baby, 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 come into your mommy's body. I'll love you so much. However, with a snap, the dream was shattered. Sue Coriander Yuzu helplessly opened her eyes and looked at the high rising sun. Failed again. Feeling my stomach. I was hungry again. She took the bread and water she had prepared in her backpack and ate it. Then a little more catching up on sleep. Keep practicing. After knowing that she was a thunder spirit root, Su Coriander Pomelo became even more energized. Drawing chi into the body is a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Just when Su Coriander Pomelo was not listening to anything outside of the window with both ears, his mind was only on cultivation. The Su family, however, had a few guests. Because the innocent woman that Su Coriander Pomelo saved under the knife was Xia Royao, the Xia family's Miss Xia who had returned from studying abroad. The Xia family and the Su family are both equally powerful families in High City, and the two families are on par with each other. Xia Royao was walking on the road when she was inexplicably misidentified, resulting in the near loss of her life, a matter that the Xia family was naturally furious about. Get someone to pressure the police directly to put men in jail for life and never get out. For saving Xia Royao, Su Coriander Pomelo naturally thanked her profusely, and went straight to check her identity, and then checked to the Su family's head. At this time, in the Su family's ancestral mansion, the two of them, Elder Xia and Elder Su, glanced at each other and both grunted coldly and averted their faces. Xia Mingmin sighed helplessly. Dad, today we're here to say thank you. Don't always put on a face, making it seem like they were here to seek revenge. Hearing this, Elder Xia's face slowed down a bit. Su Tsong, where is your family's own granddaughter who was retrieved? Elder Su faintly said. Yuzu is not here, so it's just as well to talk to me about anything. Xia Mingguan grabbed in front of Elder Xia and opened her mouth first. Elder, it's like this. My youngest daughter Yao Yao just came back from studying abroad, and she encountered thugs on the road, and just happened to be rescued by your granddaughter. So I brought Yao Yao with me to specially come and thank your granddaughter. This matter Su old man naturally also know the video he has seen, but really did not expect Su Coriander Pomelo casually save, but saved the Xia family's youngest daughter. The Xia family and the Su family had always been at odds, and as for the reason why, it would be better not to mention it. Xia Mingwen took out a card and placed it on the coffee table. This card has a password of 6 zeros. It's a small thank you gift from the Xia family, and in the future, Miss Su can contact me if she has anything. Su old man eyes flashed a slight surprise. This card, even if Su family does not lack that little money, the main thing is that Xia Mingmin behind that promise. The Xia family's promises are not so easy to get your hands on. My Yusu is away for the moment. I'll pass on your thanks to her. Xia Mingwen smiled. Good, then I'll trouble the old man. Xia Royao sat on the side, watching her father so abrasive. She looked at Su old man and asked directly, Grandpa Su, do you know where Miss Su went? If it wasn't for Miss Su, I am afraid that I would have long ago. I would like to say thank you to her in person. Elder Su shook his head without haste. Yuzu has her own affairs, and I won't ask. However, a few days later, the Su family will organize a banquet for Yuzu to state her identity, and she will return on that day. Xia Royao was a bit surprised. She naturally knows Su Coriander's real identity. Just Dad didn't say that Su Coriander is only 17 years old now, 6 years younger than herself, still a minor. How could Grandpa Su be so relieved that she would go out alone? Could it be that she was so indifferent to her because she wasn't raised with much affection? But it's not right. Yesterday she saw Su's first post on Weibo about Su Coriander Yuzu and Su Jiaojiao being carried in the wrong arms. Until now there are still people running to Su Jiaojiao's microblogging taunting it, and did not see the Su family to care. It's not like she's being ignored when she's even hosting a party in her honor. If you can't think about it, you don't want to think about it. No matter what the Su family's attitude towards Su Coriander Pomelo is, she's the one who saved her life anyway. To think that yesterday that little girl raised her head with a haughty face and said to call her Yuzu warrior. She couldn't help but smile. Okay, thanks Grandpa Su. I'll come back in a few days then. Elder Su waved his hand. The Shea family also lives in Mission Hills. It is not very far from the Su family. And Elder Xia has only one son, Xia Mingwen, who also has only one son and one daughter, and did not remarry after his wife passed away from illness. On the way, Xia Royao couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Grandpa, why is your relationship with Grandpa Su so bad? Just now in the Su family, she clearly felt that the two old masters seemed to have a grudge. Elder Xia snorted lightly. Nothing. What's between me and him has nothing to do with your younger generation. If you want to make friends with that little girl who saved you, don't need to be concerned about me. Xia Royao sardonically touched her nose. He. Grandpa, this little thought of mine, how can I not hide it from you? Elder Xia looked at her with a look of hatred. You are you. You can be held hostage when you walk down the road. When can you grow some heart? Xia Royao skimmed her mouth. How did I know I would be so unlucky? Don't mention it. Thinking about that man makes me sick to my stomach. But, then again, I really didn't expect the Yusu warrior who saved me to be the Su family's real daughter who's only just been retrieved. Elder Xia was also afraid when he thought about the scene at that time. Pick an expensive gift properly in these few days, and give it to that little girl on the day of the banquet. Xia Royao nodded heavily. Okay, Grandpa. Chapter 8, The Shao Family, Shao Yunpurin. Over here, Deep in the mountains, Su Coriander Pomelo is completely unaware that a woman she casually saved is actually the Xie family's first lady. After 2 days of being in contact with the purple points of light, finally, one purple point of light entered her body, followed by thousands of purple points of light flying into her body. An hour later, Su Coriander Pomelo opened her eyes that were full of surprise, when she was still a spiritual cultivator. But it took her a whole half a month before she succeeded in attracting chi into her body. The thunder spirit root was truly worthy of being one in a million. A stench suddenly came from the body. Su Coriander Pomelo looked down. All the impurities in the body, almost you out. He hurriedly pinched a pure dust sequence and cleaned all the filth from his body. Count the days. There are still 2 days left. She planned to build another night in the deep mountains before leaving tomorrow. This world's aura is thin. Even if one cultivates, it is estimated that one can only cultivate to the Jindan stage at most. Just as she was about to enter the timer, she suddenly heard a wolf's howl, which was so small that she would not have been able to hear it if she hadn't channeled her chi into her body and entered the first level of chi cultivation, and her 5 senses had become a lot more sensitive. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow and rolled down the tree, heading in the direction of the voice. Half an hour later, Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the white she-wolf lying on the ground, the she-wolf's eyes staring at her warily, her whole body's sweaty hairs exploding. Su Coriander Pomelo pointed at its stomach and silently said, "You seem to have had a difficult labor." The she-wolf was unmoved, nourishing a mouthful of fangs as she stared at her. Of course she knew she was having a hard time giving birth, or she would have killed this human the first moment she found her. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the injuries on the she-wolf's body and narrowed her eyes slightly. The injuries looked like they were inflicted by a cultivator, and it was its ability to last for so long. It seemed that this book world had the same existence of cultivators as her previous world. "You look like you're going to die. Do you need me to help you?" The kind of she-wolf in front of him was also not an ordinary she-wolf, but a very rare wolf demon in the age of the end. The wolf demon looked like it was heavily injured and shouldn't be able to survive, but it had wolf cubs in its stomach. That's right, Su Coriander Yuzu was coveting the wolf demon's pups. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips, revealing a very kind smile. "Don't worry, I'm a good person. If your pups don't come out, they'll really be suffocated in your stomach." The wolf demon looked at Su Coriander Pomelo for a long time, whimpered, and slowly lowered its head. The smile in Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes deepened as he walked towards her and reached out to touch its stomach, injecting a spiritual energy into its body. The wolf demon had a hint of strength to produce. After almost 20 minutes or so, Su Coriander Pomelo placed a black and a white wolf cub in front of the wolf demon. The wolf demon was down to its last breath, bracing itself to lick the filth off of the 2 cubs before spitting a bag out of its mouth. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes widened slightly. This was a storage bag? The wolf demon arched the storage bag in Su Coriander Pomelo's direction, then glanced at the 2 little wolf cubs, its meaning clear. "The stuff is yours. Take care of my kids." The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth spread a smile and said, "Don't worry, the 2 little cubs are very cute. I will take good care of them." When the wolf demon received Su Coriander Pomelo's reply, it finally looked down at the 2 little wolf cubs again and slowly closed its eyes. Seeing this, Su Coriander Pomelo took out a jacket from her own bag and wrapped the little wolf cub up, saving him from being bitten by the mosquitoes in the mountains. A pit was then dug overnight to bury the wolf demon's body. Before dawn, Su Coriander Pomelo went down the mountain. There was no way the wolf cubs were still hungry and needed milk. This trip out was a real moneymaker. Pick up 2 wolf demon pups for nothing. There was also a storage bag. Other things aside, there were surprisingly several thousand spirit stones inside, enough for her to cultivate to the 7th level of chi refining. Riding her little pink electric donkey, she roared along, finding a diner halfway through and spending some money to recharge her little donkey. Finally made it back to Mission Hills at noon, but she was stopped outside Mission Hills Villa in and out of the luxury car. Have never seen someone riding a battery car, plus Su Coriander Pomelo is a new face. The security guards naturally will not let her in. Su Coriander Pomelo could only hold the 2 little wolf cubs in one hand and call Su Mujin with one hand. "It's almost a second answer over there. Big brother, I'm outside the Mission Hills Villa. I can't get in." Su Mujin, "Wait, I'm on my way." Coriander Su, "Oh, okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Coriander Pomelo found a shady spot under the tree and placed the 2 little wolf cubs on the ground. Unlike ordinary wolf clans, the wolf demon's wolf pups had already opened their eyes when they were just born, and they seemed to know that their mother had entrusted them to Su Coriander Pomelo, so they were very affectionate towards her. Just after placing them on the ground, Little Black and Little White wailed a few times, and were trying to hold up their limbs, crawling towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo arched her eyebrows and jerked back a few steps when Little Black and White was about to pounce on her feet. "Blackie, White, I'll keep lunging forward." Su Coriander Yuzu continued to step back, looking up at the human who was teasing them. Two pairs of round eyes showed clear stupidity. Ha 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 ha, too much fun. Su Coriander Yuzu snorted and laughed out loud. So raising pups is so much fun. She squatted down and hooked her finger towards them, satisfied and teasing. Little black and white, come to sister. Sister here has candy to eat. Oh, Blackie, white, ow 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 ow. Su Coriander Pomelo was teasing the two pups as if they were dogs. Pity the two little wolf cubs, just born without a mother. So far a mouthful of milk did not drink, but also in the glazed hot sun was Su Coriander as a dog to tease. Just when Su Coriander Pomelo was in the right mood, an extremely sarcastic voice suddenly came from her ears. Yo, where'd this bumpkin come from? Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyes to see that there was a teenager sitting on top of an extremely cool motorcycle. The teenager was holding a helmet in his hand. His expression was lazy and diffident. His skin was fair, his features were extremely delicate, and his appearance could be called absolutely beautiful, but he narrowed his eyes and looked down on her, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. As soon as Su Coriander Yuzu scooped up the two cubs and stuffed them into her pocket, she stood up and looked at him with the sunlight at her back. He's a good-looking guy, but his mouth stinks. I don't know if I'm me dirtbag or not, but I do know you're about to get your ass kicked. Xiao Yun Purin raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth tugged lightly, slightly cynical. Just you little girl can beat me. No two or two meat in your body. And you still dare to speak out. Who gave you the courage? The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked. Suddenly one hand slapped at his locomotive. A gentle force. The hard and unrivaled locomotive suddenly dented a piece. Xiao Yun Purin's pupils shrunk slightly. Su Coriander clapped her hands and scanned him up and down. If you have an idle mouth, go lick the toilet. Set it aside and blah blah blah. You don't mind the stench. Xiao Yun Purin. Just then, Sumu Jin arrived in time to see that Su Coriander Yuzu seemed to have gotten into an argument with a biker teenager. And seeing this, he hurriedly got out of the car. What's wrong, little sister? Su Coriander Yuzu shrugged. It's fine. I just ran into a psycho with a mouth full of. Sumu Jin sized up Su Coriander Pomelo for a moment and saw that she was fine. Then she dropped her gaze on Xiao Yun Purin, and when she saw his appearance, she paused for a moment. So it's second young master Xiao. Xiao Yun Purin lightly raised her lower eyebrows. The corner of her mouth raised in an arc. Her voice soft and careless. Sumu Jin, she is your sister? Sumu Jin had a sudden bad feeling in his heart for some reason. It's my sister. Xiao Yun Purin's long and slender fingers, pointing to the dented piece on top of the locomotive. Your sister broke my favorite car, the only one in the world. You see what to do. Sumu Jin violently turned his head to look at Su Coriander Pomelo and asked incredulously, you broke it? Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out the two little wolf cubs from his pocket and stroked their heads soothingly. Sniffing, he skimmed his lips. It's me. I'm a person who never takes revenge overnight. He called me a bumpkin. I can't fight back? Sumu Jin rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache, and turned his head to look at Xiao Yun Purin. Xiao. My sister is still young and unintelligent. This car, our Su family will pay to repair it. Even though she hadn't spent much time with Su Coriander Pomelo, Sumu Jin still didn't think that she would be someone who would actively seek trouble from others. It must be the Xiao family's young master from the capital who took the initiative to provoke her. I have long heard that the Xiao family's young master is unruly, very rebellious, and his mouth is poisonous. I did not expect that he would call Su Coriander Pomelo a bumpkin. He deserved it when the locomotive broke down. Xiao Yun Purin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with interest. Okay. He rolled out of the locomotive sharply, as if he had that social fluff, and got into the car driven by Sumujin. Sumujin, my car broke down. Take your car in. Sumu Jin looked at Xiao Yun Purin sitting in the back seat and said to Su Coriander Pomelo, little sister, you sit in the passenger seat. No need. Su Coriander Pomelo pointed to her little pink next to her. I have a car. Just go and tell the doorman security that next time don't stop me from coming in and out. She's a minor and can't drive. Doesn't she just have to ride the trolley? Sumu Jin looked at the small electric donkey that looked exactly like her circle of friends. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Okay. Xiao Yun Purin opened the window of the car, hands placed on propping up slightly on top of his jaw, looking at Su Coriander Pomelo on the small electric donkey, his tone ending in diffidence. Miss Su family is not to buy you a car with a driver. How to let you ride this small broken car? Sumu Jin, who had just finished calling someone to move the locomotive. Su Coriander Pomelo cast a sidelong glance at him. Did you have a bad stomach in the past few days and pooped out your brain? After that, he put on his helmet, twisted the gas, and directly entered Mission Hills. Xiao Yun Purin bumped a nose. He is not only not angry. Shut the window up. Look at Sumu Jin with interest asked. Sumu Jin, I heard that it seems like just these 2 days you Su family is not going to hold a banquet. The invitation was sent to the Su family, right? I'm going to go to join in the fun. The Su family is Xiao Yun Purin's maternal grandfather's family. A few years ago Xiao Yun Purin transferred from the capital to the sea city to go to school. He has been living in the Su family, and the Su family's villa is also in Mission Hills. The old man of the Su family and the old man of the Su family were very close and often went fishing, so Sumu Jin and Xiao Yun Purin knew each other. Sumu Jin glanced at Xiao Yun Purin's world-destroying appearance from the car's rearview mirror, and sighed long and tersely. The invitation has already been sent to the Su family. Xiao Yun Purin smiled, his eyes narrowed, just because he thought Su Coriander Pomelo looked a little familiar, especially like the girl who saved people under the knife a few days ago. And when he looked closer, it was true. I just didn't realize that she was the real daughter that the Su family had retrieved. Thinking of her appearance of being fearless of the sky, fearless of the earth, and that ox-like strength, the smile in Xiao Yun Purin's eyes gradually deepened. The twin brothers of the Su family are spoiling that sister who was not related by blood, and the one who went into the entertainment industry. 2 days ago, he even ate Su Jiaojia on Weibo, saying that she will always be his real sister. I'm sure the Su family banquet will be very lively this time. Chapter 9, Hidden Family, Immortal Master, the ancestral home of the Su family. Elder Su looked at the 2 little wolf pups in the garden and paused for a moment. Yuzu, you went out just to steal, to buy 2 newborn dog pups? Grandpa, these 2 are wolf cubs. Su Coriander Pomelo, they're just born. They haven't had a mouthful of milk. Can you trouble Grandpa to ask someone to bring a ewe? A female cow would also do. Sumu Jin, he thought it was a dog. How could it be a wolf? Elder Su fell silent. Pomelo, you can't raise wolves in the city. Su Coriander Pomelo's bright eyes curved slightly. I know. I'll raise them in the yard. I won't take them outside. Grandpa, don't worry. They don't bite. Senior, Su, that's what he said. Why didn't he believe it at all? They don't bite, but they eat people. Yuzu ah, it's hard to get rid of the wild nature of wolves. They won't bite now, but it's hard to guarantee that they won't bite when they grow up, or we'd better release them. Sumu Jin followed suit. Yes, little sister. Animals like wolves are very dangerous. The smile in Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes gradually disappeared. She forgot that Elder Su and Sumu Jin, they were ordinary people. Ordinary people had an innate fear of beasts like wolves. In the age of the end, demonic beasts were hard to come across, let alone the cubs of pure-blooded demonic beasts with a pure bloodline like this one. And demonic beasts had to be raised from a young age before they would recognize their masters. There was no way she would abandon the 2 little wolf cubs since she had brought them back. She picked up the little wolf cub and looked at them with an indifferent expression. I know what Grandpa and Big Brother are concerned about. The wolf cubs in my arms are not ordinary wolf cubs. They are wolf cubs born from a wolf demon. As long as I'm around, they won't hurt anyone at will. Sumu Jin furrowed her brows. What is this talking about? What wolf demon is not a wolf demon? Little sister, you mustn't be capricious. How can you keep wolves in the Su family's ancestral mansion? Su Coriander Pomelo, however, didn't care about Sumu Jin. Her eyes instead looked straight at Elder Su. Grandpa, what do you say? Elder Su's pupils suddenly shrunk. His face changed. His gaze looked at Su Coriander Pomelo slyly. Pomelo, you come with me to the study. Mu Jin, go find a few cows or ewes and bring them here. Grandpa, Sumu Jin frowned. This is agreeable? Grandpa, this is too spoiled for Su Coriander Yuzu. Go. Sumu Jin had no choice but to leave. Asterisk. On the 3rd floor, in Elder Su's study, the grandchildren were wide-eyed. Elder Su's eyebrows moved slightly. Pomelo, what did you mean when you just said wolf demon? Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed and found a chair to sit on, placing the 2 little wolf cubs on her lap and teasing them. Grandpa should know very well that it's literal. Elder Su looked at her, his gaze carrying a hint of suspicion as well as a hint of caution. What exactly are you? And how did you know? Su Coriander Pomelo face smile unchanged. Fingertips suddenly a small lightning, with hair strands almost fine. Fingertips a turn. Lightning fell in a corner of the study, instantly smashed out a large pit. Grandpa, don't panic. I'm your own granddaughter. I only know a few small spells. Master Su. Sure enough. She'd guessed right. This world had cultivators just like her previous life. Ordinary people couldn't get in touch with it, but some top magnates and nobles in power naturally knew something more or less. After all, in the age of the end, the aura was getting weaker and weaker, and the cultivation resources were getting fewer and fewer. There were only a few cultivators at the top, and the rest were all minor cultivators. They also eat and drink, not to mention that they can't stay shut up all the time, and they definitely have to deal with ordinary people. Su Coriander Pomelo had no intention of hiding it from Elder Su since he knew that there were also cultivators in this world. Elder Su was silent for a long time. As the actual head of the Su family, he naturally knew that ordinary people didn't know some things. For example, there are some hidden families in the world. Those families out of the people will be immortal magic, will read the face, will observe the feng shui, arrogant, often take the nostrils look at people. It's not enough to have money to ask them to do something. It also depends on their mood. He was truly surprised that this granddaughter of his own had such a chance to obtain the immortal laws and become an immortal master. And, in just a few days, he could feel how much better she seemed to be looking. At first it was skinny with sunken cheeks, and the whole thing didn't look like it had much spirit. Now take a look at the skin became fairer, a face even bright, cold and colorful when not smiling, like a rose with thorns, full of charm. Master Su compromised and slowed down his voice. Pomelo, as long as these two wolf cubs are obedient and don't bite, they can be kept in the yard. Although he didn't know how Su Coriander Pomelo had gotten this heavenly chance, Elder Su still had the eyesight not to ask. Anyway, she was the bloodline of the Su family, and it would be a blessing for the Su family to have a granddaughter who knew immortal techniques. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled faintly. Then thank you Grandpa. Elder Su smiled back. Well, the dress for tomorrow's banquet has already been sent. It's in your room. There was a pause and a glance at her expression. Your parents will be there tomorrow as well. Yuzu, I know you don't like them, and it's true that they're old and senile to spoil a daughter who isn't related by blood, but they are your real parents after all. Su Coriander Pomelo gently raised her eyebrows. Her thin lips slightly opened. Grandpa, why don't we make a bet? Let's just bet that someone will definitely come to find me in trouble at tomorrow's banquet, and that someone will be the three Su Mushio brothers. Master Su frowned. Pomelo, Su family rules. You mustn't do anything to the bloodline's hand and foot. Although Musu and the others didn't grow up in front of me, they still know the Su family's rules. Su Coriander Pomelo felt that the old man was a little too naive. It seems that it is time to give this grim old man a lesson to see how much his grandchildren are being led by the nose by a Su Jiaojiao. Grandpa, just say with or without my bet. If I lose, take the initiative to make up with Su Paiyang and his wife. If I win, then you stay out of what's going on between me and them. Elder Su was stunned, then thought about it. Even if Su Muxu and the others were rebellious and disobedient, Pomelo was their own sister from the same mother. They shouldn't be able to harm her. Besides, tomorrow's banquet he had invited all the big names of the Sea City with big names. Looking for trouble with Su Coriander. Wasn't it also letting the whole Sea City look at the Su family's jokes? This point of proportion he believed that the three Su Mushio brothers still had. As he gets older, he wants nothing more than to see his family and his grandchildren all in harmony. Okay, this old man of mine will bet with you on this one. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled with satisfaction. Then Grandpa, then I'll go down first. The two little wolf cubs are about to starve to death. Wait, Elder Su took out a card from the drawer. This card was given to you by the Xie family. The woman you saved that day was the Xie family's young lady. This is a thank you gift from them. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the card and frowned. That woman was Miss Xie's family that day? She seemed to remember that there was only one young lady in the Xie family in the book, who had been in an accident and didn't die, but just woke up with a somewhat odd temper. Since I'm good friends with Su Jiaojiao, the book mentions it a few times. She thought about stuffing the card into her pocket. Okay, I'll take the card, he said, turning to leave. In the book, the Su family also organized this banquet. Only the main characters of the banquet were the original owner and Su Jiaojia, two people, because Su Boyang couple announced that the original owner and Su Jiaojiao are twin sisters. Never mentioned that Su Jiaojiao is not the Su family's biological bloodline. At the banquet, Su Jiaojiao was dressed in an expensive princess dress, exquisite makeup, exquisite hairstyle, and there was no part of her body that didn't look exquisite, and the original owner was wearing an ill-fitting red dress. Because of years of not eating and wearing warm, her cheeks were thin and sunken, and although her skin was not exactly white, that red dress lined her up with a degree of darkness, and also showed a few points of old age. The color red doesn't set well with just anyone. Obviously, the original owner of the book did not set it off. Standing in front of Su Jiaojiao, who was like a delicate doll, was like an ugly duckling that had fallen into the gutter. Coupled with the fact that the original owner had never participated in this kind of banquet before, and with her cowering appearance, many people were mocking explicitly and implicitly, causing Su Paiyang and Lin Wenshu to lose face. The three brothers, Su Muxu, Su Muyu, and Su Muyu, also feel that the original owner is too embarrassing, and under the constant flirting of their friends, they are even treating the original owner with cold eyes. They hadn't bothered to get their hands on her and bully her, but just a bad word had been hurtful enough. The original owner was already sensitive, and this made her even more inferior and cowardly. Then because the hero helped her pick up a pen and helped her in all sorts of ways, she slowly fell. It's hard to work up the courage to write a love letter to the male lead, but the female lead's little follower finds it and sends it to her on a campus posting. Let her lose face, but also by the hero of those fangirls' school bullying, almost bullied by punks, after which she was forced to drop out of school, completely blackened, in the road of death never to return. When Su Jiaojiao wanted to go to the entertainment industry, she had to follow her, and she ended up being mocked all over the internet. losing her reputation and losing the face of the Su family. After being blocked from the entertainment industry, he was kicked out of the Su family and left on the streets. A female tramp, and a pretty one at that. Imagine what the consequences would be. Unwilling to be humiliated, the original owner leapt from the top of the bridge and fell into the cold river. By the time he was discovered, the whole thing had frozen into a popsicle. This, then, is what happens to the original owner of the book. Extremely sad. Su Coriander Pomelo walked down the stairs with the two little wolf cubs in her arms, slightly dropping her eyes and restraining her expression. In her mind, this was no longer the world of books, but a real world. Su Jiajiao was like the child of this world's Qi. Whether she was really kind and simple or not, the people around her loved and spoiled her, and whatever she wanted would be delivered to her. For the original owner who got in her way, all she had to do was to lightly say a word, and countless of her suitors would go and help her get rid of the original owner. Afterwards, she would show her innocence and say, "Sister, why are you so stupid? Why do you want to kill yourself?" Everyone said she was too kind, too innocent, and helped her when she was bullied, saying that the original owner deserved to die. But everyone forgot that Su Jiajiao is the one who turtled the turtle dove. Everyone had forgotten that the original owner was the true bloodline of the Su family. Su Coriander Yuzu went to the back garden and put the two little wolf cubs on the ground, letting them walk on the grass by themselves. The two little ones seemed to be starving and wailed, biting hard at Su Coriander Pomelo's shoes. Su Coriander Pomelo sat directly on the grass and patted their little heads. "Good boy, wait a little longer and you'll have milk to drink." The two little ones shouted for not a while. Su Coriander Grapefruit still did not feed them food. One left and one right next to her legs, slowly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Asleep will not be hungry. Chapter 10, the Su family's youngest uncle, Su Lingshu. Su Coriander Yuzu propped her chin on her hands and slowly fell into deep thought. As a spiritual cultivator, it is extremely concerned about karma. The world of the book lets say that the original owner's previous life died so tragically, since she took over her body, then it is right to give her revenge. Su family, a large family. Su old man for the moment. Su's eldest uncle Su Zhenghua from politics, is a very serious person. Auntie's mother was a professor at a major university in the Sea City, and her father was a professor at the Institute of International Studies. A true scholarly family, and she herself was very good. Su Mujin was their eldest son, the first grandchild of the Su family, and the heir to the Su family. Elder Su also has an old age to get a son of one son. Su family younger uncle Su Lingshu. In the book, Su Zhenghua's family and Su Lingshu's treatment of the original owner is not very different from Su Jiajiao's. After all, they don't see each other several times a year, and they don't live together. So, she mainly targeted the 6 members of Su Peiyang's family, as well as that Long Ao Tian male lead, Mard. If he hadn't been there all the time giving the original owner all kinds of hints, all kinds of teasing, with the original owner's nature, how could she have written him a love letter? Killing, surely, can't be done domestically. After all, it's against the law to kill someone domestically. And, cultivators can't just strike out at ordinary people, let alone blood relatives. In fact, sometimes death is not scary, it's scary to be worse than death. Just when Su Coriander Pomelo calculated how to make the 6 members of the Su family be lynched, decapitated at the waist, flayed, branded by cannon, palace punishment, split into 5 horses, and destroyed by 1,000 cuts, the body was destroyed. There was a sudden darkness in front of her, and a man suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking out the harsh sunlight. Su Coriander Pomelo's mind was interrupted. Her eyebrows wrinkled, looked up. The man's body is long and straight, his face is clear and elegant, his nose is high and straight, and he has a pair of attractive peach blossom eyes, properly a wandering and uninhibited nobleman. Su Lingshu raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. "Your second brother's own daughter." Su, what's that? Su Coriander Pomelo silently retracted her eyes and didn't pay any attention to him. Su Lingshu raised an eyebrow and also followed her example and sat on the grass, facing her. "What's your name, little niece?" "Su Coriander Yuzu." "What you on? What you? Hey, why are you ignoring people? I'm your little uncle. My name is Su Lingshu. The old man is quite attached to you. He's letting you come and live in the Su family ancestral residence. Even I can only come back to live for a day once in a while, and any more than a day will get me kicked out by the old man." What do you think the old man is thinking? Such a big villa does not allow his children and grandchildren to come back to live. Other people's families do not have such a rule, but the old man is bent on doing it. Su Lingshu stared at Su Coriander Pomelo's appearance for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thighs. "I know why the old man is so attached to you. You look even more like my mom than I do." Su Coriander Pomelo was speechless. "Little uncle, has anyone ever said you talk a lot?" Su Lingshu's eyes tailed up and smiled lightly. "No, you are the first." As soon as Su Coriander Yuzu scooped up the two little ones, she patted her butt and stood up, turned around and left. Unexpectedly, Su Lingshu also stood up and followed behind her, his hands inserted into his pants pockets, his voice with a smile, "Little niece, do you know what's been spreading in the circle these days?" Without waiting for her to speak, he continued, "Now our circle is saying that the old man is mistaking a fisheye for a pearl, giving up Jiao Jiao, such a gentle, kind, beautiful and generous granddaughter, for a granddaughter he retrieved from an orphanage. Little niece, even with the old man around tomorrow, there are still quite a few people who are here to see you laugh. Oh, it's not like there aren't any big families that are on par with the Su family in High City, only the industries involved are different, all within a circle." From the moment Su Mujin posted that message on Su Group's official microblog, there were quite a few people who went to inquire about Su Coriander Pomelo. In contrast, the Su family didn't deliberately hide it, and as long as someone with a heart can find out what Su Coriander Pomelo's life in the orphanage was like all these years, in a big family, especially this kind of top luxury family, one cares not only about blood kinship, but also about one's own interests. Let's say the big families marry wives, the first thing they look at is the family match, and then after that the individual's character and appearance. Su Coriander Yuzu had lived in an orphanage for 17 years, her nature was already set, and even if the Su family took her back, they thought they wouldn't be able to change the smallness in her bones. The words of the ancients are still very true: if you marry a virtuous wife, you will be in trouble for 3 generations. That's why people from big families normally wouldn't consider marrying someone like her as a daughter-in-law. They were more optimistic about Su Jiaojiao, who had grown up in the Su family and was extremely outstanding in every aspect. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Su family wouldn't give up on Su Jiaojiao. Su Coriander Pomelo's footsteps lurched, casting a sidelong glance at Su Lingshu. His voice was clear, with a hint of slight coldness. "Little uncle is specially here to remind me?" Su Lingshu laughed lowly and spoke carelessly, "You are my own niece. May I not come to remind you? Don't you disgrace my Su family tomorrow." Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flashed through a strange light cold. Fleetingly, soft words, shallow smile. "Little uncle, tomorrow to the Su family disgrace may not be neat." Su Lingshu was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" "Literally, Su Coriander." Su Lingshu narrowed his eyes. "Little niece, you're very mad. You have to know that in High City is not the Su family's one word." The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth slowly hooked up. Those dark and shadowy eyes made people can't help but feel a chill. "I'm crazy because I have enough strength. Little uncle might as well look forward to what's really going to happen tomorrow." Su Lingshu's eyes moved slightly as he looked at her departing back and fell into deep thought. Su Mujin quickly found a female cow and sent someone over. The villa has a superb yard in the backyard with a makeshift shed for the cows. It wasn't long before the two little ones finally had fresh milk. No need to feed Su Coriander Pomelo. Put the bowl on the ground. They themselves smelled the flavor. Slowly a little bit climbed over, gulped down a big mouthful. Su Lingsu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Little niece, where did you steal the dog pups from? It looks like they were only born not long ago. How can you bear to let them mother and child separated?" "Ah." Su Coriander Yuzu glanced at him. "I stole it from the wolf's den." "What a joke." Su Lingshu looked at the stupid and silly two little ones who were pasted all over the milk. "How can this be a wolf?" "Su Coriander Pomelo, don't believe me? Wait 2 months and you'll be able to see. Wolf demons are very different from ordinary wolves, and in 2 months they can almost grow to the size of an adult dog." "Hiss." Su Coriander Pomelo said it with extreme certainty. It didn't look like she was lying, and Su Lingshu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "No, why would the old man allow you to keep wolves here?" Su Coriander Pomelo sat beside the two little ones and watched them drink their milk, her hands resting on her chin. "Maybe it's because I'm pretty." Su Lingshu let out a light laugh and shot a sideways glance at her, nodding his head in acknowledgement. "Long and beautiful indeed." After a pause, he added, "Prettier than Zhao Jiao, just a little too skinny." After successfully drawing qi into her body, it washed away the impurities in her body, making her skin fairer and more delicate. Even though his body bones were still a bit thin now, with the nourishment of spiritual energy, he was still different from ordinary people in the end. Su Lingshu followed to Coriander Pomelo to sit on the ground together, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Little niece, did you have a problem with your parents? How? Ergo he called me yesterday and asked me to go back to the ancestral home to persuade you." Su Coriander Pomelo sked lightly. "Let me guess, did Su Payang ask you to persuade me to accept Su Jiao Jiao, and asked me to move back in, saying that both Su Jiao Jiao and I are his daughters, and that there's no distinction between us?" Su Lingshu laughed. "You little brat, you have no manners. How can you call your own father by his name? However, your guess is quite accurate." "Father?" Su Coriander Pomelo cocked her head. "I never heard of having a father in my first 17 years. Now that I've grown up, it doesn't matter if I want parents or not." Su Lingshu was silent for a rare moment, and and suddenly reached out and touched her head. A trace of dislike flashed in Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes as she quickly went to avoid his hand and said in a cold voice, "I don't like people touching me." Seeing this, Su Lingshu can only snappily withdraw his hand. This little brat. For nothing he just heartbroken her for a moment. He coughed lightly, "Little niece, they are at least your real parents. Jiao Jiao, even if she is liked by the second brother and second sister-in-law again, she is not their real daughter, and there is no need for you to fight with her for a higher or lower position." Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, but her smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. "Little uncle, let me guess, did Su Jiajiao also send a Weibo message to you, asking me to go back?" Su Lingshu's eyes flickered. "Ah, she did send me WeChat. Oh little niece, she was a baby back then, and it's not her fault you were carried wrong, and I see she's sincere about getting along with you." "Stop, Su Coriander Pomelo, this kind of talk is better for little uncle to stop in the future, because I'm afraid I can't help but beat you up." "Su Lingshu, how is the hostility so heavy on this little brat?" Su Jiajiao was the only girl in the Su family since 3 generations before her true identity was discovered, and even if they didn't live together, the rest of the Su family, including Su Lingshu, doted on her. Since things had already happened, it wasn't like the Su family couldn't afford to raise a girl. They naturally hoped that Su Jiajiao and Su Coriander Pomelo would be able to live in peace. But the old man Su not only let Su Mujin send a microblog, directly said Su Jiajiao and Su Coriander two people's identity, but also let Su Coriander live in the residence, can be described as Su Jiajiao's face to the ground step. So, the rest of the Su family asked Su Mujin about what really happened that day. Su Mujin didn't hide it, and said all of it, including the things Su Coriander Pomelo said, and therefore, it made them all quite curious about how arrogant and domineering Su Coriander Pomelo was. Beating up Su Jiajiao was just a matter of fact, but even dared to beat up her own parents. Chapter 11, Su Jiao Jiao is a world away from her. The banquet was held in a private winery under the name of the Su family, and the banquet hall was decorated with luxury and delicacy, with bright lights and gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging, and the banquet table was also filled with a variety of delicacies, emitting a tantalizing aroma. At 7 p.m., the street outside the hotel was lined with luxury cars. The sons of families from the top circles, the famous figures of the sea city were all here. Su Piang's family came to the scene early. Su Jiaojiao and 2 people sat on top of the sofa and talked. Su Jiaojiao looked at Lin Wan with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Wan, thank you. It's hard for you to still be willing to be friends with me." Lin Wan patted her chest and said with vigor, Jiao, even though you're not Auntie's real daughter, you grew up with me and we're the best of friends. Su Coriander Pomelo is too rude. How dare she hit someone? I won't recognize her as a cousin." Song Xingzhou looked at Su Jiajiao with a heartbroken face. "Jiajiao sister, you are just too kind. That's why you are bullied so much. My Song family will never marry that kind of coarse and unpleasant woman into the door. My wife will only be you in the future." Su Jiaojiao bit her lip. Wan, brother Xingzhou, don't blame your sister. It's all because of me. It was me who touched my sister first and that's why she did it. As soon as she said that, Song Xingzhou became even more angry. But just touched her. Does she think she's some kind of precious porcelain? She can't even touch it. Jiao sister, you watch. I'll definitely help you take revenge. Su Jiaojiao weakly opened her mouth. Sister should just be a little eccentric in temper. Brother Xingzhou, don't be angry. Lin Wan looked at her with a hateful face. Why are you so good-tempered? You've been slapped. Won't you fight back? Aunt and uncle didn't make a decision for you. Even if you're not aunt and uncle's own daughter, that's still in the Su family growing up, and they're just going to let you be bullied? Su Jiaojiao shook her head with a face full of aggression and lowered her head in silence. Lin Wan looked at her so a soft packet of appearance on the gas. Expected to be that Su Coriander Grapefruit is too arrogant and domineering. She must give her a little lesson cannot be. However, this banquet was organized by the Su family, so she couldn't mess around. I heard that the Su family transferred Su Coriander Yuzu to Jinnan Middle School. Let's see her teach her a lesson when school starts. On the other side, Su Muyu and Su Muyu sat together. Su Muyu spoke faintly. Mu Zhu, I advise you not to do this. One glory for all, one loss for all. Have you forgotten the rules of the Su family? Su Mu Cup skimmed his mouth. I know, but I just can't swallow this breath. Not only did she beat up Jiao, even mom and dad dared to beat up. Dare to be so arrogant will have to pay the price. Brother, you don't worry. I just let her make a small appearance, a little bit of scandal. Hearing this, Su Muyu's brows knitted. What he said was very reasonable. Su Coriander Pomelo's nature was so rebellious. It was time to teach him a good lesson. Otherwise he would not be able to climb up to their heads and, with grandpa around, watch your step. Su Mu Cup raised his lips and smiled. Don't worry. I naturally have a sense of propriety in what I do. Right, where's second brother? He's the one who loves Jiao the most. Yesterday at home he even told me he wanted to see Su Coriander Pomelo's jokes with his own eyes. Where did he go? Su Muyu shrugged. How would I know? Su Muchao scanned around the hall and didn't see Su Mux's silhouette. Forget it, whatever. I guess he went to hang out with his female companion again. Su Muxu was also considered to be an oddball in the Su family. The Su family descendants, including the Su Muyu twin brothers, even if they are no longer rebellious, they are all clean people. Su Muxu is an exception. As Su Payang's eldest son, not only do not get ahead, but also had to run to the entertainment industry, changing women like changing clothes, a typical playboy. Ha, Xiao Air, why are you here? Don't you hate this kind of banquet the most? Ji Xuanran carried a glass of red wine and sat across from Xiao Yunpuren with a flourish. Xiao Yunpuren knocked on her legs and glanced at him. Her demeanor was self-conscious and she spoke leisurely. It's none of your business. Su Yujian gave a low laugh. Ji Xuanran, underage drinking red wine. You're bold enough not afraid that Master Ji will know about it. Ji Xuanran raised an eyebrow, tilted his head, in front of their face to the cup inside the red wine to drink. The old man at home is just blindly worry. Said what underage cannot drink? I am 17. In ancient times to fight for a little bit of gas even a son has. The corner of Su Yu dust mouth a hook. Teasing, you now fight a little gas. As usual can give birth to a son. Why not go and try? Ji Hunran smoothly put his empty glass on the end tray of the passing waiter and leaned towards the sofa behind him. Come on, if the old man doesn't beat me up, my brother will beat me to death. The children and grandchildren of large families like theirs were not allowed to fool around before they were underage, and even after they became adults, they could not knock up a woman's stomach when they were playing and fooling around. Xiao Yunpuren's eyes were looking towards the gate from time to time, calculating the time in her heart. How come she hadn't arrived yet? Xiao Air, what are you looking at? Ji Hunran followed his line of sight to the hotel door and saw nothing. Xiao Yunpuren retracted his gaze and lightly raised his lower eyebrows. Let go if you have an ass. What is it? Ji Xuanran, that bastard son of the Song family is so arrogant. He went so far as to say that all of us who play with locomotives are not doing our jobs and wasting our money and time. Asterisk. Who does he think he is? If it wasn't for Song Lansing's car accident, this Song family would be his turn to inherit? I've got an itchy hand. Why don't we go put a sack on him and beat him up? Xiao Yunpuren lazily leaned on top of the sofa, a pair of long legs casually stretched out, posture lazy and cold, slightly narrowed his eyes. You're the one who has a grudge against him yourself. Su Yushu Dust raised his eyebrows. That's right, you like Su Jiaojiao. And on the contrary, the Su family has a doll's marriage with the Song family. Ji Xuanran skimmed his mouth. If Jiao Jiao had a marriage contract with Song Lansing of the Song family, even so, but it was that bastard son of the Song family. Which bit of him is worthy of Jiao Jiao? Lu Haiyuan had been looking at his cell phone, and when he heard this, he raised his head slightly, held up the glasses above the bridge of his nose, and said, Isn't today's banquet Su family organized for the Su family's own daughter? Xuanran, since Su Jiaojiao isn't the Su family's real daughter, the marriage contract probably won't fall on her head either. You still have a chance. Ji Xuanran's eyes suddenly lit up, snapping his hands. Right, how did I forget about this? Since Jiao Jiao is not the Su family's own daughter anymore, then the marriage contract with the Song family should not count. Even if the two families are joined in marriage should be allowed to be fulfilled by the Su family's own daughter. Su Yushu Dust spoke faintly. The words are true, but family marriages are not just based on bloodline either. The Su family's own daughter I heard was raised in an orphanage. On the talent character appearance is certainly not as good as growing up in the Su family Su Jiaojiao. As long as the Su family does not give up Su Jiaojiao, the Song family may not want to change the object of the marriage. Lu Haiyuan nodded his head quite agreeably. Shade Dust is right about that. So annoying. Ji Hunyan looked around and suddenly scratched his hair in annoyance. Have any of you seen the Su family's own daughter? Xiao Yunpuren asked violently. No. Xu Yue Dust, what's wrong? Xiao Yunpuren swept a glance at them, a hint of dislike flashing in her eyes. Then why do you all think that the Su family's own daughter is no match for that fake who only pretends to be soft and innocent all day long? Ji Hunyan glared at him angrily. Xiao Air, you're not allowed to talk about my goddess like that? Xiao Yunpuren was disdainful. Are your eyes covered in? How can she be a goddess with her looks? Have you never seen a woman before? Ji Xuanran, I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to talk about my goddess like that. Lu Haiyuan suddenly looked at Xiao Yunpuren with a hint of curiosity. In that case, you have met the Su family's own daughter? Scene. The corner of Xiao Yunpuren's mouth raised in an arc. Just yesterday when I returned to Guanlan Villa. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian followed suit and asked, how does it compare to Su Jiaojiao? Worlds apart. Xiao Yun pursed. Ji Xuanran laughed out loud. Che, I told you, growing up in an orphanage, how can she compare to Jiao Jiao? Xiao Yunpuren swept a glance at him with a slight hint of playfulness in her eyes. I mean, Su Jiao is nothing compared to her. After all, he had seen Su Coriander Yuzu dent a chunk of his motorcycle with a slap. He thought Su Coriander Yuzu might be able to slap Su Jiao to death. Jai Hunren. He couldn't help but go forward and touch towards his head. Xiao Air, you can't have a fever. Why have you started talking nonsense? Xiao Yunpiren gave him a push away with a disgusted face. And with a sweep of his afterglow he suddenly saw several silhouettes appearing outside the gate. The corner of his mouth hooked. People are coming. Don't you know it when you see it with your own eyes? Chapter 12 Heir to the Liang Group. Su Coriander Grapefruit walked in Su Old Master's side. Eyes black as ink. Outline thin. An expensive red dress. Slightly curled hair draped over the shoulder. Obviously look at the age of young. But from the inside out penetrate a trace of cold and colorful independent and calm temperament. The gazes of everyone in the hall couldn't help but fall on Su Coriander Pomelo, with surprise, amazement and curiosity in their eyes. It is not that the Su family's own daughter was raised in an orphanage. This aura, looking at the slightest inferior to the Su Jiaojia who grew up in the Su family, and even more than ever. Su Coriander Pomelo ignored these people's measuring gazes and followed Elder Su to the stage. Welcome everyone to my Su family banquet. This is my own granddaughter Su Coriander Pomelo. I'm sure you all know, Pomelo was carried in the wrong arms since she was a child. She grew up in an orphanage. I'm this grandpa's extremely heartbroken by what happened to her. So, not only am I introducing you all to Yuzu today, I have an announcement to make. The sofa above Su Jiaojia looked at the stage Su Coriander, that exquisite appearance, that a noble temperament, and then looked down at their own wearing a pink princess dress. There was a flash of jealousy and a hint of panic in his eyes. A clenched fist. No, it's not supposed to be like that. She's the first lady of the Su family. Why? Why did you come back? When you came back, I became the laughingstock of everyone. You've made a joke of even making me proud of my looks. A trace of amazement flashed in Lu Haiyuan's eyes as he looked at Xiao Yunpiren with a serious face. I think you're right. Su Jiaojia really can't compare to her. Xiao Yunpiren let out a light laugh. Little Master's vision is just better than someone's. Ji Hunyan skimmed his lips and had nothing to say. After all, that cold and colorful temperament could not be cultivated just by saying so. On the stage, a lawyer in a suit took out a document from his bag and handed it to Elder Su. The hall was silent. They all looked at the document in Master Su's hands. Even Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him suspiciously. She wasn't told when she came that there was another thing to announce. Elder Su slightly raised the document in his hand. Neiz has always loved her daughter, and before she passed away, her greatest regret was that she didn't see the birth of her own granddaughter. This is a copy of her will. The will says that if she has a granddaughter in the future, she will leave 35% of her shares in the name of Liang Group to her granddaughter. Today, it is hereby announced that 20% of my shares in the name of Liang's Group are transferred to Yuzu, totaling 55% of the shares, to be inherited by Liang's Group when Yuzu reaches the age of 18. Hiss! There was an incredulous huff in the hall. The Liang family's development is mainly in the capital. Liang Shua is a full 10-strong woman. When she married to the Sea City, she founded a company in the Sea City. Because of the support of the Su family and the Liang family behind it, the company is also getting bigger and bigger. However, the Su Group and the Liang Group were involved in different industries and were always separate. After the death of Liang Shua, everyone is guessing that the final heir of Liang Group is in the middle of Su Boyang and Su Ling Su. After all, she only has 3 sons. The eldest son is in politics, and the eldest grandson, Su Mu Jin, inherits the Su Group. I really didn't expect Elder Su to announce at this time that the heir to Liang Group is this newly found daughter of the Su family. Su Jiaojia stood up violently, her eyes staring deathly at the document in Elder Su's hand. Su Payang was shocked, really too surprised to directly open his mouth to question Elder Su regardless of the occasion. Dad, letting Su Coriander Pomelo inherit Liang Group, isn't this too much of a child's play? Elder Su glanced at him. What? Are you questioning my decision? Regardless of whether this is Liang Shuo's will or not, Elder Su has the largest shares of Liang Group in his hands, and whoever he says is the heir to Liang Group is the heir to Liang Group. Seeing this, Su Payang quickly slowed down his tone. Dad, Liang's Group is Mom's heart and soul. Su Coriander is still so young. What can she understand? Elder Su frowned. Su Mu Jin stepped forward to block Su Payang's line of sight, his gaze fixed on him. Second uncle, this is a hotel. Only then did Su Boyan snap back to his senses, and as he looked around at the gazes of the guests falling on him, his face darkened and he didn't speak again. Su Coriander. Next, after following Elder Su to meet a few of his close friends, he was asked questions by some of the elders, and asked Su Coriander Pomelo to be a little impatient and find an excuse to get rid of them. Finding a corner, he sat down, played with the phone in his hand, and bought a lot of talisman paper online. Not a moment later, suddenly smelling a strong perfume, Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. The sofa beside him dented a piece. Sis, it was my fault that day. I shouldn't have touched you. come back and stay. Mom and Dad miss you. Su Coriander Pomelo put away her cell phone and looked at Su Jiajiao with a slight smile. Su Jiajiao, there's only the two of us here. What do you think you're acting? Wearing a mask all day long. Are you tired? Su Jiajiao's eyes were wet. Her face was full of pure innocence. Sister, you are Mom and Dad's own daughter. They still care about you. Coriander Su looked down at her phone again. Oh, and then what? What are you trying to say? Su Jiajiao bit her lip and whispered. I know you don't like me. I can leave the Su family. And there's also brother Xingzhou. I can let you have him. It was known in the circles of the gentry that Song Xingzhou and Su Jiajiao had a doll's marriage since childhood. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly stood up, lifted her feet and left. Seeing this, Su Jiajiao followed suit and stood up, following behind her and kept saying, Sister, just come back with me. Mom and Dad miss you every day. And the brothers? They would love to meet you too. Sister, 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 don't go so fast. Wait for me. Xiao Yunpurin, who had been observing Su Coriander Pomelo from a short distance away, stood up and lifted his foot to follow him up. Xu Yuadus looked at him. Where are you going? Xiao Yunpurin threw down a sentence. Watch the show. Su Yudian was stunned, looking at the direction he left. Just now it seemed that the two real and fake Qinjin of the Su family also went over there. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Wait for me. I want to go too. Lu Haiyuan put away his cell phone and held up his glasses. How can I be missing from the show? Ji Xuanran looked at them and scratched his head in a rather puzzled manner. The Su family had arranged for opera singers over there? After thinking about it, he followed suit. Xia Ruoyo searched for a long time before she saw Su Coriander Pomelo's figure, and hurriedly greeted the sight and followed her. Asterisk. Going around the hall and coming to a large swimming pool, Su Coriander stopped her feet and raised her eyes to look at the suspicious water ripples in the pool. The corner of her mouth hooked, a tactic that couldn't be put on the stage. Sister, why are you leaving so fast? Have you thought about what I told you? Mom and Dad and your brothers love you. You just have to be soft with Mom and Dad and they won't care about what happened that day. Su Jiajiao panted and ran over. Her heart was very surprised. She had provoked her so much. How come she hadn't hit her and ran to this poolside? If she dared to make a move, she'd let her reputation in the gentry circle be destroyed. Su Coriander Pomelo turned back and looked at Su Jiajiao with a faint smile. Su Jiajiao, you see there seems to be a person inside the swimming pool. It seems to be the brother Xingzhou that you are talking about. What? Su Jiajiao was shocked, but Xingzhou's brother could not swim. She couldn't care less and rushed forward to check it out. Chapter 13, Sister, she didn't push me. Ah. Su Jiajiao carried her skirt to the side of the pool, but the water suddenly stretched out a hand, violently dragged her into the water. Scared to release a scream, Su Coriander Yuzu wrapped her hands around her chest and watched the scene with interest. Su Jiajiao's screams attracted a lot of people, who looked at Su Jiajiao who kept struggling in the water with puzzled faces. What happened? How did Su Jiajiao suddenly fall into the pool? She's supposed to know how to swim. Why does she look so scared? After Su Jiajiao's shock, she quickly reacted, looking at Su Coriander Pomelo's teasing face on the shore. The people who had gathered over were getting more and more, and a trace of anger flashed under her eyes. She didn't know how to swim, so she swam up quickly. As soon as he got on the shore, he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a hurt face. Sister, why did you harm me? I already said I won't fight with you for anything. Why did you cause me to fall into the water and make me lose face? Once this statement was made, all eyes looked towards Su Coriander Pomelo, all with gossip in their eyes. The Su family's real daughter is jealous of the fake daughter and purposely causes her to fall into the water. What kind of dog blood drama is this? Su Jiajiao's delicate makeup was spent. The expensive princess dress on her body also became wet, looking both wretched and pitiful, but caused many people's pity. No! Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Wan hurriedly defended in front of Su Jiajiao, angrily glaring at Su Coriander. Su Coriander, as soon as you came back you hit Jiao Jiao, causing Jiao Jiao's face to swell up for a few days, and now you even pushed Jiao Jiao into the water. Do you have to get Jiao Jiao killed in order to be satisfied? Song Xingzhou also protected in front of Su Jiajiao, looking at Su Coriander Pomelo with a face of disgust. How could the Su family have such a vicious daughter like you? My Song family will never marry you into the family. If we want to marry, we should also marry Jiajiao's sister. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. Song Xingzhou, the male lead in the original text, and Su Jiajiao had a doll's marriage since childhood. Su Jiajiao lowered her eyes. A hint of complacency flashed in her eyes. Then she tugged on Lin Wan's sleeve and weakly said, Wan, brother Xingzhou, you guys don't say anything. Everything is my fault. It's not my sister's fault. Let's go. Lin Wan exclaimed. What's the point of leaving? Jiao Jiao, yours is still too kind. You can tolerate it, but I can't. Su Coriander Pomelo, I advise you to apologize to Jiao Jiao immediately and promise never to bully her again. Su Coriander Pomelo had her arms wrapped around her chest, her lazy gaze scanning up and down Lin Wan and Song Xingzhou, and she let out a light laugh. Excuse me, which one of you is it? Su Jiaojiao let out a low voice. Sister, Wan is uncle's daughter, and brother Xingzhou is the son of the Song family. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Oh, Lin Wan, right? Su Jiaojiao's most loyal lapdog and the one who bullied the original owner the most in the book. Lin Wan lifted her chin and looked at her with a condescending expression. Don't apologize to Jiao Jiao yet. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at her, a touch of coolness crossing the bottom of her eyes. So sure that I pushed her into the water. You saw it with your own eyes? Lin Wan frowned. Jiao Jiao has never crossed paths with anyone but you. You've beaten Jiao Jiao before. Who else if not you? Su Coriander Pomelo tilted her head to look at Su Jiaojiao behind her. Su Jiaojiao, you said, was it me who pushed you into the water? Su Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with panic. She kept shaking her head. Her tone was tinged with tears. No, it wasn't my sister who pushed me. It was me who accidentally fell into the water. It has nothing to do with my sister. Wan, let's go. I don't want to stay here. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows, clearly saying in every sentence that it had nothing to do with her, but every word implied to the crowd that she was the one who pushed her. Lin Wan's voice couldn't help but turn sharp for a few moments. Su Coriander Pomelo, you still dare to threaten Jiao Jiao? How did aunt and uncle give birth to this one daughter of yours? Even Jiao Jiao is not half as kind. Su Jiaojiao's tears snapped down. Wan, I beg you, don't say it. Just then, Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly lifted her foot towards the crowd and shouted, that uncle in the black swimming trunks, where are you going? The watching crowd followed Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze and looked at the man in unison. The man was wearing swim trunks and goggles, like he had just gotten out of the pool and was getting ready to leave. The man saw the bad situation and tried to run. Su Coriander Pomelo quickly took off her high heels and threw them over, hitting his calf with pinpoint accuracy and causing him to fall to the ground. She carried her other high heel and stepped across the cold floor with her bare feet. Uncle, this is a private winery under the name of the Su family. All places are monitored without dead ends. Where are you going? The man knew he was caught, and simply went straight to the ground without getting up or speaking. Song Xingzhou's face was unfaltering as he walked over to look at Su Coriander. Su Coriander, we're talking about Jiao Jiao's sister. Don't you dare change the subject for me. Su Coriander glanced at him, face unchanged, only lowered his head to look at the man. Uncle I said the winery's surveillance has no dead angle. You pulled Su Jiaojiao down but was clearly seen by the surveillance. The man still didn't say anything. Song Xingzhou froze. What do you mean by this man pulling Jiao Jiao down? Su Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness. In fact, from the moment she entered the water she figured out that this must be the handiwork of fifth brother. Just that somehow Su Coriander Pomelo had recognized it. It also made her the one who fell into the water and disgraced herself. So if that was the case, why didn't she take the trick and turn the tables on her again? Su Coriander Pomelo smiled slightly. Did the person who called you here tell you that the surveillance was useless and that he would delete it so it wouldn't implicate you? The man's body shuddered. Still not talking? Su Coriander Yuzu bent down and put her high heels on, then stomped her foot on the back of the man sprawled on the ground in front of everyone's horrified gazes. Aha! The man let out an earth-shattering scream. He struggled to get up, but felt like he was being crushed by Tarzan and couldn't move. A hint of haze flashed under Su Coriander Yuzu's eyes, and she expressionlessly rotated from side to side with the heels of her high heels. Soon the man's undressed back was bruised and purple, and his legs and hands kept twitching, but he just didn't break free to Su Coriander Pomelo. Lin Wan swallowed her saliva. Her eyes looked at Su Coriander with horror. The man on the ground looked very strong, how to have 1.8 or so, but at Su Coriander's feet, it was as if it was like a lamb to be slaughtered, only to be slaughtered. Lin Wan was not the only one present. Even Song Xingzhou and the others looked at her like she was crazy. Hiss! It hurts just looking at it. Ji Hunyan couldn't help but shrink his neck. Shu Yue dust, what a crazy batch of beauties. Lu Haiyuan, it's true that the crazy batch. However, if she doesn't let go of her foot, that man is really going to die. And when the man dies, the trouble will be big. Xiao Yunpurin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a playful smile. It's not that easy to die. Su Coriander Pomelo looked down at the man with a somewhat obscure expression. Uncle if you don't tell the truth, you might be half paralyzed and become a vegetable. You have to think carefully. Is it money that's important, or is it your health? I said. The man finally spoke. Only then did Su Coriander Yusu smile, taking her foot off his back. That's more like it. Also at this time, Elder Su and the others who heard the commotion over here came. Lin Wenju saw Su Jiajiao like a drenched chicken, dripping wet, and immediately ran to her. Jiajia what's wrong with you? Su Jiajiao shook her head. Mom, I'm fine. How can you call this nothing? Did Su Coriander Yuzu bully you again? No, sister, she didn't push me. Su Jiaojiao shook her head repeatedly, but did not say what just happened. Lin Wenshu only felt anger in her heart. She pointed at Su Coriander Pomelo and said angrily, Su Coriander Pomelo, it's not enough that you beat Jiao Jiao when you first came back to the Su family. Now you dare to push Jiao Jiao into the water. Aren't you very much at peace with the fact that she's going to die? Su Peiyang also frowned and looked at her. Su Coriander Pomelo, the Su family rules do not allow harming the hand and foot. A few days ago you just came back and did not know that you hit Jiao Jiao. We didn't even bother with you, and now you are even so vicious, pushing Jiao Jiao under the water. There is no father in your eyes like me yet. Su Peiyang. Elder Su walked over with his hands behind his back, stood in front of Su Coriander Pomelo, and angrily scolded Su Peiyang. The truth of the matter is still unknown, and you guys so indiscriminately say that Yuzu Pomelo pushed Su Jiao Jiao. Where's the evidence? Or did you guys see it with your own eyes? Dad, Jiao Jiao is in such a state, and you're still harboring her? Lin Wenshua, you saw her hit Jiao Jiao in the villa that day. Who else could have pushed Jiao Jiao? Since you all say that I pushed Su Jiao Jiao, I can't take the blame for nothing. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her lips in a smile. The corners of her mouth were clearly curved upwards, but people couldn't help but feel a chill. As soon as she pushed away Lin Wenju, who was blocking Su Jiao Jiao, she raised her hand and yanked Su Jiao Jiao's hair, dragging her towards the pool. Lin Wenju screamed in fear. Su Coriandu, what are you doing? Song Xingzhou, Jiao Jiao's sister. Lin Wan, Jiao Jiao. Su Coriander Yuzu's face was as cold as ice as she dragged Su Jiao Jiao's hair to the poolside, and as if she was flinging a toy, she flung her straight into the pool. There was a big splash in the pool water with a plop. Everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting Su Coriander Pomelo to be so arrogant. Jiao Jiao. Lin Wenju's eyes were wide with anger. She stepped forward and was about to fling herself at Su Coriander Pomelo's face, but she yanked on her arm and let out a light laugh. What? You want to be thrown into the water by me too? Lin Wenju roared. How dare you? I'm your mom. I'm 100 pounds of man with 99 pounds of backbone, and I'm still daring. Saying that, he yanked her by the hair, towards the direction where Su Jiaojiao fell into the water, and threw her over as well. Before Su Jiaojiao, who had just come out of the water, could catch her breath, her eyes suddenly went black, and she was directly pressed down by Lin Wenshu. This accuracy, unusual people can hardly control. Su Peiyang's face reddened with anger, his body trembling. Su Coriander Pomelo, you're simply too unbridled, disrespectful, unreasonable, disobedient and unfilial. The depths of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flickered with a morose chill, but her face wore a smile. Yes, because I was born of a mother and not raised by a mother. All I know is that if anyone hits me, I have to hit back. Chapter 14, Miss Su. Add a WeChat. Su Peiyang was so angry that he was about to faint. He turned his head to look at Elder Su. Dad, Su Coriander is disobedient and unfilial. I, Su Peiyang, don't have such a daughter. Su Old Master's eyes lemon tight. He also did not expect Su Coriander grapefruit body hostility so heavy. In front of all the guests face to his own mother thrown into the pool. He thought for a moment, looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, and softly said, Pomelo, Grandpa believes that you wouldn't push someone into the water. Did Su Jiaojiao wrong you? Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. This old man would even help her out. She pointed to the man lying on the ground almost shrunken in pain. He was instructed to hide in the water ahead of time to try to pull me down and make a fool of me at the party. But I recognized it ahead of time, and with a slight trick, I got him to think Su Jiaojiao was me, and pulled him into the water. The moment these words came out, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air, looked at the man on the ground, and then looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Never seen anyone who played a conspiracy and still said it in a big way. Lin Wan glared at her angrily. Su Coriander Pomelo, you're so vicious. What did Jiao Jiao do to you in the end? You offended someone. What's the point of going to harm Jiao Jiao? Jiao Jiao is so innocent and kind. How did you manage to get your hands on her? Su Coriander Pomelo was just about to speak when she heard a voice coming. Ms. Lin, I'm a bit puzzled. Since it was this man who pulled Su Jiaojiao into the water, then why didn't Su Jiaojiao explain just now? I seriously doubt that she deliberately didn't explain, just to make all of us suspect that it was Miss Su who pushed her into the water. Lin Wan was stunned. Right, being pushed into the water, and being pulled into the water, that kind of feeling is also different. Why Su Jiaojiao did not explain it in the beginning? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised as she looked towards Xia Ruoyao. This was the woman she had casually saved that day. Miss Xia Ruoyao of the Xia family. I didn't think she'd speak for her. Xia Ruoyao blinked at Su Coriander Pomelo before looking at Lin Wan. Not only do I suspect that Su Jiaojiao is deliberately not explaining herself, I even suspect that Su Jiaojiao knows this man, or knows the person behind that man who instructed him. Su Jiaojiao effort to climb up the shore. Once heard this, shook his head, reddened eyes gradually filled with tears, along her pale cheeks, clattering down. No, it's not. I don't know. I don't know anything. Xia Ruoyo blankly glanced at her. You say you don't know? Then why didn't you explain yourself clearly after you fell into the water and came ashore? Saying something vague to make people misunderstand? Let me tell you. I was there the whole time and saw it clearly. Originally Miss Su came this way alone. It was you who kept following her around and pestering her. If you guys don't believe me, you can go check the surveillance and see whether Su Jiajiu was dragged here by Miss Su's hard hand, or whether she took the initiative to follow behind Miss Su herself. It's also that Miss Su was smart enough not to fall for your schemes, but also to turn the tables on you. Su Jiajiao's eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, and she lowered her head and silently shed tears. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke softly and laughed lightly, kicking the man with her foot. Uncle, speak up and say who the person who instructed you is. Don't worry about being retaliated against by them. I'll keep your family's life safe and sound. The man couldn't hold back any longer. He fell to his knees and cried out in pain, and told the truth of the matter in his head. The man's name is Li Shang and he is a coach at a swimming pool. Just 2 days ago, a man approached him and gave him $100,000 to do something in 2 days. Not murder and arson, just hiding in the pool ahead of time, pulling a passing woman into the water, and after making a fool out of her, he gets $100,000. Tempted by the lure of money, he faltered. Su Coriander, that man looks like still remember? Remember. Su Coriander Yuzu handed him the cell phone in front of his eyes and asked, is that him? It's him. Li Shang nodded excitedly. In fact, since he came to this winery, he had some regrets. Such a big winery. The people who came to the banquet were either rich or noble. And where was it that a small person like him could mess with? The pain in his back told him that the little girl in front of him, more than anything else, was not to be messed with, and said everything he could think of to say. I asked him why he did it, and he said that a bumpkin from an orphanage didn't deserve to be his sister, and that only. I think he heard him called Jiao Jiao, and he said that only Jiao Jiao was qualified to be his sister. Big news. The person behind the scenes turned out to be one of Su Coriander Pomelo's several brothers. Doesn't the Su family pride itself on being one of the most united? I can't believe that a brother would go and victimize his sister. TSK, the Su family has come to the right place for this banquet. Didn't get much to eat, but got my fill of theater. Elder Su's lips trembled noiselessly. For a long time, he sighed softly and looked at the crowd present. Today is the Su family's poor hospitality. Please don't announce today's matter to the public. Ha ha, the old man is overstating things. But it's just a fight between siblings. It's nothing. That's right. A couple of my sons and daughters fight a lot too. No one wants to offend the Su family. And besides, who doesn't have some bad things going on in their family? Anyway, the fun was over and the guests were leaving. It's just that the Su family, which used to be the most united, is now infighting, and Elder Su should be the one to be hit the hardest. Xia Ruoyo came to Su Coriander Pomelo's front, holding up her cell phone, her face full of smiles. Miss Su, add a WeChat, so that you can get in touch in the future. Su Coriander Pomelo did not refuse, and the two added WeChat. After the people have left, Elder Su carried his hands behind his back and looked at the Su family members present, not seeing Su Muxu and Su Muyu. Elder Su looked at Su Muyu with a serious face and said in a cold voice, where did Su Musu and Su Mucup go? Su Muyu pursed his lips. He didn't expect things to happen to such a serious point. Second brother and Muzu are in big trouble. Grandpa, I don't know. Elder Su's face sank as he faintly swept a glance at Su Muyu. Then call and inform them that everyone is going to the ancestral mansion. I have something to say. Su Muyu could only nod. Su Payang looked at the back of the old man Su and Su Coriander Pomelo left. The heart is a little uneasy. Su family rules, not allowed to hurt the hands and feet. The old man is the most taboo. Children and grandchildren offspring do not get along. Not to mention still in full view of the counting of their own sister. He blocked in front of Su Zhenghua, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Big brother, Mu Xiu and Mu Qiu are both small children. They should all be joking. You help me to speak in front of dad. Su Zhenghua, because often years in the officialdom, raise enough a body and a high position temperament. He slightly frowned at him. Payang, Mu Lian, this year there are 23 at. Mu Zhou also have 20. Are adults, before doing things cannot move the brain. What do you mean a bumpkin from an orphanage doesn't deserve to be their sister? Is Coriander Pomelo not your own daughter? Not their own sister from the same mother? Is that something an adult can say? Su Payang's face changed. Big brother, it's not that Su Coriander Pomelo is too disobedient and unfilial. That day when she picked her up, she not only hit Jiao Jiao, but also pushed Wen Shu and I. Mu Xiu and Mu Qiu also did this kind of thing because they were angry. Zhou Huijing, Su Zhenhua's wife, dressed in a light cheongsam, full of bookish temperament. She looked at Su Payang, her gaze full of disapproval. Puyan, Coriander is also your own daughter. If it wasn't for your carelessness in the first place, how could Coriander have gone to the orphanage? A little girl's mind is inherently sensitive, so you as parents should show more concern for her. And you can't start being biased just because Jiao Jiao grew up before you. Su Boyan was anxious. Sister-in-law, we're not biased. It was Su Coriander Pomelo who moved first. Zhou Huijing is a professor at a major university, teaching psychology, and is also the president of the Haisher Writers Association, having published a number of books. That's the case. She also cannot understand. Supa young couple in thinking, obviously is the biological daughter, but treat her like an enemy general. Coriander Yusu is Yoren Wenshu's real daughter. She was originally raised in an orphanage, and now that she finally has her real parents, they are surrounded by a girl her age who enjoys her favor. And yet you guys were going to announce at the beginning that she and Jiao Jiao are twins. What do you think she is? Is that not favoritism? Zhou Huijing's words were sharp, and Su Payang was speechless for a moment. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip, dripping wet, holding Lin Wenju, her tone slightly crying. Auntie, don't blame Dad. It's all my fault. It's me who coveted the warmth of my family at first. I will leave the Su family. Zhou Huijing frowned. When did I ask you to leave the Su family? Su Jiaojiao lowered her head and said weakly, my sister she doesn't want to see me. I don't want to make it difficult for my mom and dad. I'd better leave the Su family. Lin Wenshu held Su Jiaojiao's hand tightly. No, Jiao Jiao, you can't go anywhere. You are the daughter I raised hand in hand. Su Coriander Pomelo such a disobedient and unfilial ungrateful daughter. I won't recognize her as my daughter. My daughter is only Jiao Jiao alone. Lin Wenju heartbreakingly touched her head. Silly child. You're mommy's good daughter. Mommy isn't embarrassed at all. Mommy will do anything for you. Zhou Huijing looked around at Lin Wenshu mother and daughter. She is a professor of psychology in the university. About human nature. Read through. She suddenly somewhat understand why Su Coriander Pomelo so mercilessly threw them into the water. The child who grew up in the orphanage. The mind is already sensitive. It is not easy to find the real parents. But the real parents are bad-mouthing her. Favoring a daughter who has no blood relationship. Who cannot bear it. Right. Zhou Huijing looked at Su Jiaojiao, and a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. Everyone has a little bit of their own mind, and that can't hurt. But she should never have set someone up in order to stay in the Su family. It is clear that someone under the water to pull her down. After she came ashore, not only do not explain, but also explicitly and implicitly implied that others or Su Coriander pushed her into the water. Once upon a time she had thought that this little girl was simple and unworldly, but now it seemed that there were times when she had looked away. You really can't just look at people on the surface. Chapter 15, The Su Family Law. 10 Lashes. Mission Hills, Su family ancestral residence. Elder Su sat upright on the sofa, with Su Zhenghua and Su Boyan standing on either side. Lin Wenju and Su Jiaojiao also changed into clean clothes and stood beside Su Boyan. The Su family's children and grandchildren were all here, standing in the hall each holding their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Only Su Coriander Pomelo sat calmly on top of the sofa opposite Elder Su playing with her cell phone, seemingly sending a message to someone. In front of her, the two brothers, Su Muxu and Su Muyu, were kneeling in front of Elder Su. Elder Su looked at them with a cold face. Tell me, whose idea was it? Su Muxu looked up at Elder Su, and was instantly startled by the coldness in his eyes, stuttering, It is me. The idea was yours. Elder Su stared at Su Muyu. That person was the one you found? Su Muyu's face went white. Yes. Elder Su closed his eyes, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Since that's the case, then, please invite the family law. Dad, Lin Wenju exclaimed. Elder Su's face sank. Why? Do you have an opinion? Lin Wenshu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Dad, Musu and Mukop were joking with Su Coriander Pomelo. Moreover, isn't there anything wrong with her? Something happened or Jiao Jiao? Elder Su's expression remained unchanged. There are state laws and family rules. Since it is my Su family's descendants who have made mistakes naturally have to be punished. The butler came down from the third floor with a very thin whip in his hand. A top-tier noble family like the Su family naturally has a family law. It was the first time the Su family juniors had seen it. Su Muyao tugged at Su Lingsu's sleeve and swallowed in fear. Little uncle, such a thin whip, it must hurt to hit. Su Lingshu was silent and whispered, watch well, don't say anything. Oh, Elder Su looked at Su Payang. Payang, you are their father. Your son did something wrong, when the father should naturally go to teach a lesson. 10 lashes per person. 1 whip is not allowed to be less. Lin Wenshu pulled Su Payang's arm and kept shaking her head. Payang, no, 10 lashes will give a bad break. Suboyan was also hesitant. These were his 2 biological sons who had never fought before. Now that he was going to be beaten with a whip, how could he beat his hands down? The bottom of Su Jiaojiao's eyes flickered a few times one after another. suddenly stepped forward and knelt in front of Su Coriander Pomelo. Tears instantly clattered down, filling the eyes, appearing pathetic. Sister, I'm sorry, the second and fourth brothers are targeting you because of me. Everything is my fault. I'm willing to accept the family law. It has nothing to do with my brothers. At those words, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes fell from the cell phone to Su Jiaojiao. The corner of her mouth contained a faint smile. Begging me for what? Begging Grandpa? Ah, it's Grandpa who's going to punish them. It's not like I'm going to punish them. Su Jiaojiao's tears welled up in her eyes. Sister, all the fault lies with me. I beg you, let second brother and fourth brother go. Sumu Cup snapped back to his senses, gritted his teeth and said, Jiao Jiao, don't beg her. Manly man, one person does everything for one person. Li Shang is the one I found. It has nothing to do with Jiao Jiao. It's only 10 lashes. I can still withstand it. It was originally arranged that Li Shang would hide in the pool first, and then he would go and coax Su Coriander Pomelo over. But who knew that he had searched the halls and didn't expect to see her? Just when he thought this plan was going to go down the drain, he suddenly heard a commotion over by the pool. He padded forward to see that Li Shang was being stepped on by Su Coriander Pomelo, and he knew instantly that something bad was going to happen. Panicked, he ran. Su Muxu also gritted his teeth and straightened his back. Jiao Jiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. Grandpa, this matter was all planned by Mu Zhou and I. 10 lashes, if you want to beat it. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips, turned her head and knelt down to Elder Su with a determined look on her face. Grandpa, both second brother and fourth brother are targeting my sister because of me. If you want to hit me, hit me. Lin Wenshu shook off Su Peiyang's hand and directly knelt beside Su Jiaojiao. Dad, although Jiao Jiao isn't my own child, she was also raised by my hands. I know her temperament. I can't bear to step on an ant on the road. She definitely has no knowledge of what Mu Lian and Mu Qiu have done. They are good children, and when they do wrong it is because I, as a mother, have not taught them well. I will take the 40 lashes in their place. Mom, Su Muxu. Su Muyu's face was startled. Su Jiaojiao's eyes were red. A pair of bright eyes were filled with tears, looking extremely pathetic. Jiao Jiao ah, how can mom let you leave the Su family? How can you let mom live if you leave? Lin Wenju's tears could no longer hold back the silent flow of tears, and the mother and daughter hugged and cried. Seeing this, Sumu Cup glared at Su Coriander Pomelo with fire in her eyes, squeezing out her teeth word by word. Su Coriander Pomelo, in the end, what is it about Jiao Jiao that's in the way of your business, that you have to drive her away from the Su family? How could I have such a vicious and selfish biological sister like you? Su Muxu also looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a face full of disgust. I only recognize Jiao Jiao as such a sister. A selfish and self-interested woman like you doesn't deserve to be my sister. Su Coriander Pomelo put away her phone and looked at the 4 people kneeling on the ground, her gaze serene and deep. She suddenly felt a little bored. Standing up, his eyes turned a few degrees colder in an instant, carrying a piercing killing intent. Ow 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 ow. The 2 little wolf cubs appeared out of nowhere and ran to Su Coriander Pomelo's feet with a touch and a jump, biting her pants leg left and right. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes eased slightly, bending down to pick up the 2 little ones and put them into his arms. His eyes turned to Elder Su, opening his mouth just about to speak, when he heard him say, I'm old, I can't control my own son, let's split the family. Dad, Su Boyan looked at Elder Su with a face full of incredulity, but just committed a small offense. Why should the family be separated? Su Zhenghua also frowned and did not speak for the time being. Although the 3 brothers of the Su family didn't live together, they had never been separated because Elder Su was still alive. Because in the gentry it is not only the family that is divided, but also the property, the shares of the branch. Nowadays, although Su Mujin was the clear heir of the Su family, and Su Peiyang also held a general manager position in the Su group, but in fact, neither of them had shares in their names. The largest shares of the Su group were held in the old man's hands. Now that the family is divided, the shares in Master Su's hand will have to be divided. Needless to say, Su Mujin's share was definitely the largest. The Su family is a large family, and even if the family is separated, it will not come to fruition in a moment. Su family people look different. Su Mujin's expression did not change much. Anyway, he is already the heir of the Su family. The transfer of shares to him is just a matter of time. Lin Wenshu mother and daughter also stopped crying. Their complexions were all a bit panicked as they looked at Elder Su. Splitting up at this time could do them no good. Chapter 16, I'm still a minor. Elder Su swept his gaze over the circle of people and said in a faint voice, all go back. Come to the ancestral residence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow to begin the division of the family. After a pause, he looked at Su Mu Su and Su Mu Cup. You 2 are the descendants of my Su family. What should be beaten is still beaten. As for Su Jiaojiao not being my Su family's own bloodline, I am not qualified to discipline. Suboyan, take your wife and daughter back. They both don't have to come tomorrow. A thunderous command made both Lin Wenju and Su Jiaojiao dumbfounded. Lin Wenju couldn't help but ask, Dad, I'm also a Su family member. Why can't I come tomorrow? Su Boyang, that's right, Dad. Jiao Jiao. Even if, when Shu Hadase is also a member of the Su family, the separation of such a big thing, why cannot when Shu come? Elder Su looked at them with cold eyes. A touch of dislike crossed under his eyes. There's no reason. Su Payang, don't you even listen to my words? Don't you hurry up and fight, and hurry back when you're done. Su old man was on the battlefield when he was young and fought and killed people, and the momentum of his body was very scary when he started the fire. Both brothers, Su Xianghua and Su Poyan, were beaten by the old man when they were young, and they were both beaten by the whip of the Su family law. 10 lashes down is estimated to be 2 or 3 days in bed, so Suboyan was still very afraid of the old man in his bones. He took the whip and ruthlessly swung it towards Su Muxio's back. Ah! Su Muxu yelped in pain. He was also being pampered since childhood, and had never been beaten. Now this whip went down, directly arching his back in pain. The thinner the whip the more painful it is to hit someone, and Su Muxio's cold sweat dripped from the pain. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, soon Su Muxu's clothes were broken, revealing several wounds on his back. Su Boyan's hand trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but loosen his grip at the 7th whip. Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly, placed the 2 little ones on the ground, took an arrow step forward and grabbed the whip in Su Payang's hand, and swung it fiercely towards Su Muxio. Su Muxu instantly screamed miserably, and his entire body almost fell to the ground. Su Boyan angrily rebuked, Su Coriander Pomelo, what are you doing? Su Coriander worry for you if you do not have much strength, said earlier, I will fight for you, said the man, in his face, with another whip. Su Muxu's back was instantly skinned and cracked, with blood vaguely flowing out. Lin Wenshu surged forward to protect Su Muxio, looking at his bruised back, her heart ached, and she screamed loudly towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo, he's your own brother, why are you so vicious? If I had known that you're so vicious, I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place, and strangled you even when I did. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care if Lin Wenshu was protecting Su Muxu's body or not. She swung her whip and struck. The whip hit Lin Wenshu's arm, but in a second it saw red, and she wailed in pain. Ah, you little. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes crossed a trace of tricky recitation. A touch of madness kicked away Su Payang, who wanted to come up to stop him, and counted unhurriedly, the 8th whip, 9th whip, the 10th whip. After beating the rest of the whip, Su Coriander Pomelo's expression regained its calmness and threw the whip at Su Payang's feet. Do you have the strength now? Do you still need me to beat the remaining one? Su Payang covered his belly, where he had just been kicked by Su Coriander Pomelo. It hurt him so much that he was drenched in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and picked up the whip on the ground. No, I'll fight. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. Alright, play. After that, I should go upstairs to bed. At this time, Su Muxu has long fainted in pain, because Lin Wenshu Su Coriander hit the 8th whip when the frightened screaming to avoid. The last 3 lashes landed solidly on Su Muxu. Su Muxu looked at Lin Wenshu before he fainted, his eyes full of incredulity and hurt, almost making Su Coriander Pomelo laugh out loud. Lin Wenshu, this person loves only herself from the beginning to the end, because Su Jiaojiao is favorable to her, can give her face, so she does not need Su Coriander Yuzu as a daughter. She thought that if she protected in front of Su Muxu, Su Coriander Pomelo wouldn't dare to make a move, but reality gave her a heavy blow. Her arm received a solid whip. Just one whip made her entire arm see red. The pain made her entire body shiver. Not only that, the whip also brushed past her cheek, almost making her disfigured. She was the most vain and good-looking person. How could she let herself be disfigured? So she dodged. Asterisk. Su Muyao cowered behind Su Mujin and Su Ling Su, his eyes sneaking towards Su Coriander Pomelo, and whispered, Uncle Junior, big brother, this sister is so scary. My intuition tells me she can whack me to death with one punch. Su Lingshu turned back and patted his head. Trust me, your intuition is right. Don't mess with her if nothing happens in the future. Su Muyao nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha! Su Muxian wrapped his arms around his chest. His eyes glanced at the shrunken Su Jiaojiao with extreme indifference, and turned his head to Su Muyao to instruct. Don't have too much contact with Su Jiaojiao if you're fine in the future. Ha! Su Muyao scratched his head in confusion. Why? Su Muxian, because you're stupid. I'm afraid you'll be set up by her. Su Muyao, Jiaojiao is quite a simple little girl. Su Lingshu shook a light sigh and patted Su Muyao's shoulder. It's really a stupid one. Listen to your 5th brother's quasi-right. Su Muyao blinked and nodded. Wow. The 10 lashes that landed on Su Mukup's body this time. Su Payang did not let go. It was a quick hit. His willow eyebrows rose up and he glared at Su Coriander Pomelo full of anger. Then he looked at Elder Su and said in a single word, Dad. The people. I've already beaten them as well. Can we leave now? Elder Su waved his hand. Su Muyu, who had been silent all this time, carried the fainted Su Muxu on his back. Su Payang and Su Jiao Jiao supported Su Muqiu, who had not fainted, and the family of 6 left the Su family ancestral residence just like that. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at their departing backs with a ghostly gaze. Ha, can't take it anymore? Later, there will be plenty of time to play. She bent down to pick up the 2 little wolf cubs, looked at Elder Su, and let out a light smile. Grandpa, that bet, I won. From today onwards, you should stay out of the way when it comes to the family matters of Su Payang and I. Yuzua, Grandpa. Su Coriander Pomelo interrupted him and said in a cold voice, as the ancient saying goes, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. With that, he turned to leave. When he passed Su Lingshu, he was called by him, little niece. Su Coriander Pomelo's feet lurched. Ha! Su Lingshu smiled at her. I think what you said is quite right. People don't offend me. I don't offend. But this is China. Killing people, breaking the law. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrow was lightly raised. A pair of clear as water eyes saw no ripples. The corner of her mouth was lightly tugged. Her voice was extremely clear and cold. Little uncle, I'm still a minor child. Please don't say such words in front of a child. It will affect my growth. Su Lingsu, Su Mujin, Su Mushuan, Su Muyao. Chapter 17, Su Coriander Pomelo was indeed a bit too much. Elder Su let out a long sigh. He didn't know why Su Coriander Pomelo had such a heavy hostile aura on her. She seems to be determined to bring death to the Su Boyan family. Su Payang is his own son anyhow, how could he let him go? But looking at the 2 little wolf cubs in Su Coriander Pomelo's arms, he thought that she had obtained the immortal law. The people of the hidden family were not under the control of the police, and if they really moved to try to kill a person, how could he stop them? Fortunately, she was not targeting the entire Su family, so there should still be room for redemption, thought Elder Su. At this time, Su Zhenghua suddenly spoke. Wei Jing, Mu Jin, you guys go first. I'll talk to Dad alone for a while. Elder Su, Mu Jin, you stay. I also have something to say to you. The old master had said so. So Zhou Huijing took Su Muxian and Su Muyao and left the ancestral home. Su Lingshu's eyes rolled as he turned to go upstairs. Dad, I'll stay at the ancestral home tonight to save myself from coming back tomorrow. Elder Su didn't care about him and looked towards Su Zhenghua's father and son. You two come with me to the study. Su Lingshu's room was originally on the 2nd floor, but he turned his feet and took the elevator to the 5th floor. He came to the door of Su Coriander Pomelo's room and gently knocked on the door. Little niece. What for? Su Coriander Yusu took her pajamas and was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Outside the door Su Lingshu coughed lightly. That, little niece add a WeChat chant. Su Coriander Pomelo was speechless. She took her cell phone and opened the door to her room. I sweep you or you sweep me? Su Lingshu put up the QR code in his cell phone. You sweep me, you sweep me. Ding. The two added WeChat. Su Lingshu looked at her avatar. A green, orange or grapefruit. I think it's Yuzu. After all, his screen name is Yuzu Warrior. A bit middle-aged, but understandable when you think about her age. Then, little niece, go to bed early. Good night. Su Coriander Pomelo closed the door of the room expressionlessly, and Su Lingshu touched his nose and turned around to go down to the 2nd floor. Little ragamuffin. He's really grumpy. After Su Coriander Pomelo finished her bath, she sat cross-legged on the carpet with several spirit stones placed around her. The 2 little wolf cubs seemed to sense the faint aura tinted on Su Coriander Pomelo's body, and they consciously ran to her, then lay down to sleep. 3rd floor study. Elder Su didn't sell his story. He looked at Su Zhenghua and said directly, you're asking why I'm spoiling Pomelo so much, right? Su Zhenghua was stunned, did not refute, nodded. Su Coriander Pomelo does have some, too much. Throwing her own mother into the pool in front of all those guests at the banquet, and now not knowing how outsiders are spreading the word about her, is also a disgrace to the Su family, and had just gone so far as to kick at her own real father, hit her own real brother with a whip, and even hurt her own mother. What she did, Su Zhenghua really couldn't understand why Elder Su didn't go to stop it, and instead treated her with some caution. You all saw those 2 cubs in Yuzu's hands. Elder Su spoke faintly. That's the wolf demon's cub. Su Zhenghua. Su Mujin? Su Zhenghua changed his face and looked at Elder Su incredulously. Dad, what do you mean by that? Literally. Elder Su sat down in front of his desk. Yuzu is not the ordinary person you think she is. So now do you understand why I spoil her like this? Su Zhenghua's pupils suddenly shrunk, still somewhat surprised. Dad, are you telling the truth? Well, I personally saw a thunderbolt appear on her fingertips. Elder Su. Su Mujin was dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. Grandpa, Dad, what wolf demon? What thunder and lightning? How come I can't understand what you guys are talking about? Elder Su's face was serious. Mu Jin, Since you are the heir of the Su family, there are some things you need to know sooner or later. Su Mu-jin's body shook, and she looked at Elder Su with unblinking eyes. Grandpa, you said. Elder Su mused. You should have heard of the National Special Department, right? Su Mu-jin nodded. I've heard of it. Elder Su sighed tersely. The people inside the special department are all from various hidden families in China. The people who come out from inside the hidden families each know immortal techniques. For example, I saw with my own eyes yesterday that thunder and lightning appeared in Yuzu's hands, and that's an immortal technique. Not only do they know fairy magic, they also read faces in feng shui, and specialize in solving special cases that the police can't solve. Su Mu-jin instantly felt that his three views were shattered. What immortal magic? What thunder and lightning? This is not all something that appears in TV dramas. If it was not for the fact that the one who said this was his grandfather, he would have long since turned around and left. Grandpa, what you said is true. Of course it's true. Why else do you think I spoil Yuzu so much? Elder Su paused. As long as she wants to, she only needs to move one finger to wipe out the entirety of our Su family. Su Mu-jin, horrified face. Su Zhenghua stared for a moment. Dad, since she has immortal laws, then why did she stay in the Su family? Elder Su let out a slight sigh. You've seen the attitude of those two families in Pyang. Yuzu originally grew up outside. I don't know what happened to her body. She is very hostile. It's not easy to return to her real parents. And her real parents are still favoring an adopted daughter, treating her like an enemy. Anyone else wouldn't be able to take it. Su Mu-jin's brain spun quickly as he reacted. So little sister is trying to torture second uncle's family? Elder Su nodded and shook his head again. If it's just torture it's better. I'm afraid she'll move to kill. Su Mu-jin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Grandpa, it's not so bad. Elder Su, this child Yuzu should have grown up with a lack of love, resulting in a somewhat paranoid temperament. Mu-jin, I told you about this matter in advance. You should care more about her in the future. And also, make sure to find Su Jiao's relatives as soon as possible, and send this family stirrer away in a hurry. Su Mu-jin nodded. Okay Grandpa, I know. Elder Su thought for a moment and then continued. Regarding the matter of the hidden family, the matter of Yuzu having immortal laws, you two, father and son, just know about it, and don't ever pass it on. Su Zhenghua is in politics and is in a high official position, so from the very beginning, he knows something that outsiders don't know. He frowned slightly and asked, Dad, do you know how Su Coriander Pomelo obtained the immortal laws? As far as I know, the immortal laws of the hidden world families are usually not passed on to the outside world, and her information from all the years she was at the orphanage checks out. There's nothing special about her. Elder Su suddenly pointed to a large pit in the corner. Regardless of how she got her immortal technique, it's certainly not a fake. That large pit is what she left behind, only using lightning that was roughly the size of a strand of hair. The two of them looked in the direction that Elder Su was pointing, and both of them sucked in a breath. A hairline-sized thunderbolt could smash down such a large crater. So how strong should her true strength be? It seems that Dad/Grandpa was right. Su Coriander Yuzu really only needs to move her finger to exterminate the entire Su family. Chapter 18, Is my sister possessed by an evil spirit? Early the next morning, Su Coriander Pomelo opened her eyes and watched more than a dozen spirit stones turn into ashes. There was a hint of heartache in her eyes. In the end times, spirit stones were not easy to find. It was really a case of one piece used, one piece less. Even though he had now drawn chi into his body and went in to practice chi at the first level, his body was essentially no different from an ordinary person, and he could only perform small spells, and he also needed to eat and drink. Only by reaching the foundation establishment stage could one be considered a true cultivator. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at her cell phone. It was already past 8 o'clock. Opening the dark net, there were several unread messages on it, and she clicked on them. KY, Yuzu Warrior. The matter is settled. Can the final payment be settled? Yuzu Warrior, transferred to you immediately. It's almost a second reply over there. KY, okay. Thank you Yuzu Warrior, or before the bank card number, fist. KY, Yuzu Warrior. Next time you have a job come back to me. I'll be at your beck and call. Yuzu Warrior, okay. Su Coriander Yuzu put away her cell phone and went to the restroom. KY is the hacker she found on the darknet on the first day she stayed in the Su family's ancestral home, and told him to keep a close eye on the three Su brothers' every move. So what they were planning, she knew all about. Su Jiaojio, that nature, she has already figured out, is not just want to let her hands to beat her. Let her reputation. Fame was something she had never cared about, but if she dared to count on her, she should pay the price. Su Coriander Yuzu asked KY to hack into the CCTV in the hotel and keep an eye on Li Shang, and took the initiative to go forward after Li Shang went into the water. Su Jiaojia will surely follow her if she didn't achieve her goal. What happened after that was all she expected. Cultivators have always been above ordinary people, and elder Su knew her identity. What does she want to do that he dares to stop? Of course he wouldn't dare. At this time, inside the Su family villa, Lin Wenju said with an anxious look, "Pa-yang, I'm really not going today? Dad is favoring that ungrateful daughter right now, and he's sure not going to give us much of a share in the property." This problem, Su Pa-yang naturally thought of it as well. He frowned. Dad has always done things fairly and justly. How can I say that I'm also Dad's own son? He won't get old and confused in this kind of thing. That's hard to say. Lin Wenju, if it were before, I would have believed that Dad was fair. But look at how since that ungrateful daughter came back, not only did she beat up Jiao Jiao, but she also kicked you and threw me in the water. Not only did Dad not say a single heavy word to her, he even gave her the Liang group. Even if Liang's group isn't handed over to you, then it should be handed over to Uncle Junior. Speaking of this, Su Pa-yang was also full of indignation. Dad is indeed senile. She's a little girl. What does she know about managing a company? Su Jiajiu, who was sitting on the side, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Mom and Dad, do you think that my sister is possessed by an evil spirit?" The two froze. Lin Wenju asked in confusion, "Piao Piao, what do you mean by that?" Su Jiajiu bit her lip and whispered, "Mom, I've hidden from you and Dad before to go to the orphanage to inquire about my sister, and I want to be kinder to my sister when she comes back. The director of the orphanage told me that my sister's personality was timid, and that she couldn't fight at all, and that it was nothing like my sister's personality now. Mom, I'm scared. My sister can't really be possessed by an evil spirit." Even Grandpa was coaxed by her. Hearing Su Jiajiu say this, Su Boyan and Lin Wenju were really a bit strange when they thought about it. It is logical that children who grow up in an orphanage should be even more lacking in love and in need of parental companionship. How is it that this Su Coriander Pomelo came up to take the money and leave, and also directly hit people? That stance doesn't look like a guy who can't fight. The more Su Pa-yang thought about it, the more it made sense. He stood up violently. "Wen Shu, I happen to know a Taoist priest. I'll go contact him now. When the Taoist master arrives, let's go to the ancestral home ahead of time. Or else I'm afraid that evil spirit will take control of Dad, and we won't get a penny." Lin Wenju, is that Taoist priest reliable? Su Pa-yang, a friend of mine recommended to me to know. Said it was from the capital. Very reliable. Lin Wenju, that's fine. Go ahead and contact someone. Su Jiajiu, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the conversation between the two, and the corner of her mouth hooked and quickly disappeared again. When she got back yesterday, at first she couldn't figure out how things had gotten to this point even after thinking about it all night. But then she had a sudden flash of insight and thought of what she had inquired about at the orphanage when Su Coriander Yuzu had not yet returned. Su Jiao Jiao, from knowing that she is not the Su family's biological daughter, she is very terrified, very afraid of the Su family's biological daughter back when she was sent away by the Su family. So when she knew that Su Coriander grew up in an orphanage, she went to the orphanage and inquired about Su Coriander from the director of the orphanage. The dean said Su Coriander was very timid and sensitive, and doesn't know how to fight back when she is bullied. And now Su Coriander Pomelo, not to mention being timid, is so bold that she even dares to hit her parents. The more Su Jiaojiao thought about it, the more she felt fine. Is this Coriander Su really possessed by an evil spirit? The rich and noble, the richer they are, the more taboo they are, so the more popular those Taoist priests are, and it's not good to be possessed by an evil spirit. Su Jiaojiao sincerely hoped that Su Coriander was really possessed by an evil spirit, and when the Taoist priest drove that evil spirit away, then was the timid, sensitive and cowardly Su Coriander still a threat? Su Pa-yang made a phone call, explained the situation. The other side said to pay him 30 million first, no matter whether it is successful or not. No refund. Suboyan hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth to agree. The Taoist priest came very quickly, about 40 years old or so, in a Taoist priest's clothing, looking like the Taoist law is very deep. Suboyan smiled and extended his hand. "Taoist Yu, I've heard a lot about you." Taoist Yu shook his hand for a moment and quickly loosened it, his face cold. "Well, first explain the situation carefully and clearly." Su Pa-yang's face was unchanged. "Truth be told, that person is my own daughter. Because of an accident, causing her to be carried by the wrong person, grew up in an orphanage, from childhood to adulthood. I've already checked out the information. It's a timid and sensitive character, but from the day he was retrieved, it was as if he had changed his character. Not only did he become bold, but his character became very radical, and also injured me and my wife. Taoist Yu, do you think this situation is possessed by an evil spirit?" Taoist Yu gazed for a moment. "I'll have to see the person in this situation to know." Su Boyan quickly said, "The person is now at Mission Hills, at my father's place. I'll take the Taoist master there." Taoist Yu nodded. "Well, let's go then." Lin Wenju glanced at Taoist Yu and paused. "Pa-yang, I'll go with you too." Su Jiajiao's eyes crossed a flash of worry. "Mom, the injury on top of your arm hasn't healed yet. It's better for me to go with Dad. This Taoist master looked like he had a very high level of skill. She wanted to see with her own eyes how that abominable evil spirit was beaten to ashes. Lin Lunju looked at the bandaged arm and could only nod. That's fine. You guys have to be safe. Su Jiaojiao obediently nodded her head. Mom, don't worry. With the Taoist master here it will be fine. Chapter 19, Your daughter is indeed possessed by an evil spirit. At this time in the Su family's ancestral mansion, Su Coriander Pomelo didn't know that Su Jiaojiao had already begun to make a demon. She ate breakfast and got a call from the courier asking her to go out and pick up the delivery. She asked the driver to drive her outside the neighborhood to pick up the delivery. After all, it was too sunny outside and Mission Hills was huge, so she could take a car and start writing. She just didn't expect the talisman paper she ordered online yesterday to arrive today. The city's pandemonium was so thin on spiritual energy that it was better to cultivate than not, so she simply picked up her old job and started drawing talismans. Before she became a demon, she was the premier talisman master. It's a pity that you can't draw talismans after you've gotten into the demon. After picking up the delivery, he returned to his room, scrapped a few sheets of talisman paper, and managed to draw 2 thunder fire talismans. I was just about to draw a third one when I heard a knock on the door. Su Coriander Yuzu opened the door to her room and asked, "What is it?" The housekeeper said, "Missy, the second master and Miss Su Jiaojiao brought a Taoist master here, saying that you are possessed by an evil spirit, and the master asked you to go down." Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. Evil spirits possessing the body. One guess would tell you that it was Su Jiaojiao who was up to no good, right? She turned around and picked up the thunder fire charm she had just drawn and followed the butler down the stairs. Su Payang saw Su Coriander Pomelo with sharp eyes and quickly pointed at her and said to Daoist Yu, "Daoist, that's her." Daoist Yu looked up and over, frowning slightly, his eyes filled with gravity. "Mr. Su's guess was right. Your daughter is indeed possessed by an evil spirit." When these words came out, Su Payang and Su Jiaojiao's eyes instantly lit up. Su Payang was even more impatient. "Taoist master, please also help. As long as the evil spirit is driven away from her, I will return $30 million to you afterwards." Taoist master Yu nodded rather proudly and took out a few pieces of talisman paper from the bag he was carrying on his body, flung the talisman paper towards Su Coriander Pomelo and miraculously threw it onto her without falling off. He then held the bell in his left hand, with the index and ring fingers of his right hand together. Lo Chien Tooth God, but Evil Wei Jin, Throat God, Tiger Ben, Gas God, Een Jin, Rush like a lawful order. Taoist master Yu looked serious and circled around Su Coriander Pomelo like a dancing god. Su Coriander Pomelo wrapped her hands around her chest like she was looking at a little cutie, like looking at him, then raised her hand to take the talisman paper on her body in her hand and glanced at it faintly. Snickering, evil spirit possession? What the hell? The evil spirit thing wasn't even worthy of her shoes. She looked to Elder Su who had been silent. "Grandpa, call the police. Someone pretended to be a Taoist priest, broke into the famous mansion, and insulted me above my character." Taoist master Yu pointed at Su Coriander Pomelo and became furious. "Tai, you demon, how dare you talk nonsense? I'm from the capital and have a Taoist certificate." "Oh, you still have a Taoist license?" Su Coriander Pomelo laughed and threw the talisman paper in her hand casually. "Calling me a demon? Then how come this talisman paper of yours is not useful to me at all?" Daoist Yu's face stiffened. He coughed lightly and looked at Su Payang. "Mr. Su, just now I was far away. I didn't see it clearly. Your daughter wasn't possessed by an evil spirit. Everything is a misunderstanding." Su Bo Yang's face darkened. "Daoist Yu, just now you said with conviction that she was possessed by an evil spirit. Now why are you suddenly saying otherwise? You couldn't have been lying to me all along?" Daoist Yu frowned. "Mr. Su, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. I did just have a poor eye and misread it. As an apology, that $30 million will be refunded to you." "I don't want it." With that, he flung up his sleeve and turned to leave. Suboyan was dumbfounded. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed. "Little uncle, people are running away. Why are you waiting? Hurry up and catch him." Su Lingxiu had been sitting on the side watching the show, when he suddenly heard Su Coriander Pomelo calling out to him. He was confused and pointed a finger at himself, his tone slightly tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "Me? If not you, who else?" "Su Coriander Pomelo, hurry up, people are getting away." The corner of Su Lingxiu's mouth twitched, stretching up his long legs, quickly catching up with the Yu Taoist master who was going to run away, grabbing him by the back of his collar. "This Taoist master, not a little bit of guts, how dare you lie to the Su family's head?" Waiting to step on the sewing machine to go, Taoist master Yu felt bad and had just put his hand into the bag when he suddenly felt a familiar yet unfamiliar pressure. That's Taoist Yu turned back with a horrified look on his face and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's smiling face. What evil spirit? This is clearly the immortal master. His legs went weak and he flopped down towards her. Immortal master, spare my life. Immortal master, spare my life. I don't dare to cheat people anymore. Please, please let me go. I am willing to turn myself in. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked innocently. What immortal master? I don't understand what you're talking about. But, little uncle, hurry up and call the police. He said he's going to turn himself in. Taoist master used tears and snot flowed out together in fear, nodding his head repeatedly. Yes, 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 I'm not a Taoist priest. I just learned a little bit of fur to make a living. Turn myself in. I'll turn myself in. Su Ling Su was extremely surprised and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. What's going on? How come this fake Taoist priest is suddenly so scared of her? Also, what's an immortal master? In no time, Taoist Yu was taken away by the police. Su Yang, look what you've done. Do you want the entire high city to look at our Su family as a joke? Elder Su looked at Su Yang with a gloomy face. He really wanted to give him a big ear scrape. Is his brain filled with? The police are here, and I'm afraid that in less than a day's time, the entire upper-class circle of High City will know about this. Su Jiaojiao lowered her head and tried to lower her presence. She was really surprised that the Taoist priest that her father had invited was a fake. Su Yang rubbed his hands with an embarrassed face. Dad, I was wrong about this matter. It's me who didn't check the real identity of the fake Taoist priest. Elder Su glanced coldly at Su Jiaojiao. Was it your idea or hers? A trace of panic flashed under Su Jiaojiao's eyes. Grandpa, shut up. Elder Su angrily rebuked out. Didn't ask you. Su Jiaojiao's eyes reddened. Never grandfather, although he was not cold to her, but never scolded her. Now that Coriander Su is back, everything is starting to change. Will there be a day when Mom, Dad, Brother, and Brother Xingzhou will all be snatched away by Su Coriander Pomelo? No, it won't. Su Jiaojiao lowered her eyes. She wouldn't let that day happen. Su Yang hesitated for a moment and said, it's true that Jiao Jiao brought it up first, but Jiao Jiao is right. We've checked Su Coriander Yuzu's information in the orphanage clearly. Her once character and her current character are worlds apart, so how can I not suspect her? Elder Su sighed. Su Yang and Su Jiaojiao can think of something. How can he not think of it? He guessed that she should have unintentionally obtained a great chance or worshipped a master, which was why her personality had changed drastically. Regarding these things about the hidden family and the immortal master, Elder Su could not inform Su Yang. I'm afraid he wouldn't believe him even if he did. Elder Su sighed long and tersely. Su Yang, do you think you're the only smart person in this world? This matter, let it end here. Su Boyan pursed his lips. He was not willing. Chapter 20, Sneaky Chi. Seizing Chi luck. Sister. Su Jiaojiao suddenly went forward and reached out to pull Su Coriander Pomelo's arm, and said in a low voice, it's because I misunderstood you. I wanted to know your preferences and wanted to be nice to you, so I went to the orphanage and asked the director about you. Don't blame Dad. It's all my fault. The moment Su Coriander Pomelo touched her, a hint of gloom flashed in the bottom of her eyes, and she was about to fling a slap onto her face when she suddenly realized that something was wrong with her body. The spiritual energy in her dantian was slowly dissipating. Her pupils suddenly shrunk. The spiritual energy was dissipating very slowly, but she still sensed it. She jerked her head up to look at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao looked at her with a pair of innocent eyes. Su Coriander Yuzu slightly raised both eyebrows and raised her other hand, slapping her on her white face. Su Jiaojiao let go of her hand in pain and fell to the ground. Then she stood up with slightly reddened eyes. Sister, if hitting me can take your mind off it, I'll let you do it. Without speaking, Su Coriander Pomelo stepped forward and squeezed her arm, and Su Jiaojiao shivered, thinking she was going to break her arm for her, only to find that she just squeezed her arm and didn't do anything. With a twinkle in her eye, Su Coriander Yuzu put her hand out in front of her and said, you took the initiative to touch me. Su Jiaojiao froze, not understanding what kind of madness Su Coriander Yuzu was having. Come on, don't make me slap you. Su Yang could not look on. Angry, his face reddened. Su Coriander Pomelo, you. This matter is not Jiao Jiao's fault. The Taoist priest is what I found. Can't you let Jiao Jiao go? Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care about him. She stared at Su Jiaojiao closely. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip, but still took the initiative to hold her arm. The spiritual energy in the dantian was slowly dissipating the moment Su Jiaojiao actively touched it. Su Coriander Pomelo drew back her hand. A touch of laughter flashed through her deep eyes. Interesting, but really interesting. Looking deeply at Su Jiaojiao, he turned and went up the stairs. A trace of surprise flashed under Su Jiaojiao's eyes. What was wrong with Su Coriander Yuzu? What is she talking about? She couldn't figure it out. Su Yang was extremely distressed and touched Su Jiaojiao's red and swollen cheeks from the beating. Jiao Jiao, let's go. Dad will take you to the doctor. Su Jiaojiao came back to her senses and weakly shook her head. Dad, I'm fine. It's me who misunderstood my sister. It's my sister who should have hit me. Su Boyan's face was undying, looked at Elder Su, and without speaking, pulled Su Jiaojiao and left the Su family's ancestral mansion. Elder Su sat on top of the sofa without moving since the beginning. Su Lingxiu sat on his butt beside him and asked with a puzzled face, Dad, why did that fake Taoist monk just now call his little niece a fairy master? What is a fairy master? Su Peiyang and Su Jiaojiao were angry that Taoist Yu was a fake Taoist priest, thus ignoring the phrase immortal master in his mouth. But Su Lingxiu could remember it clearly. Elder Su shook his head. I don't know. Wow. Su Lingxiu casually asked, not expecting Elder Su to give him an answer. He stroked his chin and drifted into deep thought. 5th floor room. Su Coriander Yuzu also stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. Who the hell is Su Jiaojiao? Touching Su Jiaojiao on his own initiative would not change anything, but when Su Jiaojiao actively touched her, it actually sucked away her spiritual energy. She had never heard of a cultivator with this kind of skill, and since Su Jiaojiao was just an ordinary person, looking at her like that, she must not know it herself. Su Coriander Pomelo thought carefully and suddenly stood up, went to the window and opened it. Closing his eyes, a trace of spiritual energy covered them. When he opened his eyes, it was clearly broad daylight, but the entire villa was a cloud of gray air. Coriander Su frowned. This is sneaky gas. Sneaky chi covered the entire Su family ancestral residence, and the Su family's chi was gradually dissipating. With a sharp pain in her eyes, Su Coriander closed her eyes. Spirit pupil art, she found in a great power cave. See through all illusions. Any means of concealment under the spirit pupil art will show its original form. She has a low level of psychic power and can only use it for 3 seconds a day. However, it was only 3 seconds, and it also allowed her to see that the Su family, the top mansion of High City, was being counted on. The Su family counted several generations upwards are all famous characters. Let's say that Master Su's father went to war and fought in the small days, and Master Su also went to war when he was young, killed people, and made great achievements for the country of China. Such characters, such heroes, their family descendants will surely prosper as long as they are not great traitors. But now, the Su family's chi was slowly being taken away. Judging by the thick sneaky air, it's been many years. The other party had done it very stealthily, and it was assumed that this Su Jiaojiao was the medium of this transmitted chi. She considered herself to be quite ruthless and shameless, but she had never thought of such a tactic as taking away someone else's chi, not to mention taking away a family's chi. The person behind this is heartless enough, but Su Coriander Pomelo sked lightly. To be able to plot for more than a decade to take over the chi of a large family, this shows that the person behind it is meticulous. It's not just one person who can plan this kind of thing, either. She was a little chicken nowadays, and she didn't want to make an enemy of them for the time being. It's just that she's living in the Su family's ancestral home now. Just the thought of the whole villa being surrounded by sneaky gas made her whole body hard, just like ordinary humans living in a house surrounded by pits, even if they can't smell the stench. But, in their hearts, they are extremely unhappy. Su Coriander Pomelo clenched her teeth and took out a few spirit stones from her storage bag to take the elevator downstairs. Hey, little niece, where are you going? Seeing Su Coriander Pomelo walking towards the outside, Su Lingxiu hurriedly got up and followed. Su Coriander Pomelo raised his eyes and looked at the large yard, shoved a spirit stone in his hand to Su Lingxiu, and pointed to the tree in the center of the yard. Little uncle, you bury this stone under that tree. Ah, Su Lingxiu looked down at the small piece of spirit stone in his hand. What kind of stone is this? It's quite comfortable to touch. What's the point of burying it? Su Coriander Pomelo, cut the crap and hurry up. So Long Su, wow. Having just buried the spirit stone in her hand under the tree in the scorching heat of the sun, Su Coriander Pomelo handed her another spirit stone and pointed to another place. Little uncle, go ahead. So Lingsu, I buried again? Su Coriander Pomelo blinked. The sun is too big outside. Little uncle, you don't want me to get a tan either, right? Su Lingxiu was helpless. Alright, ancestor, you have to tell me why you buried these stones, right? Go ahead and bury the stone and I'll talk to you. The corner of Su Lingxiu's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have said that more just now, because the old master didn't like crowds. The Su family's ancestral home didn't have that many servants, only an aunt who cooked, a housekeeper, and an exclusive driver for the Su family. An exclusive person only comes to clean every 2 days, so it was already half an hour later after Su Lingxiu alone sweated profusely to place the spirit stones according to where Su Coriander Yuzu had pointed them out. Chapter 21, Why don't you trick Su Jiaojiao and kill her abroad? A formation invisible to the naked eye wrapped around the entire Su family ancestral residence. 10,000 elephants and 2 instruments formation. An ancient formation that purifies the sneaky chi. Only, it was unable to stop the loss of the Su family's chi. She wasn't sure now how exactly Su Jiaojiu had taken away the Su family's qi. She was clearly just an ordinary person. She had never seen or heard of such a method of taking away qi luck since ancient times. Su Lingxiu wiped the forehead of the above sweat. Suddenly came out a sentence. How do I sunbathe? Sunbathing also feel the whole person becomes relaxed. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked as she looked towards Elder Su who had walked over at some point. Grandpa, you've known for a long time, haven't you? Elder Su's face became a little more grave and asked. Pomelo, you see it all? The smile on Su Coriander Pomelo's face remained unchanged. I just saw it. So you don't allow the Su family's descendants to live in the ancestral mansion because of this? Elder Su sighed and didn't hide it. My father, also known as your great-grandfather, he had the favor of an immortal master. About 20 years ago, he had told me that the Su family's ancestral mansion had been tampered with, that the Su family was being counted on, and that the qi was being slowly taken away. When all of the Su family's qi is taken away, that's when the Su family will fall. And he said that the other party's strength is above his, and that he's no match. Only told me a way to keep the Su family's children and grandchildren's descendants from living in the ancestral mansion, and asked me not to touch them too much so that the influence on them wouldn't be too deep, and that in the future, even if the Su family were to fall, it wouldn't be too miserable. Toward the end, Elder Su's spine seemed to curve downward again, his face filled with helplessness. Su Coriander Pomelo sked lightly. This method worked, preserving the Su family's stability for 20 years. It's just that, Grandpa, your son and grandson are all Su family bloodlines. And since the person behind that curtain wants the qi of the entire Su family, it's only a matter of time before he wants to take the qi from them even if they are far away. Elder Su was stunned. His face instantly turned ashen. After a pause, he suddenly asked towards her, Yuzu, do you have a solution? Just as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted it again. That immortal master was much older than Yuzu. He didn't have a solution. Yuzu was still so young. How could he solve it? Su Lingsu was full of surprise, couldn't help but ask after him. Dad, little niece, what are you guys talking about? How come I don't understand anything? What do you mean the Su family is being counted? Su Coriander Pomelo spoke softly and smiled lightly. Little uncle, didn't you just ask me why I buried those stones? I was setting up a formation, the 10,000 elephants and 2 instruments formation, an ancient formation that can purify sneaky chi. Sulonsu, what is it? Elder Su's eyes suddenly lit up. Pomelo, you have a solution? No. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. This formation can only purify the entire Su family ancestral residents of the sneaky qi. There is no way to stop the loss of the Su family's qi. Dad, Su Lingxiu was instantly anxious. No, what the hell are you guys talking about? Elder Su let out a long sigh and briefly explained. So that's why you don't allow the descendants of the Su family to live in the ancestral home? Su Lingxiu's eyes widened. Then why can I come back to live anytime? Dad, could it be that I'm not your real son? My mom cheated on me? Senior, Su. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You like men, you can't get married in this life, you can't have offspring, and you can't come back to see an old man like me? He was an old man of almost 60 years of age. In order not to let the people behind the curtain realize that he already knew about it, also for the sake of the entire Su family, he deliberately alienated his son and grandson and kept the empty house all day long. He didn't have much of a reaction when he learned of Su Lingsu's sexual orientation, he just wanted his children and grandchildren to be healthy and safe. Also, the fact that he likes men means that he can't get married in this life and have no children. That way you can come back and stay with him for a few more days. Even if it was just for one day. He was happy. Su Lingxiu coughed twice in embarrassment, glanced quietly at Su Coriander Pomelo, and saw that there was no expression of disgust on her face. Instead, she was still looking at him meaningfully. Pomelo Su, carat omega carat, Su Lingxiu, even if we can't have biological children, we can adopt. An adopted child with a Su name is a Su, and that has repercussions. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head, then looked at Su Lingxiu with a gossipy face. Little uncle, year on year or year off year? Su Lingxiu's old face flushed. You stinky child, why are you asking this? Asterisk 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 you wouldn't be under the year, would you? Su Coriander Pomelo scanned him up and down, about 1 meter 83 in height. His face was also very good, with a pair of attractive peach blossom eyes, properly a wandering and uninhibited nobleman. Su Lingxiu's scalp was numb from Su Coriander Pomelo's measurements, and he said stiffly, little niece, don't look, give uncle some face. Su Coriander, gee, I really want to see what a man who can hold Su Lingxiu looks like. Master Su is old and somewhat unable to understand the uncle and nephew's internet language. Lingxiu, it's fine for you to know about this matter. Don't ever say anything to your elder brother and second brother. Su Lingxiu fell silent. Dad, is it possible to just let people count and not care? Pipe? How to manage? Elder Su sighed tersely. Those people are all existences that the Su family can't afford to mess with. They want the Su family's chi to just take it. As long as the people are still alive, it's better than anything else. Su Lingxiu was instantly dumbfounded. This was indeed the truth. As long as people are alive, everything is still possible. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at them, the corners of her mouth tugged lightly, her voice clear and cold. Actually, it's not without a solution. Two pairs of eyes switched to Su Coriander Pomelo. Elder Su, Yuzu, do you really have a solution? Su Lingxiu, little niece, as long as you can save the Su family, from now on I'll be your most loyal servant. The kind that comes at your beck and call. So Parsley Pomelo, the solution lies in So Parsley Pomelo? Elder Su frowned. Su Jiajiao? There's something wrong with her? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly. This morning when she took the initiative to touch me, I realized that the spiritual energy inside my dantian was dissipating, whereas when I took the initiative to touch her, spiritual energy would not dissipate. Is that a problem? There is something very wrong with this. Elder Su and Su Lingxiu thought about Lin's strange behavior this morning and instantly understood. Mu Jin is checking on her real parents, and when her real parents are found, she will be sent away immediately. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. Grandpa, I don't think sending Su Jiajiao away will solve the problem. Su Lingxiu made a neck-wiping motion. Then kill her? Su Coriander Pomelo cast a sidelong glance at him and said nonchalantly, Little uncle, you were still talking to me yesterday about killing people and breaking the law. Su Lingxiu, he threw up both hands. So what do you say? Su Coriander Pomelo looked up at the formation and explained. This 10,000 elephants and 2 instruments formation can purify the sneaky chi, and it will finish purifying the sneaky chi in about 10 days. At that time, even if we can't stop the loss of the Su family's chi, we can still slow down the rate of chi loss. Su Lingxiu's eyes narrowed. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then since there's more time, why don't we trick Su Jiajiao into going abroad and killing her? Chapter 22, They're not dogs, they're wolves. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed. Little uncle, you have to think clearly. As long as Su Jiajiao dies, the person behind that will definitely notice that you guys already know about this. If he's determined to have the Su family's chi, he might do one thing or another and use more drastic means. By that time, I'm afraid I won't even be able to save my life. Elder Su nodded. Pomelo is right. Su Jiajiao can't be in trouble for now. Su Lingxiu's face fell. Then what else can be done? It was a terrible feeling to know that the Su family was being counted on and there was nothing you could do about it. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled bashfully. You can't take the initiative to kill her, but if she makes her own death then it's no one's fault. A ball of hope surfaced in the bottom of Elder Su's eyes, and he suddenly bent his legs and knelt down towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow and stood still, not moving. Pomelo, as long as you can save the Su family, whatever you want to do in the future, my Su family will do everything in their power to help you. Grandpa, get up. Helping the Su family is nothing more than a passing favor. No matter what, Su Jiajiao's life she was determined to take. Originally wanted to torture a few times, and then directly give killed. However, judging from the current situation, one cannot act rashly. If Su Jiajiao dies, the person behind the calculations of the Su family may really run out of patience and exterminate the Su family's entire clan. Cultivators couldn't easily lay their hands on ordinary people, otherwise it wouldn't be easy for cultivation. But this kind of cultivator who had stolen the chi of a large family would still care about this. Elder Su had treated her quite well, and the Su family was also a top-tier mansion in High City, lacking nothing. It was an identity that she was still happy with. Before she reached the foundation establishment stage, she would not leave the Su family, which was her umbrella. What's more, this body of hers now is also the Su family's biological bloodline. One glory for all, one loss for all. If the Su family's chi was taken away, she would also be affected. So by helping the Su family, she was also helping herself. Su Jiajiao must die, but not at the hands of any of the Su family. It was just that right now she hadn't figured out through what exactly Su Jiajiao had taken away the Su family's chi. Thinking of this, Su Coriander Pomelo went up to help Elder Su up. How can I say that I'm also Grandpa's own granddaughter? Surely I won't see death to the Su family. Elder Su looked excited. Yuzu, I thank you for the entire Su family. Su Coriander Pomelo arched her eyebrows and softly said, Grandpa is polite. It should be. At 1 p.m. The Su family's special attorney arrived with a large stack of papers. In addition to Lin Wenshu and Su Jiajiao, mother and daughter in the Su family, even Su Muxu and Su Mu Cup, who were whipped yesterday, came to the ancestral home with their injuries. Elder Su has 80% of the shares under his name in the Su group. Su Mujin was the heir to the Su clan group and shared 60% of the shares. Su Zhanghua is in politics and is not involved in any of this. He is just here to go through the motions. 5% for Suboyan and 5% for Salungsu. The Su brothers totaled 6, each with 1% of the shares. and Su Coriander Yuzu got 4% of the shares, only a little less than Su Payang and Su Ling Su. There are also countless immovable assets around the world, large and small, each equally distributed. Wait, Ling Su and I only share 5%. Why does Su Coriander have 4%? Su Boyan was the first to speak. Elder Su glanced at him lightly. I can distribute my things to whomever I want. Su Boyan choked and could only shut his mouth in indignation. Su's group was huge, and even a 1% share could yield an 8-figure dividend every month. In fact, in some families with many children and grandchildren, since the heir is set, they will not distribute shares to other people at all. At most, they will only give them an unimportant position in the group, the kind that sits and waits to get money every month. It's not often that a person like Elder Su can give each of his grandchildren a share. This split was very satisfying for everyone except for Suboyan, who was dissatisfied. But of course, no one took his dissatisfaction to heart. After dividing the property, Sumu Jin went to the study with Elder Su to chat for a while. Sumu Yao looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, who was playing with the 2 little wolf cubs in the garden, hesitated for a moment, and slowly walked to her. A white and a black wolf cub were very high in color, one white and shiny, the other black like carbon. The fur looked very smooth. Sumu Yao resisted the urge to go and jerk it off and carefully asked, "Sister, are these 2 dogs? Can I touch them?" Su Coriander Pomelo was being pestered by the 2 little ones. The newborn wolf cubs were just so active that they didn't mind running up and down every day. Seeing the way Sumu Yao wanted to touch but didn't dare to, she directly scooped up the 2 little ones and stuffed them into his arms. Being stuffed into an unfamiliar's arms, the 2 little ones were just about to blow up when Su Coriander Pomelo blared fiercely, "No biting, or else you'll starve for 3 days. Then he looked at Sumu Yao. "They're not dogs, they're wolves." Sumu Yao was stunned. "Wolf?" He lowered his head and looked at the 2 extremely well-behaved little ones in his arms, reaching out to rub and smooth their fur. "Not like a wolf." Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. "Just a few days after birth, can't tell, but it is indeed a wolf. I still have things to do. If you're not afraid, then play with them for a while. Don't worry, they don't bite." Sumu Yao blinked her eyes and nodded. "Good. This sister doesn't look like she's that unapproachable." After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. "Sister, add a WeChat. I heard my dad say that Grandpa is going to transfer you to Jinnan Middle School, and I'll be a sophomore at the beginning of the school year, so maybe we'll still be in the same class." Both of them are 17 years old, except that Sumu Yao is 2 months older than her, and will be in her 2nd year of high school at the beginning of the school year. Su Coriander Pomelo did not refuse, took out his cell phone and scanned it. His eyes suddenly handed over another cell phone. Sumu Xian raised his lips and smiled, shaking his cell phone. "Little sister, I'm your 5th brother. Add a WeChat. If there's anything, you can also contact me." Adding 1 is adding. Adding 2 people is also adding. After adding 2 people microblogging, Su Coriander Grapefruit returned to his room, not doing anything else. She has to practice. Once she wore a book. She wore a small rookie with a mere cultivation of the 1st level of chi refining, making her extremely insecure. It's better to step up your cultivation. At least cultivate to the 3rd level of chi refining before you are qualified to call yourself a cultivator. Before she became a demon, she was at the Jindan stage, and after she became a demon it made her strength great had and she became a demon infant stage demonic cultivator. It was important to know that the highest strength in the end times was only at the Yuaning stage. The fellow disciple who betrayed her in the beginning, her father was a Yuaning stage cultivator. That's why he dared to harm her. The first person she killed after becoming a demon was her, and the second was her father. Then she completely let herself go, all day long, and finally caused the anger of the people. 3 Yuaning stage cultivators, a dozen Jindan stage cultivators surrounded her alone. In fact, to put it bluntly, it wasn't just for the cultivation resources in her hand. After all, she had killed that Yuaning stage cultivator in the first place and got her hands on all of his things. In this era of diminishing spiritual energy, a small elixir would allow them to coax it out. Not to mention that the cultivation resources in the hands of a Yuaning stage powerhouse were enough to cultivate another Yuaning stage cultivator out. How can anyone not go crazy? Unfortunately, none of them got their way as she blew herself up with her cultivation resources and all the people who had come to surround her. A demon infant stage cultivator blew himself up. No one could escape. Chapter 23, Together in the Variety Show. What? Lin Wenju stood up violently from the sofa in shock. That unfilial daughter Su Coriander Pomelo even got 4% of the shares? On what grounds? Didn't Dad already give her the Liang group? How come she still has a share of the Su group? Su Boyan shook his head. How do I know? Dad has completely favored that unfilial daughter nowadays, and doesn't listen to what I say at all. Su Jiajiao stirred her sleeves. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. She has been in the Su family for 17 years. She has not been able to share anything. Grandpa is not explicitly not recognizing her as a descendant of the Su family. How can Having a kitten or puppy for 17 years should be bonding. What will her classmates think of her when she returns to school? How could grandpa do this to her? He never thought about her. In vain she had called him grandfather for 17 years. A hint of flame emerged from the bottom of Su Jiajiao's eyes. Since they were treating her like this, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Mom and Dad, next month second brother is going to record a variety show, and the rules call for bringing one of your family members or friends, and originally brother was taking me to the recording, but now that my sister is mom and dad's real daughter, and everyone on the internet already knows about it, why don't we let my sister follow my brother to the recording? Lin Wenju sighed, touched Su Jiajiao's head, and softly said, Jiajiao, you're the daughter I've raised for 17 years, no matter what outsiders say, you'll always be my daughter. It's just a variety show, don't worry. Su Jiajiao was full of emotion and hugged Lin Wenju, where no one could see. A trace of coldness flashed under her eyes. Mom, I knew you were the best for me. It's just that, I also want to share my worries for Mom. My sister is disliking me nowadays, and also has misunderstandings with the second and fourth brothers because of me. But the older brothers are her own brothers, and as long as the second and fourth brothers take the initiative to show kindness to her sister, she will definitely forgive the second and fourth brothers. Lin Wenju frowned. Jiao, do you mean to say that you want Mushu to take the initiative to show affection towards Su Coriander Pomelo and bring her to the variety show to cultivate their relationship? Su Jiajiao nodded. Yes, breaking bones connecting tendons, sister is always mom and dad's own daughter, sister now guardian or mom and dad it. As soon as the words fell, Su Boyan and Lin Wenju glanced at each other, greed flashing under their eyes. Yeah, Su Coriander Yusu is still a minor today and they are her real parents. She deserves to have her affairs in their hands, like the shares in her hands. Not only the shares of Liang's group given to her by Elder Su or the shares of Su's group, all of them needed to wait until she became an adult before they could be transferred to her name. During this period, as long as they coaxed her into giving them the shares on her own accord, even the old man couldn't stop them much, who called them her real parents. Above the law, they are the rightful guardians of Coriander Su. If she doesn't like Pao Pao and wants to get rid of her, the big deal is to put Jiao Jiao out there to be raised, and then pick Jiao Jiao back up when she gets her hands on the shares. Supa Yang waved his hand. Jiao Jiao is right. Breaking bones and connecting tendons, we are all her relatives, making a fuss instead of letting outsiders look at our jokes. Wen Shu, go upstairs and talk to Musu. Tell him to take the initiative to show kindness to Su Coriander Pomelo and bring her along when he goes on the variety show. Lin Wen Shu frowned. Musu, that nature you also know. Yesterday that 10 lashes. I'm afraid that will Su Coriander Pomelo hate less than, and how could take the initiative to show her kindness? Su Jiajiao, Mom, why don't I go persuade second brother? Lin Wenju thought about it. Musu usually favors Jiao Jiao the most. Jiao Jiao's words, he should be able to listen to them. Okay, talk your second brother into it. Su Jiajiao smiled slightly and nodded. Don't worry, Mom. Su Jiajiao's good behavior and obedience made Lin Wenju extremely pleased. Thinking of Su Coriander Pomelo's rebelliousness and arrogance again, she frowned again and had quite a headache. Either they were kept close by or they were not to her liking. However, for the sake of the shares, it will have to be tolerated for the time being. Not a moment later, Su Jiajiao came downstairs. She smiled at the couple Su Boyan. Mom and Dad, Ergo agreed. Except Ergo said he'd take me with him on the variety show too. Supa Yang frowned and asked, Jiao Jiao, it's not like you don't know that Su Coriander Yusu is like that. If you guys go on a variety show together, will she agree? Su Jiajiao shook her head. That's what I told second brother. And second brother said he would find a way to get his sister to agree. Su Muxo's stubborn nature, but also extremely good face. Yesterday Su Coriander directly 2 whips to him knocked out. Can make him agree to show Su Coriander? Let her follow him to participate in the variety show has been very difficult. Cannot ask for too much. Supa Yang, okay, if Su Coriander Pomelo really agrees, you just go along with her a little bit. Don't piss her off. Otherwise, those shares will go down the drain. Su Jiajiao's eyes flickered slightly and she whispered, I know Dad. The name of the variety show Somishu is going to participate in is called Camping in the Wild. It is the first live variety show in the country for the whole country. There are 4 artist stars participating in the variety show, and each one is allowed to bring one of their close friends or loved ones to participate, making a total of 8. Su Jiajiao had asked around a long time ago. This variety show has a high gold content, and the location of the variety show is in a mountain in Xianwei City, next door to High City. The so-called wilderness camping is spending 7 days in the mountains with your buddies, during which the only way to get food is to complete quests. What a wild camping trip. Su Jiajiao's eyes were cold. Coriander, so wait and see. I'll humiliate you in front of the whole country. Su Coriander Pomelo sat with her legs crossed, and a few spirit stones were placed around her. A faint aura surged into her dantian. She didn't slowly open her eyes until 4 hours later, when a faint growl came from her stomach. Watching the spirit stone turn into ashes, a hint of sorrow flashed under Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes. It was a bit too extravagant to always cultivate with spirit stones like this. Even in her previous life she hadn't been so extravagant. It was mainly because the cultivation resources were too little. With a small sigh, it was time to do something about it. Reaching over, he picked up his cell phone aside and looked at an unread message on it, raising an eyebrow slightly. Su's big brother, Mushu, asked me for your contact info. Do you give it? Yuzu warrior, here. Su's big brother, okay. Su Muxu, one of the most favored Su Jiaojiao's older brother in the book, has attracted a lot of fans in the entertainment industry even though he has no acting skills and no strength, but with his extremely beautiful face. Plus everyone knows he's a wealthy nobleman, not afraid to offend at all, saying whatever he wants, and once giving a black fan a scolding on the hot search. That's why he's known for his high traffic among the entertainment industry, and his roadkill is excellent. Even if you don't do anything, you're still on the hot seat. Variety TV shows and movies have been invited. In later years, Su Jiaojiao also relied on Su Muxu in order to quickly gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, becoming the youngest movie queen with countless fans. Su Coriander Pomelo wanted to see what Su Mushui was doing by actively asking for her contact information. Soon, a friend request appeared on the interface. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh, which was quite funny to say the least. In the book, the three brothers of the Su family never added the original owner's WeChat from the beginning to the end. Chapter 24 Fiction is born of reality. Sumusu, sister, what happened that day was all my fault. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the message he sent. His eyes narrowed. Sumusho's nature was not so talkative. Yuzu warrior, if you want me to forgive you, call $10 million first, then see how I feel. Sumuxu on the other side of the cell phone was lying on the bed, her back still vaguely aching. Asterisk 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 $10 million is $10 million. Let's see how I'll screw you this time. Sumuxu, okay, send the card number. Yoo-hoo, kinda agree. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Su Coriander Pomelo sent him the card number. It didn't take long for the $10 million to arrive. Sumusu, I have a variety show next month. I can bring a family member with me. How about we go to the variety show together? Sumuxu, I'd like to announce to my fans that you're my own sister, the first lady of the Su family. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. So the purpose was here. Yuzu warrior, didn't you tweet about taking Su Jiaojiao? She's not mad that I went? Isn't she your good sister? Sumuxu looked at this message, the corner of his mouth hooked. Ha, the original is to eat Jiaojiao's vinegar. Sure enough. Ah, a little girl's mind is still good to hold. Sumusu, so you agree? Sumuxu, as long as you agree. I'll go talk to the director's side and let you go on the variety show with Jiaojiao. Sumuxu, sister. It's not that I'm biased against Jiaojiao. It's really because I've already sent out a microblog some time ago, and quite a few of my fans know that I'll be bringing Jiaojiao to the variety show, and they're all looking forward to it very much. And if they know that I'm only bringing you and not Jiaojiao, I'm afraid that my fans as well as Jiaojiao's fans might cyberstorm against you. Seeing that his words were all for Su Coriander's sake, he also stated that he was in a difficult situation. There was a slight hint of mockery in the bottom of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes. In the book, Su Jiaojia was a hit with this variety show because of her persona of being a real young lady who was not afraid of hard work. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the country's premier film schools. She received a number of scripts during her college years, but she rejected them all. Because of the sentence "I want to hone my acting skills," it went viral. Countless people have praised her as the most educated rich white beauty with the best character in the entertainment industry. How could Su Jiaojiao miss this kind of variety show? Yuzu warrior, $50 million. I'll think about it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Muxu exploded in anger. Dead girl, falling inside the eye of money? Su Muxu, there's a paycheck for participating in the variety show. I'll give you all my paychecks when the time comes. Yuzu warrior, how much? Sumusu, $50 million. Yuzu warrior, okay, when do we go? Sumusu, August 3rd. Yuzu warrior, okay. This variety show Su Muxu's paycheck is no less than $50 million. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that people who had signed a contract couldn't divulge how much their paychecks were, Su Muxu would have to wonder if Su Coriander Yuzu had known something in advance. Whatever, it's only $50 million. No, it's $60 million. As long as he tricks Su Coriander Pomelo into recording, he has plenty of ways to clean her up. The variety show is recorded as a live broadcast, when everyone's movements are under the camera. If this time Su Coriander Pomelo made a fool of himself in front of the whole country and he had no motive at all, then Grandpa couldn't blame him. The revenge of a few lashes on his back, he vowed to avenge. Su Coriander Yuzu scratched her cell phone a few times, opened the dark net, and clicked on the same KY's chat box. Yuzu Warrior, here's a job, take it or leave it. Seconds back there. KY, pick up, pick up, pick up. Pomelo Warrior, keep an eye on Su Muxu and Su Jiaojiao for me. Report back to me where they go, what they do, and what they buy. Until August 3rd, at whatever price you want. KY, $50 million. Okay? Yuzu Warrior, row. KY, okay. Promise to finish the mission. Su Coriander Yuzu agreed without blinking an eye for a second. It's not her money anyway. On the other hand, Su Muxu contacted the general director and told him about it. Adding one more person is not reasonably possible. After all, the number of people is already determined. But Su's group are the official number on the internet to send a microblogging, claiming that the Su family's big miss was held wrong thing. Novels like True $1,000 have always been popular. Fiction stems from reality. That large number of people who read the novel smelled it and ran to the top of Twitter to post a comment. The internet has been on the hot seat about this several times now. If the Su family's real and fake millennials were on a variety show together at this time, those shows would probably blow up. The general director only hesitated for a second before agreeing. Adding one person is only 9. Not a difficult task. Sumusu, I'll be on the show with my 2 sisters on August 3rd at 10 a.m. Please look forward to it. #camping out. Then Wilderness Camping officials retweeted the tweet directly with a quote. We won't see you on August 3rd at 10 a.m. The netizens instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I reading this right? Real and fake millennials on the show together? My god, the show is messing with me. Shura. Screw it. So looking forward to August 3rd. Thankfully school isn't in session, and I'm definitely going to be on the air on time then. It doesn't have to be a Shura, does it? Since the real and fake millennials dare to appear on the program together, they must have a good relationship. After all, this is a live variety show. Upstairs has a point. There aren't many stars who dare to participate in a live variety show. Anyway, no matter what, the show is simply pulling out all the stops with this wave of anticipation. I don't know what the real Qianjin looks like. If the brother is so good looking, the sister shouldn't be bad either, right? That's not necessarily true. Or maybe the brother inherited good genes and the sister inherited bad genes. Su Muxu's tweet was instantly on the hot search. Along with that, the variety show is on fire again. The first time Su Mujin saw the hot search, he sent a message to Su Coriander Yuzu, Su's big brother, little sister. Are you really going to go to a variety show? Su Coriander Yuzu happened to be brushing Weibo as well and saw that hot search as well. Yuzu Warrior, what's the matter? I can't go? Su's big brother, you want to be a star? Yuzu Warrior, just for fun. Sumu Jin on the other side of the cell phone rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. What is all this called? What kind of variety show do you think you're recording when you're an immortal master who's got the magic of immortality? Recording a variety show even if, or bring Su Jiaojiao together. She's so disgusted. Su Jiaojiao. Sumu Jin cannot understand. Why would she agree to record a variety show with Su Jiaojiao? He always had a bad feeling in his heart. Hey, if I had known, I wouldn't have pushed Su Mux's Weibo to her. The rest of the Su family soon learned of the news as well. So, when Su Coriander Yuzu arrived on the first floor, she was met with several pairs of curious eyes. Su Muyao, sweating profusely, came to Su Coriander Pomelo with a white and a black little one in his arms. Sis, I just saw the tweet. You're going to be in a variety show? Coriander Su shrugged. Yeah, what's wrong? I can't go? No. Su Muyao asked in disbelief. Don't you hate Su Jiaojiao? Why do you still participate in the variety show with her? Su Coriander Pomelo gently raised her eyebrows and smiled, and unhurriedly said, hating her wouldn't be too much with money. Su Muxa gave me $60 million. Ha? Su Muyao froze. Little sister, you're short of money? Su Coriander Pomelo, there's no shortage of it, but who's too rich for that? Chapter 25, my little niece wants to see you. Su Muyao still want to say something else. Was Su Ling Su a hand to cover his mouth? Okay, you talk the most. Little niece want to participate in the variety show to participate in the variety show. Ask so many why. It must have been the little niece who thought of how to deal with Su Jiaojiao and let her make her own death. Bastard. Asking questions. If he messes up his little niece's plans, he'll whack him to death. Su Muyao blinked. Wow. When the two little ones saw their master coming, they struggled to get down from Su Muyao's arms and hugged Su Coriander Pomelo's thighs left and right to be cute and pampered. Su Muyao was depressed. At least I accompanied you guys to play crazy for an afternoon. Tired me sweaty. And I don't see you guys being cute to me. He has always loved dogs, but unfortunately, Zhou Huijing is allergic to dog hair, so he doesn't have the opportunity to have a dog. Even though Su Coriander Pomelo said that the two little ones were just wolves, he was not scared at all because of their really cute looks, so he just accompanied the two of them and played with them for an afternoon. Tired is really tired, but jerking off the dog feels really good too. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him, didn't bother, and took the two little ones to the kitchen with her long legs. Su Muyao scratched his head, then little uncle, I'll go back first. Su Lingshu nodded, aha. Everyone had already eaten at this point, leaving Su Coriander Yuzu alone. Su Lingshu's eyes moved slightly, and with a turn of his feet, he came to the dining room and sat across from her, lowering her voice, little niece, you're going to deal with Su Jiaojiao on top of the variety show? I just went to check. The director of this variety show is not small. It can even engage in cooperation with the military, or in the form of a live broadcast, when everyone's movements are photographed by the camera. Little niece, you take it easy. If it is just recorded and then edited can also be cut out the bad side of the artist, but that is a live broadcast. A bad will collapse the persona. Not all artists have the courage to dare to participate. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes looked at her cell phone, pulled a mouthful of rice into her mouth, and casually said, it's not a big problem. Su Lingshu counted the time. Today is July 25th. There are still 9 days left. It's still early. Little niece, do you want me to take you out for a wave? The sea market at night is the most lively. Su Coriander Yuzu paused. Her eyes landed on him. The bottom of her eyes suddenly lit up. Want to take me to see your boyfriend? Go go go. As soon as I finish this bowl. Su Lingshu. No. When did he say he would take her to see his boyfriend? But it's not a big deal to meet. The old man knows about it anyway, and sooner or later he's going to have to meet. He took his cell phone, tapped WeChat, and sent a message out. The man who's been strong all his life, pack up nice and go to Ryan's bar. My little niece wants to see you. The real niece. What do you want to see me for? The man who has been strong all his life, you stay out of it, clean up nice and don't make me lose face. Lie na Su Ling Su. I just your face? It seems that the lesson given to you last time is not enough. Wait. Su Lingshu ear tips slightly red, sheepishly put away the phone, just lifted his eyes to see Su Coriander Yuzu has finished eating, his blinking bright eyes full of gossip looking at him. Pomelo Su, carat omega carat, Su Ling Su, finished eating? Then let's go and take you out. Even an immortal master with immortal magic can't always be bored at home. A black Maybach left from the Su family's ancestral home. Su Coriander Yuzu sat in the back seat, looking out at the night, suddenly sat up straight and looked through the window at the middle-aged man holding a briefcase and wearing a suit under the moonlight. Friar. And there were still cultivators at the third level of chi refining or above. Their bodies died with a bloody odor. He must have just killed someone. The middle-aged man was very keen and noticed Su Coriander's line of sight, his sharp gaze looking at several cars on the street. The street was full of pedestrians and cars, and he wasn't sure who had just been looking at him. With a frown, he could only leave quickly. In her previous life, Su Coriander Pomelo had obtained a breath convergence technique, and there was no way for cultivators below the Jindan stage to see that she had a cultivation level. So even if she appeared in the public's view brightly, she wasn't afraid of being discovered as a cultivator, unless she exposed herself. At this moment, her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. The way of heaven was fair, since cultivators had abilities that ordinary people didn't have. For the sake of peace in the world, they couldn't take action against ordinary people, otherwise the cultivation will only stop here. Even demonic cultivators were the same, except that one cultivated aura and the other cultivated demonic aura. That man just now, from a distance she could smell the blood on him, suggests that hundreds of lives may have been buried at his hands. Of course, it was also possible that she had thought wrong, and that it wasn't ordinary humans he had killed, but cultivators. Soon enough, Ryan's bar arrived and the middle-aged man was behind her. After all, it wasn't like she was nosy. It wasn't like she had anything to do with whether he killed ordinary humans or not. On the card seat, Su Lingshu sat very naturally on the man's side and introduced himself to the two. Little niece. His name is Meng Yi. Meng Yi, this is my little niece, Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the man in front of him with glowing eyes, probably in his 30s, with a full vestibule, a clear-cut silhouette, a healthy brownish-red skin color, with a torch-like gaze, a tall but not coarse body, and a body full of explosive power. A proper tough guy. So Uncle Junior likes this type. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze flicked back and forth between him and Su Lingshu. Isn't the size difference between these two people too big for Uncle Junior to handle? Meng Yi's eyes jumped at Su Coriander Pomelo's undisguised gaze, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. I'm Meng Yi, just call me Uncle Meng. Only 30 was called Uncle. To be honest, a little uncomfortable, but who called Su Lingshu in the Su family seniority it, cannot let his niece called his brother. This generation is not a mess. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked as she asked, Uncle Meng, how did you and my little uncle meet? How long have you been together? Does your family know? Do they support you being together? Oh, by the way, my little uncle said 2 days ago that he likes children and wants to adopt a child. Are you guys getting married? Su Lingshu, Meng Yi, He turned his head to look at Su Lingshu with a surprised face. You want to adopt a child? Su Lingshu coughed lightly and brushed away his face. Nothing, she's just a little kid, talking nonsense. Su Coriander Pomelo, little uncle, what do you mean I'm making things up? Grandpa was there that day. Grandpa heard it too. At those words, Mangi suddenly held Su Lingshu's hand with a serious face. If you like children, let's go abroad to get married and adopt a child abroad. Su Lingshu pursed his lips. But your family. Anyway, I still have a sister who won't break the Meng family bloodline. They'll agree sooner or later. Meng Yi was filled with disinterest. Su Lingshu hesitated for a moment. Let's wait for a while. Something happened in my family. When we finish dealing with my family's affairs, it's not too late for us to leave the country. Getting Su Lingshu's accurate answer, Meng Yi raised his lips and smiled, full of smiles, and suddenly cupped his face with both hands and gave him a heavy kiss on the lips. Pomelo Su, carat omega carat. Chapter 26, Xiao Yun Purin, do I look so unreliable? Su Lingshu's cheeks instantly exploded red as he glared at him in anger. Mang Yi, my niece is still here. Settle down. Su Coriander Pomelo covered the corners of her mouth that couldn't be suppressed no matter how. Her eyes narrowed into a slit, waving her hand at them repeatedly. No, 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 don't mind me. Just treat me as an heir. You guys go on. You guys go on. Su Lingshu has a thin skin, but Meng Yi's skin is not thin at all. He hugged his shoulder generously and smiled with a cozy face. Little niece, this bar is my Meng family. In the future when you come here, the drinks are all free. Su Coriander Pomelo was unceremonious. Then thank you Uncle Meng. Meng Yi pulled Su Lingshu up and looked at her without the slightest bit of avoidance and said, You're welcome, little niece. Your little uncle and I have some business to attend to, so play by yourself. Wait. Su Lingshu disagreed. Meng Yi, my niece is still young. What if you leave her alone in this bar and she gets bullied? That being said, Meng Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message. I'll have the manager come over and stay with her the whole time, so don't worry, right? Su Coriander Pomelo leaned on the sofa and looked at the two men playfully. Little uncle, you guys get busy. No one in the bar can hurt me yet. That's right, my little niece is a fairy master. How can ordinary mortals bully her? Half-heartedly, he followed Meng Yi away. Meng Yi wrapped his arm around Su Lingshu's shoulders and leaned over his ear as he walked. Wasn't he angry and said he wouldn't see me for a week? How do you pull your niece out as a shield and miss me so much? Su Lingshu's eyes fluttered and his mouth was hard. Who misses you? Don't be narcissistic. It's my niece who insists on seeing you. What can I do? Oh, don't want me? Meng Yi pinched his thin waist and let out a low laugh. Don't beg for mercy later. Meng Yi led him directly to the top floor of the bar, where he had his exclusive room. Just after entering the door, Su Lingshu was kissed dizzily by him against the door. Beep. Asterisk. With his toes, he could guess what Meng Yi had taken Su Lingshu away to do. Su Coriander Pomelo felt a bit bored and looked around just about to get up and leave when she saw a somewhat familiar-looking teenager walking over. Xiao Yun Purin's long legs collapsed and he sat on his butt across from her, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc, the tone of his voice at the loose end. Hello again, Miss Su. Coriander Su raised her eyebrows lightly. Why? What do you want to see me about? Xiao Yun Purin's scattered yang eyebrows, his voice low, asked. You're going to participate in a wild camping variety show? Su Coriander Pomelo, what does my participation in a variety show have to do with you? Hey, Xiao Yun, isn't this a coincidence? A cousin of mine will also go to a variety show on camping in the wilderness. She asked me to go with her, and I just happened to have the time, so I agreed. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with surprise, looking at Su Mujin's attitude towards him that day. His family lineage must not be low. Elder Su was still his grandfather. What kind of variety show would such a bratty, arrogant and reckless second generation go to? She wasn't interested in him and returned a wow. Xiao Yun Purin leaned back, her long legs curled up, her posture lazy. Miss Su, don't be so cold. At least my old man and your grandfather are still good friends for many years. How boring to sit here alone. Why don't you go over to my side and have some fun? He said, pointing to a card table not far away, where three teenagers hooked their heads were looking over with anticipation. When he saw that Su Coriander Yuzu was looking at them, he instantly withdrew his eyes and sat up straight. The corner of Su Coriander Yuzu's mouth tugged, and she stood up to leave, dropping a sentence. We don't know each other well. Xiao Yun Purin didn't expect her to leave as soon as she said she would, so she also followed her and got up, walking beside her. If you're not familiar with her now, won't you be familiar with her after you get to know her? Why don't we add a WeChat friend? We'll have to be on a variety show together in a few days, so we can be more helpful. I heard that Master Su transferred you to Jinnan Middle School, so we'll be alumni from now on. Missy, Miss Su, Su Coriander, Su. Xiao Yun Purin said with a sideways glance and realized that Su Coriander Pomelo had stopped at some point and was staring intently at a place. He was surprised to follow her line of sight. and there was nothing to be seen over there in the pitch blackness. So Coriander Yuzu, what are you looking at? Su Coriander Pomelo returned to her senses and glanced at him faintly. I have something to do, don't follow me. With that, he quickly disappeared in front of Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin was slightly stunned. Running so fast? Was he being too obvious and scaring people away? Ha 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 ha, Xiao Air. Didn't you say that you would definitely ask for WeChat? Why do I see that the other Miss Su is indifferent to you? Ji Xuanran's three people did not know when they came to him, and he couldn't help but hold his laughter as he looked at the scene in front of him. Su Yudian's mouth suppressed a smile and patted his shoulder. Don't be too discouraged. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Haiyuan didn't laugh. Looking at the direction Su Coriander Pomelo left, said in a faint voice, Xiao Air, this Miss Su's body is not ordinary. You want to chase her for fear that it is a little difficult. It's not a little difficult, it's very difficult. Ji-hun ran, and it seems like Miss Su is still underage. So you can go down on her? Su Yudust followed with a sentence. I see that the Su family old man is very protective of her. Xiao Air, you take it easy. Xiao Yunpurin pursed down his lip line. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. The corner of his mouth tugged lightly. Lao Zi is only 18 this year, just 1 year older than her. And Lao Zi looks so unreliable? Lu Haiyuan held up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. That's not true. It's just that I'm afraid that you won't be able to chase Miss Su and do something radical and be killed by her. Xiao Yunpurin's appearance was the best looking one among the four of them, but the one that was least popular with the girls, because this guy's mouth is so poisonous. A girl confessed her love to him at school and he said, how did you have the courage to humiliate yourself in front of me when you're not half as good looking as me? A girl handed him a love letter. He opened the letter in front of others, said, the writing is too ugly, not worthy of me, go back to practice. This kind of rejection that shows no mercy to girls is just too hurtful. There were also girls who were made to cry by him. Over time no one dared to write him love letters and confess, and no one dared to mess with this big Buddha. This was the first time they had ever seen Xiao Yunpurin like a girl and take the initiative to go up and ask for her contact information. I just didn't think he'd have a day of rejection. Yuck, so deserved. I told him to keep his mouth shut, so he got what he deserved. Xiao Yunpurin gave him a blank look. Mind your own business first. Su Tao Tao is coming back from abroad. Lu Haiyuan was shocked. The face that had been calm suddenly changed greatly. Isn't she going to study painting abroad? Why did she suddenly come back? Su Yushin smiled. She said she's going to come back to accompany you for the college entrance exam. Ridu Hakwan, come on. I don't want this blessing yet. Su Yutian spread his hands and said helplessly. Then there's no way. My parents were pestered by her, so they could only let her return home early. Xiao Yunpurin and Lu Haiyuan lived in a compound, and the two grew up together. When he was young, Lu Haiyuan was often bullied by the children because of his very quiet nature, and it was Xiao Yunpurin who protected him, so the two became the best of brothers, as they should have been. Later, Xiao Yunpurin's nature was too unruly, disliked the sky and the earth, and even dared to dislike his own father. So when he was in junior high school, the Xiao family threw him to the Su family. Lu Haiyuan instantly reluctant. Good brothers are gone, he stayed alone in the capital, how boring. Also let the Lu family to transfer him to the school in the Sea City. Later on, they met Su Yudian and Ji Xuanran. Several people are about the same age. Only Ji Xuanran is a year younger than them. Chapter 27, Love at First Sight. Su Tao Tao is Su Yudust's own sister. 16 this year, she has always liked Lu Haiyuan since she was a child. Because of some superb talent for painting, he was taken as a pupil by a foreign painter. Suddenly hearing the news that Su Tao Tao was going back to China caused Lu Haiyuan's face to collapse. Su Yutian hooked his shoulder, full of smiles. He Yuan, you see my sister is so excellent, long and good. In the future will certainly be a famous painter in China. Our two families' family lineage is also comparable. You cannot consider her? Lu Haiyuan was helpless. Stop it, she's only 16 this year. She's still young. She still needs to focus on her studies. Stuck inside studying all day. If we hadn't pulled you out, you'd really be a nerd. Ryu Yuan expressionlessly pulled away his hand. I'll go back if there's nothing else. Su Yutian looked at him as he turned away without looking back and skimmed his mouth. Boring. I don't know how Tao Tao is partial to you. Ji Xuanran suddenly sighed beside him. Hey, this dead nerd has people who like him, but my goddess has caved in. It's hard. Sad. The four of them ate melon from the beginning to the end of what happened at the Su family banquet. Su Jiaojiu and Su Muxu's Su Muyu's malicious framing. They all saw it in their eyes. I really didn't realize that Su Jiaojiu's usually kind nature in school was all a pretense. Xiao Yunpurin glanced at him with disdain. You should go to the hospital to treat your eyes properly. I've already told you that Su Jiaojiu is not as good as one on the inside as it is on the outside. Ji Xuanran's face suffocated. Unconvinced, muttered in a small voice. Just your eyes are good. Humph. Now the discerning can see that Master Su favors Miss Su. I see that the Song family, I'm afraid that they have to change the object of the marriage. Xiao Yun Purin's heart sank, and a shadowy shadow arose between her eyebrows, and she let out a cold laugh. Just that bastard son of the Song family, is he worthy of it? Ji Hunran said nonchalantly, but the Song and Su families do have a doll's marriage. Su Jiaojiao is not the Su family's own daughter. The old man Su and Miss Su is so valued, and is now also the heir to the Liang group. Weighing the pros and cons, it is really possible to change the object of the marriage. Oh, Ji Xuanran's words were certainly not made up, and most of the marriages between powerful families looked at interests. If Su Coriander Pomelo only got Su Old Master's favorite is just, but Su Old Master publicly announced that she is now the heir of the Liang group. Anyone who knows Master Su knows that he is not that kind of confused person. Since he publicly announced Su Coriander Pomelo as the heir, then it is considered that he recognizes her ability. There is no big family that doesn't like a capable daughter-in-law. A strong combination is the way to go. Xiao Yun Purin also came from a luxurious family. Naturally she also knew about these things. Her light eyebrows were twisted together. Suddenly she thought of something. The corner of her mouth slowly hooked up. Ji Xiaosan, I think the proposal you said last time is quite good. What proposal? Ji Hunyan, and don't call me Ji Xiaosan. It's hard to hear. Xiao Yun Purin subconsciously ignored the latter half of his sentence. Put a sack on and go give Song Xingzhou a beating. When Su Yuduan heard this, he couldn't help but scrutinize him carefully. No, Xiao Heir, are you for real? Ji Hunran also didn't understand. That's right, you've only met Miss Su a few times, and you're going to beat someone up just for her? He was just joking last time. Xiao Yun Purin shifted her body slightly, the corners of her eyes rose, and she let out a faint smile. You may not believe me when I say it, I fell in love with her at first sight. From the cell phone video of her saving someone at knife point I got the impression that this girl was very interesting, good-looking and ruthless enough. A video was watched over and over again several times, and now that video is still saved in his photo album. Otherwise, that day outside the Mission Hills villa, he wouldn't have casually glanced at her and thought she looked familiar, and ran up to talk to her in a manner. The price was that his precious motorcycle was damaged by her slap. Later, when he watched her unhesitatingly teach Su Jiaojiao a lesson at the Su family banquet, he liked her even more. He hated girls who were abrasive, chirpy, and soft. Love at first sight, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than seeing color meaning. Miss Su looks really pretty. Xiao Heir, I didn't expect you to be quite shallow. I wish you success. Ha. Jihan Ran stifled a laugh and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Xiao Yun Purin waved his hand away, the corners of his mouth tugging lightly, slightly cynical. No need for you to wish me luck. I'm sure I'll succeed. Su Yutian smiled. He Yuan has left. Let's go back as well. Xiao Yun Purin looked down at her cell phone. You guys go first, I have something to do. Su Yushan raised his eyebrows and asked, waiting for Miss Su? Aha! Xiao Yun Purin nodded. How dangerous for a girl to run out alone. I'll go find her. The corner of Ji Hunran's mouth twitched as he let out a soulful question. With Miss Su's force value, who could bully her? I still like gentle and kind girls. Tigresses don't do it for me. Xiao Yun Purin took a step back and kicked Ji Sunran's ass. Shut the hell up. Who are you talking about, a tigress? Ah! Ji Hunyan stumbled and quickly held onto the handle next to him. Otherwise he would have had to fall face first to the ground. After standing still, he sardonically touched his nose. No more, no more. It's not even close to catching up. It's guarded. Xiao Yun Purin hummed lightly. Sooner or later. This way. Su Coriander Pomelo collected her breath and followed the man silently. This man is the man he just met on the street. Just used the spirit pupil technique and scanned the man. Having the cultivation of the third level of chi refining, but full of turbid chi. This person is going to turn into an evil cultivator. Devil cultivators and spirit cultivators were only different because of the different systems of cultivation, and the materials used for cultivation were also different, and in general they were still considered to be living in harmony. However, evil cultivators can be described as the existence of everyone, because the evil cultivator, in order to cultivate anything, can do out savage and violent, extremely cruel means, sucking other people's essence to enhance their own cultivation. Usually cultivators who had their cultivation plundered would be half crippled, if not dead, and end up miserable. Once one becomes an evil cultivator, one's nature changes, becoming cold-blooded, cruel, and indifferent to life. Su Coriander Pomelo was just a small rookie at the first level of chi refining, and did not want to mind her own business, but she had just seen the man leave trailing a small girl. That little girl was just an ordinary person, looking like a minor. Combined with the thick cloudy aura and the smell of blood on his body, it was not hard to guess that the people he killed were ordinary people, so she hesitated for a moment, intending to go forward and take a look. If this man was really going to do something untoward to that little girl, when the police uncle is for work, anymore, there were still special departments around. and from the moment she realized that there were cultivators in this world as well, she had gone to check it out. Sure enough, China also had a special department, and the people in it were presumably all cultivators, specializing in solving this kind of evil cultivator with cruel means. After all, evil cultivators were in existence that everyone shouted at wherever they went. Chapter 28, You Like Me? Ha! Li Shanshan was carrying a bag of snacks and happily messaging her boyfriend, oblivious to the danger that had befallen her. With a snap, all the streetlights on the side of the road suddenly went out, and the only thing glowing faintly on the entire street was her cell phone. Li Shanshan trembled in fear, and the snacks in her hand fell to the ground. She turned on her cell phone flashlight and looked around, fiercely relieved that no one was there. What's going on here? A power outage? It shouldn't be. Can streetlights go out too? This road was the closest one she had to get home. It was a little out of the way, but there were streetlights and surveillance, so she wasn't usually too scared to walk here. But tonight the streetlights unexpectedly all suddenly went out. She did not dare to stay longer, hurriedly picked up the snacks on the ground, turned and ran. Where are you running to, little girl? Li Shanshan stopped her footsteps with a horrified look at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. You, who are you? There's surveillance all over this place. If you dare to mess around, you definitely won't be able to get away. The man smiled cruelly, his eyes gazing at her grimly. Surveillance like that doesn't work for me. Li Shanshan's eyes showed panic, swallowed hard, subconsciously backward. Fear spread all over the body. While running backward, shivering and reaching for the cell phone to call the police, there was a sudden pain in his wrist, and his cell phone fell to the ground, shattering, and the faint light faded. A large hand covered her mouth from behind, and she struggled hard but couldn't break free at all. A sorrowful voice rang in her ears. Don't worry, little girl. It will be quick and you won't feel a single ounce of pain. With a hint of despair in her eyes, she finally fainted. The man let go of his hand. His face was sinister. The corner of his mouth hooked up a strange smile, as he shouldered Li Shanshan to a side of the grass, only hearing a tearing sound. The white t-shirt on Li Shanshan's body was ripped open, and her pants were also ripped off by the man's force. Jia, a woman born on a Yin month and Yin day. Even if she's an ordinary person with no cultivation, but her Yuan Yin is still there. She's still a furnace that can't be missed. Just as he pulled down his pants and was about to make a move, a woman's sigh came to his ear. He was immediately alert. He had set up a boundary here. Ordinary people passing by would never notice it, and the only ones who could notice the boundary were cultivators. Immediately, he lifted his pants and looked around with a wary gaze. Su Coriander Pomelo walked over with a bunch of talismans in his hands. No wonder this man's body is so heavy with turbid gas. It turns out that he specializes in wreaking havoc on women born in this kind of Yin month and Yin day and Yin hour. Although a woman born in this kind of year is not a pure Yin body, as long as the Yuan Yin is still there, sucking the essence blood of her whole body can grow her cultivation. Wang Hui looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a wary gaze. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the woman in front of him, which meant that she must have a magic treasure on her to conceal her cultivation. She must be a disciple of those big families who came out to practice. It's better not to mess with it if you can. Little girl, I advise you to mind your own business. Su Coriander Pomelo shrugged. I don't want to mind my own business either, but unfortunately, the stench on you is really disgusting, and it just so happens that I've newly researched a few talismans, and I'd like to ask you to come and do an experiment. Wang Hui's gaze condensed, and his face was eerie. Asterisk. Don't give face to face. Since he had asked for his own death, don't blame him for being ruthless and killing so that no one would know. Disciples like this big family who came out to train must have a lot of things on their bodies, and a hint of greed flashed under Wang Hui's eyes. With Su Coriander Pomelo's cultivation at the first level of qi refining, it was true that she couldn't beat Wang Hui, but she had a lot of talismans on her. How could she, a little rookie, not prepare herself with more means to save her life? Su Coriander Pomelo grabbed a bunch of Heavenly Thunder talismans with his 5 fingers and threw them directly onto Wang Hui, using spiritual power yet also revealing her cultivation. Wang Hui retreated back and forth, dodging the talisman she threw over, staring at her grimly. It turns out to be nothing more than the first level of qi refining, but also dares to block my way. Suffer death. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. Even the first level of qi refining can kill you. The third level of qi refining is just a small hot chicken, and you can be smashed to death even with talismans. Su Coriander Pomelo's footwork was light and extremely fast, but also extremely tricky. Wang Hui could not catch her at all, having to dodge the talismans she threw at him at all times. The bottom of his eyes were filled with surprise. This is in the end which big family's children. How the body talismans so much. Look at her confident look, as if there is still very much. And how did she use so many talismans without her spiritual energy running out when she was only at the first level of qi refining? He secretly said it was bad and prepared to find a chance to escape. Su Coriander Pomelo counted the time. The police should be coming soon. She took out a talisman from her bosom. Thunder talisman, my newly researched talisman. Ugly old man, taste it ah. Wang Hui's pupils shrank as a dozen heavenly thunder talismans plus a thundering talisman were quickly thrown towards him. The Dantian spiritual energy had already been depleted for most of the time, and he had no way to retreat. Put! Wang Hui was slammed to the ground, dragged and scraped more than 10 meters away, and blood spurted out violently from his mouth. Who the hell are you? Su Coriander Pomelo slowly came to him and pulled out another thunder charm from his pocket, the corner of his mouth hooked. I'm your father. Casually, he threw the talisman at him. Wang Hui's eyes widened and he ended up completely dying on Su Coriander Pomelo's talisman. Su Coriander Pomelo clapped her hands, withdrew the boundary and walked out. Her physique was special. Any boundary would be of little use to her. I didn't realize that wearing into the book had brought her special physique with her, and the boundaries set by Wang Hui didn't work on her at all, which is why she walked in so easily. It was also thanks to Wang Hui's low cultivation level, or else he wouldn't have been so easily smashed to death by her talisman. After waiting for a while longer and listening to the sirens, Su Coriander Yuzu then left. Asterisk. Miss Su, it's finally time for you. Xiao Yunpurin crouched in the corner of the wall, and as soon as he saw Su Coriander Pomelo's figure, he immediately smiled with joy and chased after him. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyes and gave him a surprised look. What are you waiting for me for? Xiao Yunpurin cleared his throat and said aloud. In the middle of the night, you're a little girl alone. I'm afraid you're in danger. Well, at least my grandpa and your grandpa are close friends. Always have to protect you a little. Su Coriander Pomelo gave a beat, looked at him sideways. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, teasingly saying, What? You like me? Xiao Yunpurin. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face instantly flushed from his neck to his ears. No, that's straightforward? Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. Yo, I got you. You still really like me? Yeah, like. Xiao Yunpurin's throat rolled for a moment. He couldn't help but pinch his sleeves. He had been arrogant since he was a child, and he had never been so shy before when he was suddenly poked and prodded. Coriander Su gave a low chuckle. Oh, but I don't like you as a brat. She was a person who had lived for hundreds of years, and Xiao Yunpurin was a brat in front of her. Talk about a favorite. Huh? Xiao Yunpurin was confused. It was understandable that he didn't like him. After all, the two of them hadn't spoken a few words in total. But, what do you mean he's a brat? He was clearly a year older than her. Chapter 29, the special department is here. Miss Su, that's not right. I'm a year older than you. What do you mean I'm a brat? Xiao Yunpurin didn't understand, and without understanding he naturally had to ask for an understanding. Su Coriander Pomelo was speechless. If she had told him that she had lived for hundreds of years, he would have been afraid that he would have thought she was a psychopath. I don't like you anyway, so don't follow me. At that, Xiao Yunpurin's voice was not urgent. It's okay if you don't like me. How about we add a WeChat? Not waiting for her to refuse, she followed up with, seeing as my grandfather and your grandfather were close friends, can you give me a chance to chase you? Can't. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't give face to anyone, decisively refused, turned around and left. Xiao Yunpurin immediately followed and asked why. Su Coriander Grapefruit footsteps a beat, turned sideways to look at his appearance. Fair skin, cheeks angular, features extremely delicate, appearance can be described as absolutely beautiful. Thin lips color is light, slightly cool. With a height of nearly 188, she had to say that Xiao Yunpurin was the best looking one among the men she had seen. I don't like men who are better looking than me, so no chance for you, Xiao Yunpurin. Is this complimenting him or damaging him? There has never been a moment when it hurt so much that he was so good looking. How about a cut on the face? Just as Xiao Yunpurin was thinking about the feasibility of this approach, Su Coriander Pomelo's cell phone rang. Hey, right, it's me who called the police. Good, I'm now in the street across from Ryan's bar. Police uncle can take me by the way. Good. Line. Thank you police uncle. A short while later, a police car drove up and a young policeman approached. Hello, you're the one who called the police, right? Would you please come with us to the police station to make a statement? Su Coriander Yuzu wasn't surprised and nodded. Xiao Yunpurin returned to her senses and blocked in front of her. Wait, I'm with her. I'm coming with you guys. The young cop frowned and looked at the two suspiciously. Boy and girl friends? Fine, go together. Su Coriander Pomelo impatiently pushed him away. What boyfriend and girlfriend? Police uncle? I'm not familiar with him. The young cop tugged at the corners of his mouth. Still a temperamental young couple. Don't say. The two look not very old, but the long is the top of the good-looking. Standing together is very eye-catching. Sure enough, the good-looking ones went with the good-looking ones, and the not-so-good-looking ones like him just weren't wanted. All right, all come with me. So, both of them got into the police car. This is the first time Xiao Yun Purin sat in a police car, looking east and west, buttocks twisting around. Extremely curious, Su Coriander Pomelo expressionlessly sent a message to Su Mujin, asking him to come to the police station to pick her up later. Then a slap to the back of Xiao Yun Purin's head. Sit still, don't keep twisting around. Those who don't know will think you have ADHD. Xiao Yun Purin touched her head, blinking her eyes, and sat up straight obediently. Wow. The police station arrived soon after. The young policeman took Su Coriander Yuzu in alone to make a statement. Name: So Coriander Yuzu. Age: 17. Did you just call the police? Did you see something? Give a specific account. Su Coriander nodded. My little uncle took me to Ryan S. bar. He had something to go with his friend, so I was ready to leave. Then just went out and saw a middle-aged man tailing a girl. I'm not unsure if he's a bad guy, and a little scared on it to the police. Uncle policeman, is that man a bad man? The young cop nodded. He is indeed the bad guy. Su Coriander Pomelo exclaimed. Ah, is that girl alright? The older cop looked serious. The girl is fine, just unconscious, but the man is dead, in a horrible state. Did you see anything, little girl? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head in fear. I didn't dare to go forward. I didn't see anything. The young policeman was about to ask something else when the door suddenly opened from outside. Qian Wei, are you done with the questions? Almost. Why? The visitor whispered. This case is out of our hands. It has to be handed over to the special department. They're already here. Qian Wei froze and nodded. Okay, I know. Then he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Little girl, you really didn't see anything? Coriander Su still shook her head. No. Qian Wei pursed his lips. It looked like she really didn't know anything. Okay, let's go out. Outside. Ha, Perlin, why are you here? Xiao Yun Purin raised her eyes and looked at the person who spoke, narrowing her eyes. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled and asked, are you fighting again? Xiao Yun Purin rolled her eyes and the corner of her mouth tugged lightly. I accompanied my friend to make a statement. With a glance of his eyes, he saw Su Coriander Yuzu come out from inside. He immediately got up and came to her side. Have you finished asking questions? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed, and she glanced at the man and woman without moving. One at the 3rd level of Qi refining and one at the 4th level of Qi refining. The special branch guys are coming in real fast. It's just that I didn't expect Xiao Yun Purin to recognize them. She nodded faintly. Well, done asking. Xiao Yun pursed. Then let's go back together. It just happens to be on the way. Su Coriander Pomelo, no, my big brother will pick me up later. Xiao Yun Purin, then I'll rub up against your big brother's car. It's on the way anyway. The corner of Su Coriander Yuzu's mouth twitched. As you wish. She swept past Xiao Yun Purin with a turn of her feet, brushed past Xiao Yu and Nan Songshur without a second glance, and left the police station. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Good boy. Is this little girl someone you like? Xiao Yun Purin pursed down her lip line and nodded her head in acknowledgement. Well, like it. Nan Rongshur spared a glance at him with interest. TSK, didn't you always say that women would affect the speed at which you draw your sword, and that you'd rather spend your whole life in solitude than take a wife? How come? When you look at someone else's little girl's good looks, you like it? Can't you see that second young master Xiao is also so shallow? Xiao Yun Purin's complexion stiffened and her eyes looked at her rather unkindly. What does my business have to do with you? No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. Nan Rongshur skimmed her mouth. With this mouth of yours, it's deserved that little girl to be indifferent to you. Go ahead and be single for the rest of your life. Xiao Yun Purin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and stared at her. Nan Rongshur. Xiao Yu hurriedly rounded up the scene. Alright, don't argue. We're here to investigate the case. Let's go and check the wounds on the body. Nan Rongshur was dragged away by Xiao Yu. If he didn't get dragged away, he was afraid that the two would fight directly in the police station. Xiao Yun Purin hummed lightly, and seeing that Su Coriander Pomelo's figure was about to leave his sight, he hurriedly jogged to follow him. Su Coriander Pomelo's steps were not too tight and not too slow, just enough to catch all of their conversation in her ears. Turns out they not only knew each other, they were very familiar. Xiao Yu, also surnamed Xiao, was from the special department and was at the 4th level of Qi refining. It was evident that the Xiao family in the capital was not just a powerful family, but also had ties with the hidden family. So does Xiao Yun Purin know anything about the hidden family? Should have known. Chapter 30 gives you a chance to chase after me. Xiao Yun Purin walked side by side with her, looking sideways at Su Coriander, who was playing with her cell phone. The corner of her mouth held a smile, and her voice line revealed a teenager's temperament. Miss Su Coriander, just add a WeChat. Can't be lovers, we can be friends. Su Coriander Pomelo pondered for a moment, stopped and nodded. Okay, I'll sweep you up. The bottom of Xiao Yun Purin's eyes suddenly brightened. quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the QR code, and smiled brightly on his face. The smile deepened as he looked at the one green grapefruit-looking avatar. In fact, according to the power of the Shao family, it is able to find out the contact information of Su Coriander Pomelo, but he didn't. Respect for privacy is one aspect. On the other hand, it was that he felt that given her character, if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with her for the rest of his life. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at his screen name and was stunned for a moment, born with a violent temper. This guy is so arrogant. I don't know which character Shao Yunpuren's name is, so I simply just note him a character Shao. Shao Yunpuren, on the other hand, was simple and brutal, and note flechazo to Pomelo Su. It's Spanish for love at first sight. He put away his cell phone and raised his eyes to look at the night. His voice was low and pleasant. Su Coriander Pomelo, you just went to save someone in front of the bar, right? Su Coriander Yuzu paused for a moment without speaking. I know those two people just now. They're from a special department that specializes in solving things that ordinary people can't. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. Special department? Never heard of it. Shao Yunpuren's eyes deepened by a few points. You don't know, but your family's old man and the others should know. Shao Yu is my first cousin. Nan Rongshi is one of Nan Rong clan's most outstanding one of the descendants, and has a high status in the special department, and with both of them here, this case is definitely not simple. You're the one who called the police on this case, and they should be coming back to you for questioning. Su Coriander Pomelo's complexion didn't change in the slightest, and said in a faint voice, it seems that I have unintentionally crashed into the middle of a big event. Shao Yunpuren gazed slightly, her voice tinted with laughter. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It should just be a routine questioning as well. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him in surprise. What am I worried about? I didn't kill anyone. What am I worried about? Shao Yunpuren pursed her lips and spoke carelessly. It's also true that I'm the one who spoke too much. It just so happened that Su Mujin drove over at that moment. He saw Su Coriander Yuzu walking out of the police station with Shao Yunpuren and froze for a rare long time. Then they saw Shao Yunpuren and Su Coriander Pomelo sitting together in the back seat of the car. Little sister, why did you come out alone in the middle of the night? And why did you two come out of the police station together? Su Coriander Pomelo simply explained a sentence. I went to the bar with my little uncle. He and Uncle Meng had to leave beforehand. When I left the bar I saw a man tailing a girl, so I called the police. I heard them say the man was dead, so they made me come to the station to make a statement. Su Mujin rubbed his fingers on the corner of his forehead, his voice still gentle. Little uncle brought you to the bar? Does grandpa know about this? Should not know. Coriander Su wasn't sure. Su Mujin, you know all about little uncle and Mengi? I know. I understand and am very supportive. True love has no gender. Su Coriander Yuzu smiled and opened her mouth. Big brother, don't ask. Hurry back. I'm sleepy. One last question. Su Mujin looked at Shao Yunpuren and narrowed her eyes. How did second young master Shao come out of the police station with my sister? Shao Yunpuren smiled. I met her in front of the bar. It's not because I'm afraid that she's not safe out there alone as a girl. Well, at least my grandpa and your grandpa are old friends. A hint of surprise flashed under Su Mujin's eyes. Really? Second young Shao is quite kind. Aha! Su Mujin didn't say anything else and drove at ease. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched, and suddenly came to a trace of interest, opening his cell phone to send him a WeChat. Yuzu warrior, why don't you tell my big brother that you followed me all the way to ask for my WeChat specifically because you like me? Shao Yunpuren glanced at the message and raised an eyebrow, meeting Su Coriander's teasing eyes. He guffawed and his slender fingers snapped and typed on his phone. Su Coriander's gaze fell to staring at his bony hands, perhaps because the skin was too fair. The veins extending from his small arms to the back of his hands were slightly raised, which was nice to look at. She was a little ticked off that no one knew she was actually a serious hand controller. Such a nice looking hand. I would love to cut it off and make a specimen. Shao, the head is not iron. I'm afraid of being beaten by you. The vibration of her cell phone brought her back to her senses and she looked down. Yuzu warrior, I'll give you a chance to chase me. Want it or not? Shao Yunpuren's eyes instantly lit up. Shao, too. Yuzu warrior, give me your hand to touch. Shao Yunpuren's heart and mind moved slightly and looked at her sideways, realizing that her gaze had been on his hand, and the bottom of her eyes were hot. He understood instantly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Shao, your big brother is still ahead. Yuzu warrior, if you find out, you find out. He can't control me. Shao, then, a little? Yuzu warrior, aha. Shao Yunpuren put down his phone, quietly moved his butt towards Su Coriander's direction, and passed his hand over. Su Coriander Yuzu rubbed her hands with extreme excitement. It had been a long time since she had seen such beautiful hands with such a beautiful bone structure. I really want to chop it up and make a specimen. Unfortunately, Shao Yunpuren's identity didn't look simple, so he couldn't be moved for the time being. For a moment, Xiao Yunpurin felt a chilling sensation behind her back. The next second a pair of small hands took hold of his large hand and stroked it carefully. His breath caught slightly and his whole body froze. Growing up, because of special reasons, as long as there is a female touch him, he felt extremely bored, hate to leave the female 8 feet away, so that he once thought he liked men to come. And now that he was being touched by Su Coriander Yuzu's hand, he didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he wanted to go further, much further. I don't know what came to mind, but his face flushed and his throat rolled involuntarily, even his fingers curled slightly. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't know what Xiao Yunpurin was thinking. When she was looking at it, she felt that these hands were superb and wanted to make a specimen, and by the time she touched it this idea had reached its peak. The nails are neatly manicured, the bones are thin and fine, and there is not a single blemish. She was mesmerized by what she was looking at, and extremely mesmerized by what she was touching. Then it was discovered by Su Mujin. When he stopped at the red light, he swept a glance in the rearview mirror at the two people behind him, and his eyes widened. His sister, not yet a teenager, took a pair of men's hands and touched them perversely. His glasses fell off the bridge of his nose in shock, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Little sister, second young master Xiao, what are you guys doing?" Chapter 31, We suspect you've been taken over. Hearing Su Mujin's surprised voice, Su Coriander Pomelo played with Xiao Yunpurin's hand and returned without lifting his head. Playing with a hand is just a matter of playing with a hand. Big brother, don't be too surprised. Su Mujin, and play a hand? Do you want to play something else? He swished and glared at Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin leaned back a bit, her eyes drifting to the window, just not looking at him. Su Mujin opened his mouth, really not knowing what to say. He sort of realized that this sister grew up outside and got the immortal method. She was already all anti-bone. He was not qualified to discipline her. The green light arrived and he had to turn back and keep driving. Every now and then, he looked at the two of them in the car's rearview mirror. After observing the whole way, he realized that Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze had been falling on Xiao Yunpurin's hand, and there was only admiration in her eyes, nothing else. It was a relief to him. It turns out that Su Coriander Yuzu is still a hand controller. Xiao Yunpurin from the initial shyness blushed to the end. He also found Su Coriander simply just hand control. For him not the slightest other extra thoughts. His demeanor faded. There was never a moment when I felt that I could chase girls with beautiful hands. When he got back, he would look up ways to protect his hands and make sure they didn't receive a single injury. What a great hand cream to buy all the way back. 20 minutes later, the car drove into Mission Hills. First, he sent Xiao Yunpurin, the eldest young master, back to the Su family. Xiao Yunpurin smiled and waved at Su Coriander Pomelo sitting in the car and turned around to enter the Su family. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yunpurin's hand fondly. There are quite a few beautiful hands, but hands this bony and beautiful to the core are really rare. Su Mujin, the great bastard, sent Su Coriander Pomelo to the Su family's ancestral home again, and when she went inside, she drove away from Mission Hills again, living like a chauffeur for the two. Su Coriander Pomelo returned to her room, and after washing up she first drew talismans for a while to replenish what she had used up today. Then he took out a few spirit stones and began to cultivate. Today's incident made her understand that there were many hidden cultivators in the Sea City, but whenever Wang Hui was a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining, she would not mind her own business and turn around. It wasn't a solution to always use spirit stones to cultivate like this. She couldn't go to that deep mountain before. When she finished recording the variety show, she would find a new deep mountain and bring the little wolf cubs up there to cultivate. This storage bag given to her by the wolf demon not only contained spirit stones, but also some spirit weapons, and the injuries on its body were also inflicted by the cultivator. She's not a cutie. That deep mountain is definitely off limits. Early the next morning, Su Coriander Yuzu had just opened her eyes when she received a phone call. Xiao Yunpurin was right yesterday, because she was the one who called the police. The police station side is going to make her go there again. Su Coriander Pomelo went downstairs after washing up and briefly explained the situation to Elder Su. Special department? Elder Su frowned. Pomelo, you guys know your identity? Su Coriander Pomelo smiled and shook her head. In their eyes, I'm just an ordinary person. Elder Su understood. Okay, have the driver take you there. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded in response. Coincidentally, in the world of her previous life there were also hermit clans, disciples who were not in clans or families, collectively known as casual cultivators. In their eyes, the lives of casual cultivators were the least valuable. Although she is arrogant but not cocky, she re-entered the novice village. A cultivation into nothingness. Obscene development is the most important thing for her now. Half an hour later, arrived in front of the police station. The two people who approached her for questioning this time, Nan Rongshi and Xiao Yu. In a small room, Nan Rongshi looked at the information on top of the computer. Su Coriander Pomelo, the Su family's Su Payang and Lin Wenshua's biological daughter. was carried by mistake as a child, grew up in an orphanage, and on the day of her return, she beat up the Su family's fake daughter Su Jiao Jiao, and was picked up by Elder Master Su and returned to the ancestral home. A few days ago at the Su family banquet, Su Muxu and Su Muyu discussed making a fool out of you at the top of the Su family banquet, but someone knew the plan ahead of time and turned the tables on you. Saying that, he looked towards Su Coriander Pomelo and raised an eyebrow. Looking at it like this, Miss Su is indeed a character with a grudge. It's just that, after we checked all the news of Miss Su's first 17 years, how come we feel that Miss Su's character now is a different person from before? Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. Her tone was quite puzzled. I just did a good deed and reported it to the police. How come all my information is still found out? Is this legal? Is every dedicated citizen who sees fit to help call the police going to be pants checked by the police department? Nan Rongshire smiled blandly. When our special department does something, it's naturally reasonable and lawful. Such a big difference in personality before and after. Su Coriander Pomelo, we reasonably suspect that you've been taken over. Su Coriander Pomelo was dumbfounded. What special department? What kind of reclaiming? Have you guys read too many novels? Xiao Yu carefully observed the expression on her face. Her sword brows slightly wrinkled, looking like she indeed did not know anything. He took out a crescent-shaped stone from his bag and placed it on top of the table. Su Coriander Yuzu, place your hand on top of the table. If you weren't taken over, this stone won't have any movement. Su Coriander Yuzu rolled her eyes. I say you guys aren't reading too many TV drama novels? What's with taking over or not taking over? Do you really think you're a cultivator who can cultivate? Nan Rongshire's tone was unkind. Su Coriander Pomelo, take the initiative to put your hand over. Or don't blame us for using special means. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted and leaned back a bit. I'm a good citizen. I haven't committed anything. You police officers dare to use special means on me for no reason. Aren't you afraid of my Su family's retaliation? Nan Rongshire coldly swept a glance at her, but it was just to put her hand on top of this stone. The tone was so pushy. I think it must have really been taken over. She and Xiao Yu both looked at each other and stood up to close in on her. Su Coriander Yuzu's eyes went cold, quickly dodging the moment Nan Rongshire grabbed her wrist. Come on, you really want to use special means on me? What special department you guys have is nothing more than that. Nan Rongshire's tone was cold, with a slight hint of mockery. Miss Su, if you really weren't taken over by someone, and it's just a piece of stone, why are you so resistant? Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly, the corner of her mouth hooked. But I'm a person born with a rebel bone. The more you want to let do something, the less I'm happy to do it. Xiao Yu's face also changed. Grabbing Nan Rongshire's hand that was about to move her spiritual power, he shook his head at her. She was after all the person Xiao Yunpuren liked. Nan Rongshire let out a light snort as the spiritual energy in her hands dissipated. Xiao Yu looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and said in a faint voice, Miss Su, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Don't make it too ugly. Su Coriander Pomelo's expression didn't move. There are two of you. If you really want to hold me down, I definitely can't beat you. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I put my hand on top of the stone later, and the stone doesn't move, you guys apologize to me, and if it does, I won't run. I'll be at your disposal. Chapter 32 A rabbit will bite when it's cornered. What? Nan Rongshire glared at Su Coriander Pomelo, her tone extremely unkind. Do you know who we are, and you're asking us to apologize to you? If it weren't for the fact that you're the one Xiao Yunpuren likes, do you think you're qualified to have me come to seek you out for questioning? Do you deserve it? Don't give your face away. Last night they checked Wang Hui's body. His whole body was burnt. It seemed that he was killed by a large amount of Heavenly Thunder Talisman. That's the most powerful Heavenly Thunder Talisman in terms of killing power. Not being a Thunder Spirit Root simply couldn't draw such a Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and could only draw some Mind Talismans with lower damage power. Nowadays, it had been a long time since there had been any Thunder Spirit Root disciples from the major hidden clans. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman hadn't appeared in the world for a long time either, so when they found out about it, they reported it to the department. The people over at the department guessed that there might be a Thunder Spirit Root cultivator amongst the casual cultivators, telling them to make sure to find him and recruit him to the department. Just checking never found a trace of it, and thought of the alarmist. Maybe she saw something. Learning the identity of the alarmist, they checked Su Coriander Yuzu's information from childhood to adulthood overnight. Then it was discovered that something was very wrong. From the time Su Coriander Yuzu returned to the Su family, the character displayed was completely different from before. Suspected of being taken over, and so the current conversation came about. Su Coriander Pomelo curved up the corner of her mouth, took out her cell phone from her pocket and shook it in their eyes. Very well, the police verbally abused the warm-hearted citizen who called the police to save the innocent girl. I have recorded the whole thing, and I wonder what the netizens should do when this passage is posted online. Nan Rongshire was furious and said in a stern voice, "You dare to record? Are you really not afraid of death?" Su Coriander Pomelo was unimpressed. "Do you dare to kill me? You!" Xiao Yu promptly grabbed Nan Rongshire, who was about to rage and kill. He looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a cold face. "Miss Su, we'll bet with you." Su Coriander Pomelo laughed lightly. "That's not all. You have to break it off with me." She stepped forward indifferently, casually placing her hand on the stone, which didn't budge in the slightest. Then he put his other hand up as well, disdainfully. "A broken stone is just a broken stone. What's taking over the body? What kind of psychopathic delusional person can become a police officer? I don't know how you guys got your police license. I seriously doubt there's an inside job here." Nan Rongshire was about to explode with anger. If it wasn't for Xiao Yu stopping her, she would have to teach her a good lesson. How dare she call them psychopaths? Su Coriander Pomelo withdrew her hand and looked at the two of them with a raised eyebrow. "How about it? It's okay now." "If it's not okay, I can still hold this stone in my arms." Xiao Yu rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. The fact that the stone did not move meant that the person in front of him was not the one who took over the body. It was indeed a misunderstanding on their part, and for Xiao Yun Purin's sake, an apology was not out of the question. "I'm sorry, it's us who misunderstood Miss Su." Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Nan Rongshire. Xiao Yu tugged on Nan Rongshire's sleeve, and she took a deep breath, saying an extremely reluctant "I'm sorry." Marred. If it wasn't for that brat Xiao Yun Purin, to hell with her. The corner of Su Coriander Yuzu's eyes curved. "So can I go now?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Yes." Su Coriander Pomelo turned away without hesitation. After the people left, Nan Rongshire regained her senses. "Xiao Yu, just letting her go like that. She won't tell anyone about the special department, right?" Xiao Yu sighed. "She suspects that both of us are psychopaths with delusions of grandeur. So I guess neither of us is taking this seriously." Nan Rongshire didn't understand. Then why did she push back in the beginning, causing me to really suspect that she had been taken over by someone? And also, her character has really been like a different person since she returned to the Su family. Xiao Yu frowned and thought about it. The moonstone is something from the department. It's unlikely that it would be faked. As for why her personality suddenly changed drastically, I think it's probably maybe because of the way Su's family treated her, with her biological parents favoring the fake millennial and allowing their son to bully her. A rabbit will bite when it's cornered, let alone a human being. In her heart, she should hate her real parents very much. Hearing him say this, Nan Rongshire thought about it and nodded rather agreeably. In that case, she's quite pitiful. I see what's written on top of this information I've looked up. She started looking for a part-time job since junior high school, and has never stopped. Originally a young lady of $1,000, but she has lived such a miserable life. It's not easy to be found back. Right, her biological parents already have the girl who replaced her by their side. Not only that, but the biological parents favor the girl who enjoys the blessings in her place. If this were me, I might not be able to resist killing everyone. Xiao Yu laughed. So, her thorns are all for her own protection. It's us who misunderstood people. An apology is no big deal. Nan Rongshire nodded her head. Let's not talk about her. Let's hurry up and go find that thunder spirit root scattering cultivator. That's the right thing to do. On the other side, Su Coriander Pomelo, who had left the police station, turned a little bit cold. She hadn't taken over anyone else, and wasn't quite sure if she was, only that she had heard that when you took over someone else's body, it would take a long time to apply, and you might even suffer a backlash unless you were one of those great powers with a strong soul. And her soul had fit perfectly from the moment she had penetrated this body, without discomfort. So just now she was gambling. Gambling win, she continued to be her Miss Su. Gambling lose, just run. The world is big. Is not there still not a hiding place for her? Fortunately, she won the bet. The black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the police station. The driver, Lao Wang, saw Su Coriander coming out and hurriedly opened the car door and walked down. "Uncle Wang, do you know where the High City Antique Market is? Take me there." The old king nodded. "Yes, Missy," he said, opening the back door for her. Coriander Su leaned back and closed her eyes for a moment to fake sleep. A vibration came from the cell phone. On it were a few messages from Xiao Yunpurin, and she hadn't replied to the good night she'd sent her yesterday. "Xiao, did the police station call you over again?" "Xiao, I heard it was Xiao Yu and the others who talked to you. They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him and ignored him. Not a moment later, Xiao Yunpurin sent a few more messages. "Xia, are you out there now? Xia, there's a race for the team this afternoon. Do you want to come and watch it?" Su Coriander Pomelo frowned and returned a disinterested comment. "Xia, come watch me play. I'll touch your hand." Xia has withdrawn a message. "Yuzu warrior, I saw it." "Xiao." Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow and smiled, thinking that this little brat was quite amusing, trying to seduce her with his hand. I have to say she did have a heart attack. "Yuzu warrior, I'm going to the antique market now. Xiao Yun Purin on the other side of the cell phone jumped up from the top of the sofa with a carp. The expression was extremely excited. Su Coriander Pomelo took the initiative to send a message to tell him about her location. What does that mean? It means she is inviting him to go with her. All the more reason why she has a crush on him. Sha, I'm going too. Yuzu warrior, you're here and you're paying for all the spending. Sha, no problem. The last thing he needs is money. Chapter 33, Antique Market. Targeted. Uncle Wang, you park the car next to it. I'll just go in by myself. Old Wan looked at Su Coriander Pomelo from the rearview mirror. His tone was a bit worried. Missy, the antique market is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. There are all kinds of people. I don't feel confident if you go in alone. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. It's fine. I found a friend to accompany me in. That's fine. Old Wang parked the car on the side of the road. When he heard Su Coriander Pomelo say another sentence, Uncle Wang, you go back first. You don't have to wait for me. And if Grandpa asks you, you can just say that I'm with Xiao Ershao, so that he doesn't have to worry about it. The old king nodded. Yes, Missy. Su Coriander Pomelo looked towards Xiao Yun Purin, who was not far away and should have been waiting for a while, holding 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. Xiao Yun Purin's eyebrows surfaced with a smirk as he walked towards her and handed her the milk tea in his hand. She took the milk tea he handed her and looked at him with a smile. The young master of the hallowed Xiao family would even drink milk tea? Xiao Yun Purin was not amused and said, the young master of the Xiao family is also a commoner. And naturally, you can't miss something as delicious as milk tea. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow and inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a sip. It was her favorite honey grapefruit tea. That makes sense. The antique market in the sea city is indeed similar to what old Wang said, mixed with fish and dragons. Many people on the street went straight to the ground and sat down with a number of things in front of them, setting up stalls on the spot. There are also a lot of people who come here to shop, all hoping to get good stuff from here and get rich overnight. As the two entered, many eyes fell on them, especially Xiao Yun Purin, a famous brand, and that untamed temperament, looking like a young master with a superior family. Xiao Yun Purin looked sideways at Su Coriander Pomelo and asked suspiciously, what do you want to come here for? Gambling on stones. Gambling on stones? Xiao Yun pursed. You know how to gamble on stones? Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. No, come to have some fun and say yes. You pay later. Xiao Yun Purin nodded. There's a gambling store here that seems to be owned by the Ji family, and there's quite a lot of jade that's been opened. Let me take you there to take a look? Su Coriander Yuzu nodded indifferently. It was the same to go to either one. For ordinary people, the aura in jade can nourish the body and is an excellent accessory. But for cultivators, the aura in the jade is really turbid. Absorbing it into the dantian, and taking time to clear the turbid chi, it's too much of a waste of time. And Su Coriander Pomelo's special physique followed her to this body. A physique that could ignore all knots besides. Another point is that you can absorb the aura from various jades for your own use. And when the aura reaches the dantian, the turbid chi automatizes into nothingness. It was also why her cultivation had risen so quickly in her previous life, reaching the Jindan stage in less than 200 years. If it wasn't for the fact that she realized yesterday that she was able to freely enter and exit the boundary set up by Wang Hui, she wouldn't have known that this special physique had followed her over. The two of them arrived at the Ji family's gambling casino. Xiao Yun Purin waved his big hand and spoke leisurely. Buy as many as you want. Little master, I have plenty of money. Su Coriander Pomelo's expression was light and leisurely as she curved the corners of her mouth. Second young master Xiao is generous. Then I won't be polite. There's a price to pay for trying to chase her. This little kid must not have tried the evils of the world. Today let him learn a lesson. Big words cannot be said at will. So, Su Coriander Pomelo strolled from the first floor to the second floor. In her previous life she went to a lot of gambling parlors because of this special physique, and some of the stones she could tell if there was any jade in them as soon as she touched them. Looking at her almost touching the stone and putting it into the cart, the corner of Xiao Yun Purin's mouth twitched. He finally knew why she wanted to take a cart, and couldn't help but ask out, are you here to stock up on goods, or are you here to screw me out of money? Su Coriander Pomelo also thought seriously. Both. Why? You regret it here? Xiao Yun Purin sniffed and lifted his chin with a haughty face. Buy as much as you want. The little master has only money left on his poor body. He is not afraid of you being a loser. Su Coriander Yuzu suppressed a smile at the corner of her mouth. I hope you'll still be able to say that later. Xiao Yun Purin raised his eyebrows diffidently and said leisurely, little master is as good as his word. Asterisk. A total of 51,100,000. Duan Hong looked at Su Coriander Pomelo in surprise. Little girl, you're here to buy goods? It was the first time he had seen someone buy so many stones in total, and some of them were so ugly that they would not produce jade at first sight. Which one of the big ladies is out to spread her money again? $52 million. Please help me deliver the stone to Mission Hills. Mission Hills? Duan Hong instantly realized that the people living in the Mission Hills villa were not short of money. Originally, there was no need for home delivery in the store, but since this young lady had added money and still lived in Mission Hills, it was okay to give a delivery. Okay, that's fine, but Mission Hills doesn't let outsiders in. Just drop it off outside. I'll leave you a number. Call me when you get there. Xiao Yunpurin took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Duan Hong. Swipe it. Hiss. Duan Hong's eyes moved slightly. Get it. Confirmed. This comes to loose money of the great young master and young lady. After paying the money and leaving her contact information, she dragged Xiao Yunpurin to another gambling store. A second sweep was opened. Xiao Yunpurin. Fortunately, it's a good thing the Xiao family has money, or else it would really be a slap in the face. There are a total of a dozen gambling stores in the antique market, each of which she wandered through, told the address, and left her contact information. I have to leave some soup for others. Su Coriander Pomelo is not so heartless to buy all the stones with jade. It cost a total of $900 million. Xiao Yunpurin paid it off without blinking. By the end of the day, Su Coriander Pomelo was a little embarrassed. This little kid is really giving it up. She thought, they've only met a few times and they like it that much? She didn't ask more questions. The teenager's pride was still strong. What Su Coriander Pomelo doesn't know is that Xiao Yunpurin he really doesn't care. 900 million only. It's worth it to spend a little bit of money to buy the girl you like to be happy. It was just that they were spending money in such a high-profile manner that they had attracted a lot of attention after all. Su Coriander Yuzu finished the last sip of milk tea, then gently threw it ready to be thrown into the garbage without error. Walking to a less crowded street, Su Coriander Pomelo glanced behind her without moving. Xiao Yunpurin. We're being watched. Xiao Yunpurin was stunned and instantly thought of what it was about. Narrowing her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flashed under her eyes. A group of things that don't know how to die. Then he whispered soothingly, don't be afraid. I'll call the bodyguard to come over. Coriander Su, I'm afraid it's too late. The two of them didn't look very old, but they were so generous, looking like second-generation people with money in their families. This antique market is a mixed bag, and there is no shortage of people who want money for their lives. I guess they were going to be caught before the bouncers came. Chapter 34. Hands are well protected by me. No, they hadn't even taken 2 steps before they were surrounded by a group of people. The surrounding passers-by see the situation is not good. Have dispersed. More than one thing is better than one thing. Look at their appearance is not to be messed with. Not to mention taking video to the police. Even now is the rule of law society. There are outlaws. Antique market inside the monitoring is like a decoration. With or without not much difference. The two were so high profile they didn't bat an eye at spending $900 million in just one morning. I'm rich and kidnap me are written all over my body. Just kidnap the two of them and blackmail them to escape abroad. Who can do anything about them? The head of the man of 1 meter 9, 5 big and 3 thick, a tendon meat, masks and hats worn on his face like an adult wearing a child's masks and hats. The man's big, thick voice came out, 2 little guys, be honest if you know what's good for you. We don't want our lives, just money. Su Coriander Yuzu tugged at the corner of her mouth. Then you're quite nice. Xiao Yunpurin's gaze condensed. You didn't even bother to check our identities before kidnapping people? Are you really not afraid of death? Zhuo Dao shouted sternly. What's the point of wasting words? No matter what your status is, even if you are the son of the police chief, I dare to tie them up. Tie them all up for me. Xiao Yunpurin pulled Su Coriander Pomelo with one hand to protect her behind him, and kicked away the people who were going to come over to arrest them. He was protecting Su Coriander Pomelo while fighting, and no one touched them, but he injured several of them instead. Seeing this, Zhuo Dao ruthlessly quenched a mouthful towards the ground. His eyes were sinister and vicious. Kid, a bit capable. Everyone copy, as long as people don't die. At first they did not move weapons, but also because the two people looked tender skin, look like the world is not deep into the second generation. Catching them is not yet committed to use weapons. But when they saw Xiao Yunpurin's stance, they knew that they were the ones who were careless. Hearing Zhuo Dao's words, the little brothers took out their daggers from their pants pockets. People like them who often play with their lives. Their pants are specially made, and each of them will have an extra long pocket sewn on the outside of their pants for their weapons. There are daggers and guns. Xiao Yunpurin furrowed her brows and pulled Su Coriander Pomelo back continuously. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him and said in surprise, actually, all they want is money. We don't need to play with them. Xiao Yunpurin's eyebrows were slightly cold. Her eyes were extraordinarily sharp. They are all outlaws who are not afraid of death. Who knows if they will suddenly change their mind after taking the money. It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened before. Especially those girls who are long and pretty. One can only imagine what they will go through. Coriander Su paused for a moment. You can't beat them. I'll hold them off. You run. Xiao Yun pursed. Su Coriander Pomelo, do you think I can outrun them as a little girl? Xiao Yun, I'll hold them back and prevent them from chasing after them. While the two were talking, someone had already rushed over with a dagger. Xiao Yun Purin dead guarded Su Coriander Pomelo by his side. His hands were extremely good. It could be seen that he had practiced since he was a child. It was just that the other side was extremely crowded and had weapons in their hands, and with his bare hands, he got several cuts on his arms. Xiao Yun Purin sidestepped to avoid the dagger that was stabbing at him and seized the opportunity to grab Yellow Hair's arm and twisted it with force, making a clicking sound. The shoulder joint had fallen off. He snatched Yellow Hair's dagger with his other hand and stabbed it fiercely. Coriander Su, take this opportunity to run. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips slightly and looked deeply at him. Then without the slightest hesitation, she turned around and ran. Xiao Yun Purin. He laughed softly. That was pretty desperate. With a weapon in his hand and no need to protect Su Coriander Pomelo at all times, he tilted his head and looked at the injury above his arm. His eyes had a tyrannical ruthlessness in them, like a bloodthirsty beast that made people shudder. One grabbed the hair of the man who was going to grab Su Coriander Pomelo and slammed it hard towards the ground. Only heard a thud sound. The man was hard to be smashed fainted. The corner of his mouth hooked. Little master, I haven't been injured for a long time. If it weren't for her being there, with you guys you'd be worthy of hurting me. The dagger spun in his hand, and with a fitful step forward, he stabbed the nearest man in the arm. Immediately afterward no one could ever get close enough to him, let alone capture him. That sword fighting style like a mad dog made the left path can't help but rise a trace of fear. Secretly, it was bad. It seemed that this time they had really messed with the wrong people. He bellowed, "Run!" Xiao Yun Purin raised his lips, but a strange icy coldness flashed in his eyes. Ha! Trying to run? Half an hour later, the police rushed in, and with them the ambulance. Of course, the lifts are all those people. None of them were dead, but each was seriously injured. Su Coriander Yuzu stood beside the police car, watching the bruised teenager walk over expressionlessly. She raised a luxuriant eyebrow and came to rise to the occasion. Xiao Yun Purin stopped a meter away from Su Coriander Yuzu and suddenly grinned at her, revealing a row of neat white teeth and spreading his hand. Su Coriander Yuzu, look, the hand was well protected by me and I didn't let it get hurt. I smell like blood, so I won't go over there and smoke you. Su Coriander, you don't have a broken brain, do you? That's not right. That's not how it's done in the TV show. Why isn't he angry that she ran off on her own, alone, with no regard for his life? Shouldn't he have come to question her? Why did you run away without me? I was blind to like you. Xiao Yun Purin's eyes under those long eyelashes were slightly wild and domineering. Su Coriander Pomelo, you promised to watch me play this afternoon. Don't lie to me. Su Coriander Grapefruit. No kidding. All this and still thinking about the race. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin got into the police car separately and went to the police station again. The left channel has a lot of lives in his hands. Kidnapped a lot of people who have money in their families and are not yet deep in the world. He said that as long as the money does not want to live, there are a lot of people who believe it. But when they got the money, they tore up the tickets, especially the girls, frying them first and then killing them, and dying extremely horrible deaths, with no regard for human life at all. The sheriff's department has been looking into this for a long time. This time they did a good job at sort of doing that, and after taking the statement, they came out soon after. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched slightly as she watched Xiao Yun Purin 8 feet away from her. Honestly, even if he was far away from her, the smell of blood, she could still smell it. Xiao Yun Purin, what's going on? I have a question. Coriander Su looked at him. You say, you know I'm in shape, right? Xiao Yun Purin paused for a moment and nodded. I know. I knew it from the first time we met. After all, what weak woman could slap his locomotive? Su Coriander Pomelo had a slight hint of curiosity in her tone. Then why weren't you angry when I left you alone and ran off there? Chapter 35, Yo. Who's this wife-watching stone? Xiao Yun Purin pondered for a moment, thinking carefully about the question. I don't know. By rights I should be angry. But I thought that if you made a move, you might get hurt. And the thought of you getting hurt made me even angrier. The likes of 17 and 18-year-old teenagers are always so hot and unforgettable. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly, suppressing the trace of strange emotions in her heart. A red extremely tawdry Ferrari parked in front of the two. The window opened, and Su Yushu Dust poked his head out. Xiao Air, I heard about the antique market. Are you alright? He looked at the wounds above Xiao Yun Purin's arm and stared in astonishment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're injured. Those people are actually that capable of giving you injuries? Xiao Yun Purin's face darkened. I asked you to drive over to pick me up, and this is what you're driving? Shuyua Dust, otherwise which car to drive? Xiao Yun Purin opened the car door and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. You go up and sit down. Let Su Yutian send you back. It was only then that Su Yutian realized Su Coriander Pomelo's figure. He froze for a moment and reacted instantly. Feeling Xiao Air, this is a hero to save the beauty to be injured. That's not right. We didn't add WeChat yesterday. Why are you out on a date today? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the top of his arm, the injury that seemed to still be bleeding, and shook her head. You guys go to the hospital, I'll take a taxi back later. After a pause, he continued. Don't worry, I'll be there to watch you play this afternoon, so don't lose the game then because of the injury above your arm. She's concerned about him. The corner of Xiaoyun Purin's eyes curved slightly. This small injury won't affect me. Su Coriander Yusu stood there, her brows clear, waving her hand at him. Hurry to the hospital, he said and turned to leave in the other direction. Xiaoyun Purin's blazing deep eyes stared at her back for a long time without blinking, until Su Yushin couldn't look away and coughed lightly in dissatisfaction. Still up or not, if you don't take care of your arm, watch out for the scar. At the end, he added meaningfully, I guess no girl likes a man covered in scars. Xiaoyun Purin returned to her senses and lazily got into the car. Go to the hospital. Su Yu Dust raised eyebrows. Feelings you this is a hero to save the beauty to be injured ah? Xiaoyun Purin leaned back. Aha! Su Yushu Dust gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. Yesterday there was no WeChat. Today it's out on a date. Worthy of being the second young master Xiao. Xiaoyun Purin's thin lips rippled with a touch of reckless arc. She came to see us play in the afternoon. You guys don't meet a shame. Only allowed to win, not allowed to lose. Got it. Su Yu Dust a foot to the gas pedal. You still worry about yourself. Arm are injured. Will not affect the afternoon play. Xiaoyun Purin lightly lowered the corner of her lips and said, full of concern, it's just a small injury. The injuries he had received in training were 10 times heavier than this, and he really didn't care about this knife wound, which would automatically heal in a couple of days. But since Su Coriander Pomelo told him to go to the hospital, it would be good to go to the hospital. On the other hand, Su Coriander Pomelo took a taxi back to Mission Hills. On the way she got a phone call, a call from the guy at the gambling store. The people in the antique market have also heard the news that Zuodao intended to kidnap a man and a woman, but was injured instead and was arrested by the police. Zuodao is famous for wanting money but not life. His hands are stained with a lot of people's lives, but he is like a slippery person. The police how to catch him cannot be caught. I didn't expect to fall on my face this time. A dozen or so people from the gambling store they all naturally knew each other. The fact that Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiaoyun Purin had spent $900 million on jade had long since spread. They exchanged news, and once they got together, they simply rented a car to put all the jade they had bought together and sent it to Mission Hills. The people who live in Mission Hills are either rich or expensive, and money can't buy them. The left channel had even hit them with their ideas, and they deserved to die. Duan Hong eagerly stepped forward and asked with a smile, little girl, we've sent the stuff, do you want to take a look? Su Coriander Pomelo said in a faint voice, no need, I believe you guys wouldn't dare fool me. The smile on Duan Hong's face remained unchanged. That's for sure. Doing business is all about integrity. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him, turned around and made a phone call, asking Old Wang to drive out and bring the van in. Half an hour later, Elder Su looked at the yard full of jade. His lips wriggled a few times, and instead of asking, he said another thing. Yu Zhu, I heard about it. You and the Xiao family's boy were almost kidnapped, and the Su family will step in to put pressure on the police side in this matter. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly asked, Grandpa, is the Xiao family in the capital very powerful? How does it compare to the Su family? In the capital the Xiao family is indeed powerful. The current head of the Xiao family is Xiaoyun Purin's father. The Xiao family in the capital is similar to the Su family's position in the Sea City. Master Su frowned, looked at her surprised and asked, you have a good relationship with that boy, from the Xiao family? Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. Haven't seen a few faces. Grandpa, Xiaoyun Purin was injured today. Since the Xiao family is so powerful, the Su family doesn't need to care. Those who hurt him definitely won't be able to get out of the police station. Elder Su thought about it. That's true. Moreover, those who hurt Xiaoyun Purin are outlaws, with people's lives in their hands, so they naturally can't get out of the police station. He's guarding against the fact that there's an umbrella of leftists in the middle of the police department. The second young master of the Xiao family was injured by them, so how could the Xiao family not put pressure on the police? And these jades? Don't worry about this, Grandpa. I'm useful. Elder Su nodded his head, thinking of her status as an immortal master. He didn't ask any more questions. I just had a good lunch with the old man, and not a moment later, I saw the positioning sent by Xiaoyun Purin. She put away her cell phone, spoke to the old man, and let old Wang drive her to the competition venue. The sun is shining brightly. Locomotive Raceway. Xiaoyun Purin, wearing a black biker suit and boots, sat on the steps with a lazy face, propped up her chin and looked outside, seemingly waiting for someone. Yo, whose wife-watching stone is this? Jihan Ran was also dressed in a biker outfit, leaning against the wall with his arms wrapped around his chest, looking at him with a teasing face. Xiaoyun Purin glanced at him carelessly. You want to be a wife-watching stone. Do you see Su Jiao Jiao? She'll give you one? Ji Xuanran's face smile suddenly stiffened, but was once secretly in love with a woman with a malicious mind. How with a case file like? From time to time someone used to dislike him a bit. Su Yushu just suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Alright, don't provoke him. Don't you know the power of that mouth of his? Jai Hunrun bristled. Xiao Yunpurin continued to sit motionless on the steps looking out the door. Her eyes steeply lit up when she watched the girl with a high ponytail walk in. The next moment, immediately stood up to meet him. You're here? Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze gazed at him for a moment, her eyes tainted with a few hints of teasing. Not bad, very handsome. The tips of Xiao Yunpurin's ears were slightly red. With such a look of pure love, the two of them, Su Yudian and Ji Xuanran, looked on in wonder. It was really unexpected to see that one day. Xiao Er, who avoided girls like scorpions and snakes, would like a girl. Chapter 36, Born Cool, Emotionless and Loveless. On the racecourse, an extremely cool locomotive is like a fast wind like lightning, weaving through the track. The person at the front was wearing a helmet, and Su Coriander Pomelo couldn't see his face, but her intuition told her that it should be Xiao Yunpurin. He was always staying in first. Even when he hit a big turn he didn't drop his speed, making the crowd in the gallery sweat. Lu Haiyuan stood beside Su Coriander Pomelo at an unknown time, looking at the dozen or so locomotives on the track, and said with a soft, shallow smile, Miss Su, I heard that Xiao Er met with a kidnapping with you in the antique market this morning? Su Coriander Pomelo cast a sidelong glance at him and said in a faint voice, if you have something to say it. If you have a fart, let it go. Lu Haiyuan, those outlaws have strength in vain, but no hands. It is reasonable to say that even if there are more people, Xiao Er can cope with it, and will not be injured. But he, in order to protect you, was injured. Su Coriander Pomelo's arms wrapped around his chest, his deep eyes looked at him, tinted with a seemingly smiling flavor, raising his lips and laughing lightly. What? Are you here to blame me? No. Lu Haiyuan turned sideways to meet her eyes, his pupils glowing with ghostly waves of light. Xiao Er's affairs are his business. I can't control them. I'm just curious. Miss Su should also have some skill. Why did she leave him alone and run away by herself? Su Coriander Grapefruit eyes flashed a slight surprise, then shrugged, carelessly said, maybe because of the innate coolness of it, emotionless and loveless. After all, even my own parents have to go down. Well, probably I'll never like any of them in my life. Lu Haiyuan was stunned as he keenly detected something in her words. So, he asked, Miss Su is aware of Xiao Er? He is. No. Xiao Er has always shunned women like snakes and scorpions, and you're the first girl she's tried to reach out to. Lu Haiyuan. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were cold and did not answer. Seeing this, Lu Haiyuan's eyes moved slightly, and his tone slightly carried a hint of displeasure. Why does Miss Su want to come and watch him compete today? Su Coriander Pomelo scratched his chin and suddenly guffawed. On a whim. Not in the future. Ryu Hakwon pursed his lips. Xiao Er was injured in order to protect you. Don't you have an ounce of guilt towards him? Su Coriander Pomelo snorted lightly. What are you saying? You want to PUA me? It's kind of funny. Even if he hadn't gone with me this morning, I would have gotten out safely. Lu Haiyuan choked, not knowing what to say for a moment. He knew Xiao Er's feelings, so he wanted to come and test Su Coriander Pomelo's thoughts on Xiao Er. Unexpectedly, this test made him feel that the woman in front of him was indeed the same as what she said herself. Born cool. Not a moment later, the game was over. No surprise, Xiao Yunpurin won the championship. The whole crowd cheered. Xiao Yunpurin took off his helmet, his gaze tightly fixed on the young girl in the audience. The corners of his mouth lifted up, and he smiled with an extraordinarily wanton and open smile. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised and smiled back at him. Xiao Yunpurin's long legs drew an arc in the air, got out of the car sharply, and lifted his feet toward her. Coriander Su, my team won the race and went to a celebration dinner. Do you want to come along? No, I have things to do back there. Su Coriander Pomelo refused. Ha! Xiao Yunpurin's lips pursed into a straight line. Alright then, I'll send you back. My family's driver is right outside. Su Coriander Pomelo waved her hand at him. There's no need to send him. Xiao Yunpurin's gaze stared at her departing back, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. She really just came to watch him play, and she left after the game. Suddenly wilting like a frosted eggplant, he sat on his butt on the stool. Lu Haiyuan held the glasses on his nose frame. Xiao Er, I just had a chat with Su Coriander Pomelo. Xiao Yunpurin frowned. What did you guys say? Tried her twice. Lu Haiyuan, she said that she was born cool, emotionless and loveless, that she even laid hands on her own parents, and that she wouldn't fall in love with anyone in her life. Xiao Yunpurin was stunned. Did she really say that? Ryu Hakwon nodded. Aha. After a pause, Xiao Er, Su Coriander Pomelo is indeed quite good. But since she said so, do you want to like someone else? Xiao Yunpiren's face darkened and fiercely kicked him. Do you think Su Yuduan, that philandering carrot, can casually fall for someone? Su Yuchuan, who just walked over. He's not that casual a person. He looks at his face too. Okay, what's wrong? Miss Su has left? Xiao Er, you didn't keep it for anyone? Lu Huiyuan rubbed his thighs that were eating pain. The people are gone. Let's go by ourselves. Xiao Yunpiren stood up expressionlessly, unzipping her biker suit as she walked. You guys go ahead. I'm not going. Ha? Su Yudian's face was full of surprise as he looked at Lu Huiyuan. What's wrong with this? You're still so unhappy after winning the match? Lu Huiyuan shrugged. Who else could it be? Because of Su Coriander Yuzu. I spoke to her twice when you guys were on the track. In my personal feeling, Xiao Er and Su Coriander Pomelo are not suitable. Ji Xuanran emerges ahead from Xu Yue Dust, doubtfully asked. Why I think they are quite compatible. Family history is also equivalent. Handsome men and beautiful women, walking together are very eye-catching. Lu Huiyuan, it does match well, but this presupposes that she likes Xiao Er. When she encountered those outlaws in the antique market this morning, she was clearly skilled, but she left Xiao Er to run away alone. I just tried her twice, and she said she's naturally cool and unfeeling, and won't like anyone in her life. Ji Xuanran stroked his chin. His tone was quite a bit gloating. TSK, such a cold-hearted woman. If Xiao Er falls head over heels in, I'm afraid he'll be doomed. Su Yudian, Xiao Er character arrogant and wanton used to, if he touched the wall on Miss Su, with his pride, he will not be stalked. Ryu He Yuan sighed. Let's hope so. On the other hand, Su Coriander Yuzu, who was sitting in the car, didn't take this matter to heart at all. She only felt that she shouldn't have called up Xiao Yunpiren to go to the antique market with her on a whim. Watching him race was also because she did feel so guilty about running off alone. Now that I think about it, even if Xiao Yunpiren hadn't gone with her, those people wouldn't have been able to move her at all. Then she's guilty as hell. Wasted hours of her time for nothing. With this amount of effort, she could draw over 100 talismans. Sure enough, men affect how fast she gets stronger. Thinking of this, Su Coriander Pomelo took out her cell phone and decisively gave Xiao Yunpiren's WeChat to first pull black before deleting it. That way, no one will bother her. Returned to the Su family ancestral mansion. Asked Master Su to borrow some money. Said to buy those jade. She did not have enough money to borrow with Xiao Yunpiren. It's only natural to return what you've borrowed. Checked Xiao Yunpiren's account and returned the $900 million to Xiao Yunpiren. Then smiled and played with the two little wolf cubs for a while, when she cultivated every day. The two little ones were lying beside her, infused with aura, and grew very strong. For the next few days, Su Coriander Pomelo planned to close the door and focus on cultivation. Chapter 37, Breaking Through the Second Level of Qi Refining. Xiao Yunpiren looked at the $900 million that had suddenly appeared in her account, and for some reason a touch of panic surfaced in her heart. Hurriedly opened WeChat and sent a question mark over. Looking at that red circle in the cell phone interface next to the vertical center, Xiao Yunpiren rarely froze. Instantly frozen in place. His heart hit rock bottom in a flash. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Some wondered if he had done something wrong. Why did you give him his money back and delete him? He right-clicked on Add Friends and realized again that she had still blacked him out and couldn't add him at all. No, what's going on? Wasn't high enough to come watch him play this afternoon. What did he say wrong to upset her? The second young master of the Xiao family, who had never chased a woman before, was completely in a daze. After a long time, he clicked on the small group with the four of them. Su Yushu Dust, Ji Xuanran, and Lu Huiyuan. Xiao Yunpiren, Su Coriander Pomelo has pulled the plug and deleted it for me. Xiao Yunpiren, what should I do? Ji Xuanran, ha 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 Xiao Er, you have your day too ha 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 ha. Xiao Yunpiren, if you laugh again, I'll go to your house and blow your head off. Qi Hun ran. Xiao Yunpiren, don't lay eggs for me. Ji Xuanran, what a big deal. Just get a new number and add her again. Ji Xuanran, where's Su Yushu Dust? He has so ex-girlfriends. He knows the girl's heart best. You ask him. You hack one, I'm serious. Or you can like someone else. Xiao Yunpiren, get lost. Xiao Yunpiren put away his cell phone, got up and went upstairs to Su Yuduan's room, knocked on the door. There was no movement, and simply pushed the door directly in. Xu Yue Dust was wearing headphones and playing a game. Seeing Xiao Yunpiren come in, she didn't care and casually asked, what is it? Xiao Yunpiren sat on one side of the sofa and leaned back, crossing his legs and keeping a stern face. Look at the group. Puzzled, Su Yuduan picked up the cell phone on the side and looked through the group messages on it. The next second proof of laughter. Pulling black plus deleting, MS. Su is tough enough. Xiao Yunpiren still had a smelly face. You have a lot of ex-girlfriends. Think of something. Xu Yue Dust took a look at him, took down the headphones and slowly said, You have to tell me what you did to piss her off, right? I don't know. Xiao Yun Purin suddenly deleted it for me and gave me my money back. Xu Yue dust asked. What kind of money? Xiao Yun Purin explained. The money for buying jade at the antique market. This way. Su Yutian stroked his chin. Miss Su is trying to draw a line with you. Xiao Yun Purin pursed her lips. She even took the initiative to invite me to the antique market during the day to watch me compete. Su Yudus thought of what Lu Haiyuan said during the day. Actually, I think He Yuan has a point. Miss Su obviously doesn't like you. Why don't you like someone else? Xiao Yun Purin's eyebrows were twisted into a dead knot, and without saying anything, she turned around and left Su Yuduan's room. Su Yudust scratched his head. So tangled? What exactly does Xiao Er like about Miss Su? See how pretty she is? He's got a lot of pretty girls confessing to him, and I don't see him giving them a second glance. The night is dark and the moon is high. After Elder Su and the others had all rested, Su Coriander Pomelo collected all the jade stones in the courtyard into her storage bag. Go back to your room, then take it out again. Set it up in a push, and sit cross-legged on the carpet. Immediately afterward, aura invisible to the naked eye surged into her dantian from amongst the piles of jade, transforming into her spiritual energy, until the day of August 2nd, successfully breaking through to the second level of chi refining. A pile of jade all turned to ashes and scattered all over her room. Su Coriander Yuzu opened her eyes and waved her hand, casting the clear dust technique, and the ashes all disappeared. Taking a deep breath, he hadn't stopped cultivating for the past few days except for eating, and finally he had made a breakthrough. We're going to record the variety show tomorrow. Opened the darknet and looked at a couple messages from KY. She hooked her lips in a smile. These people were really smart. Yuzu Warrior, take screenshots of all their purchases and send them to me. KY, okay. Saving the screenshot sent by KY to his photo album, Su Coriander Yuzu left the darknet and opened WeChat. There was a message from Sumusu. Sumaksu, the variety recording venue is in Xianwei City. Jiao Jiao and I are already here. I'll send you the location, so come by yourself tomorrow. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled, not caring in the slightest, simply packing up her traveling gifts. She planned to ask Uncle Wang to send her there tonight. Pomelo, you're going by yourself? Elder Su frowned. That brat Sumaksu is just too much of a bad boy. I'll teach him a good lesson when he comes back. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked. It doesn't matter, Grandpa. I'm leaving first. You must watch the variety show tomorrow. A big surprise for you, and I hope your old man can take it. Master Su sighed. Okay, we'll watch. Even if Su Coriander Pomelo didn't say anything, he was still going to see it. It didn't matter to Su Jiaojiao. She could die as much as she liked, but Su Muksu was his own grandson. He had to keep an eye on him at all times to keep him from being a deadbeat and messing with Su Coriander Yuzu. Luckily, it's a live show, so you can follow it all the time. Hai City is really not very far from Xianwei City, and old Wang drove almost 4 hours to get there. Uncle Wang, you go back first. Yes, Missy. Old Wang nodded his head. The old master said that he would do whatever Missy asked him to do, and he could not refute Missy's opinion or meddle in Missy's affairs. After separating from old Wang, Su Coriander Pomelo stopped a cab and reported the name of a 5-star hotel. The heroine of the book, Su Jiaojiao, can be a millionaire. Not only did she make a host of male counterparts mesmerized by her, but even Su Muksu, the brother she had called for 17 years, secretly had feelings for her. TSK, TSK, TSK. The household name has been secretly crushing on his sister since he was a kid. Su Jiaojiao is not the Su family's own daughter. He is afraid that he is the happiest one. For her to slowly let go of her pride, go and fight for resources for her, and personally make her a movie queen. The other male counterparts can still express their affection for her, but Su Muksu had been quietly helping her behind the scenes because of her status. The heart's favorite was never spoken. Every woman around him could be seen to be similar to Su Jiaojiao's features in body or back when they looked closely. Su Coriander Yuzu had read the comments and there were quite a few people who were heartbroken and knocked the pseudo brother-sister romance. She gave a nasty grin. An interesting idea suddenly occurred to me. Doesn't Su Muksu like Su Jiaojiao? She wanted to see if he would still like it when Su Jiaojiao revealed her true face. Chapter 38, The Lai Family. Manson Lai. Lai Man, the eldest miss of the Lai family in the capital city. The popular young flower. With Su Muksu a company, her fans know that she is because of Su Muksu into the entertainment industry. The two are both born into the luxury family. The family is comparable. The appearance is also a perfect match. And they have cooperated in 2 dramas. And there are especially many online CP fans. So when netizens learned that Su Muksu and Li Man were participating in this variety show together, they were very excited. At this time in the 5-star hotel, Lai Man and Su Jiaojiao were chatting happily. Lai Man liked Su Muksu, so naturally she had to be more pleasing to Su Muksu's sister. Even though Su Jiaojiao was not the Su family's own daughter, The way she looked at Su Muxu's attitude didn't seem to have Su Jiaojiao's status changed in any way, nor did he dare to slack off much. What? Lai Man was shocked. Musu has been knocked out by Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Jiaojiao fiercely covered her mouth and shook her head repeatedly, saying worriedly, Sister Man, keep your voice down, or else your sister's reputation will be ruined. Lai Man is an acute person. Mu Shui, is he alright? What's going on with your Su family? Why was Mu LV knocked out by her? Su Jiaojiao, Sister Mamoru, I'm with you. You mustn't say anything, Lai Man repeatedly assured. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. Su Jiaojiao's eyes flashed and she sighed quietly. Sister Man, you also know that I'm not the Su family's real daughter anymore. My sister, she doesn't like me, and she asked Mom and Dad to leave only one person between me and her. In the end, it was also me who took over my sister's identity for 17 years, and it was only right to give it back to her. And I didn't want to make things difficult for my mom and dad, so I thought I'd live out here on my own. Maybe my sister hated me so much that she slapped me a few times, and not only that, she, also, pushed my mom and kicked my dad. My second and fourth brothers got very angry and thought of teaching her a lesson. Su Jiaojiao roughly told what happened at the Su family banquet, but what she didn't say was that she knew the entire time about Su Muxu and Su Muyu's plan. Lai Man slammed the table and said angrily, It's simply too much. It's not your fault that the two of you were carried wrongly since you were little. You were just a baby then too. Who could have counted on something like this happening? Even if auntie and uncle didn't raise her, they still gave birth to her. They are her real parents. How can she be so treacherous? And even if Musu did something wrong, there was a reason for it. If she wasn't so disobedient and unfilial to her own parents, he wouldn't have done such a thing. How could Grandpa Su be so biased in favor of her? Su Jiaojiao took her hand and made her sit down, and said with an innocent face, Sister Man, both second brother and sister are in conflict because of me. If it wasn't for me they would be the closest siblings, so I want to make second brother and sister make up. I could have left the Su family if my sister didn't like me. Nonsense. Su Muxu had a head of red hair and walked over with a face full of displeasure as he carried the takeout. Regardless of Grandpa and Mom and Dad's attitude, I only recognize you as my sister. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip. Second brother. But Grandpa, no need to say more. Su Muxu, you will always have a place in the Su family. I won't let Grandpa kick you out of the Su family. Su Jiaojiao lowered her head and whispered, Second brother. Sister. She won't agree. Su Muxu smiled and touched her head. Silly girl, you're the sister who grew up with me. Don't think too much. Lai Man looked at Su Muxu with deep emotion and followed him. Yes, Jiao, Mu Shu is right. Even if you are not the Su family's real daughter, so what? These 17 years of feelings are not fake, and I will always be on your side. Su Muxu had originally been a little displeased that Li Manchu had been pestering him, and he hated this bright and colorful type of looks the most. He likes. Su Muxu implicitly glanced at Su Jiaojiao. Truth be told, when he learned that Chao wasn't his real sister, he was ecstatic, as if he wasn't a pervert having thoughts about his own sister that he shouldn't have. Now that the identity of Chao has been revealed, does he stand a chance? In the next second he withdrew his eyes and raised his lips to smile at Lai Man. As long as it's nice to thee, then it's his friend. Lai Man's cheeks reddened, shyly lowering her head. From before, Su Musu had always had an impatient expression towards her. This was the first time he had smiled at her. It seems that in the future, it is necessary to treat Su Jiaojiao a little bit better, so that she can speak more favorably for her in front of Musu. The blush on Lai Man's face hadn't dissipated until he left their room. She slapped her face in excitement and turned to her room. There were many rooms in the presidential suite on the top floor of the 5-star hotel, so there wasn't much thought about Su Muxu and Su Jiaojiao living together. Su Coriander Yusu, who lived just downstairs from them, had heard all their conversation in her ears. She rubbed her chin in slight contemplation. Lai Man, one of the female counterparts in the book who has always liked Su Muxu. In order to chase him, let go of the good mansion, miss not have to run to the entertainment industry. Su Muxu switched women to change clothes, but he was oblivious to Lai Man who had been chasing him. Later, Lai Man inadvertently discovered that Su Musu's eyes looking at Su Jiaojiao were very wrong. It was not the eyes of a younger sister at all, but the eyes of adoration. She couldn't help but run to question Su Muxu, and Su Muxu was so sick of her pestering that he just admitted it. Lai Man is saddened to the core, and after that she realizes that every girlfriend of Su Muxu was more or less like Su Jiaojiao in some way, so she used this to go to Su Muxu, blackmailing him into marrying her, and if he didn't agree, she was telling Su Jiaojiao about his disgusting to the core idea. Being threatened by her like this, Su Muxu could only bite his teeth and agree in order to prevent Su Jiaojiao from loathing him. After the marriage, Su Muxu suddenly changed his previous attitude and began to be attentive to her. After Lai Man became pregnant, he was even more caring to her and quit the entertainment industry to become a good family man. Lyman Man naively thought that he was in love with her, not realizing that when she was 8 months pregnant, her parents and her brother were in a car accident, and all three were killed instantly, and she had a daughter as a result of her shockingly early labor. During the period of sitting on the moon, Sumaksa somehow went out early and came back late every day, and didn't even hold the child. She has a big fight with him and questions him if he still likes Su Jiao. The final result was that Sumaksa gave her a slap on the face and spoke coldly. The Lai family has already gone bankrupt and was acquired by my Su family. Do you still think you're the same Lai family's big lady you once were? Lyman Man was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. As if that wasn't enough, Sumaksa gave her another fatal blow. I'm the one who arranged your parents' car accident. Mamoru Lai, you dare to threaten me. This is the price. There will never be a Lai family in the capital again. Mamoru Lai was locked up in the villa by him. Even her daughter he took away from her and wouldn't let her see. And then she went completely crazy. Shortly afterward, she leapt from the 6th floor, thus ending her life at less than 30 years of age. Chapter 39, the variety show begins. The variety taping is at 9 a.m. Su Coriander Pomelo listened carefully to the commotion and waited for Su Jiao and the others to leave before slowly checking out and leaving. Tuka won a cab to the show's taping. This is a somewhat remote village, but there aren't many people left in the village, basically all old people who don't want to leave their homeland. With a big mountain at its back, the program team chose this mountain or because it was big enough to be off the beaten path. When Su Coriander Yuzu arrived, the show was already past 9 o'clock and started recording the pilot for the artists to get to know each other. 4 artists, 2 men and 2 women. Sumaksa was a flow boy. In the entertainment industry, look at the work to see the flow to speak. Plus his family lineage is there. The status is not low. Lyman Man is some acting skills. When the red flower, flow has, works also have, the first half of this year. There is a work on a few hot searches. Wei Zhao belongs to the category of variety artist. A funny kind of artist. Yi Qiu is the earliest debut among the 4 and the biggest curiosity. With several award-winning works, excellent passerby's edge, and sticky fans, who have never been on a variety show. To be honest, fans were very curious when they heard that Yi Qiu would be coming to this variety show. In addition to these 4, there were friends and family that each brought with them, except for Wei Zhao, who brought friends from his circle. The others brought family members. Su Jiao sat next to Sumaksu, peeked at the boy sitting next to Yi Qiu several times, and frowned. Xiao Yunpurin, the second youngest son of the Xiao family in the capital, the man of the hour at Jinnan Middle School, and the school's most recognized schoolboy with the highest face value. What's he doing at a variety show like this? Without waiting for her to figure it out, director he winked at them standing outside the camera, indicating that it was now live. The crowd immediately sat up straight. It's a live broadcast. You mustn't ruin your self-image. Only Xiao Yunpurin was lazy, her eyes looking towards the door from time to time. Why hadn't anyone come yet? Is she not coming? What's the point of him recording this bull **** variety show when she's not there? Apart from Xiao Yunpurin, Sumaksu and Su Jiao were also a bit anxious when they saw that Su Coriander Pomelo hadn't come by the time it was time. Did Coriander Su stand them up? Director he waved his hand and the broadcast began. Netizens, who had long been clutching their cell phones, clicked in as soon as they saw that the live broadcast had begun. Ye Autumn, goddess. Whoa, I'm looking at my goddess. Cranky, 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 cranky. Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan, the 2 conspicuous packages, are here. The program team is really great. Somu Lifu, lifelike. Brother is so handsome. The sister next to my brother is also pretty. Like a doll. Ha, didn't Sumaksa say he'd bring 2 sisters? And 1 sister? The one sitting next to Sumaksa seems to be a fake daughter. I also follow her microblogging. Where is the real daughter? It can't be that she didn't come, right? Suddenly thought of those things in the novel where the fake Qianjin framed the real Qianjin. It couldn't be that the fake Qianjin had bewitched the real Qianjin and couldn't come, could it? Upstairs, you've really read too many novels, right? The fake Qianjin looks quite simple. How could she possibly charm the real Qianjin? The more innocent a person appears, the more vicious his heart is. Don't argue. Look at the boy beside Yi Qiu. Ow, so handsome. You don't say. He's really handsome. Is he Yi Qiu's brother? His face value kills a lot of people in the entertainment industry. The boys sitting next to Mandy are also handsome. Oh. They are all handsome and beautiful. It's like a paradise for face dogs. I've decided. I'm going to die chasing this variety show. One after another. The fans of all the major artists flocked to the live broadcast room. Some licking their faces and some wondering why Su Coriander Yuzu hadn't arrived yet. Anyway, the pop-ups are posting everything above. Director he nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the pop-ups. It was pretty much what he expected. The few people sitting in the room had their cell phones confiscated. Naturally they couldn't see these pop-ups. Yi Cho has the biggest curry. Director he made a wink to her, and she was the first to open her mouth to introduce herself. Yi Cho looks are of the atmospheric and gentle type, with great bones and a green face, perfect for big shots. She began by smiling at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Cho, an actress. This is my cousin next to me, and he'll be joining me for the next taping. Xiao Yunpuran lazily raised his eyes. Xiao Yunpuran. Only 3 words were spoken, and then no more. Yi Cho was still an old actor in the end, and the smile on his face remained unchanged, but he just hated to give him a whack in his heart. Originally, she had invited a close friend from the circle, and this cousin who didn't know the table couldn't be any better suddenly approached him and said he wanted to participate in the variety show. Xiao Yunpuran's character, she has also heard of, untamed, arrogant and reckless, was sent to the sea city by his father. Such a douchebag doesn't know why he's in variety either. In favor of her, she didn't dare to refuse. After all, she couldn't afford to mess with the Xiao family yet. So it's Yi Cho's cousin. So tuggy, but really handsome. He's so cool, I love it. Immediately after that was Lai Man Man. She greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Lai Man Man. There's a new drama this year, please support it. This is my brother Light Song. Light Song is a smiling little boy, smiling with curved eyes and dimples, and doesn't look much older. Hello everyone, my name is Light Song. 16 this year. Wow, Mamoru is so pretty and his brother is so handsome. What kind of fairy parents can give birth to such good-looking siblings? Whoa, only 16. Brother, sister waiting for you to come of age. Su Muxu was the third. He smiled and waved his hand to the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Su Muxu. This is my sister Su Jiaojiao. Please take care of me in the next few days. Su Muxu, where's your real sister? Your own sister isn't coming, is she? Ha, I thought I'd see a real-life version of the real or fake $1,000. Bummer. Director he looked at the pop-up screen and frowned slightly. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Director, sorry I'm late. He turned around and looked. Su Coriander Yuzu was standing there, dragging a suitcase. Her eyebrows were clear, her eyes were as black as ink, her silhouette was thin, her skin was white, and her face was cold and colorful. It was very nice. Putting it in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women, it's not rare, and being so close, he could tell she wasn't even wearing makeup. Even Su Jiaojiao she wore a light makeup. Director he raised a smile. You're Su Coriander Pomelo? Aha, it's fine, it's still not too late. Wait for Wei Zhao and Yu Chang'an to finish their introduction. Then you can go in again and say that something is temporarily wrong. Coriander Su nodded. This room is a temporary room built by the program, not closed. So naturally, the people inside saw the girl who suddenly appeared beside Director he. They guessed that this girl would be that real 1,000 girl from the Su family. Su Muxu and Su Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Anyway, it's good that people are coming. Xiao Yunpuran's eyes suddenly lit up and she subconsciously sat up straight. Chapter 40, Cooperation with the Military. Coriander Su scanned the circle of people inside. Finally his gaze fell on Su Jiaojiao, and he raised his lips to her with a smile that did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Su Jiaojiao squeezed her sleeves, her heart a little nervous for some reason. Wolfie ducked out of her sight. Coriander Su raised an eyebrow. After Wei Zhao and Yu Chang'an introduced themselves, Su Coriander Pomelo walked into the middle of the live broadcast camera. An extremely bright smile bloomed on her lips at the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Su Coriander Yusu. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic so I came late. Netizens were suddenly surprised by the beauty blitz up close, and then there was a frenzy of screen licking. Am I reading this right? This is a vegetarian face? Sister Veiled kill me. No way. What kind of person goes on a show without makeup? I don't care if he's a vegetarian. If he looks good, that's all that matters. Just now I thought Su Jiaojiao was as cute as a doll. Now I think cuteness is really killed in front of overwhelming beauty. Oh, brother handsome, sister pretty. One more pretty one in the world will I asterisk. Nuwa, are you asleep? I'm too ugly to sleep. God damn it. God, I'll never call you master again. You don't even think of me as a granddaughter. I kissed you beauties. Didn't you hear what she said? The road was jammed and she was late. She didn't come with Su Muxu Su Jiaojiao. Upstairs, I've long realized that she didn't even say she's Su Muxu's sister when she introduced herself. And there's a bit of a situation. Understood. Su Muxu likes his sister who grew up with him and has no feelings for the sister who grew up outside. So he only brought Su Jiaojiao with him, not Su Coriander Pomelo. Wow. The battle between the real and the fake $1,000 of the mansion. Fight. Asterisk. Look at you guys. My broken novel reading is starting to make rumors. The pop-ups were posting everything, and more than a few were watching the show. Su Jiaojiao reacted and immediately stood up to pull her hand. Sister, I'm sorry, it's me because I had a fever last night. Second brother was in a hurry to send me to the hospital and forgot to tell you. Don't be angry. At this time, the crowd saw that her face was indeed a bit pale and weak, and her icy pity look immediately caused the heartache of the fans. Looking at Su Jiaojiao's appearance, it does look like she's sick. That's why they didn't come together. Yeah, you guys are just fooling around. You just love the contesting females so much, don't you? They are good sisters. Su Coriander Pomelo sidestepped to avoid her hand, looked her up and down, and let out a light laugh. Su Jiaojiao, your face is whiter than a corpse that has been dead for 3 days in a morgue. How much powder have you put on it? Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened. She didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to directly dislike her on the program, not giving her any face at all. Asterisk. Direct dislike. What is this, Shura? Love to see. I told you. How can real and fake millennials get along? The guy from before hit his face, right? Fight up. Su Muxu frowned, stepped forward and pulled Su Jiaojiao behind himself. Wanted to say something and then saw the room full of cameras. Hard to hold back the words. Su Coriander gave him a lazy look and walked straight around the two of them to the empty seat and sat down. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip and pulled Su Muxu's sleeve, and the two of them resumed their positions. All the people present are veterans who have been in the entertainment industry for many years, and naturally they can see that Su Coriander Pomelo is not on good terms with Su Muxu Su Jiaojiao. Even director Ho was secretly excited. Get things going. The more Shura, the more the audience enjoys it and the more the show pops. The pop-up screen is full of the words fight, and it's about to be screened. Director He coughed lightly, stood to the side with a speaker, and began to introduce the rules. Hello everyone, I'm the chief director of the wilderness camping program. Just call me Director He. You are to spend 7 days together in the mountains. You are not allowed to bring anything in except a change of clothes, and the only food you can eat is if you complete the tasks the program has given you. So if you have any questions, you can ask me now. Wei Zhao took the lead in raising his hand and asked playfully, Director He, it doesn't matter if we're male. Can we bring those skincare products for girls? Sure, after all, they were all actresses, and their skin was the most important thing. But later on, all of them will have to hike up the mountain, and they will have to carry their own things, but we won't be able to help. Yi Chou asked, Director He, how far is this place from the mountain? Director Ho, it's not very far, about 2 kilometers. What? 2 kilometers? To walk for half an hour? Ah, the weather is so hot. But also dragging suitcases. The program team used simply enough. My heart aches for my brother. You're too much of a dog on the show. Man exclaimed. Director He, it's so hot outside. You're making us drag our suitcases for 2 kilometers. It did get very hot in August. Director He laughed. It's also to let you guys get used to it in advance. This time our program group also cooperated with the military. In these 7 days, there might be people pretending to be savages to come around you. Now that you can't even walk for 2 kilometers, I advise you guys to quit the program while you still can. Director He's family is capital, or capital that comes with a lot of money. Otherwise, how could there be cooperation with the military? Aside from Yi Chou, everyone was surprised, and Wei Zhao directly asked, Director He, are you playing with us? Where can we run past the soldiers? Director He's smile remained unchanged. This will depend on your wisdom. Ha 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 ha. You guys look at Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan's colorful faces. They're killing me with laughter. The crew is really good at messing things up. Ha 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 ha. Slut, you're just going to seduce me. Why don't you hurry up and call out all the soldiers? Mom, I'm really looking forward to it. +1, +10086. Director He looked at the crowd with a smile. No one would want to quit at this point because it was live and everyone was watching. And once a wimp tried to quit, then his acting career as a person would be over. Any more questions? Yu Chanan, Director He, there must be a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. Insecticide and flower water can be brought, right? Wei Zhao, yes. There's also the issue of bathing. We can't let us go 7 days without bathing, can we? It stinks to death. Insecticides and flower essences can be brought. Director He replied one by one. The program group will send 4 tents. Each tent is the program group to find someone to order. The secrecy is very strong. The outside cannot see the inside. You can scrub in the tent. Of course, the hot water is to prepare their own. Wei Zhao nodded his head and looked at the crowd. I have no more questions. Who else among you has questions? Light Song raised his hand and asked, will the program set up the tent for us, or will we set it up ourselves? What else is the program sending me besides a tent? That's a good point to ask. The tents you will have to set up yourselves. Director, other things need to be obtained by completing small tasks. Chapter 41 Divisions, 4 ways. With all the questions that needed to be asked, the next step was to take down the things that shouldn't be inside the suitcase. Snacks are definitely not allowed. Almost everyone had insecticide and flower essences in their suitcases and seemed to have done their homework ahead of time, as there were definitely mosquitoes in the mountains. By the time everyone was ready, it was almost 10 o'clock. Looking at the scorching sun outside, Lee Manmanzan Yichio and even Su Jiaojiao all put up umbrellas. Only Su Coriander Yuzu was carrying her bag, walking carelessly in the sun. Everyone was followed by a camera brother, and the camera was still live. Mom, I just checked the weather in Xianwei City. 39 degrees. It's almost 40 degrees. The sister is really not afraid of tanning. I'm envious. Young skin is great. Unlike me, I wear sunscreen every day, but I'm still pitch black. Of course there are those who are very upset to see such a situation. Cutting, posturing, look to her can. Yichio they all hit the umbrella on her not to hit, is not to tell us that she was born beautiful is not afraid of the sun. That's it. So much heart at such a young age. No wonder my Mushu doesn't like this real sister. Upstairs, did you eat in the morning? You're full of, what's wrong with people who like to sunbathe in the sun? I think you guys are just jealous of her good looks. I don't care. I like Su Coriander Yuzu's face anyway. I'm going to be her licking dog for the rest of my life. So the two sets of people on the pop-up argued. Su Coriander Pomelo has sucked in a lot of face powder with that 360-degree, deathless face. There's no point in watching the show just walking around like that. And naturally, the crew had something on the way. A tricycle had fallen into a ditch, spilling many watermelons on the side of the road. An elderly couple stood cluelessly by the side of the road, and when they saw Su Coriander Pomelo and the others, they hurriedly begged for help. The crowd immediately figured out that it was prepared by the show. The grandmother was dirty and seemed to have just climbed up from the ditch, but Yichio didn't mind at all as he went forward to help the grandmother. Grandma, don't be in a hurry. We'll come and help you. Su Jiaojiao also stepped forward to hold the grandmother's other hand and whispered, Yes, grandmother, it's hot, I'll help you rest beside me. The grandmother nodded gratefully. Thank you so much. You're all good people. It's natural for them to show as much as they can in front of the camera. Su Muxu, Li Song, Wei Zhao, Yu Chang'an, Xiao Yunpiren. Several people worked together to lift the tricycle up from the ditch. The pop-ups were full of compliments. The grandparents gave them 2 watermelons and a character card as a thank you. Yu Chang'an took the character card and read, Congratulations for working together to lift the tricycle out of the ditch. The watermelon is the food that rewards you. The only way to get more food next is to help each other. Wei Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. It looks like our food for lunch today is on this road. Yu Chang'an nodded. Then keep walking. Su Muxu looked at Su Jiaojiao and worriedly said, Jiaojiao, are you tired? Why don't you hold the bag for me? Su Jiaojiao smiled and shook her head at him. Thank you, second brother. My bag is not heavy. I can carry it. Su Muxu, that's fine. You tell me when you can't follow. Su Jiaojiao, good. Wow, what kind of fairy brother is this? My brother only bullies me. Jiaojiao is great. Not pretentious at all. Fart's fairy brother. Why didn't you see him? Asked Su Coriander. Su Coriander is his real sister. These two siblings are obviously not on good terms. Can't you see Su Coriander Pomelo is 8 feet away from Su Muxu? I'm so confused. Hey Market. Almost everyone in the Su family was watching the live broadcast. Elder Su's frowning brows had never loosened from the moment Su Coriander Pomelo appeared on camera. Now that he saw Su Muxu so confused, he couldn't wait to hit him with a dozen more lashes. He immediately gave Su Mujin a call. Mujin, has Su Jiaojiao's family not been found yet? Su Mujin was sitting in his office, and playing on his computer was the live variety show of Su Coriander Yuzu and the others. He rubbed the corner of his forehead and helplessly said, Grandpa, I checked and never found out. I always feel like Su Jiaojiao just appeared out of thin air. Elder Su sniffed and sighed. There's no such thing as a person appearing out of thin air. Keep checking first. Good. 2 kilometers were walked for almost an hour, and they helped a lot of people with their problems and obtained a lot of food, bread, fruit and mineral water. Enough for this noon meal. By the time the crowd saw Director He, each was hot and sweaty. Coming to the temporary shed built by the program team, Director He held a loudspeaker and looked at the crowd. Tough luck guys. There are 4 ways to the camping site. Now for the drawing of lots for grouping into 4 groups. Whichever color is drawn will be divided into 1 group. Whichever group reaches the camping site first will have a lunch prepared by the program. Ha? Wei Zhao didn't understand. Aren't we a group with our own friends and family? Director He raised an eyebrow. Of course not. If so, where is the show's effectiveness? The show is really good at messing things up. This is going to put people you don't know in a group. How embarrassing would that be? I'd like to see Su Jiaojiao and Su Coriander Yuzu in a group. It would be very interesting. Me too. Me too. Xiao Yunpiren quietly glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo, thinking that it would have been good if he had been in her group. I wish I could ask her why she suddenly deleted him. If he did anything wrong, he can change it. Unfortunately, he looked at the red tag in his hand, and the blue tag in Su Coriander Pomelo's hand, and sighed. His hand was bad. He was still in a group with Yichio. Lightsong walked over to Su Coriander with the blue label and winked with a smile. Su Coriander, we're in a group. Su Coriander nodded without saying too much. She was thinking about when Su Jiaojiao and Su Muxa plan to strike. She really can't wait. A group of metaphorical Chang'an Sumusu, Su Jiaojiao Li Man and Wei Zhao in a group. Seeing that he and the two petite girls were divided into a group, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he asked loudly, Director He, if the group is divided up, what's the difference between the four paths? Do we have to draw lots as well? Director He looked at him and said with a smile, one of the four paths is very far, one is very difficult, one has an ambush, and one is the closest and has nothing. As for which group of you goes which way, hey, the color of the tags in your hands means what way you go. The crowd rushed to look down at the tags in their hands, hoping that they were the lucky ones who drew the closest one. Man, Director He, there's nothing on the label. Director He smiled mysteriously, you'll know when we leave later. Man asked again, then what if we get lost walking down the road? Director He, don't worry, there's a map for every road. You won't get lost. Chapter 42, Ambush. Fight. The crowd packed up and headed out to the mountains, where the show had literally opened up 4 roads out. The trees next to each path were painted with colors that corresponded to the colors of the tags they were holding. Director He, which way is the closest? Su Muxu asked the heartfelt question of everyone present. Director He said with a smile on his face, I don't know about that. It depends on your luck. Wei Zhao was hopelessly saturated with a face. Director He, don't play with it like this. Director He spread his hands. I really don't know. These 4 roads are all opened by the military. Ha. The show is really good at messing things up. I have a bean, purely to mess with their mind. Interesting, I like. Inside Entertainment hasn't had such an exciting variety show in a long time. Director He had said so, and the crowd only prayed that the path they drew was the closest one without ambushes. Lightsong carried a huge duffel bag, took the map and Su Coriander Pomelo and the two of them left. The drone followed them. The big screens in the live room were divided into 4 groups, so fans could go and switch live rooms on their own. A group of live rooms are Yichio and Xiaoyun Purins. Yichio fans are extremely sticky. The passerby's edge is extremely good, plus there is Xiaoyun Purin's face there. The number of people in their live rooms is the largest. The third group of live room is Liman Su Jiaojiu and Wei Zhao's. There are 2 artists in. The number of people in the live room is second only to one group. The fourth group of live broadcasts is Su Musu and Yu Chanan, a traffic expert and a variety artist. And the number of people in the live broadcast is about the same as the third group. The second group is Light Song and Su Coriander Pomelo, both of whom are vegetarians and have no fan base. So the number of people in the live room is pitifully small. A smattering of them are still here because of their 2 face values. After walking for a while, Light Song suddenly stopped his steps, looking at the road in front of him that he chose not to see the end of, and uttered, Su Coriander Pomelo, I have a bad premonition. What? Light Song wanted to cry. I think our path may be the furthest one. Coriander Su laughed. That's not necessarily true. It's also possible that I chose the path with the ambush. Light Song, don't you crow about it. Su Coriander Pomelo said without panicking. Look up. Light Song subconsciously looked up. There's nothing. Su Coriander Pomelo squatted down and picked up a branch, suddenly throwing one over towards the tree in front of them. Big brother, stop hiding. I can see you. Light Song froze and rubbed his eyes, looking over carefully but seeing nothing. The branch snapped and fell to the ground, and there was silence all around. A chill inexplicably rose in his heart on a bright 39-degree day. Su Coriander Yuzu. No one. Where is someone? Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow and patted him on the shoulder. You carry the bag on your body. Be careful of someone starting a robbery. Ha! Read Song. Without waiting for him to figure out what Su Coriander Yuzu's words meant, he saw her throw the bag on her back into his arms and walk to that tree. Su Coriander Pomelo touched the trunk of the tree, then climbed up in front of Light Song's dumbfounded gaze. What the hell? I blew a bean. What is the situation? How do I blink? Su Coriander Grapefruit climbed up the tree. My god, there really is someone in that tree. Her eyes are radar hidden so well this can see? Fu Jiang was full of confusion and Su Coriander Pomelo stared wide-eyed, stuttered and spoke. How did you how did you find me? The tree was one he had purposely sought out, strong enough and large enough to be very stealthy. As long as he was lying on his back and not moving, absolutely no one would be able to spot him. Coriander Su blinked and looked down. Maybe because your ass is so perky. I just happened to see your ass showing. Fu Jiang. He blushed and subconsciously covered his ass. And no, the tree is so big. How did she climb it as a little girl? Ah! Light Song's alarmed voice suddenly came from below. Su Coriander Pomelo. Your bag has been snatched. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched as she quickly jumped down from the tree. Light Song was in a hurry. The man snatched the bag from his arms and whooshed out of sight. He didn't even see what it looked like. Su Coriander Yuzu, what should we do? Your bag has been snatched. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't have time to pay attention to him, and with one strong step forward she violently grabbed Fu Jiang, who jumped off the tree after her. Fu Jiang also reacted extremely fast, quickly dodged, just wanted to escape. Su Coriander Grapefruit long leg again a sidekick, toward his calf kick over. Fu Jiang didn't react, or he couldn't believe that Su Coriander Pomelo looked at such a weak girl who could climb a tree even if she had some hands. But in the end, he was trained and got up immediately the moment he fell to the ground. And at that moment, Su Coriander Pomelo's fist had already swung over, and the two of them were suddenly fighting in place. Light Song was dumbstruck, his mouth opened wide in surprise as if he could stuff an egg in it, his eyes glaring like walnuts. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned, and some people with fast hands quickly recorded the scene. Asterisk. What's going on? What's the fight? It should be the program group preparing to ambush them. I didn't expect their group to be so unlucky to draw this path. Su Coriander Yuzu's bag was snatched. Why don't you go after it and fight with this man? Yeah, you can't get the bag back even if you fight this guy. The program group is so perverted. I thought the ambush was to make a trap, but I didn't expect to come over to snatch other people's bags. I Lua Bean. This really hit sister is so handsome, hands unexpectedly so good. Che, three-legged cat kung fu, also take out to show off, waiting to see, later will certainly be soldier brother to beat down. 3 minutes later, Su Coriander Pomelo knocked Fu Jiang down, face to the ground, pinned his hands behind his back, and pinned him down with his legs dead center. Then from his pocket he took out a piece of rope and tied him up in a dead knot. Fu Jiang wanted to cry. Little girl, what are you tying me up for? It's not like I snatched your bag away. You go after him. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed and pulled him up. Of course it's useful to tie you up. That person is your companion, right? I'm going to use you to exchange my bag back. Okay, Light Song, let's go. To the camp. Light Song came back to his senses, dully pointing at Fu Jiang, hesitantly saying, just tie him up? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Right, how else would I get my bag back? All my clothes are in my bag. I don't want to wear one piece of clothing for 7 days. Light Song choked, looked at Fu Jiang sympathetically, and didn't say anything else. The corners of Fu Jiang's mouth twitched as his eyes looked toward the drone, seemingly inquiring who this was and how it didn't follow common sense. Director He over there also saw the situation over here from the live broadcast. Headache rubbed the corner of his forehead. Their original plan had been to grab one of the men's bags and have them do a quest this afternoon to get it back. Who knew that Su Coriander, a little girl with such a good hand, could beat Fu Jiang and even take him as a hostage? This who would have thought? Chapter 43, 3 men can't beat a little girl. I Lua Bean. This is a fake soldier brother, right? How was Su Coriander Grapefruit to beat down also tied up? It can't be a fake. The director has said that there is cooperation with the military. This person should have only been enlisted not long ago. Otherwise how was Su Coriander Pomelo beaten down? There's one thing to be said for Su Coriander Pomelo being quite clever, tying up the soldier boy as a hostage for his own bag. The above face of the bar, but also said Su Coriander. Even if this soldier brother just enlisted not long, but they are serious adult men. Look at the tall. Su Coriander can give him down on the body shows that the hands are not bad. That is, this does not hang the star of the inner entertainment circle fake fight. Who is it I do not say? Too handsome. Sister is really beautiful and valiant. I've just recorded the screen. I'll send it to Weibo later. Director He saw the pop-up screen was full of compliments and looked at the uniformed man beside him, asking suspiciously, Big brother, the one who was arrested was just enlisted? He Xian shook his head. No, Fu Jiang has been enlisted for 5 years. Director He frowned. It's a veteran, so he's letting Su Coriander Pomelo off the hook? He Xian looked at the footage of the second group's live broadcast and faintly said, Fu Jiang didn't let go of the water. Su Coriander Pomelo's hands are better than his. Hiss. Director He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his gaze also fell on the second group's live broadcast, looking at Su Coriander Pomelo. This little girl looks so skinny, but her hands are so good. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly had a bold idea. Hey, it's good to have a body. It's good to have a body. He Xian took a look at Director He, who was smiling lewdly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What are you thinking again? Director He smiled as the creases on his face overflowed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Big brother, you lend me a few more people to add some more difficult suits to them so that the program will be interesting to watch. He Xian, this is a live broadcast. Don't give it all away. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In the second set of live footage, Fu Jiang's hands are tied together. Su Coriander pulls the rope, like walking a dog. and the three of them continue to rush. There was a harumph of laughter on the pop-up. Hey, little girl, what's your name? Sue Coriander Pomelo glanced at him faintly. Sue Coriander Pomelo. There are only 2 girls with the surname Sue participating in the program this time. Fu Zhang's eyes widened. Ha, you're that real daughter of the Sue family? Only 17 years old this year? Sue Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with being 17? No, nothing. Fu Jiang collapsed his face. He, a grown man, was knocked down and tied up by a minor girl. When he returned to the army, he was expected to be ridiculed by his teammates for a whole year. He was just glad that his face was covered in camouflage and no one online could see him for what he was. Otherwise, it's a real shame. After walking for a short while, he saw a person dressed like Fu Jiang suddenly in front of him, and carrying Sue Coriander's bag in his hand. Fanja did not have the good sense to give Fu Jiang a glance, so wasteful that he was caught by a little girl. He wouldn't have cared about him if director he hadn't said in his headset to take the bag and get him down. Throwing the bag towards the ground, he looked at Sue Coriander Pomelo and said, "The bag is for you, the person is for me." Sue Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows, and lo and behold, this was not sending the bag over to her. She let go of the hand holding the rope and pushed Fu Jiang forward violently, then quickly rushed up to take their own bag. Who expected Fanja suddenly shot, long legs a sweep, kicked the bag far away, and do not know where to appear a silhouette. Pick up the bag on the ground, very arrogant back on the shoulder, teasingly looked at her. Sue Coriander Pomelo grabbed an empty hand, her eyes narrowed and she rubbed her wrist. It's great that the show has to be like this, isn't it? Then don't blame her. So, 10 minutes later, Sue Coriander Pomelo clapped her hands and threw her bag to Light Song, who was watching the show. Hold it for me. Light Song looked at Sue Coriander with a face of adoration, and did not mince words in his praise. Sue Coriander, you're awesome. A little something. What's the point of tying them up when you've got your bag back? Sue Coriander Pomelo had 3 more ropes in her hand, tying Fu Jiang, Fanja, and Zhang Lei respectively. Of course it works. Sue Coriander Pomelo, after such a long delay, the other 3 groups must have all arrived, and there's no hope for the exquisite lunch prepared by the program. But with these 3 hostages, are you afraid the program won't prepare lunch for us? Light Song blinked. Ah, director, he won't agree, right? No? Sue Coriander Pomelo tilted her head to look at the camera and spoke leisurely. If director he doesn't agree, then I won't let go of him. Just bring him back to pitch our tent. It's not free labor. Light Song clapped his hands together and his eyes lit up. That would be great, so we don't have to do anything. Fu Jiang, Vangle, Zhang Lei, ha 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 ha. Even though the soldier boys have camouflage on their faces, I can still see the expression of raw emotion on their faces. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Sister really handsome. I'm going to road to powder. Pa ha 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 ha, laughed dead me. Was ready to ambush. Did not expect anti-Sue Coriander grapefruit captured alive. Seeking at this moment the director's heart area. Just now it seems to be 2 against 1. Sue Coriander Yuzu a backflip, a kick to the soldier brother to the ground. Really, too handsome. If not this is a live broadcast, I really cannot believe. Sister is really beautiful and valiant. No, sister is only 17 years old this year. I want to be when mom powder. Female goose is so handsome. Girl goose. From now on you're the only girl goose on my internet. Director, just give my girl goose for dinner. Look at the child craving. That's right. My female goose just wants to have a good meal. Who told you to send someone to snatch her bag? If the director doesn't prepare lunch for my female goose, beware, I'll crawl along the net to find you. Director he on the other side of the camera was also speechless as he looked at Xian with a disgusted expression. Big brother, how come all the soldiers under your command are such losers? 3 of them can't even beat a little girl? Xian's face twitched a few times. Just now, Fanju and Zhang Lei couldn't beat Sue Coriander Pomelo with the combined efforts of the 2 of them, and he also felt a bit ashamed. Director he looked at the pop-ups in the second group's live broadcast room, and all of them were praising Sue Coriander Yuzu for being so handsome, and asking the program team to prepare lunch for Sue Coriander Yuzu, so that they don't starve her. A few other individuals who suspected the show was scripted were brushed off. He stroked his chin. Since the response was pretty good, let's get them lunch. Chapter 44, What do you care about my business? On the campsite, groups of 3 and 4 arrived. The first to arrive was a group of Yi Qiu and Xiao Yunpurin. They were lucky and chose the road that was the closest, and there were no ambushes whatsoever, so get a nice lunch prepared by the program. Everyone else will have to prepare their own lunch on their own. The road for the third group was the furthest. Wei Zhao took a sip of water. Chang'an exhaled and asked, the road we chose was the furthest. Which one of you chose the road with an ambush? Yi Qiu shook his head. We were the first to arrive and didn't encounter anything. Yu Chang'an spread his hands. Our path was a bit difficult, but we didn't encounter any ambushes? Wei Jiao, doesn't that mean that Su Coriander Pomelo and Light Song have an ambush on that road? Is there an ambush on the path that sister chose? Su Jiaojiao's face showed concern. Second brother. Sister hasn't returned yet. Let's go help them. Wei Jiao also nodded. Right. We've traveled so far to come back. They won't run into trouble they can't solve, right? Lyman Man was also a little worried about his own brother. My brother is also only 16. I'm a little worried. I'll go with you guys to look for it too. Su Muxu was tired and hungry at this time, and very much did not want to go back to Su Coriander Pomelo, but Su Jiaojiao had opened her mouth, still in front of the camera, so he could only nod. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Yun Purin pondered whether she should also go up and join them to find someone. Just suddenly they saw Su Coriander Yuzu's figure. Light Song was carrying a bag in front and behind him, while Su Coriander was pulling 3 ropes in her hands, and 3 people were tied up on the other side of the ropes. His face was covered in camouflage, so he couldn't see his face, but judging by the clothes he was wearing, he should be a soldier that the show had gotten from the army. Su Jiaojiao exclaimed, Sister, how did you tie up the people? They are all soldiers defending the country. Su Muxu also frowned, looking at her with a dissatisfied expression. Su Coriander Pomelo, what are you doing? Do you want the Su family to be poked and prodded? Wherever they are, soldiers are very sacred beings who protect their country and are respected by the world. Now that he was given hands tied by Su Coriander Pomelo and held the leash like he was walking a dog, it was indeed very misleading. Su Jiaojiao stepped forward with a look of doing it for her own good. Sister, hurry up and release the people, otherwise Grandpa will be angry. Su Coriander Pomelo's face was cold, snorted lightly. It's really a turtle falling into a salt tank. For you, this little bastard is done idly. Do I need you to care about my business? Su Jiaojiao bit her lip and her eyes reddened. Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her white eyes. I think you're a hyena burping and have eaten too much. What a big mouth. What are you to me? And for my own good. Ha, but a turtle dove fake. Enough. Su Muxu pulled Su Jiaojiao behind him to block her, glaring at her angrily. Su Coriander Pomelo, are you done? This is a recording program, not in the Su family. Don't be too unbridled. Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out her ears and looked disgusted. Don't talk to me? I have a cleanliness fetish. Su Jiaojiao pulled Su Muxu's sleeve and whispered, Second brother, forget it, I don't matter. My sister can get out of anger by scolding me, so just let her do it. Lyman Man can't see past it. On the program all dare to scold Jiaojiao so much. Privately I'm afraid really dare to be Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, you are just too kind. You guys are being carried wrongly and it's not your fault. Guilty of putting up with her so much? Su Jiaojiao weakly shook her head. Sister Mamoru, don't say it. Lyman Man glared at Su Coriander. Her tone was not good. Su Coriander, thanks to Jiaojiao being so kind, she saw that you never came back and thought of going to look for you. You tied up the soldier. It's your fault in the first place. Jiaojiao reminded you for your own good, and you scolded her. Is there a person like you? Sis. Light Song looked startled. What are you talking about? Am I not right? She didn't kidnap the people? Lyman Man, Light Song, come over here. Don't walk with her, so as not to be dragged into it. The corner of Light Song's mouth twitched slightly. Sister, you can stop talking. Your small body is not even enough for Su Coriander Pomelo to make a fist. He carefully looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's complexion, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and was just about to speak. Walking over from not far away, Yichio spoke up. Don't argue. It's recording a program, and it's still live. I'm afraid everyone just saw them arguing. The internet is about to go on another rampage. I don't know why Director Ho hasn't come yet. Wei Jiao took over and started to round up the conversation. Yes. We still have to stay together in the mountains for 7 days to help each other out and help each other out. Fans who saw this scene did get all up in arms on the pop-ups. It's not Jiaojiao's fault that she was switched wrongly. She was just a baby at the time. So what's the point of Su Coriander's grudge against Jiaojiao? Carrying away my baby? Not being a sister to a wicked woman. That's right. Su Coriander Yuzu cursing is too unpleasant. Right. Jiaojiao baby just kindly reminded her. Guilty of scolding her so? Jiaojiao baby is so kind. She's going to help her when it's obvious that Su Coriander Yuzu doesn't even like her. Yes. I see that Su Coriander Pomelo is not a saving grace. She dares to taunt Jiaojiao baby in front of the camera, and she doesn't know how to bully her in private. How could Brother Musu be such a good person and have such a vicious sister? A group of brainwashed. Su Jiaojiao the first 17 years of life lived. This is Su Coriander. Will not speak with the dog at table. Supporting the upstairs. Are cell phones so smart now that even pigs can arch words? Things have not even been understood. And then there is a misunderstanding first. I see that Su Jiaojiao is not a saving grace. It was clearly one of the soldier brothers who first grabbed my female goose's bag, and my female goose only wanted to tie him up and exchange him for her own bag. It was they who not only didn't keep their words behind them, but also provoked my female goose, and that's why my female goose tied them all up. Ah, what's going on in the Group 2 live room? Yeah, too curious. I recorded the whole thing on screen and have posted it on Twitter, so if you don't know, you can go watch it. Anyway, I'm the right female goose. Seeing this pop up, a large number of netizens exited the live broadcast, went to Weibo, searched for the video, clicked in, and instantly understood. It's the show that's too doggy. It was supposed to be a one-handed release and a one-handed delivery. Who knew that one of them backtracked and kicked the bag away, while the other took it and provoked Su Coriander Yuzu? Who can bear this? Wait, 2 against 1. Good body. I came back from watching the video. I was wrong about Coriander Su. I also watched that video. Su Coriander Pomelo is 1 against 2. That's too cool. Sister is so handsome. Licking the screen, screaming, stomping the Giorgio, crawling in the sunshine, writhing with glee, shouting, standing on elegant and healthy feet, with starry eyes, tumbling, shouting, dancing, roaring with excitement, after being teased, and only tied up, not violently beaten, and only having to eat a fine lunch. She really, for crying out loud, *********. I remember. I said Su Coriander Pomelo looks so familiar. She is the Pomelo warrior who saved people under the knife last month. I remembered when you said that. I'll go search for that video. Now it seems that Su Jiaojiao did not even ask about the truth of the matter, and opened her mouth to convict Su Coriander Pomelo, which is called for her good. I can only say that your circle is a mess. I'm back. The Pomelo warrior who saved people under the knife is her. I didn't expect. My female goose is so kind. Saved an innocent life. Yes. Whoever says my female goose is evil again, I'll spray him to death. Chapter 45. She just doesn't want too much contact with you. Director He arrived late, followed by an assistant who was holding 4 boxes of delicacies. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Director He and smiled as she opened her mouth. Director He, someone has wronged me. Aren't you going to clarify it? The corner of Director He's mouth twitched as he looked at the crowd and explained. These 3 were arranged by the program team, and Su Coriander Pomelo kidnapped them for a reason. As for what's going on, just go back to your phone after the show is taped and you'll see. Su Jiaojiao's face turned white. So those words she just said were not lifting a stone to hit her own feet? Director He coughed lightly and continued. One group is the first to arrive at the camp, so the program team will prepare a lunch for you. Team 2 completed the hidden mission, so Su Coriander Yuzu and Light Song got a share of lunch too. What? Wei Zhao immediately asked. What hidden mission? Ha. What hidden mission? But it's my female goose's awesome hostage for lunch. No shame. Brother Light Song is really lying down to win. Director He smiled faintly as he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Can you untie the person now? Of course. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled and nodded, untying the rope in 3 tries. The assistant handed the lunchboxes in his hands to the 4 men. Director He continued. In addition to groups 1 and 2, those in groups 3 and 4 will have to prepare their own food for lunch. After saying that, he turned away without mercy. Su Coriander Pomelo took her own portion of rice, came to a clean place, sat down cross-legged, and began to dry the rice. The program group is still a bit conscientious and prepares the meals very hearty. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish. Light Song hugged his lunchbox and looked at Lyman Man, and indeed ran over to Su Coriander Yuzu's side and sat down with her. Wow, there are chicken legs. Su Coriander Yuzu, I don't like chicken legs. Do you want some? After 2 fights, Su Coriander Pomelo was really hungry too, and held her lunchbox out in front of him. Want. Light Song pinned the chicken leg to her. Thanks. You're welcome. Light Song looked at Su Muxu and the others who were nibbling on bread. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't be able to eat the meals prepared by the program. Su Coriander Pomelo took time out of his busy schedule to pat his shoulder. Good boy. In the future, follow Sis to mix. Sis to ensure that you eat fragrant and drink spicy. Light Song's eyes curved, revealing 2 dimples. Good. Then I'll hang out with Sister Yuzu from now on. Sister Yuzu? Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyes to look at him. Light Song blinked his eyes. Yeah, I'm 16 this year. You're a year older than me. Can I call you Pomelo sister? Su Coriander Pomelo withdrew her eyes. As you wish. Mama, what should I do? I kind of want to kowtow to the sibling CP. You're not the only one. What if I kind of want to knock it off too? Beautiful and valiant Missy versus a year-old milk dog brother. Oh my god, it's so good to knock. Isn't this indeed some kind of relationship variety show? Xiao Yunpuren looked at the 2 people who were talking and laughing over there. Her face was full of black lines, so she simply sat over there as well, holding her lunchbox. He tilted his head to look at Su Coriander Yuzu, slightly lowering his jaw, and softly said, Su Coriander Yuzu, I have a chicken leg here as well, so I'll give it to you. Sue Coriander. I don't want it. Eat it yourself. She flatly refused. Xiao Yunpurin was stunned, then somewhat forlornly lowered her head. Sue Coriander Pomelo. Am I? Sue Coriander Pomelo rubbed her feet and said in a faint voice, I'm full. Xiao Yunpurin instantly swallowed the unsaid. Asterisk. What's going on? Xiao Yunpurin, this is to recognize Sue Coriander Pomelo? I see that not only does he know each other, but he also likes Sue Coriander. It's just that looking at Sue Coriander's attitude, she doesn't seem to like Xiao Yunpurin very much. I Lu a bean. This is what a Shiloh field exciting. So exciting. That's the kind of variety I like to watch. I'm still a brother, and I'm a perfect match for brother Light Song. Then I knock Xiao Yunpurin. These two people look like a good match. Handsome or with a beautiful woman. The child born must be very beautiful. Light Song younger brother is still a little worse. What to do? I'm also ready to kowtow. That said, they're all underage. Will they be blocked for discussing these live broadcasts? Light Sang glanced at Xiao Yunpurin's ugly expression. The Xiao family and the Lai family are both equally powerful families in the capital, and he naturally recognizes Xiao Yunpurin, the second youngest master of the Xiao family. However, compared to the Xiao family, the Lai family was still that much worse. He thought about it and moved to sit next to him with his lunchbox, lifting his hand to turn off his own mic. Xiao Ershao. Xiao Yunpurin looked at him. Light Sang pointed to his mic, signaling him to turn it off. Xiao Yunpurin frowned and still turned off the mic. Even though both of their mics were turned off, Li Song still lowered his voice. The second youngest master of the Tang Xiao family doesn't lack money or power. He will come to this variety show, so he must have an ulterior motive. Now I think it's because of Yuzu-san, isn't it? Since Xiao Yunpurin took the initiative to sit beside Sue Coriander Pomelo, he didn't care if his purpose was known by others. He lifted his eyelids carelessly. So what if it is? Light Song smiled. If that's the case, I can help second young master Xiao chase sister Yuzu. Xiao Yunpurin snorted lightly. Just you? Light Song didn't care about his attitude and said calmly, today I met 3 people robbing my bag on this road I'm walking with sister Yuzu. Luckily sister Yuzu was resourceful and didn't let them get away with it. According to the show's pissy nature, in the days to come, there will definitely be more people from the military, and then our two groups can make an alliance. Xiao Yunpurin, she will agree to an alliance? Light Song, when the time comes for me to speak, the power of 4 is always better than the power of 2. The third and fourth groups have people that Yuzu-san hates, so they definitely won't be chosen if they make an alliance. Xiao Yunpurin paused for a moment. She hates me too. Light Song was stunned and hesitated. No way? She only wanted your chicken leg, not mine. And besides, she left as soon as I arrived. For some reason, Light Song could actually hear a hint of aggression in Xiao Yunpurin's tone. Light Song mused. I don't think Yuzu-san should hate you. She just doesn't want to have too much contact with you. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes steeply brightened. How so? Light Song whispered. I think Yusu's sister is a very straightforward person. She hates everything written on her face. She won't hide it, the kind that anyone can see. Like how all of us can see she hates Su Jiaojiao and Su Maksu. Disliked Su Jiaojiao from the beginning of the taping, not caring at all that the show is now being taped. If she hated you, she wouldn't have just gone off on her own and cursed you out instead. Light Song said it with vigor, and Xiao Yunpurin thought about it. And what he said seemed to make a lot of sense. Sue Coriander Pomelo's kind of character is actually very similar to him. Arrogant and reckless, disliking when he says he dislikes, and definitely not letting himself suffer a single grievance. If she really hated him and loathed his proximity, she should have just taunted him to get rid of him. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunpurin's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The heart that was hanging in the air finally dropped. As long as they don't hate him. Chapter 46, The Xiao Family in Beijing. What is your purpose in helping me? Xiao Yunpurin wasn't stupid either. Since Light Song took the initiative to open his mouth and said he would help him, then he must have his own purpose as well. Light Song raised his lips and smiled, revealing 2 dimples. The Lai family has a business they want to do with the Xiao family, so I'll trouble Xiao Ershao to take a line from it. Xiao Yunpurin raised both eyebrows slightly. Yes, I will go and talk to my big brother after the recording of the variety show. Light Song's smile deepened. Then thank you second young master Xiao. The Lai family is blessed to have a son as smart as you. Xiao Yunpurin turned her head and glanced ahead, her tone becoming cold. However, your sister's words seem to be a bit much. How dare you scold Sue Coriander Pomelo in public? Speaking of Man, Light Song was also full of helplessness. My sister has been spoiled by my parents, and I don't know why she just likes Su Maksu. Don't worry, eldest Xiao. I'll keep an eye on her. Xiao Yunpurin gave him a sidelong glance. You'd better. No, these two are acting as mimes? How come there's no sound when they're talking? What are they whispering about with the mic off? I feel like they're chatting quite happily, not like love rivals. Someone who knows lip sync. Translate for me. Su Jiaojiao watched Su Coriander Pomelo eating a fragrant meal while she could only nibble on bread, and almost bit her silver teeth in anger. Especially when she saw Xiaoyun Purin sitting beside Su Coriander Pomelo with her lunchbox. There was a resentment in the bottom of her eyes that she couldn't hide. The second youngest master of the Xiao family in the capital. The pride of heaven. How could he know her? She said how Xiaoyun Purin came on the program, so it was for Su Coriander Pomelo. On the basis of what? Why does grandpa like her? When even someone like Xiaoyun Purin would come on the show for her? She's not happy about it. It shouldn't be like this. Obviously it's all hers. Coriander Su. You forced me to do this. You shouldn't have gone back to Su's. Chow, chow, chow. What's wrong with you? Lyman Man shouted several times, but did not see Su Jiaojiao reply. She pushed her shoulder. Su Jiaojiao returned to her senses and looked up, having changed her expression. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Mamoru-san. I just got a little dizzy. Maybe my cold hasn't gone away yet. Lyman Man worriedly touched her forehead. It does seem to be a bit cold. Then you rest. Let's go set up the tent. Lyman Man didn't even realize that Su Jiaojiao was lying about having a fever because Su Jiaojiao and Su Musu were one step ahead of her this morning. She really thought she went to the hospital last night with a fever. Su Jiaojiao hesitated. It's not good for me to rest alone, is it? Su Muxu followed and said, it's fine. You already had a fever last night, and you've traveled for such a long time. It's better to rest for a while. Yu Chang'an drank his water and nodded as well. Pitching a tent is a laborious job. Just let us boys do it. If you're not feeling well, just rest on the side. Su Jiaojiao still shook her head. I'm fine already. I can give you guys a hand from the sidelines. Su Muxu rubbed her head and softly said, good. If you're really uncomfortable, don't hold on. Su Jiaojiao smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, second brother. I know. Jiaojiao is fantastic. Not pretentious at all. Obviously having a cold and thinking about helping. You're also nice and pretty, but you call her a scheming woman. Where's your face? I only have a younger brother who fights with me all day, and I want a brother who is so gentle. The only time he took the initiative to talk to her was when she was accused by Su Jiaojiao. You didn't see his face. He was afraid that Su Coriander had bullied Su Jiaojiao, and his heart was biased towards the Pacific Ocean. It's hard not to support that. Su Muxu is a notorious bad actor in the entertainment industry, and it's evident that his expression was from the heart. Hey, my poor female goose. With her own brother being so biased, it's hard not to guess how biased her real parents are. It's hard to judge. I'll help him to repair the field. Then, on the pop-up screen, Su Jiaojiao and Su Muxu's fans quarreled with Su Coriander Yuzu's fans. There are also passers-by watching from the sidelines, jumping out every now and then to provoke two sentences. In short, the pop-ups in the live broadcast are very lively. Looked at the director of He crunching joy, showing his big teeth how can not be retracted. The second youngest of the Xiao family in the capital. Ah, he knows. Earlier, he had thought that this second-generation ancestor was idle and wanted to come to the entertainment industry to have some fun. Who knew that people came with a purpose? It wasn't like the person present who knew his identity was a cutie. He sat down next to Su Coriander Yuzu with his lunchbox and even tried to give her his chicken leg. Now everyone knew what he was up to. Hey Market! Su Lingshu coughed violently twice, almost choking to death. A pair of large hands gently patted his back. Meng Yi frowned. How can you choke on a sip of water? Su Lingshu handed him the cell phone in his hand to look at, his eyes full of incredulity. You know about Xiao Ershao, don't you? No. He's got it in for my little niece. Meng Yi, how so? Su Lingshu said what had just happened in the live broadcast room. Meng Yi didn't have much of a reaction. Although the Su and Xiao families aren't in the same place, their family lines are quite comparable. It's just that although Xiao Ershao is not very old, but he is unruly and arrogant and reckless. If your little niece can't suppress his temper, it's better not to provoke him. I've heard that he even disliked his own father when he was still in the capital. There was a pause and a sudden laugh. But your little niece is no less impressive. Throwing his own mother in the pool at a party is a temperament that can't be aggravated. Su Lingsu. He glared at him in dismay. No talking about my little niece. Fine, don't say no. Meng Yi smiled and lowered his head to kiss him on the lips. Don't watch the live stream. Watch the replay tomorrow. Now let's do what we need to do. Su Lingshu refused. Meng Yi, it's daytime. Meng Yi pressed on unconcernedly. Well, have a daydreaming lust. Thousands of miles away in the capital, Xiao Changgang sits in the noble office, and the computer on the desk is not holding any information, but a live program of the wild camping trip. He was very surprised to learn that his younger brother, who tugged like a 285 every day and whom even his father could do nothing about, was now going to participate in some kind of live variety show. So right on time, he squatted in the live room. When he saw Xiaoyun Purin take the initiative to sit next to a Su Coriander Pomelo with a lunchbox, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So he was chasing after a girl, but this little girl does not seem to have a problem with him. Looking at his own brother's expression of aggrieved Baba, he hooked his lips in a good mood. Ha, you kids have had your day. Finally someone can rule you. He made a call and ordered someone to look up information on Su Coriander Yuzu. After thinking about it, he gave Xiao Jing, the father of the two brothers, another call. Dad, Perlin participated in a live variety show. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. The person on the other end of the phone seemed a bit grumpy. Xiao Changeng didn't care. He went after the girl, but the little girl didn't seem to like him. What? Xiao Jing yelled. Send it to me Kong Kong, see if I won't mock him this time. Xiao Changeng raised his lips and smiled. The name is Wild Camping, so search for yourself. There was a fiery hang-up there. Chapter 47. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out. Before they came to record the show, they all knew that they would definitely have to sleep in tents for the 7 days of recording in the mountains. According to the show's urbane nature, the tents must be erected by themselves, so everyone has more or less watched the video tutorials on how to set up a tent in advance. It's not so rusty when you get started. Still following the grouping pattern, each group takes a tent to set up. Whichever group finishes first will win a dinner prepared by the program tonight. Although Wei Zhao's group had 3 people, he was a man with 2 girls, and Su Jiaojia was still weak with a cold, so no one said it was unfair. All dug in and started getting ready to build. Su Coriander Pomelo took the tent dry, gestured for a while, or asked out, Light Song, do you know how to put up a tent? Light Sang squatted on the ground and looked at the instructions, and returned, I've seen the video tutorials when I was at home, and I know a little bit, and there's an instruction manual here too, so it shouldn't be very difficult. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips. As a cultivator, she cultivated outside. The sky is the bed and the ground is the blanket. Casually climbing a tree, she could sleep for the night. Where would she set up a tent? His ears twitched slightly. There was still the sound of water around him, and it wasn't far from here. That's why the show was filmed far away from here, with a river around. The bathing problem was solved. She remembered that the book said there were fish in this river. She wouldn't be able to pitch a tent anyway, and she was too lazy to read the instructions, so dinner would be out of reach for Light Song alone. Read Song. Yuzu-san. What's wrong? I'm going away for a bit. I'll be back later. Light Song froze. Where to? Su Coriander Pomelo also squatted down and patted his shoulder. I'll leave the tent to you. I'll go fishing. Ha? Light Song, what fishing? Where are the fish? Su Coriander Pomelo pointed towards the other side of the river. There's a river there. There's fish in the river. Let's eat fish at night. Sis will show you a hand. Light Song hesitated. Are there really fish in the river? Su Coriander Yuzu shrugged. I'll go check. I'll come back if there isn't. Okay then. Light Song sighed. How could he not know that Su Coriander wanted to leave because she wouldn't be able to pitch a tent? Yuzu-san, be careful. Su Coriander Pomelo stood up and waved her hand. Got it. Su Coriander. She's going fishing? She just doesn't want to pitch a tent, does she? That's right. Where are the fish in this wild river? She's just trying to be lazy, isn't she? If you want to be lazy, don't find a better reason. Heartbroken that brother Light Song has to pitch his tent alone. In contrast to her, the slinky baby is simply too kind. The pop-up was a tirade. When Su Jiaojiao saw Su Coriander Pomelo was about to leave, her eyes rolled. She took out a bottle of flower water from her bag and went forward to stop her. Sister, where are you going? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at her impatiently. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and handed her the flower water. Sister, there are more mosquitoes in the mountains, and I see that you didn't bring any flower water with you, so take this and use it. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the flower water in her hand. Her eyes deepened a few points. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a sneer. Su Jiaojiao, are you sure that what you're giving me is flower water? Su Jiaojiao's pupils suddenly shrunk, feigned calmness and said, Yes, it's new to me. I haven't used it yet. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. With our relationship, you don't need to pretend. You'd better keep it for yourself. I'm afraid of being poisoned by you. Su Jiaojiao eyes instantly red. Tears snapped down. Sister, I did not. This is what I bought in the supermarket, or new or not used. How can I poison? The two had a conversation the others had heard. Seeing this, Lyman Man just wanted to go forward to say something. Was Light Song's quick eyes and hands to cover his mouth, to pull to the side outside the camera, and in the process turned off the two people's mic. Su Muxu's eyebrows rose, his face showing hidden anger, as he pulled Su Jiaojiao's wrist and blocked in front of her, glaring at Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo, this bottle of flower water was bought by me when I followed Jiao Jiao to the supermarket. What poisoning? False accusations also need evidence. I think you are paranoid of being victimized, right? Su Jiaojiao sobbed in a small voice. Second brother, stop it. My sister didn't mean to wrong me. Jiao Jiao, you don't care. I have to break it off with her today. Su Muxu was really furious this time. Even if grandpa is around, he can't be unreasonable. Su Coriander Pomelo, what gives you the right to falsely accuse people? That's right, Su Coriander Yuzu, what right to falsely accuse people without evidence? This way by support Su Muxu. Su Jiaojia was kind enough to give her flower water, so forget about not appreciating it. Why do you want to falsely accuse people? I see that the flower water is unopened. Where is the poison? It can't be really paranoid of being victimized, right? Even if it is poisoned, how can it be given to her openly and honestly? Isn't it leaving a handle? Carry away the pretty baby, and stay away from the evil scheming woman. The pop-ups were cursing again. Su Coriander Pomelo wrapped her hands around her chest. Her gaze swept over Su Muxu, and said nonchalantly, do you think that with the relationship between us, I will use your things? Don't come to my side when there's nothing going on. Su Muxu was still dissatisfied. Then you can't wrongly accuse Jiao Jiao. You apologize to Jiao Jiao and this is over. Su Coriander Pomelo was surprised by his thick skin. Your IQ and umbilical cord were cut together, right? What a face to give so much that a dog thinks he's a lion. You, what did you say? Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly, her brows full of ice. I said, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Get out. Su Muxu was immediately angry and almost exploded. Or other people see the situation is not good, afraid that this brother and sister fight. This is in the live broadcast. Yu Chanan went up and put his arm around Su Muxu's shoulder, and pulled him away stiffly. Muxu, let's both hurry up and set up the tent, and strive to be the first to finish. I don't want to gnaw on the bread anymore. Yi Chou also came over and pulled Su Jiajiao's hand, took the paper and wiped her tears. Jiajiao, since you've caught a cold, sit on the side and rest. Don't go looking for trouble. The latter sentence, she didn't say. If you ask her, this Su Jiajiao is a troublemaker. It's none of your business where they go, whether they have flower water or not. So you have to go up to them and get scolded. Su Jiajiao pinched her sleeves, lowered her head to hide the emotions in her eyes, and choked her voice. Thank you, Sister Yi Chou. I know. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted lightly and turned to leave. Originally, the only task in the afternoon was to set up tents and not to leave the camp, but as director he looked at the situation. He didn't dare to go up and stop Su Coriander Pomelo from leaving, and he was afraid that she would attack indiscriminately. Had to send a drone after her. He looked at the live broadcast pop-up screen, when it was really a lot of curses. Chapter 48, Catching Fish. Asterisk. Su Coriander Pomelo what she dragged. Su Jiaojiao invited her to mess with her. Do not use her things on the refusal. There is a need to scold so hard to hear it. A little heartbroken for Su Jiaojiao, who doesn't know how to talk back even after being scolded. Other aside, Su Coriander did go too far this time. The police still need evidence to convict. What makes her wrongly accuse people? That's right. It's no wonder Su Mushui is so angry. Now it seems that Su Muxu was right to favor Su Jiajiao. If I had such a sister who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, I wouldn't like it either. Mud. I'm turning black. I, too, just can't stand to see her like this. No, you guys are sick. It's not like Su Coriander Pomelo took the initiative to go up and mess with Su Jiaojiao. A group of, obviously Su Jiaojiao first went up to block the way of my female goose, but also false to the female goose flower water. Clear-eyed people can see that the female goose does not like her. Su Jiaojiao rushed forward to get together. That is not looking for scolding it. I see Su Jiaojiao as green tea white lotus flower. Scold her twice and then cry. Sister signed which company? So good at acting? Bouncing back. You're the green tea white lotus. Your whole family is the green tea white lotus. Our Jiao Jiao is obviously so cute and kind. Su Coriander Yuzu is the evil and selfish woman. I'm so dirty. Didn't you wipe your mouth on the toilet? The pop-ups are bickering again and again and again. Director he had a headache and hurriedly bought a water army to brush down those swear words. Otherwise he was really afraid that the live room would be blocked. Asterisk. Li Song, why are you pulling me? Li Man shook off Li Song's hand with a face of displeasure. Turn off the mic. What do you want to tell me? Sister, save your breath. Li Song locked his eyebrows and sighed. Didn't you see that second young Xiao just sat next to Sister Pomelo? Li Man refused to believe it and skimmed her mouth. See, so what? You want to say that Xiao Ershao likes Su Coriander Pomelo? It can't be. Su Coriander Yuzu has only been back in the Su family for a short while. Li Song whispered. How is it impossible? A person of Xiao Ershao's kind of status? Why is he on this live variety show? It's still not because Sister Yuzu is there. If you don't want to cause trouble for the Li family and for mom and dad, don't mess with Sister Yuzu. Li Man frowned. Li Song, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I don't want to cause trouble for mom and dad? Li Sang pursed his lips and said word for word. Just now you saw me and Xiao Ershao chatting alone, didn't you? And Xiao Ershao himself told me that you talk too much. At the end, He was afraid that Man wouldn't understand the meaning of his words, and explained, what he means is that he wants you to stay out of what's going on between Yuzu and Su Jiao and the rest of them. Man froze. Light Song had no reason to lie to her. Could it be that Xiao Ershao really liked Su Coriander Pomelo? But why? What makes Coriander Su good enough for Mr. Xiao? Lai has a business to cooperate with the Xiao family. Many people in the capital want to cooperate with the Xiao family. I've already talked to the second youngest Xiao. After the recording of the program, he will go to the first youngest Xiao to say that as long as we can cooperate with the Xiao family, the Lai family's status in the capital will definitely be higher. Light Song's voice revealed a hint of helplessness and pleading. Sister, even for the sake of mom and dad, don't mess with Yuzu's sister for the sake of a man, okay? Man furiously glared at him and violently grabbed his ears. In your eyes, am I such a person who disregards my family for a man? Reed Song didn't hide, smiled curtly at her. Of course not. Sis is still very smart. Just a little love brain. As long as you don't like that Su Muxu anymore, all will be happy. Man loosened her hand and sighed slightly. Where is the place to say you don't like it when you like it? Reed Song rubbed his ears and whispered. Sister, you've seen how Yuzu's sister treats Su Jiaojiao and Su Muxu, so don't be used as a gun next time. You let them work out their own business. You stay out of it. And stay away from that Su Jiaojiao. I always think she's not a good person. We have girls like that in our school who are used to pretending to be soft. Man frowned. Jiao is actually quite good. Just a little too kind. All beaten up and do not know to fight back. Light Song was speechless. Anyway, I've said what I need to say. Even if you like Su Muxu, you shouldn't mess with Sister Yuzu for him. Okay? Got it. Man, I'll keep silent and say nothing. Okay? Light Song, you'd better. Man grabbed his ear again. Hey, you brat. Your skin is itching again, right? Hiss. Pain. Light Sang screamed in pain. Sister, I'm wrong. On the other side, Su Coriander Pomelo came to the river alone. The river was clearly visible. Squatted down by the river and took a close look at it. Then put her hand in the river. A trace of spiritual energy surged into the river. It didn't take long for the fish to scramble and swim. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth raised a smile. And I don't know who scattered the fish fry. From the bank, the fish in this river grew quite big. She took a stick she had picked up on the side of the road, took off her shoes and socks, pulled up her pant legs and went straight into the water. Asterisk. There are really fish in this river. Su Coriander Pomelo is really out of luck. So what if there are fish? And if there are fish, you can't always catch them. Ha. She doesn't think she can catch a fish with a stick. She's so naive. Even if she catches a fish, she probably won't be able to keep it with that little body of hers. Hey, haven't you guys noticed that this fish has been swimming next to Su Coriander Pomelo? You're really saying that? Su Coriander Yuzu held up a wooden stick and brushed it to catch several fat fish. Several fish were caught in a few minutes though, and all of them were very fat. Later, when the wooden stick got in the way, he threw it away and just caught the fish with his bare hands. All but dumbfounded the live viewers. That's a tiger of a sister. A fish that big. Say catch. After catching a total of 10 or so fish, Su Coriander went ashore. Looking at the fish that were still swimming on the shore and not leaving, Su Coriander Pomelo waved her hand at them in an extremely good mood. All go back. We'll come back tomorrow to eat you. Those fish didn't know if they really understood her words, but they slowly all swam away. Asterisk. What kind of charter is this? I'm shocked. I'm not mistaken. Su Coriander Pomelo waved her hand and all the fish swam away? Is Su Coriander Yuzu the reincarnation of a koi carp? No, I think she was born a god. You're all overthinking this, aren't you? Those fish were just scared off by her. Why didn't you write more when you were writing the language essay for the college entrance exam? It's just that. There's no such thing as a mystery. Chapter 49, Catching Fish. When Su Coriander Pomelo returned with 2 fish, everyone in the camp was stunned. I didn't expect to let Su Coriander Pomelo catch a fish and come back. Su Coriander Pomelo put the 2 fish in her hands on the ground and beckoned towards Li Song. Little Li Z, come here. Light Song froze for a moment. Ah, shouting at me? If not you, who else? Su Coriander Pomelo, there are still a few fish by the river. You and I will get a knife and kill them. Light Song looked at the half-pitched tent. What about the tent? It's okay for the tent to be set up a little later. Su Coriander Pomelo, anyway, it's also set up even faster. It can't compare to them anymore. Don't think about the dinner prepared by the program team. Go with sister to kill the fish. Sister will give you grilled fish in the evening. Reed Song blinked, then decisively put down the things in his hands. Coming, my sister. Man looked at the dogged appearance of a family of younger brothers and was speechless for a while. Who the hell is your real sister? Su Coriander Pomelo commanded Lightsong to carry the 2 fish on the ground. Found Director He, and raised a big smile. Director He, 2 fish for a barrel, okay? Director He's mouth twitched. What do you need the barrel for? Take a bath. Su Coriander Pomelo squinted her eyes at the sun in the sky. With such a big sun and after traveling so much, you can't not take a bath. If you want to take a bath, you need hot water. If you want hot water you need to go to the river and fetch water. And if you want to fetch water you need a vessel. 2 fish for a barrel should be a good deal. And if 2 fish aren't enough there are plenty more on the river. Su Coriander Pomelo said these problems. He naturally thought of them. The reason why he never said anything was not because he was designing small games at night for the sake of the program's effect. The only way to get the barrels, pots, and all that stuff is to win the game. Director He looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's smiling eyes and thought of that scene in the morning when she fought 1 against 2. He couldn't help but gulp. Alright, just change it. Su Coriander Yuzu left the camp with the barrel and the chopper, as she had hoped. Ha 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 ha, not bad for my female goose, really smart. Su Coriander Yuzu is not going to kill the fish herself, is she? Does she know how to kill fish? We won't know if we will or won't when we go. The water in this river is fluid, so there is no fear of getting it dirty. Su Coriander Yuzu is really good at killing fish. After all, it was inevitable that one would go to the deep mountains when practicing and stay there for months at a time. Occasionally, he would also catch some wild game and roast it for dinner, and over time he became more and more skillful. First you stun the fish by slapping it, then you scale it, slice it open, take out the guts, remove the gills, and remove the line. Lightsong was beside him, stringing the cleaned fish with wooden bamboo and putting them into the barrel. Half an hour down the line, Su Coriander cleaned all 8 fish. By the time the 2 got back to camp, the other 3 groups were halfway through pitching their tents. Lightsong put down the barrel and went on setting up the tent with a sense of duty. Su Coriander Pomelo held the firewood he picked up on the way, put it in the clearing, casually built a rudimentary shelf and lit the fire, and put the fish on it. Then he took a row of bottles and jars out of his own bag, opened them one by one, and sprinkled them on. Su Coriander Yuzu just sat on the stool, one hand propped up her chin, the other flipping back and forth the wooden stick with the fish skewered on it. Before long, the smell of grilled fish was coming from throughout the camp. Lightsong's eyes brightened violently and he gulped, not realizing that the fish baked by Sister Yuzu was so fragrant. Hurry up and speed up the movement of your hands. Even Director Ho's side smelled it. They had never smelled such a fragrant grilled fish before, and looking at the 2 fish that Su Coriander had sent, they decided to add a meal tonight. Yichio glanced at the absent-minded person whose eyes fell on the person sitting on that stool from time to time, and his eyes held back a smile. Having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, Xiao Yun Purin's unconcealed mind naturally could not be hidden from her eyes. I really didn't think that the unbeatable Xiao Ershao of the Xiao family in the capital would go on a variety show to record a program for a girl he likes. Smelling the fragrance that filled the air, Yichio looked at him and said, with our speed, we definitely can't compare to Su Muxu and Yuchanan, and there's no dinner prepared by the program team, so why don't we go and catch some fish later on as well? After a pause, when our tent is set up, you go help Lightsong, then borrow a bit of seasoning for the grilled fish from Su Coriander. Xiao Yun Purin glanced at her and murmured, yes. Worrying that he couldn't find a chance to approach Su Coriander Yuzu, he had to ask why he was alienating him if he didn't hate him. Yichio is helping his cousin create opportunities, doing a good job. Is this really not some kind of relationship variety show? Other than that, the 2 of them are very compatible in appearance, just like handsome men with beautiful women. Who understands the paradise of the face of the dog? I'm really convinced that you guys are messing around with CPs. This is a camping program. If you want a CPs, go to a relationship variety show, okay? What do you care? I just like to kowtow to CP. What do you care? Slightly. Speaking of which, does the fish baked by Su Coriander Yuzu really smell that good? I thought all those bottles and jars of hers were cosmetics, but who knew that they were all filled with spice products? This sister is really an oddball, right? These bottles and cans, since they are all seasonings, that means she did not bring a skincare products cosmetics. She is now really veiled. There's a saying that you don't need to put anything on your face at 17 or 18. You're just the most beautiful. Nuwa, are you asleep? I'm too ugly to sleep. Su Jiaojiao's jealous eyes were about to spit fire, and she only ate a little bread and watermelon to fill her stomach at noon, and because of all the busy work of putting up the tent, my stomach had long been hungry. The scent coming from over there made their stomachs growl with hunger even more. Wei Jiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with rather grudging eyes. Although there are 3 of them in this group, Lyman Man is a $1,000 lady. 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. Only casually watched the 10 pitching video once before coming. Not very good at all. And sometimes will also help, if it wasn't for the fact that it was now live. Wei Zhao would have exploded in anger. Su Jiaojiao, and because of the cold sick, is still not well. The two people just on the side of the hand. The rest of the work is basically him to do. He hadn't eaten enough for lunch, and he was now tired and hungry. Luckily, the campground was surrounded by trees that blocked out some of the sun. Otherwise, he probably would have really passed out from exhaustion. After a little while longer, Su Muxu and Yu Chanyan cooperated and were the first to set up the tent. The two of them are also exhausted, mainly because it's so hot right now, even in the mountains. It was sweltering and muggy, and there were mosquitoes to bite from time to time. You know, the mosquito bites in the mountains are the most poisonous. The second to finish were Yi Qiu and Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin clapped her hands and came to Lightsong's front, taking the initiative to ask, "Do you need my help?" Lightsong raised his eyes and raised a smile. "Yes." Chapter 50, I think it's a love sister. Su Coriander Yuzu propped up her chin, but her mind was thinking of something else. The aura in this mountain was not similar to the one she had gone to before, and was even a bit more dense. She thought about finding a place to practice at night while the broadcast was off and when everyone was asleep, but there is a Xiao Yunpurin here. From her naked eye, Xiao Yunpurin was an ordinary person, but Xiaoyu, his big cousin, was a cultivator with some of the 4th level of qi refining. If she were to find a place to cultivate, would it be noticed by him? She wanted to stay for a while longer for the time being, and didn't want to be known by others as a cultivator. Su Coriander Pomelo turned back and looked at Li Song, who was working with Xiao Yunpurin to set up a tent. Her eyes twitched slightly and she narrowed them. The spirit pupil technique was used for only 3 seconds, and the eyes were withdrawn. Xiao Yunpurin's hand paused slightly. Just now, he suddenly had a feeling of being seen through all over his body, and turned around violently to see that Su Coriander Yuzu seemed to have had her back to them the whole time. He frowned with both eyebrows, a little puzzled. Su Coriander Yuzu slightly lowered her eyes, hiding the shocking waves in her eyes. The 8th level of qi refining cultivation. At 18 years old, she had reached the 8th level of qi refining cultivation, and in her previous life, she was also a rare genius. It's the big baby in the family. Because there were treasures on his body that concealed his cultivation as well as his physique, he appeared to outsiders to be an ordinary person. However, he was a body of pure yang, an excellent cauldron. The body of pure yang was a maddening physique no matter which world it was in. Both men and women will want him, because just double cultivating with him once is equivalent to 10 years of hard labor. Who wouldn't be tempted by that, may I ask? Su Coriander Pomelo's fingers gently twisted, her eyes deepening a few points. In this world where aura was scarce, a single double cultivation could be worth 10 years of hard cultivation. Is up. What to do? She's heartbroken, too. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips and hurriedly suppressed that crazy thought in her heart. Sister, the fish you bake smells so good. Did you put some kind of seasoning product? While she was rambling, Su Jiaojiao suddenly walked over and squatted next to her, weakly voicing a question. Sister, didn't director he say to turn in any snacks or anything you brought? Su Coriander, the gardenia is thick and coarse and fragrant duster are not open, so the literati do not take the character dare not be high. The gardenia said, go to your mother, I just want to be so fragrant, the fragrance of the pain and suffering ing tube it? Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened. Then she spoke with a face full of innocence. I'm just reminding my sister that director he said that any snacks should be turned in. Su Coriander Pomelo looked sideways at Su Jiaojiao and suddenly said, Su Jiaojiao, I suddenly feel that you are half like Shakespeare. Su Jiaojiao froze. Where does it look like? Su Coriander Grapefruit thin lipped slightly. Sabi. Ha 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 ha. God, he meowed Sabi. Su Coriander Yuzu's mouth is too poisonous. Ha 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 ha. You guys look at Su Jiaojiao's face. Stiff as a ghost. Our pretty baby is just kindly reminding her. Do you need to scold her like that? Who told her to mind her own business? The director didn't even give the word. So who should I scold if I don't scold her? That's right. Those are just some condiments, not snacks. Do you need her to remind you? Ha 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 ha, I'll dislike anyone who messes with me like this from now on. Su Jiaojiao lightly bit her lips and apologized in a low voice. Sister, it was me who spoke too much. I'm sorry. Su Coriander Pomelo's face was cold. Knowing that, why don't you hurry up and get lost? She showed no mercy to Su Jiaojiao, and she wondered when Su Jiaojiao was going to turn on her after all the excitement she had given her. Su Muxu with a disconcerting face went up and pulled Su Jiaojiao up, not even looking at Su Coriander Pomelo. Jiaojiao, I see that you didn't even eat much at noon. You must be hungry now. I'll give you the meal that the program team prepared for me. Su Jiaojiao shook her head repeatedly. How can that be? Second brother, that's what you deserve. I can't take it. Su Muxu tenderly touched her head, his eyes soft and uncharacteristic. Good boy. Your cold is still not well. Now if you don't eat a little hot meal, I'm afraid you're not feeling well. Su Jiaojiao's eyes instantly glowed like stars, revealing unworldly innocence, but she still shook her head. No need. Second brother, didn't we get some vegetables and fruits on the way here this morning? We can cook for ourselves. The show is still conscientious. and there is a big pot next to it, just for them to cook their own food individually. It was not used at noon because they were so hungry, and as they had to pitch their tents in the afternoon, they could only eat some bread and fruit first. Also, some of the food they got this morning was probably only enough for this evening meal. It might not be enough, which was why Ichio was thinking of catching a few fish as well. Sumaksu smiled. You're a girl, you're still growing, you can have my share. I'll just cook and eat with them. Su Jiaojiao's eyes were clear and bright, curving up like a crescent moon. Alright then, thank you second brother, you're so kind to me. Sumaksu's gaze was gentle like water. You are my sister. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Snort. What a sister. Xiao Yunpurin striding his long legs came in front of them at an unknown time, lightly raised his lower eyebrows and looked at the two, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc, his accent loose. I think it's a love sister. A hint of panic flashed in Sumaksu's eyes, which passed in an instant. Xiao Ershao, what do you mean? The corner of Xiao Yunpurin's lips tugged lightly. Literally. Sumaksu was furious and opened his mouth to argue, but was stopped in time by Su Jiaojiao, her eyes full of stubborn innocence staring at Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Ershao, even though I'm not mom and dad's real daughter, you can't insult the relationship between my brother and I like that. My brother only gave up the rice to me because I wasn't feeling well. Xiao Yunpurin looked at her and snorted fiercely. The end of his voice was careless. Not feeling well? I see that you have a rosy face and are as strong as an ox. Seen wrapped small feet. Have not seen your kind of wrapped small brain. Xianwei City is so little hospital. As long as you go to check to know you last night in the end there is no fever to the hospital. Su Jiajiao's small face went white and she couldn't help but take a step back. Yi Chou came over at the right time to round up the situation. Alright, don't argue or all companions. After a pause, he continued. I can cook, so someone come with me or you won't be able to see it when it gets dark. Wei Zhao immediately raised her hand. Sister Yi Chou, I'll help you fight. Yu Chaghan, I'm going to help too. Receiving a look from Lai Man Song, Lai Man sighed. I'll go wash the dishes then. Su Jiajiao followed suit, stepping forward to take her arm. Sister Man, I'll go with you to wash the dishes as well. Mamoru Lai paused for a moment and didn't refuse. Just have a big pot also cannot. What oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar are not. So Yi Chou, the four of them went to find the director to cook the chopping board or something. Where to do some small games. Su Jiaojiao and Lai Manmeng took some vegetables and went to the river to wash them. The division of labor is clear. In an instant, only Xiao Yunpurin was left around Su Coriander Pomelo. Chapter 51 dropped his vest. I'm going to die. Xiao Yunpurin's mouth is as poisonous as Su Coriander Pomelo's. Me too. I even have a CP name. It's Grasswood CP. Why is it called Kosaki? What does it mean? Don't y'all notice that the first two words of their names start with and the last word is wood? When you say it like that it's really hay. Grass and trees symbolize strong vitality and endless life. I hope the CP I'm knocking on will last for a long time. I poo. A group of dead love brain. And not what love variety show. All day knock CP. My brother Mushio have been so insulted. Heartbroken dead my brother. That's right. My brother is just heartbroken about his sister. And he's so insulted by him saying that he likes his own sister. How can there be such a classless person in this world? Curse on those who curse my brother. I give 20 pounds of flesh on my body for Xiao Yunpurin to die. Mouth to eat a turd so stinky. I he you a you go dog 3333. A string of ban words that, at a glance, are extremely high in moments, and I don't know who's so outraged. In short, the pop-up fans of Sumaksu and Su Jiajiao argued with the face CP fans of Xiao Yunpurin and Su Coriander Pomelo, while one of the parties in question leisurely grilled a fish. One slowly moved a chair across from her and took a skewer of fish and grilled it as well. Xiao Yunpurin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, silent for a long time, suddenly turned off the mic on his body, slightly lowered his jaw, covered his mouth, and whispered, Su Coriander Pomelo, do you see something? Su Coriander Pomelo was stunned. He was so alert? Xiao Yunpurin lips pursed into a straight line, continued, I have no malice, just if you really know anything, please don't say it, and I won't pester you in the future. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised, directly transmitting sound to him, not killing me to silence me? You trust me that much? If the pure yang body was exposed, he could be in for countless crises. At that time, I'm afraid that even the Xiao family won't be able to protect him. Xiao Yunpurin's pupils contracted violently when she heard these words. Just now, Su Coriander Pomelo's lips didn't move, and the words were sent directly to his mind. It's transmutation. It's a long-lost transmutation technique. When Su Coriander Pomelo saw this look on his face, she frowned slightly and asked, You don't know the voice transmission technique? Xiao Yunpurin shook her head, indicating that she wouldn't. It shouldn't be. According to her guess, the Xiao family should also be a hidden family. How could they not know such a low-level spell as the voice transmission technique? It also showed that the cultivators in this world were much more backward than in her previous life. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment. I'll tell you the spell of the voice transmission technique, and I won't reveal your physique, on the condition that I don't divulge my identity as a cultivator. And also, as the spiritual chi here is rich, I'm going to go to the deep mountains to cultivate at night. Xiao Yun Purin looked at her with a complicated expression on her face and nodded after thinking for a moment. Voice transmission was really simple, the most basic of all spells, and in no time Xiao Yun Purin had learned it. Xiao Yun pursed the mai on his body and transmitted his voice to her. Why do you want to hide your identity as a cultivator? Cultivators can get a lot of things that ordinary people can't get. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him. Aren't you also hiding your cultivator identity as an ordinary student just the same? Xiao Yun Purin shrugged his shoulders. His tone was rather lazy. It's not because of this broken physique of mine, the body of pure yang. Ah, how many people's heart of the tang monk meat. How nice to be an ordinary person, eating and drinking without worrying. It's better than being captured and used as a furnace. Su Coriander Pomelo, you still haven't answered my question as to why you didn't choose to kill me to silence me. She is only at the 2nd level of chi refining now. Xiao Yun Purin is at the 8th level of chi refining. The difference is a bit big. Even if she adds the talisman on her body, she doesn't dare to guarantee that she can escape smoothly. Xiao Yun, I don't know. Anyway, I just don't want to kill you. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him for half a second, lightly licked the corner of her lips and suddenly smiled. Xiao Yun Purin, I have a set of dual cultivation techniques here. Not a stove, but dual cultivation. Why don't we try it? Xiao Yun Purin was violently stunned. Her face turned red with the naked eye, and her entire body froze. After a while, it was only after a few moments that he stammered out. If it's with you, also, not impossible. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked. Fine, keep your yuan yang. I'll look for you when I have difficulties with my cultivation. Xiao Yun Purin blinked. Honestly, he thought it was now. There was that small hint of a small disappointment. Looking at his disappointed expression, Su Coriander Pomelo gave him a speechless blank look. Yuan cannot be broken before foundation establishment, otherwise cultivation will be difficult. This world's aura was already scarce, and with the loss of Yuan, it would be even harder to build a foundation. Dual cultivation with Xiao Yun Purin's pure yang body could indeed quickly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, but what she wanted was a solid, steady, perfect foundation building, not relying on external forces. Why don't these two just sit there and talk? Are they playing mime? I seem to have just seen Xiao Yun Purin blushing. Hey, so turn off the mic and talking in secret? No, I don't think so. I don't see the lips moving, and they must be blushing from the heat as they sit by the fire. So they're just sitting around a fire roasting fish? Ha, so innocent? What elementary school chickens fall in love? Xiao Yun Purin patted her face, and when the heat on her face dissipated, she thought about it and still asked, of course still in voice transmission mode. Xiao Yuan Nan Rongsher said that it was a thunder spirit root cultivator who saved the people that night. So you are a thunder spirit root cultivator? Coriander Su, it's me. Xiao Yun, a thunder spirit root that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. If those old men knew about it, they would probably all come to snatch you as a genius. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. I don't need a master. Xiao Yun Purin converged her expression and after a moment's pause, she lazily opened her mouth again and said, do you want to know what kind of spiritual root I have? Love to talk. The corner of Xiao Yun Purin's mouth contained a smile. Wind spirit root. It's a mutant spirit root just like you. Su Coriander Pomelo was not much of a surprise. At his age, with this kind of cultivation, his spiritual root must not be bad. Either heavenly spiritual root or mutant spiritual root. She put the roasted fish in her hands to the side, beckoned towards Li Tsung, and called out, little Li Zi, come here, the fish is ready. Over there. Li Tsung heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice and put down the game card in his hand. Hey, you guys keep playing. I'm going over to Sister Pomelo's side. Yi Chou smiled and waved his hand. Alright, go ahead. Chapter 52, end of the first day of live broadcasting. Li Tsung took the grilled fish handed over by Su Coriander Pomelo. Sister Pomelo, don't you want to eat first? Su Coriander Pomelo took another fish and continued to grill it. You've been busy all afternoon setting up the tent. You eat first, there will be more later. At that Ri Tsung grinned. Thank you Sister Yuzu, then I won't be polite. Su Coriander Pomelo was naturally happy when the fish she baked was liked. Sis said there's meat to be had if you follow her. Li Tsung nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha, he really wasn't complimenting her. The fish was really tasty with no idea what kind of seasoning he had put on it. And, after eating it, it felt like all the dryness in my body slowly disappeared. Xiao Yun Purin's grudging eyes swept a glance at Li Tsung and said sourly, Pomelo, I also want to eat the fish you baked. Light Song's body suddenly stiffened. Oops, almost forgot about this big Buddha. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him and raised her luxuriant eyebrows. Once you've picked your battles, it's time to start boldly changing your call sign. Light Song hurriedly said to Su Coriander Pomelo, Sister Pomelo, just now Xiao Urshio also helped me set up my tent. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be busy alone until dark. Su Coriander Yusu took her bottles and jars and sprinkled the fish with seasoning. Okay, wait. Ritsong sighed in relief and sat down to continue nibbling on his fish. Ooh yummy, this is too good to hate the fish spines. Xiao Yun Purin's eyes steeply brightened. Secretly, he was glad that he had just come over and picked out his identity. So there was this benefit. Just now Brother Light Song was assisting Su Coriander and Xiao Yun Purin, at the expense of me still knocking sister and brother CP. Su Coriander Yuzu doesn't like her brother's character. Just now Su Coriander Pomelo promised to grill fish for Xiao Yun Purin. Wow, the grass and wood CP branch froze up. Did you hear that? He called her Yuzu, and she didn't refuse. Sure enough, my eyes are never wrong. The CP I knocked is the real deal. After a while, Su Coriander Pomelo handed the baked fish in her hand to Xiao Yun Purin, and Xiao Yun Purin handed the fish he had baked to Light Song. Looking at Xiao Yun Purin's threatening eyes, Light Song silently took the grilled fish. The fish that Su Coriander Pomelo caught was huge. Even if it smelled good, the most he could eat was 2, and his stomach wouldn't allow him to eat more. So there was no chance for him to eat the fish baked by Su Coriander Yuzu again. Xiao Yun Purin took a bite of the fish and frowned slightly. It wasn't that it wasn't delicious. On the contrary, it was very tasty. He looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and transmitted his voice to her. There is aura in the fish. Su Coriander Pomelo's countenance remained unchanged. Spiritual chi is thick here. It's not a big deal for a fish to be tainted with it. There's a point to be made. Xiao Yun Purin didn't think much of it. Over there, Su Jiaojiao and Li Manmans washed the dishes and came back. I don't know what to say. The two of them arm in arm, just like a sister. Yi Chou they also won the cooking guy from the show. Su Muxu's portion of rice was still handed to Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao couldn't push it away. How about this? When we're done, let's eat together. Su Muxu rubbed Su Jiaojiao's head, his gaze gentle, then listened to Jiaojiao. Yu Changyan was just about to leave with his lunchbox when his face stiffened for a second. Then he followed suit. I'll eat my share with everyone else when the time comes. Yi Qiu and Wei Zhao had nothing to say and nodded in agreement. Wow, Piao Piao baby is so kind. Unlike someone who's there to eat alone. That's right, you don't know how to share so many fish. You're really selfish and mean. 3. Laozi only heartache Yu Chang'an. It is not easy to be able to eat a meal by these two epileptic male and female. He wants if he holds the lunchbox alone to eat, it will not be sprayed to death. Can these two epileptic males and females have a live room of their own? It's annoying to watch them. 8 fish. Su Coriander Pomelo only ate 1 fish before she was full, mainly because the original owner really didn't have a big appetite. Xiao Yun Purin has 2, Light Song has 2, and the rest is distributed to Yi Qiu, Wei Zhao and Yu Chan on each. They were especially surprised when Su Coriander gave them the baked fish, because Su Coriander Yusu hadn't spoken to them since the beginning of the program. That mouth was so poisonous they didn't want to go up there and look for a scolding. Yi Qiu asked in disbelief, is it really baked for us? Of course. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips and smiled. Sister Yi Qiu, I'll sleep in a tent with you at night. So it is. Yi Qiu realized that there were only 4 girls here. Lai Man Man and Su Jiaojiao had a good relationship, so Su Coriander Pomelo would have to sleep in a tent with her. She thought that this little girl was low in emotional intelligence, and she didn't know how to cover her temper on the program, and now she was afraid that the internet would be cursed. I didn't realize that she just didn't have a good face for Su Jiaojiao and Su Muxu. Yi Qiu took the grilled fish and nodded with a smile. Good, thank you then. Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan glanced at each other, and very flattered. They also took the grilled fish. To be honest, they had been smelling this scent and craving it for a really long time. The two of them said thanks in unison. Coriander Su, you're welcome. When Su Jiaojiao saw this scene, a hint of cynicism flashed in her eyes, and she clenched her fists until pain came from her palms before she came back to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head. Not just a fish. She helped wash and cut the vegetables and worked for hours without seeing them thank her. Put, laughing, 8 fish. Not a single one for Su Jiaojiao and Su Muxu, neither did Mammy Lai. Whoever told her to get close to Su Jiaojiao deserved that she didn't. Bah, we Mamoru don't care about a fish. That's right, we Mamoru are $1,000 lady. What kind of fish haven't we eaten before? Humph, Light Song is obviously Mamoru's own brother, but he's turning his elbow outward. I think he really owes a beating. A Light Song is not enough, but also went to hook up with Xiao Yun Purin. Why drop now also want to use a fish to please Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan? She is so short of men? 3 asterisk 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 you go all day man. I'm looking at you, you're the one who's ing lacking a man. Light Song and my female goose as a group, more contact with Hao. And Xiao Yunpurin obviously he took the initiative to come forward. How to your mouth is she hooked up? I'm not sure if you're going to eat the fish, but I think you're going to be able to pick at it. She's an underage girl, and in the mouths of you brainwashed fans, she's a woman who hooks up with men. What's the matter? You can't live without men, can you? Arguing with a bunch of you brain-dead elementary school chickens makes me feel degraded. No matter how noisy the pop-ups are, it never affects the parties who can't see them. It was soon dark, and the boys carried their barrels to the river to fetch and boil water for bathing. Unsurprisingly, Lai Man Man and Su Jiao Jiao were in one tent, and Su Coriander Pomelo and Yi Chiu, on the boys' side, Xiao Yunpurin and Li Tsang are in one tent, and Su Mu Su, Wei Zhao and Yu Chang'an are in another tent. The live stream closes at 9 o'clock. End of day 1. Chapter 53, Team up with Xiao Yunpurin. The live camera was off, which made everyone a lot more comfortable. Very few young people are early sleepers these days, let alone the fact that it's only 9 o'clock. It's just that the show doesn't give cell phones, and there are mosquitoes all over the place outside, so you have to go back to your tent to talk and sleep. Su Coriander, Yi Chiu lay on her other side, and neither of them spoke. Not a moment later, Su Coriander Yuzu heard a subtle snoring sound. She rolled over and sat up, giving her a sleep point to make her sleep more soundly, then opened the tent and dug out, scanned around and left quickly, and shortly after she left, a figure followed her. Coriander Su came deeper into the mountains. The aura here was more dense and more suitable for cultivation. She didn't care about the little tail that followed behind her. The vest was off anyway, so he could follow if he wanted to. The next day, at dawn, Su Coriander Pomelo slowly exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, opened her eyes, got up and patted her butt to leave. By the time she got to the campsite, no one else was awake and the broadcast hadn't started yet. Su Coriander Yuzu also faintly heard a purring sound. She sat off to the side in 100 different ways, her hands propped up on her chin, her head in the air. Not long after, Director he came over and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo for a moment first, then took the gong and began to beat it. Thump, thump, thump. The ear-piercing sound even Su Coriander Yuzu cannot help but cover his ears. This director is really will be a whole living awe. The broadcast is on. Get up, get up. The sun's going to be on your ass. The first batch of fans who squatted and flooded into the live broadcast room laughed their asses off when they watched Director he being so lackadaisical. It's only 7 o'clock now. Director he, you're really lacking in virtue. Who will be the first one to get me? Kong Kong, out of bed. Hey, wait, that person under the tree is not Su Coriander Yuzu. Look at her, that looks like she has been up for a long time. She woke up so early. Ah, you're awake early, too. How can I be the same? I'm lying in bed, watching live under the covers. The first one to come out was surprisingly Su Muxu. At this time he was full of black lines. The dark circles under his eyes were heavy and scary. Originally 3 people sleeping is very crowded. Wei Zhao and Yu Chang'an fell asleep, snoring all night, noisy and tossing and turning and could not sleep. Why does Su Muxu look like he's been sucked out of his essence? Ha 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 ha. There's one thing to be said about Su Muxu, is indeed very handsome. It's just that these dark circles under his eyes are too heavy. Ha ha ha. 3 people crammed into a tent. Surely they can't sleep well. I feel sorry for my brother. Immediately afterward, Light Song yawned and rubbed his eyes as he walked out. Wow, Light Song's brother. He really is a natural beauty. So cute, isn't he? I love it. I love it. Brother, sister is waiting for you to come of age. Lai Man Man and Su Jiao Jiao came out together. The two are face. Is the spirit of some not so good? Seems to be not sleep well. Lai Man Man and Su Jiao Jiao also look pretty good in their plain faces, and both have white skin. They are all young ladies with expensive daily skincare products to maintain their skin. If it were me, my skin would be fine too. Yi Chiu walked out with a bright spirit. Originally thought that sleeping on the ground would be very uncomfortable, but did not expect to wake up in pretty good spirits. Smilingly greeted everyone. Good morning. Wei Zhao and Yu Chang'an also followed suit and walked out of the tent. Xiao Yunpurin was not in the tent. He came from not far away. The people thought that he was also an early riser and did not ask much. Director he saw that everyone had arrived and woke up, and after making them put their mics on, he then opened his mouth with the loudspeaker. Today is the second day of the program's taping. It's now 7:10 a.m. Your breakfast program is ready, but you'll have to find it yourselves. There's no need to group up in the future either. You can work with whoever you want to work with. Wei Zhao asked. Director he, it's not like we'll need to find 3 meals a day on our own from now on, right? Director he nodded his head with a smile. Yes, and from now on, the program group won't prepare food for you, so you'll have to find your own breakfast every day, and you'll have to find your own ingredients to make lunch and dinner. After a pause, he continued. A warm reminder, on the way to look for food, you may encounter people who rob you of your food. Protect the food in your hands, or else it will be robbed. and the program will not prepare a second portion for you. Yu Chang'an immediately looked at Director He with a crying face. Director He, you're really good at this. When food is taken away, it's the same as going hungry. Director He still had that smiling look on his face. Well, have a good time next. After saying that, he looked meaningfully at Su Coriander Pomelo and turned to leave. Exciting, exciting, and next must be very exciting. Ha 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 ha, would love to see all of them. Breakfast is snatched. Am I being a little too sinful? No, I actually really want to see it. Carrot omega carrot. Ha 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 ha, I hope those soldier boys don't show any mercy and count on snatching it away. Then you're overthinking it. Su Coriander Pomelo is so good at fighting. She definitely won't be robbed of her breakfast. That's what I'm talking about. Ha! Su Coriander Yuzu narrowed her eyes, always feeling that the look in Director He's eyes just before he left was unfriendly. Not that malicious look. Instead, it's that look of amusement. Xiao Yunpuren walked to Su Coriander Pomelo without the slightest surprise and said with a smile on his face, Pomelo, are we together? Su Coriander Pomelo thought about it and nodded. Good. Lightsong silently retracted his footsteps. He still chose the Lai family between starvation and the Lai family. Starving was only temporary, but the benefits of working with the Xiao family were countless. Then, when Lai Manman asked him to team up with Su Jiaojiu and Su Muxu, he decisively refused. Sis, I'm with Sister Yichio and the others. His sister, he understands, was spoiled by her parents at home, and she didn't suffer much from acting in the entertainment industry. And that Su Jiaojiu looked so weak. Su Muxu, a big man with two women who couldn't carry on their shoulders or hands. The food they were looking for would surely be snatched away later. Following Ichio and Wei Zhao Yu Chang'an in a group should protect some. Mamoru Lai bristled. As you wish. This brother of hers had been very opinionated and spooky since he was a kid, and she couldn't control him anyway. On the contrary, Mom and Dad used to make her listen to him. Ha! Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpuren, are these two using the variety show to fall in love? Other than that, if the two of them were to come to the entertainment industry with this face value, they would definitely explode in popularity. It's extremely good for my eyes to wake up in the morning to such a little eye candy scene. I have a hunch that even if Su Mux's team finds food, they won't be able to protect you guys. Believe it or not. Prophet. Knife. Knife. Chapter 54, The Divine Beast Kuan Pang. The road in the mountains was very bad, crooked with some branches in the way. The three randomly assigned groups all left in different directions. Without walking for long, Su Coriander Pomelo saw a box blocked with leaves in front. That should be the things prepared by the program team. Xiao Yunpuren went up and squatted down to sweep the leaves away, and there was a note clipped to the top of the box, which he read out. To open the chest to get the food, you have to unlock the combination lock. Xiao Yunpuren's mouth twitched, and she had to say that the director of this program was really able to make a whole living. Su Coriander Yuzu also squatted down and picked up the note next to her. A day is like a year. Name the numerical riddle. A year equals 3065 days, 1365. Try it. Xiao Yunpuren entered the password, and with a click, the box opened, and inside were some buns and soy milk, as well as a few tomatoes and potatoes. Su Coriander Pomelo made a decisive decision. Eat first, go back when you're full. Xiao Yunpuren thought the same thing. So, the two of them just sat on the floor, one of them holding a cup of soy milk and nibbling on a bun, and ate slowly and methodically. Su Coriander Yuzu was quite smart, guessing the password in a flash. Pohahaha, I have to say they're pretty smart to know that there's a robbery on the road and eat before they go back. Anyone who is a human being can think of that. But I always think that the showrunners shouldn't be so simple. The showrunners, of course, don't make it that easy. Breakfast can be eaten on the spot, but other ingredients will have to be brought back to the campground on your own. Otherwise, what's for lunch? Along the way, you're bound to run into a mugging arranged by the show. A man in a ghillie suit with camouflage painted on his face, unable to see what he looked like, suddenly appeared in front of the two. Little girl, we meet again. Fu Jiang waved at them in an extremely good mood. Coriander Su laughed. What? You want to be tied up by me again? Fu Jiang wasn't angry either. He took a step back. Hey, you can't tie me up this time. Xiao Yunpuren carried the box and motionlessly scanned the surroundings, transmitting his voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. There are many people coming around. A cultivator's senses were much more sensitive than an ordinary person's, and she also noticed that there were indeed many more people around. The show really looks up to her, sending so many people to rob the two of them. Xiao Yunpuren, you take the stuff and go. I'll play 2 rounds with them. Xiao Yunpuren shook her head. No, you take your things and go. I'll deal with them. I can't leave you alone. The corner of Su Coriander's mouth twitched, raising her eyes to look at him. It's not a parting of life and death. It's just a program. Don't make it too sad. Xiao Yun pursed. That won't work either. I'll hold them off and you run. Coriander Su sighed. She wanted another fight. Alright then, you give me the case. Su Coriander Yuzu took the box and turned and ran the moment the crowd gathered around. There were still branches in the way of the mountain curves, but it didn't affect her speed at all, and in no time at all she was out of sight. Even the drones had lost her. Seeing such a situation, Director He's face twitched slightly. What the hell? So many people couldn't stop her alone? There was even a series of chuckles in the live feed. Ha 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 ha, cannot laugh me to death. Su Coriander Grapefruit belongs to the rabbit. How to run so fast. There's no more silhouette of Su Coriander Yuzu on the screen, running so fast that even the drones didn't catch up. Should I say no? She and Xiao Yun Puring cooperated quite well, one stopping people, the other running away with something, obviously not saying anything, just glancing at each other. Sure enough, the CPI knocked is the real deal. Tacitly, Xiao Yun Puring stopped a few people who wanted to go up to chase Su Coriander Pomelo, and he didn't lose the slightest bit of ground in a pair of 5. Director He was furious and jumped straight to his feet. How come one of them is so good with their hands? How else is this going to play? Regardless of how angry guide he was, Su Coriander Pomelo circled around the river, ready to catch a few more fish to go back. A trace of spiritual energy surged into the river, and soon came many fish. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes overflowed with laughter, turned off the mai, and went straight into the water, catching fish with his bare hands. However, just after catching 2 fish, the fish swimming at her feet suddenly all swam away at once. Su Coriander Yuzu narrowed her eyes and quickly went ashore. A small, palm-sized, colorful fish hummed and swam. Stopping at the shore, a pair of fish eyes stared intently at Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Yuzu had never seen a fish with so many colors on its body, colorful and beautiful, but her intuition told her that it was also dangerous. Her thin lips quirked. Fish demon? In the next second, the little fish opened his mouth, a soft and sticky little child's voice, unable to hear men and women. You're the fish demon. Your whole family is a fish demon. Su Coriander Yuzu was silent for a rare moment, and she was only glad that she wasn't followed by a drone. So what are you? You're the thing. Your whole family is the thing. Coriander Su. Her face was expressionless as she turned around with her suitcase and left. Seeing that she was really gone, little fish couldn't help but get anxious. Wait. Su Coriander Pomelo stopped but didn't turn around. Something wrong? The little fish flicked its tail in the river and spit out bubbles. You take me away. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. If you want me to take you away, you have to tell me what you are? The little fish hummed lightly in arrogance. Humph. I am the divine beast Kuan Pang. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Kuan. The size of the Kuan was several thousand li, and it was transformed into a bird called the roc. The roc's back is thousands of miles long, and when it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging down from the sky. She had still heard of the Kuan Pang divine beast's great name. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the little fish with slightly skeptical eyes. Just you, Kuan Pang? You don't believe me? Fishy's voice couldn't help but raise a few notches. Unbelievable. Su Coriander Pomelo, even though I've never seen the divine beast Kuan Pang, I know that Kuan Pang wouldn't stray into this tiny mountain, much less be humble enough to beg me, a small cultivator at the second level of chi refining, to take him away. The little fish was furious. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that I was injured and encountered a spatial storm before I strayed into this hole of a place, would I have become like this? Su Coriander Pomelo was keenly aware of the word space storm in his mouth. She laughed. Oh, so it's an injury. Little fish, you take me away and you can have whatever you want when I'm healed. Su Coriander Pomelo simply did not have the eyes to see this big cake. Why do you want me to take you away? It's easy for you to get out of here even if you're hurt. Fishy hesitated. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow, carrying the case and getting ready to leave. Ugh. What are you doing? Fish, don't go away. Su Coriander Pomelo's voice was cold. I'm the person who was most afraid of trouble. You'd better let someone else take you away. The little fish was so anxious that he was about to pop out of the water. No, it's not easy for me to meet a cultivator, so I'll wait for the next one until the monkey's age. Seeing that Su Coriander Pomelo was really planning to leave, and was not at all moved by him, the divine beast Kuan Pang, he could only tell all about his situation in a brain. I was heavily injured, and this world's lack of aura was simply not enough for me to recover from my injuries, and it took 100 years of nurturing before I recovered a little bit, and I simply couldn't take on a human form. Chapter 55, Who doesn't know how to play tricks? When Su Coriander Pomelo heard this, her eyebrows lightly raised. Her tone was not urgent. So you want to leave with me? You want to make a contract with me? Except for the beast masters, and cultivators with high spiritual power. The rest of the cultivators could only have one contracted beast in their lifetime. In his previous life, Su Coriander Pomelo didn't have a contracted beast until he died. Because she found it very cumbersome to have a beast, she was used to being on her own. The little fish reluctantly answered. Yes, you're the first cultivator I've encountered in the past 100 years, and if I want to leave this heaven and earth, I can only contract with you. Of course, it can only be an equal contract. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly. Alright, I'm begging to be able to contract with the divine beast Kuan Pang. The little fish got happy. It spat out a bubble and burrowed into it. Flying to Su Coriander Pomelo. We'll make a pact now. My name is Junru. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. A drop of essence blood floated in midair from her fingertip. Junji in the bubble also squeezed out a drop of essence blood out. The 2 drops of blood dissolved. In the name of the god of pacts, and with your blood and mine as the medium, invite the god of binding to witness and make a pact with thee. An ancient contract formation appeared under Su Coriander Pomelo's feet. She closed her eyes and inexplicably felt a trace of connection with Junji in her sea of consciousness. She let out a cold laugh as her spiritual energy violently attacked towards Junji. Junji winced and screamed out when he sensed what Su Coriandolo was about to do. No, absolutely not. However, the deed was done and the formation disappeared. Su Coriander Pomelo opened her eyes and reached out to grab the wilting Junji. Her voice cold without a trace of temperature. Want to contract me as a servant? Junru closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Su Coriander Pomelo, you didn't have good intentions from the very beginning. Although there aren't many cultivators in this world, I don't believe that you haven't encountered a single one in the past 100 years. It's just that those cultivators you encountered were of higher cultivation, and your injuries hadn't healed yet. So you hid and didn't come out because you were afraid they'd forcefully sign a master-servant contract with you. You see that I'm young and my cultivation is low. So not only did you take the initiative to reveal the identity of a divine beast, you also said that you were injured, with the aim of doing nothing more than making me lower my guard, and then deed me as a servant to work for you. If it wasn't for Su Coriander Pomelo's extra attention, I'm afraid he would have really gotten away with it. What a pact of equality. It's all coaxing her. He just wanted to make a master-servant contract with her. Only he was the master and she was the servant. Junru wanted to cry. He is too miserable. Thinking that he is a divine beast, Kuan Pang's unexpectedly mixed into this kind of field, giving a little rookie at the 2nd level of chi refining as a contracted beast. If Su Coriander Pomelo accidentally died, he would die as well. He regretted it. He should have known better than to provoke her. Su Coriander Pomelo said coldly, from now on, you're my contracted beast. One thought from me and you'll be dead and dusty. So you'd better cut down on some of your crooked ideas. Afterwards, he threw Junji towards the contract space and quickly ran towards the depths of the mountain with the box. She was going to be unable to suppress the aura in her body. Contracted beasts live and die with their masters, and when the master's strength rises, he will also recoil to the contracted beasts, and vice versa. Junru was a divine beast Kuan Pang. Even if he was heavily injured, contracting with him would still allow Su Coriander Pomelo to gain a lot of benefits. It was also fortunate that he was injured. Otherwise, even if Su Coriander Pomelo was at the yuaning stage of cultivation, he wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully contract the divine beast Kuan Pang. Arriving deep in the mountains, Su Coriander Pomelo climbed a large tree and sat cross-legged. Su Coriander Yusu hadn't appeared in the live broadcast for a long time, and this was a big mountain, so if there were any traps or something that hadn't been discovered by the program team, it was hard not to let people think blindly. The live stream pop-ups are speculating. Where's my female goose? How come she's not on several live broadcasts? Yeah, I noticed that too. Where did Coriander Su go? She just ran so fast that the drone didn't follow her. It's been half an hour. Why hasn't she camped yet? Something couldn't have happened. It's in the mountains. It can't be. Even if it's in a big mountain, the program team should have checked it out. There's no danger. Then she didn't show up for so long. She couldn't have gotten lost. And the mountains are so big, there's always a place the program hasn't checked out. So maybe she ran off there. Che doesn't know the way. Who told her to run around? Deserves to die. That is, leaving his companion there to run away by himself. This kind of person is selfish and vicious. It is a waste of air to live. It is better to die. 3 you guys haven't brushed your teeth this morning and you're full of, a bunch of, small mouth like smeared with corkscrew, always spraying out. Do not mind the stink of panic. The live stream pop-ups were noisy. Director He, however, was so anxious that he hurriedly asked his staff to go look for them, and also contacted Fu Jiang and the others, asking them to follow along and look for someone. An hour later, Su Coriander Pomelo had successfully broken through to the 10th level of chi refining cultivation, and was only 1 step away from foundation establishment. Breaking through 8 layers in a row was a benefit brought about by the contracted divine beast, but it also made her foundation a little unstable, and she had to go into seclusion to stabilize her foundation. It's just that it's still recording the program. She's afraid that if she doesn't show up for a long time she'll cause a panic. Su Coriander Pomelo could only jump down from the tree and pick up the box on the ground, and after walking for a short while, she encountered Xiao Yunpurin, who was looking for her, with the drone at her side. Xiao Yunpurin was relieved to see him, and Director He and the fans watching the live broadcast followed suit. Xiao Yunpurin knew Su Coriander Pomelo's ability, but she still couldn't help but worry. Are you alright? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. It's fine. I just panicked a bit and got lost without seeing the road. That's kind of an explanation for the crowd. Xiao Yunpurin vaguely felt that Su Coriander Pomelo's aura seemed to have changed, but he had the sense not to ask more questions. The two returned to the campground, where the others were. Su Jiaojiao went forward and asked with great concern. Sister, I heard you got lost. Are you alright? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Su Jiaojiao. She actually admired her. Whether she's taping a show or the two of them are alone together, she doesn't show her true colors. Just like the undead little strongman, knowing that he would seek scolding, he was happy to keep coming close to her. Su Piper, can your drama be as little as your hair? Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened for a moment. Her pair of soulful almond eyes filled with innocence. Sister, I don't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about you. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, but her smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. In fact, I'm very curious. You know that I don't like you. Why do you have to move towards me? Aren't you looking for a scolding? Or maybe you're just trying to provoke me into doing it in front of everyone. In which case I become emotionally unstable and irritable and the whole internet will sympathize with you. All you have to do is shed a few tears and I'll be insulted all over the internet for being selfish and vicious. Let me guess. I'm afraid the pop-ups are already all calling me ungrateful, selfish and vicious. But obviously I'm the Su family's own daughter. When I was bullied in the orphanage and couldn't get enough to eat or where to snatch food from the dogs, you enjoyed all the parental favor in the Su family. Su Jiaojiao, you're the one who's turtled up, playing hard to get and acting pathetic. Who doesn't know how to do that? She didn't care to play this kind of boring mind trick. Strength and power was the king. But right now, she was very interested in having a little fun with Su Jiaojiao. Chapter 56, I'm just pitying you. Su Jiaojiao's eyes instantly turned red, tears swirling inside, but stubbornly held back, looking extremely pitiful. Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's me who shouldn't have taken your position. It's only right that you resent me. I'll let you beat me and scold me, as long as you'll be able to get over your anger. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth tugged lightly. A smile was all over her brows, only a pair of narrow eyes were extremely cold. No, you're wrong. I don't resent you. I even sympathize with you a little now. Su Jiaojiao was stunned, her wet eyes filled with uneasiness. Su Muxa wrinkled his eyebrows and was about to go forward to argue, but was stopped by Xiao Yunpurin. His eyes looked at him, penetrating light arrogance, his posture loose with his hands wrapped around his chest. Su Muxu, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Su Muxa held back his temper. Second young master Xiao, both Jiao Jiao and Su Coriander Pomelo are members of my Su family. I'm afraid you're the one who's meddling. Xiao Yunpurin smiled and stood still. What's going on between other girls? What's a big man like you always meddling in? Can't it be that you still really have ulterior motives? Su Muxa's face was iron blue. He took a deep breath and forced down his anger. I don't need you to be in charge of my Su family's affairs. Get out of the way. Xiao Yunpurin snorted. If you don't allow it, what can you do to me? Su Muxu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Seeing that these two people are about to fight, Light Song turned off his own mic, and promptly stepped in between the two people, and turned off Su Muxu's mic. He looked at Su Muxu fixedly. Brother Muxu, calm down, don't be impulsive, we're still live. Su Muxu's sanity recovered some. Yes, it is still on the air. He cannot make a move. At least he cannot make a move first. Otherwise, even with the Su family, he cannot mix in the entertainment industry. Just now, I saw that Su Muxa's action seemed like he was going to hit someone. It was so scary. I've long heard that Su Muxu has a bad temper, and I didn't expect to hit someone. Just now, if it wasn't for Brother Light Song pulling the fight in time, I'm afraid that Su Muxu would really have to make a move. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't do anything to Su Jiaojiao, just told a bit of truth. Su Muxu is so anxious. Say there is no catnip who believe That's right. When I heard those words from Su Coriander Pomelo, I was heartbroken. Su Jiaojiao is really enough. Not moving to cry. What a blooming big white lotus. Crying, crying, crying. Will pretend to be pitiful. I have long seen her unhappy. Has always been her to go to Su Coriander, knowing that Su Coriander will not like her, but also rushed to get scolded. Live long enough to see. Is this the legendary green tea white lotus flower? In the orphanage with the dog to grab food. Bullied by the big kids. Too poor. This is how many people to fight with to develop a martial arts heartache female goose. If in the future my daughter is carried wrongly, my real daughter suffers outside, I will definitely double the compensation when she comes back. And if my son treats his real sister like this and defends his adopted daughter at every turn, I will directly slap both of them away. I also don't know what parents raised such a pair of epileptic parents. One green tea white lotus, one blind in the eyes and heart. I shucks. My brother Mushu is just heartbroken for his sister who was raised by his side. Being rumored by you dirty-minded people. Beware, I'll sue you for libel. It's not Su Jiajiao's fault that she was carried wrong. Why should she be blamed? She has tried her best to make up for it. It's obvious that it's all because Su Coriander Pomelo is so careful and can't tolerate her. A bunch of S who just follow the crowd. 333333333333333. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care about the others. She only looked at Su Jiajiao faintly. Su Jiajiao hadn't made a move. She didn't know if she was hesitant or afraid. Then she could only provoke her little by little. She turned off the mic and said, "You're afraid that if I return to the Su family, I'll steal your position as the Su family's first lady, so you keep pretending to be soft and well-behaved in front of your parents, because you know exactly what your parents are like, and they want daughters like you who are soft and innocent and can be controlled, not daughters like me who grew up in an orphanage. My existence undoubtedly told them that because of their negligence, their daughter was carried by the wrong person, and my experience in the orphanage was even more humiliating for them, and they could not wait to get rid of it." Su Jiajiao's face was incomparably white, and her body trembled slightly. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed again as she moved closer to Su Jiajiao, turning off the mic on her as well, and said in a low voice with only two people, "Su Jiajiao, you don't have to go through all the trouble of acting in front of me, looking for presents and trying to provoke me, as much as it pains me to admit it. Mr. and Mrs. Suboyan are indeed my biological parents, and you, a foundling who should have been stranded in an orphanage, not even knowing who your real parents are." Su Coriander Pomelo pinched Su Jiajiao's shoulders with vigor and whispered, "Su Jiajiao, I don't resent you, I just pity you. You've had no one to love since you were born. The love you got from Mr. and Mrs. Suboyan was just all stolen. It was never you they loved. Su Muxu was Lin Wenchu's own son and his favored, but when I hit him with the whip, she hid because she was afraid of pain. If something happens to you, do you think they'll come to your rescue?" After saying that, she took a step back, looked at Su Jiajiao and raised her lips in a smile, walking around her to leave. Su Jiajiao's eyes widened, the corners of her eyes flushed red, and her dense eyelashes fluttered lightly, hands squeezed slightly. Pity? No, she is the Su family's eldest young lady. Since childhood, her parents love her brothers to spoil her, because she is the first girl in the Su family since 3 generations. Her eldest uncle and younger uncles as well as her cousins are also very good to her. She also has a handsome and loving childhood fiancé. She had everything. She didn't need Su Coriander's pity. "Chow, are you okay?" With Su Coriander Pomelo gone, there was no need for Xiao Yun Purin to stop Su Muxu. He quickly went up to look at Su Jiajiao with a worried face. Su Jiajiao snapped back to her senses and shook her head, turning the mic never on. "Ergo, I'm fine." Su Muxu asked again, "What did Su Coriander Pomelo tell you?" Su Jiajiao feigned composure and smiled. "Didn't say anything. I've occupied my sister's identity for so many years. It's only right that she has resentment in her heart. I can understand it all." Su Muxu's brows tightened and he said in a deep voice, "Jiao Jiao, it wasn't your fault in the first place. You are also a victim. You don't have to feel indebted to her." Su Jiajiao pursed her lips. "No matter whose fault this matter is, the matter of me taking up my sister's identity is true. It's me who owes her. I'll leave the Su family when the program is done taping." "No." Su Muxu was anxious. "I won't allow it." Su Jiajiao skimmed her head. "Second brother, you don't need to say more. I've already thought about it." But, before Su Muxu finished speaking, Su Jiajiao turned around and left. Chapter 57, Mr. Rhodes. What did Su Coriander Yuzu and Su Jiajiao say just now? How come there is no sound and they turned off the mic again? Look at that action. It should be the mic that Su Coriander Pomelo turned off. She wouldn't have said anything to threaten Su Jiajiao. Or else why would Su Jiajiao suddenly say she wants to leave the Su family? I told you Su Coriander Yuzu wasn't a good person, right? Selfish and selfish. Why would Su Mushu bring her on the show if she's so vicious? It couldn't be that Su Coriander Pomelo threatened Su Muxu and asked him to bring her on the show. After all, that face of hers is still popular in the entertainment industry. If you ask me, Su Jiajiao should have left the Su family a long time ago. Is it not enough that she is an adopted daughter who has taken up the favor of other people's parents for more than 10 years? At least she had a happy childhood. I also grew up in the orphanage. Su Coriander Pomelo said the bullied with the dog to grab food are true. The hardest time, no clothes to wear in the winter, and freezing to death. But it's not like it's her fault, so let's just say that neither one of these two is at fault. It's only fate that's at fault. But I just feel sorry for Su Coriander. Didn't you see Su Muxu treat her that way? To Su Jiao Jiao affectionately called Jiao Jiao. To Su Coriander is even the name of the name of the name of the shout. This is still on the show. He even do not act a little. Visible private Su family parents or Su Coriander is not like. Ha 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 ha, you let Su Muxu, who has to act without acting skills. Isn't it difficult for him? Su Jiaojiao didn't even move closer to Su Coriander Pomelo for the next few moments, as if those words had snapped her out of it. Their group found breakfast all in place before they were ready to leave. On the way, they did encounter the program to rob people. Only there are only 2 people. Light Song Wit, let the 4 of them respectively take some food to run separately. Brought back some ingredients, rice and eggs and greens, and Su Jiaojiao's group only brought back a few carrots. They seemed to know that it was a bit embarrassing, so they had all been following Yichio around to give her a hand. During this time, Lyman Man accidentally cut his hand while cutting vegetables, and the cut was still very deep, and the blood spiked up at once. She screamed in pain. Lightsang asked for some medicine and band-aids towards the program. Sis, you've never cooked at home. You're okay with washing a few dishes. Don't chop them. Lyman Man looked at Su Muxu and saw that he didn't have the slightest concern for her. A hint of despondency flashed in his eyes. Got it. Su Jiaojiao took over Lyman Man's words. Sister Man, your hand is injured. Let me do it. Lyman Man nodded. Be careful. That kitchen knife is sharp. Su Jiaojiao smiled gently at her. I know. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Mamoru. Wow. My Mamoru is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Jiao Jiao is also very nice. The 2 are more like sisters. Even their names are ABB style. Finished lunch. Director Ho appeared again. He brought big news. The crew has invited Mr. Rhodes, a foreign explorer, to guide you through the next 5 days. That means that starting this afternoon, the show will no longer provide any food, and you'll have to find your own food in the mountains under Mr. Rhodes' guidance. We've checked for ourselves, and there's still plenty of edible wild fruits and mushrooms and wild vegetables in the mountains. After saying that, Director He looked at the foreigner beside him and said smilingly, Mr. Rhodes, I'll trouble you next. Rod, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, tall, estimated to be 5 feet 9, spoke in not-so-fluent Chinese. It's no trouble. I love it here and am looking forward to the next 5 days. Director He nodded and explained some more before leaving. Yichio and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this tawdry maneuver by Director He. What do you mean the show won't prepare ingredients for them in the future? So what are they going to eat from now on? Leaves? And no, there are fish in the river, and they have fish to eat. For Rod to arrive, Su Coriander Yusu is not the least bit surprised, because in the book this variety show Rod also came, only Rod came in the last 2 days of the variety show. There were fish in the river, but they were very hard to catch, and so as not to go hungry, Rod gave them all a taste of what it was like to eat bugs and wild vegetables. I didn't expect him to come a few days early now. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the program to come up with this trick, but it's really damaging. There's really a lot of edible stuff in the mountains. It just depends on whether they can eat it or not. Isn't there still fish in the river? So you won't go hungry. If you eat fish for days on end, you're going to throw up. That's a good point, and I don't know if I'd be constipated without greens. Ha 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 ha. Puffy is amused at the thought of Su Muxu Wei Zhao and their constipation. Funny, aren't Su Jiao Jiao Man and the others constipated? Ha 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 ha, fairies don't poop. Rod was very self-conscious and greeted Wei Zhao and the others with the tent given by the program to help set up the tent. Coriander Su got into the tent and zipped it up, then took the decorated storage pouch out of her bag and pulled a cell phone out of it. She opened Twitter directly and searched for wilderness camping programs. There are a lot of videos that came out and there are a lot of videos about her. One of the most liked videos was the one where she went 1 for 2. The comments are almost always complimentary. There were some bad comments too, but they were brushed off. The eyes of the netizens are shining. Not everyone eats Su Jiao Jiao's active weakness. In the book, Su Jiao Jiao became a hit with this variety show, but it was only because Yi Chio was concerned about the Su family, and Lai Man Man liked Su Muxu, so they were both nice to her. There was the existence of the Su family, plus the company's packaging, giving her the image of the only pure white moonlight in the inner entertainment, as well as her really good acting skills, so she was able to quickly gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. Once became a national goddess, well-known movie queen, get awards is to get soft. And this time, Su Coriander Yuzu followed Su Jiaojiao in this variety show, because most of her tweets up there are just showing off her wealth and how good her mom and dad and brother are to her. So when the people knew that she, the big lady of the mansion, was a fake, there were fans who felt sorry for her, and naturally, there were netizens who went to taunt her, who told her to always show off her wealth before and say she was a big lady of the family. In the live broadcast footage, Su Coriander, Su Muxu has no acting skills, originally with his face in the entertainment industry to break in. There are fans powder is his face, and now he is indiscriminately biased, but also let himself lose a large part of the fans. Knowing that he grew up with Su Jiaojiao, he has no feelings with Su Coriander Pomelo and cannot do a bowl of water, but do not be biased so hard. Chapter 58. Su Coriander Pomelo brushed Weibo for a while, looking at the online comments about her and Su Jiaojiao. Her eyes flashed. She didn't know for the moment now how exactly Su Jiaojiao had taken away the Su family's qi. Then we can't kill her for the time being, or else we will surely attract the attention of those behind the curtain. Master Su seems to be at least quite good to her at the moment. Just don't know how he will be when she kills the Su Peiyang family later. I'm sure she hates her and regrets getting her to the Su family. It doesn't hurt. Big deal. Kill them all. Since Su Jiaojiao couldn't be killed for the time being, let's destroy her. Hear footsteps outside and put your cell phone away. Yuzu-san, are you resting? It was Light Song's voice. Coriander Su returned. What is it? Light Song, Mr. Rhodes' tent is set up, and now he's going to take us to find food. Su Coriander Pomelo got up and walked out of the tent, asking, "You're leaving now?" Reed Song nodded. Yes, good. Asterisk. Looking at the bamboo that Mr. Rhodes had cut down, it revealed densely packed bamboo worms. Mamoru Lai cried out in fear. Su Jiaojiao looked at the worms that kept squirming back and forth and also covered her mouth and stepped back. Even Wei Zhao, a few big men, couldn't help but skim their heads. Wei Zhao asked, Mr. Luo Dai, these are all worms, can they be eaten? Rod looked at their reactions and threw his head back and laughed 3 times. These are bamboo worms, they are edible and especially delicious fried. Don't you believe it? I can still eat it raw. After saying that, he grabbed a bamboo worm and put it directly into his mouth and ate it raw. Seeing this, Mamoru Lai covered her mouth and really couldn't hold back and dry heaved. Yi Chou's expression management was all about to be taught as well. She'd rather eat wild greens than bugs. The expressions on the faces of the people were all very one-dimensional. They were all used to eating mountains of delicacies and seafood and big fish and prawns. This kind of maggot-like bugs, they can't imagine how they can still be eaten. Look at their disgusted eyes, ha 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 ha, it's so funny. But is it really edible? Bamboo worms, I know. They're delicious and high in protein. Yes, bamboo worms are especially high in protein, and don't look disgusting, but they're a lot cleaner than us humans. Is this really not a maggot? I'm eating. I'm most afraid of these floppy things. No, I'll go throw up for a while. I'm too straight to read disgusting things, so I'll back off. After Rodson ate a bamboo worm, he saw the crowd's expression and knew that it must be difficult for them to accept eating worms for a while, but it didn't matter. After they tried to eat one, they wouldn't feel disgusted. He put all the bamboo worms into the bag. His eyes swept, saw Su Coriander Pomelo's calm face, seemingly not afraid of the worms, then let her carry the bag. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't have much of an expression and received the bag of bamboo worms with a calm demeanor. Having lived for hundreds of years and seen nothing, he wasn't so scared by a little bug. Visually, though, it does look pretty gross. Xiaoyun Purin skimmed his lips and held back his nausea as he took the bag from Su Coriander's hand and held it in his own. I'll hold it. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow. Okay, you take it. The others saw this and didn't have much of a reaction. Although Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan didn't know Xiaoyun Purin's identity, but from the way Su Muxu and Yi Qiu treated him, his identity was definitely not simple. Su Muxu was the young master of the Su family in High City, and he was able to completely disregard it. Yi Qiu said that she was his cousin, but Yi Qiu always felt a bit cautious talking to him. Having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, they are all human beings and extremely good at reading people's faces. Many more types of mushrooms were found next, led by Rod. Yi Qiu asked suspiciously, Mr. Rhodes, none of these mushrooms are poisonous, right? Rod shook his head. The ones I let you pick are not poisonous. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. These mushrooms looked so colorful. They were really afraid of eating poisonous mushrooms. Finally dug up a little more wild greens and headed back. The mountain paths are really particularly difficult to walk, and it's also fortunate that they know the show is recorded in the mountains and wear wearable clothes and shoes. Mosquitoes surrounded the ears of the crowd, buzzing noisily. Splat Lyman Man looked at the dead mosquito carcass in his hand. Can't help but start complaining. There are too many mosquitoes here. Su Jiaojiao wore long sleeves. The mosquitoes only bit her face. She also had some difficulty. Yes, there are too many mosquitoes. The flower water sprayed when I came here doesn't work. Yi Qiu nodded. Wearing long sleeves should be better. Lyman Man sighed. I didn't bring long sleeves. They're all short sleeves. Su Jiaojiao, I brought a few long sleeves. Sister Mangan, we're both about the same height, so you wear mine. Lyman Man nodded gratefully. Yes, thank you Jiao Jiao. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and smiled. You're welcome, as it should be. She glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo who was walking ahead and saw that she was also wearing short sleeves. Her eyes flashed and she came to Yi Qiu's side. Sister Yi Qiu, can you do me a favor? Yi Qiu looked at her suspiciously. What favor? Su Jiaojiao looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and softly said, Sister Yi Qiu, you can see my relationship with my sister. She doesn't like me. She's right, I'm the one who took over her life, and I can understand if she resents me. Wait, Yi Qiu interrupted her. I don't want to get involved in what's going on between you two. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips. Sister Yi Qiu, I don't have any other meaning. I saw my sister also wearing short sleeves. There are many mosquitoes in the mountains. I brought a lot of long sleeves over. Would it be okay if you help me give them to my sister? After a pause, he added. Don't say I gave it to you, I'm afraid my sister won't wear it. Yi Qiu was a bit moved when he heard this. In this way, it seems that Su Jiaojiao was quite kind-hearted. Su Coriander Pomelo has scolded her so much, and she still thinks about her. She had done her homework, knowing that the mountains were full of mosquitoes, and had brought a couple of long sleeves with her, so she was wearing long sleeves today as well. Su Jiaojiao herself wore a long sleeve and had to lend one to Lai Man, and another to Su Coriandu. The weather is hot, you sweat every day, you change your clothes and don't have laundry detergent to wash them. You wear dirty long sleeves, then you have to keep wearing short sleeves. Okay, you'll give me my clothes at the campground later, and I'll say they're mine. Su Jiaojiao revealed a grateful smile. Thank you, Sister Yi Qiu. Jiaojiao is so kind. Su Coriander Yuzu has done this to her. How can she still think about her? That is, he is still afraid of Su Coriander. No, it is her clothes do not wear, so let Yi Qiu descend. I cried to death. There were people who said that Jiaojiao was a green tea white lotus flower before. Now it's a slap in the face. If I were Su Jiaojiao, I'd still care if Su Coriander died and let her get sucked dry by mosquitoes. Selfish and mean. Even the Su family's own daughter can't change the viciousness in her bones. That's right, whereas we, Jiaojiao, have been raised as $1,000 ladies since we were young. This pattern is just different. Chapter 59, The Depths of a Luxurious Family. Chapter 59, The Depths of a Rich Family. The conversation between Su Jiaojiao and Yi Qiu fell into Su Coriander Pomelo's ears word for word. After successfully breaking through the 10th level of qi refining, her spiritual sense was even sharper. Even if Su Jiaojiao and the others spoke in a low voice, she could still hear them. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she associated it with the things Su Jiaojiao had bought. It was good to have movement. She was afraid she'd actually come down honestly. Looks like those provocative words in the morning worked. Back to camp. Just start preparing to make dinner. Looking at the pot of bamboo worms, Yi Qiu really did not know how to deal with it, and could only go to ask Rod. Rod said, just wash it with water. Yu Chang'an and Wei Zhao looked at each other. Then let's both take it to the river to wash it. Yi Qiu nodded. Okay, I'll go with you guys. Smoothly wash all the mushrooms and wild vegetables, and catch fish if there are any. She couldn't get down that bamboo worm anyway. She'd rather starve, and with mushrooms and wild greens, she'd never starve to death anyway. Xiao Yunpurin also found that pot of bamboo worms appetizing. Even if it smelled good, he wouldn't eat it. He hesitated for a long time, blinking his eyes and looking at Su Coriander Pomelo. Pomelo, I want to eat fish. I want to eat the fish that you baked with your own hands. Su Coriander Yuzu gave him a sidelong glance. She thought about it. This person might be her dual cultivation partner in the future. She should be nice to him. You go catch the fish and bring it back for me to roast. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I'll go now. Coriander Su dug into the tent again. In her last life, she was so focused on cultivation that she wasn't very interested in the affairs of men and women. She was not averse to dual cultivation. It was just a matter of mutual benefit. And there were quite a few poorly qualified cultivators who would look for dual cultivation partners and use dual cultivation techniques to enhance their cultivation. Not to mention the body of pure Yang AI. Speaking of which, if they really dual cultivated, it was still her who took advantage. There was a lack of aura here. And her current cultivation level of the 10th level of qi refining was still due to the contract she had signed with the divine beast. Even if Junru was heavily injured, it was still a unique divine beast, and if he had signed a master-servant contract with him during his heyday, it would have been possible for his cultivation to directly advance to the Jindan stage. Asterisk. Su Coriander Pomelo still understands the ways of the world. Cannot others are busy. She ran into the tent to sleep. After checking my phone in the tent for a while, I went to gather a little firewood and put up the fire grate. Xiao Yunpurin caught 8 fish up. With Wei Zhao, they cleaned the fish before bringing it back. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes rolled and moved a stone to sit next to her. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him and didn't say anything more. Yi Qiu and the others had the sense not to disturb them much, and Su Muxa frowned and simply turned his back on them out of sight and out of mind. Su Jiaojiao lowered her eyes to cover the jealousy in her eyes. She just couldn't figure out how Xiao Ershao and Su Coriander Pomelo actually knew each other. How could a person like Xiao Ershao like such a rude and vicious person as Su Coriander Pomelo? Looking like a foxy girl, she must have used her looks to seduce Xiao Ershao. She will soon make Su Coriander Yuzu the little dead in front of the whole network. Summer dusk. The sun sets. The sky is still burning a red-orange evening sun, reflecting on the back of the two people, as if the years are quiet. The evening wasn't as dry as the day, and there was a faint breeze blowing. The top of the shelf was blown off course by a gust of Su wind. and the fire shone on Su Coriander Pomelo's face, adding a bit of beauty to her features that she couldn't really see in a blurry sense. Some fast-fingered netizens clicked a screenshot. What a great face. I'll look like this in my next life. Let's not talk about anything else. Just Su Coriander Yuzu's looks are really good looking. There's always a special aura about her, one that other stars in the entertainment industry don't have. My female goose is just good looking. Let me grow like this in my next life. Even if I am allowed to drive a luxury car and live in a villa, I would be willing to. Sister, how you want both? Ha 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 ha. I'd be a fan of her for life if her looks came to showbiz. People are still a little girl, still in high school, right? And the Su family is a powerful family might allow their daughter to come to the entertainment industry. Look at what you're saying. Isn't Su Muksu also the son of the Su family? Didn't he come to the entertainment industry as usual? How can a son be the same as a daughter? It's not too late for a son of a wealthy family to get married at 30, but a daughter, especially one who didn't grow up around her, you'll see if the Su family will take her in marriage. If they weren't sisters, they'd have died in the morning. So how can they still use that patriarchal thing to bind women? What that sister said is hard to hear, but it is also the reality. From the attitude of Su Muksu, Su Coriando's real parents must not like her as a real daughter favoring adopted daughters. Not around to grow up must have no feelings. Su Coriando and grow so good looking, maybe it will really be taken by the Su family as a tool for the marriage. What era is this? Why are we still playing this game? There's a lot of things you wouldn't expect from the big boys. My family has some assets. It runs a company. I can fall in love. But marriage has to be a door-to-door affair. My parents have already fixed a marriage for me. The man is the grandson of my grandfather's friend. Suddenly I felt that I was born in an ordinary family quite well, with no worries about food and drink, and freedom in marriage and life. Hey Market! Elder Su's brows furrowed when he saw those pop-ups about the union. A strong alliance is naturally good, but it's not like the Su family is going bankrupt, so they don't need to go through the whole marriage thing yet. He immediately exited the live broadcast and called Su Mujin. Mujin, you go and send out a tweet right now, saying that Yusu is the only daughter of the Su family since 3 generations, and that her marriage is up to her, and that the Su family will not intervene. Su Mujin on the other end was also watching the live stream. Sniffing, he nodded. Okay, Grandpa, over in the capital. Xiao Jing had been staring at the live broadcast for the past 2 days. He looked at the live broadcast screen. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xia Yun Purin, 2 people sitting side by side together, grilled fish image. Laughing big teeth flowers are exposed. Match, to match. This brat really doesn't have a sound, but it's amazing that he's brought back such a beautiful and powerful daughter-in-law for me. Xiao Changding crossed his legs, his eyes also staring at the cell phone, silent for a long time, before he said, Dad, Xiao Purin's physique. Xiao Jing waved his hand. This physique of his is too troublesome. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. It would be better to be like this, to be an ordinary man, to marry an ordinary woman, and to live his life peacefully. Xiao Changding rubbed the corner of his forehead and sighed. This is good. The pure yang body couldn't be exposed. If it was in a period of aura heyday it would be fine, but in this era of aura scarcity, once the pure yang body was exposed it would be doomed. At that time, I'm afraid that even the Xiao family won't be able to protect him. Chapter 60, Su Jiaojiao's calculations. At 9 o'clock, the broadcast closed on time. The recording ended the next day as well. After washing up, everyone went back to their tents. After all, the more mosquitoes there are at night, the more they don't want to feed them yet. Yichio took the clothes that Su Jiaojiao gave her during the day to Su Coriander Pomelo, and softly said, Coriander Pomelo, I see that all you brought are short sleeves. There are many mosquitoes in this mountain. It's better to wear long sleeves. This is the clothes I brought, and there are 2 extra ones, so I will lend them to you. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly as she took the clothes handed over by Yichio and raised her lips. Good, then thank you Sister Yichio. Yichio, you're welcome. We're all recording the program together. We should help each other. Su Coriander Yuzu touched the material of the clothes, and her eyes deepened a few points. Ordinary people couldn't smell it, but she was a cultivator and could clearly smell that a potion had been applied on top of the clothes. A potion that makes snakes, bugs and ants lose their minds. How could an ordinary person have such a potion? Does Su Jiaojiao know about the existence of monks? Doesn't look like much, but how did she get this potion? Bugs are already plentiful in the mountains, and the tents prepared by the program team are custom made and thick, so bugs and ants can't get in. But this potion can make snakes, bugs, rats and ants lose their sanity, so I'm afraid I'll be surrounded by bugs and ants in no time. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at Yichio, who was ready to fall asleep. Yichio was in a tent with her, and Su Jiaojiao was trying to let her and Yichio die quietly this night. It's really evil-minded to pull an innocent person in order to let her die. Rustling sounds came from the surroundings, and Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze condensed. Yichio, I'll go out for convenience. Yichio didn't think much about it, Okay, do you want me to accompany you? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. No need, you go to sleep first. She took the clothes in her hands and walked out of the tent, turning and running toward the mountains with them in her arms. Xiaoyun Purin also seemed to notice something and raised his hand to give a sleep point to Light Song, who was already on the verge of falling asleep. Then he stepped out of the tent and looked at the piles of bugs on the ground, crawling in one direction, with a frown on his face. He had just sensed Su Coriander Pomelo leaving. What had happened to her? Not being able to think too much, he quickly followed behind Su Coriander Pomelo, and Su Jiaojiao, who was still in the tent, squeezed her hands nervously. This was the first time she had killed someone and got an innocent person involved. She inevitably panicked a little and her body couldn't stop shaking. Sensing Su Jiaojiao's nervousness, Lai Man asked worriedly, Jiaojiao, what's wrong with you? Su Jiaojiao forced herself to calm down and shook her head at her with a smile. Sister Mamoru, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Lai Man yawned and rolled over. After running in the mountains all day, she was also a bit tired. Okay, sleep when you're tired. Su Jiaojiao sighed in relief and lay down as well. Her intention was to buy some psychotic potion to sprinkle on Su Coriander Yuzu, mentally lose control, and then lie about her being mentally ill to make a fool out of her in front of the whole internet. Even if she was the Su family's own daughter, so what? She grew up in an orphanage for the first 17 years of her life, all small and petty. How could she compare to her who grew up in the Su family? But just a day before the variety show taping, she suddenly received a delivery. Inside was a bottle of white potion, and a packet of powder, and an elixir. Immediately afterwards she received a text message from an overseas cell phone number. Inside, it describes how the potion works and how to use it. The potion is colorless and tasteless, and it will not have any smell when sprinkled on clothes, but it can make snakes, insects, rats and ants lose their sanity, so it can be said to be killing people invisibly. The elixir was given to her to prevent her from getting the potion. The other packet of powdered medicine is ecstasy, sprinkled in the water, so that as long as you fall asleep, you can't wake up from any movement. She was a little scared and a little surprised, because she's never killed anyone, but for some reason, she ghosted the bottle of potion and ecstasy, and the crowd assumed it was her skincare product, so she didn't confiscate it. She didn't know who the other party was and why they wanted to kill Su Coriander Yuzu, but an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Su Coriander Pomelo's words in the morning made her unable to hold back the anger and jealousy in her heart. The corners of Su Jiaojiao's mouth twisted into a wicked smile. In her eyes was a morose resentment. She hadn't wanted to kill her. She had forced her to do it. So while cooking, she dodged the cameras and spilled the ecstasy from her fingertips into the water when everyone wasn't looking. Su Jiaojiao closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly as she relaxed in the moments before she fell asleep. Tomorrow Su Coriander Yuzu would disappear completely, not even a bone left, and she would be the only big miss of the Su family. No one can take it from her. Everyone who gets in her way must die. As for Yichio, she could only say sorry. If she wanted to blame it, she should blame her bad fate for coming to this variety show and living in a tent with Su Coriander Yuzu. Su Coriander Yuzu hugged the clothes and ran a long way before stopping. She looked back at the snakes, insects and ants that kept crawling towards her on the floor with a cold brow. There were snakes, and they were poisonous. One bite would kill her in a few seconds, and then she and Yichio, who were stained with the potion, would become food for these snakes, insects, and ants. Being gnawed clean, there might not even be bones left. The Thunder Spirit Root was the one with the highest damage and destructive power of all the spirit roots. Even crossing the lightning tribulation was the easiest. Every Thunder Spirit Root cultivator was almost always a Heavenly Dao favorite, so it's easy to take care of these crazy snakes, bugs and ants. In less than a moment, it was settled. Su Coriander Yuzu asked KY to find out that Su Jiaojiao only purchased the potion that can make people lose control of their mind. Su Jiaojiao's goal would have been to make herself mentally uncontrollable in front of everyone and then falsely claim that she was mentally ill. Su Coriander Pomelo guessed that the person who gave Su Jiaojiao the potion should be the person behind the seizure of the Su family's qi. In their eyes, she was just an ordinary person, so why would they let Su Jiaojiao take care of her? What good is it to them if she dies? Su Coriander Pomelo thought slightly for a long time. It was not good for them, but it was good for Su Jiaojiao. As long as she died, Su Jiaojiao is the only daughter of the Su family, even if this daughter is not pro, but after all in the Su family grew up, not to mention the Su Payang couple and so favored her. And she went back to the Su family a total of not even a month time. Time is long. The crowd may forget her. This person will only remember the Su family only as Su Jiaojiao, so a daughter. Something seemed to come to mind, a flash so fast she couldn't catch it. Xiaoyun Purin had arrived the moment Su Coriander Pomelo made her move. Knowing she was capable of fixing it, she didn't go up to help. This was the first time he had watched a Thunder Spirit Root cultivator strike. It was just as the old ancestor had said. Thunder Spirit Root cultivators were the favorites of the Heavenly Dao. If you meet a thunder spirit root cultivator, if you can make good, make good. If you can't, get rid of it. Chapter 61, I like you. Su Coriander Pomelo, who is trying to kill you? Xiao Yunpuro stepped forward and asked with furrowed brows. Su Coriander Pomelo had long sensed that Xiao Yunpurin was in the vicinity, and since the two of them had come clean now, they didn't avoid making a move on him. Su Coriander Pomelo looked back at him, her eyebrows moved slightly, and suddenly asked, Xiao Yunpurin, can you tell me about the hidden family? Xiao Yunpurin was stunned for a moment. He thought about it, there was nothing not to say. Basically, as long as a cultivator knows. Fine, if you want to hear it, I'll say it. The two of them found a clean area and sat down. With spiritual power protecting his body, mosquitoes and whatnot couldn't get close. The hidden families are the Zhengli clan, Nanrong clan, Zhuge clan, Tantai clan, Uigershi clan, Jiangqiu clan, and Morong clan, 7 compound surname families, and each of them has a Jindan stage ancestor on the surface. They control all the cultivation resources in this world, providing them to their own family descendants for cultivation, and the rest of the small families who want a piece of the pie can only attach themselves to these 7 great families and work for them. Su Coriander Pomelo asked curiously, so your Xiao family is also dependent on these 7 great families? Xiao Yunpurin shook his head. Yes and no. My Xiao family's old ancestor unintentionally broke into a secret realm and has now broken through to the late Jindan cultivation stage, the same cultivation level as the old ancestor of the 7 great families. It's just that the Xiao family is not as deep as the 7 great families, so the old ancestor had the Xiao family join with the Nanrong clan in marriage. Xiao Yu is my cousin. You saw him at the police station that day. Nanrongshi is one of Nanrong clan's best scions. The two of them have a marriage contract, and it's estimated that they'll get married before too long. Su Coriander Pomelo asked again. The Xiao family doesn't have a good relationship with other families? Why did you choose the Nanrong clan? Xiao Yunpurin paused for a moment and said in a low voice, because the old ancestor said that the 7 great clans are used to rampaging and have a deep heritage, and that their family's spiritual artifacts and magic weapons are not something that the Xiao family can compare to. Even if he breaks through the late Jindan cultivation stage, they still can't see it. The Nanrong clan is more advanced in strength among the 7 great clans and is the only one that is more reasonable. Their old ancestor had a life and death friendship with the old ancestor of my Xiao clan. That's why they chose to join forces with the Nanrong clan. Not only Xiao Yu and Nanrongshi, other Xiao family disciples had also married disciples of the Nanrong clan. Over the years it can be said to have blended into one and become indistinguishable from the other. The reason for this was still because the Xiao family had produced a late Jindan stage ancestor. In this way, the Nanrong clan had 2 late Jindan stage ancestors on the surface, and their share of resources was a lot more than even before. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze turned slightly, silent for a long time. Other than the Nanrong clan, none of the other clans are a good deal? Xiao Yunpurin gently glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo. His tone was unhurried. One by one, the 7 great hidden families are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and every 10 years, they will hold a family competition, and the winners and losers are all related to the allocation of the cultivation resources at the back. The last family competition was 8 years ago, and the top-ranked clan was the Zhengli clan. The second was the Uigershi clan. The Nanrong clan was the third. The Tantai clan was the fourth. The Morong clan was the fifth. The Jiangqiu clan was the sixth. And the Zhuge clan was the seventh. The Zhongli clan has ranked first in 2 consecutive grand competitions, so they have been allocated the most cultivation resources, and there are many outstanding disciples in the clan. I've heard that there's a person who broke through the foundation establishment stage in less than 30, and many people are saying that he'll be the cultivator most expected to break through the Yuanying stage. That's why everyone who comes out of the Zhengli clan family is very arrogant and domineering, and the Morong clan is related to the Zhengli clan by marriage, and the 2 clans have the best relationship. There isn't much difference in strength between the Uigershi clan and the Zhongli clan, and the main thing is that the Uigershi clan's old ancestor is at the peak of the Jindan stage cultivation and is just 1 step away from breaking through to the Yuanying stage, so the people of their clans are also all high-minded and proud. The Tantai clan is on better terms with the Jiangqiu clan, and the 2 clans have a marriage. After a pause, he continued, as for the last-ranked Zhuge clan, even if they rank last in terms of strength, other clans won't easily mess with them because their family disciples will all be able to start the trigrams to occupy the ability to project the future of heavenly chances. Su Coriander Pomelo was silent for a long time. Besides the 7 hidden families, are there any other forces? Xiao Yunpurin thought about it and hesitantly looked at her and asked, aren't you a cultivator? Why do I feel like you don't know anything? Su Coriander Pomelo's expression remained unchanged as she explained. I also became a cultivator by accident. My master saw that I was a thunder spirit root and gave me a technique, and after bringing me in, he had an urgent matter and left, so I really don't know anything. Xiao Yunpurin nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Other than the hidden families, I don't know if there are any other forces. The cultivation resources are almost all in the hands of the hidden families now. Even if there are other forces, it's probably just small, unimpressive forces. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at him. A trace of deep meaning flashed in her eyes. Thanks for telling me this. At least it taught her something about the hidden family. Xiao Yunpiren smiled lightly. Her eyes also contained a hint of laughter. This is not a hidden matter. You are a cultivator. Sooner or later you have to know. Su Coriander Yuzu stood up and patted her butt. It's too late. Go back. Xiao Yunpiren raised an eyebrow and followed, standing up and walking beside her. You still haven't told me who is trying to kill you, Su Coriander Pomelo said in a faint voice. Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao? Xiao Yunpiren glanced at the clothes in her hand and sniffed her nose. This kind of potion that can make snakes, insects and ants go crazy is not something an ordinary person can get. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips and smiled. Yes, this kind of potion is not something that ordinary people can get. It means that there is a cultivator who wants me dead. Only he is not convenient to make a move himself, so he plans to borrow Su Jiajiao's hand. Xiaoyun pursed her eyebrows and asked in a low voice, do you need my help to find out? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. No need. I already know who it is. Xiao Yunpiren thought of the fact that she had just asked him about the hidden family and understood. His brow furrowed. His thoughts flourished. His eyes meaningless. Someone in the hidden family is trying to kill her? Why? Where could one person's strength compare to the strength of an entire family? Let alone a deep-rooted hidden family. He wanted to open his mouth to ask, but when he saw that she didn't want to answer, he thought better of it. It seemed like he had to make a trip back to the capital and ask his elder brother to check out what kind of movement the hidden family had. The two of them were speechless all the way until they were almost at the campsite when Xiao Yunpiren suddenly stopped and hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo's footsteps lurched as she turned back to look at him. Something wrong? I like you. Su Coriander Yuzu froze for a moment, then nodded calmly. I know. You already said that once. Xiao Yunpiren took a deep breath and looked at her with a hot and honest gaze. The heady affection in the bottom of her eyes was not hidden in the slightest, and was full of love. I wanted to ask if I could be given a chance where I could chase you? Chapter 62, let's go. Boyfriend. I'm actually wondering why you like me when we haven't met a few times in total. This was what Su Coriander Yuzu was most confused about. Even their first face the two of them disliked each other. She was even less than kind to him. If it wasn't for the fact that they both confessed their identities yesterday and that she coveted his pure yang body, she wouldn't have spoken to him much. Xiao Yunpiren pursed her lips. The tips of her ears were slightly red, and she was rarely a little nervous. I don't know. Anyway, I just like you. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him and let out a low laugh, suddenly feeling quite amused. He liked her as a person. She liked him as a body. Maybe give it a try. Xiao Yunpiren, if you want to be my boyfriend, the requirements are very high. Xiao Yunpiren stared straight at her. You said, I will do everything. First, you must give me your first night. This is the most important. Xiao Yunpiren's face turned red with flesh, and she nodded. Good. Even though he knew she was coveting his pure yang body, he couldn't help but be happy. Su Coriander Pomelo. Secondly, you can't refute any decision I make, and don't ask why. Aha, I'll listen to you in everything. The old ancestors used to say that if you listen to your wife, you will live a long and smooth life. Third, if I find out that you're having contact with another girl behind my back, don't blame me for scrapping you. Xiao Yunpiren's eyebrows curved and she smiled extremely brightly. I only want you. Su Coriander Yuzu gently raised her eyebrows. Alright then, go back to sleep. Xiao Yunpiren's voice was low, carefully asking, have you promised me? The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth lightened as she stepped forward to hold his hand and gently squeezed it. Let's go, boyfriend. I'm sleepy. Time to go back to bed. Xiao Yunpiren's heart trembled, and for a moment she lost her concentration, only hearing her heartbeat becoming faster and faster. Man, boyfriend, you got a name so soon? After reacting, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped. Looking down at the hands the two of them were holding, his eyes rolled and changed to interlocked fingers. He knew that Su Coriander didn't like him now. Her eyes were flat, without a hint of love. But what does it matter? The future was long. They were both young, and as long as they stayed together, he would keep the rock that was her warm. They'll get married. They'll have children. They'll be together for the rest of their lives. The Xiao family's ancestral infatuation, determining that a person will never let go. This is also the ancestral motto of the Xiao family. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him and went with him. Coming to the camp, Xiao Yunpiren hesitated, but still spoke up. Pomelo, this time, if things are tricky, you can look for me. The people behind the curtain didn't know that Su Coriander Yuzu was also a cultivator. They just thought that she was an ordinary person. So this assassination was very trivial. But tomorrow they would see Su Coriander Yuzu who was unharmed. and the next time they might encounter an even trickier assassination. Su Coriander Pomelo knew what was on his mind and smiled lightly. No, I can fix it. She wasn't such a loser that she had to rely on a man's help. Xiao Yun Purin raised his hand and gently touched her head, hooking his lips in a light smile. Good, I know. The girls he liked were never the kind of fluffy bunnies who needed to be protected by others. Su Coriander Yuzu frowned a little, still not dodging. Day 2. Without the director's banging, they took a rare nap. Su Jiajiao stretched out with a refreshed look, took her toiletries and walked out of the tent, and as she brushed past Yi Qiu, she said in passing, Sister Yi Qiu, good morning. Yi Qiu rubbed his shoulders and returned, good morning. Su Jiajiao took 2 steps, the memory of last night echoed in her mind. Her breathing suddenly shortened, her legs trembled, and the blood in her body began to freeze. She stiffly turned around and saw Yi Qiu and Wei Zhao talking to Wei Zhao, while Su Coriander Pomelo seemed to have just come back from the river. Noticing her line of sight and hooking her lips at her, she could no longer control her yell, and her legs went weak as she sat on her but in the crowd was startled. Looking at her with puzzled faces, Su Muxa anxiously stepped forward and helped her up. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Su Jiajiao's face was white, her eyes were filled with panic. How could this be? Weren't they dead? How come nothing happened? Was the man lying to her? Just a prank? Chow, what happened? Mamoru Lai also looked at her curiously. Su Jiajiao slowed down and pulled out a smile. I'm fine. I just saw what looked like a snake over there and was startled. What? There are snakes? Lai Man ran behind Su Muxu in fear. Where is there a snake? It should be that I misread it. Su Jiajiao looked at Lai Man with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Sister Man. Mamoru Lai patted her chest and sighed in relief. It's fine. It's good that there are no snakes. Not long after, Su Jiajiao's face returned to normal. She felt that the person who sent her an express delivery was a prank. She then said where did she get such a magical potion? It seemed that it was still necessary to use the kind of potion she had bought herself. The crew didn't prepare any food in the morning, so they made soup from the leftover mushrooms from last night, so they wouldn't be too hungry. It caused the fans on the pop-ups to feel sorry for their main man. Rod wasn't really hungry, because the others didn't eat the bamboo worms that were fried last night, preferring to drink soup and eat wild vegetables, and it couldn't go to waste, so he ate them all by himself. Still catching a few fish at noon, Wei Zhao and the others realized that they didn't have to rely on fish to fill their stomachs these days. That bamboo worm is literally inedible. So, all volunteered to catch fish. In this way, 3 days passed. 3 days of eating fish, 3 days of mushrooms, 3 days of wild vegetables. Every meal was these 3 things, almost making the crowd vomit. Light Song, at Rod's urging, eats a bamboo worm, and then it's all over. Late afternoon on the 6th day, Li Man watched the 2 of them, Li Song and Luo De, eating bamboo worms with gusto, and moved her eyes away speechlessly. Sis, come and try it. This bug looks disgusting but it's really delicious, hey. As soon as Lai Man turned around and saw Light Song zooming in front of himself with a fried bamboo worm in his hand, he lost his voice and screamed in fear, almost spitting out what he had just eaten. Light Song covered his stomach and laughed. Sis, you're too timid, ha 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 ha. After reacting, Li Man's copied the firewood that was burning on the side and raised her hand to hit towards Li Song. Li Song wasn't slow to react, and jerked to his feet, right around the fire frame to play Tai Chi with her. Lai Man was about to die of anger. Light Song, you brat, you dare to scare me, I have to beat the out of you. Light Song made a face, a look of beating. Ha 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 ha, can't hit. Chapter 63, when will you and Xiao Yun Purin get married? Ah ha 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 ha, so Mamoru's brother is so beaten up too. Seeing Light Song is like seeing my brother's beaten up face. Not beating him up for a day. No, I'm going to grow mammary glands from watching, and when I see my brother sprawled out on the couch pouting and playing a game, I go up and kick him. It seems that all the younger brothers in the world are in the same mold. That is, they are in arrears, and so are the younger brothers of the stars. Well, I was optimistic about Light Song's younger brother, but I didn't know that he's the same as my younger brother who only lets me explode gold coins. This is the last day, hey. Tomorrow the live broadcast will be over. In order to see my female goose live, every day to set the alarm clock. God knows I go to school to my mom shouted at me to get up, suddenly a little reluctant. Also do not know Su Coriander Yuzu will enter the entertainment industry. After all, her looks really long to my heart. She is going to enter the entertainment industry. I'm sure to powder her for life. Director he disappeared for 3 days, and on this night, finally appeared. It also interrupted the jostling between Light Song and Lai Man. Director he looked at the crowd surrounding him with a smile. Today is the last day of the program's recording. Later on we have a small task. Randomly select the questions above the live pop-up screen and ask whoever is asked to come and answer. Once director he said this, the live broadcast room exploded, and they all sent out the questions they wanted to ask. What if you were the one who was drawn? Others just started swiping. Yicho smiled and asked, Director he, how many pop-ups to extract? Director Ho, there are 10 of you. So let's take 10 questions. Yu Chanan, so what if the 10 randomly selected questions are all one person? Director Ho, then let's say that person is unlucky. The words are rough. Makes a lot of sense, because it's a live broadcast, so director he didn't come to those false. He brought a laptop, his back to Su Coriandu and the others, in which is playing their live broadcast screen. A staff member wearing a mask and holding a cell phone turned on the camera and pointed it right at a pop-up at the bottom of the top of the computer screen. The live stream was divided into two. One live streaming Su Coriander Yuzu and the others, and one live streaming the staff's cell phones. This makes it clear to the audience that they were indeed randomly selected and not faked. Director he looked at the pop-ups that almost brushed the screen and smiled, squinting his eyes. Chang'an, starting with you, when you say stop, the staff will take a quick picture. Yu Chang'an nodded and mentally counted a few seconds. Stop. The staff took a quick picture and then brought the cell phone to Director he. When Director he saw the question above, the corner of his mouth twitched. Then he looked at Su Coriander and smiled. Coriander, this first question is for you. Su Coriander nodded and asked, what's the problem? Director he coughed lightly. This god named Grasswood Forever asked, when do you and Xiao Yun Piran plan to get married? Xiao Yun Piran's eyes swished brightly, a slight hint of anticipation in her eyes. Others gazed back and forth between the two. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled faintly. I'm only 17 this year. Underage. Can't fall in love early. Everything is focused on learning. Xiao Yun Piran dropped her eyes in loss. The next second it perked up again. Yuzu's right. Underage really shouldn't fall in love early. Not to mention that it's a recording program. They can't storm out their relationship right now. Ha 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 ha. Which sister brought up the question again? Mentioning marriage before the 8 words are even out of place. I'm really crazy about CP. That's right. My female goose is still underage. It's still time to focus on studies. The CP fans are really horrible. I'd rather be a mom fan. Director he also felt that this question did not have a good impact. Fortunately, Su Coriandu answered it wisely. Hastily start the next question. Director he looked at the question on the photo in his hand and the corner of his mouth twitched again. Why is it Su Coriander Yuzu again? Coriander Yuzu, asking about you again. There was little change on Su Coriander Pomelo's face as she nodded. A question from a netizen named Moon Misty. Su Jiao Jiao is not her fault for being hugged wrongly with you, so why do you hate her so much? As soon as director he said this, even the pop-up stopped for a split second before scrolling frantically again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And which warrior came up with this? Sister, you're awesome. I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't dare. Thanks to my sister's mouth for that. This is really Shura. The director had the nerve to read it out. I don't know why. I'm so excited. I'm sweating all over. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrows smiled open. Her thin lips lightly opened. Because my blood biological parents are going to announce to the public that Su Jiajiao and I are twin sisters on the day I come home. Su Jiajiao's face changed drastically and she violently looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, her eyes full of unbelief. What should the internet think of her when she says that? Yiqiu and the others' gazes also implicitly looked at Su Jiajiao and Su Muxu. Su Jiajiao noticed their line of sight and pursed her lips, suddenly having so much regret that she regretted letting Su Muxu bring Su Coriander Pomelo on the program. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of parents are these? They are also too biased. If I were Su Coriander Yuzu, I would definitely hate Su Jiajiao as well. Who knows if she is not instigating behind the scenes? Normal parents wouldn't do that. Okay, and twins, where do they look alike? No wonder Su Coriander Pomelo hates Su Jiajiao so much. If it were me, I'd feel the same way. Director he coughed twice and hurriedly began the third question, constantly praying in his mind that he would never draw the question to ask Su Coriander Yuzu again. The third one to call a halt was Mamoru Lai, who waited a full minute before calling a halt. Director he took the hand handed over by the staff and slowly sighed in relief. Mamoru, this question is for you. Director he, a netizen named Female Bodhisattva asked, did you enter the entertainment industry for someone you like? Lai Man looked in Su Muxu's direction. Her cheeks slightly reddened as she nodded. Yes. Mamarago. I look at you. Oh, wow. Knock on wood. This is the story of a rich young lady who enters the entertainment industry for love. You guys look at the next brother. Light Song's face pulled so long. Could it be that he doesn't like Su Muxu as his brother-in-law? I see that Su Muxu also does not want to be his brother-in-law. Do not see Su Muxu face or not expression. Must be not like Li Man. If he likes Li Man, to Li Man's character, surely has long been officially announced. There really wasn't much of a reaction on Su Muxu's face. A hint of despondency flashed in Mamoru Lai's eyes. Lightsong looked at Man, such an indisputable appearance, clenched his back teeth, and squeezed his fists. What in the world is so good about Sumaksu that his sister has to like him? Not just a face to look at. Waiting. When the program recording is over, he'll check Sumusho's black history. He has to make his sister die. Chapter 64, Su Jiaojiao's mental thoughts, plus more. Coincidentally, the fourth question was asked of Rit Song. A question from a netizen named Wang Duoyu. What do you think your brother-in-law should be like? Light Sang almost blurted out. I think my future brother-in-law will be the man who loves, pampers and protects my sister in the future. Not the man who hangs on to my sister. The moment these words came out, almost everyone present looked at Sumaksu. It seemed that Light Song had a lot of opinions about Sumaksu. Man laughed awkwardly and tugged on Light Song's sleeve. You can shut up. Light Song bristled. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Man gasped and grabbed his ears again. Stop talking. Light Song grunted lightly. Brother, Light Song is right. Love brain is not a good idea. Mandy, don't follow the example of Sister White Porridge. She's being scolded right now, and she's ranked number 1 in love brain. You can still find the one you like in a relationship, but you still have to find the one who likes you when you get married. That's the advice of married people. The next few questions were normal. It was only the last one that almost made Director He couldn't even strain his expression. When the crowd saw Director He looking at his cell phone and not saying anything for half a day, Yichio asked suspiciously, Director He, what's wrong? Man yawned. Director He, after the last question, you can go to bed, right? Yichio and the others didn't know, but the pop-ups were laughing like crazy. Who's a good person to ask this question? Kudos to you. Ha, actually I'm particularly curious to know. Director He is silent for half a day. Is he regretting this little task? Director He looked at the pop-up screen, took a deep breath, and looked at Sumaksu. Muksu, this question is for you. This was Sumaksu's first question, and for some reason he suddenly had a bad feeling. A question from a netizen named Love to Eat Pleasantly. Which of the two sisters, Su Coriander Yuzu and Su Jiaojiao, do you prefer? Sumaksu's face stiffened. In the past few days he had been looking for an opportunity to make Su Coriander Pomelo make a fool of herself in front of the crowd, but he hadn't been able to find one. Now that he was still being asked this kind of question, he suddenly regretted a little why he had let Su Coriander Yuzu follow him on the program. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also put himself in a dilemma. Saying that you like Su Coriander Yuzu will break Jiao Jiao's heart. Saying that he preferred Jiao Jiao, not only those netizens would surely come to spray him, even Grandpa was afraid that he would be angry. The mind was frantically trying to think of a countermeasure. Su Coriander Yuzu is my own sister, and Jiao Jiao grew up with me, so I like both sisters. Director He nodded. This was the best answer, offending no one. Well, that concludes today's little mission. Everyone get some early rest. Yet the live stream pop-ups were scrolling like crazy. The eyes of the netizens are shining. Judging from Sumaksu's behavior these days, he didn't like Su Coriander Pomelo as his biological sister at all. Even if he has a good roadie reputation, there are still netizens who don't like his behavior. It's really funny. Calling Su Coriander Yuzu is a big name, but calling Su Jiaojiao is a little name. Little cutie. All can see what's on his mind, right? The first thing I've seen is that I'm not a big fan of the way the world works, but I'm not a big fan of the way the world works. That's right. What a rich young master. The upbringing is nothing more than that. Director He looked at the pop-up screen inside. This Sumaksu looked quite resourceful. How come on the program, even won't pretend a little? Even if you don't like Su Coriander Pomelo anymore, a smile must be given. The recording ended on the 6th day. Shuffling for shuffling, gossiping for gossiping. Each night the live stream closes and is a rare time for a few people to relax. No need to maintain an image too much. In the past 3 days, Su Jiaojiao had been very quiet and didn't do anything. Su Coriander Pomelo wouldn't think that she was scared. She was sure that Su Jiaojiao didn't know anything about the hidden families, or about the monks, because she didn't react to the fake Taoist priest who said the word immortal master that day. Then I'm afraid that potion was mailed to her anonymously by the person behind it. She watched them not die and probably thought it was a prank. Su Jiaojiao hasn't used those potions she bought herself. Tomorrow was the last day, and Coriander Su guessed that she would do it tomorrow. Yi Chill was rubbing himself in the tent, so Su Coriander Pomelo would have to stay outside for a while. She sat in her chair, her hands propped up on her chin, wondering what she was thinking. Xiao Yun Purin sat next to her very naturally. Then he put his hand out in front of her and gave it to her to play with. Knowing that Su Coriander Yuzu liked his hand the best, Su Jiaojiao sat outside the tent and saw the scene, lowering her head to curb the jealousy in her eyes. But the slightly clenched hands revealed her mood at that moment. Xiao Yun Purin is the perennial #1 ranked schoolgrass in the school forum. There is a kind of innate reserve in his body. Who does not know the name of the second youngest of the Xiao family in the capital? How many girls liked him and wrote him love letters, but they were all rejected by him and rejected very hard. One girl was so annoyed at being rejected that she tried to use force on him, but he kicked her away. He said, I, Xiao Yunpiren, do not beat women, only dogs that will bite. Also from that day on, that girl never showed up at school again. Over time no girl dared to write him a love letter anymore. Such an untamed and reckless teenager. Long and handsome, most girls would be heartbroken. Su Jiaojiao is no exception, even if she already has a fiancé by her side. Once upon a time her fiancé was the son born to Mrs. Song Lansing, but after Song Lansing had a car accident and lost both her eyes and legs, Song Xingzhou was picked up, and her fiancé naturally became Song Xingzhou. Su Jiaojiao had disliked Song Lansing since she was a child because everyone said she was not good enough for Song Lansing. If it wasn't for the fact that they were betrothed as children, Song Lansing's future wife would not have been able to take her turn at all. And Song Lansing didn't have a liking for her, only polite detachment. She also didn't like Song Xingzhou because she felt that Song Xingzhou was just a bastard and not worthy of her. Even if he was now the heir to the Song family, a bastard was a bastard and could never change her origins. But the marriage between the two families was set by her parents from childhood. There is no reason to change, she can only accept. Fortunately, Song Xingzhou is tall and handsome. His looks are not much worse than Xiao Erxiao's, and he is very good to her. From the time she knew she was the Su family's fake daughter, Su Jiajia knew that Song Xingzhou was a fiancé she must not give up. As long as she married into the Song family, she would be the Song family's lady in charge, and people would forget about her being the Su family's fake daughter and would only come to flatter her. When she has a son, her position will be more secure. This was Su Jiajiao's first thought when she was outed as the fake daughter of the Su family. But she didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to be able to hook up with Jean Xiao Erxiao. She kept comforting herself in her mind that Song Xingzhou was the Song family heir, while Xiao Erxiao was only the youngest son of the Xiao family, not the Xiao family heir. Song Xingzhou is no worse than Xiao Yunpiren. Chapter 65, Crossword Puzzles. Day 2. The east is whitening and the morning sun is showing. A sliver of reddish daylight slowly shone through. It's the same familiar sound of banging and drumming. Director he took the loudspeaker and shouted, Get up, the sun is on your ass. A tent slowly opened. Su Coriander Yuzu covered the sun shining on her face with her hand, squinted slightly, and walked out slowly. When everyone had finished washing up, Director he had the staff carry a box over. Come on, it's the last day. The program has breakfast for you. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Wei Zhao couldn't wait to ask, Director he, are you telling the truth? Director he nodded his head. Of course it's true. The program ends this afternoon, so the breakfast and Chinese food program will be prepared for you. Yu Chanan let out a big laugh. Great. Finally I don't have to eat fish and wild vegetables. Director, but we've got to play a little game where the winner gets a sandwich, a breakfast cake, and milk, and the loser only gets a bowl of white porridge. Yichio, Director he, don't sell yourself short. What game are you playing? Director he, or let's draw lots. 2 people in a group. 1 person is a white lot. You cannot participate in the game, and just win. Mr. Rhodes left last night, so it's still 9. Wei Zhao immediately clasped his hands together. Draw a white lot. However, the one who drew the white lot was Xiao Yunpiren. He doesn't have to play games. He can just eat breakfast. In contrast, Su Coriander Pomelo wasn't surprised because she used her spirit pupil technique to discover that the qi on Xiao Yunpiren was very strong. As long as there are no surprises, it will be smooth sailing for the rest of your life. It's that pure yang body that's a bit of a problem. Su Jiaojiao was in a group with Wei Zhao. Li Man was in a group with Yi Qiu, and Li Song was in a group with Yu Chahan. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the red stick in her hand and then saw the red stick in Su Mushou's hand. Breathlessly, he rolled his eyes and stood still. Su Muxu's expression was also a bit hard to see, but he still took the initiative to walk over to Su Coriander Pomelo's side. He was just about to open his mouth to say something, but when he saw her cold face, he twisted his head in anger and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xiao Yunpiren thought for a moment and transmitted his voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. I drew the white lot. Do you want me to switch with you? Su Coriander Pomelo was stunned, then looked at him and shook her head slightly. No need. Good. Are these 2 really siblings? Why do they feel like enemies? Ha 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 ha, my female goose really shows how much she hates Sumusu. It's rare for siblings to dislike each other to this degree. When children are at odds, it is usually the parents who are at fault. Director Ho, this game is simple. It's charades. The first group to get 10 correct answers wins and gets to go to breakfast first. Then the game continues, and the last group gets to have white porridge. The staff pulled out a drawing board with the puzzle on it. Director Ho stood at the drawing board and read it out. Night after night. Guess the word. Reet Song quickly responded as he raised his hand. It's more. Director he nodded. Right. He turned to the next page. A cow. Light Song, raw. Director Ho, it's hard to tell up from down. Light song, card. Director Ho, fainting. Light song, T, of the family name. Director He looked at it sparingly, thinking that it was worthy of being a student in high school. His reaction was fast. Light song quickly took 10 points and happily followed Yu Chang'an to breakfast. Yu Chang'an completely laid down and won this time. He took a sip of soy milk and gave Light song a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. Light song smiled. I happen to be interested in riddles, that's why I can guess so well. Next it's down to 3 teams. Director Ho continued to scroll down. The moon in ancient times. Su Jiaojiao racked her brain. She is still a year older than Light song. There is no reason why Light song can guess it and she cannot guess it. A flash of light in his head suddenly came to him, and he was just about to open his mouth. Just then, Yi Qiu raised his hand. Who? Gu Yu Hu. Director He nodded. That's right, take a point. Literary and military. This Su Jiaojiao soon learned. Bin. Director Ho, right. Another change. Su Piper, plus. Director Ho, you have a heart. Mamoru Lai, you. Director Ho, 1 + 1. Wei Zhao, king. Director Ho, splashing water in front of a horse. A little hard to collect? Yi Qiu, Feng. Director Ho, January 1st is not today. Su Jiaojiao, Ming. No, what's wrong with these 2 siblings? Why are they acting like outsiders? Can't all of them? They both look like they're doing it on purpose. The winners and losers are already obvious. It's definitely Su Coriander Pomelo and Su Muxa's group that lost. Why do I get the feeling that Su Coriander Yusu isn't even listening to the topic? She's in a daze. Su Coriander Pomelo was not dazed but was arguing with Junji in the Sea of Consciousness. Junru was furious and made a fuss in the spirit beast space. Su Coriander Pomelo, you let me, a divine beast, nestle in this small place every day. Where is my conscience? Where is my morality? Regardless of whether it was a successfully contracted spirit beast or divine beast, there would be a spirit beast space for them to rest in. Divine beasts were rare, let alone being contracted. Junji had previously counted on Su Coriander Yuzu and was thrown into the spirit beast space. At first he was still a bit weak. However, after not seeing Su Coriander Yuzu take care of him for several days in a row, he began to get anxious. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. So what if it's a divine beast? It's still not my contracted beast. One thought from me and you'll go up in smoke. Honestly, stay in the spirit beast space for me. Junru was silent, his voice smaller. You have to let me out to get some air. No. Why? Are you going to lock me up for the rest of my life? I can be invisible. Ordinary people can't see me. Is he even qualified to go out for some air? It hurts. It hurts too much. That won't work either. Su Coriander Pomelo explained a sentence. Xiao Yunpurin is also a cultivator. There's no guarantee that he won't discover your existence. Ha? Junru, isn't he your Taoist partner? You still have to defend yourself against him? So what if it's a Taoist? Are there fewer cultivators in this world who hurt their Taoists for the sake of profit? Su Coriander Pomelo's voice was extremely light. I'm just coveting his pure yang body. This small world has a lack of aura. It's not easy to cultivate to the Jindan stage, and having a Tao couple with a pure yang body can save a lot of time. I see that your Taoist couple is quite fond of you, but you are using him. Junru's tone was slightly mocking. Ha, you humans can be so cunning and shameless. Su Coriander Yuzu hooked her lips. You think he doesn't know? Xiao Yunpurin was so smart. How could she not know that she didn't like him? It's just that he's self-confident enough to think that once they're together, feelings can be cultivated, and she'll fall for him sooner or later. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't know if she would like Xiao Yunpurin in the future, and she didn't care. Her purpose was his pure yang body. We'll talk about it later. Junru lightly grunted. I really can't understand your human feelings. We divine beasts will only have one mate, and if the mate dies, the other will not live alone. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything else. Chapter 66, Su Jiaojiao went crazy. As expected. In the end, it was Su Coriander Pomelo and Su Muxa's group that lost. They didn't guess the charades at all and didn't say a word the whole time. Su Coriander Pomelo was fuming, and Su Muxa was wearing a smelly face, and those who didn't know thought that someone owed him money. Su Jiaojiao handed Su Muxa one of her sandwiches. Second brother. Here, you can't get enough just by drinking kanji. Su Muxa pulled out a smile and raised his hand to touch her head. No, you keep it for yourself. Don't worry, second brother. I still have a piece of egg cake, Su Jiaojiao, and I can't finish it if there's more. Seeing this, Su Muxu smiled and nodded. Good, then thank you Jiaojiao. On the other side, Xiao Yunpurin was just about to give his portion of breakfast to Su Coriander Pomelo, but he heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice transmission. I'm not hungry, keep it for yourself. Xiao Yunpurin's lips pursed into a straight line and could only agree. Su Coriander Pomelo drank white porridge with a bland expression. What the hell? I thought Xiao Yunpurin would give Su Coriander Pomelo his breakfast. I also thought that this kid is so straight that he can't even please a girl. Heartache my female goose. Everyone else is eating fragrant breakfast, only my female goose drinking white porridge. This Sumuksu was a real waste of space, eating the breakfast that his sister won, and he's good at it. What does what my brother loves to eat have to do with you? Bah! No ivory can come out of a dog's mouth. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do that. If you're angry, you're angry, but if you're angry, you'll have to drink white porridge in the morning. Ha ha, did Su Coriander Pomelo think that Xiao Yun Purin would give her a share of the breakfast? That's why she purposely didn't say anything and didn't answer the question. But she didn't expect to miscalculate, did she? Serves her right, let her pretend. She won't starve. Su Jiaojiao touched the shrunken version of the spray in her pocket, only a palm-sized. Holding it in her hand would not be noticed at all. The show is almost over, and if we don't do it now, it will be too late. She picked up her own portion of milk and walked over to sit in front of Coriander Su, her back to the camera. Milk for you, sister. Su Coriander Yuzu looked up at her and snorted softly. Weasels paying homage to chickens. No good intentions. Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened, quickly regained her composure, and said weakly, Sister, I know you don't like me, but there's no need to mess with your own stomach. The milk was given by the program team. I didn't touch it. The implication is that she is not disturbed. Su Coriander Yuzu sat without moving or answering, just looking at her quietly. Su Jiaojiao was a little numb from her stare, so she put the milk in front of her with a stiff upper hand, then stood up, ready to circle back to his position from the rear. She had deliberately worn a long sleeve with extra wide sleeves today for this moment. As she passed behind Coriander Su, she covered it with her sleeve and pressed the spray towards her back, then put it back in her pocket as if nothing had happened. Su Coriander Pomelo seemed to be unaware of it, slowly and methodically drinking the porridge. The cup of milk that was placed on her face didn't even look at it. Su Jiaojiao's heart was pounding and she hid her excitement by sitting back in her seat. Su Coriander Pomelo finished all of the bowl of white porridge and casually wiped her mouth. Count in your mind. 3, 2, 1, bang! Su Jiaojiao didn't know what was wrong, but suddenly, as if she had a seizure, she lifted the table at once. The crowd was stunned. The milk in front of Lai Man directly spilled all over her. Fortunately it was not hot milk, otherwise it would have to be scalded. Su Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Su Jiaojiao acted as if she hadn't heard him, and started yelling and screaming, her eyes hard and frantic, smashing things. Su Muksu was shocked and rushed up to grab her. Jiaojiao, what's wrong with you? Su Jiaojiao shook off his hand, picked up the pots and pans on the ground, and began to smash people. The strength of the past days to create a ladylike persona does not match at all. Su Muksu was thrown away. For a moment there was still the confusion. When did Zhao Jiao's strength become so great? Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan looked at each other and went forward to try to catch the mad Su Jiaojiao, but her strength was so amazing that the two of them big men couldn't even grab a Su Jiaojiao. Afterwards, only to hear a duong sound, Su Muksu was suddenly hit by a cauldron on the head, fell to the ground, head dizzy. Looking at the pain, Lai Man exclaimed, Mu Su. Su Jiaojiao's face was twisted like that of a wild beast, and the cruelty and violence shining in her eyes was chilling. Suddenly, he picked up the kitchen knife they used to cut vegetables on the ground and cut at anyone he saw. In this situation, even Wei Zhao and Yu Chanan didn't dare to just charge up, stools in hand to protect a few girls from Su Jiaojiao's madness. But even so, their arms were cut. Yu Chanan couldn't help but burst out. Su Jiaojiao, she's sick. What kind of crazy? Yi Qiu was protected by the two of them, and also turned white with fear. Why haven't the people from the program come yet? If it continues like this, someone will die. Seeing that there was no way to take a few people, Su Jiaojiao landed her gaze on Su Muksu, who was not far away. Lai Man's face with panic. Mu Su, what to do? What to do? Su Jiaojiao, what's wrong with her? How come the program group is still not coming to people? No, I have to go to save Mu Su. Li Tsong tugged on Li Man, not letting her go forward. Sister, are you crazy? Su Jiaojiao has a knife in her hand. Do you even want to give up your life for Su Muksu? Lai Man struggled, but Mu Su is now smashed so badly that he can't even move. If I don't go to save Mu Su, he will die. Lai Tsong frowned, his eyes flashed, and with a clench of his teeth, he pushed Lai Man away. Sister, stay put, I'll go save the people. With that, he picked up the chair on the ground and violently smashed it at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao, you're sick of stepping on the horse. You're sick of going back to madness. Su Jiaojiao was hit by the chair and tilted her head, looking back at Lai Tsong. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and she raised the kitchen knife and rushed towards him. Lai Tsong turned and ran. Seeing this, Lai Man hurriedly went up and helped the smashed and dazed Su Muksu up. Mu Shu, are you okay? Su Muksu's head was still a little dizzy. He felt that he should have been smashed with a concussion. I'm fine. Chow chow. Chow chow. What happened to her? Seeing that he was about to pass out from being smashed by Su Jiaojiao and was still asking about Su Jiaojiao, Man Lai frowned. She looked up ahead. Her face suddenly changed drastically, and she lost her voice and screamed. Light song. Su Muxu's head was already groggy, and he was holding on strongly so that he didn't faint. And when he suddenly heard this scream from Lyman Man, it felt like his head was going to explode, and he fainted on the ground in the next second. Light song ran and suddenly tripped over a stone. His whole body faced to the ground. When he tried to get up, Su Jiaojiao had already caught up. Without hesitation, Su Jiaojiao slashed to his shoulder, and blood quickly cleared his clothes. His face painfully covered his shoulder. Tears and snot flowed out in pain. Seeing Su Jiaojiao once again lifted the blood-stained kitchen knife, his eyes were filled with panic. Is he going to die here today? Chapter 67, Going to the Hospital, Extra. The expected second cut did not fall. Su Jiaojiao's hand holding the kitchen knife was squeezed to death by Su Coriander Pomelo. With a glare in her eyes, she exerted a slight force, and Su Jiaojiao's arm was twisted off, and the kitchen knife fell. Light Sang breathed a long sigh of relief. She knew that Yusu's sister would come to his rescue. Not in vain, he risked his life, just to make his sister feel guilty about him, and let mom and dad take a good look at what a love brain their spoiled daughter is. Letting her own brother get hurt for a man. Snap! Su Coriander Pomelo rolled over and pressed Su Jiaojiao underneath her, slapping her several times in succession. Seeing that she kept yelling and screaming, struggling non-stop, and her gaze filled with malice was still staring at her in death, Su Coriander Yuzu hooked her lips, turned her hand back, grabbed her hair, and violently pressed it hard towards the ground. Just thud, 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 3 times. Su Jiaojiao completely fainted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It wasn't long before someone from the program arrived in a hurry. Director he looked at the messy camp, shivering his hands, and took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket and ate them. He was happily eating breakfast with the staff, and suddenly looked at the staff with a frightened face over to tell him that something had happened in the camp, and Su Jiaojiao didn't know what was wrong, and launched into a frenzy, chopping at the sight of people. He barely fainted when he saw the image on the live screen. He hurriedly asked the staff to close the live broadcast, but I don't know if the staff was nervous or what, but it just didn't work after closing it several times. It wasn't until Su Jiaojiao slashed to Light Song's shoulder and was stopped by Su Coriander Pomelo when she was about to slash a second time that the live broadcast was closed. The pop-ups have been rolling like crazy for a long time. Su Coriander Yuzu, Su Jiaojiao she. Director he stuttered his words. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. Who knows what's wrong with her? Somehow she started going crazy. Light Song. Li Man rolled and crawled to Light Song's side, looking at the blood on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Wanted to touch him, but didn't dare. Li Song was drenched in blood at this time. The blood on his face was lost, and he weakly opened his mouth. Sister, I am in pain. Li Man was heartbroken and couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Don't say anything first, the ambulance will be here soon. Sis, me, am I going to die? No, sis won't let you die. Li Man shook her head repeatedly, looking at Light Song's white face. Her heart was filled with panic. She suddenly roared violently towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Why didn't you make your move earlier? You obviously had the ability to stop Su Jiaojiao. Why did you let my brother get hurt before making your move? Su Coriander narrowed her eyes. She wasn't used to her. She directly slapped her in the face and sneered. If you have a ing brain disease, then go and cure it. Don't blah 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 with me here. You knew that Su Jiaojiao had a knife in her hand, and yet you put your brother at risk for a man who had nothing to do with you. If something happens to Light Song, the culprit should be you. Li Man covered his face. His whitened lips couldn't stop trembling. First he sobbed in a low voice, and finally began to bawl. Director he sighed. What was all this about? The show was taped properly and it was the last day and this happened. The ambulance and the police car are coming fast. Everyone went to the hospital. Wei Zhao and Yu Chagan, 2 people were cut on the arm. Not too serious. A little bandage will be fine. And Su Muxu was checked for a moderate concussion and has been in a coma. Light Song lost a lot of blood and was pushed into the operating room. Nothing happened to Yichio and Li Man. They just got a little shocked. Asterisk. 3s are no longer enough to express my shock. What's her condition? Su Jiaojiao. She's not suffering from some kind of mental illness, is she? Su Muxu was hit by that cauldron. I guess he has a concussion. A psychopath who's crazy and doesn't recognize his own family. It's too horrible. Too bloody. Poor my brother Light Song. I don't know what's going on now. The blood is flowing all over the place like it's no money. It can't have hit the aorta, can it? Su Jiaojiao looks weak and small. How the strength is so big. Wei Zhao and Yu Chang on how to say is also more than 1 meter 8 big man. Even their arms were cut. I really feel sorry for brother Li Tsung. If it wasn't for Li Manmang's nonsense and his insistence on saving Su Muxu, he wouldn't have had to get hurt. That's just it. The love brain is really to blame. For a man who doesn't like you, causing her own brother to be cut up, I really don't know what's going on in her head. Luckily, Su Coriander Pomelo appeared in time, or else Lightson's younger brother would have been hacked to death by Su Jiao Jiao. Su Coriander Yuzu didn't show up early, didn't show up late, and waited for Su Jiao Jiao to cut to the ground before she showed up. Did she do it on purpose? Impossible, right? In that situation, who can react that fast? Who knows Su Jiao Jiao will suddenly cut someone with a knife? Yes, Su Coriander Pomelo has saved the people. What more do you want from her? Do you want her to be cut as well? Suddenly it reminds me. That scene of saving someone from a knife in the street. No less. Yuzu warrior. I also thought of it. It's really thanks to the Pomelo warrior that a murder was spared. Su Coriander Pomelo this is also considered to be indirectly save Su Jiaojiao's life up. At Wild Camping Programs at Wild Camping Programs at Wild Camping Programs at Wild Camping Programs can you please give us all an explanation? Hospital. Director he sighed slightly as he held his phone and looked at the microblog that had gone down. I'm afraid the show is going to lose a lot of money this time. Hey market. Su Mu Jin, who had been watching the live broadcast, saw the image of Su Jiaojiao's face grimacing and slashing people with a knife, and her eyes jumped straight up. The first time he called Su Peyang. Hey, second uncle, have you and second auntie watched the live broadcast yet? Su Boyan sounded puzzled. No, what's wrong? Su Mujin, you and second auntie go to the internet to take a look. Just now Su Jiaojiao went crazy and chopped someone with a knife in the live broadcast footage, and that person was also a member of the Lai family in the capital. What? Su Boyan exclaimed. What's going on? For specifics Uncle Air had better go online. After saying that, Su Mujin hung up the phone. Su Boyan's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the screen recorded down by the enthusiastic netizens. Lin Wenju came down from upstairs and saw that he didn't look too good, then asked, what's wrong? What happened? Su Boyan directly flung the phone into her arms. See for yourself. Lin Wenju frowned as she looked at her cell phone. The next second she lost her voice and screamed. This, what's going on here? How did Jiao Jiao become like this? Su Boyan's face was as bad as it could be. How should I know? Lin Wenju couldn't believe it. Jiao Jiao I grew up with. How did it suddenly become like this? Su Boyan thought for a moment. Jiao Jiao is not our biological daughter. Do you think she could have some kind of hereditary mental illness? No, it can't be. Lin Wenju still couldn't believe it and watched the video carefully several times, but she couldn't see anything. Indeed it was Su Jiaojiao who sat in her chair and suddenly without warning lifted the table and started to go crazy. Chapter 68, Quick Showbiz. Not a moment later, Su Boyan received a call from the Xianwei City Police Department. Su Jiaojiao is involved in a case of intentional assault, making them have to make a trip. The two of them hurriedly got in a car and prepared to go to Xianwei City. Even if the police station didn't call them, they still had to go. After all, Su Muxu was still lying in the hospital after being smashed into a concussion by Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao came to her senses at this time. She felt pain all over her body, especially her head. It hurt so much. She looked at her surroundings, which seemed to be in a hospital, and was a little confused for a moment. Then suddenly he remembered the scene in the morning. Her eyes widened as panic washed over her like a tidal wave. What's going on? Obviously it should be Su Coriander Yuzu who takes Chinese medicine. Why her? Had she just sprayed backwards and sprayed the potion on herself? She was dumbfounded. It wasn't long before a couple of cops walked in and, Su Jiaojiao, you're awake? Su Jiaojiao weakly opened her mouth. Uncle Police. What's going on here? Am I not filming a program? The officer looked at her coldly. Don't play dumb. Do you recognize this thing? Su Jiaojiao looked at the palm-sized spray in the officer's hand, and her pupils slammed shut. I don't know. Denial? Officer, this was recovered from you. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip and didn't say anything. Officer, purchasing prohibited items will result in 15 days of criminal detention. Su Jiaojiao, confess and we may be lenient. If you keep denying it, we will deal with it according to the law. Su Jiaojiao still kept her head down and didn't say a word. Can't admit it. They can't dispose of her as long as she doesn't admit it. She can't go to jail. She has a great future ahead of her. She must not go to jail. Seeing Su Jiaojiao's mouth so tight, the officer had no way out for a while. A few people looked at each other. Come on, let's get out first. Only after everyone had left did Su Jiaojiao slowly breathe a sigh of relief. She had to wait for her mom and dad to come over. Only they could save her. After several hours of resuscitation, Lightsong is finally out of life-threatening danger. Being wheeled into a single room, the Lai family's parents also hurried over. Motherly looked at Lightsong's bloodless cheeks on the hospital bed, and her legs and feet went weak with fear. Lee Man Man looked at the Lee family's parents and cried heartbreakingly, "Dad, Mom, it's all my fault. I'm the one who harmed Lee Sung." From the moment she saw Lee Sung get knifed, her tears didn't stop. Father and Mother Lee looked at Man Man Lee with a disappointed face. That video they had already seen when they came. Lee Man Man had let his own brother take the risk for Su Muxio's sake, almost cut to death by Su Jiao Jiao. It's still a scary thought. Mother Lee's eyes were filled with disappointment. Man Man, your brother went to attract Su Jiao Jiao's attention on his own in order to keep you from taking risks, and you didn't even stop him. Have you ever thought that Su Jiao Jiao has a knife in her hand? Two big men can't even pull her. Your brother is only 16 years old. If anything really happens to him, what should your father and I do? Lee Man Man clutched her sleeves, her heart filled with pain and fear. She did not dare to imagine if Lee Song really died because of her. What should she do? How should she face her parents? Father Lee sighed. Once upon a time we were too spoiled for you. You want to enter the entertainment industry. We don't oppose it. And we also support you for liking Su Muxu. But you should never have jeopardized your loved ones for the sake of Sumusu. Lee Man Man covered his face and choked his voice. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. In the end, it is the daughter who is loved for many years. Mother Lee went forward and pulled her hand. Softly said, Man Man, quit the entertainment industry. Don't have anything to do with Su Muxu anymore. Mom knows you've always liked him, and it's because of him you're in show business, and I've been watching this live show of yours. Su Coriander Yusu is his own sister, not to mention taking care of her a little more. Not even a good face. Enough to see that the character is not good at all. Mother Lee lovingly touched her head. Man Man, Mom only hopes that you can find a loving husband in the future. Lee's father also followed behind Lee's mother and said, your mom is right. In the future you'll quit the entertainment industry. Su Muxu is not a good match for you. Lee Man Man hugged Lee's mother and let out a cry. Mom, but, I really like Su Muxu so much. Mother Lee gently patted her back. Mom knows what's on your mind. Mom went to check a few days ago and found out that he has a lot of ex-girlfriends and you don't mind at all. Maman Lai, I know he has a lot of ex-girlfriends. Mother Lee, then what if all those ex-girlfriends of his look similar to Su Jiao Jiao? Lee Man Man was stunned, looked up at Lee mother in surprise, trembling lips opened. Mom, what did you say? Mother Lee took out a dozen or so photos from her bag and handed them to Man Manly. I've never seen Su Muxu in person before, and I've only seen his photos on the internet, and I'm thinking that the Su family is one of the top gentry in High City, and that their children and grandchildren are not too bad in character. Until the first day of the live broadcast I realized that I was the one who thought wrong, not knowing the truth of the matter and wrongly accusing people without evidence. The character of the people can be seen in general. The way he looked at Su Jiaojiao fooled no one but me. And then I paid someone to look into it. I went to a lot of trouble to get my hands on these photos, and sure enough, every one of his ex-girlfriends has features that are inexplicably similar to Su Jiaojiao. Mother Lee was the head wife of the Lee family and a loving mother. Her mother's family was also a powerful family in the capital, so her means were naturally there. Lee Man Man couldn't believe it, but looking over the photos in his hands, there were those with similar features and those with similar back demeanor. It wasn't like she hadn't seen Su Muxu's ex-girlfriends before, and she couldn't tell much by looking at them individually, but when these photos were put together and compared to Su Jiaojiao's photos, she could tell. Seeing her stunned expression, Mother Lee let out a long sigh and pointed to one of the photos. This person is called Wang Ran, the first girlfriend she talked to Su Muxu 5 years ago. Her eyes are very similar to Su Jiaojiao's, and at that time Su Jiaojiao was only 12 years old. No one knew that she was not the Su family's biological daughter yet. Having that nasty thought about your own sister? That's the kind of person we'd never let you marry. As soon as she threw away the photo in her hand, Lee Man Man covered her mouth and ran towards the restroom and started to dry heave. Mother Lee followed into the restroom and gently smoothed her back. Man, listen to what your parents say and quit the entertainment industry. Lee Man dry heaving for a long time, and then turned on the faucet, washed his face, looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were swollen like a walnut from crying, his lips were pale, and the whole person was in a mess, where there is still the usual half look. After a long time, she nodded. Okay, I'll quit showbiz. Chapter 69, Severance. Hashtag Lumaman announced his retirement from show business. Hashtag Lu Song is out of danger. Hashtag I Lua Bean. What happened? Lee Man quit the entertainment industry? Brother Light Song is out of life-threatening danger. It's great. My Mamoru. Oh, can't see Mamoru in a play anymore. Goddamn Su Jiao. I'm at war with you. Didn't Lee Man enter the entertainment industry because of Su Muxu? Maybe because this time Light Song's younger brother was cut by Su Jiao, so he retired from the industry in disappointment. In that case Lee Man is not a love brain. He can like men, but still his family is the most important thing. Originally quite knocked two people CP. Did not think. after all, is the wrong payment. When Light Song woke up and heard that Lai Man was going to quit the entertainment industry and would never like Su Muxu again, he almost didn't strain himself to burst out laughing. He pressed the corners of his mouth and looked at Lai Man with a worried face. Sister, you've liked Su Musu for so many years, have you really put it down? Lai Man pulled her lips, revealing a smile. It's definitely not possible to say put it down now, but as long as I think of the fact that he had nasty thoughts about Su Jiao when she was 12 years old, I feel nauseous, and the fondness in my heart is slowly dissipating. Light Song hooked his lips. This is quite good. By the way, sis, what's wrong with her? Su Jiao? Li Man peeled an apple and returned. I don't know what kind of madness Su Jiao is having. However, she hurt you. This matter of the Li family won't let it go. Mom and Dad have already gone to look for the Su family. What about Yuzu-san? Where did she go? Lai Man shook her head. I don't know. She didn't come to the hospital either. She probably went back to the sea city. Ha? Sister Yuzu didn't come to see me. Light Song was lost. I don't have her contact information yet. Lai Man glanced at him. There will always be a chance to meet him in the future. Mom and Dad said that they will transfer you to the capital hospital in 2 days. So rest well. Wow. At this time, the police station. Both husband and wife froze when they learned from the police that Su Jiao was involved in the purchase of prohibited items. Comrade police officer, my family Jiao has been very well behaved since childhood. Could you be mistaken? Lin Wen spared. The officer's face was expressionless and routine. It only has her fingerprints on it, and it's also because of this prohibited item that she went insane and acted in a hurtful manner. Lin Wenju exclaimed loudly. Impossible. Piao would never do such a thing. Su Boyang, comrade police, you can't falsely accuse people. Jiao is only 17 years old this year. She's not yet an adult. Where did she go to buy the forbidden objects? Officer, we're only looking at the evidence, and the evidence shows that she's the only one whose fingerprints are on it. Su Jiao has reached the age of 16. We will deal with it according to the law. Detained for 15 days and fined 3,000 yuan. Su Boyan's face was as bad as it could be. Comrade police officer, I don't believe that my daughter would buy prohibited items. We want to hire a lawyer. Lin Wenjua, yes, we'll hire a lawyer. The officer nodded. Yes. After leaving the police station and just sitting in the car, Su Payang received a call from Master Su. Dad, Elder Su roared on the phone. Su Payang, you raised a good daughter. Ha, prohibited items. Don't think I don't know what she wants to buy for. Before some small fights even if it's not enough. But this time she even wants to ruin Yuzu. Su Boyang hurriedly explained. Dad, you misunderstood. Jiao wouldn't do such a thing. Elder Su Payang, is your brain kicked by a donkey? The evidence is all there. And you still want to give her a sophistry. Do you know that the one who was cut by Su Jiao is the Li family's youngest son? Now that the Lai family has come to the door, I'm telling you, you won't be able to get her a lawyer either, so just let her have a good time at the station. Su Boyang, Dad, isn't that kid from the Lai family okay? Is our Su family afraid of them? Su old man sneered. Su family is not afraid of Lai family, but Su family also want to face Su Jiao in front of everyone. Hacked Lai family's youngest son. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Jiao is a person of the Su family. No matter what it is, the Su family is in the wrong. You still want Su Jiao from the police station. Do you want to let the Su family become a laughingstock in the whole circle? Su Payang still couldn't bear it. But Dad, Jiao is my daughter and your granddaughter. If Jiao goes to jail, it would be a disgrace to you. Elder Su, I only recognize Yuzu as a granddaughter. Whether she is dead or alive has nothing to do with me. Su Payang, I'm warning you, don't do anything to make me angry. Or else you and I will completely sever our relationship, and I'll pretend that I don't have you as my son. After saying that, Elder Su hung up the phone. Dad, a flicker of panic flashed in Su Boyan's eyes. Lin Wenju was on the side, and also heard Master Su's words. Payang, Dad won't let us control it. Do we really want to let Jiao go to jail? Su Boyan's iron face. You heard Dad's last words. He is determined to put Jiao in jail. Lin Wenshu was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Then what should we do? Jiao is so kind. I don't believe that Jiao would go and buy any prohibited objects. Payang, think of a way. Su Payang shook his head. There is no way out. Dad speaks his mind. If we really find someone to save Jiao, Dad will really cut ties with us. Lin Wenshu tears instantly flowed down. Heartbroken. Dad, how can be so cruel? Jiao is also he watched grow up. How he so favor Su Coriander grapefruit. Su Payang suddenly spoke. Right, Su Coriander. Dad is so biased in favor of Su Coriander right now. As long as she goes to plead for mercy, Dad will definitely loosen his tongue. Lin Wenju's eyes lit up and she wiped her tears. Right, why didn't I think of that? You call Su Coriander Yuzu right now and ask her to beg Dad to save Jiao. I can let bygones be bygones as long as she's willing to help. Su Boyan nodded, but the hand holding the cell phone suddenly gave a start. I don't have Su Coriander Yuzu's phone number. Do you have it? Lin Wenju frowned. Neither did I. The two of them glanced at each other. Su Boyan took the lead and spoke. Let's go to the hospital first. Musu should have Su Coriander Pomelo's contact information. Lin Wenju, good. Su Muksu in the hospital was in a coma for a long time before he woke up. His agent, Sister Zhou, had been guarding the side, and when she saw him wake up, she rushed forward to ask, Mu Shu, how are you doing? Are you better? Su Muksu looked at her surroundings and frowned as she asked, Sister Zhou, what happened to me? Sister Zhou sighed. You got hit in the head with that cauldron and now you have a moderate concussion. Chapter 70, Su Mushio's calculations. Concussion? Su Musu froze, then remembered what had happened at the camp. He sat up violently, but a stabbing pain shot through his head, and he covered it, his expression grimacing for a split second. Sister Zhou was startled, and hurriedly helped him lie down. What are you doing? You are but a moderate concussion. Do you still want your brain? She really didn't expect Su Jiaojia to look so soft and weak woman, but her strength was so big that she directly smashed Su Muksu into a moderate concussion. Su Muksu slowed down for a long time before he slowed down. He looked at Sister Zhou and asked, Where is Jiao Jiao? Where is she now? Sister Zhou sighed again and didn't know what to say to him. I told you, don't get excited yet. Su Jiaojia doesn't know what the reason is, suddenly went crazy like she saw people and cut them. She cut Light Song, and has just been resuscitated now. She's probably at the police station by now. By the way, just now Lai Man Man has announced that she's quitting the entertainment industry. Su Muksu doesn't care about Lai Man Man. He only cares about Su Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is in the police station. Where are my parents? Are they here? Sister Zhou nodded. It's been notified. It should be here soon. Su Muksu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as mom and dad came, with the power of the Su family, Jiao Jiao would be fine. Not a moment later, Su Boyan couple came. Sister Zhou sensible to leave. Su Boyan repeated Elder Su's words succinctly. Why? Su Muksu's face was ugly to the core. Why would Grandpa do this? Jiao Jiao is also his granddaughter. Lin Wenshu, Mu Su. Your grandfather is favoring Su Coriandu now. Do you have Su Wuyu's contact information? Now only Su Coriandu can save Jiao Jiao. Su Muksu frowned. Su Coriander Yuzu has always disliked Jiao Jiao. Will she help? Lin Wen, Su Wuyu doesn't like Jiao Jiao. It's not because she's jealous of Jiao Jiao's favoritism from us, and thinks that Jiao Jiao has taken her place. Just tell her that as long as she gets the old man to let go and save Jiao Jiao, we'll forget about what she's done before and send Jiao Jiao away. And from now on she'll be the only daughter of the Su family. Su Muksu thought about it and felt that Lin Wenju had a point. Su Wuyu grew up in an orphanage and longed for affection most of all, which is why she hated Jiao Jiao, who stole her identity, so much. As long as he says they're willing to send Piper away, she's sure to agree. Su Muksu picked up the cell phone on the side and sent a WeChat to Su Coriander Pomelo, but suddenly I realized I couldn't post it. His face instantly grimaced. Su Coriander Yuzu has pulled the plug on me. What? Lin Wenju's anger all of a sudden pranced to the sky. Fine, fine, pulling the plug is fine. Since she did it so desperately, she'll never let me recognize her as my daughter. Su Wuyu pulled the blackout on Su Muksu, which was a clear indication that she didn't want to save Su Jiaojiao. Su Muksu's eyebrows turned cold. Dad, eldest uncle is in politics. If Jiao Jiao is in jail, it won't do him any good. Go beg eldest uncle. Su Peiyang's eyes lit up, picking up his cell phone and exiting the ward. Okay, I'll call and ask your eldest uncle. Not even a minute later, Su Boyan came back, his face even more ugly to the extreme. Lin Wenshu, Peiyang, big brother is not helping either? Su Peiyang's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Before I could say anything, big brother refused and told us to stay out of Jiao Jiao's business. Su Muksa sniffed and had a gloomy face, thinking that it must be Elder Su who had let the word out. He just couldn't figure out. Although Jiao Jiao is not the Su family's own daughter, but is also the grandfather, looked at the growing up. How to say give up, just give up. Lin Wenshu's tears flowed down again. What can we do about this? How can my Jiao Jiao be so miserable? Su Muksa looked at the screen of the live recording in his cell phone and played it over and over again, and suddenly he realized a problem. Mom and Dad, look, Jiao Jiao was alright at first, and then she started to get delirious not long after she gave Su Coriander Yuzu the milk. Are you saying that Jiao Jiao was framed by Su Wu Yuzu? Su Boyan frowned, but Su Coriander Yuzu didn't touch Jiao Jiao at all in this video. Su Muksu's eyes revealed a touch of guileful recitation, voice cold and heavy without a trace of temperature. Did not come across and how. Online people cannot care about how the truth of the matter, they will only see how to watch the fun. Instantly pulling to step on a foot. Dad, go and buy some waterbenders, and say that she purchased a banned substance, a kind of insanity-inducing drug. for the purpose of destroying Zhao Zhao. It's just as well. She's never been nice to Zhao Zhao on the show, giving us a chance to save Zhao Zhao. And the only way Grandpa will relent to save Zhao Zhao is to bring Su Coriander down. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Wenju laughed out. This solution is feasible. Payang, just do what Musu said. Saboyan frowned. Let me think about it. What else are you considering? Lin Wenshua, Su Coriander Yuzu has never treated us as her biological parents. With that violent look of hers, where is the appearance of a girl? Either she is raised or she is not. Su Payang let out a long sigh. I'm not pitying Su Coriander Pomelo. I'm just afraid that the old man will find out. Su Muxu's gaze turned slightly. It's true that we can't let Grandpa know. I'll take care of this matter for Mom and Dad. Mu Shu, what do you have in mind? Lin Wen spared. Su Muxu, I know someone on the darknet who can do it. It's just going to cost a bit more. Money is not a problem, as long as we can save Zhao Zhao out. Su Boyan waved his hand. Su Coriander Pomelo, who was missed at this time, did not return to the sea city, but continued to return to the deep mountains, closed to stabilize the cultivation. Elder Su was a smart man. Regarding Su Jiajiao's matter, he would definitely handle it properly and didn't need her to worry about it. 15 days of detention is just the beginning. She will slowly and completely ruin Su Jiajiao. However, just in case that group of people throw dirty water on him, she sent the screenshot that KY had sent her earlier to Xiaoyun Purin. It's a purchase record of Su Jiajiao's purchase of prohibited items. There was also a surveillance video that clearly captured her figure. Pomelo warrior, I'm going to be in seclusion in the mountains for half a month. And during this time if it gets out on the internet that it's me who bought the medicine to give to Su Jiajiao, you watch the right time to put this screenshot and the video out. Su Coriander Pomelo had wanted to send these to Su Mujin, only she thought about it. Su Mujin is the heir of the Su family, cares about the face of the Su family. Moreover, Su Jiajia was also raised in the Su family anyhow, so he couldn't necessarily be ruthless enough to ruin Su Jiajiao. Xiao, okay, promise to finish the task. Xiao, you must tell me when you're out of the gate. I'll come to pick you up. Yuzu warrior, okay. Su Coriander Pomelo turned off her cell phone, found a clean place to sit, and then released Junji. Wow, finally out. Suffocated me. The little fish in the bubble jumped up and down in excitement. I'm going to be in seclusion for half a month, so go out on your own and leave in half a month. Got it. Junji nodded his fish head and instantly disappeared from Su Wuyu's line of sight. Chapter 71, Reversal. Hashtag So Coriander Pomelo purchase psychotropic drugs. Hashtag So Coriander Pomelo is jealous of So Jiao Jiao drugging her. Hashtag Su Jiao Jiao is now wrongfully imprisoned. Hashtag. The next morning, the Twitter hotspot exploded. All because Su Coriander Yuzu was jealous of Su Jiaojiao, so she purchased the insanity-inducing drug just to make Su Jiaojiao lose face in the middle of the program. Asterisk. How did I wake up and suddenly it's a different day? It's too shocking, too unbelievable. Has the secret struggle amongst the gentry come out into the open? Su Coriander Pomelo at a young age is also only vicious. What hatred and what grudges as to ruin Su Jiaojiao just like that? I really can't tell. You're so good looking, but your heart is so black. I knew Jiao Jiao baby is so kind and cute, how could she be mentally ill? So it's because of Su Coriander Yuzu, she's just not human. I feel so sorry for Jiao Jiao, having such a sinister and vicious sister. Jiao Jiao, where did she mess with her? Obviously she did not do anything. Su Coriander Pomelo, why does she not go to death? This kind of person is a waste of air to live. Hurry up and go to prison to be shot. No, Su Coriander Yuzu's straight character. I don't think she'd do such a thing. My female goose is definitely not this kind of person. Are you all blind? Listening to the wind is rain. The video in which she never ran into Su Jiajiao. On the contrary, it is Su Jiajiao took the initiative to look for her. Bah, you guys are still washing her. Can't you drug her without touching someone? That's right. If she wants to do bad things, can she still let the video be taken out? A group of disgusting face fans, but also 3 views follow the 5 senses. Disgusting not. The old man was right. The better looking you are, the more evil you are in your heart. There was a lot of talk on the internet, and the marketing numbers started malicious editing, cutting out all the images of Su Coriander Pomelo disliking Su Jiajiao. A large number of uninformed netizens are talking about it. Someone also picked up Su Coriander Yuzu's previous photos from the orphanage. How do I feel the previous Su Coriander Yuzu and the current Su Coriander Yuzu look different? It cannot be plastic surgery. 3333, you're the one who got plastic surgery. Your whole family got plastic surgery. The female geese and the female goose grew up in an orphanage and has to work part-time every day. Where does she get the money for plastic surgery? She won't have money when she returns to the Su family. It hasn't been a month since she came back to Su's house, right? Even plastic surgery needs a recovery period. You can become so good looking all of a sudden. Look carefully to see that the features have not changed much. Is that the skin has become white? The whole person temperament upward. Maybe it is long open. Sure enough, as long as you have money, you can become beautiful. No wonder Su Coriander Pomelo was so jealous of Su Jiaojiao and went out of her way to ruin her. Question of the day. Why doesn't Su Coriander Pomelo go to hell? For a moment Su Coriander Yuzu began to be hacked all over the internet. There were even netizens who posed Su Coriander Yuzu's photo in black and white with 3 candles, which was extremely creepy to look at. Hey market! Elder Su looked at the contents of the internet, shivering with anger. His breath was short, his chest rose and fell, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Sumu Jin looked at Elder Su with worry. Grandpa, calm down. I went to investigate this matter the first time. It wasn't second uncle and the others who did it. Elder Su's lips were trembling with anger. I'm old, but I'm not senile yet. Besides them, who else has a grudge against Yuzu? Sumu Jin paused slightly. He still couldn't believe that his second uncle and second aunt would do such a thing. Grandpa, even if second uncle and second aunt don't like Yuzu anymore, Yuzu is their own daughter, and it won't do them any good for them to do this. Elder Su sneered. They are forcing me to loosen my lips to save Su Jiaojiao. Sumu Jin rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. Second uncle and second aunt, why is this necessary? There is only Su Jiaojiao's fingerprints on that item. Besides her buying it, who else is there? He really didn't expect Su Jiaojiao, who was usually so well behaved and obedient, to buy that kind of thing. She definitely wouldn't use it on herself, so she was planning to use it on Su Coriander, wanting to destroy Su Coriander. But Su Jiaojiao didn't know that Su Coriander was an immortal master. Not only did she not harm Su Coriander, but she harmed herself. Elder Su eased his breath. Mu Jin, you immediately go and control public opinion. Yuzu is in seclusion. Don't let these things disturb Yuzu. Sumu Jin nodded. Okay, Grandpa. On the other side, Xiao Yunpurin saw the black and white photo. Angry temple's convex jump, teeth clenched cackle sound. Obviously angry to the extreme. Su Yu dust sitting on the side. Scared atmosphere dare not gasp. Xiao air, do not be angry. Online that group of people is that way. Will only follow the wind. You do not have to care. Deal with it on the line. A flash of viciousness flashed in Xiao Yunpurin's eyes as she took her cell phone and walked to the side, making a call to Xiao Changgang. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Xiao Changgang on the other side of the phone already knew what had happened. Don't worry, the Su family has already made a move. There's no need for the Xiao family to make a move. I know Grandpa Su will step in. What I'm going to do is something else. Xiao Yun pursed. What is it? Xiao Yunpurin covered her eyes with one hand. A touch of bloodthirsty color flowed out from the bottom of her eyes, and a fierce light was revealed. Kill Su Jiaojiao. Xiao Changgang frowned and asked, are you sure? She'll be in the Xianwei detention center for 10 days, and there are plenty of ways to get her killed in those 10 days. Xiao Yunpurin's tone did not rise and fall. Brother, I believe you can do it. Xiao Changgang was helpless. Xiao Purin, calm down. Su Jiaojiao is a member of the Su family anyways. If she died in the detention center just like that, she will definitely arouse suspicion. How about this? When she gets out of jail, then find a chance to get her killed abroad? Xiao Yunpurin thought for a moment. Xiao Changgang's arrangement is really good. Get to kill abroad will not let people catch the handle. Okay, thanks brother. What does the family say about thanks? Xiao Changgang, when will you bring your younger sibling home? Dad and I both kinda like her nature. Xiao Yunpurin's mood immediately improved when she heard that younger sibling. Thinking of Su Coriander Yuzu, her eyebrows brought a smile and her tone slowed down. Yuzu said that she doesn't intend to make it public for the time being, and that she will do so after she becomes an adult and goes to college. Xiao Changgang teasingly smiled. You kid, quite good. You abducted someone's underage girl without saying a word. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to do anything to hurt someone's little girl before you're underage, or else don't blame the old ancestor for personally coming to teach you a lesson. Xiao Yunpurin coughed lightly. I know, I still have this point of separation. He wouldn't dare do anything even if he wanted to. Even if it was just a kiss and a hug, he didn't dare. He was afraid of annoying her and dumping him without him. Chapter 72, A Shocking Reversal. The rumors about Su Coriander Pomelo on the internet are getting more and more outrageous. Even if the Su family controlled public opinion and deleted the hot search, there are so many people in the world. There are still people discussing it. Just when Su Mujin was busy and anxious, she received a Weibo message from Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin, there's no need to delete the hot search and delete the post. Sumujin, what do you mean? Xiao Yunpurin, we'll see the results tomorrow. Sumujin. Sumujin was watching the live broadcast the entire time and naturally knew Xiao Yunpurin's little mind. The main thing was that Su Coriander Pomelo surprisingly didn't refuse. Grandpa said, let it go. Don't worry about it. Sumujin took his glasses off the bridge of his nose in slight annoyance. Then wait a day. Let's see what tactics the Xiao family will be using to control public opinion. Without the Su family's control, posts on the internet hacking Su Coriander Pomelo came one after another. Marketing numbers are making a lot of money. Suddenly, an anonymous post posted a surveillance video accompanied by several screenshots. It's hard not to notice when you're number one in the hot search. The internet blew up again when the figure was seen in the surveillance video. I Lu a bean. This monitor inside the person is not Su Jiaojiao? A shocking reversal. So it was Su Jiaojiao who went to buy that drug herself. What did she buy this drug for? Who does she want to give it to? It's not like she's going to use it on herself, is it? Mom, think carefully. I knew that my female goose is definitely not that kind of sinister villain. It turns out that this is all directed by Su Jiaojiao, in order to set up my female goose. It's horrible. How can there be such a disgusting person? Could it be that all the good things she did to Su Coriander Yuzu on the program were all her pretenses? My mom, my grandma, my lab coat, my jacket, my great aunt and aunt, scared me so much that I limped. My dad, my grandpa, my socks, my shoes, my great uncle and second uncle, and I pissed my pants halfway down my back. Goddamn Su Jiaojiao. I'm going to shove the automatic umbrella up your ass before I open it. What the hell? How dare you slander my female goose? There is also a possibility that Su Jiaojiao bought this medicine to deal with Su Coriander, but did not know why he was hit by the medicine, and afterward felt that things have been irretrievable, so he simply poured all the dirty water on Su Coriander. Upstairs, I suddenly feel so reasonable. God, how can there be such disgusting people in this world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiaojiao baby so naive and kind. How to do this kind of thing? Must be Su Coriander grapefruit to buy the water army. Always support Jiaojiao. Say, how much is one of yours? I poo. A group of black and white writing purchase records and surveillance video as evidence. You still give her to wash it? Photos can be P and videos can be synthesized. So maybe it's just someone faking to whitewash Su Coriander Yuzu. Right. Jiaojiao baby would not do such a thing. She grew up in a luxurious family, receive higher education, whereas Su Coriander Yuzu grew up in an orphanage. Do not know what to go through. The heart perverted is also normal. Have you forgotten that Su Coriander is the real daughter of the Su family? And that everything Su Jiaojiao owned should have been Su Coriander's? It's not like it's Jiaojiao's fault. She was just a baby in the beginning. I can only say that Coriander Su just doesn't have a rich and noble destiny. 333333333333333333333. There's a lot of noise on the internet. A wave of people think the photos are P's and the videos are synthesized. Another wave of people felt that Su Coriander Yuzu was too pitiful. Even if she was taken advantage of, she was still being framed like this. Anyway, the internet is a mess right now. Grandpa, do we really have to do this? Elder Su tightened his face. Mu Jin, don't forget Yuzu's identity. Su Mu Jin pursed his lips. Of course he hadn't forgotten. It was just that he was still a little intolerant. We are all family, why make such a mess? Elder Su looked at Su Mu Jin and saw the concerns in his heart at a glance. Mu Jin, do you think I went overboard? Su Mu Jin was silent. Grandpa, I just think that expelling the family and severing ties is too heartless. Elder Su let out a long sigh. So now you look at all those people on the internet who cursed Yuzu, and even gave her black and white pics. Who are these because of? Your second uncle and aunt have only grown older over the years, not their brains. Have they ever thought that Yuzu was their real daughter? In the first place, if they were not careful, the child can be carried wrongly. They do not feel guilty about Yuzu even if it is not, but also for Su Jiaojiao to go to Yuzu to throw dirty water, as a threat to me. Your second uncle and aunt have hardened their wings. I can't control it anymore. It's better to cut off the relationship and stop seeing each other. I'll pretend I don't have this son. Su Mu Jin was silent. He didn't know what to say. Elder Su paused, hesitated for a moment, but still told the Su family situation, including what Su Coriander Pomelo had told him. Su Mu Jin stood up from his chair in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Grandpa, what you said is true. No wonder he always felt that the group wasn't doing too well these past few years, and last month it even lost $1 billion. It turned out that the Su family was being counted. Elder Su nodded his head and leaned on the back of his chair with a somewhat tired expression. Mu Jin, Su Jiaojiao must die, but not at the hands of the Su family, and now only Pomelo can save the Su family. Hearing this, Su Mu Jin was silent for a moment and sat back on the sofa again. Everything is up to Grandpa. Seemingly thinking of something, he looked up suddenly. Grandpa, since there is something wrong with Su Jiaojiao, was Yuzu and her intentionally exchanged? Besides, I've been searching for so long and I still haven't found Su Jiaojiao's parents. It's like she literally appeared out of thin air. Elder Su froze for a moment, and in the middle of the day, his eyes lit up. You have a point. Wait for Yuzu to come back to tell her about this speculation. Also, go contact the police department in Xianwei City and ask them to immediately go to the official website and release a statement to clear Yuzu of that trumped-up charge. Then, where are the second uncle and second aunt? Su Mujin asked. Elder Su rubbed the corners of his forehead, only to feel filled with fatigue. You go and inform them that the names of all 6 members of their family have been scratched out of the genealogy, and that I, Su Pong, will only have 2 sons in the future. When Su Jiao Jiao gets out of jail, they can do whatever they like. I won't care anymore. Su Mujin pursed her lips. Good. The second uncle and aunt did go overboard this time, threatening Grandpa for the sake of a malicious-minded Su Jiao Jiao. Do they think Grandpa doesn't know without proof? Chapter 73, Going to show weakness to Grandpa. In the midst of all the online bickering, the Xianwei Police Department released a statement. After professional identification, the purchase of the record of the photo is not P. The video has not been processed and synthesized, and they only checked the fingerprints of one person, Su Jiao Jiao, on that vial of medicine. The small store where Su Jiao Jiao went to buy drugs has been busted by the police, and a large amount of drugs were even searched inside, regardless of where the pictures of the record purchases and that surveillance video came from. That's the truth of the matter anyway. Su Jiaojiao was detained for 15 days and fined $3,000 for allegedly purchasing prohibited items. This official statement came out. The culpability of Su Piper is thoroughly confirmed. All those fans of hers are also afraid to come out and talk. After all, how can they argue when even the drugs are seized? In addition, a photo was posted under the official microblog of Su Group. All of them are accounts of those who cut the video marketing indiscriminately without knowing the truth, as well as accounts cursing Su Coriander Yuzu. And with the words, wait for a lawyer's letter, Su will sue to the end. It's too overbearing, isn't it? What kind of cool storyline is this? It's time for these marketing numbers to get their act together and make a messy cut to confuse passers-by. My female goose has finally sunk her teeth in, and thankfully the eyes of the Su family are sharp, and they didn't mistake the pearls for fish eyes. I didn't expect this Su Jiao Jiao to look like a human being, but behind the scenes she is so vicious. I watched the entirety of this live broadcast, and every time it was Su Jiaojiao babbling towards Su Coriander's side. Su Coriander didn't even bother to take care of her. Yeah, I've read it too. This kind of behavior of hers is really like the kind of green tea white lotus written in novels. Su Muxu is also a blind eye and a blind heart, even favoring such an evil-hearted sister, and not afraid of being revolted one day. Upstairs, you can talk about Su Jiaojiao. Why bring my brother? He is also blinded, right? Who knows what he really thinks? Maybe it's the two of them working together, planning to ruin Su Coriander Yuzu. No one is heartbroken. Light Son younger brother was cut to the shoulder. Do not know how it is now. Xianwei City Hospital. The Su twins are here too. Su Mux's face was gloomy and horrible, and uncontrollable anger flashed in his eyes, slamming the phone to the floor. He could never have imagined that the records of Jiao Jiao's purchase of prohibited items would have been leaked out, and the surveillance that had inexplicably appeared. No matter what, how does surveillance happen in a small, obscure store like that? Su Coriander. It must have been Su Coriander who knew in advance what Jiao Jiao had done and was so well prepared. Great. So she's so unpredictable. Damn. Su Boyan reddened his eyes and his hands trembled. Mu Su. Mu Yu. Mu Zu. Your grandfather scratched our family's name from the genealogy. Your grandfather wants to sever his relationship with us. What? Su Muyu exclaimed. Grandpa, he's coming for real? Lin Wenju instantly panicked. What about this? How could Dad be so cruel? Su Muyu sank his face. Dad, Mom, you guys go and show your weakness to Grandpa. No matter how Grandpa asks. You guys say that you didn't do this thing of falsely accusing Su Coriander Pomelo. Will this work? Suboyan asked. Grandpa is now favoring Su Coriander Pomelo and thinks that you guys did this. So as long as you guys don't admit it and keep showing weakness, Grandpa has no proof and can't do anything about it. Sumuyu looked at Su Musu on the hospital bed with an iron-colored face for a glance. And one last thing, you have to say in front of Grandpa's face that you will never care about Jiao Jiao again, and that in the future you will only have Su Coriander Yuzu as a daughter. If Grandpa still doesn't get over it, you will expel Jiao Jiao from the house. Su Muyu. Su Muxu glared at Su Muyu in death. Su Muyu ignored him and looked at Su Payang, saying word for word, Dad, you wouldn't be unaware of what happens when you are expelled from the Su family. This means that we are no longer the children and grandchildren of the Su family, the top mansion in High City, but just an ordinary person with the surname Su. Su Muyu's expression was extremely cold. Besides, this is a wrongdoing that Jiao Jiao herself has done, and since she wants to ruin Su Coriander Pomelo, she has to sweep her tail clean. But not only did she get the evidence easily, she also lifted a stone and smashed her own foot, and now she deserves to be detained. Su Muyu, you, second brother. Su Muyu interrupted Su Musu and looked at him coldly. Second brother. Don't jeopardize all of us for your own selfish interests. Su Muxa pinched his palms in death and looked at Su Muyu. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Su Muxa took the lead in wolfishly skimming his head. Su Muchio looked at Su Musu and then at Su Muyu. Not understanding what the two were playing dumb, he scratched his head. Third brother, Jiao Jiao is still young. You can't just leave her alone because she did one thing wrong. How excessive Su Coriander Yuzu was to Jiao Jiao. It's only normal for Jiao Jiao to fight back. Su Muyu did not change her face and said, it's not that I really don't care about Jiao Jiao, but I just want to do it in front of Grandpa. When Jiao Jiao is released from prison, she will not be allowed to return to High City for the time being, and she will be settled in Xianwei City. When time passes and Grandpa is demoralized, then we'll take it slow. Su Boyan carefully considered this for a while, and felt that this method was feasible. Okay, just listen to Muyu. In the detention center, Su Jiaojiao looked at the opposite side of the Go Muyu through the iron door. This is the first time in the past few days she saw people outside. She excitedly took the phone and put it to her ear. Her voice choked. Sango, you finally came to see me. Did you come to take me out? Su Muyu, Jiao Jiao, you can't get out. Stay inside for 10 days properly. Su Jiaojiao shook her head violently, tears welling up in her eyes. No, don't. I can't go to jail. Third brother, I beg you, save me. Su Muyu looked at her expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, Jiao Jiao, for the sake of you, Grandpa is going to cut ties with Mom and Dad. Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened. No, it won't. Grandpa wouldn't be so cruel. Screenshots of your bill for purchasing prohibited items and surveillance video have been released. Su Muyu. Su Jiaojiao's face turned white. Tears couldn't stop flowing down. Third brother. No, it's not me. It's really not me. Third brother. You believe me. Su Muyu sighed. Jiao Jiao, in 15 days, I'll come back to pick you up. With that, he put down the phone and got up to leave. Sango, don't go. Su Jiaojiao stood up in panic and shouted. The officer stepped forward and strong-armed her. Su Jiaojiao was crying and couldn't come up for air. The corner of her mouth was still muttering. No, I don't want to go to jail. Mom and Dad, why don't you come and save me? Su Coriander, it's all your fault. You ruined me. Su Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with crazy killing opportunities, as strong as substance. Fingers pinched hard against his palm. Death, she wants Coriander Su to die. Chapter 74, Xiao Yun Purin cooks for himself. Mission Hills. Elder Su looked at the several people kneeling in front of him, his expression cold. I'm only asking you, those rumors about Pomelo on the internet, were they done by you? Dad, you have to believe me, it really wasn't us who did this. Su Boyan was in pain. Even if I don't like Coriander Pomelo anymore, she's still my own daughter. How could I possibly do this? Lin Wenju followed. Yes, Dad. Although Coriander Yuzu didn't grow up around me and has no feelings, she was also born to me in October. Su Boyang, I really didn't expect Su Jiaojiao to do such a vicious thing. From now on Wen Shu and I won't be in charge of her affairs. We only recognize Coriander as a daughter. Lin Wenju cried. Dad, I gave birth to 3 sons to have such a daughter. I thought that Jiao Jiao was my real daughter. I worked hard to bring her up, and I used the best of everything for her. But I didn't think I'd raise a white-eyed wolf to ruin my own daughter. Dad, I don't like Coriander, but I never wanted to harm her. She's the daughter I've been expecting with all my heart since I was in the womb. Lin Wenju said with tears in her eyes. Su Boyang also wiped his tears, lowered his head and said, Dad, I know that in the past, when Shu and I favored Su Jiaojiao and made you angry, but that was also because we were fooled by her. If we had known that she was of such a vicious nature, we would have sent her away a long time ago. Elder Su's eyebrows moved, seemingly somewhat moved. Seeing this, Su Muyu's eyes flickered. Grandpa, none of us knew that Su Jiaojiao would be such a vicious person. Everyone was deceived by her appearance. Su Boyang, Dad, I know I'm wrong. It's me and Wen Shu. Sorry Coriander. Let her suffer. I promise to make it up to Coriander in the future. Elder Su faintly scanned him. What are you going to do about Su Jiaojiao? Su Boyang, sever the relationship. From now on she is no longer my daughter. My daughter is only Coriander alone. Lin Wenju's fingertips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Elder Su's eyes burned as he stared tightly at Su Payang, as if he could see through the thoughts in his heart. Su Boyan's face did not change. In fact, this was also what he thought in his heart. At one time he was 100,000% satisfied with Su Jiaojiao as a daughter, but now that he knew that she was ruthless and insidious in her mind, how disappointed he was. He also did not want to admit that he had a daughter who had been in jail. Compared to getting the old man's favoritism, now the heir to the Liang group of Su Coriander Yuzu is the daughter he wanted. Even if Su Payang still had feelings for Su Jiaojiao, but in front of the interests, this bit of emotion was insignificant. Good. then I'll give you a chance. Elder Su stood up and spoke faintly. Supa Yang, remember, this is the first time, and I hope it will also be the last time. Don't let me down. Su Boyan let out a long sigh of relief. Dad, I mean what I say. Coriander Pomelo is my own daughter. I won't harm her in any way. Time passed and half a month passed. In the evening, Su Coriander Pomelo walked out of the mountains. Junru reluctantly returned to the spirit beast space. Xiao Yun Purin had long been waiting outside in his car, and when he saw Su Coriander's figure, a smile surfaced on his brow, and he quickly stepped forward and hugged her, burying his head in her neck and gently rubbing it. So Coriander Yuzu, I miss you so much. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his back in amusement. It's only been half a month since we've seen each other. How did you turn into a clingy little puppy? Xiao Yun Purin's voice was muffled. It's only just established a relationship. It was supposed to be a hot period of love, and you just left me alone. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yun Purin, in the future, I may close down for cultivation from time to time. If you can't stand it now, then it's better to break up. Xiao Yun Purin's heart trembled. His eyes were slightly deeper, holding her tighter. No, don't. I won't break up. I won't break up even if I die. You close the door. I won't pester you. Su Coriander Yuzu sighed. Let go first. You're hugging me a little hard. Xiao Yun Purin let go of her, but was extremely domineering in holding her hand and interlocking her fingers. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't refuse. To be honest, she didn't resent Xiao Yun Purin. As long as he didn't disturb her cultivation, it wasn't a big deal to give him a kiss and a hug. Coming to the car, he thoughtfully opened the passenger door for her. When it comes to being a good and dedicated boyfriend, Xiao Yun Purin drove the car, his eyes looking at Su Coriander Pomelo from time to time. Seeing that she kept her head down and looked at her cell phone, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, going back to High City? Su Coriander Yuzu swiped through her Twitter feed and nodded. Back. Now the internet is developing rapidly. Half a month has passed. The heat about Su Jiaojiao has disappeared, and it is rare to see anyone mention it again. Su Coriander Yuzu slid her fingertips across the screen, looking at the events of half a month ago. Suddenly, she tilted her head to look at Xiao Yun Purin. When will Su Jiaojiao be released from prison? I don't know. Xiao Yun, I'll go ask around for you. No, I'll ask my big brother. Su Coriander Pomelo. Yuzu warrior, big brother. When will Su Jiaojiao get out of jail? Sumu Jin on the other side of the cell phone returned almost in seconds. Su's big brother, Su Jiaojiao will be released from prison in 2 days. Brother Su, where are you now? Are you still in Xianwei City? Su's big brother, do you need me to pick you up? Yuzu warrior, no, I'll go back in 2 days. Sumu Jin's fingertips slightly moved, typed a few lines, and finally deleted them one by one, and returned a good word. Su Coriander Pomelo put away her cell phone and looked at Xiao Yun Purin, pausing slightly. First, don't go back to High City for the time being, wait for Su Jiaojiao to be released from prison. Xiao Yun Purin pursed her lips, some emotions rolled over in her eyes. I have a villa in Xianwei City, go to my house? Su Coriander Yuzu leaned back a bit, her voice concealing a smile. Yes, to stay at your house. The tips of Xiao Yun Purin's ears reddened. The black Bentley is parked outside a supermarket. Xiao Yun Purin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo expectantly and asked, Pomelo, no one has come to live in the villa for a long time, and there are no vegetables in the refrigerator. So let's go out and buy vegetables together, shall we? Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. You can cook? Will. Xiao Yun, all the men in the Xiao family know how to cook. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed. Okay. Xiao Yun Purin also laughed, like the blazing sun. Lang Lang noticed. The two of them held hands like a normal young couple and went to the grocery store with their fingers interlocked, bought a bunch of groceries and snacks before heading back to the villa. The villa is clean with a regular weekly visit from a babysitter. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yun Purin who was busy in the kitchen and snorted. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Good. Xiao Yun Purin returned. Su Coriander Yuzu took her backpack and went upstairs. Even though she had the pure dust skill and her body wasn't dirty at all, she still liked to take a bath and her clothes had to be changed. By the time she got out of the bath, the meal was almost ready. Smelling the fragrance in the air, Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes. She really didn't expect that as the second youngest master of the Xiao family she would still have such good cooking skills. How many men can manage to cook themselves these days? Chapter 75, Junru's Arrest. Are you sure no one else can see you? Sure. I'm at least a party of divine beasts. Even if I'm injured and want to hide without being discovered, I won't be discovered below the Jindan stage. I can warn you not to make a scene for me. Junru and the bubble little fish head kept nodding his head. His tone was quite excited. I just want to go out to sea and play. This little world is completely different from the little world I stayed in since I was a child. I'm too curious. Su Coriander Pomelo lazily lay on the bed and gave him a sidelong glance. Well, Go ahead. With Su Coriander Pomelo's approval, Junji disappeared into the room with a swoosh. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the disappearing bit outside the window. Junru was a divine beast. To be successfully contracted by her was a great bargain she had picked up. The divine beast, Koan Pang, was born to soar in the sky. She couldn't keep detaining him in a small divine beast space. After brushing Twitter for a while, Su Coriander Pomelo stretched out and prepared to sleep. However, not long after lying down, Su Coriander Pomelo violently opened her eyes and sat up with a carp. It's only been out for a short time, and it's causing her trouble. She gritted her teeth, dressed quickly, opened the window and leapt down, directly tearing apart the instantaneous talisman. Jia, big brother, we're going to be rich this time. The man in black let out a loud laugh as he looked at the imprisoned Junji. The scarred man called Big Brother slapped the black-clothed man on the head. Keep your voice down for me, Big Brother. I'm not excited. This fish is a demonic beast. As long as it's sold to the hidden family, I won't have to worry about not having cultivation resources for the next few years. Yes, this is still a demonic beast that can be stealthy. If he hadn't exposed himself, we wouldn't have been able to catch him. The man in black asked. Big Brother, this demonic beast is going to be sold to the Morone clan, right? The scarred man spoke without even thinking. Well, it should definitely be sold to Morones. Listen to Big Brother. Man in black. The man in black and the scarred man were both casual cultivators, and since they were unwilling to join the hidden families as their lapdogs, they could only look for cultivation resources on their own. There were quite a lot of loose cultivators who chose the same as them, all of them unwilling to live under others. There was once a loose cultivator who inadvertently caught a demonic beast cub. The loose cultivator's cultivation was already difficult. Where else could he raise a cub? So he sold the demonic beast to a hidden family in exchange for cultivation resources. The two Scarman brothers obviously had the same intention. Junru was hopelessly confined in a small cage, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. It was his fault that he was so excited to see this flowery world that he forgot to restrain himself for a moment before exposing himself. It was reasonable to say that he would be fine even if he was exposed. Even if he was injured, he was still not something that two cultivators at the second level of chi refining could catch. Only, he didn't know what was going on, but the cage that these two cultivators took out was able to suppress his bloodline, making him unable to move or escape for a moment. When Junru heard that these two were going to sell into some hidden family, he completely panicked and hurriedly used his contract power to call Su Coriander Yuzu. Su Coriander Pomelo tore several instantaneous transmission talismans and finally arrived. Coriander Su, help! They're going to sell me! Juanzue thumps the cage as hard as he can. The scarred man looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, who suddenly appeared in front of them with a wary face. Who are you? Get lost. This demonic beast was captured by the two of us brothers. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows and directly exerted her mighty pressure, giving them the pressure to lie on the ground. The scarred man and the man in black spat out a mouthful of blood violently, feeling their souls trembling. That was the pressure of a high-ranked cultivator on a low-ranked cultivator. Their eyes were filled with panic. To have such a high cultivation level at such a young age, one must be a cultivator from a hidden family. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her hand and took the cage that imprisoned Junji in her hand. Aren't you quite powerful? How come you were caught by two cultivators at the second level of chi refining? Junji looked at her curtly. It was my mistake. I won't dare next time. The scarred man and the man in black's eyes widened when they heard that Junru could actually speak. Only demonic beasts above the 6th rank could spit out human words. And every hermit family had a demonic beast above the 6th rank as the beast of the town. He didn't expect this little fish to be a demonic beast of the 6th rank or above. He thought it was a demonic beast cub. It's over. It's over. Elder, spare your life. Elder, spare your life. We didn't know that this demonic beast was yours. The two men kowtowed and begged for mercy. Su Coriander Pomelo had wanted to destroy them directly when she suddenly heard Junji's voice transmission and looked at the small cage. What could even suppress the bloodline of a divine beast? Where did you get this cage? Elder, this cage was obtained from the hidden family Morone clan. Almost every loose cultivator has one in their hands. The scarred man told everything he knew in order to stay alive. Previously, a loose cultivator caught a demonic beast cub and sold it to the Morone clan. And then the Morone clan refined many of these cages. And the Morone clan said that as long as they caught a demonic beast, they could sell it to them in exchange for cultivation resources. Elder, we didn't realize that this demonic beast has a master. Otherwise we wouldn't dare to capture it even if we were given 100 guts. Divine beasts, spiritual beasts, demonic beasts could all be contracted with cultivators. Only now in this place. Not to mention divine beasts and spiritual beasts. Even demonic beasts were rare. The demonic beast contract only recognizes one master in a lifetime. So even if you catch a demonic beast with a master, it's useless. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned slightly as she looked at the cage in her hand. Junji was a divine beast with a strong bloodline. Morong clan was able to refine a cage that suppressed the bloodline of a divine beast. Did you buy this cage from the Mullen? The scarred man nodded. The two of us brothers saw that it was quite cheap for only 10 spirit beads, so we bought it. Maybe we'll get lucky and run into a demonic beast. Luck did come with it, but he'd rather not have it. Not only was this demonic beast a titled one, it was also a demonic beast of the 6th rank or above, and could kill them all with the lift of a finger. Su Coriander Pomelo's expression was cold as he took out 2 Heavenly Thunder talismans and resolved the 2 before opening the cage. These 2 had seen Junru, and even if they didn't know he was a divine beast now, it didn't mean they wouldn't know it in the future, and there was no way she was going to let them off the hook. Junru left the cage and inhaled hard, his body finally relaxing. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a wry smile. It seems that the legendary divine beasts aren't very powerful either, and were even suppressed in their bloodline by something refined by our human cultivators. Junru lightly grunted. If it weren't for the fact that I'm injured, a mere cage would be able to hold me? Bah! Who can't? You can't! Junji exploded. This cage has the scent of an adult divine beast bloodline on it, and I'm just a cub, or an injured cub, so of course I have no way. Chapter 76, Going to the Movies. Junji had closed himself off, and was surprised to be set up for a conversation. Su Coriander Pomelo's lips contained a smile, her thin lips lightly opened. Yo yo yo, surprisingly still a small cub are you? No wonder it's such a waste. Su Coriander Pomelo. Junru stared with dead fish eyes. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a pfft laugh and patted his bubble. Okay, I won't laugh at you. Tell me what's going on with this cage. Junru was silent for a moment. There is a hint of an adult divine beast's aura on top of this cage. I don't know who he is, but I can feel that he is very strong. If I hadn't been injured, this trace of breath wouldn't have suppressed my bloodline, but I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat him in a face-to-face fight. Su Coriander Pomelo scratched his chin. This is strange. This piece of heaven and earth is depleted of spiritual power. Even the spiritual beasts are not known to be there. Where did the divine beasts come from? Could it be that they are just like you? Because of the space storm, so they were strayed here? It should be. And only divine beasts with strong bloodlines can survive a space storm. June said. Alas, that's senior than my luck. Met the Morongs people. Now maybe in the Morongs eat fragrant drink spicy, which like I followed you so a sinister and cunning female. Ah, Su Coriander Pomelo, what are you doing? Junji looked at the missing piece of scale on the fish's tail and jumped up and down in pain. Su Coriander Pomelo held the scales in her hand and looked at them under the moonlight. She suddenly sighed. How can such beautiful scales grow on you? How about I pull them all off? Boing boing. I was wrong. I'll never dislike you again. Junji's heart was suddenly cold, and she cried and shrunk into a ball. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at him faintly and threw him back into the spirit beast space, then looked at the cage in her hand, thought for a moment, but still put it away. Junru, this Koan Pang cub, always felt a little too naive in his thoughts sometimes. This piece of heaven and earth has a lack of spiritual chi. She heard Xiaoyun Purin say that no one has successfully ascended for 1,000 years. Not only that, the highest cultivation is only at the peak of the Jingdan stage. There is not even a Yuanying stage cultivator. So what's the point of Morongs wanting a divine beast? Reiki was not enough for them to use on their own. What was the point of raising a divine beast to steal it from them? If this piece of heaven and earth was rich in spiritual chi, and they could cultivate to the divine transformation stage and ascend, then the divine beasts would be a help to them. But right now raising a divine beast would be a burden to them. As one of the 7 great hidden families, the Morong clan would definitely not be stupid. So, either that divine beast was seriously injured and was captured by the Morong clan's cultivators and used as a cultivation resource, either that divine beast himself took the initiative to enter into a partnership with Morong clan, and he gave Morong clan a little favor to make Morong clan provide for him. Su Coriander Pomelo preferred the latter. Even an injured divine beast wouldn't let anyone else take advantage of him, and if he tried his best to blow himself up, I was afraid that the entire Morong clan would be wiped out. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes deepened as she thought of another layer. Xiaoyun Purin was a member of the Xiao family, and the Xiao family was considered a small family, but they didn't even know how to transmit sound, which was the most basic. Then the more advanced feats must not be there either. So, could the person behind the robbery of the Su family's chi be this divine beast from another small world? Su Coriander Yuzu pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that things were getting a little tricky. Forget about it. Let's not think about this for now, and look for a chance to make a trip to the hidden family to try and find out after her foundation establishment stage. By the time we got back to the villa, it was midnight. Xiaoyun Purin stood in front of the window and slowly sighed in relief when she saw that Su Coriander Pomelo had returned safely. Drawing the curtains, he lay back down on the bed. Just the thought of Su Coriander Pomelo directly ripping off an instantaneous transfer talisman and disappearing. He couldn't sleep. A 1 in a million lightning spiritual root, and a talisman master. If those people from the hidden family knew about it, I'm afraid that they would fight to rob her. Xiao Yunpurin covered the quilt and went to sleep thinking about it. Early the next morning, when Su Coriander Pomelo woke up, Xiao Yunpurin had already made breakfast. She bit into the sandwich and gave Xiao Yunpurin a thumbs up. Very tasty. Xiao Yunpurin hooked her lips and smiled. Just as long as it tastes good. So Jiao Jiao gets out of jail tomorrow. Do you have any plans for today? Coriander Su shook her head. No. Xiao Yunpurin moved her butt next to Su Coriander Pomelo, her eyes bright as stars. How about we go to the movies? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a smile. But I think movies should be watched at night to get the atmosphere. Then go at night. Xiao Yun purred. Okay. Su Coriander Pomelo, I'm going upstairs to practice. Good. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's back as she went up the stairs for a long time and sighed. What if your girlfriend has only cultivation in her eyes and not him? No choice but to be cheeky and stalkerish. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold a beautiful woman in his life. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't cultivate. There was no aura in the city, and cultivation was of little use. She took the pen and began to draw the talisman. The events of last night had left her with a vague sense of crisis. In a short period of time, her cultivation definitely couldn't go any further, so she could only draw more talismans. For example, attack line talismans such as the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Thunder Talisman, Sword Thunder Talisman, Boulder Talisman, and so on. Auxiliary line talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Fixation Talisman, Flight Talisman, Recluse Talisman, Transient Talisman. There's also the Rejuvenation Charm, which restores one's strength. She was now at the 10th level of Qi refining cultivation, and her spiritual energy was enough to support her to draw 200 sheets of each. With these talismans in her hand, even if she encountered a foundation establishment stage cultivator, she would be able to retreat in one piece if she couldn't beat him. Evening. Xiao Yunpurin drove Su Coriander Pomelo to an upscale restaurant. As he passed a private room, a piercing scream came from inside. Because the food was being served, the door to the private room was left open. And when Su Coriander Pomelo heard this sound, she subconsciously glanced inside. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhouya looked at the greens on top of her skirt and gasped as she pushed Wu Shangxian away. You're sick, won't you serve the broken greens? Wu Shangxian was pushed to the ground and looked at her with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I can give you company. Zhouya was furious. What's the use of being sorry? My dress is customized, the only one in the world. Can you afford to pay for it? She was already a cleanliness freak, and today she was still wearing a yellow and white dress, and the grease stains on the top of the dress were visible. She was not going to be able to eat this meal today. Wu Xiangxian's eyes were filled with overwhelm. The manager heard the commotion and rushed over to start apologizing. Sorry, Miss Shou, Miss Huang, this person is new. Today is the first day of work. It's because we didn't arrange it properly. Please forgive us. These two often came to dine, and he couldn't afford to offend the Zhou and Huang families. Zhouya looked at Manager Zhang and snorted coldly. Can't even serve a plate. Manager Zhang, how did you recruit people? Manager Zhang nodded his head. It's all my fault. I'll fire her right away. Huang Miao sighed, picked up the bag on the position and pulled Zhouya's hand. Yeah, let's go. Don't make it difficult for her. Look at her that way, she can't afford to pay for it. I'm the one who shouted for you to come out today. Let's go. I'll accompany you to buy a new dress. Zhouya also really can't stand the dress covered in grease stains, took her bag and left. When she passed by Wu Shangxiang, she still couldn't get angry and kicked her hard. Wu Xiangxiang could only cover her mouth and cry silently. Chapter 77, Epiphany. Wu Xiangxiang, hurry up and leave. I can't accommodate to go to a big Buddha like you here. Wu Shangxiang rubbed her leg that had been kicked by Zhouya, tears snapping down her face as she pulled on Manager Zhang's arm. Manager Zhang, I beg you to give me another chance. My mom is still in the hospital. I can't live without this job. Manager Zhang shook off her hand and sighed. Wu Xiangxiang, I just gave you this job because I see you are pitiful. Do you know who the one you just offended is? Without a job you can find another one. Without a life your mother will have even less money to treat her illness. Wu Xiangxiang left the restaurant in a muddle. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Wu Xiangxiang one more time. Judging from her face, she was related to Zhou Iya. Pinched her fingers, and sure enough, she was right. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't mind her own business and followed Xiao Yunpurin into the private room. Wearing gloves, Xiao Yunpurin put the peeled shrimp in a bowl and pushed it to Su Coriander Pomelo, then picked up a wet paper towel on the side to wipe his hands slowly and methodically. His knuckles were clean and slender, which was pleasing to the eye. Su Coriander Yuzu ate the shrimp. Her eyes fell on his hands, and her heart began to itch again. Xiao Yunpurin noticed her gaze and the corner of his lips lifted. After finishing the meal and going to the restroom to wash his hands, Xiao Yunpurin very naturally held Su Coriander Pomelo's hand and left, interlocking his fingers. He said, It's not far from the movie theater. Let's walk. Good. Su Coriander squeezed his hand, her eyes narrowing. The two rolled down the road like a normal young couple. The evening wind came and blew away the broken hair in front of Xiao Yunpurin's forehead. After living for 18 years, his heart had never been so calm as it was now. Since he was a child, he knew that he was the body of pure yang, the world's eyes of the stove. At first he felt that as long as he worked hard to cultivate and became strong, even if he was the body of pure yang, no one would dare to covet him. Later, as he watched a woman with a purine body from the Nan Rong clan being used as a furnace by a total of the 7 great clans, he suddenly felt so disgusted. They claim to be a prestigious organization, but behind their backs they do such disgusting things. Moreover, the Nan Rong clan was one of the 7 hidden clans, ranked 3rd, and that woman was still a direct descendant of their family. Even they contributed her. Then how can the Shao family protect him? Even with the treasures given by the old ancestor to hide his physique, as his cultivation level grew higher, the treasures gradually became useless. During one of his cultivation sessions, he was so disgusted that he almost went off the deep end, so he simply chose to give up his cultivation and become an ordinary person. Xiao Yunpurin thought that if he was ever found out, he would rather die than be a furnace for someone. Since he came to the Sea City 3 years ago, he hadn't returned to the capital even once. He was afraid that one day his secret would be discovered, and after he blew himself up, those people wouldn't be able to get the benefits and would involve the Shao family. He had long ago not cared whether he lived or died, so he enjoyed playing those exciting games very much, but now feeling the warmth in his hands, he suddenly didn't want to die. He figured he'd have to go back and meet his old ancestor. Su Coriander Pomelo stopped her steps and looked up at Xiao Yunpurin, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then he let go of his hand and set up a boundary around him. After thinking about it, another illusion was set up. Xiao Yunpurin stood by the side of the road, his eyes closed as if he was asleep, and the faint aura in the air rushed into his body. But that wasn't enough. Epiphanies required much more than just aura. Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her eyes, gritted her teeth, and neatly pulled out a spirit stone from her storage bag. Soon, one spirit stone turned to ashes and she pulled out a second one. 3 blocks, 4 blocks. Su Coriander Yuzu crouched down by the curb in a lifeless state. She couldn't figure out how walking around Xiao Yunpurin started to have an epiphany. Some cultivators could not have an epiphany in their entire life, and she had had 2 epiphanies in her previous life, and although she did not have a long cultivation, her mind was open and her cultivation was more solid. You can't even go to the movies at night. 3 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yunpurin woke up from his epiphany, only to feel that his whole body was relaxed. His heart demon had retreated. He should be able to reach the 9th level of chi refining very soon if he cultivated now. Su Coriander Pomelo's gnashing of teeth suddenly came from her ears. Xiao Yunpurin, compensate me for the spirit stones. Xiao Yunpurin blinked her eyes, her tone slightly puzzled. Did I just have an epiphany? Or what? Xiao Yunpurin hooked her lips, stepped forward and hugged Su Coriander Pomelo as she whispered, "Thank you." Old ancestor had told him that the epiphany required a lot of spiritual chi, and also could not be disturbed by people, as a light case would result in a regression of cultivation and injury to the foundation, while a heavy case would result in going into a fire and going to the devil. They were on the side of the road now, and it was inevitable that a passerby would bother him. It was Su Coriander Pomelo who gave him a quiet environment, and enough aura to succeed in his epiphany. So she had a crush on him. Cut the crap. Compensate me for the spirit stones. A total of 581. Su Coriander Pomelo. Xiao Yunpurin rubbed Su Coriander Pomelo's neck. Well, when I return to the Sea City I will go back to the Xiao family. Bring the storage bag I once used. There are a few thousand pieces of spirit stones in it, and all of them will be given to you. That's more like it. Su Coriander Pomelo pushed his head away. Why did you suddenly have an epiphany? I once had a heart demon and almost went off the deep end when I was cultivating, and because of this physique of mine, I chose to give up cultivation and spend this life as an ordinary person. Xiao Yunpurin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a fixed gaze, a hint of inferiority complex in her eyes, pursing her lips. But if I want to stand side by side with you, and if I want the one beside you to be me, I can't spend my whole life as an ordinary person. In Xiao Yunpurin's eyes, Su Coriander Pomelo is excellent and powerful. She is a 1 in a million thunder spirit root, a talisman master, can see his pure yang body, and will also have the long-lost voice transmission technique. One day she would break through the foundation establishment stage, break through the Jindan stage, or maybe even the Yuanying stage. Her lifespan would increase, while he would only have a 100-year lifespan if he remained at the chi refining stage, and his face would slowly age. She won't have him by her side anymore. Just thinking about it made us sour, numb feeling well up inside him. So he wanted to recultivate, and he wanted to stand by her side, even if the secret was eventually discovered. He had no fear. Eyes met. Su Coriander Yuzu was burned by his eyes. the tip of the ear slightly red. This is not the first time to hear him confess, but for some reason this time there is so a trace of heart. Maybe it was because he heard him say he had this epiphany because of her? What it was like to like, Su Coriander didn't quite understand. She hadn't liked anyone. Agreeing to be with Xiao Yunpurin is to figure out his body. The body of pure yang sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing. She covered her heart, her mind slightly confused. After a long time, she took the initiative to take his hand and squeeze it, pursing her lips and smiling. Xiao Yunpurin, go home. The corner of Xiao Yunpurin's mouth gently rose. Good. Chapter 78. She is fond of him. The prison gates are open. Su Jiajiu walked out from inside, her long beautiful hair cut into a dora. Her face was also much more vicissified, and she raised her hand to cover the sun on top of her head for a long time. Su Muyu drove over, looking at the sister who was once pampered by them has become this appearance now. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes. Jiao Jiao, Sango was here to take you home. Su Jiaojiao looked at the car behind him and let out a bitter smile. Third brother, are mom and dad blaming me too? That's why you guys haven't come to see me even once in this half month. Su Muyu pursed her lips and sighed. Jiao Jiao, you also know that grandpa's temper. He said he wanted to sever the relationship. That is not a joke. Mom and dad are still very concerned about you. It's just that grandpa is still angry. It's inconvenient for them to come in person. Su Jiajiao's palm squeezed tightly and quickly loosened, smiling at Su Muyu. I know. It's me who caused trouble for mom and dad. I won't do anything stupid in the future. Su Muyu touched her head and softly said, it's good that you can think about it. Grandpa hasn't lost his temper yet. Mom and dad bought you a villa here, so you can live here without fear for a while. A flash of panic flashed in Su Jiajiao's eyes as she violently grabbed Su Muyu's arm. Third brother, you guys are going to leave me here. You guys don't want me? Su Muyu patted the back of her hand soothingly and said gently, it won't be. You are mom and dad's daughter. My sister, how could we not want you? It's just that you have to realize that mom and dad have their struggles as well. And if grandpa really did cut ties with our family, we wouldn't be Su's family anymore. Everything you have will be taken back and no school will take you back. Su Jiaojiao smiled miserably. Third brother, I've already been detained. Will any school accept me? Su Muyu, as long as grandpa doesn't cut ties with us, we're still the Su family. And just because Jinan Middle School won't accept you doesn't mean other schools won't. Su Jiajiao was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I'll listen to third brother. Watching Su Jiajiao and Su Muyu leave in the car, Xiao Yunpurin looked sideways at Su Coriander Pomelo in the passenger side. Should we follow them? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. No need. Let's go back to the Sea City. She had just used her spirit pupil technique to scan at Su Jiajiao, and the spirit pupil technique was able to last for 3 minutes as her cultivation level rose. It also led her to discover something suspicious about her. At first she also thought that the haggard look on Su Jiajiao's face was due to squatting in prison. However, when Su Jiajiao took the initiative to grab Su Muyu's arm, she was keenly aware that Su Jiajiao's haggard complexion had recovered a little bit, while a faint deathly aura surfaced on Su Muyu's face. This was too bizarre. Su Jiajiao was not only able to steal the Su family's qi, but also the Su family's personal qi. Su Muyu's qi was taken away by Su Jiajiao, so it seems like he's going to be unlucky for a while. Xiao Yunpurin is worthy of being the second youngest member of the Xiao family in the capital, and he is rich and generous, directly calling for a private plane, and the two of them flew back to the Sea City, outside the Su family's ancestral home. Xiao Yunpurin reluctantly pulled Su Coriander's sleeve. Su Coriander, I have to go back to the Xiao family. We may not see each other again until school starts. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly, and she hooked her finger towards him, signaling him to come closer. Xiao Yunpurin thought she had something to say and lowered her head to her. Su Coriander Pomelo hooked her hands around his neck and dropped a sloppy kiss on his lips. A touch of separation. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes widened. Her face turned red to the naked eye, and her throat rolled involuntarily. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his shoulder with a light smile. In the future, if you want to kiss me, you can just say it. You don't have to be so twisted. How can you call a relationship without kissing and cuddling? It was soft and tactile, and she didn't resent it in the slightest. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes deepened. Then is it okay if I want to kiss now? As soon as the words left his mouth, and without waiting for her to answer, he raised his hand and pressed the back of her head, leaning down to kiss her. No, it's a bite on it, because he can't kiss. It was Su Coriander Pomelo's turn to blush. How dare he give an inch? Hands went to his chest, hesitating for a second or not pushing away. Forget it, she had kissed them all and didn't care if she kissed them for a while longer. Pushing them away now would make her look too pretentious. She closed her eyes, her mind mulling over the little snippets she'd watched in her previous life, and began to respond shallowly. Feeling Su Coriander Pomelo's active response, Xiao Yunpurin's heart skipped a wild beat. She didn't push him away. She was into him. A kiss to end it. Xiao Yun Purin's eyes stared straight at her, and in his eyes was a strong possessiveness, more confirmation of what was in his heart. He's going to work hard on his training, and he's going to be with her forever. Su Coriander, you go back. Something WeChat contact. Xiao Yun Purin's narrow eyes slightly drooped as he slightly leaned over and pecked gently on her lips again, his voice carrying a slight darkness. I'll be back soon. Don't want to separate. Not at all. Su Coriander Pomelo gave him a blank look. Alright, hurry up and go. How come I didn't realize before that you're so good at getting your way? Xiao Yun Purin's reddish thin lips rose slightly, her eyes filled with smiles. Then I'll leave first. Su Coriander Pomelo waved her hand and turned around to walk into the Su family's ancestral mansion. Grandpa, I'm home. Elder Su smiled and waved towards Su Coriander Pomelo, taking a closer look at her. Pomelo, why is your lip swollen? Su Coriander Pomelo coughed lightly and sat on the sofa across from him. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. Mosquito bites. Elder Su nodded. He didn't think much about it. Su Jiajiao got out of jail today. Did you go see her? Well, see, Su Coriander Grapefruit. Elder Su thought about it, but still said it. Payang and the others have already assured me that they have severed their relationship with Su Jiajiao, and will only recognize you as a daughter in the future. There was a pause. I see that they all mean well. Yu Zhu, if you don't want to recognize them, just keep the status quo. I won't force you. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed. I told you, I won't let them go. Master Su couldn't bear it, but they are your real parents after all. Hostility flashed under Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes, and a cold smile tickled her lips. You want me to forgive them? I don't mean that. Elder Su let out a long sigh. I just hope that you can spare their lives on the basis of their sincere admission of wrongdoing. Su Coriander Pomelo sniffed and stood up with a cold face. Does Grandpa know who I ran into when I went to see Su Jiajiao this morning? Su Muyu, your own grandson. He and Su Jiajiao said that because you were going to sever your relationship with them, they wouldn't be Su family members after severing their relationship, so they wouldn't be taking her back to the Su family for a while. Mr. and Mrs. Su Boyan bought her a villa in Xianwei City and settled her in Xianwei City. So, this is what you told me about them cutting ties with Su Jiajiao and genuinely admitting they were wrong? Chapter 79, I want to go in and out of the spirit beast space freely. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at Elder Su with slight mockery, and said unflinchingly, Elder, you're still really senile. I don't need you to mind my business. After saying that, ignoring Master Su's ugly face, he turned around and went upstairs. To be honest, if this body of hers wasn't the Su family's own bloodline and the Su family's chi had been taken away, her path of cultivation would have been much more difficult, and her cultivation might have stopped forever. She would have killed Su Jiajiao directly, and the person behind the curtain did what he wanted. She would not care so much. The saying of chi is mysterious, and the good or bad chi of a family determines the achievements of the future generations. Some family ancestors have been doing good deeds all their lives. Then when they die, the heavenly Tao will bless their children and grandchildren. There are those who have done great crimes and evils, and retribution will fall on their descendants. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. I only hope that it will come sooner or later. Little White and Little Black hadn't seen Su Coriander Pomelo for almost a month, and scenting her scent they violently scurried over, hugging her thighs and whimpering and pampering. Seeing the two little wolf cubs, the gloom under Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes gradually dissipated, and she picked them up one by one. After a few moments of hugging, though, she got a little carried away. Rather speechless, he looked at the two little ones. How come they've grown so fat after not seeing each other for a month? They are the size of an adult dog and are now not drinking milk and are eating meat instead. Whitey and Blackie, ow. Damn you, Su Coriander Pomelo, you even have another spirit pet. Junji in the spirit beast space saw the two little ones and was so angry that he was jumping up and down. I want out. You let me out. I want to fight them one-on-one. Su Coriander Pomelo calmly pacified. You're a divine beast. What's the point of comparing yourself to two demonic beasts that were just born a month or so ago? I don't care. I must be the only spirit pet by your side. Jun-Ru exclaimed. Su Coriander Pomelo spread her hands. That can't be helped. These two wolf cubs have a high bloodline and good talent. There's no way I'm going to throw them away. Junji cried sadly. Boing boing, it's enough to lose a beast for me to be a spirit pet for someone as a divine beast, and I'm not the only one. Su Coriander Pomelo, you're hurting my heart too much. Coriander Su, so what do you say? I want free access to spirit beast space, June said. Nice guy, waiting for her here. It's not impossible. Su Coriander, it's just that I have a low cultivation level, so if you're caught by a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than me, I probably won't be able to save you. And I'll also put my own life on the line. Jun-Ru sounded rather aggrieved. I don't want to go out and play. I just don't want to always stay in this tiny spirit beast space. I'll just follow you around and definitely not run around. Su Coriander Pomelo thought about it and nodded. Okay, If you run around, I won't be there to save you anymore. Even if Junru's current strength was garbage, he was still a divine beast and his bones were extremely proud, as long as he doesn't go out and run around. The living room. Sumujin looked at Elder Su and then at Su Coriander Pomelo, always feeling that the atmosphere between the two was a bit subtle. He cleared his throat. Yuzu, Grandpa and I found out something about Su Jiaojia. Su Coriander Pomelo lazily leaned back on the sofa. Little Black and Little White were lying on her lap on the left and right, her white and slender hands absently stroking Little Black and Little White's back. What is it? I checked for a long time but couldn't find Su Jiaojiao's real parents. It was as if she appeared out of thin air. So Grandpa and I suspected that you and Su Jiaojia were purposely carried by the wrong person. Su Mujin. Su Coriander Pomelo's fingertips slightly paused as she thought of the potion that made snakes, insects and ants lose their sanity. The person who took the Su family's chi wanted to put her to death. But why did he want her dead? She was just an ordinary person in his eyes. What good would her death do him? No, it's good for Su Jiaojiao that she's dead. Something seemed to come to mind. Su Coriander Pomelo slowly sat up straight. She thought she knew how that person behind the scenes had taken the Su family's chi through Su Jiaojiao. Big brother, do you know the Zhou family in Xianwei City? Su Mujin was stunned, not understanding how Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly asked about the Zhou family in Xianwei City. He thought for a moment and said, the Zhou family in Xianwei City is in the real estate business and has had a relationship with the Su family. How many sons and daughters does the Zhou family have? Su Coriander Pomelo asked again. Su Mujin, the Zhou family has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Su Coriander Pomelo, has the Zhou family ever lost a daughter? Su Mujin. I don't think so. If they'd lost their daughter, they'd be looking for it. And there's no way he wouldn't have heard about it at all. But when I was eating at the restaurant yesterday, I met a waitress who accidentally spilled her food on Miss Zhou. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips and smiled. I figured out that Miss Zhou and that waitress are related by blood. They are sisters. Su Mujin didn't understand and asked suspiciously, what does this have to do with Su Jiaojiao? Big brother don't you think it's a coincidence? Su Coriander Pomelo, the Zhou family didn't lose any daughters, but a biological daughter suddenly appeared. Su Mujin frowned. Are you saying that the Zhou family has also been counted? Su Coriander Pomelo's demeanor was leisurely, leaning back on the sofa again. It's not necessarily so. Perhaps that waitress is the Zhou family's illegitimate daughter. Speaking of illegitimate daughters, Su Coriander Pomelo thought of Song Xingzhou, the male lead in the book, the illegitimate son of the Song family. If Su Jiaojiao has a problem, Song Xingzhou must have a problem too. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes deepened by a few points as she looked at Su Mujin and asked, when did Song Xingzhou return to the Song family? Su Mujin counted the time. About 5 years ago. Big brother, accompany me to the Song family. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a while and made a decision. She was going to see if the Song family was also like the Su family, having their chi taken away by someone's calculations. If that was true, then Song Xingzhou was the medium. And that waitress, from the looks of her face, she and Miss Zhou are indeed related by blood. The possibility of an illegitimate daughter cannot be ruled out. But it was too much of a coincidence. And now that I think about it, that waiter wasn't particularly close to Miss Zhou's family, and serving the food was obviously fine on this side. So why did he have to run over there to serve the food? It was as if the dish was deliberately spilled on Miss Zhou. Su Mujin didn't know what Su Coriander Pomelo wanted to do, but thinking of her status as an immortal master, he nodded and responded. Elder Su said at this time, Pomelo, Mujin, I'll join you in the Song family. Su Jiaojiao has a marriage contract with Song Xingzhou. This time go and break the contract. Okay, Grandpa. Su Mujin glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo. This marriage contract should logically be hers, but it's good to break it off. Song Xingzhou, that kid doesn't deserve her. Chapter 80, Going to the Song family. Breaking off the engagement, extra. The sun is shining brightly. The grandparents and grandchildren traveled to the Song family, who also lived in Mission Hills, very close by. At this time the Song family, Elder Song, Song Jixian and Mrs. Song and Song Xingzhou were sitting in the living room waiting for the Song family to arrive. Master Su and Master Song had a very good relationship, or else they wouldn't have set up a doll marriage for the grandchildren in the family in the first place. Only at that time, the Su family and the Song family set the marriage contract was the Song elder's eldest grandson, Song Lansing. Song Lansing was not only the grandson of the Song family, but also the only grandchild of the Song family, growing up in front of Elder Song. Very knowledgeable from a young age, he studied on his own to get into high school at the age of 8, and took another year to finish high school. At the age of 10, he was admitted to one of the country's top universities and mastered 8 languages. At the age of 12, he had represented China in the International Youth Debate Competition, taking first place, and that competition is still known as a legend. At the age of 13, He was admitted to the International Academy of Medical Sciences and the International Computer Science Institute with a double doctorate. Returned to China at the age of 14 to enter the Song Group under the leadership of Mr. Song. In just 3 months, a $3 billion contract was negotiated with the Song family. Everyone was marveling at the fact that the Song family had produced a demonic genius who would lead the Song family to a higher peak. Elder Su had once felt that Su Jiaojiao was simply not worthy of such an outstanding song lancing, but he was in a car accident when he was 15 years old, and he lost his eyesight and the use of his legs. In order to cure his leg, the Song family has spent countless costs, invited many famous doctors to come, and the international medical experts can't cure his leg. The eye can still find a voluntary retina donor, but Song Lansing is not willing to treat the eye. A generation of supreme talent falling from the highest level to the bottom. No one could stand it. Not to mention that he was only a 15-year-old kid at the time. He could no longer stand on his legs. He was a complete invalid. He couldn't accept the fact that he was a waste of space, and he locked himself up in his house for 7 years, occasionally coming out to bask in the sun under the persuasion of Mrs. Song. It was only when he learned that his father, Song Ji-hyun, had taken his illegitimate son back to train him to be the Song family heir that he never took a step out of his room again. Su Coriander Pomelo listened to Su Mu-jin's slow speech and gradually understood the Song family's business. Su Mu-jin's tone was slightly regretful. Song Launching is 2 years younger than me, only 22 this year. Once he was really a nightmare for us people. He was too good, so good that we even felt jealous that it was blasphemy to him. Su Coriander Pomelo asked, so because Song Lansing became an invalid, the marriage contract with the Song family fell to Song Xingzhou? Is this what people do? Being robbed of the heir position by a bastard and having his fiancée taken from him. Anyone would emo it alright. Though Su Jiaojiao is no slouch either. Elder Su sighed and explained. The Su family Song family, two families are equal. Su Jiaojiao Wen is the only daughter of the Su family. Highly favored. And how to bear to marry her to a blind, legs unconscious people it. And I've also heard that Song Lansing has also injured the root of his offspring and can't have children for the rest of his life. This was also the reason why Elder Song agreed to take Song Xingzhou back. He took the initiative to go to Su's house to talk to Elder Su about breaking the marriage contract between the two families. Elder Song took the initiative to bring up the dissolution of the marriage contract, also because he did not want to hurt the love between the two families. Elder Su was extremely fond of Song Lansing, treating him like his own grandchildren, and he couldn't bear to see his old friend look as if he had aged 10 years. He said to let Song Xingzhou and Su Jiaojiao get along with each other, and if the two get along well, the marriage contract will fall to Song Xingzhou, and the two families will still be in-laws. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't understand. Didn't Master Song know that if he made this decision, it would alienate him from his grandchildren for the rest of his life? Song Lansing's grandchildren? Even if he was good, so what? A car accident, he was blinded, became an invalid, and lost the ability to procreate, but in 2 years was given up by his relatives. The father who loved him brought home an illegitimate child only 4 years younger than him. Thinking about it like this, even Su Coriander began to sympathize with him. Maybe that's the sadness of being born into a powerful family. They just need a qualified heir who is related to them by blood. As soon as you run out of value, you'll be discarded. Soon, the Song family arrived. The butler came out to greet them. In fact, the Song family had long wanted to break the engagement between Song Xingzhou and Su Jiaojiao. The Song family would never allow a woman with a criminal record to enter the door of the Song family. Master Su was a sensible person. They were just waiting for Master Su to come to the Song family of his own accord. I just didn't expect Su Boyan and his wife didn't come. Master Su only brought Su Mu-jin and Su Coriander Pomelo. From the moment he stepped into the Song family estate, Su Coriander Pomelo had used the spirit pupil technique, just as she had expected. The Song family was exactly the same as the Su family. Even the Song family lost their chi faster than the Su family. Elder Song she had met at the previous banquet. His hair was already gray and he looked a bit older than Elder Su. Su Mu-jin politely called out a few times, Grandpa Song, Uncle Song, Aunt Song. He greeted Song Xingzhou again. Seeing this, Su Coriander Yuzu also called after him. As for Song Xingzhou, it was completely ignored by her. Song Xingzhou rolled embarrassed for a moment. From the time he returned to the Song family has never been ignored so much. Elder Su looked at Elder Song, pursed his lips and sighed, and went straight to the point. Elder Song, you know about Su Jiaojiao. She made a big mistake and was detained for half a month, and now she is not worthy of Xingzhou. That's why we came over here today to discuss with you the dissolution of the engagement between the two families. Elder Song didn't say much. Su Jiaojiao's matter is known all over the internet. He doesn't need to be polite or anything. He let out a long sigh. It's also because our two families are not destined to be in-laws. When you can't be in-laws, the relationship between the two families won't change. Master Su laughed. Don't worry so much. You are obviously younger than me, but you have a head full of gray hair. Old man Su has asked me to go fishing tomorrow. let's go together. Elder Song smiled along. That's fine. Then he dropped his gaze on Su Coriander Pomelo. It's Pomelo. I didn't even have time to take a good look at you last time. You look so much like Shuhei. I watched that live broadcast of yours. Your hands are good. Su Coriander Pomelo was not humble. Her expression was bland. Grandpa Song is overpraised. When Elder Su heard her praising Su Coriander Pomelo, he narrowed his eyes with a smile. My granddaughter is naturally great. Not only is she a great fighter, she's also an immortal master. Elder Song looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, looking at him and suddenly sighed with emotion. Alas, if Lan Xing hadn't been in a car accident, he would have been an extremely good match for Pomelo. At these words, the entire living room instantly fell silent. Chapter 81, Healing Song Lanqing's leg. Mrs. Song's face instantly turned white and powerless, barely able to maintain the expression on her face. The next moment got up and lied about not feeling well and went upstairs. Even Song Jixian's face changed. Song Lansing used to be his proudest son. He had injected countless efforts to cultivate him, but he was completely destroyed by a car accident. Elder Song seemed to have realized something as well, and hurriedly pulled away from the topic to talk to Elder Su about where to go fishing tomorrow. However, Elder Su suddenly had another layer of thoughts. He looked to Su Coriander. Su Coriander was a divine immortal master. Could he cure Song Lansing's leg? He looked at Elder Song with a smile. Let's go to your study for a chat. Elder Song nodded. Okay, Su Coriander. She didn't wait long to think about it before WeChat received a message from Elder Su. Grandpa Su, Yuzu, can Grandpa ask you for a favor? Yuzu warrior, you want me to heal Song Lansing's leg? Grandpa Su, yes. Your Grandpa Song and I are close friends from childhood to old age. He is still 2 years younger than me. Song Lansing accident that year he grew full of gray hairs, looking older than me for 10 years. I really can't bear it either. Su Coriander held the cell phone and thought for a moment. If Song Lansing had cured both legs and eyes, where would Song Xingzhou have anything to do? Perhaps she could use Song Lansing to test Song Xingzhou to see if it was the same as that guess in her mind. Yuzu warrior, I can look into it, but I can't guarantee a cure. Grandpa Su, okay, I'll talk to your Grandpa Song. In the study, Elder Su excitedly gripped his cell phone. Old Song when my family Pomelo was in the orphanage, she once met a high person who gave her instructions and knew a little bit of medicine. Do you think we should let her go to Lan Xing to take a look at her leg? Elder Song was stunned, then frowned. Pomelo knows medicine? But how deep can she learn at her age? I know you're well-intentioned, but Lan Xing's leg I even asked an immortal master to look at it before, and even the immortal master couldn't cure it, let alone ordinary medical skills. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't want others to know about her identity as an immortal master. Master Su naturally wouldn't say anything. Let Pomelo show him, it won't delay anything. Elder Song looked at Elder Su suspiciously. They grew up together bare-assed since childhood. What kind of person is Elder Su? Elder Song of course knows. He is fair and strict. Without certainty, he will not say anything. The bottom of Elder Song's eyes suddenly lit up, his tone trembling. Old Su. Elder Su directly interrupted him. Old Song, don't ask anything. I won't say anything even if you ask. You said you agree or not to let Yuzu go and look at Lan Xing's leg? He also knew about the immortal masters that the Song family had invited before, and in his opinion none of them were as good as Su Coriander Pomelo. After all, she was able to deal with the person behind the taking of the Su family's chi. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Elder Song nodded his head in a hurry. After a while, a servant came to the living room on the first floor. Miss Su, the old master asks you to go to the study. Coriander Su nodded, got up and followed her to the elevator. Sumu Jin and Song Jixian discuss business matters. Song Jixian intends to cultivate Song Xingzhou. Let him sit next to listen. But Song Xingzhou couldn't listen. His eyes fell on Su Coriander Pomelo. He tightened his eyebrows. He didn't know how. There was always a bad premonition in his heart. Song Jixian glanced at Song Xingzhou in dissatisfaction. Even if he tried his best to cultivate him, his talent was average and not even half as good as Lan Xing. So how could he rest assured of handing over the Song family to him? Song Lansing's room was on the 6th floor, and he was the only one living on the entire 6th floor. Elder Song knocked on the door of his room and asked carefully, Lan Xing, your Grandpa Su is here today. He wants to come and see you. Can we come in? The room was silent for a long time, and just when they thought Song Lansing wouldn't refuse with silence, a voice came from inside. Come in. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was slightly raspy. Elder Song pushed open the door of the room and let Elder Su's grandparents and grandchildren inside. Su Coriander Grapefruit looked at the man sitting in the wheelchair by the window with his back to them, and then surveyed the room around. The bottom of her eyes crossed a flash of surprise. She thought that people who had suffered this kind of blow, the room would be very dark. I did not expect it to be quite bright. Song Lansing pushed his wheelchair and turned around, as if it was because he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. His complexion was snow white. and there was almost no blood on his face. His eyes were hollow and he couldn't see where they were, and he shouted into the air, "Grandpa, Grandpa Su." Elder Song had a sour look in his eyes. "Lan Xing Ah, and your Grandpa Su's own granddaughter. Her name is Su Coriander Pomelo." When Mrs. Song came to chat with Song Lansing before, she already knew about Su Jiaojiao not being the Su family's real daughter. Song Lansing couldn't see Su Coriander Pomelo, and his complexion didn't change much as he smiled and nodded his head. Nor did he ask Elder Song why he brought Su Coriander to his room. And the moment Su Coriander Yusu saw his appearance, her pupils contracted violently and her heart beat furiously as if it was going to jump out. How could he look exactly like Orange? Elder Su sensed that Su Coriander Pomelo was not right and asked worriedly, "Pomelo, what's wrong with you?" Su Coriander Pomelo's throat was slightly dry and her fingertips trembled slightly. "I'm fine." Elder Su sighed in relief and looked at Song Lansing. "Lansing ah, Yuzu can heal. We brought her here to look at your leg." Song Lansing froze, her voice carrying a bit of bitterness. "Thank you Grandpa Su for hanging on to me. It's just that this leg of mine should never be cured." Moreover, when he listened to Su Coriander Pomelo's voice, he was still so young. Even if he could practice medicine, he couldn't compare to a character who had studied medicine for decades. Su Coriander Pomelo's lips trembled slightly. "Let me take a look. I might be able to cure it." "Really?" Elder Song exclaimed in excitement. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at Song Lansing's face. Her eyes deepened. "I can only know when I see it." "Lansing, just let Yuzu take a look." Elder Song. A trace of consternation flashed through Song Lansing's empty gaze, then he laughed with unconcern. "Good." Su Coriander Pomelo stepped forward, squatted down, raised her hand to bring the blanket on his leg, touched it to his thigh, and a trace of spiritual energy surged into his leg. No wonder so many famous doctors can't cure it. All the bones of the legs are misplaced, some even shattered into powder. All the tendons and veins are necrotic. Ordinary people can't cure it at all. It would be possible to amputate a limb, but for someone like Song Lansing, he was afraid that he would rather become an invalid than amputate a limb. But this kind of situation can be saved by a cultivator. It only requires a bone regeneration pill, a third-grade pill, which she is able to refine with her current cultivation level. It wasn't certain if the hidden family had a bone-breeding pill, but even if they did, they wouldn't take it out and give it to an ordinary person like Song Lansing. A moment later, Su Coriander Pomelo stood up and looked at Elder Song. "Grandpa Song, his leg, I can cure it." Chapter 82, I agree to go to Su's house. When Elder Song heard Su Coriander Pomelo's affirmative words, he was so excited that he almost fainted, but it was Elder Su who helped him. Song Lansing's hand hanging to the side couldn't help but tighten slightly. "Pomelo, can it really be cured?" Elder Song shook his body, his eyes filled with excitement. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head affirmatively. "It can be cured, only that I need a lot of spirit herbs." She wasn't sure if there were any spirit herbs in this world that could refine the bone-born pill. If it wasn't for these spirit herbs, then Song Lansing really wouldn't be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips. Song Lansing had the exact same face as Orange. Even if it was for Orange, she would cure him. "I'll send someone to find whatever spirit herbs are needed, as long as they can cure Lan Xing." Elder Song. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at Elder Song and wrinkled her brow. "The spirit herb I need might not be available to ordinary people." Elder Song was stunned. He reacted even if he was stupid. "Pomelo, you're an immortal master?" Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head and acknowledged. "Song Lansing's leg needs an elixir to be cured, and I need spirit herbs to be able to refine the elixir." Song Old Master sucked in a breath of cool air. Really did not expect the old Su actually have this blessing. Found back the pro-granddaughter is actually immortal master. He hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. "To tell the truth, my great-grandfather is a casual cultivator who joined a hidden family. Pomelo, I can ask my great-grandfather to help me find whatever spirit herb you want." In the beginning, it was also his great-grandfather who said that Song Lansing's leg was completely incurable, so he chose to give up. It turned out that there was someone else from the Song family who had joined a hidden family to cultivate. So did he know that the Song family had been counted? No need. I'll find those spirit herbs myself. Su Coriander, it's just that Song Lansing is an ordinary person. He might not be able to withstand the medicinal properties inside the elixir. And after 7 years of delay, the nerves in his legs have all gone necrotic. I have to input spiritual energy into his legs every day to ensure that he can withstand the potency of the elixir after he eats it. This is also the most troublesome point. The bone-breeding Dan is a third-grade elixir. A low-level cultivator with both legs broken would die of pain after eating the bone-breeding Dan, let alone an ordinary person without any cultivation. She had to make sure that Song Lansing could resist the medicinal properties in the elixir. Elder Song looked at Song Lansing, weighing his words. "Lansing, Pomelo can cure your legs. What do you think?" Song Lansing has been a clean freak since he was a child. and doesn't like to have too much contact with other people, and from the time Song ancestors said that his leg could no longer be cured, he even avoided everyone, and sometimes even Master Song and Mrs. Song he didn't see. This time, he also gave face to the two old masters before letting Su Coriander Pomelo to check his leg. He would not hold any hope long ago. He just didn't realize that Su Coriander was an immortal master and could cure his leg. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke before he could open his mouth. Song launching, if you want to cure your leg, go to the Su family. This place is not suitable for you to nurse your injury. The Song family was like the Su family. The entire manor was full of sneaky chi. Song Lansing was already injured and had been living in the Song family all this time, so she was very heavily affected. She calculated with her fingers that Song Lansing only had 1 year left to live, which was much worse than she thought. Only by leaving the Song family could she nurse his body back to health slowly. When Elder Su heard Su Coriander Pomelo's words, his eyes flashed. Could it be that the Song family had been counted just like the Su family? He asked hesitantly. You Zu, you mean? Yes. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded directly. Elder Su's eyes sank slightly. No wonder Pomelo offered to come to the Song family. The Song and Su families were counted together. So what about the other families? Could it be that the person behind the curtain was trying to wipe out all the powerful families in their sea city? Fine thoughts. What's the matter? Old Su, Pomelo, what are you talking about? Elder Song was puzzled. Elder Su looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, his eyes inquiring. Pomelo, can you tell? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head. She originally wanted to use Song Lansing to test Song Xingzhou, but now she changed her mind. Regardless of why Song Lansing had the exact same face as Orange, she wouldn't let anything happen to him. Elder Su told Elder Song all he knew. Elder Song's face was as pale as paper, and with a trembling hand, he took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Song Lansing also changed color. The blood on his face was lost. Miss Su, is there a way to save the Song family? I have a guess, but I'm not sure. What? Song Lansing. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Song Lansing's leg and pursed her lips. When you heal your leg perhaps you'll know. Song Lansing didn't hesitate this time. I agree to go to the Su family. Elder Song slowed down for a while before easing up, bowing his body as if he had aged a bit more. Yu Zu, launching is counting on you. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't know for the moment if the Song family's old man was a good person or not, so she could only give a word of advice. Grandpa Song, don't tell anyone about this matter of me curing Song Lansing's leg, including your great-grandpa, and I'll look for the spirit herbs for alchemy on my own. She wouldn't let anything happen to Song Lansing. Elder Song pondered for a while, and also realized Su Coriander Pomelo's concern, and let out a long sigh. Okay, I won't say anything to anyone. Elder Su looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with great surprise. This granddaughter of his from the time she returned to the Su family, although she often had a smile on her face, she was not overly close to anyone. The Luo Xianxue who told him that the Su family was being counted said that a family's fortune is related to its descendants, and he thought that if it wasn't for the fact that Su Coriander was also a descendant of the Su family, she would not even care about the Su family's affairs. This was the first time he had ever seen her so proactive and enthusiastic, and had to bring someone to Su's house. Elder Su scrutinized Song Lansing. Very thin, a little bit of blood on his face, looked nothing special. The grandparents and grandchildren left only after having lunch at Song's house. Evening. Dad. What did you say? You're sending Lan Xing to a foreign country for treatment? Mrs. Song almost broke the cup in her hand. Elder Song nodded his head. This was what he had discussed with Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't want to beat the bushes and let others know that she could cure Song Lansing's leg. Song Ji-hyun frowned. Dad, isn't Lansing's leg already incurable? So why make him suffer all that? And did Lansing agree to it? Elder Song, launching himself, is willing, regardless of whether he can be cured or not. It's better to let him go abroad to relax and unwind than to stay in the house all day. Mrs. Song, Dad is right. Lansing can't stay in the house all day. If he wants to come out, he can go anywhere. Seeing this, Song Ji-hyun didn't say much. Song Xingzhou sat on the side, slightly clenching his fists. Grandpa just didn't like him. It was clear that Song Lansing's leg could not be cured for the rest of his life, but he still wouldn't give up. Song Xingzhou lowered his head. The bottom of his eyes flickered with streams of light. That person had told him that Song Lansing's leg could only be cured by a third-grade elixir. But how could a hermit family give a third-grade elixir to a commoner? Even the Song clan's oldest ancestor who had joined the hidden clan didn't have the chance to obtain a third-grade elixir. Chapter 83, Do you need me to carry you to bed? Plus more. Back at Su's house, Su Coriander Pomelo sent a Weibo message to Xiao Yunpurin. Pomelo warrior, where can I find these spirit herbs, such as hidden specter, honeysuckle flower, celestial green flower, red essence chi, and thousand-leaf cream? All of them were the spirit herbs needed to refine the bone-born pill. She wasn't familiar with this world and only knew Xiao Yunpurin as a cultivator. so if she wanted to find so many spirit herbs quickly, she could only ask him. Not a moment later, Xiao Yunpurin replied, Xiao, these are all quite common spirit herbs, what do you need these for? A hint of surprise swept across the bottom of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes. Very common? Some spiritual herbs were also precious in her previous life, so she wasn't sure if this world had them or not. Pomelo warrior, I need these spirit herbs, buy some back for me, use that 581 spirit stones, if it's not enough you can tell me again. Xiao, it won't take that much, at most 200 spirit stones will buy it back. Xiao Yunpurin this sentence, completely to Su Coriander Pomelo dry silence. In her previous life at least 1,000 spiritual stones to buy these spiritual grass. She pinched her cell phone and suddenly found a way to get rich. Yuzu warrior, does the hidden family have an alchemist? Sha, every family has one. Yuzu warrior, how many grades is the highest? Xiao, the one with the highest talent in alchemy is a cultivator from the Zhongli clan, who is now at the 4th rank. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed that the alchemists in this small world had very low talent. Otherwise how could the highest only be of the 4th grade? It was probably because of this reason that the precious spirit grasses of this small world were very common, with the highest being only the 4th grade. And how to scourge those high-grade spirit grasses. It's like putting a mountain of gold and not knowing how to dig it up and use it. The 4 arts of immortal cultivation she was most skilled in talismans, followed by alchemy, but had once been an 8th grade alchemist. If it wasn't for the fact that she had entered the devil and become a devil cultivator, she was expected to become a 9th grade alchemist. Su Coriander Pomelo's delicate and fine white fingers quickly typed on her cell phone and sent a whole bunch of names of spirit herbs to Xiao Yunpurin. Pomelo warrior, help me buy these spirit herbs. Ask me for spirit stones if you don't have enough. Xiao Yunpurin on the other side of the cell phone brought a wisp of doubt under her eyes. Xiao, you know how to make pills? Pomelo warrior, yes. You help me buy spirit herbs, and as a reward I can make you a furnace of pills for free. Xiao, I don't want the elixir. Can I have a kiss? Big smiley face. Yuzu warrior. Xiao, Yuzu warrior, yes. Su Coriander Pomelo is speechless. I have never seen such a love brain. Free to him alchemy he does not want. 2 days later, Song Lansing was secretly sent to the Su family. No one except the 2 old masters and Su Coriander Pomelo knew that Song Lansing had come to the Su family. Song Lansing's room was arranged across from Su Coriander's. Su Coriander Pomelo pushed the door in. Miss Su. Hearing the voice, Song Lansing turned the wheelchair and smiled gently. Many thanks to Miss Su for her willingness to save me. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at his face that looked exactly like oranges. A hint of complexity flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Our 2 families are family friends. It's only right to save you. With that, he looked at his empty, lifeless eyes again. When are you planning on having surgery on your eyes? With the wealth of the Song family it was possible to find retinas that matched Song Lansing. Song Lansing's fingers on her legs tightened slightly. Wait for my healed legs. What do you need eyes for when your legs are ruined? To see the mocking eyes of those people? Hearing this, Su Coriander Pomelo no longer asked more questions. Go to bed. A question mark popped up on Song Lansing's head. Seeing that he didn't move, Su Coriander Pomelo thought that he was inconvenienced and asked out of kindness. Do you need me to carry you to bed? Song Lansing's face swished and turned red. No, no need. Just push me to the bed. Even though he was crippled and still blind, it wasn't like he liked other people's touch, so he'd learned to get in and out of bed on his own a long time ago after all these years. At first it was common to fall and bump his face, but it was all that was left of his pride. If it wasn't for the fact that this room was unfamiliar to him, he wouldn't have let Su Coriander Pomelo push his wheelchair to the bedside. Su Coriander Pomelo pushed the wheelchair, came to the bedside, looked at his hands to support the difficult to climb up the bed, but also almost fell down. Because his legs are not conscious, he is using his hands to lift the legs to the bed. He was already sweating profusely from all this action. Su Coriander Yuzu's eyes drifted off for a moment as she thought of oranges. She was 3 years old that year. Her parents abandoned her after giving birth to her younger brother, and she remembered the snow falling heavily that day, as she cowered alone in a corner in her thin garments. Just when she thinks she's going to freeze to death, Orange shows up and it's Orange who saves her, and the 2 of them have been begging on the streets ever since. She didn't have a name, and Orange said that from now on she would be called Yuzu, so that people would know they were brother and sister when they heard it. They had the hardest time together, and the one meat bun Orange had managed to beg was coveted by the other older they beggars. He was half beaten to death, but he kept on dying to protect the meat bun in his arms, just so she could have a bite. Later on, they were fortunate enough to worship in the sect. She was a double spirit root becoming an inner disciple of the Huaqing sect, while Orange was a single fire spirit root and became a disciple of the sect master. They practiced together and broke into the secret realm together, but I don't know when. But Orange slowly distanced himself from him. She didn't know why at that time, but now she understood that it should be the reason for her special physique that allowed her cultivation to gradually advance faster than him. A single fire spirit root. She vaguely felt a hint of despondency in her heart, and later directly closed the door. After being betrayed by her fellow disciples and entering the devil to become a devil cultivator, she never saw Orange again, and everyone said he died in the secret realm. Sue Coriander Pomelo raised her eyes and stared blankly at Song Launching. Would he be the reincarnation of Orange? Miss Sue, are you still there? After not hearing Sue Coriander Pomelo's voice for a long time, Song Lansing shouted out in confusion. Sue Coriander, you don't have cultivation. The medicinal properties of the third-grade bone-born pill are very strong. I'm afraid that you can't stand it. I'm now inputting spiritual energy into you, and it might be a bit painful later. Song Lansing lowered her eyelids and nodded. Okay, please trouble Miss Sue. Sue Coriander Pomelo moved a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, placing one hand on his thigh and inputting spiritual energy to slowly stretch his meridians. Song Lansing's leg had been delayed for 7 years, and all the nerves in his leg were necrotic. Even if he used the bone-breeding pill to simmer down the medicinal properties inside and regrow the bones, there would still be aftereffects. So she was going to feed him spiritual energy to repair his leg meridians. The process was very painful, but as long as he could slowly get through it, and when he took the bone-born pill afterward, it wouldn't be too hard. Not a moment later, dense beads of sweat surfaced on Song Lansing's face. Her lips were pale and feeble, and her hands squeezed the bedsheet with a deadly grip. It hurt. Too much. 100 times more than when my legs were crushed under the car in the accident. Yell out if it hurts. I've set up a boundary. No one will hear. Sue Coriander Grapefruit. Song Lansing bit her lip and gave a low growl twice that was hard to bear. 2 hours of uninterrupted input of spiritual energy had left Sue Coriander Pomelo's dantian half empty. Sue Coriander Pomelo let out a long breath. Alright, get some rest. I'll come back tomorrow. Song Lansing's entire body looked like it had been fished out of the water, tugging at his mouth. No longer able to speak. Chapter 84, You don't have the strength to protect her. Back in her room, Sue Coriander Pomelo purchased a stove that was somewhat like an alchemy furnace online. That's it for now. We'll buy a better alchemy furnace later when we have spirit stones. For the next few consecutive days, Sue Coriander Pomelo was not only drawing talismans but also going to input spiritual energy into Song Launching's legs to stretch his meridians. Xiao Yunpurin, who was thousands of miles away, arrived at a deserted desert, looked at the boundary in front of her, and lifted her foot to step in. In the blink of an eye, he came to another world, and the passers-by on the street did not have the slightest curiosity about Xiao Yunpurin, who appeared out of thin air, and seemed to have gotten used to it, and at most looked at him twice more because of his looks. Xiao Yunpurin took a deep breath. The aura here was many times richer than the aura outside. If Pomelo was allowed to come, she would definitely be happy. This is the land of the hermits, about the size of a simian country. The 7 great reclusive families all lived in seclusion here, and this boundary was set up together by the God transformation stage powerhouses who had once sensed the gradual scarcity of spiritual energy and were about to ascend, and as a result, it slowed down the loss of spiritual energy by a lot. Otherwise, it would be difficult to even reach the Jindan stage now, not to mention advancing to the Yuaning stage. Only cultivators with cultivation can see this boundary. They can come and go as they please. Ordinary people can't see it. There were many cultivators on the streets and a few ordinary people. Most of them were the descendants of the 7 great hidden families, who couldn't cultivate because they didn't have spiritual roots. Some of the offspring who couldn't cultivate chose to leave to become an ordinary man with money and enjoyment, while some of their father's powerful generation chose to stay in the land of hermits, the Xiao family mansion. Old ancestor Xiao had long ago detected Xiao Yunpurin's aura the moment he appeared in the boundary and was already waiting in the living room. Xiao Yunpurin looked at the white-bearded old grandfather sitting on the sofa and respectfully bowed. Old ancestor Xiao looked at him with a loving gaze. The demon in your heart has been removed. Have you thought about it? Xiao Yunpurin nodded her head and said solemnly, Old ancestor, I've thought it over. Escaping won't solve anything. I'm going to continue my cultivation, even if the world discovers your physique. Old ancestor Xiao, when your cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, the jade pendant that conceals your physique will be ineffective. And as long as a cultivator 1 rank higher than you has a sweep of divine sense, they will be able to discover it. After a pause, Little Perlin, if it really comes to that time, the Xiao family can't protect you and will make the same choice as the Nanrong clan. The Xiao family had many descendants, and it was impossible for old man Xiao to go against the 7 great hidden families for the sake of a Xiao Yunpurin. He also had to think about the rest of the Xiao family. Even if Xiao Yunpurin was his direct descendant, family interests will always outweigh personal feelings. Xiao Yunpurin said that it is false that he is not sad, but he grew up in the Xiao family, and he does not want the entire Xiao family to be destroyed because of him. I understand. Xiao Yunpurin pursed down the line of her lips and let out a low laugh. How is it that old ancestor is so sure that I will definitely be caught by them? Maybe letting me go to the Jindan stage. As long as his cultivation breaks through to the Jindan stage and he has a certain ability to protect himself, even if the whole world knows that he is a pure yang body, a walking furnace, who can do anything to him? Old ancestor Shao snorted lightly. Do you think that breaking through to the Jindan stage is that easy? Nowadays, there is a lack of spiritual qi. It's not the same as 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Jindan was as plentiful as a dog. Yuaning walked all over the place, and transformation spirit flew every year. If you were born 1,000 years ago, even if the world knew about your physique, it wouldn't hurt. The great age of immortal cultivation is rich in supplies, and no one would bother to take shortcuts that would aggravate the ascension thunder tribulation. Old ancestor Shao spoke with a slight hint of regret. It's a pity about your talent. Mutated wind spirit root. No matter which era it was placed in, it was a rare genius, not to mention that his perception was extremely good. Otherwise he wouldn't have broken through to the 8th level of qi refining at only 15 years old. The corner of Xiaoyun Purin's mouth twitched slightly as she smiled in a faint voice. Old ancestor, I came today to retrieve my storage bag. I already knew your purpose. Old man Xiao threw his storage bag to him, and at the end, he suddenly raised his lips and smiled. That little girl from the Su family is also a cultivator, right? Xiaoyun Purin raised her eyebrows, didn't admit it or deny it, but just asked lightly, you watched my program? Your dad called personally to show me. Old ancestor Shao laughed out loud. Don't think that you can hide it from old man. That little girl's cultivation is definitely stronger than yours. Otherwise you wouldn't want to recultivate. Is old man right or wrong? Xiaoyun Purin fiddled with his fingers, thinking of Su Coriander Pomelo. His mouth rippled into a shallow arc, his voice gentle. Old ancestor, no matter what her status is, I want to marry her. Old ancestor Shao collected the smile on his face and sighed long and tersely. Then do you know that once your physique is known by those old guys, you are a wind spirit root but you can run away fast, and they won't do anything to the Shao family for the sake of the old man. But what about her? She'll suffer an undeserved disaster or even lose her life because of you. Old ancestor Shao was worthy of having lived for hundreds of years and hit the nail on the head. Xiaoyun Purin was slightly stunned. These questions were something he had never thought of before. He only wanted to be with her. He only wanted to stand by her side. But he forgot that when he breaks through the foundation establishment stage, once the pure yang body is exposed, those old guys whose lifespans are coming to an end and who can't break through to the Yuanying stage will surely go after him. He was a wind spirit root, and escaping was what he was best at, so he wasn't afraid. The Shao family won't be in trouble with the old ancestor. But what if they knew about Su Coriander Pomelo's relationship with him and threatened him with her? The Su family was just an ordinary powerful family and could not resist the power of the hidden family. Xiaoyun Purin fell into deep thought. Want to break up? He'd had a hard time getting her to agree to it, and he didn't want to split it. But if she didn't break up, she would have her life in danger because of him. He didn't know what her cultivation level was, but it was definitely less than the foundation establishment stage. Those old guys were all Jindan stage cultivators, so how could she beat them? Old ancestor Shao walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said in a serious tone, Shao Purin, if you truly like her, separate from her for the time being, and don't bother her, for her own good, and for your own good. Old ancestor, Xiaoyun Purin's tone trembled. This was the first time in his life that he felt panic and powerlessness. When he first learned that when Nanrong clan couldn't protect that pure in-body woman, he contributed her, he also only felt disgusted, and was so disgusted that his cultivation went awry and almost went off the deep end. Little Pearl, you don't have the strength to be able to protect her now, old ancestor Shao said without mercy. Xiaoyun Purin shifted his body slightly, his fingers gently twisted, his narrow eyes slightly drooping. Then he left the Shao family mansion without a word. Coming to the bustling street, it was no different from outside the boundary, except that the stores that opened on the street sold things that cultivators could use. Xiaoyun Purin took a deep breath and went to the spirit herb pavilion to buy all the spirit herbs that Su Coriander Pomelo had asked him to buy. After thinking about it, he bought another alchemy furnace, and then directly left the boundary without staying any longer. His original thought was to stay in the Shao family and cultivate for a while. He felt that he was about to break through the 9th level of qi refining, but the words of old ancestor Shao made his mind uneasy again, and also that mind closed for cultivation. Chapter 85, Let's Break Up. Su Coriander Pomelo went downstairs and blinked in surprise as she looked at Xiaoyun Purin, who had suddenly appeared in Su's house. I thought you said you weren't coming back until after school started. Xiaoyun Purin's gaze was tightly fixed on her. His thin lips pursed as if he was suppressing some strong emotion, and his dark pupils were tinted with a few points of scarlet. Su Coriander Pomelo sensed that something was wrong with him and stepped forward to hold his hand. Let's go to my room and talk. Xiaoyun Purin didn't say anything and followed her to the elevator. When Su Coriander Pomelo opened the door and went in, Xiaoyun Purin looked back at the closed door of the room opposite her. his eyes flickering slightly. Room door closed. Xiao Yun Purin no longer have nothing to worry about a hug. Su Coriander Pomelo buried his face in her neck, gently rubbed, voice with a little dark horse. Coriander Su, I'm sorry. It's my stupidity for not thinking that you would get hurt by me being with me, or even lose your life later on. Luckily you don't like me yet, so even if you break up, you won't be upset. Su Coriander Yuzu was a bit confused. What sorry? Why are you apologizing to me? Seemingly thinking of something, her voice gradually rose. Xiao Yun Purin, you slept with another woman? Xiao Yun purrs, I didn't. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at his slightly evasive eyes, her beautiful eyebrows slightly twisted. Then what are you saying you're sorry for? After Xiao Yun Purin's thin lips trembled for a few moments, he still said, let's break up. Coriander Su? Su Coriander Yuzu. Her eyes flashed with a hint of anger and her teeth clenched. You say what? Xiao Yun Purin didn't dare to look at her eyes, lowered his head and quickly said once more, Su Coriander Yuzu, let's break up. I know you don't like me, I won't force you anymore. Su Coriander Pomelo's face instantly turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, you're the one who chased me, and you're the one who said break up. Xiao Yun Purin, what do you take me for? I'm sorry. Xiao Yun Purin's heart was sour, closed her eyes, and spoke in a low tone, if you want to beat or scold, it's up to you. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a ghostly gaze, her eyes filled with deep meaning, and after a moment, calmed down. She prided herself on still understanding what kind of character Xiao Yun Purin was. There's something not quite right about saying you're going to kiss her yesterday and then coming in today to mention a breakup. He said that he was going to make a trip back to the Xiao family to get the storage bag, so he shouldn't be going back to the Xiao family in the capital. Xiao Yunlin had told her that the cultivators of the 7 great hidden families and some smaller families were living in the boundaries laid down by the great powers of the God transformation stage. He should have returned to the Xiao family on the other side of the boundary. Did the Xiaos tell him something? According to his unruly nature, I heard that even his father disliked him, so who could he listen to? Then it would only be those peak Jindan stage ancestors of the Xiao family. Did the old Xiao family ancestor think that she was an ordinary person and therefore not worthy of Xiao Yun Purin? Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. It wasn't right. Xiao Yun Purin wasn't that obedient to do as she was told. Did? Su Coriander Yuzu looked at the man in front of her with her eyes closed, her hands squeezed tightly and her body shaking slightly. That treasure on Xiao Yun Purin's body that concealed his physique must have been given to him by the Xiao family's old ancestor. Since this treasure could conceal his pure yang body, why had he once given up cultivation? It meant that this treasure was not an absolute 100% cover for his pure yang body. It was also possible that his cultivation level was so high that the treasures wouldn't work. So, in order to not become a stovepipe, he simply gave up cultivating. When his cultivation level was high, his pure yang body would no longer be able to be hidden. Then those cultivators whose lifespans were coming to an end would do whatever they could to capture him to serve as a cauldron. Xiao Yun Purin, are you afraid that I'll be implicated by you and that's why you want to break up with me? Su Coriander Pomelo's mood was quite a bit complicated. She had never seen such a two-dimensional person. Xiao Yun Purin's feathery eyelashes lightly trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, a wave of helplessness flashing across her brows. Su Coriander Pomelo went forward and pulled him to sit on the chair, the two of them facing each other. As their eyes collided, Xiao Yun Purin swished her head down and fiddled with her fingers at a loss for words, like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Su Coriander Pomelo wrinkled her eyebrows. Xiao Yun Purin, since I agreed to be with you, I've already thought about what will happen behind me. Xiao Yun Purin raised her head violently, her voice trembling softly, but I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Su Coriander Pomelo's fingertips shrunk slightly. They didn't get along much. She couldn't talk about liking Xiao Yun Purin, but she was protective of her shortcomings and was extremely possessive. Since she agreed to be with Xiao Yun Purin, he was her person and she would not allow anyone to harm him. Her special physique from her previous life had followed her over, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through the Jindan stage. Not to mention that in this life, she was still a mutant thunder spirit root, and her talent was even better than in her previous life. How tantalizing it was to have the body of Pure Yan placed in this era of a lack of aura. Su Coriander Pomelo knew what Xiao Yun Purin was thinking. He was afraid that he would drag her down with him. She understands but doesn't agree because Xiao Yun Purin subconsciously sees her as a partner who needs his protection and he's not strong enough to break up. Su Coriander Pomelo was very dissatisfied with this. She nonchalantly raised her hand and cupped his face, looking at him viciously. Xiao Yun Purin, I'm angry now because you don't believe in my strength. I don't need your protection or your self-righteousness to do me good. It's true that I agreed to be with you because of your pure yang body, but since we're already together, you're my person, and even if I fall in the future, it's still my own choice, and I can't blame it on the others. After a pause, Su Coriander Pomelo gazed coldly at the frozen Xiao Yun Purin. I don't want my future partner to not even give me a little bit of trust. If you insist on breaking up with me, so be it. From now on we'll pretend we don't know each other. Over there by the door, by yourself. Su Coriander Pomelo pointed to the door of the room. The voice is unprecedented cold. Go to his meow of pure yang body. The old lady is not rare. Xiao Yun Purin's heart was violently stagnant. Hastily pulled Su Coriander Pomelo's sleeve. Pomelo, I'm sorry I'm wrong. No more breakups. I don't want to break up. Su Coriander Pomelo had a cold face. You can split it if you want to. You can't split it if you want to. There is no such good thing in this world. Xiao Yun Purin hooked her fingers and looked at her with resignation. I didn't want to break up. It was old ancestor who told me that I couldn't protect you and that I would jeopardize your life. I was too scared. I just wanted you to live well. He wanted to say break up on top of WeChat, but he still wanted to meet and talk to her. So he rushed back overnight. Luckily he's here. Su Coriander Pomelo was so angry that she couldn't wait to give him a big earful, took a deep breath and calmed down. Thunderbolts the size of hair strands appeared on her fingertips. See what cultivation I have? A trace of surprise flashed under Xiao Yun Purin's eyes. The peak of the 10th level of Qi refining. One step short of breaking through the foundation establishment stage. He thought her cultivation was similar to his. Su Coriander Pomelo put away her spiritual power. See clearly and get lost. I'm in a bad mood right now and don't want to see you. Xiao Yun Purin froze for a moment and asked cautiously. Then are we not broken up? This is the first time you mentioned breaking up with me, and I hope it's also the last time. Su Coriander Pomelo said in a cold voice. Xiao Yun Purin's eyes immediately lit up as she raised her hand and directly swore a heavenly Tao oath. The heavenly Tao is the proof. I, Xiao Yun Purin, will only love Su Coriander Pomelo alone in this life. If there is any betrayal, I will be struck by the heavenly thunder. My soul will be scattered, and I will not be allowed to transcend my life forever. Chapter 86, My Boyfriend, Xiao Yun Purin, Extra. A white light flashed and fell directly into Xiao Yun Purin's sea of consciousness, proving that this oath had been made, and that as long as he had the slightest thought of betraying Su Coriander Pomelo, the heavenly Tao would cause his soul to be scattered. Su Coriander Pomelo Rare froze for a moment, raised his eyes to look at his bright big eyes, held his forehead inside long. Even the biggest anger also subsided. Xiao Yun Purin arched her eyebrows, an innocent smile on her face. Pomelo, don't be angry, okay? Don't drive me away. I want to stay with you for a while longer. Su Coriander Pomelo blankly glanced at him. You've taken the heavenly Tao oath. What am I still angry about? That's a heavenly oath. He's got some nerve. He's kind of tied to her for life. The smile on Xiao Yun Purin's face deepened as she offered the spiritual herbs from her storage bag one by one. I bought back all the spiritual herbs you wanted, and I didn't know if you had an alchemy furnace, so I also bought you an alchemy furnace. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the alchemy furnace. Her eyes lit up. Her hands touched Xiao Yun Purin's face and kissed it. Nice work. Reward you with a kiss. She was worried about whether the pot she bought online that looked like an alchemy stove would work. Xiao Yun Purin blinked her eyes. Her throat rolled, and immediately put down the storage bag in her hand. And inch by inch, she put her face up again. Still want it. After they kissed that day, he went home and watched a little video all night to refresh his knowledge and couldn't wait to try it. Breaths intermingled and attacked the pool. Su Coriander Yuzu didn't refuse. Only that her cheeks couldn't help but heat up slightly when she felt his hand on a position she shouldn't have put it on. The next second she pushed him away and glared at him angrily. Xiao Yun Purin, don't you want your hand anymore? Xiao Yun Purin ear tipped slightly red. He really did not mean it. Is the depth of love? Hand had moved by itself. Well, don't say it. It's soft and feels so good. He apologized sagely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Dare next time. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't bother to care about him anymore and put away the spirit herbs and the alchemy furnace. Then I looked at the time. It was after 2 p.m. Oops. After such a delay, he forgot to feed Song Lanqing's legs with spiritual energy. Why don't you sit here for a while? I've got something to do. You're going to that room across from you? Xiao Yun Purin looked curious. Who lives in there? A man or a woman? Su Coriander Pomelo paused for a moment. She thought about the fact that Xiao Yun Purin had taken a heavenly oath that he would not betray her in this lifetime, so there was no harm in saying it. Song Lansing of the Song family, I'm healing his leg. His leg needs a 3rd-grade bone breeding pill to be cured, but after a long delay, all the nerves in his leg are necrotic. I'm going to spend a little bit of time every day stretching his meridians. It's going to last for half a month. Xiao Yun Purin. A sense of crisis rose violently in his heart. He had heard of Song Lanqing's reputation. Even the old man had praised him. This wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that Yuzu would agree to heal his leg. Not only did she receive him to Su's house, but she even stayed in the room across from her. Moreover, the Su family and the Song family had a marriage contract from the beginning, and if Pomelo had grown up in the Su family and Song Lansing hadn't been in a car accident, the two would have been an unmarried couple. Xiao Yun Purin stood up with a swish. her eyes firm as if she wanted to join the party. Pomelo, I'll go with you. I'll just watch from the side and not bother you. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Okay. Song Lansing was half lying on the bed and smiled slightly when she heard the sound of the door opening. Ms. Su, aha. Su Coriander Pomelo pointed to the sofa in the house and said to Xiao Yunpurin, you sit over there. Xiao Yunpurin looked at the skinny Song Lansing, not as good looking as him, and his hands were like chicken claws. Pomelo definitely did not like it. He gently raised an eyebrow and smiled. Good. Song Lansing heard the voice of an unfamiliar man that suddenly came from the house and asked in surprise, Miss Su, who is this? Su Coriander Pomelo moved a stool and sat on the edge of the bed, lifted the quilt on his lap and covered his hand on it, before saying, my boyfriend, Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin's heart blossomed at once. This was the first time that Pomelo had admitted the relationship between the two of them in front of outsiders. Did this mean that she didn't have the slightest idea about Song Lansing? Well, Xiao Yunpurin covered his face that was twitching with laughter. Is Pomelo going to like him? Song Lansing froze slightly. His fingertips couldn't help but curl up. Xiao Yunpurin he had heard of. The arrogant, wanton and untamed second youngest of the Xiao family in the capital was sent to his maternal grandfather, the Su family, by the Xiao family 3 years ago. Mrs. Song was worried that Song Lansing would be cooped up in the house all day and not go out, fearing that he would be bored out of his mind, so she often told him about things outside. Song Lansing was unforgettable and had an excellent memory. Mrs. Song said it once and he remembered it all. Song Lansing lowered his eyes. Since Miss Su let Xiao Yunpurin come to the room and didn't avoid him at all, it meant that Miss Su trusted him. Maybe he was also an immortal master. A faint tingling came from his leg, and he squeezed the sheets tightly with both hands, biting his lip to death to keep from making any noise. Xiao Yunpurin looked lazy leaning back on the sofa, a pair of long legs stretched out casually, his eyes unblinking looking at Su Coriander Pomelo, every now and then snickering twice. The corners of his mouth is how to not go down flat. 2 hours later, Su Coriander Yuzu withdrew her hand. Alright, I'll come back tomorrow. Song Lansing gave a low no longer having the strength to say anything else. Xiao Yunpurin quickly stood up and came to her. Pomelo, how are you? Are you tired? It's fine. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. Let's go. Grandpa should be back from fishing. Xiao Yunpurin hooked her finger. Her voice was low and slow. Pomelo, are you going to take me to meet the parents? I'm a little nervous. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him speechlessly. It's not like you haven't seen my grandfather before. That's different. Xiao Yunpurin rationalized. The status is different. Su Coriander's mouth twitched as she tugged him out of the room. When he heard the door close, his whole body went limp on the bed and he let out a low laugh, raising his hand to cover his face. What was he expecting? Elder Su looked at the well-behaved Xiao Yunpurin sitting next to Su Coriander Pomelo, and was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth and asked, Pomelo, what are you guys? Su Coriander Yuzu graciously nodded her head and admitted, Grandpa, we're dating now. The heavenly Tao oath had been made. She had to give him a name. Otherwise it would also seem that she was a bit too heartless. Xiao Yunpurin was sitting with a slight flap and a serious face. Good day, Grandpa Su. Elder Su opened his mouth to say something, but then he thought that Su Coriander was not only her granddaughter but also an immortal master. So he swallowed his words, coughing lightly. Yuzu as long as you like it, Grandpa has no objection. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke softly and smiled lightly. Thank you, Grandpa. It's useless even if Master Su objects. Who can control her? After dinner, Xiao Yunpurin followed Su Coriander to her room again, making every effort to tangle with her for a while. A moment to hug, a moment to kiss. Cannot wait to hang on her all the time. Not the slightest bit of the untamed look when she first met him. Su Coriander Pomelo was helpless and wanted to drive him away several times, but when she saw his aggravated look, she silently shut her mouth again. Well, she admitted that she ate it up, mostly because she was kind of enjoying it too. Chapter 87, Remember the faces of these two men. Bite them. The days just went by. Xiao Yunpurin came to Su's house every day to watch Su Coriander Pomelo treat Song Lansing's leg, and then took the opportunity to stick with her for a while before returning to Su's house. School starts in a few days. Taking advantage of this time, Su Coriander Pomelo refined the bone-born pill. Her current cultivation level could only refine third-grade pills at the highest. Immediately afterward, he refined many healing pills and other pills for emergencies. School officially starts on September 2nd. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Su Payang's husband and wife in the living room, her eyes slightly sunken. This period of time busy working on Song Lansing's affairs, but it made her forget about them. Coriander Pomelo school started today. Your mom and I came to see you off. Su Boyan went up and looked at Su Coriander Yuzu pleasingly. Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her eyes at him indecently. Sorry, I have no father or mother. Su Boyan. His face stiffened slightly. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. Coriander Pomelo, It was all your mother and I's fault before. We apologize to you. We thought Su Jiajio was a good child before. We didn't expect her to do something so hurtful to her life. We already won't be in charge of her anymore. From now on, you are the only daughter of the Su family. Su Coriander Pomelo was really impatient to look at Su Payang's ugly face. She looked at Elder Su with a cold gaze. Grandpa, did you call them? Elder Su shook his head repeatedly. Pomelo, you've misunderstood. It's them who came on their own. He had explicitly warned them not to disturb Yuzu at the ancestral home. Maybe in time, Yuzu would forget about them and leave them for dead. Who knew they'd come uninvited today? Lin Wenshu looked embarrassed. Su Coriander Pomelo, we are your real parents. Personally apologizing to you. Personally coming to send you to school. Don't you know what's good for you? She looked at and Su Coriander Yuzu's looks that resembled her long-dead mother-in-law. Lin Wenju hid the disgust in her eyes, when she thought of the condescending and contemptuous look that her mother-in-law had given her when she was alive. Lin Wenju felt very disgusted. And even if Su Coriander had not been carried by mistake, she could not like her face when she looked at it. Su Payang's face darkened. Wenshu, you should speak less. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed out softly, squatted down and patted Little Black and Little White's backs, pointed at Su Payang and Lin Wenshu. Her voice was extremely light. Remember these two's faces. Go up and bite them. Little Black and Little White were wolf demon pups, carrying wildness in their bones, and had already begun to eat meat long ago, now that they were young. If it wasn't for Su Coriander Pomelo's usual suppression, they wouldn't have been able to control the urge to bite someone in their body. Now hearing that these two people in front of Su Coriander could be bitten, the wolf's eyes narrowed, and with its bloody mouth open, it rushed towards the two. Xiaobai made a dart forward to pounce on Lin Wenju and took a bite out of half of her face. The next second blood splattered 3 feet, and the heartbreaking screams of Lin Wenju came from the living room. Xiao Hei was not willing to lag behind, directly biting off one of Su Payang's arms, gulping it down, and in a short while, he had eaten his entire arm into his stomach. Su Boyan let out a miserable scream and directly fainted from the pain. The living room was instantly filled with the smell of blood, and the only housekeeper and the aunt who cooked the food sat on their asses, shivering in fear at such a bloody scene. Su Old Master went to war when he was young and saw blood. Not to be scared too bad, just his body is also vaguely trembling. Yuzu, they are after all your real parents ah. Su Coriander Yuzu stepped forward and yanked Xiaobai off Lin Wenju. Lin Wenshu's face was full of blood, a pair of scarlet eyes glaring at Su Coriander, impotent and furious. Su Coriander, you cheap embryo, I'm going to kill you ah. Su Coriander Yuzu's face was expressionless as she kicked her against the wall like a sandbag, only to hear a bang. Lin Wenju violently spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Obscure. Su Coriander Pomelo then looked at Elder Su, his eyes full of icy coldness. Grandpa, since you can't control them, you'll have to follow my methods. Yuzu. Elder Su wanted to say something else. Su Coriander Pomelo interrupted him with a cold tone. Grandpa still remembers the bet he made earlier. You can leave the matter between me and them alone. Saying that, he crouched down again and patted Little Black and Little White's heads. Next time you see these two appear, just bite them to death. Little Black and White nodded their heads humanely. Su Coriander Pomelo was very satisfied. These two little ones were worthy of being pure-blooded demonic beasts. Not only did they have high talent, they also had high intelligence. Elder Su only felt weak, and his disoriented eyes revealed the extreme grief in his heart. Well, it's almost time. I have to go to school. Xiao Yunpurin is still waiting for me outside. After saying that, Su Coriander Pomelo didn't even look at Elder Su and turned around to leave the living room. She believed that after this, Su Payang and Lin Wenshu would never come up to her again. I was thinking of killing Su Jiaojio and then killing them. Who told them to make a fool of themselves and go in front of her? Let's give them a taste of their own medicine first. One broke his arm and became a cripple, and the other disfigured his face. Ha, it's kind of funny, but, Su Coriander Pomelo walked to the door of the Su family and looked back. When she killed the Su Payang family, I'm afraid that Master Su will show his true colors. After all, Su Payang is his own son, and the 3 Su Muxu brothers are his own grandchildren. It didn't hurt that she hadn't planned to stay in the Su family for long. After she cured Song Lansing's leg, she would move out, and anyway, with money in her hands, she could live anywhere. Gee, she still doesn't have a kinship bond after all. Right at this moment, Xiao Yunpurin suddenly appeared, reached out and waved her hand in front of her eyes, and asked with a smile, Pomelo, what are you looking at? Su Coriander Pomelo looked back at Xiao Yunpurin. Her eyebrows moved slightly and a smile floated onto her brows. Nothing, let's go. First day of school, can't be late. From signing a contract with Junru, it made her cultivation rub off from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 10th level of Qi refining, and she couldn't break through again in a short period of time, otherwise her foundation would be unstable. Might as well go and experience school life. It was the first time in her past life that she had gone to school and she was kinda looking forward to it. The two got into the car and sat in the back seat. Su Coriander Pomelo yawned and leaned on Xiaoyun Purin's shoulder, intending to squint for a while. I was up 2 hours too late last night making pills. Only when a cultivator's cultivation level breaks through the foundation establishment stage can he be considered to have truly stepped into cultivation, and meditating can replace sleeping, but not in the refining stage. You still need sleep to stay in good shape. Xiaoyun Purin's eyebrows curved, and his entire person radiated indescribable pleasure. Half an hour later, arrived at Jinnan Middle School. Su Coriander Yusu opened her eyes as the car came to a stop. Are we there? Arrived. Xiaoyun pursed. Do you want to stop sleeping for a while? Su Coriander Pomelo gently exhaled. No need. She was a little impatient to experience campus life. The two got out of the car and instantly attracted a lot of attention. Handsome men and women are dazzling wherever they are placed. What's more, Xiaoyun Purin, with his mouth and face, as well as his not-so-distinguished family background, it would be hard not to attract others' attention. Jinnan Middle School is one of the best high schools in High City, which is also known as an aristocratic school. Those who could study at Jinnan Middle School were either from prominent families, and many heirs of powerful families had graduated from this group of schools. Jinnan Middle School has set up an elementary school department, junior high school department, senior high school department. Not necessarily high school graduates, but also junior high school graduates were sent abroad to study, and then came back to inherit the family business. Either top-performing impoverished students who are tapped by school leaders to improve their promotion rates. Chapter 88, Sophomore Class 9. The banquet held by the Su family, so that Su Coriander Yuzu showed his face, and later participated in a variety show with Su Muxu. Su Jiaojiao also had that kind of incident. Sitting in jail, simply shook the entire circle of luxury families in the Sea City. So many people know her. Just seeing her and Xiaoyun Purin coming down from a car, they couldn't help but still be a little surprised, especially when he saw Xiaoyun Purin's eyes dropping to Su Coriander Pomelo. He directly laid down a big groove. Didn't Su Coriander Yusu say on the show that they were just friends? How long has it been? And the relationship has grown so quickly? The two men came to the door of the principal's office. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiaoyun Purin and smiled faintly. You go back to your class first. If something happens, WeChat contact. Xiaoyun Purin glanced at the time. Class was about to start, so he nodded. Good. Su Coriander Pomelo knocked on the door, and an enter came from inside. Hearing the voice, Su Coriander Pomelo pushed open the door and looked at the man in front of her in a well-behaved manner. Good day, Principal. I'm Su Coriander Pomelo. Principal Lee picked up the glasses on the table and put them on the bridge of his nose, smilingly looking at her. Oh, it's that little girl from the Su family, right? Your grandfather has greeted me and assigned you to sophomore class 9. I'll take you to your class. Su Coriander Yusu smiled and nodded. Yes, thank you, Principal. All people are always very patient with beautiful people and things. Principal Lee is almost over 60 years old, and he can't help but feel good about Su Coriander Pomelo when he sees her being so well behaved. The school bell had rung. Su Coriander Pomelo followed Principal Lee around the corner to a classroom in the middle of the third floor of the C building. The classroom door was closed, but from the window many students saw the figures of Principal Lee and Su Coriander. The class 9 teacher was a middle-aged woman with meticulously combed hair, looking extremely serious. She opened the door and Principal Lee said smilingly, Teacher Dong, this is the new student in your class, called Su Coriander Pomelo. You'll have to take care of her in the future. Teacher Dong glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo behind Principal Lee. Her eyes didn't change much. Okay, Principal. Principal Lee said a few more words and then left. Teacher Dong walked into the classroom with Su Coriander Pomelo and introduced him with an expressionless face. Class, a new student has been transferred in this semester. Everyone welcome. The students at the bottom applauded enthusiastically. New student, come introduce yourself. Teacher Dong. Su Coriander Yuzu was wearing the special uniform of Jinnan Middle School. A head of black hair tied into a high ponytail. Her eyebrows were clear. Her eyes were as black as ink. Her skin was fair. Her silhouette was smooth. And her temperament was cold and colorful when she didn't smile. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. She looked even better than she did on the live show. No wonder even second young Master Shao couldn't hold it. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled with a relaxed brow, her eyes brimming. Hello everyone, my name is Su Coriander Pomelo. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone was very happy when such a big beauty came to the class, especially Su Muyao. He excitedly beckoned towards Su Coriander Pomelo and shouted, Sister, come to me. I have empty seats here. Teacher Dong also pointed next to Su Muyao. Student Su, you sit right there. Su Coriander nodded. Yes, teacher. It was a window seat, and she walked over to it with her empty book bag. Sister, I didn't realize we were in the same class. Ugh. what a coincidence. Just as she sat down, Su Muyao began to chatter and talk to her. Su Coriander Pomelo doesn't think it's a coincidence. It should be Master Su's backroom operation. Sister, you came with second young Master Xiao today? A lot of people on the campus posting bar took pictures of you guys and posted them. Su Muyao looked at Su Coriander Pomelo like a curious baby and sneakily asked, are you and Xiao Ershao really in love? Su Coriander Pomelo cast a sidelong glance at him. We don't seem to know each other that well, do we? Ah. Su Muyao blinked and continued. You're right, but we're at the same table now, so we'll be familiar with each other later. I'm telling you our school is huge. We have everything. If you want to go anywhere, I can show you around and, Mr. Dong took a few students to collect their new books, and as soon as the homeroom teacher left, the class began to chatter and make a lot of noise. Su Coriander Yuzu leaned on the stool and looked out the window. Somehow, listening to the sound didn't feel noisy at all. Moreover, this aristocratic school does not have the imagined students who are unimportant due to their family background and do not take their teachers into consideration. Those who study in Jinnan Middle School are basically students from the best families, and the better the families, the more attention they pay to their personal qualities because of the higher education they receive. And at that age students are more or less climbers. What can be compared in school, of course, is to compare grades, talent, quality. Of course, there are also parents and family. Since ancient times the world has been concerned about honoring teachers. If a student does not respect his teacher and disregards classroom discipline, then not only will he be personally ridiculed and isolated, even his family will be implicated. They all hang out in the same circle, even if they are pretending. Being a man before doing, and being a man before establishing virtue. The quote is posted outside the front door of Kinnan Middle School. Therefore, Jinnan High School is not only one of the best high schools in the Sea City, but also one of the top high schools in the country. Many wealthy families from out of town are also thinking of sending their children to Kinnan High School. Of course Jinnan Middle School doesn't want all the students from outstanding families. Even if they are from top families but have particularly lousy grades, they won't take them. Su Muyao chattered in Su Coriander's ear. Jinnan Middle School was established in which year? How many students and teachers there are in the school? And who are the teachers who teach them? Su Coriander knew it all from him. Su Coriander Pomelo was a bit speechless. She really hadn't seen such a mouthy person. Not long after, Mr. Dong and a few students came back with new books. Su Coriander Yuzu took a math book and flipped through 2 pages, her mind rummaging through the original owner's memories. The original master is a full 10 school bully. Inherited the memory of the original master. Su Coriander Pomelo was not so blind. Do not know anything, coupled with the fact that she had been a human being for 2 lifetimes. Her divine sense was stronger than her cultivation, and she had already broken through the foundation establishment stage, and she could basically memorize the contents of the books with a single sweep. Hey, maybe she'll even come in first in future exams. Jingle bells. The new books were handed out and the bell rang. Su Muyao was pulled away by the others hooking up. Su Coriander Grapefruit ears finally cleared up. She lazily leaned on the stool, arms around the chest, picking her eyes to look out the window. Suddenly her eyes sank, slowly sat up straight, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. If she was right, the male student below her wearing a school uniform and black-rimmed glasses was an evil cultivator. How did the school get mixed up with evil practitioners? Chapter 89, Discovering Evil Cultivators, plus more. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment and took out her cell phone to send a WeChat to Xiao Yun Purin. Yuzu warrior, there may be evil practitioners mixed in the school. Xiao Yun Purin, his big brother, is from the special department. It is better to let the special department take care of this kind of thing. Although Su Coriander Pomelo was ruthless and cold-hearted, she had her own bottom line. She only killed her own enemies. And evil cultivators, they are all unscrupulous for the sake of the purpose. So many 17 and 18 years old youthful students in the school. If he is scourged, then her sin will be great. Sha, okay, I got it. Wei Zhou, why are you walking so fast? I can't even keep up with you. A girl with a delicate appearance quickly stepped forward and pulled Wei Zhou's arm, pouting with dissatisfaction. How come a few days of not seeing you and I have become strangers? Wei Zhou's face stiffened for a second. Then, as he remembered, he gently rubbed Xiao Wan's head. No, I just didn't have breakfast in the morning, and now I'm a little hungry, so I want to go to the supermarket to buy some food. Only then did Xiao Wan smile. Then let's go to the supermarket together. It just so happens that I didn't eat breakfast this morning either. Wei Zhou looked deeply at Xiao Wan. Okay, go together. He wanted to look for another candidate. After all, Xiao Wan has already had sex with him. Lost Irene, not the best candidate, but since she had come to him for free, he could play with her a little longer, and then look for a new target when he had had enough of her. The two walked side by side to the supermarket on campus. What he didn't realize was that there was a flash of divine sense that always followed him until he returned to the classroom. where the flash of divine sense swept the class number on the door before leaving. Xiao Yunpurin was 100% convinced of Su Coriander Pomelo, so when she said that there were evil cultivators in the school, he didn't have the slightest doubt, and quickly sent a message to Xiaoyu, asking him to bring someone over. Xiaoyu received the news and did not dare to delay much. He immediately brought people over with Nan Rongshi. After all, this was Jinnan Middle School, and the presence of an evil cultivator in the school would be a big deal. Senior Class 1, a boy outside the door shouted, "Wei Zhou, the homeroom teacher wants you to go to the office." Wei Zhou didn't think much about it and replied, "Good." When he arrived at the office he found not only his homeroom teacher sitting inside, but also Principal Li and several strange men and women. His heart tightened. Why were the people from the special department here? Has he been exposed? No one in this small world could tell who he was yet. He had a puzzled expression. "Mr. Wang, what did you call me here for?" Teacher Wang coughed lightly. "Ahem, it's like this. Are you and Xiao Wan in love?" Wei Zhou's cheeks reddened and said shyly, "Teacher, our two families are family friends. Xiao Wan and I grew up together. Our parents know about it, and we won't affect our studies." Mr. Wang knew this, of course, except for those students who were exceptionally recruited because of their exceptional grades. All the other students are from distinguished families. They are always different from other students. Some of them go to study abroad after high school and come back to inherit the family business. There were also some family unions right out of high school, so the school wasn't opposed to relationships, as long as the grades weren't too miserable and you could get by. Teacher Wang glanced at Principal Li, and when he saw that he was old-fashioned and didn't say anything, he sighed. "Alright, since your parents know, I won't say anything more, but you still need to be more restrained at school." Wei Zhou nodded repeatedly. "Okay, teacher, then there's nothing else. I'll leave first." Mr. Wang waved his hand. "Well, let's go." Wei Zhou turned around and left the office with a calm face. He came to the nearby restroom, propped his hands on the counter and looked at himself in the mirror. His face gradually turned gloomy and horrible. Xiaoyu and Nan Rongshi frowned together. The two of them looked at each other, greeted Principal Li, and followed suit. Teacher Wang was very puzzled. "Principal, who are they?" Principal Li laughed. "It's no one, so don't ask too many questions." Mr. Wang rubbed his nose and didn't say anything else. Walking on the campus road, Nan Rongshi disliked Xiaoyu with her elbow and said with dissatisfaction, "Is this the evil cultivator you're talking about? Isn't it just an ordinary student?" Xiaoyu spread his hands. "Little Purin said it. You know that his cultivation is higher than both of us. Can I not believe it? Where is Xiao Yunpurin? Tell him to come out." Nan Rongshi, how dare he trick us? Calm down. Xiaoyu, although little Purin is a bit out of tune sometimes, there's no need for him to fool us in this kind of matter. Nan Rongshi furrowed her brows. But why didn't we detect an evil aura on him? The evil aura on the body of the evil cultivator is very difficult to conceal. Even if it is converged breath, it can still be cultivator is a glance out. Unless he had a treasure on him to conceal his aura. But this kind of treasure was not available even in the hidden world families. That's why she suspected it in the first place. Xiaoyu paused for a moment. "Call little Purin out and ask him. Since he said that Wei Zhou is an evil cultivator, he shouldn't be lying to us. Maybe he really does have a treasure on him that covers his breath." Nan Rongshi nodded. "Okay." Xiao Yunpurin was a student in the 9th class of senior high school, and his seat had always been the last row by the window. Receiving the message from Xiaoyu, his handsome eyebrows raised. "Not an evil cultivator? That's impossible. Yuzu wouldn't lie to him. They must have misread it." He didn't bother with him and sent a tweet to Su Coriander Yuzu first. "Xiao, Pomelo, Xiaoyu said Wei Zhou is not an evil cultivator." Su Coriander Pomelo on this side of the cell phone raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly a little surprised. She was sure that she hadn't read it wrong. Wei Zhou did have an evil aura on his body. A very thick evil aura. What was it if it wasn't an evil cultivator? The people in the special department are so useless. Can't they see this? It shouldn't. Could it be because their cultivation level is too low? Yuzu warrior, I'm sure I'm reading this right. Sha, why don't I go sweeping during lunch and see? Yuzu warrior, good. Xiao Yunpurin suspected that it was because Xiaoyu and their cultivation level was too low that they could not detect it. Turned his hand and gave him back 2 words. Punk. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Xiao Yunpurin. I'm your cousin. Xiao Yunpurin, that's also a waste. Xiaoyu, smiling face. Xiaoyu was gritting his teeth at Xiao Yunpurin's anger, but there was not much he could do about it. Mutant wind spirit roots were geniuses wherever they were placed, while he was only a double spirit root, and his cultivation so far was only at the 4th level of chi refining. Nan Rongshi's eyes flickered, and her mouth twitched when she saw the chat between the two. Xiao Yunpurin's mouth can really attack without discrimination. She patted his shoulder and comforted. Forget it, don't bother with him. My cousin will come to High City in a couple of days. He is at the 8th level of chi refining cultivation. At that time, Please ask him to take a look at this Wei Zhou to see if he is an evil cultivator or not. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Good. First send someone to keep an eye on this Wei Zhou, and take action as soon as there is any discovery. Evil cultivators? Everyone gets punished, since there is a suspicion. Naturally they can't be so spared. It was just that there was no evidence to prove that he was an evil cultivator, and they couldn't rashly lay their hands on ordinary people, otherwise it wouldn't be conducive to cultivation. Chapter 90, Evil Beast Mirage Dragon. When the bell rings after class, Su Muyao invites Su Coriander Pomelo to go to the restaurant with him for lunch, which she refuses. Su Muyao blinked. Oh, you're going to be with second young master Xiao. I see. I won't bother then. Su Coriander Yuzu gave her a blank look and turned to leave the classroom. Outside the C building teaching building, Xiao Yunpurin was already waiting. She ignored the gazes of the others and walked to him. Let's go. Go find Wei Zhou. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes contained the slightest hint of a smile. Resisting the urge to hold her hand, he answered, "This is a school, after all, and you can't get too carried away." The surrounding students were talking about it. Both of them didn't care. Xiao Yunpurin hated that everyone knew about their relationship. How could they possibly care? And Su Coriander Pomelo felt that it wasn't a big deal. There was no need to hide it, and it wasn't in her character. The reason why he didn't admit the relationship between the two of them on the air in the first place was also because he was dumbfounded to give her a question. She had a cell phone and would brush Weibo for a while every night, so she naturally knew that the internet was knocking her in Xiao Yunpurin's CP. Only she didn't expect their questions to be so sharp as to ask when she would marry him? Let's just say the internet is crazy this session. Su Coriander Pomelo's divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire school, so it was easy to find Wei Zhou's location. The building in front of me is an abandoned school building. Because there was once a student who was specially recruited by the school because of his exceptionally good grades jumped off the building from here. No one knows exactly why, and the school investigated the surveillance and found that no one was bullying her. The more distinguished the student's family is, the more they want to save face. They don't care even if she gets good grades, and they're even less likely to bully her. That's the kind of thing that only people with a sick mind would do, and maybe they'll have to work at their parents' company after they graduate. There is a saying that is actually very realistic. How can you compare the decades of hard work and study to the connections and resources accumulated by others over 3 generations? This school building has been abandoned for a long time, and there are always a lot of taboos when someone dies, so no one comes over here. Wei Zhou led a dozen girls from their class into that school building with a cheeky smile, which also included Xiao Wan. What did he want to do in the middle of the day when he didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch and came to this deserted school building? In the corner, Xiao Yunpurin furrowed her brows and transmitted her voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. Pomelo, is that the Wei Zhou you mentioned? I don't detect any evil aura on him. It looks like he's just an ordinary person. Even Xiao Yunpurin couldn't detect it? He could be a lot stronger than Xiao Yu and the others. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows. A hint of amusement flashed under her eyes. Interesting. Su Coriander Pomelo. Junru suddenly ran out from the spirit beast space, his eyes almost spitting out sparks. Kill him quickly, don't let him get away. Su Coriander Pomelo froze for a moment, grabbed Junji who wanted to rush into the school building, raised her hand and set up an isolation boundary, and then gathered her eyebrows and asked, "Calm down, tell me clearly first, is he your enemy?" Junru's teeth gnashed as he cackled, and after a long time, he explained, "He is the evil beast Mirage Dragon. And I was attacked by him in a moment of inattention before, which is why I was swept into the spatial storm and fell into the small world. But when I was swept into the space storm, I also pulled him down, and I thought he was dead, but I didn't realize that he was so lucky to be alive as well. That's good. I can take revenge myself." When he thought of how that little turtle grandson of Mirage Dragon dared to sneak up on him, causing him to almost die, he was filled with rage. Even if he turns to dust, he remembers his scent. Su Coriander Pomelo understood. No wonder she was the only one who could see the evil aura on Wei Zhou's body, so it was because of Junji. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his bubble soothingly, then put him into the pocket of his school uniform. "Since you're already my contracted beast, your enemies are my enemies. Kill him, I want him dead." Junji couldn't wait to kill Wei Zhou. Su Coriander Pomelo withdrew the boundary, raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yunpurin, and was just about to say something when he saw Xiao Yunpurin. He raised his hand again and swore a heart devil oath that he would not divulge what he had just heard. "Su Coriander Pomelo, it doesn't have to be that way. You wait for me outside." "Good." Xiao Yunpurin did not pester this time. Everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to probe the bottom. She did not say. He did not ask. Su Coriander Pomelo had just stepped into the school building when she heard a scream coming from one of the classrooms on the second floor. She quickly came to the second floor and saw a scene from the window that set her on fire. Mud, animal, 13 girls, their clothes stripped off at some point, hanging naked in the air, their eyes filled with shock. horror, and fear, and Wei Zhou's whole body exuded an evil aura, pressing a naked girl underneath her body, doing primitive actions, and that girl was visible to the naked eye from a flushed face to a bruise under her eyes. Her lips whitened, and she already had a dead look. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her hand and set up a large isolation boundary, enclosing the entire school building. He then kicked open the door of the classroom and slapped Wei Zhou to the wall before he had time to react. Then his body fell heavily and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Wei Zhou gazed stunned beyond measure. Special departments, those people are gone. How there will still be a cultivator. And still cultivation is not bad cultivation. Looking at the school uniform she is wearing, or school students, he secretly said that it was not good. This student's identity was good. He wanted to take it slowly one by one, but he had been targeted by the special department, so he could only get a few before escaping, but he didn't expect to be caught right at the beginning. Su Coriander. He then stepped forward and stomped on the middle of his legs in death. Wei Zhou let out a heartbreaking scream. His forehead veins rippled and his face twisted. You, who the hell are you? The man who took your life. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were cold and stern as she directly stepped on his heart chakra, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. A strand of black light mass ran out from Wei Zhou's corpse and directly broke the window to try to escape. Junji rushed towards him like lightning and opened his mouth to eat the black light mass in one gulp. Bah! You want to run away, but don't see if your grandfather is happy about it. Junru snorted twice. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. How come the evil beast Mirage Dragon is so weak? She was expecting a tough fight, but this? That's it? She pressed right up against him. That was just one of his bilocations. Junru explained. The Mirage Dragon has a special talent that allows him to split into 3,000 bilocations and possess and take over anyone at will to do things for him. Speaking of this, Junji's tone was full of dislike. Mirage Dragon is ugly and still horny, extremely fond of taking women's yuan-in and toying with women. I don't know how many people have been offended at our place, but he's extremely cunning, utilizing the talent of the 3,000 bilocations. Even if he's caught, his main body can always run silently to the bilocations, and as long as the 3,000 bilocations aren't all extinguished, he'll never be able to catch them. But as long as his 3,000 doppelgangers die, they won't be split up again and will slowly decrease. So one dead is one less. Humph. After exterminating his split, let's see how he can still hide. Chapter 91, Feeding on Dragons. It's reasonable to say that even a bilocation wouldn't be this weak. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly laughed. Could it be because he has too many bilocations and thinned out his own strength? I don't know. Junru, maybe because he was injured as well. There's no way he wouldn't be injured if he fell into a space storm. Whatever. I'm going to get him killed anyway. I'm going to eat all of his doppelgangers. And his main body, the divine beast, Koan Pang, feeds on dragons. Even if the Mirage Dragon is an evil dragon, it is still a dragon and can be considered a great tonic. Su Coriander Pomelo waved her hand, allowing Junji to enter the spirit beast space, and then turned to look at the several girls she had put down. Their trembling bodies scrunched together as they looked at her with horror on their faces. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a long sigh. Not only was Mirage Dragon horny, he also liked to toy with women, stripping them naked and hanging them in the air to watch him sucking in other people's yuan-in chi. Feeling the approach of death, mental and physical double torture. How can ordinary women stand this stimulation? Su Coriander Pomelo crushed an elixir and mesmerized them all. Picking up the clothes on the floor, one by one, he dressed them himself. The divine sense then entered their sea of consciousness and pinched the memories about this segment, so that even if someone searched their souls in the future, nothing could be searched out. Just Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the Mirage Dragon has been sucked by the whole body essence, was used as a stove tripod has shown the appearance of death of the girl. This she is really no way. Even if the greatest immortal to come also cannot save her. She withdrew the boundary and walked out of the teaching building. Xiaoyun Purin saw that Su Coriander Pomelo didn't look too good and asked in a hurry, Pomelo, how are you? Are you alright? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. It's fine. You let the special department come. Wei Zhou was taken over by an evil cultivator. He was already killed by me, but he harmed a girl. He can't be saved. Xiaoyun Purin's face was grave as she walked to the side and made a call. Xiao Yu and the others will come over immediately. Xiaoyun Purin's eyes were as bright as a cold heart as he gazed at Su Coriander Pomelo. I will say that I killed Wei Zhou and won't involve you in this. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him, the bottom of her eyes rippling, and nodded her head. Good. There wasn't much to eat in the restaurant after such a long delay. Fortunately, she wasn't very hungry, so she went straight back to her class, plopped down on her desk, and her divine sense entered the spirit beast space. Junji, isn't the aura in your world very rich? Just like the legend says, there are as many Jindan as dogs and yuaning everywhere? Speaking of his hometown, Junru's tone was full of nostalgia. That's for sure. My world is known as the spirit world. There will also be a lot of small worlds of the transformation of God stage ascended up the cultivators, is a big world, there are many strong people. The strength of my Kunpun clan in the spirit worlds is also well known. Ugh, how sad my parents would be if they knew I was missing. Su Coriander Pomelo was curious. You still have parents? Junru, I don't have a father or a mother, did I just pop out of a rock? Su Coriander Pomelo was slightly embarrassed. Ha ha, so what? I thought there was only one divine beast Kuanpeng in the world. Who knew that Kuanpeng he meowed that there was a clan? Junru, it's only the cultivators inside your nooks and crannies who would think so. If there was only one Kuanpeng, in the spirit world where there are so many strong people, it would have died long ago. Where would it still be able to survive until now? Coriander Su, what nooks and crannies? That was a bit too solid, but he was telling the truth. Su Coriander Pomelo now no longer treats this place as a book world, but a real small world. But whether it was the small world where she stayed in her previous life, or this small world, all of them would be facing the disappearance of Aura, and perhaps after 100 years, there would be no more cultivators. So, when Junji said it was nooks and crannies, he really didn't despise it, he was just stating the facts. Su Coriander Pomelo was silent for a long time. She thought of something. Junji, do you think that the unnamed adult divine beast we encountered last time is related to the Mirage Dragon? I don't think so. Junru, how could such a disgusting evil beast as the Mirage Dragon have a divine beast with him? Su Coriander Pomelo kindly laughed. That's not necessarily so. Oh, under the drive of interests, good people and bad people are also able to cooperate. The small world's aura is depleted. Your injuries haven't healed in 100 years, and the Mirage Dragon must be the same. His doppelgangers don't grow back when one dies. What circumstances could make him drag his injured body and still release his doppelganger to play around? The girl whose Yuanine essence he just sucked was obviously not the first one, but I realized that he is really weak. He can only barely control ordinary people. So where did all the essence he sucked go? Could it all have recoiled to the main body? Junru thought for a moment and nodded. Every time someone captures Mirage Dragon, he will do a golden escape, and the main body will be able to run to the doppelganger and manage to escape. So the strength that his doppelganger gets might actually be able to rebound to the main body. That would be a real source of envy and jealousy. If the Mirage Dragon can be good cultivation, not to engage in those moths, he slowly meticulously can also meticulously into a party big brother. After all, who could have the ability to cultivate 3,000 doppelgangers at the same time and still be able to recoil to the main body? Although the split is one less than one dead, but the split can't affect the main body when it dies, and the main body can still escape with the help of the split when it's captured. Like their Koan-Pang clan, or the human cultivator's bilocation to die, a body will not die, but it will be injured. And it is not easy to condense a bilocation. The more he thought about it, the more envious he became. How come he didn't awaken this talent? Su Coriander Pomelo also thought of this and sked lightly. Otherwise she was quite envious. He's an evil dragon of the spirit realm and has this unique talent. Surely he won't be willing to die here like this. Do you think he'll have a way to get out of here? Hearing Su Coriander Pomelo say this, Junji's eyes brightened up. The Mirage Dragon is extremely cunning, intelligent, and has the most mindfulness. Otherwise how could he still be able to live up to this point? Maybe he really does have a way to leave this small world. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hung up in a light smile. That's why I'm saying that unnamed divine beast might be because of this. And maybe it really is connected to the Mirage Dragon. Maybe. June resigned. It was impossible for a divine beast to appear in this small world, and it was presumably swept by the spatial storm. Who wouldn't want to leave if they could? Even if the cultivators here had the chance to leave, they would definitely choose to do so. Only by going to a wider heaven and earth can we pursue immortality. What are you doing talking to me about this? Junru asked again. Coriander Su, don't you want to get out of here? I want to. Of course I want to. Junru skimmed his face. But you want me to cooperate with Mirage Dragon? No way. Chapter 92 Junru's calculations, plus more. Who said I want you to cooperate with him? Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze was serene and deep, pursing her lips and smiling lightly. Can't we just arrest him, torture him, and pry out of his mouth a way out of here? Junru blinked his eyes. But this Mirage Dragon has many doppelgangers. Even if he were to be captured, he would use his doppelganger to escape. A hint of killing intent flashed through Su Coriander Pomelo's dark eyes. Then let's get rid of all his bilocations. We have plenty of time anyway, don't we? Upon hearing this, Junji's entire fish suddenly became excited. Well, this is a good idea. Let's slowly get all of his doppelgangers killed and see how he escapes. As long as we leave here and go to the spirit realm, with my Kuan-Pang clan covering you, I guarantee you'll walk sideways in the spirit realm. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched slightly. That's not necessary. I just want to be a person. After a pause, he continued. Mirage Dragon must have more than this one doppelganger. You will come out invisibly later. Go around the entire sea city to confirm his location. Come back to me, and wait for the night when we go to kill it. He's not in a hurry when one doppelganger dies. He should be in a hurry when more doppelgangers die. Let's wait for him to appear on his own. Junru, the Mirage Dragon is cunning and has good strength. He definitely won't be able to honestly absorb the aura to recover his strength like I did. We still need to be careful if we encounter his original body. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, raised her hand and patted his bubble. Rest assured, this small world has the heavenly Tao suppression. As if he doesn't want to be destroyed by the heavenly Tao directly descending thunder. He doesn't dare to fully recover his strength. At most, he will be restored to the Yuaning stage. That meant that this small world couldn't be ascended. This was Su Coriander Pomelo's intuition. She wasn't sure why she had this instinct. Maybe it was because she was an outsider. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow cultivators to appear in this small world. Ascended beings. That's why the aura of heaven and earth is gradually disappearing. June, she dodged her hand and said nastily. But the Yuaning stage is also very strong for you right now. And you're only at the chi refining stage today. Su Coriander Yuzu, so, you don't put in a little effort? Junru, Su Coriander Yuzu, do you still have a heart? I'm still a wounded man. I'm still a cub. Su Coriander Pomelo fell into an eerie silence. So all that talk you just had about killing him yourself was a lie? All just pretending with me? Ah, Junru's eyes flashed. Words can't be said like that. The Mirage Dragon has lived for tens of thousands of years longer than me and is an adult evil dragon. I'm still a cub. Su Coriander Pomelo lowered her eyelids, her eyes meaningless. I once heard that the divine beast Kuanping spreads its wings and breaks the void between them, crossing millions of miles, and is the god of space. She looked over at Junru, her eyes flickering a few times one after the other. The things of the spirit world must be much stronger than the things of our nooks and crannies. Junru, if you want to leave this place, you have to capture the Mirage Dragon, and you can't beat him, and me, I'm only a chi refining stage, and I don't have any spiritual weapons in my hands, so I definitely won't be able to beat him if I really fight. So, isn't it time to take out what's inside your space? Junru, crap, how does this woman know in such detail and knows that he has space? Don't play dumb for me. In fact, your injuries have long since recovered, right? Even if you haven't fully recovered, you should have recovered half of it. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with ghostly eyes, and said without panic, you have long known that Mirage Dragon is alive, and you also know that he has a way to leave this place, only by virtue of the fact that you alone are in no position to beat him and that unknown divine beast. Mirage Dragon couldn't possibly work with you, and you didn't trust him, so you chose me, a thunder spirit root cultivator. The Mirage Dragon is an evil dragon, and Lei specializes in overcoming the most and evil. You want to contract me as a servant and train me to become a Yuaning stage cultivator, in which case I can work with you to deal with the Mirage Dragon and that divine beast. What you didn't expect was that you underestimated my strength and got yourself indentured instead. And that night, you were intentionally captured so that I would rescue you and allow me to discover the trail of that unnamed divine beast. This morning, you accidentally discovered the Mirage Dragon detachment again, so you lured me into discovering it so that I could kill him, thus discovering that the Mirage Dragon has a way to leave this small world. TSK, 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 it's really worthy of coming out of the spirit world. The abacus beads are hitting me in the face. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth slowly hooked up, with a smile on her face, but it did not reach her eyes. The bubbles that were floating in midair were getting lower and lower in Su Coriander's words one after another, and in the end, they directly lay on the ground and played dead, which was a tacit acceptance of Su Coriander's statement. Coriander Su burst his bubble straight away, pinching his fishtail and wiggling it from side to side. She said, this world cannot be so good, just let her meet the divine beast Kuanping. It turned out to be that he had long set his eyes on her, fancying her thunder spirit root. Since Mirage Dragon dared to release his doppelganger, he was certain that no one would discover his identity. Xiao Yu, Nan Rongshi and Xiao Yun Piran didn't notice it, so it was just her who could see the evil aura on Wei Zhou at a glance. It wasn't because of Junru's tampering. I'm a person who hates being counted on in life, so tell me, what am I going to do with you? Junji was silent. He also wanted to leave this bird place, but he didn't trust Mirage Dragon. The moment he saw Su Coriander Pomelo, he could tell what kind of spirit root she was. That's why he pretended to be soft and wanted to contract her. He didn't expect her to be a hardcore. It was because he had underestimated her, and without much precaution, he was contracted instead, thinking that he, the young master of the Kuanping clan, had been contracted by a tiny chi refining stage cultivator in the district. He was practically spitting blood in anger. Later on, he learned that Su Coriander Pomelo was a not to be messed with. He simply did not dare to tell him his true purpose, because he was afraid that she would not speak of martial virtues and directly hand to him to destroy. After all, now he is the contracted. Small life is still in the hands of others. After a long time, Junru carefully spoke. There are many spirit weapons in my space, immortal weapons as well as heart techniques suitable for thunder spirit root cultivators. It was actually good to talk it out, so that he wouldn't have to guide her to catch the mirage dragon, which was weirdly tiring on the brain. He was originally not good at using his brain, and this time he really used one of his few brains in calculating Su Coriander Pomelo, not expecting to be poked and prodded before he could hide it for long. Su Coriander Yuzu nodded. Open your space. Junji was in tears. Don't take it all away. It's all I have. Su Coriander Pomelo pinched his tail and smiled calmly. Am I that kind of person? Cut the crap and open it. If she didn't let him bleed hard today, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the breath in her heart. If it wasn't for Wei Zhou's sudden appearance, she wouldn't have been able to discover his calculations. What a divine beast Kunlun. Ah shucks. Lost, she thought he was really not healed. She also thought to give him some refining pills to help him heal, combined with the people injured long ago. Shelved this to deceive her. She is also stupid. The divine beast Kuan Pang is known as the god of space, the body of a small world. Even if the small world does not have aura, but his space must have healing pills and herbs. Even if the injuries hadn't all been recovered, they were certainly half recovered. Chapter 93, Junru's Inner Space. Junru cried and took human form, the form of a 2 or 3-year-old boy. Ice blue pupils, as if bright stars, without a trace of impurity. Azure-colored hair is very long, until the ankle, looking very dreamy and mysterious. Our little darling. Ah you. Junru reached out and tugged on Su Coriander Pomelo's sleeve, his blue eyes bright and pure as he obediently called out, Master. Knowing the time is not a big deal, as long as you can leave this small world. Calling out to the master is no big deal. Su Coriander Pomelo gently twisted her fingers, resisting the urge to smooth his fur by holding him in her arms. What do you want to do with such a good-looking face? And call him master? Who do you want to seduce? Su Coriander Pomelo held back, but did not hold back her guilty hand, narrowing her eyes as she touched Junji's head. TSK. Unlike the fur on the coyote pups, which was getting harder and less comfortable to touch as they grew bigger, it was still cuter with this soft head, until Junji's hair was messed up. Junji had tears in her eyes and stared at Su Coriander Pomelo with wide eyes accusing her. Junji inwardly roared madly, Ah, stinking woman. What kind of eyes you have? Do you take me as a dog? A man under the roof has to bow his head. In that distant spirit world, a young man with hair-colored pupils identical to Junru's sneezed violently. The man sitting across from him raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Junyao pinched his fingers and counted, then said with full concern, Not much, just that kid in my house is passing through the death karma and is now chanting about me. The man was speechless. You have only one son, and you don't care at all that he's on his deathbed? He awakened his spatial talent early on. He can't die. Junyao was indifferent. Come on, let's continue playing chess. Su Coriander Pomelo retracted her hand and coughed lightly. So what? Open up your space. You're counting on me. It's not too much for you to compensate me for something, right? Junru, no, is not excessive. He raised his hand and slashed towards the side, and a spatial crack appeared in the spirit beast space. You go in and pick it out yourself. Su Coriander Pomelo paused for a moment and asked, Your space is in your stomach? Then won't I go into your stomach later? Junru said in a manner. A divine sense is just a divine sense. It's not the body. Are you afraid that I'll swallow your divine sense? Coriander Su. Alright, in that case, she's welcome. Lifting his foot into that crack, his eyes shifted. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the heaven and earth as if it was a paradise, with flowers, grass, and trees, and his eyes suddenly shrunk for a moment. It was said that the Koan Peng's body could form a small world of its own, but it turned out to be true. Junru's voice resounded in his ears. You are a thunder spirit root. There are gonghua about thunder spirit root cultivators in the attic on the right, and there are also swords I collected in the spirit realm in front of me. But these swords have a weapon spirit and will recognize the master on their own. So if there is no spirit sword that recognizes you as the master, you don't have to force it, and throw that storage bag of yours aside. I look at it and it's an eyesore. I have a large number of spatial rings here, all of which I made myself out of idleness and boredom. Just drop blood to recognize the owner. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly had a large handful of space rings in her arms, and her mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly I thought of the gold finger written in the novel. In this way, Junru was considered his golden finger, or a big golden finger. Since he gave it to him, she took it all as it was. First go to the right side of the attic. Just entered the door, a calligraphy suddenly flew over. Su Coriander Pomelo raised his hand and took it. Before she could react, the calligraphy turned into a purple light drilling into her sea of consciousness. Su Coriander Yuzu only froze for 2 seconds, then left the attic. This is a feat recognizing its owner. Only god-level feats will recognize their owners. Why don't I remember that there are god-level feats in my space? Su Coriander Pomelo. What kind of gongfu is that? Junru's tone carried a great deal of curiosity. You guess? Just don't tell you. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. Junru grunted. If you don't say it, don't say it. Like who cares? Su Coriander Pomelo, you don't even know what's in your own space? Junru, I have so much space that I'll put in anything that looks good to me. I know where everything is. Su Coriander Pomelo, no wonder you were attacked by the Mirage Dragon. You didn't just go along with something of his, did you? Pretty much. Junru, I killed his date. Coriander Su. TSK, no wonder you didn't go to him for cooperation. He hates to get you killed now, right? Junru grunted. Originally, I had no grudge against him, but when I heard that his lover was going to seduce my father, I didn't hold back and killed her. He didn't believe me when I told him he had to put me to death. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted out a laugh and didn't answer anymore, as she had already arrived at the sword graveyard. Looking at the many spirit swords in front of her, she sighed in admiration. Really worthy of the spirit world out of awe. These spirit swords out of one will be enough for those cultivators to grab the head of the blood. The spirit sword will recognize its owner on its own. If you stand forward a bit, if any spirit sword wants to go out with you it will fly over on its own. Junru said. Su Coriander Pomelo sniffed and nodded, taking a few steps forward before sitting down cross-legged. However, after waiting for 10 minutes or so, a sword didn't move. Junru's voice carried some regret. Alas, it seems you have no fate with these swords. These swords were all good swords that he had collected. As long as Su Coriander Pomelo's cultivation went up, he would have a few more certainties against the Mirage Dragon and that divine beast. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow and stood up calmly. Since there's no destiny, let's just find any weapon that can be used. It's not like it has to be a sword. Fair point, Jun said. Immediately after that, Su Coriander Pomelo was directed by Junru to the attic where he placed his weapons. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked, and with a wave of his hand, all of them were collected into the space ring. Junru became furious. Su Coriander Pomelo, what are you doing? Who told you to take them all? I'm asking you to pick one. Pick one. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked innocently. Ha, I thought you were giving them all to me by placing them in front of me. I'm not. Junji growled. Aya, don't be so stingy. It's just some spirit weapons. When we leave this small world and return to the spirit world, will your Koan-Pang clan still lack such things? Su Coriander Pomelo said with a smile. Junru was spitting blood in anger. Those could be a variety of spirit weapons, immortal weapons and even a divine weapon that he had collected from the spirit world. It's all taken. All of it. What made him vomit blood even more was that Su Coriander Pomelo found another attic, which was the place where he placed his elixirs and spiritual herbs and fairy herbs, and he had recovered from most of his injuries, all thanks to these elixirs. Su Coriander Pomelo took it all away again with a big wave of her hand. Junri. Seeing that Su Coriander Pomelo wasn't finished and wanted to stroll around some more, he directly sent her out. One more stroll for her and all his babies would be gone. Chapter 94, Stolen Home. In the spirit beast space, Su Coriander Pomelo smiled as she held the hard-faced Junji in her arms and rubbed his head. Thank you Maya-ji big baby, I really like this compensation. What happened before? It's a one-off. In the future, you can't lie to me. Junji grunted as he broke free from her arms. His cheeks slightly reddened with a hint of redness. Alright, I know, I won't lie to you. I lied to you before also because I was afraid that you would be too angry and give me karma directly, and I didn't want to keep lying to you. I was going to wait until we got a little attached, and even if you found out that I was the one who counted on you before, you wouldn't be so angry that you'd give me karma. Then again my injuries really aren't all healed. Surviving the space storm was lucky enough. It won't heal that fast, or else contract with me. Your current cultivation would be more than just the 10th level of chi refining. Su Coriander Yuzu rolled her eyes and cupped his cheek with her upper hand. Of course I know this, but am I that emotionally unstable in your eyes? Junru twisted a bit to get out of her clutches. You're even ruthless enough to do it to your own parents. Who knows if you'll kill me? God knows how shocked he was this morning when he saw Su Coriander Pomelo letting the two cubs go to bite Supa Yang and Lin Wenshu. Such a thing as patricide and matricide would be frowned upon even in the spirit world. Su Coriander Pomelo helplessly rubbed her forehead. Forget it, I can't tell you anything. I took your things, and what you counted against me is written off. It's still according to the method I said before. You go to the sea market and turn around. Come back after you find the Mirage Dragon branch, and we'll go together to kill him when it's nighttime. Junru nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I'll go now. It was better to talk it out so he wouldn't have to hide his strength anymore. Junru stealthily came out from the spirit beast space, and Su Coriander Pomelo also withdrew her divine sense. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Su Coriander Pomelo lying on the table and sleeping. Kinnan High School does have a 2-hour break for sleeping at noon, but basically everyone has a dormitory at the school just for naps. Others had houses near the school and would go back for lunch breaks. In short, Kinnan High School is still lax in its management of students. Su Coriander Pomelo listened attentively to the afternoon class, and felt that these topics are quite simple. Listening to the teacher once, she understood. Gee, looks like she's a genius after all. As soon as the school bell rang, Su Coriander Yusu stood up in a flash, grabbed her book bag and ran out. Su Mu Yao, who was just about to say he'd return to the ancestral home with her. He missed the wolf pups at the ancestral home. Forget it, we'll go next time. Su family ancestral residence. Su Muyu looked at Su Lingshu with an iron face and said in a deep voice, "Little uncle, you want to stop us?" Su Lingshu hung back and leaned against the door. Muyu ah, little uncle gives you a piece of advice. Hurry up and go. Su Mu cup was on fire. Little uncle, do you know that those 2 wolf cubs have bitten my father's arm off? And my mom's face is disfigured. I must beat them to death today. Su Lingshu was helpless. That wolf cub is very fierce and only listens to the words of his little niece. I'm afraid that these 2 people you brought with you are not enough for them to take 2 bites. Su Muyu's brows were furrowed. His eyes narrowed into slits. His face was gloomy and horrible. Su Coriander let the wolves she raised bite my parents. Even if Grandpa was there, I'd have to capture them and beat them to death. With that, he turned back and bowed to the 2 middle-aged men behind him. Trouble you 2 gentlemen. Well, just leave it to us. Wu Ping and Wu An are twins, introduced by a friend of Su Muyu's, who says they are very good at what they do and are not subject to police control. Su Muyu had contacted the 2 before and helped him out a lot. Wu Ping and Wu An looked at the 2 wolf cubs behind Su Lingshu, their eyes full of imperative. Last time, when they had already caught a demonic beast and sold it to the Morong clan, they obtained a lot of cultivation resources, allowing them to successfully break through to the 5th level of chi refining. It was a pity that the cage for catching demonic beasts they had already used before, and they didn't have it on them for the time being. It's just 2 wolf pups, and they don't need a cage. The 2 men took out their weapons, their eyes looking at the 2 wolf pups full of greed. Little Black and Little White looked at the 2 men vigilantly. The unprecedented sense of crisis made their hairs explode, showing their teeth in a low growl. Both Wu An and Wu Ping's weapons were a long sword, which was raised high and slashed towards Little Black and White with fire spiritual energy. Little Black and White only managed to dodge it, their fur burned by the spiritual power, but they were undaunted and roared angrily as they pounced towards them. It was a pity that although Little Black and Little White were powerful, they were still wolf cubs born less than 2 months after all, and they were soon covered in wounds. Seeing this, Su Lingshu was in a hurry, but he was tugged by Su Muyu and Su Muyao, preventing him from blocking it. Su Muyu, tell them to stop. Quickly make them stop. Damn, why isn't Grandpa back yet? Little uncle, 2 wolves are just 2 wolves. Dead is dead. Could it be that in your heart my parents' lives are not even as good as theirs? Su Muyu coldly said. What do you know? If we don't make them stop, our whole family will be finished. Su Lingshu stormed. Su Coriander Pomelo how much he liked these 2 wolf cubs. He saw it in his eyes. If she came back later, saw the 2 wolf cubs dead, in a fit of anger, regardless of the Su family how to do, this wasn't what he was most afraid of. What scared him was if Su Coriander Pomelo killed everyone in the Su family in a fit of rage. Su Muchao had a disdainful look on his face. Little uncle, are you afraid of Su Coriander Pomelo? It's hard to believe that she's going to find trouble with us for these 2 wolf cubs. Humph, the big city doesn't allow the raising of wolves. If it wasn't for Grandpa's face, I would have called the police to arrest her. It's true that the ones raised outside are just uneducated, half as bad as Jiao Jiao. Su Lingsu was anxious and angry. When he heard Su Muchio's words, the anger in his heart rushed to the sky, and he threw a slap to Su Muchio's face. Su Muchio, are your eyes covered in? If it wasn't for your parents shamelessly messing with Su Coriander Pomelo, would she have let the wolf bite them? Su Mu Cup was violently slapped by Su Lingsu and was instantly confused. Little uncle, what are you hitting me for? I'm beating you. Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao. Mouth hanging all day long Su Jiao Jiao. If it wasn't for her why would my Su family be counted? Su Muyu was displeased. Little uncle, are you crazy? Yes, I've gone crazy. I'm not only going to beat him, I'm going to beat you. When Su Lingshu saw the 2 wolf cubs being beaten without any power to fight back, he was already furious and threw a backhanded slap onto Su Muyu's face. Su Muyu didn't expect him to make a sudden move. His face was hit and deflected, and his glasses flew off. Hostility flashed in Su Muyu's eyes. Muyu, what are you waiting for? Little uncle is crazy. Hold him down. Su Muyu reacted and cooperated with Su Muyu to pin Su Lingshu to the ground. Su Lingshu cursed loudly. You 2 little brats. Lousy is your own uncle. Still not quick to release Lousy. Su Muyu's face was unchanged. Junior uncle, don't struggle. We are definitely going to get those 2 wolf cubs killed. Even if Su Coriander Pomelo comes back, it won't change it. Gee, I just went to school and my home was burglarized. Chapter 95, The Second House of the Su Family. Shedding. Extra. Little niece, you're finally back. Go save Little Black and Little White. They're going to be killed soon. When Su Lingshu heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice, his eyes immediately lit up. Su Coriander Pomelo took out a sword from his spatial ring and came out. His long sword swung, and his high anger went straight to the clouds, forcing back Wu and Wu Ping with a single move. Cultivator? Wu and Wu Ping was shocked, or a higher cultivator than them. It seemed that these two wolf cubs were raised by her. The two looked at each other, turned and ran. Trying to run? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes erupted with intense killing opportunities. Holding the sword with one hand, the long sword in his hand emitted a lofty shrill sound. Wu and Wu Ping only felt his scalp numb. The sword chi swept over his side. They hastily turned to return fire. Under the flashes of the sword light, Wu and Wu Ping didn't even have a chance to scream before he had already been cut into two pieces. Little niece. Su Lingshu froze. He didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to have killed someone. Su Coriander Yuzu was full of hostility, carrying his sword and walking to them, his dark eyes emitting a cold killing intent like ice cold, his gaze looking at Su Muyu and Su Muyu as if they were dead people. I wanted to wait until I found out the secret on Su Jiajiao before I killed you, but you were too long-lived to come and send yourselves to death. You want to kill us? Su Muyu was shocked. Su Muyu's face changed. Her tone was still calm. You are an immortal master. Immortal masters cannot kill ordinary people, let alone blood relatives. So what? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were cold, as if she was a life-suppressing ghost from the netherworld, making one shudder. And I'm inclined to kill. A sword light flashed, piercing deeply into Su Mu Chao's chest, and blood gushed out like a spring. Su Mu Chao's eyes were wide open and he fell straight to the ground. Until the moment before he died he couldn't figure out why he was suddenly killed. Su Coriander Pomelo grabbed his hands in the air and grabbed Su Muyu's soul, and with a gentle pinch, the soul flew away. Su Coriander Pomelo wouldn't leave any hidden dangers for herself, and the soul could do a lot of things, so she directly destroyed his soul. Su Muyu's eyes were wide with anger. Muzu, Su Coriander Yuzu, he's a real brother. You killed your real brother. Ha! Su Coriander Pomelo hooked her lips in a smile. What the hell are you screaming for? This will send you on your way. Su Coriander Pomelo, I curse you to death. Long-winded. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted coldly. His hand raised and his sword fell. The sword light was like electricity, directly penetrating Su Muyu's body. Muyu! Elder Su hurriedly arrived and saw such a scene. He just felt his head spinning, and it took a death grip on his fingers to keep him from passing out. Su Coriander. Elder Su shivered and shook his body. Yuzu, why are you doing this? The bottom of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flashed with a hint of haze. Fleetingly, this is how I am. A vindictive person. Kill whoever I see is not happy. Tonight I will go and kill Su Jiajiao, and the couple Su Boyan. I've put up with them long enough. Yuzu, Grandpa please. The old man doesn't have to pretend to call me Yuzu. A sneer crossed the bottom of Su Coriander Pomelo's half-squinted eyes. You're good to me but it's all because I can save the Su family. If I was just an ordinary person, you would not hesitate to give up on me between me and them. Also, you left the ancestral home on purpose, didn't you? And you wanted my wolf pups dead too. And you think I won't do anything to you when I come back, even if the wolf pups are dead? Elder Su's face was pale and powerless. It's not like that. Yuzu, listen to Grandpa explain it to you. Su Coriander Yuzu smiled faintly. The corners of her mouth clearly curved upwards, but one couldn't help but feel a chill. Explain what? Explain that you don't have such thoughts? Elder Su dropped his eyelids somewhat feebly. It seems I was so nice that I made you think you could take me. Su Coriander Pomelo sneered and took out the corpse-transforming water from the space ring and sprinkled it on the corpses of Su Muyu and Su Mu Cup, and the two corpses instantly turned into a puddle of water. There was also the body of Wu and Wu Ping, which was sprinkled with body water. After resolving all of this, Su Coriander Pomelo squatted down and fed the dying little wolf cubs a healing elixir, then put them away in space and turned around to go upstairs. This spatial ring was handcrafted by Junji and infused with his spatial power, allowing him to put living things with vital signs in it. Su Coriander Pomelo put away all her own things in the room into her space ring, then came to Song Lanqing's room. Song Lanqing, I'm leaving the Su family now. If you want to heal your leg, come with me and I'll send you back to the Song family in half a month. Su Coriander Pomelo directly opened the door to him. Song Lansing nodded without the slightest hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you. Being blind, his ears were extraordinarily sensitive, and he vaguely heard noisy voices outside, but it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to heal his leg. Okay, I'll take you somewhere. Don't be afraid. Song Lansing nodded. Good. Su Coriander Pomelo put Song Lansing away in her space ring, didn't bother to take the stairs again, and jumped straight through the window. The Su family never had anything to do with her again. Junru had been strolling through the sea market when he suddenly received news of Su Coriander Pomelo from the power of the contract and rushed back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Coriander Pomelo. Even if you kill an ordinary person with your hands, that person is still your own brother. You're finished. I'm afraid that you'll have to descend a thunderbolt when you break through the foundation establishment stage. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care. He had killed anyway. Mirage Dragon aside, I have a few more people to kill. Junru's mouth twitched. You're not still going to kill your real parents, are you? You really aren't afraid of dying under the thunderbolt? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. To kill one is also to kill. To kill two is also to kill. Lice are not afraid of itching. You forget that I am a thunder spirit root. No matter what, I won't die under the thunder tribulation. The big deal is to suffer a little bit of injury. Alright, you just have it in your heart. Junru was helpless. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's time to kill and set fire to people. Su Coriander Pomelo put on the invisibility talisman and swaggered into the downtown hospital. Lin Wenju was disfigured, lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and muttering something. Su Coriander Pomelo listened carefully. TSK, it was all about cursing her to death and so on. Uninteresting. A spiritual force surged into Lin Wenju's sea of consciousness, instantly stirring up her sanity. After a long time, a nurse came to change her medicine. Lin Wenju suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, screamed twice, like a madman as soon as he pushed away the nurse, came to the window and opened the window, jumped down in the nurse's horrified eyes. 12 floors, enough for her to fall to pieces. Su Payang lived next door to Lin Wenshu. Su Coriander Yuzu as usual stirred his sanity and controlled him to jump from the 12th floor. It's really better to just do it. With one hand, he pinched a soul and directly gave it a pinch. Well, there's another one. Su Muxu, the big star Su Muxu, how to die a good death. Car accident. Right. So, learning that Su Payang husband and wife both jumped, Su Muxu drove a car hurriedly rushed to the hospital. But on the road and a large truck collided. Directly car wrecked. The police later discovered that the driver of the big rig was a serial killer who had been on the run for years. Chapter 96, A Life for a Life. Su Coriander Pomelo sat on the Koan Peng's back, squinting her eyes and blowing the evening breeze. Her mood was incomparably refreshing. There is a fish in the north. Its name is Koan. Koan is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. It turns into a bird. Its name is Peng. Peng is so big that it needs 2 grills. Haha, just kidding. Junru let out a light snort. Humph. I've said I have a flying boat. There's a flying boat you don't sit on, but you want me to take the form of my body and sit on my back. You're just bullying me. Su Coriander Grapefruit lazily lying down, raised his eyes to look at the starry sky. The moon color is hazy and fuzzy. Calling people do not really see her eyebrows. Rue. What for? Tell you a secret. Say, I'm from another small world. Oh, Junji, I know. Coriander Su? No. How did you know? I knew that when I contracted with you. Junru's voice was rather calm. At first, I also thought that you were taking over your body, but I found that this body matches 99% with your divine soul. I guess the original owner of this body should be you yourself. You were originally the original owner. It's just that the divine soul has returned to its place. Su Coriander Pomelo slowly sat up straight, a slight hint of surprise flashing under her eyes. Divine soul return? What does that mean? Junru, I've heard in the spirit realm that when the offspring of some great human beings had an accident and fell, their parents would try to do everything they could to save her/him and send her/his divine soul to the lower realms to be reincarnated. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't understand. Reincarnation is not allowed in the spirit world? Why send them to the lower realms to be reincarnated? Isn't this redundant? Junru asked rhetorically. Do you know what cultivation level is above transformation god? This in the end asked Su Coriander Pomelo. And she had never ascended. Where does she know what cultivation level there is above the transformation of god stage? Junru gave a haughty light hum. I knew you didn't know. Above the transformation of God is refining void, harmonization, transition, Mahayana. After crossing 180 lightning robberies at the Mahayana stage, you can transform into an immortal on the spot, and become an immortal of the earth to go to the upper spirit realm. And my Kuanping clan resides in the upper spirit realm. The way of heaven is fair. Cultivating immortals is supposed to be a fight with heaven. Once a human cultivator succeeds in crossing the tribulation to become an earth immortal, he will not have the chance to be reincarnated when he falls, and will disappear from the world from then on. If a human great power wants to save his offspring, he will have to pay an extremely heavy price, a life for a life, or his entire cultivation will be wasted and he will become an invalid. Su Coriander Pomelo understood. Got it. If the parents die or become a wastrel with no cultivation, then their enemies will come to their door. Even if their offspring survive, they will die. Only if they are sent to the lower realms to be reincarnated will there be a glimmer of life. Ah nah, smart. Junru, although the spirit realm is vast, rich in materials, and has a long lifespan. So it's not like it's always fighting back and forth. There are more or less some enemies, and some people who don't see you in a good light. Su Coriander Yuzu asked again. Then what kind of situation is this one of mine? Junru diffidently said. What else can be the case? You should also be a person in the spirit world in your previous life. I don't know what kind of accident fell. Your parents sent you to the lower world to reincarnate. It's just that something should have gone wrong in the middle of this, causing the divine soul to split into two. And the current divine soul is the complete divine soul. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes deepened by a few points, stroking his chin, slowly saying, then in that case, we're quite destined to be together. Junru chortled and muttered in a low voice. Sinful fate. Splat. Su Coriander Pomelo's slap interspersed with spiritual energy slapped onto Junji's large head and rolled her eyes. I can hear you even if you say it in a lower voice. Pick up the pace and hurry up to get rid of Su Jiaojiao. Junru muttered a few words in his mind and resigned himself to speeding up. The Koanpeng's speed was fast, but it took 10 minutes to reach Xianwei City. Su Coriander Pomelo had left a spiritual energy on Su Jiaojiao before and quickly found her residence. Su Peiyang's family is indeed really quite good to Su Jiaojiao. Even if they know that she is not as innocent as she appears to be, they still bought her a very large villa and hired a nanny to look after her. They even got her a visa and were going to send her to study abroad, where no one would know about her past and she could live again. Doesn't Master Su know about these things? No, he definitely knows. Raise a cat a dog raised more than 10 years also have feelings, so he did not stop Su Peiyang. They are good to Su Jiaojiao. He felt that since Su Jiaojiao had already left the Su family, this small favor was nothing at all. Su Coriander Pomelo quietly and silently sneaked into the villa and looked at Su Jiaojiao, who was sleeping sweetly on the bed. Blinking, she was sure she recognized the right person. But the wrinkled person in front of her was Su Jiaojiao? Junji, look at what's going on with her. Junji turned into a small fish again and spat out a bubble to burrow in. He floated in front of Su Jiaojiao and took a closer look. There's the scent of Shangliu on her. Su Coriander Pomelo was surprised. Sagittarius? That's the unrecognized divine beast? Junru nodded. I forgot to tell you before. That divine beast is the Shangliu, and it's still an adult Shangliu. It's very strong. Stronger than the Mirage Dragon. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the rapidly aging face of Su Jiaojiao. A glint of light flashed in the bottom of her eyes. So that's how it is. The one who wants to take away the Su family's chi is Shangliu, and Su Jiaojiao is the medium for this. As long as the Su family favors Su Jiaojiao, the faster the Su family's chi will be lost, and she relies on the Su family's chi to survive. But now that I've killed the few people who favored her the most, Su Peiyang, she will slowly grow old without the Su family's chi until she dies. Su Coriander Pomelo gazed for a moment and directly used the soul search technique to enter Su Jiaojiao's sea of consciousness and read her memories. In the middle of the day, she withdrew her hand. Su Jiaojiao's memory from childhood was not a problem. She grew up in the favor of everyone in the Su family, just like a normal person. Seeing this, Junru said, seizing chi is a tactic that Xiang Lu often uses. In the spirit realm many small clans have had their chi seized by him. No one knows how he manages to do it. It's his talent. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips, her eyes looking slyly at Junji. I think I've lost a bit of money. Ha? Junru looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with wary eyes. What do you mean? Both Shangliu and Mirage Dragon came out of the spirit realm. Even if they have injuries on their bodies and are suppressed by the heavenly Tao here, they are still divine beasts. If I were to fight against them, how disadvantaged would I be? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a smile on her face. Gee, don't even think about it. There's no way I'm letting you go to my space again. Junru didn't eat her at all. Oops, you misunderstood me. Su Coriander Pomelo pinched his bubble. I'm not going in. You let Xiao Yun Purin go in. You also know that Xiao Yun Purin swore a heavenly Tao oath to me. That's an oath that's even heavier than the heart demon oath. As long as he has the slightest thought of betraying me without me having to do it myself, the heavenly Tao will exterminate him. I think Shangliu and Mirage Dragon might have dealings with the hidden family. The two of us are too few after all. Xiao Yun Purin has a good talent. You let him enter to pick a technique, and he will have a chance to win against them in the future. Chapter 97. Do you hate her in your heart? Junru sniffed, thought for a moment, and nodded. His talent is indeed good. In fact, before I met you, the person I chose was him. It's just that his pure yang body is a bit troublesome. I do have treasures here to conceal his physique, but Shangliu and Mirage Dragon will find it out just by looking at it. So I've been hesitant. After a pause, Junji looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and said quietly, Xiang Lu may not be interested in him, but Mirage Dragon is a man and a woman, and he's so good looking. You've got to keep an eye on him. If Mirage Dragon finds out, he'll be finished for sure. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips and sighed. Got it. Saying that, he turned his head and his gaze fell on Su Jiaojiao. Just in such a short time that the two of them were talking, Su Jiaojiao had already turned into the appearance of a 70 or 80-year-old man. It took a few more moments before he stopped breathing completely. Su Coriander Pomelo took out the corpse-transforming water from the space and dripped it on Su Jiaojiao's body. Watching her corpse turn into blood, Su Coriander Pomelo was extremely calm inside. Without hesitation, she turned and left the villa. Junru transformed into his Kuanpang body and returned to the sea market. At the moment when Su Jiaojiao died, far away in the mountains in the boundary, Shangliu raised a head, which then transformed into a human form, and his eagle eye-like black pupils flashed with a hint of violence. Damn it, who killed his men? Has it been discovered? Nope, no one would think of that even if they were found out. With a flash of his body, Shangliu left the mountain range and arrived at a courtyard. Murong Xiang, who was practicing cross-legged in the house, opened his eyes violently and hurriedly pushed the door open to go out. Looking at the man in the courtyard with long hair to his waist and a white ancient robe, a hint of clubs flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Respectfully, he clasped his fists and bowed. Sir, Shangliu's face was cold. His deep eyes were clear and cold, without the slightest emotion. Go to the Su family in the Sea City to check if there is any movement. Murong Xiang nodded. Yes, sir. Early the next morning, the entire Sea City was sensationalized, because Su Muxu had a car accident and was killed in a car crash. This news quickly hit the hot search. Fans were in tears and clamored for the big rig driver to pay for his life. At the same time, there are people picking out Musu's parents. Su Payang couple both fell to their deaths, but the news was quickly contained and not spread. Mission Hills, Su family ancestral residence. Elders Su and Su Lingshu stayed up all night. Dad, you're really old and confused. You knew that second brother and the others were secretly succoring Su Jiaojiao. Why didn't you stop it? Su Lingshu scratched his head in annoyance. Are you just not convinced that your little niece can save the Su family? One night passed. Elder Su almost grew white hair. He shook his head full of fatigue. I believe in you, Su. It's just that you think too highly of the Su family's position in your little niece's heart, and you still want her to forgive her second brother and sister-in-law and recognize them as her parents. Knowing the father is not like the son. What Master Su thinks, Su Lingshu knows. His tone was full of helplessness. Dad, the little niece is originally a person who can't tolerate sand in her eyes. The second brother and second sister-in-law were so biased in favor of Su Jiaojiao before. How could she possibly put down her mustiness to recognize them? When you asked Auntie Zhang and the driver to take you to the hospital and delayed coming back, was it because you calculated that Mu Yu and Mu Zhu would come to get little black and white? Elder Su was silent for a moment. I didn't think Mu Yu would know the immortal master and even injured the wolf cub. I thought he would bring the police here at most. As long as the wolf cubs hurt the police, there is a reason to kill them? Su Lingshu, Dad, when did you become so stupid? In the end, it is his real father. The last two words Su Lingshu did not say. Only, was this the same fair and honest father he knew? Do people really get senile when they get older? A wave of grief and indignation suddenly arose in Master Su's heart, and he angrily said, Su Lingshu, Su Poyan, he's my own son. He's your own second brother. His arm was bitten off by the wolf cubs, and I saw the wolf cubs eat his entire arm with my own eyes. So do you think they deserve to die? Su Lingshu froze for a moment and asked, so you hate your little niece in your heart? Hate? How can I not hate? Master Su's face was grim and slightly twisted. If it wasn't for the fact that she looks like your mom, if it wasn't for the fact that she's an immortal master, how could I possibly tolerate her so much? At the banquet, she obviously had a better way to solve the incident of Su Jiaojiao falling into the water, but she made it known to everyone, making my Su family lose face in front of everyone. Su Lingshu stared with wide eyes, full of unbelievable looking at Master Su. His voice raised a few points. Dad, that thing was not the little niece's fault. It is Mu Yu they want to harm the little niece. What do you blame her for? Elder Su glared at Su Lingshu, but she obviously only needs to raise her hand to solve the problem, so why make a scene? Su Lingshu looked at him as if he was recognizing Master Su for the first time. He had never thought that his father was such a hypocrite. So all the good you do for your little niece is just you faking it? Elder Su let out a cold laugh. In the beginning it was indeed true that I was genuinely kind to her, wanting to please her. As long as she could save the Su family, I would give it to her even if it cost me my life. But she actually made a move to hurt Pojin. He's my son, my own son. How can I not hate it when today she can make a wolf cub eat one of his arms, and tomorrow she can swallow him whole? Su Lingshu tiredly raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his forehead. Dad, you only care about second brother. Then have you ever thought about me and big brother? Elder Su lowered his head and was silent. Su Lingshu pursed his lips. It's always been like this. Dad always favors second brother. In the eyes of outsiders, Master Su's favorite is him, handing over the family business to the eldest grandson. Only line 2 of Su Payang cannot get anything, but only he and his big brother know that Master Su's favorite and most favored is Su Payang. Su Lingshu now suspected that Master Su had granted him permission to live in the Su family's ancestral mansion. Was it really because he liked men and had no children in his life? Now that I think about it, Big Brother and Mu Jin come to the Su family ancestral residence from time to time, and even if they don't spend the night, they stay for a long time. Only the second brother's family, except for New Year's festivals, they would not come to the ancestral home at all. The shares of Liang's group given to her little niece at the banquet, and the ones given to her when she was separated from the family, were they really given to her? The youngest niece is only 17 this year and can only inherit shares when she reaches adulthood. There's a lot that can be done in the meantime. Su Lingshu let out a bitter smile. What else did he not understand? Just then, Su Zhenghua, who had come to the living room at some point, spoke out. Dad, Lingshu. Su Mujin also shouted. Grandpa, little uncle. Elder Su's body stiffened slightly. His face was a bit ugly. When did they come? How long have they been listening? Su Zhenghua's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was extremely indifferent. Dad, Payang and Wenshu jumped to their deaths in the hospital, and Mushu was in a car accident and was killed in a car crash. Chapter 98. She's good. Very good. What? Elder Su's complexion changed greatly. His whole body kept trembling. What did you say? Payang they. Su Zhenghua nodded his head and repeated. Payang and Wenshu jumped to their deaths at the hospital. The surveillance showed no abnormalities. They jumped themselves, and Mushu was hit by a large truck on the way to the hospital. The car was destroyed. This news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Elder Su's face was pale and powerless. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His whole body was trembling non-stop. Panic surged up like a tidal wave, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth were twitching. With a bang, Elder Su completely fainted. Dad, Grandpa. Elder Su had a sudden heart attack and was hospitalized. Outside the operating room, Su Mujin looked at Su Lingsu. His eyebrows moved slightly, walked up to him, and inquired in a low voice. Little uncle, what exactly happened? Su Lingshu's face was ashen, scratching his head in annoyance. Mu Yu and Mu Mao are dead. Su Mujin's eyes widened. What's going on? They brought people to catch Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. It so happened that my little niece came back from school and saw the scene. My little niece killed all the people Mu Yu Mu Mao brought here, and did not let them go. They didn't even leave their bones behind. Su Lingshu couldn't help but shiver all over when he thought of Su Muyu and their corpses turning into a puddle of blood. Su Mujin froze his eyes. For a long time did not come back to God. A long time, only to find his voice. Little uncle, what you said are true? Su Lingshu pursed his lips and sighed. Just now outside the door, I think you and Big Brother should have heard some of it. Second brother and second sister-in-law were bitten by a wolf cub. Mu Yu and Mu Qiu sought out two immortal masters in order to avenge the wolf cub, and the wolf cub was beaten to death by those two immortal masters. The wolf cubs were brought back by my little niece, so how can I not be angry when I see them mauled? Su Mujin was silent. Su Coriander Pomelo had always been smiling and talkative in front of them, so much so that it made them forget that she was an immortal master, and immortal masters never meddled in the affairs of ordinary people. If it wasn't for the bloodline of the Su family flowing through her, she was afraid that she would have left long ago and wouldn't have cared about the Su family at all. Elder Su and Su Lingshu's conversation Su Mujin heard. He was a bit skeptical. His grandfather was obviously not like this before, fair and honest, treating his children and grandchildren fairly and justly. Why did he become like this? Su Mujin didn't know that human nature was twisted and complicated to an extent that was unimaginable. Getting one thing easily is never enough. Master Su thought that if Su Coriander promised to save the Su family, then the Su family had that much of a place in her heart. He thought about how Su Coriander Yuzu had grown up in an orphanage, and how she must have lacked love and the company of loved ones inside. As long as the Su family treats her well, and as long as Su Jiaojiao is dead, and the Su Poyan couple are her real parents, she will accept them one day. A child who grows up without love will not fail to crave the love of his or her parents and relatives. But Elder Su doesn't know that Su Coriandu is not the original Su Coriandu. She is a great devil from another world that has lived for hundreds of years. Even if the original owner was also a part of her divine soul, she didn't care about that little bit of kinship that was so weak that it needed to be supported by benefits. Su Mujin looked at the door of the operating room, raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his forehead. Little uncle, second uncle and second aunt and Musu. All her hands, right? Su Lingshu had a serious expression and looked at Su Mujin solemnly. Mujin, I saw it very clearly. My little niece killed those two immortal masters in a single move. She is very, very powerful. Our Su family can't afford to piss her off anymore, or she'll really make a move to kill us all. So let this matter drop. The matter has been finalized. Su Payang family because of arrogance and eccentricity lost their lives, but the rest of the Su family cannot afford to have any more accidents. It wasn't wise to go against an immortal master who possessed immortal laws. Sumu Jin's lips pursed soundlessly, for a long time, nodded. I know, I'll go and fix it. Su Lingshu breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, to the outside world, just say that Mu Yu and Mu Mondi have long gone abroad, and wait for 2 or 3 years to say that they were in distress abroad. Anyway, we can't say they're dead now, or it won't be favorable to the Su family. Sumu Jin nodded. Got it. It's shocking enough that Su Payang's couple and Sumu Su died at the same time, and now the news is probably all about it. If it is further rumored that Su Muyu's twin brother is also dead, the Su family will really be put on the cusp of the storm. Anyway, the Su Muyu twin brothers didn't even have any bones left, so as long as the Su family didn't tell the outside world, no one else knew anything. Su Lingshu looked at Sumu Jin's hastily departing back and sighed quietly. He thought he was too selfish and ruthless, but if he didn't do so, how to protect the Su family? If he really completely angered Su Coriander, the whole family of the Su family is still enough for her to kill. He was sure she was really going to do it. On the other hand, Su Coriander rented a house, 2 rooms and 1 hall. All the furniture is complete, turnkey kind of move-in. I just turned my cell phone on, and I saw more than 100 calls from Xiaoyun Purin on it, and 99 plus WeChat. The corners of Su Coriander Yuzu's mouth twitched as she sent him a location to come over. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai ate the elixir. Their injuries got a little better, but they hurt their tendons and bones, so it was estimated that they would have to nurse for a few days before they could be fully healed. Su Coriander Pomelo placed Little Black and White on the soft sofa and gently rubbed their heads. I'm sorry, I was too careless. I didn't think that Su Muyu would know a cultivator and let you guys get hurt. Little Black raised its head and rubbed against Su Coriander's palm, whimpering twice, showing with its actions that it didn't blame Su Coriander at all. Little White swept Su Coriander Yuzu's arm with his tail, indicating that he didn't blame her either. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips, and her eyes became more compassionate. I'll take you guys with me wherever I go from now on, and I won't let anything happen to you again. The wolf pups are still young, not even 2 months old, and this one is really suffering. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door outside. Su Coriander Pomelo had just opened the front door when she was violently hugged by Xiaoyun Purin. She was rather speechless. What are you doing? Get off your ass. Yuzu. Sorry I'm late. Xiaoyun Purin didn't know exactly what happened, but he sensed something was wrong from the moment he learned that both husband and wife Su Payang jumped off the building last night. Then he sneaked into the Su family and heard the conversation between Elder Su and Su Lingshu. At that moment, he couldn't wait to kill Elder Su directly. He once thought that Master Su was true to Yuzu, but he didn't realize that he was just using her because she could save the Su family. If Yuzu was just an ordinary person, he was afraid that he wouldn't have even received her into the Su family ancestral residence, nor would he have given her those shares. Chapter 99, I'm still a baby. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the worry in his eyes, paused for a moment, and said, Su Payang's husband and wife and Su Mux's 3 brothers were all killed by me. I know. Su Coriander Pomelo carefully scrutinized Xiaoyun Purin's expression. A hint of surprise swept across the bottom of her eyes. Don't you think that I'm ruthless and evil-minded? After all, Su Payang couple is really her real parents. Patricide is frowned upon everywhere. Xiaoyun Purin hummed very justifiably. Whatever. I'll only take your side anyway. So what if the biological parents? They didn't raise Yuzu for a single day except to give birth to her, and they favored their adopted daughter, and they deserved to die. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a low laugh. Junji, come out. Junji heard Su Coriander Pomelo's call and floated out from the spirit beast space, transforming into the appearance of a 2 or 3-year-old child. His light blue pupils looked fixedly at Xiaoyun Purin, then very gentlemanly stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Junru. I am the divine beast Kuan Pang, and I am the contracted beast of my master. The words master's contracted beast were said with great reluctance. Xiaoyun Purin blinked and extended his right hand to shake it as well. Hello, my name is Xiaoyun Purin, and I'm Yuzu's Dao partner. Junru withdrew his hand in a rather condescending manner. Well, I know, you have a good talent. I have here a pendant that can cover your pure yang body. No cultivator below the transformation spirit can see it. For the sake of my master's face, I will give it to you. Xiaoyun Purin blinked again and turned her head to look at Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo slapped Junji on the head and gave him a blank look. What are you pretending to be in a serious manner? Hurry up and bring out the stuff. Junji covered his head and screamed loudly. Stinking woman, can't you give me some face? Su Coriander Pomelo gave a knife eye, and Junru silently shut up, taking out a blood-red pendant from space. He threw it to Xiaoyun Purin and said with a grunt, Here, take it with you well. Don't lose it. I can only have this one pendant. Xiaoyun Purin took the pendant and looked at Junji's dreamy, ankle-length blue hair. The corners of her mouth rippled into a shallow arc. Good. Many thanks. Afterward, he dropped his gaze on Su Coriander Pomelo and asked softly, Pomelo, Is there something else you guys want to tell me? Su Coriander Pomelo casually leaned on the sofa and said, it's not much. It's just that Junji has an enemy, the evil beast Mirage Dragon, and a divine beast that seems to be an enemy but not a friend. Xiang Lu. I thought it would be a bit of a stretch for me and him to take on them alone, so I thought I'd pull you in. Xiao Yun Purin only pondered for a second and nodded. Okay, I promise. Su Coriander Pomelo's pair of narrow phoenix eyes picked up, his thin lips slightly opened. No longer consider more? Xiao Yun Purin's slightly curled black hair hung down extremely lazily, his body leaned back, his fingertips curled around a strand of Su Coriander's hair. His voice was careless at the end. Don't think about it. That's the divine beast Sagittarius and the evil beast Mirage Dragon Eye. If you're not careful you'll lose your life. Su Coriander Pomelo, I think you should reconsider. Xiao Yun Purin pursed down the line of his lips, his dark eyes gazing at her. Pomelo, don't leave me behind and leave. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows, her voice tinted with laughter. Quite clever. Xiao Yun Purin was silent. He was not stupid. How could a divine beast be born in this place where the aura was depleted? Once when the aura hadn't been depleted, cultivators could ascend when they reached the god transformation stage, so they weren't the only small world in the world. Nowadays, not to mention divine beasts, there were not even spirit beasts, there were only demonic beasts, and even demonic beasts were rare, so Junru and the others must have come from another small world. The aura here was depleted, and there was almost no aura in the city, so how could the divine beasts be willing to stay here? They would definitely find a way to leave. Then Su Coriander Pomelo, who was the master of Junru, would definitely follow and leave. No, what are you two grinding for? Do you still want to go to my space? Junru looked at the two impatiently. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled, squeezed Xiao Yun Purin's hand and gave him a soothing look. Turning her head to Junji, open the space. Junru glared at Su Coriander Pomelo, and with a wave of his small hand, a spatial rift appeared in the living room. You go into Junru's inner space to find a cultivation technique, the spirit world's technique. It's 1,000 times better than your current technique. Su Coriander Pomelo. Xiao Yun Purin froze for a moment, then slowly let out a sigh of relief as her wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Scared to death. Scared to death. It turned out that he was told to come and choose a feat, not to break up. Xiao Yun Purin was really scared to death when he saw Su Coriander Pomelo saying in a serious tone, as he thought himself, that he should think about it more. He thought that Su Coriander Pomelo resented his low cultivation and dragged her down, and wanted to kick him away. If Su Coriander Pomelo knew what he was thinking, she would definitely give him a blank stare. I've seen love brains before, but I've never seen such love brains. She was just asking a couple more questions and it made him think so much. She should let him go dig up some wild vegetables as well. Su Coriander Pomelo handed Xiao Yun Purin a spatial ring. Spatial ring? Drop blood to recognize the owner. Xiao Yun Purin's brows smiled as she gently stroked her fingers. Pomelo, why do I feel like I'm a soft eater? Upon hearing this, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes curved into a crescent moon in an instant. The corners of her mouth slightly curved, bright and charming. What? Not willing to eat my soft rice? Disgusted? Xiao Yun Purin coughed lightly. It was indeed a bit shameful for a big man to eat soft food, but he's happy to. A soft meal is a soft meal. No one else has it if they want it. Thinking like this, Xiao Yun Purin was suddenly energized again and cupped Su Coriander's face with both hands and smooched her on the lips. Of course I do. Want to eat your soft food for the rest of my life. Junru looked at the two men with a furtive gaze. Hey, I'm still here. Don't bring down this young pup of mine, can you? Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips and smiled, patting Xiao Yun Purin's shoulder. Alright, quickly go inside. No need to be polite. Take whatever you see. What? Junji screamed. No, don't even think about it. Su Coriander Yuzu reached out and directly held Junji in her arms, and before he could even begin to struggle, he saw Su Coriander Yuzu kissing his face. Jun rhetoric. How can you kiss me? Su Coriander Pomelo rubbed his head and coaxed him as if he were a child. Ah, gee, behaved. I know you're jealous. See, I kissed him without kissing you, didn't I? I'm not here to make it up to you, but I can only kiss your face. Your lips will have to be your mates to kiss later. Junji's entire face instantly turned red and started smoking. It was really starting to smoke. Die. I'm still a cub. Don't tell me that. Said then kept struggling in Su Coriander's arms. That kind of fried hair looked cute. See, Su Coriander mood is very pleasant. Sure enough, whether it's an animal or a human, as long as it's a cub, it's very cute. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't let go of his hand. She smoothed his blue hair and spoke gently. Even cubs will grow up someday. If one day you meet the beast of your choice and still don't know anything about it, how embarrassing for the beast. Junru snorted coldly. I want you to care. Get out of my way. I don't. Spread out. I don't. Chapter 100. This is my love for you. The very moment Su Coriander Pomelo hugged Junji, Xiao Yun Purin stepped into the spatial rift with his long legs. His eyes shifted, and he looked at the small world that was like a paradise, and his heart was not shocked. Xiao Yun Purin only marveled for a second before spreading his legs and running towards the attic Su Coriander Pomelo had mentioned. Just as he entered the attic, a ball of light slammed towards his head, and before he could react, it surged into his sea of consciousness. He froze for a moment and rubbed the corner of his forehead. This was the divine level technique that Yuzu said could recognize a master? Gee, that's quite a soft meal. Not being able to think about it much, he thought of a sentence that Su Coriander Pomelo had transmitted to him. Jun Ji, this Koan Pang is not honest. His heart is very wild. He sees my thunder spirit root talent, and wants to indenture me as a servant to serve as a battering ram for him. If not for the fact that I kept an extra eye out, I'm afraid that he would really have gotten away with it. The things inside his internal space are all brought from the spirit world. I'll hold him off, and you can collect whatever you fancy into your spatial ring. By the time Junru reacted, Xiao Yun Purin had already collected the contents of his 3 attics at Su Coriander Pomelo's command. Aha! Goddamned stinking women! You've teamed up to bully me and lie to me! Junru roared madly, his eyes red with anger. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled and pinched his cheek. Alright, what are you pretending? I'm afraid the stuff we took is less than 1/10 of what's inside your space. You want to capture the Mirage Dragon and learn the way to leave this place and return to the spirit world, and I want to leave this place to travel to a wider heaven and earth and seek opportunities. We are mutually beneficial. Don't act like I'm bullying you. Junru glared at her. You're always threatening me with the master-servant contract, and you're still saying you didn't bully me. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted. Let's open up the window of heaven. If I really use the power of the contract to destroy you, I'm afraid I won't be able to get well either. That little brain of yours is pondering about breaking the master-servant contract with me when you kill the Mirage Dragon and go to the spirit world. Xiao Yun Purin frowned and asked, Pomelo, the master-servant contract can be lifted? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Junji and hooked her lips into a smile. I don't know how the master-servant contract can be dissolved, but the Koan Pang clan should know, right? Junru was calm on his face, but in his heart, he was panicking. How did this smelly woman know? Their Koan Pang clan did know that there was a way to dissolve the master-servant contract, only at a very heavy cost. To break the master-servant contract, one of the master and the contracted beast must die. How could he, the young master of the Koan Pang clan, be contracted by a mere human? As long as he returned to the clan, with his father and mother and the clan elders, he wouldn't die. At most his cultivation would fall and he would sleep for a few hundred years. If he doesn't die, Coriander Su will die. He stalked his neck and refused to admit it. What are you talking about? The master-servant contract is not a contract of equality. It can be lifted casually. The master-servant contract is blessed by the heavenly Tao. My Koan Pang clan is indeed very powerful, but it's not strong enough to be compared to the heavenly Tao. So how could there be a way to dissolve the master-servant contract? I think you're just trying to bully me, suppress me, and hold me down. The more Junru said, the more bold he got. Humph. Nooks and crannies out of the cultivator's vision and pattern is not as good as the spirit world cultivators. A little bit of resources to let your eyes are green, and for this reason do not yesterdays come to slandering me. Su Coriander Pomelo, just be a human being. I'm not even fully healed yet. Don't think about coming to crush me all day long. Coriander Su. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly slowly hooked up the corners of her mouth, her eyes curving up in a smile. June rhetoric, danger. He turned to run, but was grabbed by Su Coriander Yuzu. What are you running for? I'm not going to eat you. Junru fluttered his short little legs and tried to turn into a small fish to escape, but he was suppressed by the power of the contract and couldn't move. The body couldn't move, but the mouth was still screaming. Su Coriander Pomelo, what are you doing? Don't touch my hair. Don't strip my clothes. Xiao Yun Purin, what are you standing there for? Your Taoist couple is picking off my clothes. Why don't you pull her away? Xiao Yun Purin touched his nose, his eyes fluttering, just not looking at him. Joke. How dare he go and pull her away? You want to die? In the end, Junru was stripped down to just a small pair of pants, and his eyes erupted in anger. Su Coriander Pomelo, you stinking woman, do you still want to be shameless? Stripping another man's clothes in front of your Taoist? Xiao Yun Purin, you loser. Your woman has stripped another man's clothes, and you are indifferent. Where is your man's dignity? Su Coriander Pomelo slapped him on the head. What kind of man are you, a cub? I've long wanted to dress you up. He. A long blue trailing hair, looking extremely dreamy, just like the characters in the anime. Su Coriander's hands itched to dress him up as a pretty little girl. For that reason, last night, she purposely avoided him and went shopping for a blue princess dress. Junru looked at the set of blue dresses Su Coriander Pomelo had taken out of her spatial ring. Her pupils contracted violently and she immediately shouted, Die! Su Coriander Pomelo, if you dare to put a skirt on me, I'll die with you. Xiao Yunpurin leaned crookedly against the wall, looking at the set of dresses. Her right hand clenched into a fist and placed it on the side of her mouth, covering the corners of her mouth that were gradually rising. Su Coriander Yuzu didn't care about his incompetent yelling, sharply putting on his skirt and picking up the splint that had already been prepared. Half an hour later, a Jushi in a dress. Su Coriander Yuzu very satisfied with his own masterpiece. Now this looked really like the characters in the manga, such as seaweed-like blue hair, with a hint of slightly curled, light blue pupils brilliant as stars. Wow, Azuki is so cute. Junru closed his eyes lifelessly. Master, I'm wrong alright, don't toss me. Su Coriander Yuzu raised his eyebrows. How can this be called tossing? This is my love for you. Junru's teeth clenched and cackled. This love is too much to bear. I am not blessed to enjoy it. Please master, take it back. Su Coriander Pomelo clicked a bunch of pictures with her cell phone, and then snapped her fingers, releasing her confinement to Junji. Junru felt his body able to move, and the first thing he did was to take out a mirror and froze for a moment as he looked at his appearance in the mirror. Well, don't say, that stinking woman's vision is quite good. So dressed up, almost made him not recognize himself. Su Coriander Pomelo stepped forward and rubbed his head. How is it? Your master has a good eye, right? Junru gave her a blank look and whooshed into a small fish. Su Coriander Pomelo, you pervert, I'm a male. A male, how can I wear a skirt? Su Coriander Pomelo was unmoved and flicked his brain. I don't care if you're a man or a woman, as long as I like it. You pervert. I'm about to break the contract with you. Junru was furious. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light snort. If you want to break the master-servant contract with me, I don't mind really coming to the same end with you. Let's see if it's faster for you Koan Pang Clan to do it, or faster for me to blow myself up. Chapter 101, Mutual Benefits. The fire in Junru's heart went out in a flash and he didn't dare to speak. With his knowledge, this stinky woman really dared to blow herself up and come to the same place. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly guffawed at him, grabbed his tail and wiggled it from side to side. It's not pleasant to be confined by the power of contract, is it? In the future I don't think about those have-nots. I promise to drag you with me before I die. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised, and with a flick of her hand, she threw him into the spirit beast space, and shut off his senses from the outside world. Seeing this, Xiao Yunpurin came to sit next to her and asked with a worried face, Pomelo, does the Koan Pang clan really have a way to dissolve the master-servant contract? I wasn't sure at first. I just swindled him, and judging by his reaction, it should be true. Su Coriander Pomelo lazily leaned back on the sofa. Koan Pang is an ancient divine beast. Don't look at the fact that he is now obedient to me, but from between his words you can tell that he is full of disdain and contempt for us. No, for everyone in this small world. He never thought of me as a master either, and even tried to leave here and kill me when he returned to the spirit world. Xiao Yunpurin's eyebrows twisted into a dead knot. If that's the case, why are you still cooperating with him to kill the Mirage Dragon? Su Coriander, I'm going to leave this place and travel to a greater world, seeking opportunities and pursuing immortality. This is a monk's lifelong pursuit. Xiao Yunpurin pursed her lower lip line. If there really is a way to get out of here, I want to join you. It wasn't simply because of Su Coriander Pomelo. Junru's mouthful of a nook and cranny cultivator made him curious as well, and he also wanted to go to a bigger world, to broaden his horizons, to seek opportunities, and to attain immortality. Su Coriander Pomelo gazed at him for a long time. The corners of her mouth tugged lightly. Her voice was clear. It doesn't matter. You can follow if you want to. Xiao Yunpurin raised her lips and laughed lightly, wantonly openly. Good, then it's a deal. By the way, are you still going to school? Su Coriander Pomelo thought about it and shook her head. I've completely severed my relationship with the Su family, so I won't be attending this school. I'm going to walk around after curing Song Lansing's leg, to see if there are any secret realms or something, and if I come across a place with a slightly denser spiritual chi, I can just shut down and cultivate. Just the right time to study and research the god-level kung fu. Since this small world had the existence of cultivators, there must be secret realms that hadn't been discovered as well. Pomelo, if you want to cultivate in seclusion, you can go inside the boundary, where the aura is thicker than in the deep mountains. Xiao Yun pursed. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head decisively and said in a faint voice, No, wait until I break through the foundation establishment stage. She didn't feel safe in her heart when her cultivation didn't reach the foundation establishment stage. Alright then, Xiao Yunpurin sighed quietly. I have obtained a divine grade technique, and I'm going back to the Xiao clan for closed-door cultivation. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Only a god-level gongfu can recognize its owner. I really didn't expect Xiao Yunpurin's talent to be favored by a god-level gongfu. Xiao Yunpurin hooked a strand of Su Coriander's hair and played with it in his hand. The corner of his mouth contained a faint smile. The 7 great hidden families control a secret realm called the Changshan Secret Realm, and every 10 years a great family competition divides the quota to enter according to the rankings. There are 20 spots for the first place, 16 for the second, 13 for the third, 10 for the fourth, 8 for the fifth, 5 for the sixth, and only 2 for the last place. The secret realm is rich in resources. All the cultivation resources in the hidden family are taken from that secret realm. The higher the ranking, the more places you get, and the more bountiful the cultivation resources taken from it. Yuzu, do you want to go to the Changshan Secret Realm? Upon hearing this, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes lit up. I can go? Can ah? Xiao Yunpurin nodded. The Cheong Mountain Secret Realm only allows cultivators below the Jindan stage to enter, so the ones who usually enter the secret realm are all foundation stage cultivators. The family competition doesn't allow injuring people's lives, point blank, but as long as you enter the secret realm it's a case of grabbing resources based on each person's ability, and it's common to kill people. The major hidden clans have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. They don't dare to let the highly talented juniors within their clans enter the secret realm, so they'll let the higher cultivation cultivators of the smaller clans raised within their clans enter. Although my Xiao family is in a marriage relationship with the Nanrong clan, it is not sufficient in terms of depth and relies on only my old ancestor. If I break through the foundation establishment stage in 2 years, the Nanrong clan will definitely allow me to enter the secret realm. After a pause, Xiao Yunpurin suddenly moved a little closer toward Su Coriander Pomelo and looked at her with a wink. Pomelo, if you want to go, you can enter the secret realm in the manner of my fiancé. Su Coriander Pomelo asked. The Nanrong clan will agree? You're my fiancé. You're my Xiao family now. Nanrong clan won't disagree. Xiao Yunpurin said with a smile. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her hand and pulled his face, giving him a blank look without any good sense. Still quite good at taking advantage of me. Xiao Yunpurin let her pinch her face, and even took the initiative to rub forward again. Pomelo, the Changshan Secret Realm really has quite a lot of good things. It has been gleaned by the hidden family for hundreds of years and still hasn't been gleaned clean. Do you really not want to go? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flickered. Okay, you notify me after 2 years. Good. Xiao Yunpurin's smile deepened. Xiao Yunpurin didn't stay long before he left because he had to hurry to deal with his and Su Coriander Yuzu's suspension from school. The Su family won't care about Su Coriander Yuzu anymore. They can't let her be talked about skipping school. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care what others thought, but Xiao Yunpurin did, so he hurried off to take care of the matter. Song Lansing was put in another room by her, and Su Coriander Pomelo set up an isolation boundary for the living room, so he didn't hear their conversation. As usual, Su Coriander Pomelo used her spiritual energy to stretch the meridians in his legs. Song Lansing lay on the bed, and as Su Coriander got up to leave, he suddenly opened his mouth and inquired, Miss Su. Su Coriander Pomelo's feet lurched and turned back to look at him. What's wrong? Song Lansing propped his hands on the bed and sat up with difficulty, asking softly, Miss Su, can I ask you a question? Coriander Su, you asked. Song Lansing, what conditions do I need if I want to become an immortal master like you? Su Coriander Pomelo was slightly stunned, examined him for a moment, and asked, why do you want to become an immortal master? Song Lansing gently rubbed his fingers together, his voice gentle and calm, because I want to control my own destiny. Today Miss Su cured my leg. In the coming day I may not be in danger again. I think if I become an immortal master, I may be able to live a little longer. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at his face that looked exactly like oranges and thought of the time in his previous life when he cultivated with orange and broke into the secret realm together. Su Coriander Yusu sighed. Her orange brother. Chapter 102 Morong Xiang comes to High City. Plus, Su Coriander Pomelo sighed and took out a spirit measuring stone from her spatial ring. Finding it from Jun Ru's body space, she thought that this wool was not gathered for nothing, so she put it away. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. Su Coriander Pomelo held the spirit measuring stone in one hand and grabbed Song Lansing's arm with the other. Placing his hand on top of the spirit measuring stone, Song Lansing's fingertips trembled slightly, and his godless eyes drooped as if he could see, staring intently at the hand where Su Coriander had grabbed his arm. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't notice Song Lansing's abnormality. She looked at the red light above the spirit measuring stone and pursed her lips. Single fire spiritual root. The exact same spiritual root as orange. Now she wouldn't believe it if she said Song Lansing wasn't the reincarnation of orange. Su Coriander Pomelo let go of her hand and took the spirit measuring stone back into space. When your leg is cured, I'll give you a gongfu, and it's up to you whether or not you can successfully cultivate it. Song Lansing smiled gently. Thank you, Ms. Su. After a pause, he continued, my life was saved by Miss Su. In the future, if you need to use me, Miss Su, feel free to command. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrows flickered for a moment. No need. Just think of it as me accumulating good karma. In her previous life, she was abandoned by her parents, and if it wasn't for the oranges, she would have frozen to death on the streets and wouldn't have been on the path of cultivation afterward. He was her savior, and she treated him like her own brother from the bottom of her heart. Song Lunching smiled down at his words and didn't say anything more. The matter of the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Su Bo-yang and Su Mu-su continues to fester, because Su Muk-su was a traffic star with a lot of exposure. It's all over the internet, and even if the Su family steps in to control it, there are still people talking about it. Su Mu-jin was busy. In the midst of his busy schedule, he hesitated for a moment and made a call to Su Coriander Yuzu. The ringtone rang for a long time, so long that when Su Mu-jin thought Su Coriander Yuzu wouldn't answer his call, the phone connected. "Hey, what's up?" Su Mu added. "Grandpa heard the news of the death of his second uncle and aunt and is in the hospital for resuscitation." "Oh, it's none of my business." Su Coriander Grapefruit. Su Mu-jin pursed his lips. "Little sister, will you still return to the Su family?" Su Coriander Pomelo laughed lightly. "Do you think I still need to go back to the Su family?" After saying that, he hung up the phone, and in the process, he blacked out and deleted a dragon. Su Mu-jin sighed helplessly, raised his hand and took his glasses off, rubbing his temples. He had a premonition that perhaps the Su family would disappear from the Sea City from now on. Grandpa is really confused. Su Mu-jin lay down and rested for a while before starting to prepare for the property transfer. He decided to take the Su family to settle abroad, so the Su family's property was transferred abroad. Su family chi luck others want to take away. As long as the life is still there, he is not afraid. In the hospital, Elder Su was finally resuscitated. "Yuzu, Lingshu, call Yuzu." The first thing Elder Su said when he woke up was for Su Lingshu to call Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Lingshu guarded Elder Su for a whole day, and the whole person was a little disheveled. "Dad, what's the point of calling your little niece now? Your second brother and sister-in-law are dead and can't come back." Elder Su stared blankly at the ceiling of the hospital room, muttering, "No, Yuzu wouldn't be so cruel. Those are her real parents." Su Lingshu secretly rolled his eyes. Where in this world are the biological parents who are so partial to their adopted daughter? If you ask him, they actually deserved it. It was all their own doing. If they had treated Su Coriander Pomelo better and not been so biased in favor of Su Jiajiao, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He could understand favoring Su Jiajiao before. After all, Su Jiajiao was raised by them since childhood and had no feelings for Su Coriander Pomelo who had just come home. But then what? Su Jiajiao is obviously not the simple and kind-hearted person they imagined, but a selfish and malicious person. She wants to ruin Su Coriander Yuzuo on the show. Such a person Su Lingshu really couldn't figure out why second brother and second sister-in-law still favored her. He felt as if the two of them had been subdued by Su Jiajiao. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. He's dead anyway, so why would he even think about it? When Elder Su heard these words from Su Lingshu, he closed his eyes and a tear streak was drawn out from the corner of his eye. He regretted it. Had he known that he wouldn't have bet on the Su family's position in Su Coriander's heart. It's over. It's all over. When Su Mu-jin heard the news that Elder Su had woken up, he hurried to the hospital. Nothing more is said than an account of some of his arrangements. "Grandpa, no matter what, staying alive is the most important thing. Even if the Su family's chi is taken away and the Su family goes bankrupt, as long as we're still alive, there will be hope." Su Lingshu nodded along. "Dad, listen to Mu-jin's arrangement. We will always have a way to survive when we go abroad." What else could Elder Su say? He could only agree. Getting a nod from Elder Su, Su Mu-jin moved even faster. Sell shares, sell real estate, contact friends abroad to buy a house. Such a big commotion in the Su family quickly attracted the attention of others. Associated with Su Pa-yang couple both jumped off the building. Su Muk-su car accident death. Some people knew about the special department and speculated whether the Su family had offended someone they shouldn't have. With that thought, no one dared to inquire, for fear of being affected themselves. Just when Su Mu-jin was busy, an uninvited guest came to the Sea City. Morong Xiang personally came to the sea market and found the Su family's ancestral home. He flew in midair with his sword and frowned at the Su family ancestral residence. Strange, where is the sneaky chi above the Su family ancestral residence? How come they all disappeared? No good. The Su family should have known something and invited cultivators to help. But who can be as good as Mr. Morong Xiang had spent 2 days in the Sea City and had also checked out the situation of the Su family. He looked at Su Coriander's picture in his cell phone. His eyes flickered slightly. Su Coriander? The Su family's true daughter. It seems to be a casual cultivator, or a casual cultivator with a bit of skill. From Su Coriander Yuzu's return to the Su family, living in the Su family's ancestral mansion, participating in the variety show, to Su Jiajiao going crazy. He checked everything out because there were people from the Morong clan in the special section. Morong Xiang suspected that Su Coriander Pomelo had been taken over by someone, but Xiao Yu and Nan Rongs had already gone to test her. and there was no room for error in the special department. What circumstances can cause a person to suddenly change their nature in a short period of time? Apart from taking over, Morong Xiang couldn't think of anything else. This is something that needs to be reported to Mr. Quickly, Morong Xiang took out a paper crane from his storage bag, inputted spiritual energy and whispered a word. Then the paper crane seemed to come to life, shaking its wings and slowly flying away. Mr. Ryu doesn't know how to use a cell phone, so this is the only way he can get the message across. Chapter 103, I'm going to take you with me. Su Coriander Pomelo knew the first time Morong Xiang arrived at the Su family's ancestral home. She knew that as long as she killed Su Jiaojiao, she would definitely be discovered by the person behind the curtain, and her identity as a cultivator would definitely be discovered as well. So instead of being passive, she should be proactive. That's why she left a spirit butterfly before leaving the Su family ancestral mansion, so she would receive a message whenever a cultivator approached her. The spirit butterfly flew to Su Coriander Yuzu and turned into powder, and then a large screen appeared in front of her eyes, in which was Morong Xiang's figure. Su Coriander Pomelo stroked his chin. TSK, Jindan stage cultivators. It's not easy to mess with them. He looked at Junji, who was lying on the sofa in a kudzu position, and asked, Junji, can you kill a Jindan stage cultivator? Junru half narrowed his eyes. Can't. Ken also said can't. Wow, then you're kinda trashy for a kunai. Su Coriander Yuzu. Waste is waste. Who asked me to follow a waste master like you? Since that day when Su Coriander Pomelo put on a dress for him to dress up as a little girl, Junji didn't know that the strings were hit and broken, and he was gloomy all day long. Su Coriander Pomelo cast a sidelong glance at him. It's reasonable to say that in novels the heroine's contracted beast is either a phoenix or a dragon. How come I'm a salted fish? Junru coldly snorted. With this trash cultivation you still have a novel heroine. I think it's cannon fodder that's more or less the same. Su Coriander Pomelo, yeah, I'm cannon fodder. Then you're the cannon fodder's contracted beast, and when the time comes, we'll both die together. Junru, don't take me with you if you want to die. I haven't lived enough. When Su Coriander Pomelo heard this, her backbone immediately rose. Hey, I don't want to. I'm going to drag you to die with me. Junji, stinky woman. You don't feel happy in your heart if you don't bully me for a day, do you? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a smile. Just say whether you'll kill this person or not. No killing. I'm not your fighter. Who am I to kill? Junru loudly refused. But I think he will come to kill me. Su Coriander Pomelo spread her hands. If you don't kill, then I'll have to wait for death. Anyway, I've lived 2 lifetimes. I've already lived enough. And it's worth it to drag a divine beast Kuanping to die with me. Junru, you $and hashtag $. And Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out her ears and rolled her eyes. She didn't know where this Kuanping had learned the dirty words from, and surprisingly none of them were repeated. Junji cursed for half a day, waiting until he had cursed enough before letting out a long breath, then glaring at Su Coriander Pomelo. He said, you have to tell me why you want to kill him, right? Su Coriander Pomelo was very speechless, saying you're stupid, you're really stupid. Su Jiaojiao even has the aura of Shangliu on her body, so the one who took the Su family's chi is Shangliu, and this cultivator coming to the Su family's ancestral mansion right now is definitely sent by Shangliu. I'm sure within a few days he'll find out about me, and then he'll come and kill me. Instead of being passive, let's not go active. Let's go rob and kill him before he has time to react now. The corner of Junru's mouth twitched. He really hadn't thought of that. Father is right. Although human cultivators are weaker than them, they are very smart with their fast-spinning brains. Su Coriander Pomelo. This stinking woman even guessed his calculations from start to finish, even guessing that the Kuanping clan had a way to dissolve the master-servant contract. More or less broke his defense a bit. Okay, listen to you. Junru didn't struggle anymore and swung for the fences. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled like a warm spring breeze and reached out to pat his head. Act tonight. Patriarch, killing just a chi-refining stage loose cultivator. There's no need to send in a late foundation establishment stage cultivator, right? Morong, you asked in disbelief. Morong Xiang said indifferently. I suspect that she is a thunder spirit root cultivator. Thunder spirit root cultivator? Morong, you was shocked. There hasn't been a thunder spirit root cultivator for many years. Matriarch, since she's a thunder spirit root cultivator, why did you have to kill her? It would have been better to recruit her into the Morong family. Morong Xiang thought the same thing, but he had just received a message from Mr. Lu that the matter of seizing the chi must not be known by anyone other than the Zhengli clan leader and him. This person is not one who likes to be bound since he intentionally hid his identity as a cultivator in the beginning, and since he cannot be recruited, he must be killed. At those words, Morong Yu nodded. Yes, matriarch. After explaining things, Morong Xiang left from the special department. The night was dark as a potbelly, and the surrounding area was so quiet that it was as if an embroidery needle could be heard falling on the ground. Morong Xiang walked on the deserted street and looked at the night sky without a single star. His thick black eyebrows wrinkled up and gradually stopped. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? Su Coriander Yuzu walked slowly over in a black punching bag, wearing a baseball cap on her head and her hands in her pockets. Morong Xiang half narrowed his eyes. Su Coriander Pomelo? Su Coriander Pomelo spread her face and smiled gently, revealing 2 rows of snow-white crystalline shell teeth. It is precisely under me. The corner of Morong Xiang's mouth hooked up as a hint of mockery flashed under his eyes. What? Are you here to defect to my Morong clan? If that was the case, he could go and plead with Mr. Lu to spare her life. After all, she was a thunder spirit root and her talent was indeed strong. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. So it was the Morong clan. She thought it was the top-ranked Zhongli clan. TSK, a mere Morong clan is not worthy of my defection. Today, I'm here to kill you. Morong Xiang's face instantly turned grim as he let out a cold laugh. A tiny chi refining stage cultivator dares to come and rob and kill this seat. He doesn't know his own strength. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow and said no more. Snapping his fingers, a large formation enveloped the two inside. A flash of surprise flashed under Morong Xiang's eyes. You are not only a talisman master, but also a formation master? As soon as the words fell, Morong Xiang felt that his cultivation level was actually slowly falling. His pupils widened as he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a shocked gaze. Did you notice that your cultivation is slowly falling? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a smile. I have created my own formation. No matter what cultivation you were before, as long as you are in the formation, you will become a chi refining stage cultivation. I named it the chi refining formation. Simple and crude. In just a few minutes, Morong Xiang's cultivation dropped from the early Jindan stage to the 10th level of chi refining. He was shocked to realize that it was not good. He did not expect that Su Coriander Pomelo was still a genius of formation. Quickly taking out a long knife, he rushed forward. Su Coriander Pomelo rubbed his wrist and took out the long sword that had killed Su Muyu's twin brother earlier and stabbed it backhandedly. This long sword was just an ordinary spirit sword without a weapon spirit. She looked at it and used it smoothly. Right now, she and Morong Xiang were both at the 10th level of chi refining cultivation, and no one was worse off. She was going to let Junru take care of him straight away, but she changed her mind. It had been a long time since she had fought, and her hands itched. Chapter 104, What do you care what hair color we have? Blade intent and sword chi intersected. Morong Xiang's heart churned and his eyes looked at Su Coriander Pomelo in astonishment. Even if his current cultivation was pressed down to the chi refining stage cultivation, his physical body was a solid Jindan stage. So how could he be injured by the sword chi of a tiny chi refining stage cultivator? Su Coriander Pomelo hooked her lips and smiled. In her previous life before she became a demon she had comprehended sword intent. Among the same level, there was no one who was her opponent. Sword cultivators were inherently powerful, and it was not uncommon for them to kill people across levels. Morong Xiang thought that he was a Jindan stage flesh body terrific. She killed him as usual. The long sword flashed a light in the darkness. The sword light was like the wind, and the majestic sword chi was like a tidal wave, rapidly coming towards Morong Xiang. Morong Xiang rose up in the air and dodged this sword chi, not daring to underestimate Su Coriander Pomelo any longer and quickly counterattacked. Su Coriander Pomelo lightly laughed, without retreating to meet up. Blade light and sword shadow interlaced with each other. In an instant the two of them against a few hundred moves. It had been a long time since she had fought. Su Coriander Pomelo was so excited that the more she fought, the more courageous she became. However, her deadly attacks made Morong Xiang more and more overwhelmed. Finally, watching her backhandedly take out a large stack of Heavenly Thunder talismans was even more of a shock. Well, I've had a good fight. It's time to send you on your way. Morong Xiang covered his chest and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, clenching his teeth and glaring at Su Coriander Pomelo in death. Su Coriander Pomelo, I'm the head of the Morong clan. How dare you kill me? Damn it, it was his carelessness that had accidentally walked into the formation she had laid down. Otherwise how could he, as a Jindan stage cultivator, have been beaten by a mere chi refining stage cultivator in such a sorry state? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised. Morong clan chief? Then I have to kill even more. He's already offended, and he wants her to leave him alone? You want to eat a fart. A rumble passed. Morong Xiang was lying on the ground, with only his last breath left. Su Coriander Pomelo directly used the soul-searching technique and began to search his soul, entering Morong Xiang's memories. Morong Xiang was indeed the Morong clan patriarch and had only just broken through the Jindan stage not long ago. Suddenly, Su Coriander Pomelo realized that there was an alternative light mass in his memory, and his divine sense probed into it. A man with silver hair and wearing a white ancient robe was seen. Only before she could get a clear look at his appearance, she was violently rebounded back by a powerful divine sense. Luckily, Su Coriander Pomelo has grown a heart and soul to run fast. otherwise it will be seriously injured. Morong Xiang only had his last breath left, and was searched for his soul, so he fell in less than a moment. Su Coriander Pomelo raised his hand and grabbed his soul, directly crushing it. He took out another drop of corpse-transforming water and placed a drop on Morong Xiang's corpse, then quickly withdrew the formation and left the place. Far away in a mountain range in the boundary, Sagittarius seemed to feel something, and all 9 heads opened their eyes in a split second, taking human form in the next second. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of light appeared in the air, and inside was the scene where Su Coriander Pomelo confronted Morong Xiang. A slight hint of surprise flashed through Sagiri's silver-white pupils. What kind of formation was this? Surprisingly, it could cause the cultivation of a Jindan stage cultivator to be suppressed to the refined Qi stage. Even those human cultivators in the spirit world didn't have many who could create their own formations. It was surprising that such a genius of formations would appear in a small world with such nooks and crannies. It's also strange. Cut. Hurriedly returning to the house, Su Coriander Yuzu sneezed and inexplicably touched his nose. Who's reading me? Forget it or not. Junji, come out here. Junru slowly came out of the spirit beast space. What's wrong again? My master, didn't you kill all that man? You say you, obviously you have the ability to kill him yourself. Why did you have to ask me to kill him in the first place? You just don't like me, do you? Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her eyes. Just because you're so gloomy all day long. I don't like you. Can you talk to me properly? Can't. Junru bristled. Want me to talk properly unless you get on your knees and apologize to me. And by the way, delete the picture of me in a dress from your phone. Su Coriander Pomelo coldly snorted. Kneeling down to apologize? Luckily he thought of it. Do not speak properly, is it? Directly on the hand to teach a lesson. Bare child. Spoiled he is. Just owes a beating. As soon as he picked up the back of his collar and put it on the couch, he took out a ruler from his space ring and hit him hard on his ass. Splat. Junji screamed. Dash. Su Coriander Pomelo, you're going to die. How dare you hit me? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the ruler in his hand. He didn't know what kind of material was used to make it, hitting the Kuanping with thick skin and flesh. Surprisingly, it hadn't broken. That's better. I'll have to teach him a lesson this time. There was the power of the contract that suppressed it, making it impossible for Junru to resist at all. Su Coriander Pomelo put away the ruler, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked at him with cold eyes. I told you to speak properly and you preferred not to. Who is to blame? Who asked you to put a dress on me and take a picture of it? Don't I want to lose face? Junru. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyelids and said unhurriedly. What? You're only allowed to count on me and I'm not allowed to resist? Junru wiped his face and cried as he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Didn't you all say before that you took the things inside my space and that my counting on you would be cancelled? You liar. You don't count on your words. It's one thing for you to count on me, but it's another for you to want me dead. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled bashfully. Don't you think so? Junru's eyes flickered, and he stiffened his neck to retort. I'm not. I don't want you dead. Su Coriander Yusu snorted. It didn't matter if she didn't admit it. She already knew anyway. You say this Koan Pine he is stupid. Right, not stupid. In the beginning all fooled her. If not, he is too anxious. She will not realize that the original he has long been staring at her. You say he's not stupid, right? She casually set a path. He showed his face, and he's still not admitting it. Okay, let's not talk about it. Su Coriander Yuzu pulled away from the topic. I just found a man with silver hair wearing white ancient robes in Morong Xiang's memories. Is he Xiang Lu? Upon hearing this, Junji let out a sigh of relief without a trace, fearing that Su Coriander Pomelo would break the pot and ask to the end. It's Sagiri. Junru. No, your divine beast's hair colors are all colorful? Su Coriander Pomelo, what color is Mirage Dragon's hair? Junru subconsciously disliked her. What do you care what hair color we have? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Junru's voice weakened as his ass ached. Black. Mirage Dragon, the dead dragon, is black from the inside out. Sooner or later I'm going to devour him. Chapter 105, Leaving the Sea City, plus more. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then she came to the window and looked outside. The serene sky was dark, with only a few scattered stars hanging above. Junji. What again? Junru rolled his eyes. I have a premonition that Xiang Lu might come looking for me. High City can't stay. I have to leave now. Su Coriander Yuzu's eyes moved slightly. Junru rubbed his ass and snorted. Come on you. It's not like he knows about my contract with you. So how could he come to you now? Su Coriander Pomelo slapped him on the brain. Waste. Stupid. I can't tell you anything. You go and bring Song Lansing to your inner space. Let's run away. Junru shook his head violently in rejection. I don't want it. You'll never find another excuse to enter my space. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the ruler. his dark gaze looking at Junji with an obvious threatening intent. Junru felt another pain in his ass. This ruler was still brought out from his space. Now it had become a tool for her to teach him a lesson. He stifled a pout. I'll go okay. What is this? How did he, the young master of the Koan Pang clan, fall to this state? Blame Mirage Dragon. Sooner or later he's going to eat him. Only then did Su Coriander Pomelo smile and put the ring ruler away. Although the space ring could also put living things, but after all, it was a dead thing and could not be put away for a long time. The demonic beasts were better. Song Lansing was just an ordinary human. It would still be beneficial for him to go to Junru's inner space. Song Lansing was blind in both eyes and wasn't afraid that he knew something he didn't. When his leg is better in half a month, we'll send him back to the Song family. Still, she had to get him on the phone with the Songs before then. She didn't want to turn into a trafficker of teenagers. Song Lansing was a little surprised to hear Su Coriander Pomelo's words, and somewhat within his expectations. From the moment Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly had to leave the Su family's ancestral home a few days ago, he had vaguely guessed what had happened. But all of that was irrelevant to him. He just wanted to heal his leg. After making a phone call to Elder Song and Mrs. Song, Su Coriander Pomelo brought Song Lansing into Junji's inner space. Thoughtfully, he was given a queen-sized bed in a loft room for easy sleeping. Also ordered a lot of takeout put into the space to keep fresh, and went to run a lot of convenience stores, supermarket shopping a lot, to ensure that enough for him to eat half a month will not be starved to death. After a busy night, finally packed up. At dawn, Su Coriander Pomelo left the sea city. Before leaving, he only sent a WeChat to Xiaoyun Purin, and then turned off his cell phone and put it into the space. Just a day after Su Coriander Yuzu left, Xiang Lu came to the sea city. The street is bustling with pedestrians. Looking at the silver hair and silver eyes dressed in white ancient robes of Sagiri, the first thought here is to shoot a costume drama? The second reaction was, holy, what star is this? So handsome. Sagiri's brows furrowed gently, very displeased. The human race here was just too bold. Even if they wore thin clothes, they still showed their arms and legs without any shame. There was also a female looking at him with disgusting eyes, and even from a distance he heard their conversation. Zhang Hua, go get that person's contact information. Zhang Hua frowned as he looked at Xiang Lu, who was nearly 1'9" and had silver hair and eyes. Sister Wei, that person looks a little bad. Hurry up and go, where there is so much nonsense. There is no one in this world that Xiang Wei can't afford to mess with. Such a fine man. It's really a big loss if you don't sleep with him once. Zhang Hua was speechless. Xiang Wei was nothing but a budding movie queen in the entertainment industry. Where did she get so much power? Usually sleep a little fresh meat want resources is just, you love me, now dare to pull anyone on the street to sleep. Really not afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi? Unfortunately, he was just a small assistant and couldn't care less. Xiang Wei looked at Zhang Hua impatiently. What are you waiting for? Go! Zhang Hua had no choice but to get out of the car and go get Xiang Wei's contact information. A glint of gloom flashed in Sagiri's eyes. A silver light flashed as two large trucks suddenly lost control and crashed into a parked car. The screams of people on the side of the road rang out as Sagiri cast an illusion and left the area. Zhang Hua heard the sound of a car crash coming from behind, turned around, and was so scared that he dropped his cell phone on the ground and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, only to see that the car he had just been sitting in was crushed into a thin slice by two large trucks back and forth. No need to see, the people sitting inside must be dead. Police and ambulances arrived soon after and the scene was cordoned off. Coincidentally, there were paparazzi in the neighborhood, and although they didn't see who was sitting in the minivan, they knew Zhang Hua, who was Xiang Wei's assistant. Looking at Zhang Hua's pale face, he immediately knew that in the minivan was Xiang Wei, now the newest movie queen. A few days ago, Su Muxu died in a car accident, and now Xiang Wei died in another car accident. Xiang Lu came to the place where Morong Xiang died, raised his hand and grabbed it in the void. A lightning attribute spiritual power appeared in his hand, rubbed his fingertips for a moment, and disappeared in the next second. The bottom of the silver white eyes ghostly flooded with a wave of light. Instantly the pupils stood up, and a moment later returned to normal, his brows slightly knitted up. Already left the sea city? Rather a clever little girl. Shangli raised his eyes to the southeast direction. His face was cold, as if he was thinking about something. Since we've already come to the sea city, let's collect all the chi. I wanted to do it slowly, or else the heavenly Tao would find out, and I was afraid that it would send down heavenly thunderbolts. However, the injuries sustained on his body were now half healed, so even if heavenly thunder were to descend now, he would not be afraid. That little girl is the Su family lineage. Take away the luck, she will certainly also be affected. The serious point may be this will not have a chance to immortal road. After all, a cultivator's chi is very important. Spirit world, those great fortune which is not a party big brother. Not a little fortune has long died in the strength-oriented spirit world. He would not let go of the Su family's chi luck. It was related to whether he could leave this small world. As long as the deeper the chi was, the greater the chance that he could leave. TSK, that little girl can only fend for herself. If the next time they meet she is not affected by her chi and is still alive, it means that her own chi is deep. Formation genius. It's a pity to kill it. Might as well bring it back to the spirit world and give it to that old man as a favor. If Su Coriander Pomelo knew what Xiang Lu was thinking in his mind, he would definitely spit at him. Bah, take me as a favor. I'll thank your whole family. Shang Liu stealthily flew over the Su family's ancestral mansion, his right hand slowly raised, and a transparent gas that could not be seen or touched surged into the palm of his right hand. Stay in this position for a full day and night. It was only when the sun rose on the second day that Shang Liu moved, and all of the Su family's chi had already been seized. Next up, the Song family. There was a sudden rumble in the sky, like the sound of thunder. Xiang Lu turned his feet and quickly left the Guanlan villa, waiting for him to cross this heavenly thunder before coming back to collect the Song family's chi. Chapter 106, Heavenly Punishment. In the Haishi City Center Hospital, Elder Su suddenly covered his chest and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted. The caregiver the Su family hired was startled and rushed to call the doctor. When the doctor arrived, he noticed that Elder Su's heartbeat was surprisingly gone, and hurriedly called for an operation to be arranged. Outside the operating room, the Su family children and grandchildren are all here. Su Mujin has been busy for a few days and has not been able to get a good night's sleep. Even now when he comes to the hospital, there are still people who call him from time to time. Su Zhanghua and Su Lingshu were also busy with the matter of organizing the funeral for Su Poyan couple and Su Muxu in the past few days, and now that Elder Su was suddenly pushed into the operating room, a disheveled look more or less surfaced on everyone's face. 2 hours later, the lights in the operating room suddenly turned off, and the Su children and grandchildren turned pale with fear. The doctor opened the door to the operating room and bowed deeply to Su Zhenghua, Su Lingshu and the others. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we tried our best. Su Lingshu's whole body trembled. How is this possible? The old man's body is obviously still very healthy. How can he die? He couldn't believe it in any way. Just looking at the body of Su Laozi, Su Lingshu, no matter how much he didn't believe it, could only accept the truth. Following the deaths of Su Poyan couple and Su Muxu in a few days, Elder Su died, and the hospital gave the conclusion that he died of a sudden heart attack. When Su Mujin realized that the share price of Su Group had plummeted after the death of Elder Su, he didn't haggle anymore and directly sold his shares at the lowest price. After the funeral, Su Zhenghua resigned from his government job. He was going to be promoted another level in another year, but now he had to give it up. Su Mujin left Hai City with the Su family and went abroad. Su Muyao's school was also transferred to a foreign country, and from then on, there was no longer a luxurious Su family in Hai City. On the other hand, Su Coriander Pomelo was already in the process of finding a mountain range with a relatively rich spiritual chi, and found a cave, intending to go into seclusion to study that divine level technique. Just as Xiang Lu took away all of the Su family's chi, Su Coriander Pomelo obviously felt something strange in his body. Her eyes snapped open and her eyebrows furrowed lightly, the dissimilarity indescribable, as if it felt as if her lifespan had been taken away from her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She didn't hold back her outburst. Junji ran out and circled around Su Coriander Pomelo, his eyes full of wonder. I've only heard of Shang Liu having the talent of taking people's chi before. I've never seen it before. TSK, it's fortunate that you haven't been back in the Su family for long and didn't grow up in the Su family. Otherwise you're afraid that you won't be able to reach the immortal road. Su Coriander Pomelo was listening to Junji's sarcasm. She really wanted to give him a big earful to slap him away. Looking at him with a sorrowful gaze, if I have no chance to reach the immortal path, my lifespan will only be 100 years, and you won't be able to live after 100 years if I'm dead. Junru, bah, just know to dislike him with that. Forget it. She had a small portion of her chi taken away and looked quite pitiful. He wouldn't bother with her. The matter of chi being taken away, Su Coriander Pomelo was very helpless. Even if she didn't grow up in the Su family, even if she only went back to the Su family for a few months, as long as this body was of the Su family's bloodline, it was inevitable that she would be implicated. That's why at first she was thinking of taking things slowly and finding a way not to be implicated by the Su family. After all, a cultivator's chi was very important, and once it was taken away, he might actually be left without a path to immortality in the future, as Junru had said. However, from the moment she killed Su Jiaojiao, she was prepared. Now she was really glad that the original owner hadn't grown up in the Su family and wasn't too deeply involved. Su Coriander Pomelo was just about to cultivate when she suddenly heard a rumbling sound, which seemed to be the sound of a thunderbolt. Is up? Who came here to cross the river? How does that make her practice? Su Coriander Yuzu, come here, that's Shang Liu. Shang Liu is transiting. Junru ran out the next second he heard the thunder. Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched when she heard Junji's words. Such a coincidence? I didn't meet them in the sea market, but I met them here. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes twinkled. Divine beasts crossing the threshold. She hadn't seen it yet, so she might as well go and see the fun. Outside the cave, Sagittarius had already transformed into his body. Thunderclouds densely covered the air, rumbling and seemingly brewing as the entire mountain range was plunged into a dimness. This was the first time Su Coriander Pomelo had seen such a huge divine beast, and she pulled Junji to crouch outside the Thundercloud lock. Ru, why do I feel like your main body is smaller than Xianglu's? What? Junru exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Small? How dare you call me small? I'm still a cub. I haven't reached adulthood yet. When I reach adulthood I'll definitely be bigger than his main body. It is a matter of racial dignity. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips, and just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she felt a sharp line of sight fall on her. She raised her eyes and looked, only to see that the 9 heads of Shangliu had turned around at some point, and the 9 pairs of cold eyes flickered with ghostly fire like ghostly light staring at her, doubly horrifying and eerie in the dim mountain range, causing inexplicable trembling. Danger! Junru swooshed into a small fish to burrow into Su Coriander Yuzu's chest. Coriander Su. She was just about to get up and run when she saw the 9 heads turn back around, seemingly uninterested in her. Ayanami had obviously spotted her. Should she run? Don't run yet. Junji revealed a head from the collar of Su Coriander Pomelo's coat. This isn't a thunderbolt. This is heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment? Su Coriander Pomelo, what is heavenly punishment? Junru's tone reveals a hint of excitement. Heavenly punishment is the thunder that descends when heaven punishes those 10 evils that are not tolerated by heaven and earth. Ghosts, demons, devils, and immortals. I've only heard of heavenly punishment in the spirit world. I've never seen it before, and I've heard that no one, ghosts, demons, devils, or immortals can survive under heavenly punishment. Shangliu's talent is to take away chi. If he took away a cultivator's chi, heaven wouldn't have sent down heavenly punishment, at most heavenly thunder, but he's taken away the chi of an ordinary family today. Heaven wouldn't allow it. Wahahahaha. This time Ayagi, he's definitely dead. Wahahahaha. Su Coriander Pomelo pinched his mouth as he kept laughing, and transmitted his voice to him. You can shut up. Can't you see that he has a head turned around? Upon hearing this, Junji quietly raised one eye to look upwards and violently met a pair of icy, appalling eyes. His scales instantly exploded and he shrank back with a whoosh. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted. Yo, what's the point of shrinking back? Keep talking, keep going to ridicule. Junji shrank inside the collar of Su Coriander Pomelo's coat. Don't make a funny comment. Has he turned his head yet? Turn around and come out. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. Su Coriander Yuzu rolled her eyes and directly pulled him out of his collar and threw him casually. Look at you. You're such a wimp. You've said that no one can survive under the heavenly punishment. Why are you afraid of him? Yeah, he's dying. What am I afraid of? Junru's eyes lit up as he transformed into his human form and ran to crouch next to Su Coriander Pomelo with her. Chapter 107, I'll never get high again. Shangliu looked at the dark cloudy sky. The bottom of his eyes flashed a trace of gravity. The genius did not expect to take away the chi of an ordinary family. The heavenly Tao will send down the heavenly punishment. If heavenly thunder were to descend, he would be sure to cross over. But this was heavenly punishment. Just like that Kuenpeng cub said, no matter if it was a human, a ghost, a demon, an immortal, or a devil, there would be no living beings under the heavenly punishment. Careless, it seems that this time it is really going to fall. But he wasn't willing. He hadn't returned to the spirit world for revenge. How could he be willing to die here? Wait, Kunai. I heard that the Kuenpeng's body has formed a small world of its own. Is there a possibility that the small world in the Kuenpeng's body can avoid the heavenly punishment? As Xianglu thought about it, his 9 heads slowly turned around again, his dark eyes staring at Junji, the blaze in his eyes gradually coalescing into an intense cluster of light. Junru's scalp went numb at the 9 pairs of eyes, and he was tempted to turn into a small fish and shrink back once again, but thinking that he was about to die under the heavenly punishment, he immediately glared angrily at him with his back thrust out. Look and see. What are you looking at? How great is the head? How great are the eyes? Xianglu was still staring unblinkingly at Junji. Just as Junji was about to break into a rage, he spoke. I know how to leave this little world. If you save my life, I will tell you. Junru's eyes rounded with anger and he raised his volume. You're sick. This is heaven's punishment. How can I save it? You want me to die instead of you. Dream on. Don't even think about it. You think too much. Shangliu, I've heard that the Kuenpeng's body has formed a small world of its own and is not subject to the intervention of the heavenly Tao. So you're letting me go in to escape the heavenly punishment. I shucks. Junru refused without thinking, pointing at him and cursing. Don't even think about it. Who knows if heaven's punishment will split me up. You want to use me? No way. After saying that, he transmitted his voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. Stinky woman. when I turn into my own body. Let's both hurry up and run. Shangliu is staring at my internal space. Su Coriander Yuzu's face was serious, and she was ready to run as soon as Shangliu opened his mouth. At this time she really hate to put this dead Kunpeng's mouth to sew on. Good to see Shangliu transiting not on the line. What can be said by voice? Non-arrogant yelling, now well, was staring at it. Tiny thunderbolts swept through the clouds, accompanied by sonorous thunderclaps and booms. The heavenly punishment thunder had been brewing for a while and was finally about to fall. Junru quickly turned into his Kunpeng body and swooshed away with Su Coriander Pomelo on his back. When Shangliu saw that man and divine beast flying away and disappearing, he raised his eyes to look at the heavenly punishment that was about to fall, and then transformed into his human form and chased after them. Thundercloud seemed to pause for a moment and quickly caught up with Shangliu, and as Thundercloud left, the dimly lit mountain range gradually became clear. Su Coriander Pomelo sat on the Kunpeng's back, looking back at Shangliu, who was following them, and the terrifying thunderclouds, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly for a few moments. Junji, Junji, sometimes I really want to get you killed. Tell me what to do now. Junru also felt the tracking behind him, and even felt the terrifying power of that heavenly punishment suppressing him. Su Coriander Yuzu looked back again at Thundercloud and Shangliu, who were following closely behind them, and frowned lightly. Do you think my thunder spirit root can absorb heavenly punishment thunder? You're going to die. That's the heavenly punishment thunder. Just a single stroke can split you to death. Even if it's a human thunder spirit root mighty cultivator, he wouldn't dare to absorb the heavenly punishment thunder for his own use. Don't make a fool of yourself. Don't bring me along if you want to die. It's important to run away. I don't believe that Shangliu can still keep chasing us. Even if he keeps chasing us, the thunderclouds will surely be impatient to wait and directly chop him to death. Upon hearing this, Su Coriander Pomelo stopped speaking, her brows tightening as if she was pondering something. In this way, they ran for 3 days and 3 nights. Sagittarius chased them for 3 days and 3 nights, and Thundercloud followed them for 3 days and 3 nights. Sometimes Su Coriander Pomelo, who was sitting on the Kunpeng's back, could feel the intense aura under the heavenly punishment thunderclouds. Su Coriander Pomelo sighed. This can't go on like this. Junji, can the small world in your body dodge the heavenly Tao's heavenly punishment? I don't know. It's not like I've ever tried it. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke tentatively. Why don't you try? When Junru heard this, he was so shocked that he almost threw Su Coriander Pomelo out. I don't want it. That's heaven's punishment. No matter where you escape to, you will be directly locked by the heavenly Tao. I can't afford to gamble on it. I don't want to die yet. Su Coriander Yuzu stroked her chin, thinking slightly for a moment. Shangliu looks like he's going to die chasing after us. Let's bet on it. Junru, I don't want it. I won't gamble. I can't die under heavenly punishment even if I die. Shame on the beast. Can the heavenly punishment to provoke out? None of the heavenly way is not tolerated. If later by parents and clansmen know that he is dead under the heavenly punishment, do not know how to slander him, he does not want to face Su Coriander Pomelo held her forehead and sighed long and hard. I'm not saying that I'll let you bet. I'm saying that I'll do it. Do you remember the day it thundered and rained? Hearing Su Coriander Pomelo say this, Junru froze for a moment. No, you can absorb ordinary thunder for your own use, but not heaven's punishment. I told you, just one click and you'll die. When I was in the deep mountain retreat where I was recording the program before, there was one day of bad weather, thunder and rain. Su Coriander Grapefruit sudden whim, tentative absorption of heaven's lightning surge into the body to practice. Did not expect really useful, absorbing a night of lightning, let the cultivation firm up. Su Coriander Pomelo's pair of gleaming eyes flashed with a glint of essence. If Shangliu wants to live, he won't let you go. If I can absorb lightning for my own use, there's an 80% chance that I can absorb the heavenly punishment, and we can work with Shangliu to let him pass through the heavenly punishment. No, I don't trust you. If you die, I'll die too. I won't agree. Junru said nothing. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flashed, her tone slightly cool. You don't want to bring Shangliu into your inner space, and you don't want me to go and work with Shangliu. Tell yourself what else you can do. Sooner or later your stamina will dissipate, and it's only a matter of time before you get caught up then. Junru was silent. At this time he could not wait to throw himself 2 ears to scrape. Have to get together. What is the hilarity? The first time you see Shangliu's hurry to run this is a real mess. I could try throwing Sagittarius into my space and see, but if the heavenly Tao isn't fooled and the thunderclouds don't disperse, they'll definitely think that Sagittarius and I are one and the same, and will lock onto me and come to split me, and then I'll really be dead. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his back, his eyebrows raised high. Sooner or later, he'll die. Might as well take a gamble. Let's go. Go to the mountain range before. Coriander Su. Chapter 108, The Black Hole of the Blue Sea. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't care about Junji's broken thoughts and closed her eyes to recuperate, striving to get her body in the best possible condition. An hour later it was completely dark and they had reached the mountain range when Junru stopped his figure. A minute later, Ayanami appeared in front of them. Su Coriander Yuzu stood on the Koan Peng's back and narrowed her eyes as she looked at the man flying in midair. Silver like a waterfall of hair flowing in the shoulder. Handsome charm lonely face, such as a deep lake like silver eyes, revealing a hint of coldness, the moonlight under the clear and elegant figure standing upright, as if from the cartoon came out of the characters, not the slightest sense of being pursued by the heavenly punishment of the wretchedness. We promised to let you go to Junru's inner space to hide, but we're not sure we can definitely hide from the heavenly punishment. Sagiri's thin lips pursed into a straight line and nodded. May. Heavenly punishment thunderclouds came to the mountain range immediately after. The mountain range instantly became dim and incomparable. Was walking the dog like walking for 3 days. The thunderclouds seemed to be very angry. This time even brewing or not brewing, directly a thunder split down. There were only 9,981 heavenly punishment thunderbolts, fewer than the thunder tribulation for becoming an earthy mortal, but the power could be much stronger than ordinary thunderbolts. Junru had heard of a human cultivator who had already resisted 80 heavenly punishment thunders, only to die under the last heavenly punishment thunder. That was the wrath of heaven, which wanted a man dead and would not let him continue to live. Xiang Lu was violently chopped, his body skewed and he frowned at Junji. Hurry up. What's the rush? Is this your attitude of begging? Sagiri was silent, staring at him intently. Junru reluctantly took human form and raised his hand as a spatial rift appeared in the air. Without saying a word, Ayanami rushed in without the slightest doubt. The spatial rift disappeared, and Junji whooshed back into spirit beast space. Su Coriander Yuzu held her breath and silently found a big tree to lower her presence. The thundercloud seemed to freeze for a moment, and after circling around the entire mountain range without finding a target to chop, the exasperated thunderclouds rumbled. After that, it came above Su Coriander Pomelo, who didn't dare to move a muscle and crouched by the tree pretending to be a quail. The thundercloud suddenly floated above Su Coriander Pomelo. She was keenly aware that there seemed to be a pair of eyes in the thundercloud locking onto her for a few seconds. Her cold hair stood up in shock and she jerked her head up to look over, but she saw that the thundercloud had already drifted away and didn't seem to notice anything. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his chest, a long sigh of relief. Had known that hiding into Junru's internal space could avoid the heavenly punishment, but also ran so long to do what? Wasting her time for nothing. Arriving at the cave where he had previously prepared for his seclusion, he directly yanked Junji out, grabbed him by the ears and looked at him viciously. Capable leaving me alone outside and running back to spirit beast space by yourself. Do you want that heavenly punishment to directly split me so you don't have to try being split? Junru covered his ears and smiled sarcastically. We're not fine. Don't be so petty. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a leathery smile. Open the space. Let me go in and meet Xiang Lu for a while. Junru touched his nose and led Su Coriander Pomelo into space. At this time, Shangliu in the space waited for a long while and slowly sighed in relief when he didn't find the aura of heaven's punishment. It seemed that his guess was right. The space within the Koan Peng's body was able to dodge the heavenly punishment. It was just that if he left this place, he would inevitably be locked by heaven's punishment and would still die. Is it hard for him to hide in space for the rest of his life? Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Xiang Lu turned back to look at Su Coriander Yuzu and Junji, his eyes slightly lowered, his silver pupils clear and cold without the slightest bit of emotion, and his thin lips were very light. Thank you both for saving my life. Junru tilted his head and looked at Xiang Lu's height of 1.9 meters or so, then looked at his own small frame and skimmed in dissatisfaction. We saved you, so you can now say the way out of this little world. Sagittarius nodded slightly. It did in the beginning, but now it's already afraid that it won't work. What? As soon as Junji heard this, he was instantly enraged. You dead snake. You dared to play tricks on us. Su Coriander Pomelo pulled back the stormy Junru and frowned at Xiang Lu. You said the way to leave is related to chi luck? Sagiri pursed his lips and nodded. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were clouded with a layer of coldness. You're going to take all of the family's chi from this small world. Only the deeper the chi on your body, the better your chances of leaving. But you didn't expect that taking away the chi of an ordinary family would cause you to encounter heavenly punishment. Shangliu raised his eyes to look back at her, his expression serene and indifferent. I've been coming to this small world for 150 years, and I've been looking for a way to leave for a long time. 50 years ago I found a hidden black hole in the depths of the blue sea, and my instincts told me that was the way out of here. But I just entered not even a quarter of an hour ago, and I almost died in there. That crisis was even more dangerous than being swept into a space storm. But obviously the way out was right in front of him. He really wasn't willing to give up on it. After slightly recuperating from his injuries, he found the hidden families of this small world and gave them a little favor to work for him. Not only did he want to take away the chi of ordinary clans, he also wanted to take away the chi of hidden clans. Only if the chi is strong will there be a slight possibility of leaving. It was just that he had calculated everything, but he hadn't calculated that taking away the chi of an ordinary family would incur heavenly punishment. All beings are equal under heavenly punishment. Even in his heyday, he would definitely die under the heavenly punishment. Su Coriander Pomelo fell into silence. The black hole in the depths of the blue sea was the way out of here? Shangliu shouldn't be so bad as to lie to them, but the hallowed divine beasts were injured in the black hole, and I'm afraid that her small body would crunch in less than a second after going in. Junru suddenly asked, Mirage Dragon, does he know about that black hole? Shangliu looked at Junru and said in a faint voice, 100 years ago you and Mirage Dragon came to this small world together. He met me first. I told him about the blue sea black hole, and I planned to leave with him when I had finished collecting my chi. Junru snorted. I think you want him to head off to his death. Shangliu's eyes flashed slightly and he didn't deny it. He looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. The blue sea black hole is very dangerous. If you want to go, your cultivation must break through the spirit transformation stage. Going there at less than the spirit transformation stage is a death sentence. After a pause, he added, even if you break through the transformation stage, you might still die. Su Coriander Pomelo stared slightly. This matter was indeed difficult, now that he had learned of a way to leave the small world, but had to give it up because it was too dangerous. Gee, not happy about that. Junru's face also looked a little bad as he coldly grunted. Just because you can't, doesn't mean we can't. Su Coriander Pomelo, you seize the time to break through the god transformation stage, and we'll go and break into that bull ***** black hole. Chapter 109, The Golden House. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Junji's chin raised and head held high and gently raised her eyebrows and smiled. Fine. Anyway, if you stay here you still have to die when your lifespan comes to an end. You might as well go and make a break for it. What if they do make it out okay? Shangliu glanced at them and said nonchalantly, I can't leave your space right now, or else the heavenly punishment will still fall. Junru sniffed and glared at him through clenched teeth. Yes, but you have to pay the accommodation fee or I'll throw you out right away. Xiang Lu paused for a moment, his eyes falling on Su Coriander Yuzu. I'll return your Su family's luck to you. Su Coriander Pomelo asked, the chi can still be returned? What kind of demonic talent is this? It can be returned. Xiang Lu, I'll give you all of the Su family's chi. He meant that all of the Su family's chi luck was given to Su Coriander Pomelo, not the rest of the Su family. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiang Lu with a smile. Or not. We saved your life. Just a little bit of chi that won't do. And that would have been the Su family's chi. Junru kept nodding on the side. Yes, no. Xiang Lu pursed his lips and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with eyes that were a few points deeper. I can teach you to cultivate. Su Coriander Pomelo bristled. Thanks, but I don't need it. Come up with something practical, like spirit stones, pills, spirit weapons, or something. Xiang Lu pulled the corner of his lips, and with a wave of his hand, he directly threw Su Coriander Yuzu a spatial ring. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked. His divine sense probed in, and his eyes lit up. Spirit stones, lots and lots of spirit stones. There are also pills, spiritual weapons. Anyway, she's a little rich now. With a flip of his wrist, a stone about the same size as a spirit stone, but emitting an even more powerful aura, suddenly appeared in his hand. What is it? Immortal dollar stones. Wow. So can I use it? Coriander Su asked. She blankly glanced at her. Only when you break through the earth immortal can you absorb the immortal elemental stone. You're not afraid of bursting into flames if you use it now. Su Coriander Pomelo regretfully put the immortal Yuan stone back. Alright then, I still have things to do. You guys chat. With these spirit stones, she could have the luxury of laying down a spirit gathering formation and breaking through foundation establishment in peace. He hadn't been in space for 3 days, and he didn't know how Son launching was doing. Junru nuzzled his mouth. His tone was very dissatisfied. What do I have to talk to him about? Living in my space and paying for your accommodation. You two are not putting me in the picture at all. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled and patted his head. You go judge him yourself. I'm going to go treat Son launching's leg. Junji angrily waved his fist toward Su Coriander Pomelo's back. Stinking woman. Getting benefits and then ignoring me. Do you still have the appearance of being a master? Su Coriander Pomelo retorted without looking back. Speaking as if you treat me as your master. Let's big brother not talk about second brother. Junji was so angry that he flailed his fists and feet in place for a while. Stinking woman. Stinking woman. Stinking woman. As Shangliu looked at Junru's impotent and furious appearance, the corner of his mouth tugged lightly. I never imagined that the young lord of the Kuan Pang clan of the spirit realm would be stranded in this small world, and even contracted by a human cultivator. He only knew that the one who came to this small world with Mirage Dragon was a Kuan Pang, but he had never seen it. Mirage Dragon didn't tell him the truth either, only saying that it was an ordinary Kuan Pang, and that they were fighting and encountered a space storm and were forced to come to this small world. He had seen Jun Yao in the spirit world before, and Junru was simply a scaled-down version of Jun Yao, so it was hard not to recognize him. Junru was not afraid of Xiang Lu now. This was his territory. I'll be damned. I want you to talk too much, but you're in my hands now. Do you believe I'll throw you out right now? Xiang Liu hooked her lips and spoke softly with a shallow smile. If you throw me out, heaven's punishment will lock onto you in an instant. When that happens, the two of us will die together. No, together with your master, the three of us will die together. After saying that, Xiang Lu waved the hem of his coat and turned his feet in the direction of Su Coriander Yuzu. Junru, I'm ing. One or two of them don't put him in their eyes, do they? Obviously this is his internal space. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't come for 3 days. Song Launching was very worried, but he couldn't walk, his eyes couldn't see, and he didn't even know where this was. He could only wait patiently. Su Coriander Pomelo pushed open the door to the room and softly apologized. I'm sorry, I had something to do in the past 2 days and delayed giving you treatment. Song Lansing heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice and slowly sighed in relief, smiling gently. It's fine. It's good to be here. I'm afraid you've given up on me too. Su Coriander Pomelo stepped forward and as usual, used her spiritual energy to stretch the meridians in his legs. 2 hours later, withdrawing his hand, there are 2 more days to take the bone breeding pill, your leg will be fine. Song Lansing froze. Half a month's time so soon? He narrowed his lifeless eyes. Su Coriander Pomelo saw his deathly pale appearance and thought he was scared, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Relax. I'm here. I won't let you hurt too much. Song Lansing reluctantly smiled. Okay, thanks Miss Su. Shang Liu leaned against the door and suddenly said, the news that Morong has found out said that you already have a Dao couple. You now this is a golden house to hide your daughter? Coriander Su. Shut up if you can't talk. She glared at Xiang Lu without a good mood, then looked at Song Launching, her tone slowing down. You rest well. I'll come back tomorrow. Song Lansing's hand on the bed couldn't help but tighten, pursed her lips, and gave a Su Coriander Yuzu directly tugged on Xiang Lu's robe and ripped him out. The corners of Sajiri's mouth gently turned upwards, his low voice slightly teasing. Little girl, when I first saw you for the first time, I knew that you are a person with a strong purpose. To your Dao couple surnamed Shao is coveting his pure yang body. To this one, what do you want from him? Su Coriander Pomelo's footsteps lurched, narrowed her eyes and looked back at him. Too much nonsense. When will the Su family's chi luck be returned to me? Xiang Lu paused, hung his head and stared, his right hand slowly raised, and an unreadable gas flowed into Su Coriander Yuzu's body. 3 minutes later, Ayanami spoke. There. Coriander Su blinked, that indefinable strange feeling coming out again, but this time she could feel that this time it was a good thing. The Qigong said mysterious and mysterious. Every person who is burdened with great Qigong is a generation of heaven's pride. No surprise, are a party big brother. Now not only did she have her Qi back, but she also had the entire Su family Qi. Well, saving Ayanami this time didn't seem like a loss. She was just so ruthless, peacefully accepting all of the Su family's Qi. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment and asked, I have a question. Ayanami, what? Since Su Jiao, since you put it in the medium of the Su family, as long as the Su family favors her, the Qi will slowly drain away. So where did all that lost Qi go? Shang Liu was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Coriander Yuzu to have guessed everything. All that lost Qi fortune fell on the hidden family cultivators. How can I feel at ease with my seclusion and recuperation if I let them do their work and don't give them a little benefit? Chapter 110, Wounded by Love. Su Coriander Pomelo finally understood what was going on. Anyway, those lost Qi luck he would take back sooner or later. On the contrary, the people of the hidden family were still complacent, thinking that they had gotten benefits. TSK, now Shang Liu has fallen to the point of hiding in the June rhetoric space and sending people to the fence. When it is, the world's unpredictable. Song Xingzhou of the Song family in High City is also your medium? Su Coriander Pomelo asked again. Ayanami hummed. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, her bright star-like eyes looking at Xiang Lu. You don't mind if I kill him, do you? Shang Liu's eyes were ghostly, the tails of his eyes slightly upturned, and he carelessly said, kill it, I can't get out anyway, and I can't collect my Qi luck. Wow, like this? Su Coriander Pomelo scratched her chin and asked, aside from Su Jiaju and Song Xingzhou, what other mediums did you put in? What? Are you going to kill them all? Ayanami. Aha! Su Coriander Pomelo, how can we not cheapen the hidden family? Sagittarius frowned slightly, his silver-white eyes fixedly looking at her as he said slowly, then kill them all. Su Coriander Pomelo's smile deepened. Fine, kill them all. Su Coriander Pomelo rode the Koan Pang that was constantly cursing at the mouth back to the sea city. He came over the Song family in Guanlan Villa, waited until it was dark, and sneaked directly into Song Xingzhou's room. Song Xingzhou walked out of the bathroom and wiped his hair, which was still wet and moist, when he suddenly saw a person sitting there on the room's sofa. He frowned and walked over to what he assumed was the Song babysitter. "Who are you and who let you into my room without my permission?" Su Coriander Yusu smiled and turned back towards him to greet him. "Hi." Song Xingzhou froze. Su Coriander Pomelo, how did you get in?" "Climbed in through the window." Su Coriander Pomelo stood up and pulled out a longsword from space. When Song Xingzhou saw this, his pupils shrunk violently and he looked at her in horror. "Su Coriander Pomelo, what do you want?" Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. "Come to kill you." The long sword swung and directly cut Song Xingzhou's throat, and blood more or less scattered all over the place. After dropping a drop of corpse-transforming water, he watched Song Xingzhou's corpse turn into blood and water, then tidied up the room and jumped out of the window. This night, Su Coriander Pomelo strolled through all the mansions in the Sea City. Although killing ordinary people would aggravate her thunderbolt, but lice are not afraid of itching. Anyway, killing one is also killing. Killing a dozen is also killing. Wandered around the entire sea market, and killed a few of the Mirage Dragon's doppelgangers in the process. I went back to the house I rented earlier to rest for the night and went to Xianwei City again. The Wu Xiang that he met in Xianwei City earlier was indeed arranged by Xiang Lu. At this time, she had already lived in the Zhou family, and the Zhou family's parents tried their best to compensate her, giving her favor and letting her live in the biggest room of the Zhou family villa. TSK, it's a shame. Who made you a medium arranged by Ayanami? She sneaks into Zhou Shanxiang's changed last name room silently, and her hands rise up. In the blink of an eye, it came to 2 days later. The bone-born pill had been prepared long ago, and it was time to give it to Song Lansing. Song Lansing pinched the elixir in his hand. This was the elixir. As long as he ate this elixir, his leg would be fine. After being crippled for 7 years, he would finally be able to stand up. Eating this elixir, your legs will probably hurt 100 times more than when I stretched your meridians earlier. Hold on and don't pass out. Su Coriander Pomelo couldn't help but urge. If he fainted, the potency of the bone-born pill might be lost. Song Lansing sniffed, her eyelashes lightly trembling as she nodded. Good. He took a deep breath and tilted his head back to eat the bone-born pill, which melted in his mouth. The next moment he felt his legs shaking. It was his body's own reaction. It hurt. Very much. Extraordinarily. It hurt so much that he wanted to bite his tongue and kill himself. It turns out that the pain before was child's play and the pain now is the real pain. Song Lansing grasped the bedsheet with both hands, biting her lower lip to death, and in a short while her lips were bitten out of blood. Her body trembled slightly, and her head was full of cold sweat. Just when Song Lansing couldn't hold on and was about to be fainted by the pain, Su Coriander held his arm and a spiritual energy was fed into him. Song Lansing only felt a soft glow within his body, soothing his pain and clearing his mind for a few moments. Feeling the warmth coming from his arm, his fingertips trembled lightly and he pursed his lips, tasting a hint of blood on his tongue. Song Lansing closed his eyes. A flash of embarrassment flashed through his heart. His current appearance should be very ugly. 2 hours later, when Song Lansing heard Su Coriander Pomelo say that he could faint, his eyes closed and he completely fainted. Su Coriander Pomelo wiped the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead, clapped her hands again, and raised her lips in a smile. Great job. You saved my life in a previous life, and I've saved yours in this one, so we're done for now. Junji wobbled and floated over. Yo, cured in order to cure his leg, you wasted half a month. Su Coriander Pomelo, you wouldn't really fancy him and want to hide a daughter in a golden house, would you? The corner of Shangliu's mouth hung up a faint smile. It's not unavoidable. I observe that this person seems to have a single fire spirit root. His talent is good. You can take both of them. Su Coriander Pomelo. I'm not blessed. Shangliu, why not? In the spirit world, whether it's a man or a woman, as long as they are strong they can be embraced left and right. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiang Lu with a smile. So how many wives do you have? Shangliu's face instantly changed. His eyebrows twisted together. A hint of gloom flashed under his eyes. I did not take a wife, and I will not in this lifetime. With that, he turned and walked away. Yoo-hoo, this is hurt by love. Junru let out a light hum. Xiang Lu is wrong. The only ones who embrace left and right are you human race. We divine beasts are definitely not towards 3. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a long sigh. I didn't mean anything else by saving Song Lansing. It's just because he looks like someone I once knew who saved my life. Yo, you're still a person who knows how to return favors. Can't tell. Junru glanced at her eyely. As soon as the words fell, Su Coriander Pomelo slapped him with a slap. Get lost. Junru rolled in the air and landed safely. His tone was very dissatisfied. This is my space. If you want to roll, it's you who should roll. His space he could only enter with his divine sense as well. His main body couldn't enter. Otherwise he wouldn't have been chased by Xiang Lu. Su Coriander gave a knife eye. Want to wear women's clothes again? Or do you want to be spanked? Junru was choked up and drifted away with a grunt behind his little back. It's inhuman. It's inhuman. To think that he, the young master of the Kuan Pang clan, had been squeezed to this extent. Is it a moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Chapter 111, The Secret Realm of the Deep Mountains. Song Lanqing slept for a full day and night before waking up. He subconsciously used his hands to support the bed to get up, but suddenly realized that he could move his legs with feeling. His empty, lifeless eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't stop the elation in his eyes. Can't wait to get out of bed and walk around. Just get out of bed. Legs but suddenly soft, fell to the ground. Su Coriander Pomelo heard the commotion and pushed open the door of the room, watching him fall, and didn't have the intention to go up to help. Your leg is already healed. You can walk after 2 more adaptations. Song Lansing's face flushed red when she heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice, holding onto the bed as she slowly stood up, softly saying a thank you. I know. Thanks Miss Su. You're welcome. This is the house I've rented. I've already notified Elder Song. He'll be here to pick you up soon. Su Coriander Pomelo paused and took out a gongfu from space and put it into his arms. This is the gongfu I promised to give you. When your eyes get better, you can cultivate according to this gongfu. Saying that, he took out another jade slip and stuffed it into his hand. This jade slip will wait for you to input your spiritual energy to check it out after you draw chi into your body. Inside is general knowledge about cultivators and such. Song Lanqing thought for a moment and asked, Ms. Su, I would like to ask one last question. You want to ask about the Song family being counted, right? Su Coriander Pomelo, don't worry, it's already been resolved. And from now on, your Song family will be fine. With Shangliu trapped inside the Kuan Pang and Song Xingzhou already dead, the Song family would naturally be fine. So only the Su family is the most unlucky. Su Coriander Pomelo heard that Master Su died. TSK, it's good to be dead. Otherwise, seeing the Su family bankruptcy, woefully hiding abroad, it is estimated that even if they are not dead now, they will die of depression. The Su family's chi was all taken by her, and it was estimated that there wouldn't be a moment of resurgence within 3 generations. Song Lansing froze for a moment, then stood up straight and bent 90 degrees towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Many thanks to Miss Su for saving my Song family. He had lost count of the number of times he had said thank you, but he didn't know how to repay her great kindness other than to say thank you. She didn't just save his leg, she saved the entire Song family. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. Elder Song will be here soon to take you back to the Song family. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Ms. Su, Song Lanqing shouted. Coriander Su, anything else? Song Lanqing asked. Will we see each other again in the future? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Song Lanqing's appearance. His eyes were like deep pools, and after a long period of silence, he laughed and said, we will meet if we have the fate to do so. Su Coriander Pomelo returned to that mountain range again. Next, she could close her mind to study that divine level technique. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder skill is quite a domineering name. 1 month later, Su Coriander Pomelo successfully broke through the foundation establishment stage and comprehended the first layer of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder skill, Thunder Cloud Flash. Looking at the thunder clouds in the sky, Su Coriander Pomelo sighed. The general cultivator breakthrough Jindan period will only have a thunderbolt, and she break through a foundation stage on a thunderbolt. Matricide should not be it's kind of the only thing in the world for her. Su Coriander Pomelo calmly sat down cross-legged, waiting for the thunderbolt to fall. Just as she had a bold idea in her mind. Since she could absorb ordinary thunder, maybe she could use the thunder tribulation as well. She wanted to use it to refine her body, making her fleshly body even stronger. However, Su Coriander Pomelo waited for a long time, and the thunderbolt never fell. She tilted her head up to look at the thunderclouds above her, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. No, she didn't run. How come she waited for so long for the thunderbolt to still not fall? Is it going to brew a big one for her? After waiting for a while again, Su Coriander Pomelo herself was waiting impatiently. She pointed at the thunderclouds and scolded without mercy. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and point split. Don't delay my cultivation. The thundercloud rumbled, and just when Su Coriander Yuzu thought it was going to split down, it ran away. Run away. Is sick. Run for what? Su Coriander Pomelo took out a long sword with her backhand and directly chased after it with her sword. She was still waiting to refine her body with the thunder tribulation. The thundercloud ran fast and disappeared in a flash. Su Coriander Yuzu's face was filled with black lines. Her body refining technique had fizzled out. Junru drilled out from the spirit beast space, his small eyes full of doubts. Strange, how come this thundercloud didn't split you and ran away? Coriander Su shrugged. How should I know? Junru circled around Su Coriander Pomelo, a hint of sizing up caught in the bottom of his eyes. Su Coriander Pomelo, You can't be the reincarnation of some human great power in the upper spirit realm, can you? So that even the thunderclouds don't split you? After saying that, he shook his head again. That's not right. Even an immortal exalt doesn't have that ability to make the heavenly Tao of the small world afraid. It must be because you are at the foundation stage cultivation. The thunderclouds are too lazy to split you. The heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Even if one became an immortal, one could not help the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators who didn't dare to take the heavenly Tao oath. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned, her tone showing a slight hint of regret. Forget it, then we'll have to wait for the breakthrough to the Jindan stage. The thunderclouds had all run away, so she had better continue to go back to her seclusion. Su Coriander Yuzu, that guy Shangliu said he knows where there is a secret realm. Do you want to go? Junru. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes lit up. Go, why don't you go? Quickly ask him where the secret realm is. Junru relayed Xiang Lu's words. He said it's deep within this mountain range, to the southeast. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes rolled, and the imperial sword flew towards the southeast direction of the. After spending a whole month's time, Su Coriander Pomelo finally solved the last maze. Looking at the secret realm that revealed its true colors, she slowly sighed in relief. Hidden can be really tight. Not only have hidden traces of the formation, there are also maze formations, trapped formations. No wonder has not been hidden by the hidden family to find out. Come a cultivator who didn't know anything about formations, and he would definitely be trapped. Looking at the ancient and simple door in front of her, for some reason, she felt something sinister. Su Coriander Pomelo hesitated for a moment, but still pushed the door in. She'd come all this way, and she was itching not to go in and take a look. The door creaked and rattled harshly as it seemed to have been left open for a long time. A white light flashed over, piercing Su Coriander Yuzu subconsciously closed her eyes. Chapter 112, Heavenly Wind Country Part 1, plus more. Zhang Yao opened his eyes in a daze and propped his hands on the bed to sit up, but he felt weak all over. She opened her mouth and made a sound that was extremely hoarse. Come on, people. Just 2 words, but they made her cover her throat in pain. It hurt. Her throat hurt. What was wrong with her? Zhang Yao pointed at his throat and spat out a few words with difficulty. Drink. Water. Chuier wiped her tears. Yes, miss, the slave girl will go get water. Zhang Yao was helped to sit up by Chuier and drank 3 large bowls of water before the burning sensation in his throat eased some. It also reminded her of everything. She was a concubine daughter of the household department of the Tianfeng kingdom. Her birth mother was just a slave girl. Because of her look she was spotted by the drunken Jiang Shangshu and had a one-night stand. And afterward her birth mother became pregnant and became a concubine, and died of hemorrhage while giving birth to her. She was said to be a mother's grudge since she was a child. Her father didn't treat her well. Her first mother loathed her, and even her grandmother ignored her, even allowing her first sister to bully her. Her looks inherited from her birth mother, born beautiful, but also because of this appearance so that the first sister Jiang Huan's jealousy, to her up to 10 years of scolding and bullying. Yesterday, she was pushed into the water by Jiang Huan and almost died. Yo, second sister is awake. A young girl wearing a brocade-colored dress and a silver-gilded inlaid jeweled butterfly hairpin walked in. The young girl with bright eyes and white teeth, extraordinarily fair skin, and a bright smile, just like a delicate flower. Chuier knelt on the ground. Slave servant has met the eldest young lady. Zhang Yao couldn't help but tremble when he heard this voice, and his whole body curled up together. Big sister. You, why did you push me? Jiang Huan scanned Zhang Yao up and down a few times. Even though her body was thin and weak, she still looked at that appearance as an eyesore. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother said that her father would be angry if she ruined her appearance, she would have already taken a knife and slashed a few times on her face. Why would I push you? Yesterday's grandmother's birthday banquet. Many noble dukes in the capital will come, including my favorite 6th prince His Highness. You say you, dressed up and flamboyant out for what? If I don't push you into the water and leave you in a sorry state, how else am I going to bully you if you're in His Highness's eyes? Zhang Yao's face turned white, her body shook, she closed her eyes, her tears fell silently, and she stopped talking because she knew that Jiang Huan would not let her go. Jiang Huan is most disgusted with Jiang such a pathetic appearance. Without saying anything went up and grabbed her hair, to her face as a slap. Zhang Yao was dragged from the bed to the floor by Jiang Huan, and her face was swollen from the beating. She didn't have the strength to resist, nor did she want to, because her resistance would bring more slaps. Jiang Huan, tired of fighting, looked at Jiang Xiu who was like a dead fish, and kicked her hard again, stepping on her chest. So what if you are born with good looks, but it's just a lowly contraption born by a slave girl? You'll always only be worthy of lying at my feet. Yes, she's the daughter of a slave girl, and her birth mother was just a slave girl. The first mother is the youngest daughter of General Li's house, with her parents favoring her. backed up by her 3 older brothers, and the strength of her mother's family. Even her father is extremely fond of the first mother. She was the only one of the commoners in the house, which showed how much her father loved her first mother. The first mother had 2 sons, and Jiang Huan was her youngest daughter, highly favored since childhood. Joy, joy, rejoicing, loathe, detest. Jiang Huan's birth was joyous. River Loathing was born as Loathing. Su Coriander Pomelo wrapped her arms around her chest and watched the scene with cold eyes, not knowing what this secret realm was up to and what it was doing to bring her here. Could this be the memory of the owner of the secret realm? The owner of the secret realm is Jiang Xiu? Not sure. Let's see first. Jiang Yao's eyes were hollow. Half a moment later, pulled the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Help me. Get into bed. Chui'er carefully helped Jiang Yao up, looking at the way her entire cheeks were swollen and her lips were white, as if she was going to lose her soul in the next second. Tears snapped and flowed down her face. Miss, the slave girl is going to beg the madam for a doctor. No, but miss, you will die, Jade cried. Jiang Yao had already fallen into the water and contracted a wind chill, but he suffered a severe beating from Jiang Huan. At this moment, Jiang Yao was lying on the bed as if he was a broken doll. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Chui'er really thought that Jiang Yao had died. It's good to be dead, dying so she wouldn't have to suffer all this pain. How she wished she had died in that lake and wondered who had saved her. Chui'er, you've been following me since you were a child. It's me who's wronged you. When I die, you'll marry little Shunzi. He's very nice. If it wasn't for little Shunzi all these years, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Miss, don't you say that. Jade fell to her knees beside the bed. You won't die. You're the master's daughter. The slave girl went to beg the master. The master won't let you die. Jade wiped her tears and stood up to run outside. Chui'er, come back. Jiang Xiu scolded sternly. Cough cough, because the tone was too sharp. Jiang Xiu coughed violently. Jade hurriedly went and poured a glass of water. After drinking a cup of water to slow down, Jiang Xiu grabbed Chui'er's hand and looked at her with fixed eyes. Chui'er, I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is that life is worse than death. I'll reach maturity next month, and my first mother won't let me marry a good family. But it's just a matter of jumping from one tiger's nest into another. Instead of that, why don't you just let me die now, rather than being tortured to death later? Jade sobbed. Miss, Jiang Xia raised his thin arm and gently wiped Chui'er's tears, softly saying, Chui'er, although we are master and servant, in my heart you are my only relative. I wish you well. Good girl. Forget about me in the future and live out your days with little Shunzi. After saying these words, it was as if it took Jiang Aoi's whole body's strength, and she lay quietly on the bed, waiting for death to come. Chui'er knelt beside the bed, tears streaming down silently. She knew that the young lady was going to die, but there was nothing she could do about it. I don't know how long it took, but a lot of people suddenly came to the desolate and dilapidated yard. Mrs. Jiang came in with the doctor. She looked at Jiang Xie, whose breathing was already minimal on the bed, and a trace of disgust flashed under her eyes. Dr. Zhang, go and give her a look. Don't let her die. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Zhang sighed in his heart as he looked at both sides of Jiang Aoi's face swollen. Also a poor man. He didn't think much about it and took out a pad and placed it on Jiang Yao's wrist to start taking his pulse. Chui'er froze. Why did Madam bring a doctor to save Miss? Since when has Madam been so kind? Chui'er didn't dare to speak either, and silently knelt on the side. Under the doctor's treatment, Jiang Aoi woke up the next day. She looked at the familiar house, her heart filled with bitterness. Why? Why was she still alive? Why wouldn't God just leave her alone? Chui'er saw that Jiang Aoi had finally woken up and happily called out. Miss, you're awake. The slave girl will go and bring in the medicine. Jiang Yao frowned slightly when he heard Chui'er's words. Chui'er, what kind of medicine? Chui'er pursed her lips and said in a low voice. Miss, yesterday, Madam suddenly brought the doctor here, saying that she must wake you up. Jiang Yao froze. The first mother couldn't wait for her to die. Why would she save her? For some reason, Jiang Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 113 Tianfeng Kingdom Chapter 2. After 2 more days, as her condition slowly improved and the swelling on her face gradually dissipated, Jiang Aoi finally knew why Mrs. Jiang wanted to save her. Because that day when she fell into the water, she was rescued by one of the guards, and she was carried in the guard's arms, unclothed, and was seen by many people. And that guard was the close guard of the 6th prince, who made the deed of sale to the guard to marry her. Lord Jiang and Lady Jiang didn't dare to let her die. They could only bring her back to life and let her marry. Jiang Huan covered her paddle and walked into the courtyard, her tone full of gloating. Second sister. Sister, I have not yet congratulated you on getting married. I heard that the guard had no father or mother, and was a beggar once upon a time. It was the 6th prince who was kind enough to bring him into the house and make him a guard. However, that guard is quite a good match for you. Ha, you, too, are only worthy of marrying a beggar. Jiang Yao sat in his chair, his head lowered in silence. Jiang Huan was self-conscious and kicked hard at her before leaving. Mother said that Jiang Aoi would be getting married in the next few days, so she couldn't hit her in the face. Humph. There would be plenty of time to clean her up when she was married to the sixth prince. Father and mother were originally a divine couple in the capital, and father had only one main wife. Mother, no concubines, who did not envy mother. But Jiang Aoi, that slave girl's birth mother, even took advantage of father's drunkenness and climbed into father's bed, and also gave birth to Jiang Aoi, this cheap seed. Let mother be ridiculed by those noble women. Simply hateful. She would never let her go in her life. Jiang Yao rubbed the thigh that Jiang Huan had kicked, his mind already numb. Su Coriander Pomelo scared lightly. This Jiang Huan was a more disgusting contraption than Su Jiao. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye came the day of Jiang Aoi's marriage. Everyone in the capital knew that the second young miss of the household minister's residence was going to marry a guard. That guard was once a beggar. The sixth prince saw him in good hands, before letting him enter the prince's residence to become a guard. TSK, Jiang Air Miss is also pitiful, dripping wet in public and being carried into the guard's arms. Her reputation has been ruined, and she can only marry that guard. Still, the sixth prince was considerate, taking into account the face of Lord Jiang, gave the deed of sale to the guards, and also bought him a courtyard in the capital, so that he could marry second Miss Jiang in style. After all, even if Miss Jiang Air's birth mother is a servant girl, that is also the daughter of Lord Jiang, and treating her badly is not treating Lord Jiang badly. Before dawn, Jiang Aoi was dragged out of bed by a matron to put on her rouge, wedding clothes, and a red cover. Jiang Yao's heart was extremely apprehensive. She fell into the water at that time and fainted directly before coming ashore. She simply didn't have time to see clearly what the guards looked like, muddled and followed by the maids to help on the sedan chair. Su Coriander Pomelo floated next to the sedan chair in the river Loathing. Jiang family faced to do enough, gave Jiang Aoi 34 carries dowry. After all, she is married to a guard. These dowries are already more than enough. However, Su Coriander Pomelo realized that these dowries in total added up to an estimated less than 200 taels, which was more than enough to look at. This Jiang family is really with the hypocrisy. Following Jiang Xie's palanquin to the guard's house, Su Coriander Pomelo swept a glance at the guard. His skin was a bit dark, but his features were good, a boarder's look, and she looked at this person's face are joyful, not like forced, even if it is pretending, but the excitement in the bottom of the eyes cannot deceive people. Sui lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and stretched out his big, thick and powerful hand, softly saying, "Mother, let me help you." When Jiang Aoi heard Sui's voice, he pursed his lips, a little at a loss for words, hesitated for a moment, but still held his hand. Sui's hand was large enough to wrap tightly around her thin little hand. Jiang Yao slightly blushed and was led by Sui to the mansion. Since he was an orphan and had no parents, he only symbolically worshipped the high priest. In the new room, Sui picked open the red head. In front of his eyes is the river Hade, delicate, incomparable appearance. He couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile. Jiang Aoi also saw Sui's appearance. Only one glance was scalded by the fire in his eyes and shyly lowered his head. After drinking the cup of wine, Sui hoarsely said, "Mother, rest." River Loathing gave a low hum. Su Coriander Pomelo followed Jiang Xiu all the way to pay homage, entered the bridal chamber, picked off the red cover, and drank the cup of wine. What to do next is naturally self-evident. Just as Su Coriander Pomelo was about to float out, there was a sudden flash in front of her eyes and she came to the second day. Jiang Yao this day unprecedentedly slept until noon. She opened her eyes in a daze. Looking out the window was already bright. She rubbed her head and sat up, but then instantly softened her body and lay back down again. Jade. Jiang Yao covered his mouth. What happened? How did his voice become hoarse again? Chuyer heard the commotion and pushed open the door to the room. "Miss, you're awake. What hour is it?" Jiang Yao asked. "It's already noon." Jiang Yao was startled. "It's already noon. Why didn't you wake me up? Quickly help me up." Chuyer looked at Jiang Aoi with a smile. "It's not that the slave girl doesn't call Miss to get up. It's that Auntie's heart is aching for Miss not to let the slave girl call you to get up." Jiang Yao snapped to think of what happened last night, and his cheeks turned red. "You girl, you still dare to tease me." Chuyer gave a hefty laugh. "The slave girl sees that Auntie is quite good to Miss." Jiang Aoi silenced. "Yesterday that man was really good to her." She called out in pain to stop. He stopped, without half forcing her. She saw that he seemed to be having a hard time, and thinking that this man would be her husband from now on, her future dependents, she said that she could continue, and she didn't call out for pain again behind her. Chuyer served Jiang Aoi to put on her clothes, her mouth still rambling. "Auntie is good to Miss. In the future, Miss should not think of seeking death." It hurt her to watch. Obviously the young lady was only a year older than her, but she looked down on life and death. "I only hope that in the future, the aunt will be nicer and nicer to the young lady." Jiang Aoi sighed and gently hugged Chuyer. "If Sui can really be relied upon, I am willing to share my life with him. Jade, miss, you must be happy. River loathing, will do. I hope Sui can really give her happiness. By the way, first mother gave me the deed of sale for you this time. Jiang Yao took out a deed of sale from a box and handed it to Chuyer. From now on you are a free agent. Chuyer's face went white, and tears instantly flowed down her face. Miss, don't you want your slave girl? Jiang Yao tenderly wiped her tears. I didn't not want you. If something happens to me one day, you can take the deed of sale and leave. Miss, how can you say such bad luck? You'll be fine. Hurry up and poo-poo. Chuyer, what if? That won't work either. Jade was in a hurry. Jiang Xie was helpless and poo-pooed a few times, and only then was Jade satisfied. Chapter 114, The Heavenly Wind Country Part 3. Sui is indeed very good and considerate to Jiang Aoi, even promising that he will only have one wife for her in this life. Jiang Aoi was extremely touched. Except for Chuyer, no one was genuinely good to her. The Su family now only had Chuyer as a slave girl, and a lot of things were done by Sui himself. Chopping wood for cooking, doing laundry and fetching water, and doing Chuyer's chores as well. In the past few days, Chuyer had complimented Sui more than once in front of Jiang Shui. During the meal, the three of them sat on top of a table. These 2 days were the happiest moments in Jiang Aoi's life, and the moments when she smiled the most, and wouldn't worry about not having enough to eat or Jiang Huan coming to trouble her. However, after 3 days, when she returned to the door, Jiang Aoi stepped into the Jiang family that made her nightmarish again. She was back to her usual cautious and obsequious self. Sui sighed quietly and silently held her hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Mrs. Jiang wouldn't naturally not treat Jiang Xia how she would in front of outsiders. Anyway, she's already married off and is still a fatherless orphan, and that's all she'll ever be in this life, so she's no threat to her at all. Jiang Huan looked at Sui's black face. The bottom of his eyes were even more disdainful. Jiang Aoi is only worthy of marrying this kind of ugly-looking and rude martial artist. But when she saw Jiang Aoi's more and more delicate appearance after the marriage, the handkerchief was about to be torn to pieces by her. She had just wanted to open her mouth to mock her for a couple of sentences when she received a wink from Mrs. Jiang and could only shut her mouth indignantly. Wait, when she becomes the imperial consort, she must scratch this face. Only when he completely left the Jiangfu did Jiang Shui's entire body relax. Sui looked down at Jiang Anomaly, his eyes flickered, and he softly said, Mother, it's still early, can I accompany you for a stroll? Shopping? Ah, how could she have shopped when she rarely even came out of her crumbling yard? She looked sideways at the tall man next to her and nodded slowly. Good. Su Coriander Pomelo floated behind the trio with an expressionless face, not knowing what the hell this secret realm was up to and what exactly it wanted her to see. Junru couldn't be contacted either. She was now a soul body and wanted to attempt to leave, but couldn't. When she was in the Jiang family, she was still able to leave Jiang Shui to take a stroll around the Jiang family, but ever since Jiang Shui married Sui, she could only follow the two of them, and couldn't go anywhere else. When she got out, she would have to violently beat the dead snake that was Shangliu. Jiang Xia didn't want to go back to the Jiang family, so Sui sold the house given to him by the sixth prince, took Jiang Xie and Chuyer together to Jiangnan, and found a village with simple folk customs to settle down. Under the slow relationship with Sui, Jiang Aoi slowly fell in love with him. Even though the days were hard, she felt very relieved just to be around him. A year later, Jiang Aoi was pregnant. Sui was ecstatic and violently hugged her 3 times. Ha 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 ha, ma'am, I'm having a baby. I'm having a baby. Jiang Aoi cried out in fear. Husband, quickly put me down. Beware of the child. When Sui heard this, he hurriedly carried Jiang Aoi to the bed, knelt down and sat in front of her, and with a nervous face, he touched her stomach that had not yet shown its pregnancy. I'm sorry ma'am, did I hurt you? Does your stomach hurt? When Jiang Aoi saw Sui's nervous appearance, he snorted and laughed. It's fine, my stomach doesn't hurt. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll make a trip into the mountains later and catch some wild game for you and the child. Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. Good, you have to be safe. I'll wait for you to come home. Sui got up and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, with you and the child, how could I dare to let anything happen to myself? Sui took his tools and went up the mountain. Not long after, Chuyer staggered in. Miss, I heard my brother-in-law say you're pregnant? Jiang Xia looked at Chuyer helplessly. Chuyer, how many times have I said, don't call me miss, call me sister? Chuyer snapped and touched her nose. No, I'm not all used to it. Sister, how many months are you pregnant? Jiang Yao touched her stomach, her entire body radiating a motherly glow. The doctor said it's been almost 3 months. Then there are still 7 months before sister gives birth. When I go back to find Kong to go to the county town to buy some needles and threads to come back and make clothes for sister's baby. Jade finished and hurried away again. Zhou Kong, the youngest son of the village headman's family, fell in love with Chuyer at first sight. And it was thanks to Zhou Kong that they were able to build a house and settle in the village so quickly when they first arrived. Last month, Chuyer married Zhou Kong, and now the young couple is being sweet. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the moment when Jiang Aoi went into labor. She was in pain for a full 2 hours and finally gave birth to a son. Sui named him Su Yu. Jiang Yao tenderly kissed her son's cheek. This was her son, her and her husband's son. What she had suffered in this life, she would never let her Yuer suffer again. It wasn't long before Jade was also pregnant and 10 months later gave birth to a son as well. Yet she still always acted like a child, often holding her son, Dog Egg, in her arms and coming to Jiang Aoi. The name Dog Egg was chosen by Chuyer, who said that cheap names are good to feed. And as for the big name, it was still chosen by Sui, Zhou Qinghuai. Xiao Yo loved Doggy Egg so much that she always pinched his soft face and giggled. The days just went by. Jiang Xiu was pregnant with her second child 3 years later, and Suyu was 4 years old, often mischievous and unafraid of anyone but Jiang Xiu. Doggy ran around stupidly behind Xiao Yel every day. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with her current life. She thought that she would live her whole life in such an uneventful way. But in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, the Kingdom of Heavenly Wind and the Kingdom of East Fortune began to fight. The country of Tianfeng was so rich and so many people died that conscription began everywhere, and every man over 16 years of age from every household had to go to the barracks. Husband, Jiang Yao pulled Suyi's arm, his eyes filled with panic. Suyi hugged her soothingly. Mother, rest assured, I will return safely. Jiang Aoi's tears snapped. Over the years she had gotten used to Sui being by her side. If Sui left, she didn't know how to live. Husband, I'm afraid. Sui tenderly wiped the tears on her face. Ma'am, don't cry. Have you forgotten that I am in Kung Fu? You have to come back safely. You must come back safely. Jiang Aoi cried. Yuer and I, as well as the baby in my belly, are waiting for you at home. Yes, I will. Sui was also taken away, as was Zhou Kong, and many of the adult men from the village's families were taken away. For a moment the village was strewn with wailing, and many of the people who had left were afraid they would never see each other again. When you're traveling to war, the slightest mistake can leave you with no bones. Chapter 115, The Heavenly Wind Country Part 4. Since ancient times, it is the people who suffer in war. The Tianfeng Kingdom and the Dongfu Kingdom have been fighting for a full 3 months and still haven't stopped. Zhou Kong also left. Chuyer simply moved to Su's house to live with Jiang Aoi. Together, the two sisters had a not too difficult time, with Chuyer accompanying her and Suyu around. Jiang Aoi slowly pulled herself together and nourished her fetus at ease. She believed that Sui would come back to her one day. Sui did come back and became a 3rd-grade general. At that time, Jiang Aoi was more than 8 months pregnant and was about to give birth in a month. She was picked up by Sui and brought back to the capital to live in the great general's residence. This time when the two countries were at war, General Yi dared to commit treason and almost caused the entire Heavenly Wind country to be annihilated. But fortunately, Sui discovered it and found evidence of General Yi's treason, so that it did not lead to a great disaster. His Majesty was furious, and General Yi's family was decapitated. Lord Jiang was afraid of being implicated, directly repudiated Mrs. Jiang Huan, who married the 6th prince, also gave the 6th prince to relegate his wife to a concubine, and even the firstborn son she gave birth to also became the concubine's eldest son, who let General Yi be Jiang Huan's maternal grandfather. She had General Yi's bloodline in her. The 6th prince still wanted to sit in that position and would never allow his firstborn son to have a treasonous bloodline. But the wrath of the Holy Spirit is not something that can be dispelled by Lord Jiang's repudiation of his wife and the 6th prince's relegation of his wife to the status of a concubine. In the eyes of His Majesty, Lord Jiang had married General Yi's first daughter as his wife, and the 6th prince had married Lord Jiang's first daughter as his wife, so they had long been tied to the same boat. Even though the Holy Spirit did not decree to copy the Jiangfu now, Lord Jiang clearly felt that he had lost the heart of the Holy Spirit. Jiang Yao did not expect that after many years, he would see his father again, and the other party had come to beg for him. Though I have married my husband as my wife, I will not ask much about his affairs. Ha! Her father wanted her husband to plead for him in front of the saint. Was she that stupid? Lord Jiang softened his tone. Aloof child, once upon a time it was father who was wrong. In fact, father likes you. It's just that father can't express a trace of liking you. Otherwise that poisonous woman would have taken your life off. Jiang Xiu touched his stomach, his eyes cold. There's no point in talking more. Father, please return. Lord Jiang did not expect that after just a few years of not seeing each other, Jiang Aoi had become so strange. Lord Jiang Aoi, I'm your father. The Jiang mansion is your mother's family. If I fall on hard times, what do you think you'll get out of it? And now that Sui has become a great general, do you think he'll still keep you all to himself? Jiang Yao lowered his eyes and added, Father, please return. Lord Jiang's face turned blue, and with a cold snort, he directly left. Jiang Yao touched her stomach. How could she not understand what Lord Jiang said? But she does believe in Sui, who will treat her well for the rest of her life. Sui greeted the wind and snow and hurriedly came. The first thing he did was to hold Jiang Aoi in his arms. Mother, I heard that father-in-law came. Did he give you a hard time? Jiang Yao shook his head and softly said, No, father just spoke a few words with me. That's good. Sui, no matter what father-in-law says, you should ignore it. Everything is with me. Jiang Yao smiled slightly. Good. Asterisk. Su coriander pomelo floated in the air, finally noticing a hint of something wrong. This is not right on Sui. It was snowing heavily outside, and he was covered with snowflakes. If he really loved Jiang Aoi in particular, how could he hug her as soon as he entered the door? Moreover, Jiang Aoi was still pregnant, so he wasn't afraid to pass the cold to her. Su Coriander Yusu scratched his chin. Could it be that all the love and thoughtfulness he had shown to Jiang Yao before was all pretend? That was also pretending too much. Even she, an outsider looking at it, felt that Sui was truly in love with Jiang Aoi. Not sure. Look again. The day of the production of Jiang Xie, the snow fell heavily, the sky-flying snow drifting down on the branches. Fluttering, the world will be haloed in a snow white. There was a scream from River Loathing in the room. From the beginning of Jiang Anxiety's labor, Sui had been standing in the snow, his black robes on the verge of being dyed white. The maids and boys are saying that the great general loves the general's wife so much that they are actually guarding the door without moving. The whistling north wind swept through the branches, blowing Sui's hair slightly tumbling. It wasn't until a child's cry came from the inner room that Sui moved his fingertips and raised his eyes slightly. The stabilizer happily pushed open the door of the room and bowed to Sui. Congratulations, great general. Congratulations, great general. Madam has given birth to 1,000 Jin. Sui's eyes immediately erupted with a hint of joy, his voice dark. Daughter, finally a daughter. The cold wind was bitter and chilling. Sui's sudden strike caught everyone unawares. That night, Sui slaughtered all the maids and boys in the great general's residence. The snowy white of the ground turned into a brightly colored blood. Jiang Yao heard the screams outside and stumbled outside the house in a white blasphemy, not even wiping the blood from his lower body. She stood in the snow, her lips whitening as she watched Sui holding a baby in one hand and the other hand strangling Sui's neck in death, the color of blood on her face disappearing all of a sudden. Mother, mother! Suyu stomped her little legs and kept struggling. Jiang Xiu's eyes were wide with anger as he roared. Sui, what are you doing? Sui's eyes were stern and deep, cold and merciless, and with a gentle pinch, his neck was instantly snapped, and he casually threw it to the side. Jiang Yao's pupils widened violently and he let out a scream. You are... Jiang Yao was trembling as she walked over to Suyu, holding his body in her arms. Looking at his tightly closed eyes and broken neck, she looked fiercely at Sui with scarlet eyes. Sui, why? Why did you kill our child? Sui looked at her in a condescending manner and raised his hand, restoring his original appearance. Jiang Aoi's face turned white as she looked at Sui, who was half similar to the former. What else did she not understand? You lied to me all these years? Sui coldly sank his face, his voice extraordinarily icy. If it wasn't for the heavenly phoenix bloodline in your body, do you think that a hallowed Yuaning stage cultivator would marry and have a child with an ordinary person like you? The bloodline of the heavenly phoenix clan has always been passed down to daughters and not to men. I've been waiting for you to give birth to a daughter for 6 years now, and I'm getting impatient. Sui, what do you want? Sui looked at the baby in his arms, his gaze somber. Rumor has it that the heart of a newborn baby girl of the heavenly phoenix clan has the effect of nirvana, and after eating it, you will have a second life. Jiang Xie's eyes were crimson, his eyes almost spitting out sparks. Sui, you animal, she's a daughter, how dare you want to eat her? She didn't know what the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix clan was that Sui was talking about. She only knew that Sui was going to eat her daughter, her newly born daughter who hadn't even opened her eyes yet. The baby seemed to perceive the danger and started wailing with its mouth open. Chapter 116, Tianfeng Kingdom Chapter 5. Sui kicked away Jiang Xiu, who was grabbing his leg, and sneered, a mere commoner is worthy of giving me a daughter? He choked the baby, his eyes filled with madness. She's destined to come for me to take. His lifespan was already running out, and he had spent so much time trying to rip off Jiang Aoi and get her to willingly give birth to the heavenly phoenix clan bloodline for her. It was written in the ancient book that it was necessary to make the woman of the heavenly phoenix clan willingly give birth to a daughter. Otherwise the bloodline would be impure, and even if she ate it, it would be useless. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have acted with her for so long and had a son. What's the point of him having a son? He can't eat him. Acting for a long time, so that he was somewhat again bored, he went to provoke a war. He logically entered the barracks and began to kill. It was only when she was about to give birth that the war ended and she was brought to her. Jiang Xiu was kicked to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his face a few shades whiter than the snow on the branch. Sui, I beg you, don't kill our daughter. That's our daughter. Eat me if you want. I'm also the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan you're talking about. I'm begging you, just let her go. At this time, Jiang Yaoi's body was so thin that it seemed as if it was going to shatter, and she ignored the pain in her body and knelt on the snow, begging bitterly, her words sobbing for blood, which made people's hearts ache when they smelled it. Sui is not moved. The past days of tenderness and sweetness is just all he pretended. And how will he be soft to Jiang Yaoi? He stabbed his 5 fingers into the baby's chest in front of Jiang Xiu and pulled out her heart. The baby let out only a single cry, and the next second it was completely out of breath. Jiang Yao watched as Sui ate her daughter's heart into his stomach one bite at a time, screaming madly. Ah! Her lips trembled as the blood rushed through her body, her crimson eyes filled with hate. Sui, I'm going to kill you. I don't know where the strength came from. Picking up the stone on the ground, fiercely rushing towards Sui, but he lightly pinched his neck, the fierce light in the bottom of his eyes. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Only hearing a click, Sui directly snapped Jiang Xiu's neck, and the body, like a rag doll, was casually thrown to the ground by him. The flames were all over the place. The great general's residence was on fire, and many people ran to put out the fire, but it was clearly a snowy day, and this fire burned for a day and a night before it was extinguished. After watching the fire with an expressionless face, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes shifted and appeared in another heaven and earth, with grass, trees and a modest bamboo house. She was still in the state of a divine soul, but she could already contact Junji. Su Coriander, mother, that sister is here. The boy who looked exactly like Xiao Yul pointed at Su Coriander Yuzu and tugged on Jiang Xiu's sleeve. Jiang Yao tenderly touched Su Yu's head. Okay, mother knows, take your sister to play. Yes, mother. Xiao Yu happily took her sister's hand and ran to the other side to play. Sister? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the child. Looking at the age seems to be only about a year old. The appearance looks extremely similar to Jiang Aoi. This one, the daughter whose heart was ripped out by Sui? Jiang Yao watched the siblings walk away from him, and only then did he drop his gaze on Su Coriander Pomelo. Pointing to the table and chairs next to him, he smiled and said, "Ms. Su, please have a seat." Su Coriander Pomelo's expression moved slightly as she sat over. Many thanks. Jiang Xia didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to be so sensible and obedient. Sitting across from her and looking at her with a sly gaze, "Miss Su, aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" Su Coriander Pomelo spoke calmly. "It's not just a ghost cultivator. I've seen plenty of them." Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows. "You're not afraid that I'll kill you?" Su Coriander Pomelo's complexion remained unchanged, and she said slowly, "If you wanted to kill, you would have done so long ago, so why bother pulling me into your memories?" Jiang Yao smiled at his words. "Miss Su is smart. Then you should know my purpose, right?" "I don't know, Su Coriander, and don't want to know." The smile on Jiang Yao's face gradually disappeared. A hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. "Miss Su, don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Su Coriander Pomelo snorted and scanned Jiang Yao up and down a few times. "You're a ghost cultivator whose consciousness is about to dissipate. You can kill me?" Jiang Yao's eyes narrowed. This spirit cultivator was hard to deal with. He could actually tell that her consciousness was on the verge of dissipating. Only his tone slowed. "What will it take for you to promise to avenge me?" Su Coriander Pomelo picked at her fingernails and said without panic, "Why should I promise to avenge you? That's between you and Sui. What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Xiu stared at Su Coriander Pomelo for a long time and said, "What do you want? What can you give me?" Coriander Su asked rhetorically. Jiang Yao pursed his lips. "I'm a ghost cultivator. You're a spirit cultivator, and you can't use anything in my hand." Su Coriander Pomelo rolled his white eyes. "Alright, since that's the case, then I'll take my leave." He said he was going to get up and leave. Jiang Xia's eyes darkened as he spoke faintly. "Without my permission, you can't leave here." Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. "Then try it. Jun Ru, come out." Jun she swished out from jumping out, also in a state of divine sense, pointing a finger at Su Coriander Pomelo with a cocked finger and cursing under his breath. "Stinking woman, you scared me to death, do you know that? I can't feel your breath. If not for the fact that I'm still alive and well, I would have thought you were dead." Su Coriander Pomelo laughed and patted his head. "Alright, stop cursing. Hurry up and take me out of this hellish place. Then go and settle the score with Xiang Lu." What ghost secret realm? Thought there would be good things. Did not expect that there was a ghost cultivator who was about to be spiritually dispersed inside, causing her to make a trip for nothing. Junji glanced at Jiang Xiu whose face was blue, grunted, turned into his Kuan Pong body, carried Su Coriander Pomelo and rushed towards the surrounding confinement. Wait! Jiang Yao felt that his calculations were going to fail from the moment he met Junji. When he saw that Jun Ru's body was a divine beast, the Kuan Pang, he became even more alarmed. "Although I'm a ghost cultivator, I'm also of the Heavenly Phoenix clan bloodline. If you promise to help me take revenge and take care of my 2 children, I'll tell you about the Heavenly Phoenix clan bloodline. Su Coriander Pomelo's voice drifted from afar. What's the point of me knowing the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan? It's not like I can eat it. So what if I say that you possess a second life when you know? Jiang Yao exclaimed. Su Coriander Pomelo's fingertips slightly paused and patted Junji's back. Go back and listen to what she has to say. Stinky woman. You're the one with a lot on your mind. He cursed on his lips, but Junji still obediently flew over Jiang Xie. Su Coriander Pomelo jumped off Junji's back and looked at Jiang Xie with a smile on her face. What is the secret of the Heavenly Phoenix clan? Expand on it? Chapter 117 is Space Artifact, plus more. Jiang Xie secretly sighed in relief when he saw that Su Coriander was interested. Yes, which cultivator would not be interested in knowing that he could have a second life? MS. Su, please sit down and allow me to speak slowly. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and pulled the smelly-faced Junji to sit down. Say it. Jiang Yao looked at the two siblings who were playing in the distance, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, then slowly said, MS. Su should know it all from my memories. Sui approached me for the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan in my body. It's quite ridiculous to say that I didn't know what the Heavenly Phoenix clan bloodline was during my life, yet I only had a trace of my inherited memories after my death. Saying this, her gaze fell on Junji, her eyes deepening a few points. My ancestor had contracted a divine beast, the Phoenix, and in the course of slowly getting along, both fell in love with each other. As soon as the words fell, Junji and Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at each other, both of them with dislike in their eyes. Junru silently moved a small bench away from Su Coriander Pomelo. As Jiang Yao watched their little actions, he couldn't help but chuckle and continued. The matter of a divine beast and a spiritual cultivator falling in love isn't too shocking for the world. It's just that the phoenixes are the contracted beasts of the ancestors, and it's inevitable that they'll suffer from the world's strange eyes. Plus the fact that the ancestor had a daughter with the divine beast Phoenix, who was born in human form, means that the Phoenix bloodline in his body is thin and he can't turn into a phoenix either. After that they realized that their daughter had no spiritual roots and could not cultivate, and could only be an ordinary person in her life. So they took their daughter and went into seclusion in a human village and watched her grow up and become married and have children. But then after their daughter died in an accidental fall off a cliff, she miraculously came back from the dead. Both Su Coriander Pomelo and Junji were stunned. The phoenix rises from the dead. There are many phoenix races: fire phoenix, ice phoenix, heavenly phoenix, evil phoenix, immortal underworld phoenix, and so on, as well as some miscellaneous phoenixes. Not all phoenixes are gifted with the gift of nirvana. A daughter born to a human and a heavenly phoenix, with a thin bloodline in her body, and even without a spiritual root unable to cultivate, was surprisingly able to be reborn in nirvana. The ancestor and the heavenly phoenix kept this matter hidden, and watched their daughters become married and have children and grandchildren, and then ascended after their lifespans were over. Several hundred years have passed since then. A woman with the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan fell in love with a hypocrite, was tricked into cheating her body and her heart, and had her abdomen broken to take a child, digging out the child's heart as an introduction to the medicine, just to save his beloved. Speaking here, the bottom of Jiang Shui's eyes was an unstoppable hatred. When his sweetheart lived, there were many rumors one after another, even picking up on the ancestor and the Heavenly Phoenix, and knowing that their daughter had once risen from the dead. Then the rumors got more and more outrageous, and in the end it was even said that as long as one eats a baby of the Heavenly Phoenix clan's bloodline one can obtain a second life. After that many cultivators came to capture women of the Heavenly Phoenix clan bloodline to give birth to female babies, and my birth mother was disliked by her parents for being a girl and abandoned on the street, where she was found by a man's toothpick and sold into the Zheng mansion. It was only in the 10th year after my death that I slowly became conscious, and I met a Buddhist monk who wanted to transcend me. I was unwilling to do so. He seemed to know about my past, and seeing that I was pitiful, he gave me a book of Gongfu and let me cultivate it. When I managed to cultivate into a ghost king, that dog Sui ascended. It's not easy for our ghost cultivator lineage to cultivate. Very few ghost cultivators can carry through the thunder tribulation to successfully ascend, and I didn't carry through it either, almost dying under the thunder tribulation. When I was about to be disembodied, a bead sucked in a sliver of my consciousness, and I've been in the bead ever since. Su Coriander Yusu frowned as she listened to her finish, a hint of impatience flashing under her eyes. After saying so much, she didn't say anything about the second life. Jiang Yao's two eyes were lowered and his eyelashes were slightly trembling. Although I stayed in the bead, I could sense the outside world, and the bead was picked up by the Buddhist cultivator who gave me the Gongfu in the first place. He knew that I was inside the bead, and he said that the bead was a spatial artifact, but it could only enter the divine soul, but not the physical body. Miss Su, if you promise to help me take revenge, I can give you this bead. Su Coriander Pomelo looked uneasy. What's the use of me wanting this bead, when my soul is sucked in after death? I can't get out for the rest of my life? it would be better to die. Zhang Yao sniffed and raised his lips in a smile. Miss Su misunderstood me. This bead is a space artifact, yet it can only enter the divine soul but not the physical body. Then the rumored divine beast of the god of space, Koan Pang. I wonder if it's possible to refine this bead into a true space artifact, the kind that can be accessed by both flesh and divine soul alike. Su Coriander Pomelo's fingertips slightly paused. Her gaze fell ghostly on Jiang Xie's face that was full of smiles, and even Jun Shi glanced at Jiang Xie, a hint of inexplicable emotions flashing in the bottom of her eyes. Jiang Xiu smiled and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. This is my sincerity. I still hope that you, Ms. Su, will consider it. Su Coriander Pomelo's brow moved slightly and said in a faint voice, even if I don't agree to help you take revenge, I can still get this bead when your consciousness dissipates. The smile on Zhang Yao's face remained unchanged. Indeed, but Ms. Su may not know that I have fused with this bead. If I don't want you guys to get it, I will blow myself up with this bead. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. Being able to have a carry-on space that could be accessed at any time was more than just having a second life. Gee, it looks like it's impossible not to say yes. Junji, can you refine this bead? Su Coriander Pomelo transmitted her voice. Junru did not look gloomy this time. It is possible, but I have a request. What's the request? You say. As long as it wasn't too much, she could agree to it for the sake of the carry-on space. In the future, you are not allowed to hit me, confine me with the power of the contract, threaten me, put a skirt on me, and delete all the pictures on your cell phone. June she gritted her teeth. Su Coriander Pomelo, okay, I promise you. How big a deal is it for a divine beast to be so careful? Junru snorted lightly. Humph, I'm being careful? Stinking woman. Now you are the one begging me. I'll oblige you if you call me master 3 times. Su Coriander's fists hardened. Don't make me slap you. Junru angrily said. Good for you. You just promised well. Then in the blink of an eye you threaten me and want to beat me. You liar. Su Coriander Pomelo turned her head sorrowfully and grabbed him by the ear. There are outsiders present. Don't force me to take out the ruler. Ha, calling him master? How dare he think of that? Junru covered his ears, his eyes glaring accusingly at her as he yelled. Su Coriander Pomelo, you stinking woman, you hit me again. I don't have any beast power at all, and you still want me to help you refine a space divine artifact? No way. Chapter 118, Divine Weapon Spirit. Su Coriander Pomelo covered Junji's mouth and clamped him in his armpit. Then with an apologetic face, he looked at Jiang Xie. My child is in a rebellious stage. He's a bit unintelligent. Wait for me for a while. No harm done. Jiang Yao smiled indifferently and pointed to the bamboo house behind her. It's hidden there. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Many thanks. Armpit clamped around the constantly struggling Junji. Su Coriander Pomelo strides towards the bamboo house. It didn't take long to hear Junji's miserable voice coming from the bamboo house. Su Coriander Pomelo. Ah, hiss, it hurts. It hurts. You hit it gently. You're just a sliver of divine consciousness now. What's the pain? Outside the bamboo house, Suyu's siblings heard Junji's wailing and ran over curiously. Mother, why is pretty sister beating her brother? Zhang Yao squatted down and tenderly touched Suyu's hair. Because the younger brother doesn't listen, so the older sister has to educate the younger brother. Suyu blinked and hugged Zhang Xiu's thigh. You is obedient. Mother won't hit you. Seeing this, Zhang Ling hugged Zhang Shui's other thigh and followed. Linger is also obedient. Mother doesn't beat Linger. Zhang Yao's eyes were slightly sour, but he couldn't cry. The ghost cultivator didn't have tears and held them in his arms. Well, Yuchan and Lingchan are both mommy's babies. This bead she was pregnant with Zhang Ling and picked up when she went to the temple to pray for blessings for that dog Sui. An ordinary round bead, put on the side of the road, also no one to pick up the kind. But she felt that this bead and her destiny has been placed in the purse. After becoming a ghost cultivator, she returned to the general's residence to see if her children were still there. The general's house is empty, not even a solitary soul. After that she accidentally found this bead. A fire destroyed all of the general's residence, but this simple and unadorned bead did not matter at all, which made her curious, so she put it away. It wasn't until she was struck by lightning and her last ounce of consciousness was sucked into the beads that she met her children. It turns out that when Sui killed them, the beads sucked their souls in. As for why it didn't suck in her soul as well in the beginning, the bead's spirit told her that it had suffered a very serious injury and could only take in her children's souls first, so that they wouldn't become food for other ghost cultivators. That's right, this bead has an artifact spirit. She was ecstatic to see her son and daughter again after centuries. Even if the next second made her soul fall apart, she would be willing to do so. But she realized that her consciousness was actually slowly fading, and she couldn't be there for her children. From the time the beads strayed into this secret realm, Su Coriander Yuzu was the first person she met. She begged with the artifact spirit for a long time before it agreed to help her take in Su Coriander Pomelo's divine soul and let her access her memories. She could only take a gamble that Su Coriander was a decent and kind person. The worst that could happen was that her soul would fall apart anyway, and she didn't care. When that divine beast Kuan Pang came out, the artifact spirit unexpectedly broke the rules and sent her a voice transmission, allowing her to say those words. What with being picked up by a Buddhist monk, it was the spirit of the vessel that made her frame Su Coriander Pomelo. It wasn't long before Su Coriander Yuzu pulled a long-drawn face and Junji came out. Jiang Aoi was all smiles. MS. Su, I wonder if you guys have thought about it. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Su Yu and Jiang Ling beside Jiang Ao, a hint of a smile in her eyes. If you want me to agree, Miss Jiang shouldn't hide anything. The smile on Jiang Yao's face stiffened. What does Miss Su mean by that? Su Coriander Pomelo looked around. A bamboo house, a few fruit trees, and a spring? Since you said that this bead is a divine artifact, then a divine artifact should have an artifact spirit, right? Otherwise how can you bring my divine soul in with just you? A ghost cultivator with a consciousness that is about to dissipate? If you want to use me for revenge, and you want to use Junru's ability to repair the divine artifact, why don't you come out and meet me? Junru stunk with a face. One hand crossed his waist, one hand pointing at Jiang Shui cursing. I have long known that this broken bead has an artifact spirit, and I have been holding back because I want to see what you guys are trying to do in the end. Trying to use me to fix this broken bead for me. Hete, unorthodox stuff. No skin, no face, no brain day after day. Hurry up and go to the drugstore and buy some billion. The sky clears up and the rain stops. And you think you can do it again? Jiang Yao. Instrumental. Junru had been cursing for 10 minutes, and Jiang Xiu's face was blue from the cursing. And finally, a round green ball appeared in front of the eyes of several people. No, to be precise, it appeared in front of Junru. Junji narrowed his eyes and was just about to reach out to pinch the green ball when it suddenly emerged with a pair of legs that violently kicked Junji in the face. I fight. It didn't give him a kick, but it left green footprints. Junji, anger instantly went straight to his head, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to grab him. How dare you kick me? I'm going to get you killed. The green ball rubbed and flew to Su Coriander Yuzu's shoulder, its plush body rubbing against her affectionately. Coriander Su. Junji saw the green ball flying to Su Coriander's shoulder and dared to rub against her. The key was that Su Coriander didn't even dodge it, so he was furious that he clenched his back teeth and glared at him angrily. Asterisk 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 you broken ball. You think I won't dare to beat you up just because you're hiding on Su Coriander Yuzu's shoulder? Right, Su Coriander Pomelo, get out of the way. I have to give him a good beating today. Su Coriander, wait, I'll ask him first. Raising his hand, he ripped the green ball from his shoulder and carefully peeled it off. Seeing no features, no arms or legs, it was this ball, presumably capable of changing form at will. Are you the spirit of this bead? Aha! The green ball hummed twice, its voice androgynous and indistinguishable from male or female. Coriander Su asked, why didn't you come out in the first place? Because I'm afraid you're not a good person. Green ball said truthfully. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes slightly raised. And now, think I'm a good person? The green ball rubbed against Su Coriander Pomelo's palm intimately. It's the good guy. It's the master. When Junru heard this, he was not happy. Who is your master? You broken green ball. Don't climb relatives. The green ball only ignored Junji and did everything in its power to please Su Coriander Pomelo. Master, I used to be a true space artifact, where the physical body and the divine soul could enter together. Only the artifact was destroyed and now I can only barely allow the divine soul to enter. As long as your contracted beast can repair me, my master will be able to hide in when he encounters danger in the future, without having to worry about risking his life. Chapter 119, Fuxing recognizes his master. Su Coriander Pomelo stared at the green ball in his hand for a long time, and directly threw him into Jiang Xie's arms. Gee, let's go. Ha! Junji froze for a moment, then smiled joyfully. Okay. In the next second, it turned into its own body and carried Su Coriander Pomelo and was ready to leave. Although Junji was only a flash of divine sense now, he was still able to break this bead and bring Su Coriander Pomelo's divine soul back to his main body, for the bead was so broken that it would shatter with the slightest squeeze. Moreover, Kuan Pang was the god of space, and Junru had awakened his spatial talent long ago, so how could he be trapped here? The green ball got anxious and flew into midair to stop them. You can't go. You can't go. Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly, her deep eyes tinted with a smirk. We can leave if we want to. Can you stop us? Don't you want the carry-on space anymore? Greenball asked in a panic. Think. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flickered a few times one after another, and said in a faint voice, but you are full of lies, so how can I believe you? The green ball sniffed and paused. I didn't lie to you. This bead is really a space artifact. I am the artifact spirit of a space artifact. TSK. Su Coriander Pomelo scared lightly. Don't believe it. Seeing that the huge Kuan Pang was about to smash the space. When the space shattered, he would also dissipate. The green ball was so anxious that it could only shout, I'll make a pact with you. I'll recognize you as my master. Yo, no more pretending? Su Coriander Pomelo's light voice came out. This green ball called out master with every mouthful, kept repeating the benefits of the carry-on space, but never opened its mouth to say that it wanted to recognize her as its master. If she had been any dumber, she would have been compelled by the green ball. A space without a recognized owner is still called a carry-on space? What's the point of having it? The green ball honestly admitted his mistake. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played it safe. It was true that he didn't want to recognize Su Coriander Pomelo as his master because her cultivation level was too low, and when she grew up, his enemies wouldn't know how strong they would be. He wanted to use Junru to fix him up and go find a strong master. Of course, he wouldn't treat Su Coriander Pomelo poorly. I just didn't expect her to be really perceptive and notice what was going on in his mind. If he didn't want to die, he would have to recognize her as his master. Resigned to his fate, since Su Coriander Pomelo was able to contract the divine beast Kuan Pang, he thought that his talent shouldn't be too bad. The green ball flew in front of Su Coriander Yuzu, and in the next second it turned into the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old teenager. Mint green long hair like turquoise waves softly scattered on the shoulders, light green eyes like emerald crystal clear, deep and clear. Even the robe on the body is light green. The whole person is full of vitality, as if the jungle spirit. Master, my name is Fusheng, the birth of life. Su Coriander Pomelo scrutinized him, the corners of her eyes raised slightly. Fusheng? Good name. June, she snorted violently. Humph, average, not as good as my name. Su Coriander Pomelo suppressed the laughter in her eyes and gently rubbed Junji's head. Yes. Ji's name is the best. Junru arrogantly lifted his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Fusheng. How do you recognize the master when you say so? Don't think of playing mind games again. We won't give you a second chance. Fusheng looked toward Su Coriander Yuzu, pursed his lips as if he had made up his mind, and laboriously squeezed out a drop of green blood from his fingertip and sent it to Su Coriander Yuzu's wrist. Master, this is the essence blood of my entire body. Master, take it and integrate it into your divine soul. You can bind a divine soul contract with me. After Fusheng squeezed the blood out, his face turned pale, his entire essence seemed to have been drained, and after saying this, his eyes were a bit unsupportable, as if they were going to close at any moment. Su Coriander Pomelo was now in the state of a divine soul, and if he wanted to recognize the master now, he could only bind a divine soul contract. As long as Su Coriander Pomelo's divine soul remained intact, he would never die. Junru glanced at the drops of green blood, rolled his eyes indecently, and said, count on your kid's sense. Then he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. This blood is fine. It's still good for you. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed. Junru was after all a divine beast of the spirit realm. Since he said there was no problem, there should be no problem, and he backhanded the blood into his divine soul. In the next second, the divine soul shook violently, sending out a crispy and comfortable sensation. The spiritual platform opened up, and in the middle of the day, she let out a long sigh tersely. Su Coriander Pomelo felt as if his divine soul had become a few points stronger. Her gaze was slightly surprised as she looked at the blanched Fusheng. Are you really an artifact spirit? An artifact spirit would have blood? Or blood that strengthens the soul? Fusheng couldn't hold on to his human form and turned into the form of a green ball and flew into Su Coriander's arms, gently rubbing against it. Master, I'm going to sleep. I'll tell you all about it when I'm repaired. Su Coriander Pomelo could feel a trace of connection between herself and the green ball, and since she had already made a contract, she couldn't let Junji turn into her own body and destroy this space artifact. Wait, don't go to sleep yet. Let's get us out of here first. As soon as the words fell, Su Coriander Pomelo only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and in the next moment her divine soul returned to her body, and along with it, Junji was also sent out. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the grayish bead by her feet. She really didn't expect that this bead, which could be found everywhere on the roadside, was actually a spatial artifact. Junru went up and picked up the beads. I'll go refine the carry-on space for you. Don't forget what you promised me. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Okay, delete the photo. Saying that, she took out her cell phone and turned it on in front of him, deleting all the pictures inside the album that had taken him an address. Seeing this, Junru was still very arrogant as he hummed a few words out of his nose. Count on you to know what you're talking about. Just delete the picture and don't expect her to promise not to hit him with the ruler again. Su Coriander Pomelo, don't rush to refine the carry-on space first. Fusheng just used his consciousness to tell me that this secret realm is huge and there are good things in it. So turn into your main body and let's stroll around this secret realm. Junji gritted his teeth and his voice couldn't help but raise a few points. Stinking woman, you really think of me as your seat? Su Coriander Pomelo swished out the ruler. Her gaze fell on Junji, the corners of her eyes blocking out the slightest hint of a smile. Disobedient children are to be beaten. Junji, just know to threaten him with the ruler. But this ring ruler didn't know what material it was made of. And he, a divine beast Kuan Pang with thick skin and flesh, would be hit by this ring ruler and left with scars. It hurts. It really hurts. Resignedly, he turned into his own body and carried Su Coriander Pomelo away. The secret realm was indeed as big as Fuxing said, and the spiritual chi was also very rich, and along the way, she encountered quite a few precious spiritual herbs, which were all collected by her. She just didn't know what that good thing was that Fuxing was talking about, and he fell into a deep sleep before she could ask. Chapter 120 Coriander Su. I'll never talk to you again. Once again picking off one of the spirit herbs, Su Coriander Pomelo smoothly stroked Junji's blue fur, her eyes moving slightly. What do you think the good thing Fuxing said was? Junji angrily slapped Su Coriander Pomelo's hand away. How should I know? And don't you keep hitting on me? Men and women are different, okay? Coriander Su. Her mouth twitched slightly as she looked down at Junji, who wasn't even as long as her legs. Do you realize that in our human eyes, you still need to drink milk at your age? When you're as tall as my thighs, then tell me about the difference between men and women. You. Junji's eyes were suddenly wide open, pointing at Su Coriander Pomelo. And you didn't say the second word after a half a day. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled brightly and excessively, lifting her hand and bending Junji's index finger that was pointing at her. Don't be so poisonous with your mouth as a little kid, or else there won't be any little girls who will like you in the future. Junru's face flushed red, not with shame, but with anger. Su Coriander Yuzu, you've gone too far. You can hit me and threaten, but you can't insult my height. After saying that, he turned into his own body and flew out far away with a whoosh, but in 2 seconds, he was gone. Coriander Su. No. Is he so concerned about his height? Why does he care so much about his height when he's a tiny little man? Forget it, let him be. There's no danger in this secret realm anyway. Next, Su Coriander Pomelo walked alone in the middle of the secret realm, and encountered a few demonic beasts with undeveloped spiritual wisdom. Su Coriander Pomelo released Little Black and Little White and started training them. After so many days, the injuries on their bodies are almost done. She didn't keep them as pets. Staying in the space ring all day to fight with each other without seeing blood, how uninteresting. Might as well have something practical. White, bite the black bear's eye. Yes, Blackie, tear its underbelly. After a fight, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai both carried more or less injuries on their bodies, but this was the first time they had worked together to hunt a demonic beast, and both wolves were excited. Ow Blackie, ow wow, said White. All of a sudden, the entire mountain range was filled with the excited wolf howls of the two little ones. Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out her ears and didn't bother with them, tearing off the black bear's thigh and lighting a fire to roast the meat. When she went up to the foundation establishment stage, she was able to abstain from food, but she still often craved for earthly delicacies. Anyway, she didn't care how much food she ate. Her special physique could turn the impurities in her body into nothing. Don't worry about practicing. In a short while, the scent dispersed, and the two little ones drooled and plopped down next to Su Coriander Pomelo on the left and right. Su Coriander Pomelo couldn't help but smile. Don't rush, ha, let your master me eat my fill first. Blackie, White, ow. It wasn't actually that they couldn't eat raw. It was still because the meat roasted by Su Coriander Pomelo was so flavorful. Black and White both ate their fill and then flopped down on the ground and huffed and puffed. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the remaining roasted meat on top of the shelf. A hint of laughter flashed under her eyes. Oops, there's still some roasted meat left here. What should I do? I can't eat it anymore either. Forget it, just throw it all away. With a wave of her hand, the roasted meats on top of the rack was casually tossed aside. Su Coriander Yuzu, you heartless stinking woman. You're too much. You don't even leave me a bite of meat. Junji leapt out from nowhere, his eyes red as he glared at Su Coriander Pomelo. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyes while looking, slightly raising both eyebrows. Seeing that the green footprints on Junji's face had not yet disappeared, she could not help but burst out laughing, taking out a mirror from space and tossing it to him. You take a look in the mirror first. Junji's neck reddened with anger. What do you mean? Are you trying to make me look at myself in the mirror to see if I deserve to eat meat? Su Coriander Grapefruit, you love to take a picture or not? When the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. Junji's teeth itched with anger as he threw the mirror away. Su Coriander Pomelo, I'll never care about you again. Turning into his body whooshed and flew away again. Su Coriander, no, she kindly reminded him. Why is he angry again? She didn't say anything this time. AI, men's hearts are seeping under the sea. Especially this kind of male divine beast that is naturally high and proud. Or her boyfriend Xiao Yunpurin is good. There is something will not hide it from her. Also do not know whether he has now broken through the foundation establishment stage. Really looking forward to seeing you in 2 years. Thinking about this, the entire secret realm suddenly shook, and Su Coriander Pomelo stood up with a swish. Little Black and White were also awakened and alerted their surroundings. Su Coriander Pomelo's brows knitted gently, seemingly feeling something as she looked ahead and put Little Black and White into the space ring first. Taking out his long sword, he directly flew over with his sword. She suspected that the commotion was made by Junji, tried to contact him with the power of the contract, but realized that he couldn't get through. Gee, something's wrong. Junru was so angry with Su Coriander Pomelo that he flew away, and afterward, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he kicked and kicked horizontally at one of the hills. He didn't realize that the hill suddenly collapsed and he fell into a dark cave in that instant. Subconsciously, he used the power of the contract to contact Su Coriander, but realized that there was a confinement around him, and he couldn't contact Su Coriander anymore. Junru snorted coldly and was not afraid. No one had appeared in this small world who could hurt him, except, of course, for Xiang Luan Mirage Dragon, plus a Su Coriander Yuzu who was suppressing him by virtue of the power of the contract. Taking out a night pearl from space to illuminate the cave, he looked around, and after looking around and seeing that there was no danger, he was ready to head inside. On the other side, Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the collapsed mountain and stroked his chin and thought. There were very many of those maze traps one after another outside the secret realm, and it took her a month to unravel them all. Some of the formations were so old that they were about to dissipate, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to solve them if not for that. Why did you set up so many formations outside the secret territory? Is there something to protect inside the secret world? Or is there something to be scorned? Su Coriander Pomelo tried to contact Junji again, but she still couldn't reach him. It was from here that Junru's aura only disappeared, and he should have unintentionally entered a place that could isolate his aura. I hope nothing happens. Su Coriander Yuzu's imperial sword circled around the mountain when she was suddenly wrapped around her ankles by a strong aura. She snapped, and just as she wanted to raise her sword to resist, she thought of Junji, frowned, and let the aura wrap around her ankles, pulling her to a dark cave. Just after arriving at the cave, that aura disappeared. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned, taking out a night pearl to illuminate the cave. She looked around for a while and found footprints on the ground. Very small. They should be Junji's. Since I'm in, I should be able to contact Junji. I tried to contact him, and I really got a sense. Junji, where are you? Junji's eyes lit up when he heard Su Coriander Pomelo's echo. Stinky woman, you're in too? Chapter 121, The Woman in Red in the Coffin. Su Coriander Pomelo slowly sighed in relief when she received Junru's response. I'm in a pitch-black cave. Tell me where you are. I'll go find you. As you go forward, you'll come across 3 forks in the road, and I took the middle one. Junru stopped in his tracks. I'll wait for you where I am. Good. Su Coriander Pomelo returned. She took a night pearl and quickly left the cave, and after walking for a while, she saw 3 forks in the road. Su Coriander Pomelo now knows why Junji wants to take the middle road, because the left side of the road is eerie and dangerous. The right side of the potholes, the ground and spikes, not very good to go, and the road in the center was wide and bright, with lots of flowers and trees, and looked very pretty, and seemed to be in little danger. However, the more uneventful the road was, the greater the danger Su Coriander Pomelo felt. She subconsciously didn't want to go in. Junru, get out and go another way. Junru was crouching under a tree drawing circles when he suddenly heard Su Coriander Pomelo's voice. Why? I'm already halfway along this path. There's nothing dangerous. He transmitted his voiceover, very puzzled. I'm not going out there anyway, so if you want to go another way you're on your own. Su Coriander Grapefruit fists hardened. Ode to the bears. On the contrary, this place had restrictions, and there was no way for her to force Junji to retrieve the spirit beast space for him. There is no choice but to step into the middle of the road. It didn't take long to see Junji squatting under the tree. Su Coriander went up and grabbed his ears. Junji was startled by Su Coriander Pomelo's sudden appearance. Ah, you stinking woman. Why are you pulling my ears again? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him sorrowfully and sneered. Not listening to your master. You owe a beating. Junru grunted in dissatisfaction. I just think this path is quite good. Don't you see that you haven't encountered any danger along the way? Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyes and looked around. Don't you think it's too quiet here? It was logical that even though there was no wind, it shouldn't be this quiet in a jungle with trees and flowers. When he wasn't talking, it was so quiet around him, so quiet that he could even hear his breath. Junji wasn't stupid, he was just stubborn, and now that he heard Su Coriander Pomelo's words, he also sensed that something was wrong. However, even if he sensed that something was wrong, he had a disinterested look on his face. What are you afraid of with me around? Jun Ruler Chief Face. Hide behind me if you're scared. Su Coriander Pomelo held her forehead. The corner of her mouth tugged lightly. Okay, You're good. You're good, okay. Junru lifted his chin proudly. I was already good. Su Coriander Pomelo simply didn't have the eyes to see this arrogant look of his. No wonder he deserved to be sneak attacked by the Mirage Dragon. Junru walked in front of Su Coriander Pomelo with a leisurely and cozy step. Su Coriander Pomelo wasn't as careless as she was, staring around all alert. Suddenly, she smelled a fragrance and subconsciously shielded her sense of smell, but it was already too late, only to feel a dizzy spell in front of her eyes. And once again, she opened her eyes to a cave full of red. Su Coriander Yusu sat up, rubbed the corner of her aching forehead, and surveyed the cave. The owner of the cave seems to favor the color red. Even the coffin is red. Wait, a coffin? Su Coriander Pomelo paused for a moment, took out a handful of talismans from space, and carefully came to the coffin. Zombies? The living dead? Or is some big shot in retreat here? Su Coriander Yusu hesitated for a moment, and with a clench of her teeth, she violently pushed open the coffin panel. In the next second, her pupils snapped open and she froze for a rare moment. Hiss! What a beautiful woman! Su Coriander Yusu swore that she had never seen such a beautiful woman. Just see the woman in the coffin quietly closed her eyes. Black hair like ink, red clothes like fire, blowing the skin white as frost like snow, thin red lips such as rose petals delicate, features as delicate as a finely crafted jewel. What an absolute beauty! Su Coriander Pomelo marveled in her heart. Praise be praised, but the required vigilance must still be there. This secret realm had existed for an unknown number of years, but the woman in the coffin looked as if she was asleep, her body not corrupted in the slightest. Su Coriander Pomelo cupped a handful of talismans in one hand and held his sword in the other, just waiting for the woman to suddenly swindle. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the woman to open her eyes, as if she was really asleep. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned slightly. Is it really dead? She didn't dare to move the woman's body at will, so she could only look around first to see if there was a way out of here. That bear of a child, Junji, said that he was caught in a formation with many demonic beasts and wouldn't be able to get out for a while. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the several portraits hanging on the wall of the woman in the coffin. The woman who opened her eyes was obviously even more beautiful, with a red dress like fire and a smile that was so bright and open. Even Su Coriander Pomelo, who was also a woman, was moved when she looked at it. This is the first painting. The woman in red with waterfall-like black hair tied up high, slender phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that were cold, her belly slightly bulging, holding a long sword that stabbed into the chest of a man in white who was holding a petite woman in his arms. Neither the man nor the woman in his arms had features on their faces, making their appearance unclear. Su Coriander Yusu thought it might be some kind of doggy love triangle. Gee, a love triangle with such stunning looks? This is the second painting. The woman in red had crimson eyes, a face full of blood, and thousands of corpses at her feet, as if she had gone off the deep end. This is the third painting. After Su Coriander Pomelo finished looking at the three paintings, she rubbed her neck and sighed. Sister Hongi, just stop blowing on top of my neck. It's weirdly discreet. A woman's laughter came from behind her. Little sister, your mouth is quite sweet. Su Coriander Pomelo turned around and saw that the woman in red who was supposed to be lying in the coffin was standing behind her. Yelanti looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with a smile on her face, her red lips lightly opened. Little sister, aren't you afraid of me? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes curved up like crescent moons, grinning, revealing a row of neat teeth. Sister Red is so beautiful, how could I be afraid? Yi Yuenti raised her hand and stroked up Su Coriander Pomelo's cheek, murmuring, this face is so beautiful, it's not comparable to my looks, Su Coriander. And no, she's so pretty herself, wouldn't it be redundant to skin her? Not sure about this woman's strength, but after so many years and still not dead, she must be strong as hell, and Junru is still out. So let's stabilize her first. So Su Coriander Yuzu ignored her hand on her face and asked calmly, my name is Su Coriander Yuzu. What is my sister's name? Yi Nanti looked like she didn't hear Su Coriander's words. Her other hand was also placed on Su Coriander's face, and she even came a few points closer, carefully surveying it. Coriander Su. Chapter 122. I'm your mother. Just when Su Coriander Yuzu was about to hold back her anger, Yi Nanti finally put her hand back. Su Coriander Pomelo sighed in relief and was just about to open her mouth to speak, when in the next second she was suddenly hugged into Yi Yuenti's arms. Baby, I'm your mother, call me mother. Her small face was buried into those proud breasts, and Su Coriander Pomelo froze. Asterisk your ing nuts. After coming back to her senses, Su Coriander Pomelo struggled out and pointed at Yi Huanti and cursed. Yi Evening Tilly's face was sad. Baby, I'm not mistaken. You are my daughter. Only my daughter will grow up to look good. Coriander Su. She was definitely happy to be told that she looked good by a great beauty, but she confirmed that the mother of this body was Lin Wenju, not the woman in front of her. You've got the wrong person. I'm not your daughter. Ye Evening Tilly's eyes instantly reddened, a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes filled with bitterness. Baby, don't disown your mother. Mother was wrong. Mother shouldn't have given birth to you and left. It's all the fault of that adulterous couple. They lied to mother. Mother just couldn't take that anger, so she ran and killed that adulterous couple. Saying that, Yelanti again hugged Sue Coriander Pomelo, her body slightly trembling, her tone choking. Baby, mother is sorry for you. Sue Coriander Pomelo was buried into that proud chest again, very helpless. She was too fast for her to defend herself. Ahem, can you let me go first and we'll talk slowly? Yelanti held Sue Coriander Pomelo very tightly, as if she was afraid that she would suddenly run away. Her tone was extremely humble. Baby, don't disown your mother, okay? Sue Coriander Yuzu. Okay, you let go of me first. When Yelanti heard this, she finally let go of Sue Coriander Pomelo and looked at her with a happy face. Baby, have you forgiven mother? Sue Coriander Pomelo let out a long breath and looked at Yelanti, complexity flashing under her eyes. Confirmed. Something should be wrong with this woman's brain. Don't call me baby, my name is Coriander Sue. It was always the baby call that made her a little uncomfortable. Okay baby, Coriander Sue. Forget it, whatever. Yelanti was beaming with joy and pulled Sue Coriander Pomelo to the coffin. He pulled out a bunch of storage rings and stuffed them into Sue Coriander Pomelo's arms as if they were treasures. Baby, these are all mother's possessions. Breaking through the foundation establishment stage at a young age must have been very difficult. Mother doesn't have much to give you. These are all for you. Sue Coriander Pomelo blinked and looked at the storage ring in her arms. She chose between taking it and not taking it. There's no reason to turn down something that's delivered to your door. Yes, then thank you. As the old saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. This woman's strength is very high. There's a Yuaning without a transformation spirit, so she can't see through it anyway. The spirit transformation stage had a lifespan of 3,000 years. The first infant stage had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The Jindan stage had a lifespan of 500 years. And the foundation establishment stage had a lifespan of 200 years. Yelanti must be a several thousand-year-old demon nowadays. Calling out to her mother is not a disadvantage. Just from the looks of it, she wasn't much older than she was, and it was a bit awkward to call her mother. However, Yelanti didn't feel much awkwardness, and when she heard Sue Coriander Pomelo's voice of mother, her eyes narrowed into a slit as she smiled. Good baby, mother's good daughter. Come. Mother has many more good things here. For you, all for you. Yelanti pulled Sue Coriander Pomelo to take in the treasures of the entire cave. One of the things that surprised her the most was that there was a 10,000 ghost streamer in the cave. This thing is very powerful against ghost cultivators, and as long as you refine the 10,000 ghost streamer into your own magic weapon, you can also specialize in collecting evil ghosts to use as an underhand. Good stuff. It's a good thing. What's this woman's story? Mother, can you tell me about you? Yelanti nodded her head and tenderly touched Sue Coriander Pomelo's head. Of course you can. If the baby wants to hear it, mother will say it. So the two mothers and daughters sat at the round table, one talking and the other listening. Thousands of years ago this small world was so rich in spiritual energy and supplies that people ascended to the spirit world every year. There are many immortal sect families. Yelanti was born in the Yi family, a family of immortal cultivators, and is the only daughter of the head of the Yi family. At the age of 6, he was detected to be a mutant thunder spirit root, and worshipped in the 7 great clans 10,000 sword sect, becoming a personal disciple of the patriarch. Yelanti looks beautiful. The strength is also super strong, often cross the level of challenge. Cool red clothes, is the entire 10,000 sword sect disciples of the eldest sister. But just when Ye Evening Tilly went out to practice at the age of 16, she brought back a man. This man's name was Fong Mo, and his talent was also good. A mutated wind spirit root. Yelanti said that she wanted to couple with him, and for a moment the entire 10,000 sword sect disciples were agitated. It was because the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect knew that Yelanti had a fiancé, and her fiancé was the son of the head of the Yun family of the same immortal cultivation family, as well as her senior brother, the senior brother of the 10,000 sword sect. The family background and talent are all well matched, and how many disciples of the 10,000 sword sect are kowtowing to the sugar? But who knew that Yelanti was just going out for a trip to practice, and then she suddenly wanted to break off her engagement and become a Taoist couple with that wind spirit root man. Yi family and the Cloud family is naturally reluctant to break the marriage contract. The marriage of the two families is set since childhood. Over the years the interests of the two families are tied together, whereas to say that the dissolution can be dissolved. However, Yelanti's temper is stubborn, must break off the marriage contract. The Yi family does not agree. She's secretly pregnant with beads. And finally this matter is almost the entire Blue Star cultivators know, but also let the two families lost face, can only break off the marriage contract. Just when Yi Nanti thought she had found happiness, she overheard Fong Mo's conversation with a woman. It turned out that that woman was the one Fong Mo liked, and only because that she had unintentionally offended that woman. Fong Mo had come to teach her a lesson. The child in her belly wasn't Fong Mo's either, and the thought that she had been taken over by a strange man and was pregnant with a child. Yi Nanti was about to go crazy with anger, and with her big belly, she carried her sword and stabbed up. Seeing that his plan had been discovered, Fong Mo was about to kill. Although Yi Yuanti was pregnant, she herself was a mutant thunder spirit root and a sword cultivator. Her strength was much stronger than Fong Mo. However, she couldn't afford to have the two of them surround her together, and fortunately, she had enough treasures on her body to flee in a sorry state. Afterwards, Yi Evening Tilly returned to the Yi family, which is protective of the shortcomings of the Yi family, and after learning what Fong Mo had done, sent someone to assassinate him. But he didn't realize that Fong Mo was the son of the patriarch of the Qingyan sect, one of the 7 great sects, and that woman was the patriarch's disciple and Fong Mo's senior sister. The patriarch of the Qingyan sect personally came to the Yi family to make amends, compensating the Yi family for many spirit weapons and pills. He also gave out information about the biological father of the child in Yi Lanti's stomach. His eldest disciple, the once proud son of heaven, was now Jo Sun, whose dantian was wasted. As long as the Yi family stopped pursuing Fong Mo, he could send Jo Sun to the Yi family. After all, the child still had to have a biological father, didn't he? Chapter 123, Tired of Fighting. Want to sleep. The Yi family was at least an immortal cultivation family that had been based on the Blue Star for a long time, and was almost spat out in disgust by the Qingyan sect patriarch. The Yi family had only had such a precious daughter as Yi Evening Tilly, and would not let Fong Mo go even if he said anything. So the Yi family and the Qingyan sect made a feud. Yi Nanti was at least the personal disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect's patriarch, and the 10,000 Swords sect had also made a statement and stood on the Yi family's side. Although the Yin family is angry at the Yi family for being angry at Yi Evening Tilly, the interests of the two families have long been bound together. Now that she had learned that it was Fong Mo who had deliberately approached Yi Nanti in order to please his own beloved, and had even gotten her pregnant with Jo Sun's child whose dantian was now wasted, she couldn't help but begin to sympathize with her. Also on the side of the Yi family, Yi Nanti originally wanted to abort the child in her stomach, but she changed her mind from the moment she went to meet Jo Sun once. She's going to have the baby. In October, Yi Lanti gave birth to a daughter. When her daughter was just a month old, she handed her daughter over to Jo Sun so that he could leave with her. Instead, she cultivated and broke into the secret realm, and she kept cultivating like crazy, as if she was a cultivation machine. Mutant thunder spirit root, natural sword cultivator, and in a large secret realm, also contracted a 3-legged golden crow as a contracted beast. In just 100 years, Yi Nanti broke through from the Jin Dan stage to the transformation god stage. During this 100 years Fong Mo and his senior sister had become Dao couples, as well as giving birth to a daughter. Yi Nanti took the 3-legged golden crow with her and killed them, as well as their daughters. Take their disgusting deeds and make them famous. Afterwards, she naturally suffered retaliation from the Qingyan sect, but she didn't bring the slightest bit of fear. Come one to kill one, come two to kill a pair. Then later on, the Green Cloud sect sent out 5 god transformation stage cultivators to surround her. Yi Nanti was naturally unbeatable. She died, but she lived again. She had gotten a tree with a strong breath of life in a secret realm, nurturing it in her heart chakra all year round, and as long as her heart chakra kept going, she would be able to resurrect indefinitely. After she came back from the dead, Yi Evening Tilly seemed to have some signs of being possessed, and she killed up the Qingyan sect, almost destroying the entire Qingyan sect. Everyone was horrified at Yi Nanti's resurrection from the dead. Some are envious and some are greedy. After Yi Nanti died yet again under the killings of a few god transformation stage cultivators from the Qingyan sect, they wanted to study her body. But before they could touch Yi Nanti's body, she physically disappeared in public. After a few days, Yi Nanti came back from the dead and killed the Qingyan sect. Yvonne is dead again and again. Yelena Tilly has been resurrected again and again. Yvonne is dead again and again and again. Yelena Tilly has been resurrected again and again and again. Just like the undead little powerhouse, she would kill the Qingyan sect every time she was resurrected. Unlike Yi Nanti, the disciples of the Qingyan sect had resurrection skills, and every death was a real death. If this continued, the Qingyan sect would really be destroyed by Yi Nanti. After all, she can be resurrected indefinitely. The Qingyan clan noticed that Yi Nanti's sanity seemed to diminish by a few points with each resurrection, because they wanted to make peace with Yi Yuanti. But Yi Yuanti was like a puppet on strings, killing people by instinct and not listening to them in the slightest. Even when the Yi family head was in front of her, she didn't hesitate to lift her sword to kill him, not even recognizing her own father. The 7 great clans realized that something was wrong and joined forces, using formations to suppress her. After listening to the whole story, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were full of complexity when she looked at Yi Huanti, dead and resurrected. It's a ing card world bug, right? If you can't kill them, you can only suppress them with formations. And how many years did she live? Su Coriander Yuzu weakly asked. I want to ask, do you know how old you have lived? Yi Nanti smiled and played with Su Coriander Pomelo's hair. According to my bone age, I should have lived for more than 10,000 years. TSK, 10,000 years old demon. Her daughters had either ascended to the spirit world or had already fallen. Su Coriander Pomelo felt that her daughter should have fallen. The Qingyun sect was almost exterminated by Yi Evening Tilly, and how could she let her daughter live? Zhou Sun was just a wasted person with a wasted dantian. If the Qingyun clan insisted on her daughter's death, it was the Yi family that couldn't stop her. After all, Yi Nanti had killed so many cultivators of the Qingyun clan. How can I put it? Yi Wenti is also a poor person, right? Obviously. He was a heavenly talent, but he was cheated out of his feelings. Su Coriander Pomelo opened her mouth and was just about to speak when she suddenly heard Junji's mother-killing screams coming from the sea of consciousness. I have a contracted beast that's trapped in a killing formation. I have to go save him. Yi Lanti blinked and immediately showed her attitude. Mother will go with you. Su Coriander Pomelo, you can leave this cave? Yes. Speaking of this, Yi Nanti had a disdainful look on her face. A mere formation. How can it trap me? Then why don't you go out? Coriander Su asked again. Yi Nanti, I'm tired of fighting and wanna sleep. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched. So you've been sleeping until now before awakening? I woke up once in the middle of it, was too lazy to go out, and fell back asleep. Yi Lanti's eyes brightened. I woke up again when I felt the baby breath. Ha ha, I'm so happy that I saw the baby as soon as I woke up this time. Saying that, he tried to open his hand again to hold Su Coriander in his arms. This time Su Coriander's body shape was extremely fast to dodge it. Yi Lanti deflated her mouth, her face full of aggression. Baby. Su Coriander Pomelo coughed lightly. Mother, I've grown up. I can't move and hug me. Mostly because she just couldn't stand being buried there. That place shamed the same woman. Yi Evening Tilly could only compromise when she saw Su Coriander Pomelo's face full of resistance, nodding her head in resignation. Alright then, as long as the baby doesn't ignore the mother will listen to the baby. Su Coriander Yuzu rubbed the corner of her forehead and exhaled a long breath. Let's go. Junji the bear child was making a lot of noise in her sea of consciousness, and if she didn't go looking for him again she guessed he was going to blow up. Junru was trapped in a formation and thought that he would soon be able to get out, only to realize that this heck is an infinite killing formation. Having just finished solving a demonic beast, it came back to life, still resurrected with full blood, just like the undefeatable little strong man. He was so upset from the fight that he screamed for Su Coriander Pomelo to come over and break the formation. Su Coriander Pomelo followed Junru's scent and quickly arrived in front of the formation. Turning her head to Yi Nanti, she asked, this formation is related to you? It was all about infinite resurrection. Saying that it had nothing to do with Yi Nanti, killing her would not believe it. Yi Lanti blinked. This is the last time I woke up and felt something dirty here. I was afraid of disturbing my sleep, so I casually laid it down. Coriander Pomelo Su. Laid it down casually? Her inexplicably acquired old mother must not be. Wait, what filth? Chapter 124 Head off. What dirty things did you just say? A flash of surprise flashed under Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes. Yi Nanti shook her head. I don't know. I don't like it anyway. Su Coriander Yuzu thought about the other two paths thoughtfully. Before Su Coriander Pomelo could think about it, she heard Yi Nanti's voice. That blue-haired kid is your contracted beast? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. It's my contracted beast. Gee, I should have said so. With a wave of her hand, Yi Nanti put away the formation. When Junji saw the demonic beasts in front of him disappear, he knew that Su Coriander Pomelo had arrived, and he panted as he lay down on the ground in a large zigzag shape. I'm not injured. I'm just tired. Su Coriander Pomelo went up and kicked his leg. Alright, get up. Don't play dead for me. A mere formation can hurt the divine beast Kuan Pang? Yi Evening Tilly walked over and looked at Junji who was lying on the ground. Her tone was full of dislike. Baby, this contracted beast of yours is also too useless, or else mother will catch a powerful one for you? What? Junji stood up violently with a carp, and when he saw the ink-haired, red-clothed Gunt, he first froze, and then a frown creased his small face. Who are you? I am the divine beast Kuan Pang. How dare you question my strength? Yi Evening Tilly's eyes were like clear springs, nodding her head furiously. Divine beast Kuan Pang, barely worthy of my son. Junri, no. Big sister, who are you? Nuts. Su Coriander Pomelo transmitted her voice to Junji, roughly explaining Yi Nanti's situation. Junru rarely fell silent. The divine beast Phoenix can be reborn in Nirvana, but the human race he had never seen come back from the dead, earthy mortals and above, when they die, they die, and will not be reincarnated. If the sons and daughters of those human bigwigs were to accidentally fall, if they wanted to save them, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price and send them to reincarnation instead of resurrecting them in the same place. Junri stopped talking, yawned and turned into a small fish, spitting out a bubble and burrowing in. Bubbles landed on Su Coriander's head. I'm tired and don't want to walk. Su Coriander Pomelo was speechless and peeled him off. If you're tired, go back to the spirit beast space. Don't. I am the divine beast Kuan Pang. How can I stay in a small spirit beast space? Junru struggled for a moment, and eventually the bubble landed on Su Coriander Pomelo's shoulder. Yi Nanti simply packed up the things that needed to be taken away from the cave. She was going to follow Su Coriander Pomelo and leave. In fact, most of the treasures she had given to Su Coriander Yuzu, there was nothing left to pack. Right at this moment, a cloudy wind blew, and a black mist suddenly surrounded Su Coriander Pomelo, trying to swirl her away. Who dares to harm my son? Seeing this, Yi Nanti's eyes snapped, and with a furious shout, she directly tore the black mist with her bare hands, and the black mist violently emitted a sharp popping sound, which was ear-piercing. Stinking, how dare you spoil my good deed? I'll kill you first. Bah, dirty stinking rat, you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Nanti was furious, backhanded out a silver-white long sword and directly fought with the black mist. Su Coriander Pomelo was surrounded by the black mist for a second before she was saved by Yi Nanti. She frowned, nothing uncomfortable, and raised her eyes to look at Yi Nanti who was fighting with the black mist without any points. The heart secretly sends a shock. Is not the old demon that has lived for 10,000 years. That move and style to see her dazzled. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment and transmitted her voice to Junji. If you were to fight Yi Nanti, who would win? Junru lifted his eyelids and said carelessly, then there's no need to say. I'm sure I'll win. Su Coriander Pomelo gave a disdainful cry and said, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big? What? Junru screamed. Su Coriander Pomelo, you dare to underestimate me? Su Coriander Pomelo patted his bubble and snorted. Just now when I was surrounded by that black mist, I didn't see you react either, but instead it was Yi Nanti who saved me. You have arms and legs and you can't die. What do you need me to save? Junru rolled his eyes. Can't die but will be injured. Yi Evening Tilly is right. You really are a waste. Su Coriander Pomelo sighed. Junru's eyes widened in anger and he stormed out. You're the one who's a waste. Your whole family is a waste. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed lightly, lifting her hand and pinching his bubble, throwing it directly into the black mist. If you want to prove that you're not a waste of space, go and get this black mist. I asterisk your ass. Junji's angry curses came from the black mist. Junru transformed into a gigantic Kuan Pang and stormed the black mist together with Yi Nanti, who sounded slightly horrified. Kuan Pang. It's actually Kuan Pang. Su Coriander Pomelo moved out a table and chair from the space, and pulled out a watermelon. Sitting on top of the chair holding the watermelon while nibbling it, while looking at the overwhelming battle in front of him with great interest, Junru's eyes flickered, and when he saw Su Coriander Pomelo's old spirit watching the show there, he became even more furious, and opened his mouth to consume a cloud of black mist. Black Mist screamed miserably, already having the heart to retreat, but where would Junru let him run, directly treating him as a sandbag out of breath. Seeing this, Su Coriander Pomelo took another bite of the watermelon, finally seeing the true power of the divine beast Kuan Pang. Very strong indeed. Then the mirage dragon that had sneaked up on him must be on par with him in terms of strength. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes turned, and her gaze landed on Yi Yuenti, who had a cold look, as if she was a god of killing. The Yi Yuenti who was carrying a sword at this moment was vastly different from the Yi Yuenti who had always called her a baby. Su Coriander. Or what should she do when her sanity is total and she only knows how to kill? This person was powerful enough that she might be able to use her against Mirage Dragon, but she was also a time bomb that could blow itself up if she wasn't careful. Gee, trouble, trouble. Suddenly, Su Coriander Pomelo felt a hard object coming up against her calf. With a startled look in her heart, she looked down. A small, round stone was tapping against his calf. What's that? It was amazing how quietly she could approach her. The stone man seemed to notice Su Coriander Yuzu's gaze and raised its round head, which only had eyes and a mouth on it. The dark eyes stared motionlessly at Su Coriander Pomelo, lifting his finger to point at the watermelon in her hand, and then pointing at his own mouth. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke with slight hesitation. You want to eat melon too? Stone nodded heavily and, heads off, rolled to the other side of the table. The stone man wasn't alarmed, and with its legs that weren't even as big as one of Su Coriander's palms, snapped to the other side of the table, picked up the head on the floor and pressed it against his body. Then he raised his head again to look at Su Coriander Yuzu and pointed at the watermelon in her hand. Coriander Su, did Sun Monkey pop out of this rock back then? Chapter 125, The Nerdy and Greedy Little Stone. Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment, placed the half-bitten melon in her hand on the table, and recut a piece for the stone man to place in front of it. Stone looked at the red watermelon and opened his mouth to bite into it. Click 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 click, not 2 times even with the melon to eat, and then raised his head. Dark eyes just so look at Sue Coriander Grapefruit. Sue Coriander Grapefruit mouth twitching. She very much wanted this little stone people have a stomach? Where did it eat the watermelon? Seeing that Sue Coriander Yuzu was unmoved, the stone man raised its stone hand and patted Sue Coriander Yuzu's leg. Sue Coriander Pomelo cried and laughed, directly pulling out an unbroken watermelon and placing it on the ground. The stone man, faced with a watermelon almost as tall as it was, snapped his mouth open and swallowed it in one gulp, then continued to stare at Sue Coriander Yuzu. Coriander Sue. She pulled out a bunch of watermelon directly in front of it. That's all I have. It's all yours. The stone man's eyes seemed to light up as he looked at the watermelons piled higher than it was in front of him. In Sue Coriander Pomelo's extremely surprised gaze all swallowed in. Sue Coriander Grapefruit is also strange. These watermelon stone people in the end where to eat. Stone-eating melon. Truly the most powerful news of the year. The result of the losing battle over there also came out. The black mist was swallowed by Junji in its entirety. Seeing that the black mist had all disappeared, Yi Nanti put away her sword and came to Sue Coriander Pomelo's front, looking at her with a worried face. Baby, are you okay? Coriander Sue shook her head. I'm fine. Listening to Junru's conspiratorial voice, Sue Coriander Pomelo raised her eyes and looked askance at him, giving a light laugh. Good. You're out of favor. Junji? Sue Coriander Pomelo squatted down and looked at the dumbfounded little stone man, revealing a gentle smile. Little stone, do you still want to eat melons in the future? The stone man raised his head to look at Sue Coriander, his dark eyes staring straight at Sue Coriander. Honestly, it was a bit of a head-scratcher to be stared at by a stoner so consistently, because stoners' eyes have no whites, only pitch-black orbs. Junru and Yi Nanti also saw the small stone man on the ground. Junru snorted coldly. Sue Coriander Pomelo, who do you think you are? Do I need your favor? You can pamper whoever you like. Sue Coriander Pomelo didn't bother with him. Yi Nanti followed and squatted next to Sue Coriander to look at the little stone man. Baby, this little stone man seems to be the one who was suppressed along with me in that black mist. Guess so. Sue Coriander Pomelo returned. 3 paths, suppressing 3 suspected dangerous characters, one being Yi Nanti who can be resurrected indefinitely. One was that weird black mist. It should have been the one that pulled her in. Didn't know what it was trying to do. And anyway, now that she was dead, she didn't care. One is this little stone man. The good thing inside the secret realm that Fuxing said should be this little stone man. Nerdy and gluttonous. I don't know how the combat strength is, but to be suppressed along with Yi Nanti, I think it's strong. At the very least, she had just been eating melon when it came to her feet and she hadn't noticed it in the slightest. In this situation, if it moved to kill her, she would be seriously injured without dying. The little stone man's eyes wavered slightly, but he still gave a slight nod, indicating that he was willing to leave with her. Taking its small short legs and grunting, it walked to Sue Coriander Pomelo's feet, spinning around and stretching out its limbs to hug her calves. Coriander Sue. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she looked down at the stone man clinging to her calf. Tentatively, he lifted his foot, and the stoner didn't move, instead hugging a little tighter. 2 more steps with her foot up, and still the stone man didn't move, and seemed to be resting on her leg. Sue Coriander Pomelo was helpless. It didn't weigh much anyway, so let it be. Let's get out. Yi Nanti nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha. Seeing this, Junru's tone was quite a bit unkind. Sue Coriander Pomelo, do you really think of yourself as her daughter? Aren't you just? Before his words fell, Junji was directly sent back to the spirit beast space by Sue Coriander Pomelo. Go and refine the carry-on space. Don't come out if you don't succeed in refining it. With that, he cut off the connection. Forced back into the spirit beast space, Junji saw that he couldn't go out as he pleased and let out a burst of curses. After cursing, he took the beads out again and resigned himself to start refining them. He really owed Sue Coriander Pomelo from his previous life, and was forced to be enslaved by her in this life. After leaving the collapsed mountain range, the aura in the secret realm was thicker than the outside world. Sue Coriander Pomelo found a cave to close down and cultivate. She did not intend to leave this secret realm for the time being. Spirit stone she did not lack now, nor did she lack cultivation resources. So she set up a spirit gathering formation in the cave, and also ate spirit fruits while high on pills, and her cultivation rose rapidly. Other people may have Danmu poison in their bodies when they are high on Danmu, but she doesn't, because of her special physique, no matter if it was impurities in her body, turbid chi, or Dan toxicity. Everything that was not conducive to her cultivation would be automated into nothingness. That's why she could get unlimitedly high on pills and eat spirit fruits to raise her cultivation level. Apart from closed-door cultivation, it was a fight with Yi Nanti. Yi Nanti seemed to really treat her as her own daughter and instructed her very seriously every time. Su Coriander Pomelo thought that Yi Yuanti should be at the peak of the harmonized god cultivation, but as she fought, she always felt that Yi Yuanti seemed to be more than the harmonized god stage. But the lower realm cultivators can only cultivate up to the divine transformation stage. Yi Nanti, if the breakthrough of the divine transformation stage, how can still stay in the lower realm? For fear that it has long ascended. Can't figure it out, so don't think about it. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Su Coriander Pomelo successfully broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Even she was surprised. Breaking through a small realm in half a year was something she hadn't even dared to think about before. Hey! Sure enough, the talent had gotten better and she was all a bit out of her element herself. A year had passed and Junru should have refined the carry-on space as well. Su Coriander Pomelo opened the spirit beast space and released Junji. Junru had just exited the space, and his entire body was confused for a moment before a sharp popping sound erupted. Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out her ears and looked calm. A disfavored spirit pet still wants to have freedom? Dreaming? Junru bit his cheeks and glared angrily at Su Coriander Pomelo. You, stinky woman, you bullied me again. I worked so hard to refine the carry-on space for you, and you even want to lock me up. Is there a master like you? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a leathery smile, and made a sarcastic remark. Have you ever treated me as your master? Junru choked, and continued with a strained neck. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I've even refined the carry-on space for you. What else do you want me to do? I'm telling you, don't go too far. Even if I'm your contracted beast nowadays, that still has dignity. Chapter 126, Tong. It hurts too much. The more Junru said, the more aggrieved he felt. Thinking that he was a powerful divine beast Kuanpang with a powerful bloodline. He had been the young master of the Kuanpang clan since birth. The lifespan of a divine beast was extremely long, and he awakened his spatial talent when he was 200 years old, officially becoming the young master of the Kuanpang clan. The clan elders said that he was the purest Kuanpang with the purest bloodline of the Kuanpang clan in thousands of years, and that he had awakened his spatial talent at only 200 years old. Some Kuanpangs with impure bloodlines might not be able to awaken their spatial talents in their entire lives. Even his father, the current clan leader of the Kuanpang clan, only awakened his spatial talent when he was 500 years old. His inner space was even larger than that of some clan elders, and would continue to expand with age. In a moment of conceit, he became the smelly woman's contracted beast, bullied and squeezed by her all day long, and to be disliked by her. It hurts too much. Junru saw that after all he had said, Su Coriander Pomelo did not care at all and instead took the spirit stone to feed a rock. He didn't hold back a single wince. Once upon a time he had faked crying, symbolically squeezing out a couple of tears. This time he was really angry and sad, and tears snapped down his face. The stone man cupped his hands and shoved the spirit stone into his mouth. Whether it was spirit stones and pills or snacks and watermelons, as long as it was edible, the stoners came and went. However, its favorite thing was still gnawing on spirit stones and getting high on pills. Su Coriander Pomelo would occasionally take out a few spirit stones and feed them to the stone man. Gabba gabba. The stone man gnawed on the spirit stone with a crunch. When Junji heard this voice, she immediately cried even louder, tears flowing down her face as if she didn't need any money. Yi Nanti took a look at Su Coriander Pomelo and then at the wailing Junji, skimmed her lips and turned around to leave the cave. Su Coriander Pomelo took out another spirit stone and fed it to the stone man before she raised her eyes to Junji, who was sitting on the ground bawling, her gaze serene and deep. Junru ignored her and continued to cry. What can I do if I don't cry? I can't even beat them, and I can't even scold them. I know you're aggravated, but don't aggravate yourself just yet. The crying stopped. Junji hiccuped, and then he looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with tearful eyes. You know, I, miser 8, and you, bully me. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were faint. You always say that I bullied you. Tell me first, what did I bully you for? Speaking of this, Junji could stop crying, wiped a handful of tears, broke his fingers, and started counting. First, you emptied several attics in my space of their contents. Not only that, but you also made Xiaoyun Purin take a lot of my things as well. Second, you imprisoned me with the power of the contract so I couldn't move, put a dress on me, and took pictures. Third, enslaved me and take me as your mount. Fourth, you insulted my height. Fifth, you locked me in the spirit beast space and wouldn't let me out. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow. Then if you want to say so, let's break it up. First, we were the ones who agreed in the first place that we would help you kill the Mirage Dragon and avenge you, which is why we were allowed to go to your space to get those things. Regretting it now? Isn't it a little late? Second, You want to break the master-servant contract when we leave this little world and go to the spirit world. If I'm right, if I break the master-servant contract, I'll die for sure, right? You want me dead, and I can't put up a fight? Thirdly, you were originally my contracted beast, so what's wrong with me letting you be my mount? What's wrong with you? I haven't even said anything about you counting on me to indenture my servants, but you're getting all catty with me about that. Fourth, you are at least a divine beast. Why can't you listen to the truth? Fifth, locking you up in the spirit beast space is to let you quickly refine the carry-on space, so as to save you from being lazy. And look, it's only been a year, and you've successfully refined it. Junji raised his hand and pointed at Su Coriander Pomelo, shivering with anger. You, me. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a low laugh, interrupting him and speaking leisurely, his voice revealing a hint of diffidence. Aru, from the day you counted on me, you were destined to only be my contracted beast. Listen well and don't always be stubborn with me, or else, if I'm in a bad mood one day, I'll lock you up in the spirit beast space for the rest of your life, so that you can't get out for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Junji couldn't hold it together again, tears welling up in his eyes, looking so pitiful. Very small sobs resounded through the cave. The stone man didn't crunch anymore, and without food, he resumed hugging Su Coriander Yuzu's leg. Su Coriander Yuzu had gotten used to the stoner's hobby of hugging her leg after eating every day. When it fought with Yin Antili, it wouldn't come down even after a good talk. Then, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at Junji, who was sobbing in a small voice, and said in a faint voice, "Ah gee." Jun resigned himself and was silent. The two of us are now grasshoppers on a rope. We can only work together to kill the Mirage Dragon and then find a chance to leave this small world. After a pause, Su Coriander Pomelo continued. I know you're upset in your heart. A divine beast Kuan Pang, giving a human with low strength as a contracted beast. If I were you I would also be upset in my heart, but reality is what it is. It can't be changed anymore. You have to learn to accept it. Wanting to break the master-servant contract with me is delusional. I have no desire to break the master-servant contract with you. Junru suddenly turned around, his eyes reddening. Yes, I admit that I was unwilling to be your contracted beast before, and I did want to break the master-servant contract with you, but it's not like I don't know what kind of person you are, and I've long since put that idea to rest. When have I not done anything you've asked me to do? You locked me up in the spirit beast space and asked me to refine the carry-on space for you, and I've done that for you. Is there a more obedient contracted beast in this world than me? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrows moved slightly, and after a long time, she asked, gee, ask yourself, have you really given up on the idea of breaking the master-servant contract with me? Don't lie to me. I don't lie well you know. I'd rather you were silent. Junru's eyes flickered as he pursed his lips and fell silent. Su Coriander sighed quietly. How is it that in novels the heroine's contracted beasts are each actively sent to the door as contracted beasts, obedient and strong, but this one of hers, which did come to her door of her own accord, was trying to indenture her as a servant? If she hadn't kept her eyes peeled, she would have really become his servant. Strong in strength too, but his temper stinks to high heaven and he's stubborn with her all day long. Either call her by her full name or call her a skank. She won't listen to anything she says. Didn't treat her like a host at all. Still wanting to return to the spirit world to break the master-servant contract. Wasn't this clearly letting her die? She didn't believe that he was genuinely disabused of the idea of breaking the master-servant contract. Not a word of truth comes out of this kid's mouth. Refining the carry-on space was also still because he was afraid that if she died, he would die with her. He was afraid that he still wanted to wait for her to go to the spirit world and have the Kuan Pang clan dissolve the master-servant contract between them. Spoken like how obedient and great he is. I also don't know how the heroines in those novels managed to subdue one of the incredibly high and mighty divine beasts. Chapter 127, Past Events of the Elf Clan. Su Coriander Pomelo was silent for a long time, got up and came to crouch in front of Junji, raised his hand and wiped the tears on his face. His tone was calm and bland. Give me the beads you refined. She was tired and no longer wanted to talk about this with Junji. He can do what he likes. Junru fell silent and threw the beads to Su Coriander Pomelo, and without saying a word, returned to the spirit beast space of his own accord. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes moved slightly, not bothering with him, squeezing out a drop of her heart's blood onto the beads. The beads absorbed the blood and dug into her wrist. A round green ball of fur appeared on her wrist, looking like a tattoo. Mentally say enter. In the next second, she came to that slightly familiar place, and also saw the trio of mother and son of Jiang Xiu. A hint of delight flashed under Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes. TSK, I never thought that one day I would have a carry-on space. The aura in the space was also denser than outside, so next time, there would be no need to find a place to retreat, and come directly to the space, which would be safe and secretive. Fuxing came to Su Coriander Pomelo and smiled. Congratulations, master. You don't need to slumber? Su Coriander Pomelo asked. Fuxing nodded. The Koan Pang was born with the power of space in his hands. The master's Koan Pang has excellent talent in the spatial path, refined by him personally. The divine artifacts have all been repaired and complete. The artifact was fine, and he, the artifact spirit, was naturally fine as well. Coriander Su raised an eyebrow and smiled, sitting down at the round table. Tell me about yourself. Jiang Xia was very sensible and turned away with her son and daughter. Fuxing sat across from Su Coriander Pomelo, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Fuxing would like to ask the master, where are we now? Su Coriander Pomelo paused slightly and said truthfully, the small world we are now in is lacking in aura, and the highest cultivator is only at the Jindan stage. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the cultivators of this small world will completely disappear. How? Fuxing's demeanor suddenly changed drastically, his eyes wide and his expression slightly distorted, as if he was extremely unable to accept this news. There's a lack of aura and I can't ascend, so even if I recover well, how can I go to the spirit world to take revenge? Revenge? Another revenge? Su Coriander Yusu said she was very speechless. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. This small world is lacking in aura, but there is always a way to leave. Tell me first what you're really a what? What revenge? Without figuring out what was going on in Fuxing's body, she couldn't cultivate in peace. When Fu Sheng heard Su Coriander Pomelo's words, he suddenly thought of Junji. The divine beast Koan Pang was rarely seen in the lower realms. Junru's bloodline talent was very powerful. Perhaps he had come down from the spirit world, and since that was the case, there must be a way to leave this place. Thinking of this, Fuxing's face slowly regained its composure. Does master know about the spirit world? Coriander Su let out a Fuxing raised his eyes and slowly spoke. The spirit realm is a vast land with many races, and I once came from the elf clan. The elves have always lived in a remote area, without any competition with the world, and have been secluded in the lower spirit world for generations. Very few people could find where the elves lived, and even more so, some people didn't even know that there were elves in the spirit world. The energy of the elves all comes from the tree of life, and if the tree of life withers, it means that the elves will disappear into the spirit world forever. Fuxing was the son of the elf patriarch and was born with a strong affinity for the tree of life. His daily task was to look after the tree of life. The elves had been living in seclusion in the moonlight forest, with formations, and the protection of the tree of life. It was very safe, until one day, a pixie saved two humans, a man and a woman, who were covered in blood, took them back to the clan. The two humans woke up thankful to the elves, and after a month of recuperating from their injuries they were ready to leave. But unfortunately their enemies caught up with them. Their enemies were strong, all dressed in black robes, with no one in sight, and even less regard for the elves. The black-robed man went on a killing spree against the elves and even tried to grab the tree of life. The elves are not good at war, and a large number of them died under the hands of the black-robed men. The patriarch led him to the tree of life, and along with him came two women of the human race. Another human blew himself up, taking many of the black-robed men with him. The patriarch watched as Pokemon after Pokemon fell before him in grief. For a moment he regretted teaching the pixies so well that he had allowed them to be kind to the outside world's beings and save two people who shouldn't have been saved. The patriarch used a secret method to turn the tree of life into an ordinary sapling and gave it to Fuxing. He also entrusted Fuxing to the woman and asked the woman to make a heavenly oath to protect Fuxing. How could an elf who had never left the forest before, and was still harboring the life force, survive going to the outside world alone? He could only entrust Fuxing to a woman. In the end, the patriarch blew himself up and died with the group of black-robed men. As long as the tree of life remains, the elves will always exist. The woman escaped with Fuxing. Fuxing was resentful of the women. If it weren't for them, the elves wouldn't have been exterminated. Even if the tree of life was still there, sooner or later, another group of pixies would appear. But it wouldn't be the same group of pixies that followed his ass all day and called him brother. The woman was guilty to Fuxing, so no matter how much Fuxing treated her coldly, she didn't have any resentment. They had been living together in the spirit world and hiding for a few years, and Fuxing knew what was happening to the woman. It turned out that the woman and the man who blew himself up were casual cultivators and a loving Tao couple. Some people said that they had obtained an innate divine artifact in the middle of a secret realm. Divine artifacts were not many in the spirit world, let alone innate divine artifacts. They were just a pair of loose cultivators, without the support of a big power behind them. How could they swallow an innate divine artifact? They said they didn't take the artifacts, but no one was listening. So, after leaving the secret realm, the news slowly spread, and there were many great powers coming after them. The loose cultivator might not have many treasures, but the ability to escape was definitely first class. This time they also accidentally escaped to the Elven Hermitage. After spending time with the woman, the resentment in Fuxing's heart slowly dissipated. The woman and his dawnguard had inadvertently wandered into the elven hermitage while fleeing for their lives, and it was no wonder they had. The forces of the black-robed man had always pursued them without retreating, and after fleeing for several more months, they were still caught up. The woman gave her entire body to Fuxing and chose to blow herself up and die with them in order to protect Fuxing. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but the woman happened to encounter a space storm when she blew herself up. Fuxing couldn't say exactly what he was feeling as he was swept into the space storm. Just when he thought he was going to die, a bead flew out from among the woman's storage ring and swept him up. After that, he fainted. When he woke up again, he became the artifact spirit. It was only then that Fuxing realized that this was the innate divine weapon that the woman was talking about. I'm afraid that the woman didn't know that a plain and ordinary bead would be an innate divine artifact, or a very rare spatial divine artifact. Chapter 128, I can't feel your breath anymore. The reason why he would help Jiang Anomaly was also because he sensed the heavenly phoenix bloodline within her. While on the run with the woman, they had met a heavenly phoenix who gave them a lot of help. Fuxing knew how to return the favor, and the heavenly phoenix bloodline in Jiang Aoi's body had a very similar aura to the one that helped him. Because the artifact was damaged and he often fell into a deep sleep, by the time he realized that Jiang Yao was in danger, it was already too late. He wanted to pull in the divine souls of all three of Jiang Ao's mother and son, but in the end, he had overestimated himself. Just after pulling Su Yu and Zhang Ling's souls into the space, they couldn't hold on and fell back into slumber. After that, when he woke up again, he saw that Jiang Aoi had become a ghost cultivator, and almost lost his soul. He used up a little more of the energy he had managed to cultivate to save a sliver of Jiang Aoi's divine soul, reuniting the three of them, mother and son. But Jiang Yao's divine soul had suffered a thunderbolt, and even though Fuxing had saved a sliver of her divine soul, it was still on the verge of dissipating. Su Coriander Pomelo slightly leaned back and rested on the back of the chair, looking at Fuxing with rather strange eyes. From the moment Fuxing spoke of the Tree of Life, Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were a bit strange. Fuxing, where is the Tree of Life you mentioned? Can you let me take a look at it? Fuxing sniffed, a hint of despondency flashed in his eyes, pursed his lips, and said, the Tree of Life, I lost it. After searching for a long time since I woke up and turned into an artifact spirit, I couldn't find the Tree of Life. I think I lost it when I hit the space storm. The strangeness in the bottom of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes increased, and after a long time, he asked, do you think the Tree of Life will be contracted by humans? Fuxing frowned and shook his head. I'm not sure. The Tree of Life is unique in the spirit world. Even my father knows little about the Tree of Life. He only knows that it was the Tree of Life that gave life to the elf clan. Su Coriander Pomelo hesitated for a moment and said, wait for me for a moment. I'll go out and bring someone in. After saying that, she left the space and appeared in the cave the next second. Hiss. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Yi Wanti, who was looking crazy and outputting a burst of output to the tables and chairs in the cave, and couldn't help but say, Aunt Yi, what are you doing? After a year of hard work, she finally got Yi Nanti to promise not to let her call out to her mother, but Yi Lanti had to call her a baby. She really couldn't argue with her, so she could only go along with her. Yi Nanti turned her head and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo, who suddenly appeared in the cave, inhaled, and as soon as she threw down the sword in her hand, she fiercely went forward to hold her in her arms. Baby, I just couldn't feel you. Su Coriander Yuzu was again buried in those proud breasts and very helplessly broke free. Auntie Yi, I'll take you somewhere, okay? Yi Nanti held Su Coriander Pomelo's hand and stared at her tightly, fearing that she would run away. Good. Su Coriander Pomelo led Yi Nanti to the space, and Yi Nanti blinked. Baby, did you just come here? Aha. Su Coriander Pomelo softly soothed. In the future, if I suddenly disappear, don't be anxious. Yi Nanti nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha. Master. Fuxing landed his gaze on Yi Nanti, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Surprisingly, he detected the aura of the Tree of Life in this person. Yi Lanti heard the voice and glanced sideways at Fuxing. Just this glance made her freeze. Baby, who is this man? Why do I feel that the aura on him is familiar? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Yi Evening Tilly and glanced at Fuxing. This really solved the case. Yi Nanti had told her before that she had once gone to a secret realm and found a small tree, and she had detected a strong aura of life from that tree. She nurtured it in her heart chakra, and even more so, because of this tree, she gained immortality. The tree was clearly the Tree of Life. Su Coriander Pomelo briefly told him about the Tree of Life, and Yi Nanti blinked. With a flip of her wrist, a branch of the Tree of Life appeared in her hand. Su Coriander Pomelo's body shook, and a rich life-giving aura instantly radiated through the space. Fuxing's eyes suddenly shrunk as he stared blankly at the sapling. The Tree of Life. It really is the Tree of Life. Fuxing never expected that the Tree of Life would be nurtured by a human in the middle of his heart chakra. He had mixed feelings, quite mixed. Yi Nanti casually threw a branch of the Tree of Life to Fuxing. I really like the scent on you. so I'll give this branch to you. She could feel that the aura on Fuxing's body was similar to the tree inside her. Now it was learned that the tree was called the Tree of Life, the tree of his elven race. After Yi Nanti thought about it, she snapped the branch with the strongest breath of life from the Tree of Life and threw it to Fuxing. Fuxing's eyes were delighted and he carefully picked up the branch. Thank you, Ms. Yi. The Tree of Life was lost by him and picked up by Yi Nanti as her thing. He had no right to ask her for it back. He didn't expect Yi Nanti to directly give him a branch from the Tree of Life. How could he not be pleased? Yi Nanti frowned. Don't call me Miss Yi, all call me Young. Ha? A question mark popped up on Fuxing's head. Yi Yuanti looked at Fuxing's dumbfounded appearance and went up and rubbed his head with a smile. You call me Auntie Yi after the baby too. 10,000 years had passed, and she and the Tree of Life had almost become one. Seeing Fuxing was like seeing a family's younger generation. She rejoiced in her heart. Fuxing obediently shouted, Aunt Yi. He also liked Yi Yuanti, whose body emanated the scent of the Tree of Life, especially when she touched his head, as if she was his father. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the two men in front of her, one with slightly reddened eyes, the other radiating motherly love. Her mouth twitched. She expected a lot of possibilities, but she didn't expect the two to get along so well. Only when Fuxing's emotions stabilized a little did Su Coriander Pomelo then speak. Fuxing, Junju and I know of a way to leave this small world. Su Coriander Yusu simply repeated Sajiri's words. When my cultivation breaks through to the Yuaniing stage, I'll go and make a break for it. Yi Lanti immediately voted her attitude. Baby, I'll go too. I'll go too. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head. Unsurprisingly, with Yi Nanti following, and with this carry-on space, she was much more sure of herself. Fuxing was overjoyed. He knew that his master must have a way to leave this small world, even if it's dangerous. So what? The big deal is a death. Stay here, you can't ascend, and when your lifespan is up, you'll still have to die as usual. Might as well take a gamble. What if they succeed? After rejoicing, Fuxing seemed to have thought of something. Master, there is a spiritual spring water in the space that might help your cultivation. Oh, wow. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. Show me. Spiritual spring water, which is essential for space in novels, is also found in this space? Chapter 129, Is there something wrong with the little stone man? To Su Coriander Pomelo's disappointment, the spiritual spring water in the space didn't have the novel's unbelievable effects of cleansing the meridians and marrow, and living the dead and whitening the bones. At best, it's a quick way to regain spiritual energy after drinking it. Sure enough, she was the one who thought too much. Fuxing casually waved his hand, and instantly another bamboo house appeared. For the next year, Su Coriander Pomelo planned to retreat in the bamboo house. Before closing the door, he took out a large pile of spirit stones and raked the little stone man over the coals. With the spirit stone in place, the little stone man gladly accepted to go out. Then, Su Coriander Pomelo lifted Junji out again. Junru's tone was unkind. What's the point of pulling me out? It's still the same stinking temper. Su Coriander Pomelo's expression was light and elegant. Her voice was cold. I'm going to be in seclusion for a year. You go out and play with them. Junru stared and snorted, his eyes revealing lightness and arrogance. Ha, didn't you want to lock me up in spirit beast space? How can I still be allowed to hang out? Are you that kind? Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her thin lips lightly opened. Since you don't want to go out, then don't go out. In the next second, he was forced to take back the spirit beast space and cut off the connection. Junru was violently taken back into the spirit beast space again and froze for a long time, realizing that he could not get out. That Su Coriander Yuzu closed the space. Damn it, Su Coriander Pomelo, you stinking woman. You even closed the space again. I didn't say I didn't want to go out. Junru's neck reddened with anger, his eyes crimson, his voice slightly tinged with a hint of anger. How did I end up with such a master? Had he known he wouldn't have approached her in the first place? Junru's words were not heard by Su Coriander Pomelo as she unilaterally choked off the connection. Time flies, and another year passes in the blink of an eye. Su Coriander Pomelo had successfully broken through the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was one step away from breaking through the Jindan stage. It was still the result of her desperate attempts to suppress it. The Cheong Mountain secret realm that Xiaoyun Purin said could only be entered by cultivators below the Jindan stage. Can't break through yet. Congratulations, master, for successfully breaking through your cultivation level. Fuxing is still so polite. The little stone was still so clingy to her, snapping and running over to her and hugging her little legs. Ow, ow. The little wolf cub was still so enthusiastic, circling around Su Coriander Pomelo. Baby, I missed you. Yi Nanti still likes to hug her so much. Burying herself in her chest once more, Su Coriander pushed her away calmly. His eyes looked around for a moment and landed on Jiang Xian, whose body was almost transparent. Jiang, I have a way to keep your divine soul intact. If you can leave this small world and go to the spirit world, you can take revenge yourself. Only, there are side effects. Jiang Yao was slightly stunned. Then he was ecstatic. Ms. Su, I'm willing. Su Coriander Pomelo, don't agree yet. Hear me out. River Loathing, you said. Su Coriander Pomelo took out the 10,000 ghost streamer that she had already successfully refined. This is the 10,000 ghost streamer. I've already successfully refined it. If I put you into the 10,000 ghost streamer, your soul won't be dispersed, and I'll be able to find ghost energy for you to cultivate. Only, you must also be used for me, and you will not be able to leave the 10,000 ghost streamer for the rest of your life, nor will you be able to see your 2 children. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Xiu laughed out. Ms. Su, as long as I can personally take revenge, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Su Coriander Yuzu pursed her lips and looked at the 2 children beside her. Your 2 children, what are you going to do? Before Jiang Yao could speak, Fuxing interjected. Master, these 2 little ones have good talent. There are also many ghost cultivators in the spirit realm, and the ghost domain masters are powerful, so it's okay to send them to the ghost domain to cultivate after we go there. Jiang Yao nodded. I agree with Lord Fuxing's arrangement. In that case, there was nothing more Su Coriander Pomelo could say. Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with tears as she explained well about Su Yu and Jiang Ling. Linger, be obedient in the future. Mother will come to visit you when she has time. Su Yu and Jiang Ling nodded together. Although they were still childlike, but at least they had lived for many years, there were some things that they understood without Jiang Shui saying much. Only after putting Jiang Yao into the 10,000 ghost streamer did Su Coriander Pomelo then leave the space with Yi Nanti, plus a leg charm. Yi Nanti curiously looked at the little stone man who was clinging to Su Coriander Yuzu's calf. Baby, isn't there something wrong with this little rock? Su Coriander Pomelo was holding a rechargeable treasure. Charging and turning on her cell phone, Xiao Yunpurang should have sent her a message. Hearing Yi Lanti's words, he looked down at the small stone man on his lap and asked in surprise, what happened to it? You hadn't even been in seclusion for a month when it finished chewing up all the piles of spirit stones you gave it, and that mouth didn't stop for a whole month. After gnawing on the spirit stone, it suddenly turned into a stone and squatted in front of the bamboo house, not moving a muscle. When I pinch it with my hand, it doesn't move, and when I hit it with my spiritual power, it changes places, turns back into a rock, and continues to crouch. I've never seen such a weird rock. Su Coriander Pomelo felt the small stone man on her lap that had been motionless seem to move a little. This little stone still knows that Yi Nanti is bad-mouthing it. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth swung up into a curved arc as a smile floated up to her eyebrows. It probably thinks of me as its breadwinner. Leave it alone. Leave the secret realm and take you to meet my boyfriend, my Taoist. Ah! Yi Nanti blinked and suddenly rubbed her hands a little nervously. Baby, so do I need to prepare anything? Your Taoist partner must have excellent talent. What do I need to send him? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at her with amusement. Aunt Yi, there's no need to prepare anything. How can that be? Just wait. I'll be right there. Yi Nanti whooshed and flew far away. No imperial sword. It was a direct flight. Cultivators break through the Jindan stage. All of them can move in the air. Only most of the cultivators are imperial swords. After all, the spiritual chi needed to move in the air is very much. Watching Yi Yuanti's figure disappear in front of her, Su Coriander Pomelo blinked her eyes, simply crouched down to look at the little stone man in her lap. With a flip of his wrist, a spirit stone appeared in his hand. Little stone, come and nibble on the spirit stone. The little stone man moved and jumped down from Su Coriander's lap, and was just about to go get the spirit stone when Su Coriander put her hand back. Little stone man? It's large. Dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Su Coriander Pomelo, with what appeared to be a strand of disbelief in the bottom of its eyes. Su Coriander Pomelo's brows swung open with a smile. Little stone, I didn't pick up my spirit stones for nothing. If you want my spirit stones, you have to tell me what the hell you are, right? The little stone man looked straight at Su Coriander, and just when Su Coriander thought it was going to stare at her for the rest of its life, the little stone man spoke. You are my master. Man, it seemed to be just learning to speak, stumbling and stuttering a bit. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes suddenly lit up like cold stars. I knew you could talk. You say I'm your master? The little stone man nodded heavily. Su Coriander Pomelo was quick to catch its head that was about to fall on the ground and put it back on. Why do you say I am your master? Su Coriander Pomelo asked again. Chapter 130, The Great Stone Man. The little stone man's head tilted again, and he raised his hand to point at the green color on Su Coriander's wrist. Fu, Ra, talk. Su Coriander Pomelo lowered her head and asked with slight hesitation. Are you trying to say that you see Fuxing addressing me as master, and you want to address me that way as well? The little stone man brewed for a long time and let out a heavy Su Coriander Yuzu laughed a little. She felt that this was the standard for a fictional heroine. Cute and loyal spirit pet. It's just a rock though, but it didn't stop her from just thinking it was cute. It's a pity that it doesn't have any fur on it, or else I'd have to hold it in my arms and give it a good rua. Handing the spirit stone to the little stone man, the little stone man joyfully took it, one nibble at a time. Looking at the little stone man gnawing on the spirit stones, Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly thought of Junji. I wonder what the dead bear had to blow up into after being locked up for a year. She opened the spirit beast space and her divine sense probed in. Junji turned into a small fish, lying leisurely in a bubble. Sensing Su Coriander Pomelo's divine sense, he slightly lifted his eyelids, looked at her, and closed his eyes again, continuing to sleep. Gee, for all his bad temper, I'm surprised he didn't blow up, Su Coriander Pomelo lightly shouted. Ah gee? Junru was silent. Ignoring me? Forget it, as a divine beast Kuan Pang, how could it be willing to become a human's contracted beast? It's normal to be a bit condescending. Su Coriander Pomelo paused slightly and continued. I won't shut you down from now on, so you can come out whenever you want. Poof, Junru lightly hummed. Is there any truth left in this woman's mouth of yours? Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows and smiled. Believe it or not, pull back if you don't. Retracting his divine sense, Su Coriander Pomelo pulled out another spirit stone and handed it to the little stone for it to continue gnawing. In the spirit beast space, Junji saw that Su Coriander didn't care about him after just 2 words, and in a fit of anger, rolled over. After hesitating for a while, Junji still couldn't hold back and came out of the spirit beast space. Smelling the long-lost fresh air, Junru exhaled a long breath. Immediately, seeing the little stone man hugging the spirit stone and gnawing on it there, he rolled his eyes indecently. You really have more spirit stones than you have room for. It's just a rock, and you're giving it spirit stones to gnaw on. It's just a pants-down fart. More of the same. Su Coriander Yuzu took her cell phone and turned it on, raising her eyes slightly to look at him. I'm happy. What do you care? Junru. Okay, it's your pleasure. Do what you like. He swooshed into his body and flew out of the secret realm. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't bother with him because the cell phone was on. Looking at the dozens of missed calls on it, all from Xiao Yunpurin. Opening WeChat, he tried to send him a message, but realized that there seemed to be no signal in the secret realm. Su Coriander Pomelo was playing with her cell phone and didn't see the little stone man nibbling on the spirit stone while turning around to watch Junji turn into his main body and fly away. When the last bite of the spirit stone was nibbled, the little stone man's large pitch-black eyes glittered eerily. Su Coriander Pomelo was just about to put away her cell phone when she suddenly felt the ground shaking, and cracks forming where she was standing. What's going on? The secret world is collapsing? She immediately flew into the air with her sword. In the next second, her pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that the small stone man, who had just been obediently gnawing on the spirit stones, had turned into a huge large stone man. By initial estimation, this large stone man should be about the same size as Junru's main body. A single stomp would probably kill everyone in a village. Su Coriander Pomelo's body was like an adult and an ant compared to it. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze revealed a hint of vigilance as she silently flew a little higher to lock eyes with it. In a slightly hesitant tone, he asked, Your little rock? The stone man moved and the whole ground shook for it. Lord, man, is. Hearing the stone man's words, Su Coriander Pomelo breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, Why did you suddenly become bigger? The stone man raised its huge stone arm and pointed in the direction of Junjufei. The big. Me too. Will. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched. You mean, you see that Junji can become bigger, and you also want to become bigger for me to see? The stoner let out a hum. Su Coriander Pomelo's head was covered in black lines and she was a bit speechless. You turn into a small stone first. The stone man obeyed and turned into a small stone man. Su Coriander landed on the ground and crouched down to examine the little stone man carefully. She knew that this little stone man could be suppressed here. His ability must be extraordinary, but I didn't realize it could get that big. Junru was a divine beast Kuan Pang, and his body was inherently larger than normal divine beasts. Even if a rock becomes a spirit, it can't possibly get that big, right? To think that the little stone man could not only nibble on spirit stones and pills, but also eat some of the small snacks that humans eat. Su Coriander Yuzu couldn't help but go up and pinch its stomach. It's hard. It's like a rock to the touch. Ha! The little stone man stood still, letting Su Coriander Pomelo touch the top of his stomach. When Su Coriander Pomelo had enough of petting and withdrew her hand, it ran to her leg and hugged her again. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, and for some reason, she always had an unwarranted favorable impression of this little stone man. Maybe it was because it was really well behaved and obedient in comparison to Junji. It didn't take long for Yi Lanti to return. Giddy up, baby, I'm ready, let's go. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't ask her what she went to prepare, and the two of them left the secret realm in one stone. Su Coriander Pomelo had laid a very simple maze outside the secret boundary, in order to prevent ordinary people from messing around, but as long as a cultivator came, he could find out. and the maze was easy to break. She couldn't just eat the meat and not leave a mouthful of soup for someone else. Once you're out of the secret area, your cell phone gets a signal. Su Coriander Pomelo sent a message to Xiao Yunpurin. Baby, what is this thing? Yi Nanti came over to look at the cell phone in Su Coriander Yuzu's hand. Very curious. This is a cell phone. As long as there is danger and the phone has a signal, you can get a message even if you are far away. Su Coriander Pomelo paused and glanced at the red ancient robe on Yi Evening Tilly. Aunt Yi, the small world now. It's not the same as it once was. There is a lack of aura, and cultivators cultivate up to the Jindan stage. So many people don't know that there are cultivators. Nowadays, we are a society of law and order, and technology is advanced. So if you walk on the street in this outfit, you may be mobbed. I have a new set of clothes here that I haven't worn. Would Auntie Yi like to try them on? Su Coriander Yuzu took out a set of red sweatshirts she bought that she hadn't worn yet. Yolanti was about as tall as she was, just a bit bigger boned than her, but she liked to buy clothes a size bigger and wear them with ease. It shouldn't be a problem for Yi Late Tilly to wear hers. Chapter 131, Coming to the Xiao family in the boundary. Yi Nanti looked at the strange set of clothes and resisted a little, but still took it. Casually, he put on that sweatshirt, tugging at the corner of his shirt. There's not a bit of psychic power, baby, and I'm not used to wearing it. Su Coriander Pomelo whispered in a soothing voice. Aunt Yi, when we leave this small world, we can wear vestments, so bear with it for now. It is indeed very inconvenient to wear ancient clothes here. And now that the internet is so advanced, one might not pay attention and be photographed and put on the internet. Yi Evening Tilly nudged her mouth. Alright then, I'll listen to the baby. Su Coriander Pomelo put an invisibility talisman on Yi Nanti and herself, so that no one would see one of them traveling by sword and the other by air. Junji, that guy didn't know where he went. Su Coriander Pomelo tentatively contacted him. He says she's going to go find Mirage Dragon's doppelganger and eat all of his doppelgangers. Coriander Su asks if she needs to tag along. Junru said very disdainfully that he didn't need to. He could take care of it himself. Su Coriander Pomelo was still very assured of Junji's strength. Even if the Mirage Dragon proper came, he could still run if he couldn't beat it. As long as their contract was still in place, Junji could follow the power of the contract to find her. 2 days later, the two men and the stone came to a desert in the middle of nowhere. So Coriander Yuzu, the teenager's pleasant voice came to his ears. Su Coriander Yuzu had just turned around when she was pounced upon. Yuzu, I miss you. 2 years 2 whole years without the slightest news. Xiao Yunpurin are going to think that Su Coriander alone left this small world. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his back, then broke away from his arms. He was scrutinized carefully. 2 years was not long to say the least, and not short to say the least, and the aura on Xiao Yunpurin's body seemed to have gotten a little stronger. You broke through the foundation establishment stage? Xiao Yunpurin's eyes looked straight at Su Coriander Pomelo. The bottom of her eyes were full of joy. That's natural. Can't drag you down. Su Coriander Yuzu hooked her lips and turned her head to look at Yi Nanti. Aunt Yi, this is my Taoist couple, Xiao Yunpurin. Yi Nanti rubbed her hands nervously and excitedly. Hello, I'm the baby's family, the closest and dearest family. Xiao Yunpurin had long ago discovered Yi Guanti, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was a friend Su Coriander Pomelo had met outside. But, Auntie Yip, the baby, family, what the hell? A question mark slowly popped up in Xiao Yunpurin's head. Su Coriander Pomelo transmitted her voice to Xiao Yunpurin. Aunt Yi is someone I met in a secret realm. The situation is a bit special. I'll explain it to you later. Hearing Su Coriander Pomelo's explanation, Xiao Yunpurin blinked and immediately returned. Aunt Yi, the late Xiao Yunpurin, is Pomelo's Dao partner. Yi Huanti smiled and squinted her eyes. Good, good, what a good boy. A perfect match for my baby. Here, this is Auntie Ye's welcome gift for you. It was worthy of being her daughter. And the dowager was surprisingly good-looking. She couldn't even begin to imagine how good-looking the children they would have later on would be. Wait, the body of pure sun? Her baby was not to be outdone, and her Taoist partner was actually a body of pure yang. She remembered that she seemed to have gotten a dual cultivation technique once. Not sure. She would look for it later. Xiao Yunpurin was completely unaware that Yi Huanti had already seen his physique. At this moment, he looked at the pile of sword talismans in his hands and froze a bit. Only Yuaning stage cultivators could make sword talismans, and none of the 7 great hidden families seemed to have sword talismans. Did they? How did this Auntie Yi get a bunch of sword talismans? Su Coriander Pomelo was also a little surprised. It turned out that in the secret realm Yi Nanti had gone to make sword talismans. Xiao Yunpurin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with slight hesitation. Pomelo, this sword talisman. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Aunt Yi gave it to you, so just take it. Understand. Aunt Yi is really a Yuaning stage cultivator. No, maybe it's still a God realization stage cultivator for maybe. Thanks Auntie Yi. Yi Nanti waved her hand. You're welcome. A little bit of sword talisman is just a little bit of time. At most, if there is enough time, she can still refine more. Xiao Yunpuren arched her eyebrows and raised her lips in a smile. Pomelo, let's go in. Coriander Su nodded. This boundary could be entered and exited at will by any cultivator. In the blink of an eye, you are in another world. Su Coriander Pomelo felt the aura in the boundary and her eyebrows moved slightly. The aura here was indeed denser than the outside world, but it was still not as dense as the aura in her space. Come to the Xiao family compound. Su Coriander Pomelo met the old Xiao family ancestor. A gentle, kindly old grandfather. Elder ancestor Xiao was very welcoming to Su Coriander Pomelo's arrival because this time, she didn't conceal her cultivation. There's no need for that either. Her divine sense had long since broken through the Jindan stage, and even if she were to fight with the Xiao family's oldest ancestor, she wouldn't lose. A 19-year-old with a peak foundation establishment stage cultivation, no matter in which era it was placed, it was the pride of the heavens. Old ancestor Xiao entertained the two Su Coriander Pomelo with good food and drink, arranging for them to live in the best courtyard. Xiao family study. Old ancestor, what do you want to see me about? Xiao Yunpuren had wanted to stay with Su Coriander Pomelo for a little while longer, and in the meantime, talk to her about the matter regarding the great family competition. Old ancestor Zhao's brows tightened. Little Perlin, what is that Yi Nanti? Xiao Yunpuren pursed down her lip line. Old ancestor, what's wrong with Aunt Yi? Old ancestor Xiao nodded and shook his head again. I can't say. I always feel that this person is dangerous. Xiao Yunpuren hesitated for a moment and took out a sword talisman out. Old ancestor, this sword talisman is a meet and greet gift from Aunt Yi. Old ancestor Xiao looked at the sword talisman in Xiao Yunpuren's hand. His eyes widened slightly, and he sat up straight. You mean? Yes, Xiao Yunpuren mused. I brought out the sword talisman to let old ancestor know that Aunt Yi is very strong. Old ancestor shouldn't mess with her. Just pretend you don't know anything and don't inquire. How could Xiao old ancestor Xiao Yunpuren not know about his concerns? Xiao Laozu was cautious by nature, and now that he didn't know Yi Lanti's background, not to mention that he couldn't see through her cultivation, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting her live in the Xiao family. Therefore, Xiao Yunpuren took a sword talisman out. Old ancestor Xiao looked at the serious-faced teenager in front of him and grunted. Your kid's vision is overwhelmingly good. It was just a matter of having a Taoist couple with such a demonic talent, but he was also able to get the approval of the elders of the family, sending out such a precious sword talisman. Xiao Yunpuren hooked his lips and smiled, smiling to reveal his white and neat teeth. A natural sense of juvenility. Thanks for the compliment, old ancestor. I also think I have a good eye. That's all, as long as there is no malice towards my Xiao family. Now that old ancestor has seen Pomelo's cultivation, isn't it time to fulfill what I was promised? Xiao Yunpuren asked with a smile. Old ancestor Xiao waved his hand. I knew you were going to say this. Entering the secret realm quota, the Xiao family has reserved one for her. Xiao Yunpuren's smile deepened. Then thank you, old ancestor. Chapter 132 Juga Envy, Plus. In the room prepared by the Xiao family, the little stone man was gnawing on the spirit stone again. Su Coriander Pomelo saw that the little stone man had finished gnawing on another spirit stone and took out another one to feed it. Xiao Yunpuren touched the little stone man with her hand. The little stone man didn't react much and continued to gnaw on its spirit stone. Seeing this, Xiao Yunpuren also took out a spirit stone and handed it to it, and only then did the little stone person have a hint of reaction. Turning his head slightly, he reached out and took the spirit stone into his hand before handing it to Su Coriander Pomelo. Xiao Yunpuren laughed out and bounced its little head. This little thing is quite good at borrowing flowers. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the spirit stone in her hand. The corner of her eyes curved slightly, and casually asked, the family competition, will you participate? Xiao Yunpuren leaned lazily on the back of the chair, loose and casual. No go. Let's just wait and go to the secret realm. It's not like he's a bloodline of one of the 7 hidden families, so what's the point of going? But we can go watch. Yuzu, do you want to go? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head decisively. No go. No fun. She had even killed the Morone clan chief. So what was the point of watching some juniors' bouts? Watching them dish it out? Might as well draw more talismans in seclusion. It really doesn't mean much. Xiao Yunpuren nodded with approval. I heard from my old ancestor that the Morone clan patriarch has fallen, and now the Morone clan is in a mess for the position of patriarch, and a few elders have died. Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, she heard someone knocking on the door outside. Eldest Xiao. Miss Su, the Zhuge clan has come to visit, and the old ancestor has asked you to come over. Zhuge clan? Xiao Yunpuren's brows furrowed slightly. Why would someone from the Zhuge clan come to the Xiao family? Yuzu, they're not coming for you, are they? Otherwise how could Pomelo only come to the Shao family and Zhuge's people come to the Shao family right after? The Zhuge clan is the one you said could start trigrams and divination and project the future of heavenly chances? Su Coriander Pomelo asked. Xiao Yunpurin nodded her head. The 7 hidden families Zhuge clan ranked last, but generally the other families wouldn't easily mess with them. I've heard my old ancestors say that the first people to notice the gradual lack of aura in the first place were the people of the Zhuge clan, and they were the ones who acted out the calculations. Hearing Xiao Yunpurin say this, Su Coriander Pomelo came to be a bit more interested. Go and meet them for a while. In the living room of the Xiao family, old ancestor Xiao looked at the man sitting across from him in a green coat, his long hair falling over his shoulders with an elegant demeanor, and a trace of slight surprise flashed under his eyes. Surprisingly, he couldn't detect his cultivation. Could it be that the young man in front of him had also broken through to the Yuaning stage? But it's not going to happen. Now that the spiritual qi was becoming less and less, it had been 50 years since anyone had broken through the Jindan stage. He always felt that this era of cultivators was about to slowly become a thing of the past. It should be that he guessed wrong, and he might have treasures on him to conceal his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had broken through the Yuaning stage, the Zhuge clan would have no reason to cover up the news. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin came down from the second floor, and the first thing her eyes landed on was the man in green. Zhuge Xian seemed to feel something. His eyes also looked towards Su Coriander Pomelo. The thumb and index finger of his right hand resting on his leg rubbed against each other for a moment, and he took the lead to move his eyes away. Old ancestor, what is it that you called us here for? Xiao Yunpurin pulled Su Coriander Pomelo's hand and sat on the left side of old ancestor Xiao with a big grin. Old ancestor Xiao glanced at Zhuge Xian, and honestly, he didn't know what to say. As soon as this junior came, he said that he wanted to see Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin, and when he asked him what his business was, he kept his mouth shut. If he hadn't taken out the token of the Zhuge clan's first lineage, he would have beaten him out long ago. Zhuge Xian's eyebrows flickered for a moment, and then he landed his gaze on Su Coriander Pomelo, murmuring, "Fellow Daoist Su, under the name of Zhuge Xian, can I talk to you alone? Master, this person has a Jindan stage cultivation." Fu Xing's voice came from the sea of consciousness. As long as Su Coriander Pomelo didn't cut off the connection with Fu Xing, he could always see what was going on outside. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Zhuge Xian with interest. Jindan stage cultivator, can you tell the age of his bones? Can't tell, but I don't think it's more than 80. Fu Xing, his realm is a bit unstable. He seems to have a heart demon. If he doesn't get rid of it in time, his realm may fall. When Su Coriander Pomelo heard this, her eyes rolled slightly and she answered, yes. She also wanted to know what he wanted to tell him. The two of them arrived outside the courtyard, and Zhuge Xian raised his hand to set up an isolation formation. Old ancestor Xiao looked at the formation that isolated divine sense and figure, and didn't hold back a glance at Xiao Yunpurin. And you're not worried at all? Xiao Yunpurin's eyes were dark. The back of his hand propped up his face. His expression didn't change much and looked waveless. Old ancestor, Yuzu is not my possession. She has her own ideas and her own things to do. If I spent all day being jealous and making wild guesses, then I wouldn't be me, and I wouldn't deserve to be with her. Old ancestor Xiao froze, then laughed out loud. Truly worthy of my Xiao family's most outstanding bloodline. Tell me, how far have you gotten? Xiao Yunpurin skimmed his lips. Old ancestor, if there is nothing wrong with you, it's better to go into closed-door cultivation. Otherwise there's no chance that my cultivation will catch up with yours in another 2 years. Old ancestor Xiao laughed in anger. You brat, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Xiao Yunpurin was non-committal. Alright, I'll go. You wait here. Old ancestor Xiao stood up and waved his hand. Walking to the stairway, old ancestor Xiao suddenly stopped. Little Perlin, with your talent do you think you can break through the Jindan stage in a few years? Xiao Yunpurin paused, then carelessly spoke back. Let it be. Old ancestor Xiao pondered, no longer asking any more questions, and lifted his feet up the stairs. In the middle of the isolation formation, Su Coriander Pomelo's demeanor was bland and leisurely, her mouth tugging lightly. What does Daoist Zhuge want to say to me? Zhuge Xian slightly sideways, eyebrows slightly raised, thin lips lightly opened, directly said, Fellow Daoist Su, my Zhuge clan was born to be able to deduce the future of heavenly chances, and the stronger the strength, the more accurate the deduction will be. Not long ago I broke through the Jindan stage and tentatively deduced whether I could leave this small world. Zhuge Xian paused and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with deep meaning in his gaze. Projected twice. Projected. Su Coriander Pomelo's brows cooled a few points. You're saying all this to say that the medium to leave this small world is in me. Her right hand gently touched the green mark on her left wrist, and a faint murderous intent surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Zhuge Xian continued as if he didn't notice the killing intent on Su Coriander Pomelo's body. I did deduce that the method of leaving was in fellow Daoist Su. With a swish, Su Coriander Pomelo drew her long sword. Zhuge Xian looked down at the sword across his neck and guffawed. Fellow Taoist Su, please also allow me to finish. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were ice cold, and without removing the sword, he said in a cold voice, continue. Zhuge Xian didn't care either. Fellow Taoist Su, please also rest assured that no one from the Zhuge clan other than me can deduce this matter, and no one from me has told anyone about this. I merely want to ask fellow Taoist Su to take me with him when he leaves. Chapter 133, Unwelcome Visitors. Su Coriander Pomelo snorted. The hand holding the sword moved lightly, and a streak of blood instantly appeared on Zhuge Xian's neck. Who are you to ask me to take you on? Zhuge Xian smiled calmly. I have deduced that a group of uninvited guests will come to us soon in the future, and that group will be the key to our departure. Su Coriander Pomelo was stunned. A slight surprise flashed under her eyes, and she frowned and asked, what uninvited guest? You say it more clearly. Zhuge Xian reached out and slowly moved the sword above his neck a little farther away. Seeing this, Su Coriander Pomelo put his sword away. I don't know who they are, but I'm sure they are, and there's only this one chance to leave this little world. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes narrowed and laughed. You Zhuge are so powerful. Why don't you count again? Zhuge Xian was silent and took out a spirit weapon that looked like a turtle shell from his storage bag and gave it to Su Coriander Pomelo. In the results of my deduction, only fellow Taoist Su and fellow Taoist Xiao managed to follow them out. This tortoise shell is the Zhuge clan's treasure, shed by the divine beast Xuan Wu when it was promoted. Fellow Taoist Su, if you can take me away, this Xian armor turtle will be given to you. Master, this is a good thing. If it is refined into a defensive dress and worn on the body, swords and fire will not enter. It's a good defensive spirit weapon. Even in the spirit world it's rare. Fu Xing was thrilled. Once upon a time he was isolated in the elves, but after following the woman for a few years hiding in the spirit world, he knew a lot of things. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the palm-sized turtle shell in his hand and was a little hesitant, but still took it. You've given me the treasures of your Zhuge clan, and you still want to leave this small world. Your ancestors' coffin boards won't be able to hold it down, right? Zhuge Xian was slightly relieved to see Su Coriander Pomelo accepting it. As long as the thing was accepted, it meant she agreed. My mom and dad are not gifted. They can only stop at the chi refining stage in this life and will fall in less than 100 years. This turtle shell can only be used by successive generations of Zhuge clan ancestors. My Zhuge clan ancestor fell a few years ago, and now the highest cultivation of the entire Zhuge clan is only me. I can give it to whoever I want. As for the old ancestors that fellow Taoist Su spoke of, I think that as long as I can leave this small world, pursue my chances, and seek immortality, the old ancestors of the Zhuge clan will definitely be very pleased, and there won't be a situation where the coffin boards can't be pressed down. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were slightly raised as she stared at him for a long time and said, I still don't really trust you. You make a heavenly Tao oath. Zhuge Xian did not expect Su Coriander Pomelo to be so vigilant. He smiled bashfully and raised his right hand. The heavenly Tao is the proof. What I, Zhuge Xian, said today is all true. If there is a false statement, I will be struck by the heavenly thunder. My soul will be scattered, and I will not die well. The sky was quiet and no heavenly thunder descended, proving that all that Zhuge Xian had said was true, as evidenced by the heavenly Tao. I, Zhuge Xian, will absolutely not be an enemy of Su Coriander Pomelo in the future, will not think a single evil thought about him, and will always be on her side no matter what happens, and if I violate this oath, I will fall into the Azura hell and will never be allowed to transcend my life. A white light flashed and fell directly into Zhuge Xian's sea of consciousness, proving that this oath had been taken, and that if one day he was an enemy of Su Coriander, and had the slightest evil thought towards her, the heavenly Tao would directly step in and exterminate him. Su Coriander Pomelo? Zhuge Xian smiled and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Fellow Taoist Su, can you rest assured now? Su Coriander Pomelo was stunned for only a second, then smiled back. Don't worry, I'm too relieved. Come, fellow Taoist Zhuge, tell me what happened to the group of uninvited guests you counted, and how do we get out of here? A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhuge Xian's smile. Fellow Taoist Su, I really can't figure out this kind of situation. I might wait until my cultivation is a bit stronger before I can figure it out. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were filled with regret. Okay, Zhuge Xian, fellow Taoist Su, don't worry. My trigrams have never been wrong. You will definitely be able to leave. Okay, I borrowed your advice. It was a phrase that Su Coriander Yusu still liked to hear. After adding a contact, Zhuge Xian left. Without hesitation, Su Coriander Pomelo repeated Zhuge Xian's words to Xiao Yunpurin. Unexpected guests? Xiao Yunpurin blinked and asked in disbelief. There are still cultivators coming to just this hole of a place? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded slightly. Zhuge Xian also made a heavenly Tao oath, proving that what was said was true. Xiao Yunpurin let out a whoop and hooked a strand of Su Coriander Pomelo's hair with his fingertips. The Zhuge clan's deduction of heavenly chances is indeed very powerful. I just didn't expect that this Zhuge Xian, looking so young, would have already broken through to the Jindan stage of cultivation. Saying that, Xiao Yunpurin sat up violently. It's over. It's over. My heart is filled with a sense of crisis. Pomelo, the family competition is estimated to be still half a month away. So I'll go into seclusion and cultivate for half a month first, and I'll come out after half a month. Su Coriander Yuzu hooked the corner of her lips. Okay, you go. It's good to have a sense of crisis. It's the sense of crisis that gives you the motivation to practice. Su Coriander Pomelo also didn't want her Dao couple's cultivation to lag too far behind her. Xiao Yunpurin went into closed-door cultivation. Su Coriander Pomelo, on the other hand, kept calling out to Junji in her mind. She had to go to the space inside Junru to meet Xianlu. Junru had just swallowed one of the Mirage Dragon's doppelgangers in one bite when he heard Su Coriander Pomelo keep calling out to him for some reason. Humph, this stinking woman really still can't leave him. This hasn't even been a day yet and she wants him to go back. It's just that the Prime Minister's stomach can hold a boat, and his Koanpeng divine beast's body has formed a small world of its own, which is much bigger than the Prime Minister's stomach, so he will be merciful and forgive her. The kunai was extremely fast and arrived outside the boundary an hour later. Su Coriander Yuzu was already waiting outside the boundary. It couldn't be helped. She was afraid that the bear child wouldn't know how to hide and reveal his identity, although she was not afraid of the 7 great hidden families. After all, the highest of their cultivation levels was only at the Jindan stage. Smashing with talismans can also kill him, but the group of uninvited guests that Zhuge Xian spoke of made her have to be on her guard. Jun, she grunted, bitch, why did you call me back? Go back to my space and we'll go back. Su Coriander Pomelo took Junji back into space and turned around to enter the boundary. Arriving at the Xiao family, he called Yi Evening Tilly to her room, and then laid a dozen layers of formations in the room, so that even if a Yuaning stage cultivator who knew about formations came, it would take a day and a night to unravel them. Junru was thrown into space by Su Coriander Pomelo without saying a word and was radiating cold air. Especially when he saw Fuxing sitting there leisurely drinking tea, he became even more angry. Hey, I'm the one who repaired this space artifact. Won't you even say a thank you? Fuxing paused slightly, then put down his teacup and stood up, arching his hand very politely to thank him. Thank you, Lord Juanji, for saving me. It was my fault for forgetting to say thank you. Gentleman's remarks. Lord. Chapter 134, he swings for the fences. Sincerity is the way to go. Junru's eyes narrowed and he put his hand to the corner of his mouth in an effort to cover the gradually rising corners of his mouth and coughed lightly. Cough. So what? No thanks. Fuxing smiled. Lord Junru was quite good at talking. Just be patient and say something nice along with his and you can turn him from a black face to a smile. But then the owner is not the one who has patience, nor does he coax at all. That's why they're always fighting. Not a moment later, Su Coriander Yuzu and Yi Nanti came to the space, and as soon as Junji saw Su Coriander Yuzu, his face swished and darkened again. Bitch, what the hell did you call me back for? Su Coriander Pomelo didn't want to argue with him and said directly, you open your inner space and let me go in to see Xianglu. Junru asked, what are you seeing him for? Naturally, there is something important. Su Coriander Grapefruit. Junru skimmed his lips and muttered something in a low voice. Immediately, with a wave of his small hand, a spatial crack appeared in the air. Su Coriander Yuzu lifted her foot and stepped inside. Yi Nanti blinked and followed her in. At this moment, the Sagittarius in space was lazily lying on a tree. There was no darkness in Junru's space, and he didn't know what year it was or how long it had been out there. Junru had also learned the hard way, carving out a space for Shangliu to move around in, and forbidding him to go in anywhere else. Sagiri sensed the fluctuation in the air and glanced at her with his afterimage. It seems like quite a bit of time has passed, and you've broken through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly and went straight to the point. Shangliu, what you said before about the blue sea black hole is really a way to leave this small world. Sagiri gave a start and jumped down from the tree, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Of course, I have no need to lie to you. Su Coriander Pomelo, then can you be sure that the side of the black hole of the blue sea is the spirit world? Ayanami was silent. Su Coriander Yuzu sank her face, her eyes sharp. Shangliu, you and I are both smart people. There's no need to continue to hide it. Junru's divine sense had just entered the space when he heard these words from Su Coriander Pomelo and was very surprised. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Sagiri's silver-white eyes slowly revealed a hint of helplessness. It's for your own good that I don't say anything. After all, they were now grasshoppers on a rope. If she died, Junji, who was a contracted beast, would die, and if Junji died then he would die as well. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at him with a cold expression. Speak. Shangliu pursed his lips and said, This small world doesn't allow any cultivators to break through the god transformation stage and appear as ascended ones. Even if you try your best to cultivate at most, you can only break through to the Yuaning stage, and entering the blue sea black hole with Yuaning stage cultivation will only lead to death. It's good to have dreams, but there's no point in struggling unnecessarily. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze was ghostly. So, you're swinging for the fences now? Shang Liu laughed. What else can you do? You can fight against the heavenly Tao? He wanted to leave and return to the spirit realm more than any other person, and if he hadn't been chased by heaven's punishment, he might have been able to leave without any problems after obtaining his chi. But now expecting Su Coriander Yuzu to leave from the blue sea black hole without any problems, Shang Liu wouldn't believe it. Su Coriander, she didn't believe in this. The chance to leave was right in front of her, so how could she give it up? Regardless of whether or not I can break through the god transformation stage, tell me first, what exactly are you hiding? Shang Liu slightly lifted both eyebrows and gave a tense cry. Since you want to know so much, I won't hide it from you. I lied to you all before. I once entered the blue sea black hole to try to leave. It was dangerous inside, but not as dangerous as a space storm. I was only one step away from leaving. Upon hearing this, Junru, his violent temper completely exploded as he angrily cursed. Damn it, you dead snake. How dare you lie to us? Su Coriander Pomelo raised her hand and stroked Junji's head soothingly. Don't be angry. Listen to what he has to say first. Junru lightly grunted, glaring deathly at Xiang Lu. Keep talking. Shang Liu pursed his lips and continued. When I was about to leave the blue sea black hole, a strong aura knocked me back. That aura is very strong, like the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Su Coriander Pomelo asked with a frown. How can it be the heavenly Tao? Ayanami, my senses can't be wrong. That's Tendo. Su Coriander Pomelo, the heavenly Tao won't allow you to leave? Why? Sajiri's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. I don't know. Hell knows why Tendo wouldn't let him leave, but he wasn't willing to give up. How could he give up when it was clear that the way out was right in front of him? Since his talent was to take away chi, he could only try to take away the family's chi and whether he could leave when he had enough chi on him. I didn't expect to steal the chicken but not the rice. The chi luck didn't take away, but was also chased by the heavenly punishment to split. If it wasn't for Junru's presence, he would have been dead long ago. Su Coriander Pomelo was silent for a long time and asked, so you're hiding all this because you don't want me to take the risk? Ayanami nodded. He said that the blue sea black hole was very dangerous, and that only those who had broken through the transformation stage could enter it, in order to have a chance to leave. However, this small world did not allow the existence of god transformation stage cultivators, so even if Su Coriander Pomelo's talent was strong, she could not break through to the god transformation stage. Without breaking through the god transformation stage, she wouldn't have gone to the blue sea black hole. In fact, Shang Liu was not considered to have lied to Su Coriander Pomelo. The blue sea black hole was not as dangerous as the space storm, but for cultivators who had not broken through the spirit transformation stage cultivation, the danger was also extremely high. Su Coriander Yuzu's brows tightened. She really didn't expect that it was the heavenly Tao that wouldn't allow Xiang Lu to leave. What was this Tendo up to? And what was the purpose of trapping Sajiri here? Junru suddenly opened his mouth and asked, where did you offend the heavenly Tao? How should I know? Ayanami shrugged. Maybe the heavenly Tao just doesn't want us outsiders to leave. I advise you not to think about leaving. No one can fight against the heavenly Tao. Not even an immortal exalt. It's better to be honest and mingle. A hint of contempt flashed in Junru's gaze as he looked at Xiang Lu. I really didn't expect you to be such a death-fearing divine beast. It simply insults the great name of divine beasts. It didn't matter to Sajiri. He couldn't leave anyway, so let them say what they wanted. He swung for the fences. It's the occasional thought of the spirit world that still gets to me. Junru ruthlessly gave him a bite, then looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and said seriously and very seriously, Su Coriander Pomelo, don't act like this dead snake. You hurry up and cultivate. Let's go to the blue sea black hole and make a break for it. I don't believe that the heavenly Tao will be so shameless and very much stop us from leaving. Chapter 135, Do you know my father? Extra. Su Coriander Pomelo's thin lips rose slightly as she listened to Junji's mouthful of words. Only Junru dared to scold the heavenly Tao like that. It was fortunate that he was hiding in his internal space. Otherwise the heavenly Tao would have to strike him with a thunderbolt. Su Coriander Yuzu, speak up. You're not afraid, are you? Seeing Su Coriander Pomelo's silence, Junji glared at her with great dissatisfaction. If you're afraid, then I'll go and break in on my own. Anyway, if I die you'll be injured at best. You won't die. Either way, he was definitely leaving this hellhole. He had to go back to his parents. He had been unlucky ever since he encountered the Mirage Dragon and was sneak attacked and flowed into this small world. Indentured, dressed in women's clothing, spanked, and chased by heavenly punishment. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. and a layer of mist filled the bottom of Junji's eyes. When Su Coriander Pomelo saw Junji stubbornly tilting his head up to keep the tears from falling, he sighed quietly and went forward to wipe his red eyes. Junji does not sit on the ground and bawl like a bare child, but this kind of silent red eyes, coupled with the dreamy blue pupils and long blue hair, more than enough to soften her heart. She really does like a good boy. Junji didn't understand how this smelly woman had suddenly become gentle, and just as he was about to brush his face away, he heard her say, "Today a cultivator from the hidden clan Juga clan I came to me. He said that he projected a group of uninvited guests coming soon in the future, and that group will be our opportunity to leave this place." "What uninvited guests?" Junru was startled. "Can we really leave?" Xianglu also stood up straight, his eyes fixedly looking towards Su Coriander Pomelo. "Is it that Juga clan that will be able to start the trigrams and occupy the performance?" He had purposely learned about the 7 great hidden families before, so he naturally knew some of them. Spiritual world also have will be Gua divination occupation performance of the cultivator, but most of them are cheating. Just cheat those who are not deep in the world of simple small cultivators. So the Juga clan's ability, he knew, but didn't put it in his mind. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't hide it and repeated what Juga Xian had said again, then looked at Xianglu. "Juga Xian has already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. It can't be false. That's why I'm guessing if you're hiding something from us." I didn't realize that Ayanami could conceal such significant news. It turned out that he was only one step away from leaving, and it was the heavenly Tao that did not allow him to leave. He thought that she didn't know that she couldn't break through to the transformation god stage in this small world, so he told her that she could only go to the blue sea black hole if she broke through the transformation god stage. Her intention was to break into the blue sea black hole once she broke through the Yuaning stage, and the more hope she had with the carry-on space, the more hope she had, but he didn't realize that it was the heavenly Tao that wouldn't let him leave. If according to Xiang Lu's words, he was an outsider, so the heavenly Tao wanted to trap him here and not let him leave. So she's an outsider, too. It wasn't right either. Junru said that this was called her divine soul returning to its place, not considered an outsider, but Junru was an outsider. It was her contracted beast. If she broke through the Yuaning stage to break into the blue sea black hole, she had no intention of greeting Shangliu from the start. Just going straight there like that, you might get hit right back by the heavenly Tao, and that would be the end of it. It could be seriously injured, it could be dead, and of course it could be nothing at all. However, this chance Su Coriander Yuzu felt that it would be very small. Su Coriander Pomelo was now only glad that it was fortunate that she had met Juga Xian on her trip to the Xiao family. Since Juga Xian could calculate that she would successfully leave, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I just don't know what's going on with the outsiders anymore. Shangliu didn't know what Su Coriander Pomelo was thinking in his heart. The bottom of his eyes were filled with joy. Then so we can leave this small world? Before Su Coriander Yuzu could say anything, Junji looked at Xiang Lu and opened his mouth in a rather disgusted manner. "Even if we leave this small world, so what? You still won't be able to get out as usual, and will only be able to stay in my space for the rest of your life." Ayanami, the smile on his face disappeared, and even the whole person was bereft for a few moments. Junru was right. Even if they went to the spirit world, he wouldn't be able to get out. As soon as he came out, the heavenly punishment would come to split him, unless there was a way to cross it. Otherwise he would really be stuck here for the rest of his life. He had never heard of a living being in this world who had successfully crossed the heavenly punishment. All beings are equal under heavenly punishment. He leapt and flew into the tree, covering his entire face with his sleeve. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed and gently patted Junji's head. "You open your mouth. You're giving it away, Emo. I'm telling the truth. If it weren't for the fact that I'd have to be punished by heaven for throwing him out as well, I would have thrown him out a long time ago." Junru skimmed his lips. "When we return to the spirit world, I'll make sure my parents find a way to throw this dead snake out without having it spread to me." Shangliu moved his sleeve away and slowly lowered his eyes, staring at Junji with a ghostly gaze, his thin lips lightly opening. "Don't worry, I'll pull you in before I die." As soon as Junru heard this, he stormed out, but there was nothing he could do about him. "Let's throw him out now." He wouldn't dare. Junru's eyes looked accusingly at Su Coriander Pomelo, and his voice couldn't help but raise a few points. "Su Coriander Pomelo, are you still my master? He bullied me and you didn't help me." Su Coriander Pomelo was helpless. Who was the one who mouthed off and got his identity discovered in the first place? Back when Shangliu had crossed the threshold, if it wasn't for Junru's hasty outburst and loud mockery of him, Shangliu wouldn't have discovered his identity and kept chasing after them. Junji immediately choked, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. He stopped talking and twisted his head in a different way. Seeing this, Xianglu raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a faint smile. "Young Lord Jun, I don't want to end up in the same situation with you guys either. How about this? How about we make a deal?" Junru's tone was unkind. "No how. I don't want to hear it." Sagittarius didn't care about his tone. and said to himself, if one day you return to the spirit realm, you help me take revenge, and I'll leave your inner space and make sure that it won't affect you. Junru scrutinized him twice and tugged at the corners of his mouth. I'll believe the hell out of you. What if I help you kill your enemy and you lie to me? It's better to look for daddy and mommy. Sajiri's eyes flickered a few times in succession before he jumped down from the tree again. You won't promise me, but I think your father will. You know my father? Junru frowned. There have been a few encounters. Shangliu hooked his lips. Once in the spirit world, I accidentally saved a fish from an evil cultivator. At that time, I only felt that this fish was a bit familiar, like a freshly born cub of the Koan Pang clan, but a freshly born cub of the Koan Pang clan should have his parents to take care of him, so how could it have been strayed into the hands of an evil cultivator, and almost contracted by that evil cultivator? So I took that fish to the Koanping clan to identify it, and if it really was their cub and I sent him back, then the Koanping clan would owe me a favor. If not, then I'm not at a disadvantage. It's just a bit of extra traveling at best. Chapter 136, Do you want to go out and play? Shangliu paused slightly, his eyes full of deep meaning falling on Junji. I'm not mistaken. That fish is indeed a freshly born cub of the Koan Pang clan. If I hadn't saved it, I'm afraid that fish would have been indentured by that evil cultivator and become that evil cultivator's slave from then on. Even if the Koanping clan found over, there is no way. Perhaps we'll also use the power of the Koanping clan in the spirit world as a blessing. After all, the evil cultivator, well, is the most shameless existence among human cultivators. As Xiang Lu's last words fell, Junji's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. You shut up and don't say another word. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at Xiang Lu, then looked down at Junji, and suddenly came to a realization. Ru, that fish he's talking about is you, isn't it? Junru gritted his teeth and twisted his head with a cold snort. By not saying anything, you're acquiescing. Su Coriander Pomelo would never have thought that Xiang Lu and Junji still had such a bond. She looked at Shangliu and said, Shangliu, it's better to wait until we go to the spirit world to discuss this matter. Xiang Lu nodded. Then his gaze fell on Yi Nanti, his voice carrying a bit of doubt. How come I can't see through some of the cultivation of this person beside you? Yi Nanti was eating melon on the side, and when she violently saw Shangliu talking about herself, she immediately straightened her back. What? You want to fight me? Shangliu's brows were sparse and he narrowed his eyes slightly. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Just fight. Yi Nanti was not someone who was afraid of anything. With a flip of her wrist, a long sword appeared in her hand and took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves have passed. Su Coriander Pomelo? No, why are these two fighting all of a sudden? Junru sneered and raised his hand. The space they were in rapidly closing in on the pressure, and the range in which they could move was getting smaller and smaller. Even Su Coriander Pomelo felt a few moments of discomfort. Xiang Lu and Yi Nanti both gave a start and stopped their hands together. Fight! Why don't you keep fighting? Yi Lanti put away her sword and carelessly ruffled her long hair to the back. Oops, it's no fun. No more fighting. No more fighting. Xiang Lu's pair of narrow eyes were slightly upturned, and while his temperament was clearly cold and arrogant, the corners of his lips were tinged with a smile. It's really interesting to meet someone in the lower realms who has fought me for hundreds of moves. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the Yuaning stage nowadays, his physical body was not the Yuaning stage. Even the God realization stage cultivators could not help him. Moreover, he could sense that Yi Huanti wasn't serious. Yi Nanti held her head high and gave a disdainful cry. A mere hydra. Ayanami's gaze was slightly fixed. Su Coriander Yuzu held her forehead and exchanged a glance with Junji, and in the next second, all three figures disappeared in front of Xiang Lu, returning to the carry-on space and suddenly changing places. Yi Nanti blinked and tugged on Su Coriander's sleeve. Baby, am I awesome? Awesome, awesome, you're the best in the whole world. Before Su Coriander Pomelo could say anything, Junji picked up the conversation in a conspiratorial manner. Ah, really? Yi Nanti couldn't understand the conspiratorial tone in Junji's words and let out a loud laugh in triumph. Junru had been locked up in the spirit beast space by Su Coriander Pomelo and hadn't had much contact with Yi Huanti, so he didn't understand her character. It was a rather strange moment to hear her laughing like a stupid lackadaisical person with a rather strange look in her eyes. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth raised slightly. Fu Xing, I'm going to go into seclusion to prepare some more things. Call me in half a month. Fu Xing nodded. Yes, master. Su Coriander Pomelo first left the space and went to send a sound greeting to old ancestor Shao to go into seclusion before returning to the space for seclusion. Those uninvited guests that Zhuge Xian said. In fact, Su Coriander Pomelo had some guesses, but not sure. After all, she hadn't read those novels in her previous life for nothing. What true or false 1,000 gold text, urban cultivation text, or cross-country cultivation text, rebirth face-punching text, she had basically read them all. Sue Coriander Pomelo guessed that the group should be cultivators from another immortal cultivation realm. If they can come, they have a way to leave. Generally speaking, higher small worlds would have a condescending attitude towards cultivators from lower small worlds. If she wanted to leave, she had to be strong enough. Otherwise, how would people take her for a ride? Talismans, formations, pills, all must be prepared. You can't let people look down on you. Sue Coriander Yuzu went on a retreat. Junru looked at Yi Nanti, who had a handful of the little stone man who had turned into a stone to guard the outside of the bamboo house. His eyes suddenly rolled. Aunt Yi, do you want to go out and play? Ha! Yi Nanti blinked. Where to play? Junru arched his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. Society nowadays is different from your old days. The nights in the city are very interesting. How many people live a life of lights and drunkenness? If you want to have fun, I will take you there. Yi Nanti's eyes lit up, then hesitated a bit. This, what are you hesitating about? Junru, how boring it is to stay in space all day. Anyway, no one outside can beat you and nothing will happen. That's something Yolanti loves to hear. Should we tell the baby? Junru, no need to say. Going to talk to her now will instead disturb her seclusion. Anyway, that what the hell secret realm still has half a month before it opens. We'll just come back in half a month. Yi Nanti's smile couldn't help but widen a few points. That's right, then let's go out and play. Fuxing looked from side to side and couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Lord Juinji, Aunt Yi, would it not be a good idea for you to go out behind your master's back like this? Junru waved his hand and said with extreme impatience, what to say to her? We are not her slaves. Why should we have to tell her everything we do? You hurry up and open the space so that Auntie Yi and I can go out. Fuxing pursed his lips. Lord Junju, when the master comes out of the gate, if he is angry, if she gets mad, it's all on me. Junru paused for a moment. His eyes filled with menace as he looked at Fu Sheng. Also, you're not allowed to disturb her seclusion when we leave either. Fuxing pursed his head and could only nod. Yes, Lord Juinji. Junru and Yi Nanti exited the space and they quietly left the Xiao family and came outside the boundary. Junru transformed into his original body and brought Yi Nanti to the capital. Ha! Why are these women wearing so little? They don't know shame. And these men, they're either fat, with bellies as big as if they were pregnant, or they're skinny and scrawny like a pussy. It's not even if the girls have powder on their faces. Why are there guys with such a thick layer of powder on their faces? Skinny and weak. None of them can look good. Yi Nanti walked out into the street and spat from street to street, thinking about the era she once had. The female cultivators were all incredibly beautiful and valiant. The male cultivators were also all righteous and dignified. Except, of course, for the dead scumbag who cheated on her. Chapter 137, He's coming. He's coming. Junru transformed into a small fish, spat out a bubble and drilled into it, landing on Yi Nanti's shoulder. He was invisible, so ordinary people couldn't see him. Aunt Yi, times have changed. There are fewer and fewer cultivators now. They are all ordinary people without cultivation. How can it be that easy to stay in shape? Junru had been in this small world for 100 years and had long since learned enough. And, young people nowadays, they're all right with being upside down. Know what their current slogan is? Yi Nanti was confused. What? Instead of mentally consuming yourself internally, you should just go crazy. Ha! Go. Take you to the biggest bar in the area. Junru laughed twice. Take you to hang out with some youngsters. Yi Nanti followed the route Junshi said to the biggest bar in the capital. She doesn't have an ID or money, but she can use illusions. The main attraction is a white John. As soon as she entered, Yi Nanti was almost vomited by the smell of smoke and alcohol inside, and immediately sealed her 5 senses. For a moment, she had a twinge of regret. However, it didn't take long for Yi Nanti to immerse herself in the atmosphere of the bar, the music of the bar. Not a moment to let Yi Nanti gradually on the head, followed by the crowd to the stage bouncing. Other women are uniformed short skirts and black stockings, but only Yi Nanti is in a red sportswear, wrapping herself tightly. But that face is indeed the presence of all the girls cannot compare. Even if the entertainment industry of those top stream stars in front of her, that face value can also be seconds into the dregs. Many boys were intentionally or unintentionally moving towards her. Yolanti was playing high. As long as they didn't touch her body, she didn't care. Junshi floated beside Yi Nanti and asked with a smile, how is it? Is it cool? Is it fun? Cool. Yolanti was so excited. Fun. It's fun. Then we'll come and play every day, June said. Yi Nanti once again dodged a man's hand that came up to her and punched a spiritual power into his body. Hearing Junji's words, she returned. Yes, go ahead and keep playing. I'm going to go kill some people. June resigned. Go on. Just 10 days after Yi Nanti was drinking and bouncing in the bar and getting drunk, in a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Damn it, that dead fish even killed another one of my bilocations. The man was dressed in a gorgeous ancient-style black robe. his gaze was like a torch, and he wore a black jade crown on his head, exuding a cold and deep aura. The two cultivators whose cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage trembled as they knelt on the ground. My lord, calm down. Anger churned in Mirage Dragon's chest, and his face was grim and ghastly. No, it can't go on. He had made quite a few enemies in the upper realm, and had already used many of his detachments, and had been pulled into a space storm by Junka, and had given up another 2,000 detachments in order to survive. Now that a few more had been killed by Junru, there were only a few dozen doppelgangers left. If the split was all gone, he would really only have one life left. This time, he would personally go to meet this damned Koan Pang. He was relying on his doppelganger to absorb the woman's entire body essence to recover from the injuries brought on by the spatial storm. Nowadays there was no even if he wasn't all better, but he was confident that he could kill Junru. After all, Junru hadn't even been born yet when he was making his way through the spirit world. With Junru's age, he was a cub in the divine beast realm, and still in his infancy, his own strength was not as strong as that of a Mirage Dragon. That was why Junru avoided the Mirage Dragon in the beginning. After sensing that two of his bilocations had been killed once again, the Mirage Dragon was completely furious. Seeking the scent of his doppelganger's last disappearance, he made his way to the largest bar in the city. He entered directly and stealthily, and as soon as he entered, the ear-piercing music sounded, and a group of men and women were bouncing wildly on the stage to the sound of the music. Many of the girls were wearing short black silk dresses, which made Mirage Dragon a little itchy to look at them. He was already horny, and had been putting his doppelganger out to play all these years, but his main body hadn't had much fun. Fortunately, he still had some sense and did not forget the mission of this visit. He had to kill the dead Koan Pang of Junru, otherwise his detachment would have to be killed. I didn't expect that the young master of the Koan Pang clan would come to this kind of place to play. It's really an eye-opener. Junru noticed the Mirage Dragon the moment it entered the bar. He didn't move and was hidden in Yi Nanti's sleeve. He knew Mirage Dragon was here to kill him. Coincidentally this wasn't. He wanted him dead too. It was true that he couldn't beat him now, but Yi Nanti was different. She was someone who could even take on Shangliu for a few hundred moves, and when the two of them were together, they wouldn't believe that they couldn't get him killed. Junru learned from Xianlu that Mirage Dragon had sacrificed 2,000 doppelgangers to survive the space storm. Right now, he only had 100 or so doppelgangers, and as for the exact number, Sagittarius didn't know. During these 10 days, Junru found all those bilocations, probably around 100, but he didn't kill them, only learned Su Coriander Pomelo's technique, stirred up their sanity, couldn't pass on the news, and locked them into their own internal space. Even if there were still leaks that he hadn't caught, he wasn't in a hurry. Losing these 100 or so doppelgangers was the same as losing 100 or so lives. Sooner or later, Mirage Dragon will die. The miraculous dragon thought left and right, and suddenly saw that Yi Wenti, who was wearing a red sportswear, and her eyes suddenly looked straight. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this lower world? Even in the spirit world, Mirage Dragon couldn't think of a woman who could match Yi Lanti's looks. She's his. Mirage Dragon's eyes were filled with imperative. He lifted his feet and walked in Yi Nanti's direction. Seeing this, Junji immediately transmitted his voice to the bouncing old and high Yi Nanti. Aunt Yi, he's coming, wait and take him out to fight. There are many people in the bar. It's not good to make a move. Junru still had sense. Fights were fights. They couldn't harm innocent commoners. Yi Nanti glanced at Mirage Dragon, then returned. Okay, got it. Last night, Junji confessed to Yi Nanti that he brought her out to play because he wanted her to join him in killing the Mirage Dragon. Yi Lanti didn't get angry either, and readily nodded her head in agreement. Anyway, she did have quite a bit of fun the last few days. Besides bouncing around, her favorite thing to do is to go to the game room and play games. The test is totally hand speed and IQ, tense and exciting. So, she forgave Junji for hiding it in the beginning. It's just killing a dragon. She didn't kill a lot once upon a time. Hey, what dragon did she slay before? Forgot. Forget it, don't think about it. We'll have to fight later. This beautiful young lady. I wonder if I could invite you to my home. A gentle yet magnetic voice came to his ears. Yi Nanti raised her eyes and looked. The Mirage Dragon's appearance was not bad looking. It was the eyes that were very nasty. Looking at her wanted to vomit. Okay, where's your house? What's so funny? Chapter 138 Death of the Mirage Dragon. Mirage Dragon also didn't expect Yi Nanti to agree with him so easily. Also, how can anyone who comes to a place like this for fun be chaste? The lady will know when she comes with me. Thus, Yi Nanti covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and just followed Mirage Dragon out of the bar. With such a top-notch beauty walking beside him, how could Mirage Dragon possibly hold back from touching her? I can't wait to hug him now and fly to the villa. However, Yi Nanti followed the loach, dodged his hand that touched her 3 times. How could she not catch it? Junji was afraid that Yi Nanti would not be able to hold back and make a move in public. Aunt Yi, don't be angry, don't be angry. Immediately walk to the space formation I laid down. When we enter the formation we'll exterminate him and chop off his descendants' roots. Yi Nanti snorted coldly and walked forward quickly. There was only beauty in the eyes of the Mirage Dragon. What divine beast Kuanpeng! What detachment! Were all left behind by him. The dragon's nature is obscene, to put it mildly. Then just as he stepped into the spatial formation, Mirage Dragon still sensed it. Wahahaha, dead dragon. Didn't think so? You've been tricked, ha ha ha. Junji flew out of Yi Nanti's pocket and looked up to the sky. The Mirage Dragon narrowed its eyes slightly and said slowly, Junji, you think you can kill me with this formation you've put up? But he still had more than 100 doppelgangers. Even if his main body died, he could still be resurrected. So he didn't carry fear at all. Junru grunted out a few words from, you think I'm stupid enough to come and kill you without all the preparations? Do you try to see if you can contact those doppelgangers of yours? Upon hearing this, Mirage Dragon immediately went to contact his doppelganger, only to find out how he couldn't get in touch with it, and his face instantly turned gloomy and ghastly. Junru laughed triumphantly. Mirage Dragon, today is the day you die, ha 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 ha. Yi Evening Tilly took out her long sword and said impatiently, stop laughing like a villain, hurry up and get on. Old lady has to go back to bouncing. Junru's laughter came to an abrupt end. He was just too excited. If it wasn't for the Mirage Dragon, he would still be well and truly in the spirit world enjoying his blessings. How could he have strayed into this nook and cranny? He also signed a master-servant contract with a stinking woman, and was left without beastly power for the rest of his life. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and in the next second, he transformed into his own body and charged towards the Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon also transformed into a huge black dragon in an instant, and the two divine beasts instantly fought. Yi Nanti held the sword and leapt up. The sword was like a dragon, carrying the power of thunder and lightning, and heavily slashed across the Mirage Dragon's tail. The Mirage Dragon had been mixing in the spirit world for years, and because of his lust, he had messed with a lot of women from the big families, and had been caught countless times, and had a lot of experience in fights, instantly dodging that sword light. However, in the next moment, another sword light came like a whirlwind, and being attacked from both sides by Junji and Yi Nanti, Mirage Dragon's body was soon wounded. Mother her. Where did Junru this Kuanpeng find a woman from? He couldn't see through her cultivation, thinking that she was at most a multiple infancy cultivator, but he didn't expect her strength to be comparable to a Mahayana cultivator in the upper realm. Where the hell did this monster come from? How did the lower realms allow the appearance of Mahayana stage cultivators? No wonder Junru was certain he would die this time. No, he wasn't willing to die like that. He, Mirage Dragon, possessed the talent of 3,000 doppelgangers that countless divine beasts were envious and jealous of, and he absolutely couldn't die just like that. Junru, don't you want to get out of here? Mirage Dragon said loudly. I have a way to get out of here, and I'll tell you as soon as you let me go. Junru wouldn't fall for his trap. I want you to talk too much. You think you're the only one who knows. As he spoke, the tip of the Mirage Dragon's tail was cut off by Yi Nanti's sword, and the Mirage Dragon roared towards the sky. How did Junru know the way out of here? It must be from that Ayagi guy. No, he could never die like that. He rushed out of this spatial formation. As long as he left the formation, when there were more people outside, they would have something to worry about. Junji could see what he was thinking and sneered. With you are also worthy of breaking through my space formation. Grandpa is an ancestor who plays with space. Yi Evening Tilly's long sword kept on blasting. A wave of sword intent attacked towards the Mirage Dragon, coming in strong and deadly. The Mirage Dragon was bent on breaking through the formation and leaving, and was hurt very badly by Yi Evening Tilly. Junru made a divine fish swing and smacked the Mirage Dragon to the ground, then opened his mouth, and the first thing he saw was a row of incomparably sharp teeth. In the next second, a bite was taken from the 1-meter-long tail of the Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon roared in anger and struggled hard, but Junji was dead set on biting and sent a message to Yi Nanti. Auntie Yi, quick, now, poke his eyes out. Yi Nanti leapt down from the air. Her sword light was like the wind, crisscrossing across, and accurately stabbed into one of the Mirage Dragon's eyes. When it was too late, Yi Nanti drew her longsword up. With a trace of blood, her body rolled twice in the air, her eyes glaring, and she ruthlessly stabbed into the second eye of the Mirage Dragon. With its tail bitten to death by Junru and its eyes stabbed blind, the Mirage Dragon was not far from death. With a strong effort, Junji bit off the Mirage Dragon's tail and gave it to his stomach in 3 tries. Ha 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 ha, old me finally ate the dragon, ha 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 ha. The ones I ate before were Mirage Dragon doppelgangers, and the doppelgangers didn't taste anything like the main body. Moreover, Junru clearly felt that the injuries sustained from the spatial storm within his body after eating the Mirage Dragon's tail into his stomach were slowly being repaired. Great tonic. Simply great. Junru's eyes glowed with green light as he took another bite of the Mirage Dragon's tail and swallowed it into his stomach. The Mirage Dragon's eyes continued to bleed. Its tail was bitten off in 2 pieces, and it was already unable to return to life. Only a slight twitching of his body meant that he still had a trace of breath. Junru, I curse you for being trapped in this little world, unable to get out for the rest of your life. The miraculous dragon roared up to the sky with all its strength at the last second of the smoke. Ha! Where does a dead dragon come up with so much nonsense? Obediently wait to be swallowed into my stomach. Junru didn't care what he said. He was going to swallow him whole and turn him into energy to repair his injuries. Yi Nanti flew in the air and watched Junji swallow the Mirage Dragon one bite at a time as if she was eating a spicy noodle. Chorizo was her favorite of the foods she was exposed to these days. After Junru had swallowed all of the Mirage Dragon one bite at a time, Yi Nanti put away her sword, raised her hand, and in the next moment changed into a clean sports outfit. Had enough? Junzue turned into a small fish, burped and spit a bubble to burrow into, then flew into her pocket. I'm full. I need to get some sleep and recover from my injuries. Auntie Yi, I'm going to sleep. Don't forget to go back into the junction in 3 days. Otherwise Su Coriander Yuzu will get angry. And if she does, she'll ignore you. Upon hearing this, Yi Evening Tilly immediately patted her chest to assure her. Don't worry, I'll be back on time in 3 days. Chapter 139, Fuxing's Blood. At this time, Su Coriander Pomelo in the space was as busy as a gyroscope, refining pills, drawing talismans, and carving formation discs. It simply never occurred to me that Junru had quietly tricked Yi Nanti away to do something big. The point is, Mirage Dragon was really killed by them. After playing for 3 more days, Yi Nanti actually hadn't had her fill of fun, but she was still afraid that Su Coriander Pomelo would get angry and ignore her, so she had to come back. Arriving at Zhao's house, he silently squatted outside the door of Su Coriander's room. Don't ask Yi Nanti why she didn't go in, because Su Coriander Pomelo's room was covered by multiple formations. Half a month ago, if Fuxing hadn't sent Yi Nanti and Junru out, they really wouldn't have been able to get out for a while. Xiao Yun Purin counted the time to get out of the gate and came to Su Coriander Pomelo's room at the first time. Looking at Yi Nanti who was squatting in the doorway, she asked with a curious face, Auntie Yi, why are you squatting here and not going in? Yi Nanti took a look at the fact that it was Xiao Yun Purin who had come, and with a swish, she immediately stood up and patted the non-existent ash on her body. In front of the juniors, it is natural to be a stable elder. The baby is in seclusion. I'm guarding her. Xiao Yun Purin looked at the door of the room, and he could detect that there were many formations inside. I'm afraid it'll take a few days to break it open even if the old man comes. There was no need for anyone to escort them at all. Xiao Yun Purin guffawed and didn't dismantle her. Then, Aunt Yi, I'm going to find old ancestor. Yi Nanti waved her hand. Go go go. Together with the ones he had refined before, there were a total of more than 100 bottles of healing pills and dozens of piles of talismans in front of Su Coriander Pomelo, with the most of them being attack-type talismans. Smash the talisman if you see anyone who's upset, and keep drawing when you run out. There were also dozens of sets of formations, also defense formations and attack formations. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a long breath. Now she finally felt safe. The carry-on space was not something she could expose if she didn't have to. Therefore, these talisman formations were bound to be well prepared. Counting the time, it's been half a month. Fu Shen, who was outside the bamboo house, was just about to knock on the door when he saw the door open and Su Coriander Yuzu walked out with heavy dark circles under her eyes. It was as if they had been emptied of their essence. The little stone man sensed the commotion and snapped to a halt. Su Coriander Pomelo skillfully threw him a spirit stone. Fuxing looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's face and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Master, are you alright? Su Coriander Pomelo rubbed her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. I'm fine, just a little tired. Cultivators cultivate to the foundation stage can use meditation to replace sleep. Usually even if 10 days and a half months do not meditate and do not sleep is fine. But she hadn't rested a moment for half a month, and was as busy as a gyroscope. Alchemy and engraving formation discs all required a strong divine sense. If it wasn't for her strong divine sense, it would have been a bit overwhelming. The body is not tired, but the mind is. Seeing this, Fuxing thought for a moment and squeezed a drop of green blood out from his fingertip, handing it to Su Coriander Pomelo. A strong breath of life hit her, and Su Coriander Pomelo's soothing body jolted. Fu Shen, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while. You don't have to waste your blood. That last drop of blood was a direct result of his dry slumber. Fuxing smiled faintly. Master, I am now the artifact spirit of the spatial artifact. Lord Junru has already repaired the spatial artifact, and I am fine. It's just a drop of blood. It'll be back soon. It won't be asleep like last time. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head when she saw Fu Xing's face was flushed and didn't look like he was about to faint at any time. Okay, thanks a lot. Fu Xing's smile deepened. It is what Fu Xing should do to be able to share his master's worries. Su Coriander Pomelo sighed quietly. So obedient. If only Junji was this obedient. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Junru? And Yelena, how come she's nowhere to be seen? After Su Coriander Pomelo absorbed the drop of green blood, the fatigue above his divine sense was swept away. The whole thing is quite refreshed. Fu Xing, where did Aunt Yi and Junkie go? Why haven't I seen them? The expression on Fu Xing's face stiffened slightly. Master, Aunt Yi went out with Lord Junji. Where to? Su Coriander, did they both go out together? Fu Xing nodded. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. She wasn't worried that something would happen to them, not to mention Yi Nanti, or Junji. In this small world, apart from the Mirage Dragon, no one was able to hurt him. Only, she was afraid that if they went out, they would run into the group of uninvited guests that Zhuge Xian had mentioned. Thinking of this, Su Coriander Pomelo used the power of the contract to contact Junji, only to find that Junji's side could not be contacted. Su Coriander Pomelo's face changed as she quickly left the space and returned to the room to remove all the formations. Seeing Yi Nanti sitting outside the door of her room, she let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as Yi Nanti saw Su Coriander Pomelo, she rushed over with open arms. Baby, I missed you. Su Coriander Pomelo reflexively dodged. Yi Nanti nudged her mouth and handed over the small fish in her pocket that had fallen into a deep sleep. Baby, he's the one who took me out to play. Hit him, don't hit me oh. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched, knowing that it was Junji, this bare child, who coaxed Yi Nanti out. Su Coriander Pomelo took the bubble and looked at the little fish inside with his eyes closed tightly, not like he was injured either, and asked, what's wrong with him? Yi Nanti shook her head like a rattle. I don't know, he ate a black dragon and fell asleep. Black dragon? Su Coriander Pomelo looked startled. Aunt Yi, what did you guys do? Yi Nanti blinked her eyes. Just, went out and fought a black dragon, then spent 2 more days at the bar. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes flashed with mild surprise. That dragon couldn't be a Mirage Dragon, right? Aha! Yi Evening Tilly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I heard Junji was calling him Mirage Dragon. Upon hearing this, Su Coriander Pomelo looked up and down at Yi Wanti. Aunt Yi, you're not hurt, are you? Yi Nanti shook her hand. No, that dragon is not as strong as that Hydra. I even beat the Hydra, how could I be injured by that black dragon? And, there's Junji to help me. Su Coriander Yuzu completely understood and unhappily handled the bubbles in her hand. It must be that this guy, Junru, saw that Yi Nanti was strong enough to fight Xian Lu, so he got the wrong idea. Coax her out of the room, and then we'll deal with the Mirage Dragon together. This dead bear child, the calculation is clear. Mirage Dragon is really dead? Su Coriander Pomelo remembered Junru saying that the Mirage Dragon had many doppelgangers, and even if the main body died, as long as the doppelganger was there would still be a day when it would start all over again. Ye Evening Tilly, I think it's dead. Junru captured all of Mirage Dragon's doppelgangers and hid them in his stomach. I was watching him take in the Mirage Dragon's body like it was a chili pepper, and then I fell asleep. Coriander Su, take a trip out and you even know what a chili bar is. Chapter 140 Brother Xiao, casually throwing Junru into the carry-on space. With a sweep of his divine sense in the Xiao family, he found Xiao Yunpurin, who was in the living room with the Xiao family's oldest ancestor, not knowing what they were discussing. When Xiao Yunpurin saw Su Coriander Pomelo coming down the stairs, she quickly greeted him. Pomelo, you're out of the gate? The great family competition is over. The Nanron clan is still in 3rd place, and we're going to the Qiong Mountain Secret Realm tomorrow, and we're talking about candidates to go to the Secret Realm. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded, greeted old man Xiao and sat on the sofa. Old ancestor Xiao smiled. The Nanron clan is ranked 3rd and has 13 spots to enter the Secret Realm. The Nanron clan has a good relationship with the Xiao clan, so the Xiao clan only needs to send 2 people in. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yunpurin and asked, so, I'm the only one from the Xiao family going with you? Xiao Yunpurin nodded. The Xiao family is not as good as the 7 great hidden families, with shallow roots and fewer foundation establishment stage cultivators. To put it bluntly, if there was no Xiao Laozu, the Xiao family would not have been treated so favorably by the Nanron clan. All the candidates to enter the Secret Realm were basically casual cultivators. Which one of them was not a ruthless character to be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in such an era of a lack of spiritual qi? The 7 great hidden families would not let their own outstanding juniors in. Therefore, those who entered the Secret Realm were either all casual cultivators or all hidden family disciples. However, none of the 7 hidden families trusted anyone, and they were all afraid that the other party would let the scattered cultivators hide amongst the family's children, go in, and wipe them out as a group. Therefore, It was an unwritten rule of the 7 great hidden clans to allow small family foundation stage cultivators, or loose cultivators, to enter the secret realm. When they were out of the secret realm, with the presence of the Jindan stage ancestors, there was no fear of them taking it for themselves. Old ancestor Xiao looked at the two of them gently. You don't have to be afraid either. With Lao Fu here, those loose cultivators won't do anything to you. He was at least a late Jindan stage cultivator. Those people wouldn't hurt them if they were afraid of being retaliated by him. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin glanced at each other and both hooked their lips in a smile. Xiao Yun Purin raised her hand and a small tornado appeared at her fingertips. Don't worry, old ancestor, we're the ones who will be fine. It will only be someone else who has something to do with it. Old ancestor Xiao was stunned. You made another breakthrough? The corner of Xiao Yun Purin's mouth raised in an arc. Yes, after half a month of seclusion, another breakthrough. He was now in the middle of the foundation establishment stage and was about to catch up with Yuzu yet. He doesn't want to fall too far behind Yuzu. Ever since the last time he had obtained that divine grade technique in the June ruler space, his cultivation had risen very quickly. At first, he was worried that his cultivation had risen too quickly, which would cause his foundation to be unstable, but then he realized that his foundation was very solid and not at all weak. I think it should be the credit of this divine level technique. The pendant Junru gave him could not only conceal his physique, but also his cultivation. So if he didn't take the initiative to say so and didn't use his spiritual energy, old man Xiao wouldn't be able to detect his cultivation. Su Coriander Pomelo was only surprised for a moment, but didn't think much of it. Even Junru, the kind of person who was used to seeing geniuses in the spirit world, said that Xiao Yun Purin's cultivation talent was very good, so it was understandable that he had broken through his cultivation level so quickly. If it wasn't for his pure yang body that made Junji hesitate, I'm afraid he would have already laid his hands on Xiao Yun Purin. Old ancestor Xiao, however, stood up from the sofa in shock. Xiao Purin, you breaking through so quickly won't cause your foundation to become unstable. Right, you're still young. Your cultivation still needs to come in steadily. Don't worry, old ancestor, I know in my heart. Xiao Yun pursed. Old ancestor Xiao glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo, pursed his lips and sighed. Alright, you just know in your heart. Xiao Yun Purin was the most outstanding descendant of the Xiao family in this generation, and he was truly afraid that he would make a breakthrough in order to raise his cultivation level, resulting in an unstable foundation. Turning to the second day, old ancestor Xiao brought Xiao Yun Purin and Su Coriander Pomelo to a mountain range. There were a lot of people at the bottom of the hill, and they weren't too late or too early. Come to the gathering point of the Nanrong clan. Old ancestor Xiao greeted old ancestor Nanrong clan with a smile. You old fellow, you came fast enough. The southern Song old ancestor, a short old man, gave a bright laugh. Ha ha, the old man has only been here for a short while. By the way, I heard that your Xiao family has a junior who broke through the foundation establishment stage cultivation at the age of 20. Are you really willing to let him in? Old ancestor Xiao sniffed and sighed helplessly. I don't want to give up either, but he just has to go in. What can I do? Old ancestor Nan Song glanced at Xiao Yun Purin behind old ancestor Xiao and finally landed his gaze on Su Coriander Pomelo, a hint of surprise flashing under his eyes. Peak foundation establishment stage cultivation, one step short of breaking through the Jindan stage. When did the Xiao family come to have such a character? Xiao Yun Purin stepped forward to block the Southern Song old ancestor's line of sight. Late generation Xiao Yun Purin, I've met the Southern Song old ancestor. This is late generation's fiancé. We intend to enter the secret realm together. Fiancé? The Southern Song ancestor narrowed his eyes. Old man Xiao, your junior is engaged? Old ancestor Xiao smiled and stroked his beard. Yes. They've already formed a Dao couple. This child Xiao Purin has been gifted since he was a child, and his eye for people is even better. The Southern Song old ancestor's gaze was deep, and after a moment, he laughed again. AI, it's a pity. I also had wanted to marry my granddaughter to your family's junior. I didn't expect that. Ah, he already has a Dao mate. Old ancestor Zhao's face remained unchanged. Hey, who says it isn't? It was only half a month ago that I learned that they had tied themselves together as Dao couples. It's late. It's late. Elder ancestor Nan Rong, no harm done. Even if my granddaughter can't marry your junior, our two families are still allies. Old man Xiao, that's for sure. Are you going to fall out with me just because of this? The Southern Song old ancestor laughed twice. Joking aside, the friendship between the two of us, and which is this matter can be divided. Old ancestor Xiao and old ancestor Nan Song were catching up and talking. Xiao Yun Purin took a deep breath and took Su Coriander Pomelo's hand, winked at her and came to the other side. Pomelo, I definitely don't know old man Southern Song his granddaughter. Don't misunderstand. Su Coriander Pomelo squeezed his hand. Her eyebrows arched and a smile bloomed on her lips. I know, no misunderstanding. Xiao Yun Purin was relieved and at the same time a little depressed. Pomelo, you can actually be angry with me. At least let him know that she liked him too and would be jealous over these things. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. You're making me angry? Did you really have an affair with another woman? No, 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 no. Xiao Yunpurin shook her head repeatedly. No such thing. How could I have an affair with another woman? It's too late for me to stay away from them. Then why don't you just get over it? Why would I get angry about something that isn't there? Su Coriander Pomelo didn't understand what kind of brain circuit he had. A trace of helplessness flashed in Xiao Yunpurin's eyes. Well, he shouldn't have said that one more time. Brother Xiao, you're here too? A young girl, dressed in a white dress, suddenly appeared in front of her and ran over full of surprise. Chapter 141, Your Xiao family is really lucky. Zhongli Xin came to the two of them, as if she didn't see Su Coriander Pomelo, her eyes tightly holding you staring at Xiao Yunpurin. Brother Xiao, it's been 3 years since I've seen you. I miss you so much. Su Coriander. Xiao Yunpurin's scalp tingled at that call of Brother Xiao. Looking at Su Coriander Yuzu's smiling eyes, his desire for survival exploded. Who the hell are you? Who the hell is your brother Xiao? Zhongli Xin blinked her clear and innocent eyes. Brother Xiao, I'm Zhongli Xin, your Xin heir. Xiao Yunpurin's eyebrows twisted into a dead knot as she took 2 steps back in disgust. You've recognized the wrong person. Zhongli Xin pursed her lips. Brother Xiao, I won't be mistaken. You are my brother Xiao. Xiao Yunpurin's face instantly sank. There are 2 eggs hanging under your eyebrows. You can only blink but not look. If you call me brother Xiao again, believe it or not I'll beat you up. The old man doesn't have the habit of not beating up women. Brother Xiao. Zhongli Xin's tears flowed instantly. You said you would marry me. Have you forgotten all about it? Ha! Su Coriander Pomelo laughed coldly and directly drew out the hand that was tightly held by Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin was flustered for a split second, and hurriedly said, Pomelo, you believe me. I will never say such words. Work it out for yourself. Su Coriander Pomelo spoke coolly and turned to leave. Zhongli Xin opened a pair of innocent eyes. Brother Xiao, is it because of that sister that you pretended not to recognize me? Xiao Yunpurin's eyes condensed on a layer of frost, her voice icy cold. I'll say it again. Get lost. Zhongli Xin wanted to go forward and pull Xiao Yunpurin's hand. But, I really miss you. Xiao Yunpurin's fist hardened, and in the next second, used his spiritual power to slap him away. With a bang, Zhongli Xin was thrown into the tree and landed heavily. The room was quiet for a second. Zhongli Hui had been talking to his friend. When he heard the sound he turned around to see Zhongli Xin spitting blood on the ground and hurriedly went forward to check on her. Xiner, how are you doing? Zhongli Xin didn't expect Xiao Yunpurin to make a sudden move. She was only a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. Where could she resist when a foundation stage cultivator made a move? Zhongli Hui fed Zhongli Xin an elixir and helped her up. His face unsightly. Xiner, tell brother who hit you? Dare to harm the firstborn child of my Zhongli clan. I want him dead. Zhongli Xin looked up at Xiao Yunpurin and silently lowered her head again. Zhongli Hui didn't see this side, but the rest of the Zhongli clan did. Zhongli Hui's gaze was grim as he stared at Xiao Yunpurin. The Xiao family in the district. What a good job. How dare you take action against my Zhongli clan's children? This matter will not end well for my Zhongli clan. Xiao Yunpurin snorted, her eyes revealing arrogance, her tone unsavory. If you fight, you'll fight, and if you want to trouble me, feel free to do so. Zhongli Xin fiercely grabbed Zhongli Hui's hand. Brother, don't go to trouble brother Xiao. He didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Yunpurin was also strange. He was sure that he really didn't know this woman. Where the hell was this fly from? Why did it keep picking at him? Zhongli Hui looked at her with hatred. Xiner, he has beaten you and spit out blood. Why are you still speaking for him? You are my sister. What kind of good man do you want that you don't have? Zhongli Xin looked at Xiao Yunpurin fondly. But there is only one brother Xiao in this world. I don't like any other person. Xiao Yunpurin rolled her eyes, her tone impatient. I said I don't know you. If you say something that makes people misunderstand you again, I'll beat you up once I see you. As soon as the words fell, Zhongli Xin shook with teardrops in her eyes. Zhongli Hui was furious. Xiao Yunpurin, are you still a man? You don't dare to admit what you've done, and you dare to hit a woman. How did the Xiao family produce such a scum like you? Xiao Yunpurin's eyes were icy cold. How my Xiao family is none of your business, and I've never been in the habit of not hitting a woman. If you don't want her to die, stay away from me. The two were arguing over here, and the crowd of onlookers was growing. You, Zhongli Hui's face was iron blue. An uncontrollable rage flashed in his eyes. He couldn't hold back any longer, and with a slap of his storage bag, a large knife flew out and attacked towards Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin was undaunted and chose a spirit sword in her spatial ring that wasn't too strong. All of them were white gleaned from Junru's body space, and they were bound to be good things if they could enter Junru's eyes. so even if Xiao Yunpurin took out the spirit sword which was the least amongst them, it still allowed people to see that the spirit sword in his hand was a superior spirit weapon. A flash of sword light sped by, and the two instantly fought. Old Ancestor Nansong and Old Ancestor Xiao flew in midair, watching them from a short distance away. Old Ancestor Nansong looked at the spirit sword in Xiao Yunpurin's hand, his eyes meaningless. The sword in your junior's hand is a good one. Ha ha, yes, old man Xiao. The sword in your family's junior's hand is only stronger than the sword in my hand. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the air, each of them being the highest cultivation ancestors of several reclusive clans, except for the Zhuge clan's old ancestor. The person who spoke was the Uyghur Shi clan's old ancestor, with a peak Jindan stage cultivation, the highest cultivation among several old ancestors. It was also the first time that old ancestor Xiao saw the sword in Xiao Yunpurin's hand, and he smiled sarcastically twice. You all know that little Perlin suddenly didn't want to cultivate a few years ago. I was beating and scolding, just wouldn't listen, had to run outside to go to school. It's probably a chance he got out there. Old ancestor Zhang Qiu nodded his head. That makes sense. It's not necessarily true that there are undiscovered secret realms out there as well. Old ancestor Zhongli said coldly. Your Xiao family dang really good luck. Old ancestor Xiao had once gotten the chance to break through the Jindan stage and was on par with them. Now that Xiao Yunpurin had obtained another fine spirit sword, saying it out loud made people envious and jealous. Old ancestor Xiao smiled on his face and stopped speaking. Yet there was some inexplicable tension in his heart. This brat, even if you don't tell him when you get such a good spirit sword, you still bring it out in such a dignified manner. Is he really not afraid of being robbed? Su Coriander Pomelo leaned against the edge of the tree, her eyes falling on Xiao Yunpurin and Zhongli Hui in front of her. Ms. Su, aren't you worried? Zhuge Xian walked over at some point and faintly asked. Su Coriander Pomelo had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, looking cold and noble, but when she spoke, she was unforgiving. It's that kind of stuff. What am I worried about? Xiao Yunpurin clearly did not use her full strength, walking Zhongli Hui to play. She did not believe that the Jindan stage Zhuge Xian could not see. Chapter 142 Zhuge Xian's Epiphany. Zhuge Xian glanced vaguely at the slanting rear and murmured, a Zhongli Hui is naturally not enough to worry about, but the Zhongli clan's old ancestor is at the late Jindan stage. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were as deep as a pool, and she glanced at Zhuge Xian with her afterglow. My generation of cultivators, wanting to pursue the great Tao, is nothing more than fighting with heaven. How can there be fear? If another person runs to on your head, but you hear that the other person's elders are higher in cultivation than you, and you keep holding back, how can you cultivate to greatness? Of course, cannot be like a rash. Blind confidence, fight over the fight, but not on the run. Stay in the mountains, not afraid of no firewood. Who knows, you will not get what chance. Cultivation sword. Su Coriander Pomelo paused, looked at Zhuge Xian, and added, running away isn't scary. It's when the heart is daunted that it's truly scary. Zhuge Xian froze, murmured Su Coriander's repeated, escape is not terrible, heart fear is the real terrible. The faint auras around him suddenly flocked into Zhuge Xian's body, and he closed his eyes, falling into a metaphysical state. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. TSK, an epiphany after a few words from her? She's quite useful with that mouth. The change in Zhuge Xian's body naturally attracted the attention of others, and the people of the Zhuge clan were the first to walk over and surround him to protect him. The Zhuge clan's people took out spirit stones for Zhuge Xian to absorb while looking around with a wary expression. Many cultivators might not have the opportunity to have an epiphany in their lifetime, and Zhuge Xian's sudden epiphany might cause others to become jealous. Moreover, the epiphany requires a lot of spiritual qi, and it cannot be disturbed by people. If it is light, the cultivation will regress and hurt the foundation, and if it is heavy, it will go off the deep end. Perhaps some of those ill-intentioned monks will come and disturb. Su Coriander grapefruit matter whisked away, deep hiding merit and fame. The old ancestors in midair naturally discovered Zhuge Xian's epiphany. Morong old ancestor, isn't that the grandson of Daoist Zhuge, surprisingly breaking through to the Jindan stage? I remember he's not even 80 years old yet, to have broken through the Jindan stage at such a young age. How come they never realized it? Tantai old ancestor, speaking of which, it's been many years since I've seen fellow Daoist Zhuge, and with the opening of the Qiong Mountain Mystic Realm today, how is it that you haven't come yet either? Elder Morong, fellow Daoist Zhuge has always been secretive and often absent on various occasions, so it's understandable that he didn't come. Old ancestor Zhongli, if you ask me, that old man should have fallen. Old ancestor Ugershi, fellow Daoist Zhongli is right. It's fine if he doesn't come on other occasions, but he won't come to the Qiong Mountain Mystic Realm, and fellow Daoist Zhuge should have fallen. When these words came out, several old ancestors fell into silence. The eyes were all fixed on Zhuge Xian. However, they weren't sure if old man Zhuge had really fallen. So, no rash moves. Over there, Xiao Yunpurin got tired of playing and directly stabbed Zhong Li Hui's shoulder with his sword, giving him a kick to the ground. Zhong Li Hui spat out a mouthful of blood violently, his eyes full of unbelief. He lost. How could he lose? He was a single gold spirit root, and since he was young, his family had placed high hopes on him, and he had broken through the foundation establishment stage at only 30 years of age, being taught by the old ancestor himself. He was the most talented in cultivation among the younger generation of the 7 hidden families. But now, he had actually lost to an unnamed Xiao Yunpurin, and lose so badly? Even in the end, he sensed that Xiao Yunpurin hadn't used his full strength at all, and he hadn't even injured a single strand of someone's hair. Thinking of this, he spat out another mouthful of old blood in anger, his face bursting with veins. Zhongli Xian saw Zhongli Hui in such a miserable state and came forward in tears. Brother, are you alright? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making brother get hurt. Xin, it has nothing to do with you. It's because I'm not as skilled as I am and I lost. Zhongli Hui ate a healing elixir and sat down cross-legged to recover from his injuries. Zhongli Xian's tears snapped, and suddenly her legs went soft and she knelt down towards Xiao Yunpurin. Brother Xiao, it's all my fault. It's me who shouldn't have asked for so much, so please spare my brother? Everyone hadn't expected that Zhongli Hui, the best of the young generation of the 7 hidden clans, would lose to Xiao Yunpurin. What's more, he didn't expect that the daughter of the head of the hallowed Zhongli clan would kneel down towards Xiao Yunpurin. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes were stern, and the divine sense pressure belonging to the late Jindan stage violently attacked towards Xiao Yunpurin. Seeing this, old ancestor Xiao raised his hand and the pressure disappeared. Fellow Taoist Zhongli, how about letting the juniors settle matters between themselves? What's more, who could blame Zhongli Hui for his own inferior skills? Old ancestor Zhongli snorted coldly. Zhongli Hui lost. It's his own skill that's inferior. I have nothing to say, but my Zhongli clan's junior knelt down to your junior. How can the old man not care? Old ancestor Zhao's face remained unchanged. Fellow Taoist Zhongli, it's your junior who has to pester my junior. The people present aren't blind. Besides, little purser already has a fiancé. Does your junior want to be a third? You! Old ancestor Zhongli was furious and was about to make a move when old ancestor Nansong straddled the middle of the two, acting as a peacemaker. Alright, let's leave the matter between the juniors alone. We few old guys, let's just watch the secret realm first. Otherwise if the secret realm opens up later and we don't notice it, it'll be over. Old ancestor Ugger smiled. Old ancestor Nansong is right. It's the Chong Mountain mystic realm that is most important right now, and the cultivation resources for the decades to come can all be counted on this time. Old ancestor Zhongli's face turned blue, but he stopped speaking. Below, Xiao Yunpurin looked at Zhongli Xian with cold eyes. Your drama is not too much. Zhongli Xian raised her head stubbornly. Brother Xiao, I didn't lie to you. You promised to come and marry me. Xiao Yunpurin squeezed her fists. Her grandmother's fists were hard again. I dare swear by the heavenly oath that I never said those words. Do you? Zhongli Xian's face went white. Brother Xiao, why do you just not believe me? Xiao Yunpurin didn't bother to look at her anymore. The heavenly Tao is the proof. I, Xiao Yunpurin, have never known Zhongli Xian, much less said to her that I would marry her. And if there is any half-falsehood, then let me not be allowed to die well, and fall into the hell of the Azura for all eternity. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and Xiao Yunpurin was still standing properly in front of the crowd. It means that what he said is not false. It's clearly this Zhongli Xian who is directing herself there, and she has said that she has a fiancé. There's still an uptick to be a 3 these days. TSK, the Zhongli clan has lost a lot of face this time. After Xiao Yunpurin swore, he turned around and went to find his Yuzu, ready to complain about the situation. Inexplicably being pestered by a strange woman. His heart was as disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. Zhongli Xian heard Josho's rustling taunts. Her face went pale and weak. Her whole body went limp, and she fell to the ground. How could this be? She had put her face on the line so much. Why didn't he recognize her? Aren't all men animals that think with their lower bodies? How come Xiao Yunpurin doesn't follow the rules? Chapter 143, Her fondness for him. Zhongli Xian is a 4 spirit root. Cultivation talent is not good. This year 25 is still refining Qi 3rd layer cultivation. Old ancestor is going to marry her off to a peak foundation establishment stage a loose cultivator. She was the daughter of the Zhongli clan's patriarch, so she had no right to refute it. But that casual cultivator was on the verge of being even older than her grandfather. She could accept that people who practiced cultivation were a bit older, but that man was long and thick, and had had more than a dozen wives, with a mouthful of yellow teeth, which was really hard for her to swallow. So, she begged Zhongli Hui to bring her to Qiangshan, where she was looking for a chance to seek out men who were gifted and could lay their hands on her. As long as she gave up her face, with her looks, she would be able to take down any man. Xiao Yun Piran she had seen before, and behind her she heard that he had given up his cultivation and left the boundary. I didn't expect to come back this time. I heard that the Xiao family entered the secret realm this time. It was the two of him and his fiancée. Those who were able to enter the secret realm had a minimum cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage, not to mention that he was only 20 years old today. Breaking through the foundation establishment stage at the age of 20, she was even better than her brother, and for this reason she could not break through the Jindan stage in the future. As long as she married him, would she have to worry about a good life in the future? Old ancestor certainly wouldn't object. As for his fiancée, she had never seen it before, and thought that it was not a person from a hidden family, but a casual cultivator. Where was it as important as the Zhongli clan behind her? Zhongli Xian's calculations were quite good, but it was a pity that she didn't understand Xiao Yun Piran's character. Now it's a big disgrace in front of everyone. Old ancestor Zhongli's face was gloomy as he directly went down to the two of them, Zhongli Xian and Zhongli Hui. Zhongli Xian's body constantly shivered at the sight of old man Zhongli. It's over. It's all over. The injuries on Zhongli Hui's body were not heavy. Xiao Yun Piran did not lay a deadly hand on him. He ate the elixir and meditated for a while, and then he was fine. He stood up and respectfully shouted, Old ancestor. Old ancestor Zhongli said in a deep voice, take Zhongli Xian and follow me. Yes, old ancestor. Zhongli Hui nodded and helped Zhongli Xian, who was limp on the ground. Up, brother, usually you love me the most, save me, I don't want to marry that Li Hao. Li Hao was the casual cultivator. Zhongli Xian grabbed Zhongli Hui like she was grasping the last straw. Zhongli Hui sighed slightly as he looked at the Zhongli old ancestor in front of him who had already walked away. Xianer, I know what you're thinking, that's why I cooperated with you just now. Anyway, now you've also seen that Xiao Yun Piran isn't someone you can pin down. Zhongli Xian, but I really don't want to marry Li Hao. He already has more than a dozen little wives. I'm my father's daughter. Why should I marry him? Zhongli Hui, brother will give you a heads up. With your talent, if you don't marry Li Hao, then you will only stay at home and be a furnace pot. What the children of the 7 great hidden families always looked for was cultivation talent. Children who are not well endowed are either taken to be used as marriage tools, either that or give it to another family to use as a cauldron. At this time, not having a spiritual root and being an ordinary person sent outside the boundary was actually not bad, and you didn't have to worry about money. Zhongli Xian's face turned pale. Brother, is this really the only way? She had heard before that female cultivators with bad talent would be sent away as furnaces. Even male cultivators experience this, but she never thought that she would also have such a day. Her father was the head of the Zhongli clan. Her brother was the most talented and outstanding cultivator of the Zhongli clan. Even though we are all father's children, we cannot disobey our old ancestors' orders. Zhongli Hui paused and told the truth. Xianer, the old ancestor already saw the face of my father and I before he chose to let you go to the marriage union to marry Li Hao. Although Li Hao is a loose cultivator, he is already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and is one step away from breaking through to Jindan. Everything old ancestor did was for the good of the Zhongli clan. Zhongli Xian closed her eyes, half a moment later, and nodded. I know, brother. If she had known this, she might as well have chosen to leave the boundary and live out her life as an ordinary person. As the daughter of the matriarch, she had a choice. Xiao Yun Piran purposely detached a sliver of his mind to look at Su Coriander Pomelo while he was fighting, but he found that she was talking to Zhuge Sen, and even if they were talking, why did Zhuge Sen get so close to his Pomelo? It was unknown what the two had said, and Zhuge Sen unexpectedly had an epiphany. Xiao Yun Piran was instantly jealous and quickly ended the fight. Yu Zhu, that woman just purposely stalked me. I've sworn that I really don't know her. Su Coriander Pomelo's thin lips rose slightly. Even the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were tinged with a smile. I know a glance shows it. Zhongli Xian said that her mouth has been talking about brother Xiao blah blah blah, but the bottom of her eyes is the ambition that cannot be hidden, and there is no half-love. She just wanted to take this opportunity to see how Xiao Yun Piran would handle this matter. She didn't expect the results to be completely unexpected. He actually slapped Zhongli Xian and fought with Zhongli Hui, decisive and extremely arrogant. Xiao Yun Piran blinked her eyes and hooked Su Coriander Pomelo's hand, her voice slightly tinged with a hint of aggression. Yu Zhu, why aren't you jealous at all? You don't know her. Why would I be jealous? Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes slightly. Or are you really having an affair with another woman outside? No no no. When Xiao Yun Piran heard this, she immediately shook her head like a rattledrum, and her eyes were firm as if she wanted to join the party. Yu Zhu, you have to believe me. I definitely haven't had much contact with any woman other than you. Su Coriander Pomelo naturally believed in Xiao Yun Piran's words. He would have died long ago if he had even the slightest thought of betraying her. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a low laugh and took the initiative to squeeze his palm, saying softly, I know what you're thinking. Give me more time. After all, We have a long road ahead of us, don't we? When Xiao Yunpurin heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up greatly in excitement, and a smile floated up to his eyebrows, his shoulders shaking with laughter. As long as Yusu doesn't mind me being unreasonable. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. There is no dislike. On the contrary, she eats it up. In her previous life, she had no friends around her except for Orange, and eventually even Orange slowly alienated her. After entering the devil and becoming a devil cultivator, it is even more respected by everyone. What about now? The Su family group was merely jealous of her status as a cultivator, and were still treating her well because she was able to save the Su family. Don't want the good that is mixed with the good. It seems that only Xiao Yunpurin is truly treating her well because of her as a person. Even if he knew that she had agreed to become his Taoist partner only because she coveted his pure yang body and didn't like him at all, he was still very happy. He even made a heavenly oath that he could not have a single thought of betraying her from now on. Su Coriander Pomelo thought about it. She should be fond of Xiao Yunpurin. After all, she didn't loathe being close to him at all, but not as much as he liked her. Maybe it's because they haven't experienced life and death. They haven't had too much contact. She trusted him, but was still afraid to give him her back. If she gave him her back one day, then she might like him just a little bit more. Chapter 144 Zhuge Xian's Heart Demon. After roughly another half hour, Zhuge Xian woke up from his epiphany. At this time, he only felt that his entire being was enlightened, and the places he couldn't figure out before were now able to figure it out. The cultivation level didn't break through, but it was more solid. Several old ancestors all flew down from the air one after another. With a smile on his face, Zhuge Xian performed an arching salute. Greetings to several seniors. Old ancestor Ugershi laughed twice. Good boy, truly worthy of being the grandson of Taoist Zhuge. Just like him, he has excellent talent, breaking through the Jindan stage at a young age. Tantai elder ancestor, now that you've broken through the Jindan stage, there's no need to address us as seniors. The seniority between cultivators never looked at age, but rather cultivation. Zhuge Xian had already broken through the Jindan stage, and although he was only at the early Jindan stage, he really didn't need to address them as seniors. Zhuge Xian said very humbly, several seniors are all at the late Jindan stage of cultivation, and my juniors have only broken through Jindan not long ago now, so I still need to learn from my seniors. Upon hearing this, Tantai old ancestor smiled gently and didn't say anything more. Old ancestor Morong asked, little friend Zhuge, your grandfather can. Haven't seen him for quite some time. How come this once Cheong Mountain secret realm doesn't see him either? A trace of sadness flashed under Zhuge Xian's eyes. Seniors, truth be told, in fact, my grandfather has already been seated. As soon as the words fell, several old ancestors looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep meaning. Nanrong old ancestor, little friend Zhuge is still saddened. People die like lamps. You're still young. The Zhuge clan will have to rely on you. Tantai elder ancestor, little friend Zhuge is still young, and now that he's had an epiphany, he'll break through to the late Jindan stage one day, just like your grandfather. Old ancestor Xiao and old ancestor Morong as well as old ancestor Jiangqiu followed suit and comforted. Zhuge Xian lowered his eyes, hiding the emotions under his eyes. Many thanks to the several seniors for their teachings. I will certainly manage the Zhuge clan. Old ancestor Uyghur she suddenly sighed. I'm afraid that if the few of us old guys can't break through to the Yuanying stage, we'll also sit down and die. Everyone was silent at these words. The Jindan stage only had a lifespan of 500 years, and old Uyghur she was the oldest of the few and still had 50 years to live. If he still couldn't break through to Yuanying after 50 years, then he would have no choice but to sit down and die. The others were not much younger than old Uyghur she. It's a heavy topic that can't be talked about much, or else you're bound to get a heart attack. Coincidentally, right at this moment, the entire Cheong Mountain suddenly shook, and a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the mountain range. Old ancestor Morong turned his head. The secret realm has appeared. Old ancestor Nanrong smiled. After waiting for so long, the secret realm has finally appeared. Old ancestor Zhongli walked over from a distance and glanced at Zhuge Xian who had his head lowered, his face cold. Then he used his spiritual energy to send the words out. Enter according to the ranking of the Great Family Competition. This family competition was still the same as the last ranking. The Zhangli clan is first, the Ugershi clan is second, the Nanrong clan is third, the Tantai clan is fourth, the Morong clan is fifth, the Jiangqiu clan is sixth, and the Zhuge clan is seventh. According to the order of ranking, the Zhongli clan was the first to enter, and to everyone's surprise, Zhongli Hui went in as well. Isn't old man Zhongli afraid that he'll be assassinated? After all, Zhongli Hui only had a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. Several of them glanced at old man Zhongli, who had a pale expression on his face, unable to see any emotions, and they all withdrew their eyes again. Don't look at the current several old ancestors sitting together calmly talking and laughing, but in fact behind their backs, They all couldn't wait for the other party to die earlier, or for the outstanding juniors of the other family to die earlier. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one could feel that the aura in the boundary nowadays that was getting less and less. Several of them were extremely worried, afraid that when they fell, they wouldn't be able to cultivate another Jindan stage cultivator. For the sake of the family, several old ancestors would choose one of their own juniors with the strongest and best talent to cultivate, so the cultivation resources would be given to him. It was the only way the family could continue when they fell. It was obvious that Zhongli Hui was the successor chosen by old ancestor Zhongli, but he was so relieved to let him enter the secret realm. A few old ancestors secretly glanced at each other. Such a good opportunity could not be let go easily, so a few people were secretly making little moves. Cultivation resources were becoming less and less. It would be good if there were only 6 hidden families in the future, so that the more resources their families could share. Several of the old ancestors' eyes glanced very subtly at Zhuge Xian. No, only 5 hidden families would be better. Perhaps they still had a chance to break through to the Yuaning stage. Since his epiphany, Zhuge Xian had become more sensitive to the gazes of others and naturally detected the eyes of the several old ancestors looking over. He dropped his eyelids and let out a low laugh. When his grandfather sat down a few years ago, he hadn't yet broken through the Jindan stage, and without his grandfather, the status of the Zhuge clan was in jeopardy. His grandfather also seemed to know something before he sat down and gave him a jade pendant, saying that it could conceal his cultivation. He figured out a fortune for himself, and when the realm loosened up, he ran outside the boundary to break through at the Jindan stage. Thinking about it that way, he did exactly the right thing at the time. If he had broken through the Jindan stage in the 7 hidden family sanctuaries and the lightning tribulation had come down, everyone would have known about it. When grandfather didn't show up, the other clans would surely suspect that grandfather had sat down and thus suppressed the Zhuge clan, and he had just broken through the Jindan stage cultivation. He was definitely not a match for those old guys. If a few of them joined hands, he would surely fall. The sanctuaries of the 7 great hidden families were outside the boundary, places specially prepared for the family's children to break through the Jindan stage. He had been following his grandfather since he measured the singlewood spirit root. It was his grandfather who had been teaching him, and after his grandfather sat down, he had been at a loss. When he broke through the Jindan, he almost had a demon in his heart and died under the thunderbolt. He was afraid that if he exposed his cultivation, he would be besieged by the other clan elders, causing the Zhuge clan to be destroyed and failing his grandfather's wishes. Luckily, he survived, but his realm had been unstable, and this epiphany allowed his demons to dissipate there and his cultivation to become more solid. Grandfather said when he was a child that there was a calamity in his life, and if he couldn't overcome it, he would die. If he can meet a nobleman and give him a hand in time to tide him over, he will surely rise to the top. Zhuge Xian hooked his lips, and now it seemed that Miss Su was his nobility. Now that he had exposed his cultivation, it did give a few old guys ideas. What's the use of knowing how to tell fortunes? The grandfather who was the best at divining fortunes has already sat down and died. In their eyes, the Zhuge clan was completely useless, so they might as well give up their cultivation resources for the other clans to share equally. The world is a cool place, and without strength, you can't protect a big family after all. But now, Zhuge Xian's eyes were clear and determined. He was no longer afraid. Ms. Su is right. If you can beat it, beat it. If you can't beat it, run. Running away isn't scary. It's when your heart cringes that it's really scary. Moreover, Miss Su had promised that she would take him away from this small world with her. In the future, his cultivation will be stronger. My generation of cultivators must be brave and not fear life and death. However, before he left, he still had to put the Zhuge clan's clan in order. You can't stay in the boundary, so you might as well go outside the boundary. Be an idle rich man, and live out your life in an ordinary way. Chapter 145, Being a Male Mistress for Love. A quarter of an hour later, the crack disappeared into the mountains. It would take a month for the Cheon Mountain secret realm to open, and it was useless for them to wait here dryly. It would be the same to come back in a month. So several of the old ancestors had returned to the clan. Zhuge Xian also returned to the Zhuge family and began secretly arranging for his clan to leave. The actions can't be too obvious. After all, those old guys aren't stupid. Just when Zhuge Xian was busy, in the middle of the night, old ancestor Shao secretly came to Zhuge's house and met with Zhuge Xian. The two of them chatted all night in the study, and it was only when it was almost dawn that old man Shao left. Returning to the Shao family, old ancestor Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Shao Yunpurin, this junior is really something, even having the chance to obtain the secret art of voice transmission. Just during the daytime, when the secret realm had just opened, Shao Yunpurin sent a voice message to old ancestor Shao, asking him to help Zhuge Xian secretly transfer the Zhuge clan's people. When they came out of the secret realm, he taught the secret sound transmission technique to old ancestor Shao. Elder ancestor Shao naturally couldn't resist this temptation and agreed in one breath. As for why Xiao Yunpurin did this, it was still because he asked toward Su Coriander Pomelo how Zhuge Xian had suddenly had an epiphany, and Su Coriander Pomelo repeated what he had said to Zhuge Xian. Xiao Yunpurin was gifted and intelligent, and was able to guess Zhuge Xian's concerns from just a few words from Su Coriander Pomelo, or maybe he knew more about the nasty hearts of the hidden families. Now that he had had an epiphany, he thought that his heart demons had been removed, and if he could leave this small world, his future would be unlimited. He didn't mind the icing on the cake. Of course, the secret art of voice transmission was taught to him by Su Coriander Pomelo, so he couldn't teach it to the old ancestor at will, and after asking Su Coriander Pomelo and getting her consent, he only transmitted the voice to the old ancestor Xiao. What choice to help Zhuge Xian? In the Qiong Mountain secret realm, Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly opened her mouth and asked. A hint of a smile surfaced in Xiao Yunpurin's eyes, and she unhurriedly said, Pomelo, if we can really leave this small world, and go to other small worlds, life is unfamiliar, and there will be more acquaintances to take care of. Furthermore, didn't Zhuge Xian take a heavenly Tao oath? I think that since he wants to leave so badly, he shouldn't seek his own death to betray you. Su Coriander Pomelo stopped to scrutinize Xiao Yunpurin for a moment and said, I can't imagine that you can think so deeply. Xiao Yunpurin gazed at her and softly said, I can think deeper. Does Pomelo want to know? The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked, teasingly said, Aren't you afraid that Zhuge Xian will come to pry you away? Cough cough cough. The words are not shocking. Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly came with such a sentence, almost causing Xiao Yunpurin to choke on her own saliva. He wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't he dare? Does he want to be a male mistress? Does he still want to lose the face of his Zhuge clan? Su Coriander Yuzu was silent. How could she pick up on that? Xiao Yunpurin hammed and hawed and laughed twice more. He doesn't dare, but I do. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Xiao Yunpurin was full of indifference. Anyway, the Xiao family isn't a big family, so I'm not afraid of losing face, but the big deal is that I'll ask myself to get rid of my family. These words both elevated his love for Su Coriander Pomelo and belittled Zhuge Xian. It made the corners of Su Coriander Yuzu's mouth twitch. Being a male mistress for love. Thanks to him for thinking of it. Is she that sentimental? Eating from the bowl and eating from the pot? Without talking to him more. There are quite a lot of spirit grasses in this secret realm, and there are quite a few precious 6th and 7th order spirit grasses. Surprisingly, no one has gone to pick them up. It showed that this small world alchemists were really too useless. I don't know how to use the good stuff, but it's all cheap for Su Coriander Pomelo. Xiao Yunpurin took the list handed over by the Nan Ron clan and gathered the things needed on it, then began to help Su Coriander pick the spirit grass. However, within 2 days, a group of people were encountered. The person leading the way was none other than Zhongli Hui, and next to him was a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Yunpurin frowned. Zhongli Hui, what do you want to do? Zhongli Hui's face was cold as he grunted. Do what? Naturally, to send you all to hell. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes were disdainful and his voice was icy cold. Defeated underlings, feel free to come. Let's see who kills who first. The fire in Zhongli Hui's heart rushed to the sky, but he still had his senses and knew that he was no match for Xiao Yunpurin. Li Hao, go! Li Hao was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and could definitely kill Xiao Yunpurin. Xiao Yunpurin's gaze landed on Li Hao. With a peak foundation establishment stage cultivation, a small realm above him, but he was undaunted as he directly took out his spirit sword from his spatial ring and quickly attacked like a whirlwind. From the time he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he had never moved except for a fight with Zhongli Hui. Zhongli Hui was in the same realm as him, but he was kinda swimming in it, so he didn't think he would lose. Xiao Yunpurin's eyes were filled with excitement. Over-level challenge. It was exciting to think about it. Li Hao was dismissive at first. He was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage cultivation. Beating a mid-foundation establishment stage was not as simple as that, but after one move against it, he thought wrong. Where did this heckling wyvern come from? How come mid-foundation establishment spiritual power is stronger than peak foundation establishment spiritual power? He dared not have any more contempt and began to take it seriously. The two are fighting over there. Over here, Su Coriander Pomelo was besieged by the Zhongli clan's people. Su Coriander Pomelo was also strange. She didn't hide her cultivation either. How come these people still dared to come and surround her? It wasn't until one of them moved his hand and his spiritual energy instantly erupted out that she realized that there was another cultivator with peak foundation establishment stage cultivation within the group. It was an old man with gray hair and a life expectancy that was nearing its end. The attacks were harsh, and the moves were all deadly, as if they had to kill her. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze was slightly frozen. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. She dodged the old man's stabbing sword and let out a cold laugh. You're not from the Zhengli clan. The old man didn't say anything. His long sword kept swinging, catching Su Coriander Pomelo and attacking him. Su Coriander Pomelo leaped and flashed behind the old man. Her eyebrows were cold. Her sword light flashed rapidly. Her moves were unpredictable, and she stabbed straight towards the old man's heart. The old man felt the overriding and incomparable killing intent and deflected his body as the spirit sword pierced into his shoulder. One by one, the two of them went toe-to-toe for a dozen moves. In the end, only the old man and Su Coriander Pomelo were left to fight, and Zhong Li Hui and the others retreated to help Li Hao to surround Xiao Yunpurin. As he fought, Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly said, "You were sent by the Nanrong clan chief, right?" The old man's movements lurched, followed by even more powerful and incomparable moves, commonly known as, "don't want to die" strikes. Old ancestor Nanrong wanted to kill me so that his granddaughter would marry Xiao Yunpurin. Su Coriander Pomelo understood almost in a second. She had stayed in the Xiao family without going out since she came to the junction, and she hadn't offended anyone. Who wanted her dead so badly? Zhong Li's? If it was old ancestor Zhong Li who wanted him dead, then at this moment Zhong Li Hui should have come to surround her instead of Xiao Yunpurin. Then it's only old man Nanrong's. He had said before that he wanted to marry her granddaughter to Xiao Yunpurin, but it turned out that Xiao Yunpurin was already married to her. Only if she died would Xiao Yunpurin have a chance to marry his granddaughter. Chapter 146, Zhong Li Hui's death. There was another scenario, which was that old man Nanrong wanted both her and Xiao Yunpurin to die. She was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage cultivation. Xiao Yunpurin was at the middle of the foundation establishment stage cultivation. Both of them were still so young. Sooner or later they would break through the Jindan stage one day. When that time came, together with old man Xiao, the Xiao family would have 3 Jindan stage cultivators. The strength is more powerful than the hidden family. That was why this old man sent by old ancestor Nanrong didn't go to help when he saw Xiao Yunpurin fighting against Li Hao, the cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, because they had the idea of letting them both die. Su Coriander Pomelo sked lightly. It seemed that the Nanrong clan and the Xiao clan weren't as close as it appeared on the surface. Thinking of this, Su Coriander Pomelo violently took a few steps back and pulled out a bunch of Heavenly Thunder talismans from his space. When the old man saw the Heavenly Thunder talisman in Su Coriander Pomelo's hand, his eyes were full of shock, and he secretly said that it was not good. With so many Heavenly Thunder talismans, he couldn't escape in any way, so he might as well let go of it. So he chose to blow himself up. However, Su Coriander Pomelo was the first to notice his thoughts and directly threw dozens of Heavenly Thunder talismans at him to interrupt his self-destruction. Rumble, 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 rumble. The old man was smashed to the ground by the Heavenly Thunder talisman, and his body was covered in a pitch-black smell of charcoal. Su Coriander Pomelo came to him and used the soul search technique, and sure enough, it was someone sent by old man Nanrong. Fearing that the Xiao family had grown in power beyond the Nanrong clan, the Nanrong old ancestor had sent this old man, whose life expectancy was about to expire, to kill them. Old ancestor Zhongli also knew that he was even more afraid that the Xiao family would become powerful and cause the cultivation resources of the Zhongli clan to fall, so he cooperated with old ancestor Nanrong. No, it should be said that, except for the Zhuge clan, all the hidden families were afraid of the Xiao family's power. Su Coriander Pomelo laughed coldly. The spirit sword swung, directly stabbing into the old man's heart, breaking his dantian, which was now too dead to die. Then he transmitted his voice to Xiao Yunpurin. "Take out the Heavenly Thunder talisman I gave you and kill them all." When Xiao Yunpurin heard Su Coriander Pomelo, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly pulled out the Heavenly Thunder talisman and threw it towards Li Hao and the others in a flurry of smoke. Li Hao several people did not expect Xiao Yunpurin and Su Coriander Pomelo had so many Heavenly Thunder talismans in their hands. They could not dodge in time and were all injured by the Heavenly Thunder talismans. Xiao Yunpurin didn't give Li Hao a chance to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness, as the spirit sword in his hand swung out and plunged deeply into his chest, blood gushing out like a spring. Zhong Li Hui's eyes were filled with panic as he covered his chest and kept retreating. Li Hao was dead. The peak foundation establishment stage Li Hao was actually dead. How can this be? So many people can't kill 2 people? It's over. It's all over. Zhong Li Hui tried to escape with his sword, but he was smashed by another Heavenly Thunder talisman from Xiao Yunpurin. The body fell hard onto the ground, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. "No, you can't kill me. I'm the young master of the Zhongli clan. If you kill me the Zhongli clan won't spare you." Xiao Yunpurin looked at him in a condescending manner, the bottom of his deep eyes churning with blade-like coldness, and said in a cold voice, "Too much nonsense." The sword light was like electricity, aiming straight for Zhong Li Hui's heart. Zhong Li Hui's eyes were wide open, looking down at the spirit sword at his heart. His eyes were full of unbelief, and then he slowly collapsed, too dead to die. The others were also taken care of one by Su Coriander Pomelo, leaving no one behind. The scent of rushing blood filled the tip of his nose. Su Coriander Pomelo took the corpse transforming water and put a drop on each corpse. and the corpses all transformed into blood. Xiao Yunpuren put away her spirit sword and lifted her eyes to look at the bamboo forest not far away for 2 seconds before withdrawing her eyes again. Pomelo, that old man was sent by old man Nanrong? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. Old ancestor Nanrong not only wants me dead, he also wants to kill you. Xiao Yunpuren pursed her lips. Guessed it. I also don't know how the old ancestor should do think if he knew about this. Su Coriander Pomelo turned to look in the direction of the bamboo forest, rubbed his shoulders, and let out a long sigh. After a few days out of the secret realm there will be another fight. From the moment they took on Zhongli Hui, there were people watching from the side of the bamboo forest, and now the people had all run away. Xiao Yunpuren lightly raised his lower eyebrows. Just fight. It just so happens that I've been displeased with the Hidden World family for a long time. Hogging the cultivation resources and slamming them on a person's head. Even if he was a fool, he could still be slammed to the Jingdan stage. Then a little bit of cultivation resources were revealed from the fingernail cracks to make the small clans work for them. There are also those who rely on their family lineage to look at the cultivators with their nostrils up to the sky, and they are nothing without their family. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes rolled and she took out another bunch of talismans from space and handed them to Xiao Yunpuren. The sword talisman that Aunt Yi gave you won't be useful against those people, and when we leave the secret realm, if anyone comes after us, smash the talisman as hard as you can. She'll make it up in 2 hours anyway and use it. But those sword talismans, Su Coriander Pomelo felt that it was a bit of a waste to use them here, so it would be better to save them for the other small world. Xiao Yunpuren completely listened to Su Coriander Pomelo's words. That is, right. He looked at the pile of talismans in his hand and suddenly felt a little melancholy. Yuzu, do you think I'm useless when you're good at everything? He could draw talismans, formations, and alchemy, and he, on the other hand, can't do anything. Even the divine level technique that she was now cultivating, the space ring in her hand, and the spirit sword inside the space ring were all possessed only by her light. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the bottom of his eyes, flashed a touch of inferiority, lips lightly pursed a little, went forward to hold his hand. A word. I don't think you're useless. On the contrary, I think you're very smart. Besides, your cultivation talent is extremely strong. In this era where aura is scarce, you're able to cultivate up to the middle stage of foundation establishment. You've already surpassed a lot of people. If you were born in a small world with abundant spiritual chi, with your talent, you would definitely be more than just in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps you have already broken through to the Jingdan stage. Xiao Yunpuren, you can't be blind. I can teach you anything you want to learn. Thinking too much. Easy to have a demon in the heart. It was not easy for her to like him that little bit. She could not be ruined by the demon in the heart. Seeing Su Coriander Pomelo's nervous face, Xiao Yunpuren snorted out a laugh and embraced her, burying his face in her neck. Yuzu, you're nervous about me. I'm so happy that you're finally nervous about me. The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched as she pushed him away. Feelings that you just pretended? Is it fun to lie to me? Xiao Yunpuren sardonically touched his nose. It's not really pretending. I do have that little bit of inferiority complex, but you're right. With my talent and enlightenment, as long as I leave this small world, sooner or later, I'll cultivate to great heights one day and become an existence that everyone admires. Su Coriander Pomelo patted his shoulder with a relieved look. Ambitious. Cheers. I'm optimistic about you. Xiao Yunpuren is very open-minded. Although he is eating soft food now, it doesn't mean he will eat soft food for the rest of his life. And he's a softie with his skills. Others don't have that chance if they want to eat it. Thinking this way, Xiao Yunpuren immediately dispersed that drop of inferiority complex. Chapter 147, Xiao Yunpuren's talent. It seemed that the news that they had killed Zhongli Hui had spread throughout the entire secret realm. It's better this way. No one will bother them. With half a month to go, Su Coriander Pomelo decided to come and teach Xiao Yunpuren the 4 arts of immortal cultivation to see what he had a talent for. The first item, the talisman. A day later, Su Coriander Pomelo watched as Xiao Yunpuren wasted 100 or so pieces of talisman paper and still didn't succeed in drawing a talisman, and opened her mouth in resignation. Stop drawing. You don't have the talent to be a talisman master. The words just fell. Xiao Yunpuren threw the pen. A long sigh of relief. He long did not want to draw, but on the contrary, Pomelo does not believe in this evil. Had to let him draw all the time, drawing his head dizzy and swollen brain. The second item, alchemy. Su Coriander Pomelo took out a Dan formula, and rows of spirit herbs. This is the simplest first-grade chi nourishing Dan. I'll refine it once and you watch. Xiao Yunpuren nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha, I'll definitely look carefully. Su Coriander Pomelo handled the spirit herbs while explaining. Her movements were put very slowly, just in case he couldn't see clearly. The first-grade chi nourishing pill took Su Coriander Pomelo a full 3 hours to refine out. Opening the alchemy furnace, an ethereal fragrance wafted out. There were 12 pills in one furnace, a very good result. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yun Purin and asked, "Do you see it? You can ask me if you don't understand." Xiao Yun Purin nodded heavily, seeing that he understood, and he had memorized the steps and everything. He felt that he should have a talent for alchemy. "I can try." Su Coriander Pomelo raised her eyebrows. "Is this confident?" She stepped aside. "Okay, you try." If Xiao Yun Purin really had a talent for alchemy, then that would be great, and there would be free alchemists to use in the future. 3 days later, a bang explosion shook the entire mountain range. The cultivators in the secret realm seemed to be surprised, and they didn't even stop their feet for a moment. They'd heard the explosions a dozen times in the past 3 days and were used to hearing them. "At first, I thought that something good had appeared, but when I went over, I realized that it was those 2 bogeymen who were refining pills and blew up the alchemy furnace. They didn't even dare to mock. They turned around and ran. After all, these 2 fiends had killed Zhong Li Hui. There were also those 2 cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage who were dead, so it was better for them not to mess with them." Xiao Yun Purin. After Xiao Yun Purin blew up her last alchemy furnace, Su Coriander Pomelo finally couldn't hold back any longer, and her angry roar came from the mountain range. "It's the last alchemy furnace, and you blew it up again." At this time, Xiao Yun Purin walked out from the cave. Her hair was blown up, the clothes on her body could barely protect the key parts from being naked, and her white cheeks became dark. Opening his mouth to speak, he saw a puff of smoke come out of his mouth. Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her eyes in disgust. "Hurry up and clean yourself up. Don't make pills in the future. You don't have that talent." It was just a matter of not having the talent for alchemy, but also having to be obsessive about it. A dozen or so of her alchemy furnaces were blown up in a row. It was also because she was thinking wrongly. How could a mutated wind spirit root have a talent for alchemy? Alchemy requires fire spirit power. She was a mutant thunder spirit root, and every time she made pills, she used her thunder spirit power to split the wood and use thunder fire to make pills. If only there was a chance to obtain a foreign fire, alchemy wouldn't have to be so troublesome. Xiao Yun Purin was aggrieved. "I obviously remembered the steps very clearly. Why can't I? Is he that stupid that he doesn't have any talent for alchemy? Just memorizing the steps won't work. You have to learn to be adaptable." Su Coriander Pomelo, it's better for you to stop refining pills. Rest for 2 days, and then we'll see if you have a talent for formations. Talismans in alchemy. Xiao Yun Purin did not have a trace of talent, and they were about to strike him into autism. Returning to the cave, Xiao Yun Purin pinched a pure dust sequence and changed into clean clothes, becoming a refreshing teenager again before going to look for Su Coriander Pomelo. Hooking her finger and resting her head on her shoulder, he murmured, "Yuzu, I have low self-esteem again." Why do you think I'm so stupid? Normally cultivators, even if they don't have a talent for talismans in alchemy, they shouldn't be unable to draw a single talisman and blow up a dozen alchemy furnaces in 3 days. Su Coriander Pomelo shrugged. "How do I know? Perhaps you have a superb talent for formation refining." Ai Xiao Yun Purin let out a long sigh. "Whatever, swing for the fences." Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. "How can a cultivator of my generation give up just because of a little setback?" And just as he was about to say something to encourage him, he saw him jump up violently. "No, I can't give up. Yuzu, I want to learn formation and refining." The teenager's figure was long and straight, slightly raised eyebrows. His face was clear and handsome. His nose was high and straight. His bone phase was exquisite and flawless. The corner of his lips carried a smile. His hair was fine and fluffy. The breeze blew the broken hair between his foreheads, and the bottom of his pitch-black eyes flickered with an unprecedented seriousness. "I don't know if it looks like a male lead. I can't find a good picture. And I don't know how to draw _ listen to the book of the treasure can come in and look at the picture." Su Coriander Yuzu hooked her lips and smiled. This was the wantonly flamboyant teenage boy she knew. "Rest for the night first. Tomorrow I'll teach you formation. But I'm not very good at refining weapons. I only know a little bit." "You already know a lot. If you're proficient in refining weapons as well, that's really not giving us ordinary cultivators a way out." Xiao Yun Purin's thin lips rose slightly as he played with Su Coriander Pomelo's fingers, his tone filled with pride. "Yuzu, I feel like I should have saved the entire Milky Way in my last life in exchange for this encounter with you in this life." The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked. A smile surfaced on her brows. Leaning against Xiao Yun Purin, closing her eyes and enjoying this short-lived comfort. The next day, Su Coriander Pomelo began to teach Xiao Yun Purin about formations. As expected, Xiao Yun Purin had a talent for formations and was still very good. She laid down a trapped formation and he was able to find the eye of the formation very quickly. Su Coriander Pomelo felt that Xiao Yun Purin's array talent should be better than hers. 10 days later, she threw him an ancient book about formations. "There's nothing more I can teach. Take this ancient book and read it." It was retrieved from Junxi's internal space. The spirit world's ancient books on formations were a good thing. She had been studying them for a while, but she always had a half understanding and couldn't figure them out. Maybe if she was given a few more years, she would be able to study them, but she didn't feel the need to do so. It would be better to give it to Xiao Yunpuren. His talent for formations was more powerful than hers, so he might be able to study it in a short period of time. The bottom of Xiao Yunpuren's eyes suddenly lit up, suddenly cupping Su Coriander's cheeks and dropping a heavy kiss on her lips. Haha, thanks Yuzu, I'm so happy. Finally, he finally had a talent that was better than Yuzu, and it would be a blow if he didn't have a talent in any of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked, and as soon as she hooked Xiao Yunpuren's neck, she bit on his lips. Xiao Yunpuren's ear tips reddened, her heart thumped, her breathing became heavier and heavier. The surprise in her eyes was about to overflow the surface. Pomelo was rarely so active. Does this initiative mean that she recognizes his strength? Chapter 148 Besieged by the Hidden Families. Plus, a month's time had come and gone, and many people appeared outside the secret realm one after another. The center of the mountain range suddenly shook, a crack suddenly appeared, and the cultivators in the secret realm walked out of the crack one after another. Old Ancestor Zhongli and Old Ancestor Nanrong frowned at the same time when they saw the unharmed Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpuren, 2 cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and a dozen cultivators at the beginning of the mid-foundation establishment stage to kill 2 people, but they didn't succeed. Wait, they're still alive. So are the people who surrounded them still alive? Old Ancestor Zhongli stared deathly at the crack, his fingers trembling continuously, until the crack disappeared. Zhongli Hui didn't come out, and not only that, none of the people sent in by the Zhongli clan even came out. A number of people outside the secret world have noticed this. The secret realm was closed and Zhongli Hui hadn't come out yet, which meant he was dead. Huier! Old Ancestor Zhongli's eyes were crimson as he roared loudly. Who killed my Huier? I want them to pay for their lives. That was all the hope of his Zhongli clan. It's gone. It's all gone. Old Ancestor Xiao did not move and came to Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpuren. His face was unprecedentedly serious. This was because Xiao Yunpuren had sent him a voice message once he left the secret realm, informing him of everything that happened in the secret realm. Old Ancestor Xiao never expected that Old Ancestor Nanron would be so shameless as to send a dying cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage to kill them. Once upon a time, he had thought that the Nanron clan was different from other hidden clans. At least they wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, but now it seemed that he had overestimated the Nanron clan. With the exception of the Zhuge clan, all the other clans were rotten from the roots. It's nothing but infighting all day long. In order to compete for that little bit of cultivation resources, they went out of their way to ruin their years of friendship. In the beginning, he had saved old man Nanrong's life. Say, who killed Huier? Old Ancestor Zhongli suddenly grabbed a loose cultivator by the neck, his voice stern. If you don't say it, I'll kill you. The scattered cultivator only has an early stage of foundation cultivation, and he is a cultivator that the Uyghur Shi clan has found, and he is trembling with fear. I said, it's that couple from the Xiao clan. They killed the Zhenli clan. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpuren. As soon as Old Ancestor Zhongli threw down the loose cultivator, his eyes stared at the 2 Su Coriander Pomelo with a grim stare, like a life-demanding ghost from the netherworld. Old Ancestor Xiao blocked in front of them with a calm demeanor. Fellow Taoist Zhongli, don't listen to one person's slanderous words. He said that it was the 2 little Perlins who killed Zhongli Hui. Do you have any evidence? The anger in Old Ancestor Zhongli's eyes was majestic. Old man Xiao, I advise you to get lost. I want to avenge Huier. Old Ancestor Xiao snorted lightly. In that case, let's fight. Without further ado, the 2 old ancestors flew directly into the air and fought. Both of them are in the late Jindan stage of cultivation. The strength is equal. Even if the fight is estimated to be half a day, cannot be divided into winners and losers. Xiao Yunpuren transmitted his voice to Su Coriander Pomelo and asked, Pomelo, the sword in Old Ancestor's hand is not as good as Old Ancestor Zhongli's. Can I send a good spirit sword to Old Ancestor? The things in his spatial ring were all owned because of Yuzu, so naturally he had to ask about them. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded indifferently. It's fine. Good. Xiao Yunpuren lowered her head and searched in her spatial ring, finding a spirit sword with a ghostly yellow body that felt like it wasn't of a low grade. Old Ancestor, a good sword for you. The spirit sword flew into Old Ancestor Zhao's hand. He raised his hand and waved it. Old Ancestor Zhongli was knocked back 2 steps. Old Ancestor Xiao laughed twice to the sky. Ahahaha, good sword. It's really a good sword. Old man Zhongli, you'd better admit defeat. With this sword, you can't beat me. Old Ancestor Zhongli stared at the spirit sword in Old Ancestor Zhao's hand. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. It's not certain who the deer will die. Saying that, he roared towards the several old ancestors below who were watching the show. Old man Ugershi, Old man Jiang Qiu, Old man Morong, Old man Nan Rong, don't come over here yet. Do you really want to see their Shao family surpass our hidden family? If you help me destroy the Shao family, I, the Zhengli clan, don't want any of the Shao family's things. When old ancestor Shao heard this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and he tightly clutched the spirit sword in his hand. If it was only one Zhongli ancestor he was still confident that he could deal with it, but if it was several ancestors combined, he had the heart to do so. Ha ha ha, old man Zhongli, what you're saying makes it hard for us old men to refuse. Old ancestor Morone laughed out loud and flew into the air to fight side by side with old ancestor Zhongli. Immediately after that, other than old ancestor Nan Rong, all the other old ancestors flew into the air and stood beside old ancestor Zhongli. The hidden family infighting was very serious, but if it appeared that some other power was going to surpass their hidden family, they would get together to exterminate that power and share their treasures equally afterwards. Not only did Xiao Yun Purin have a spirit sword of a notable great himself, he also took out a sword even better than the one he was holding and gave it to old ancestor Xiao, indicating that he must have a lot of good things in his hands. Such a good thing was in the hands of the Xiao family. It was a real waste. It would be better to give it to their hidden family. Only their hidden family was equipped with such a good thing. Everyone hadn't expected things to happen to this point, and there were already quite a few loose cultivators quietly leaving the mountain range. They wouldn't dare to look at the hilarity of the hidden family. Senior Xiao, the late generation has come to help. Zhuge Xian unknowingly flew to old man Zhao's side from below and handed him a storage pouch, transmitting his voiceover. Elder Xiao, the talismans inside were handed over to me by MS. Su for you to smash as much as you want. No need to save them. Old ancestor Zhao's divine sense probed in and his pupils shrunk violently. This so many talismans. What heavenly thunder talisman? Heavenly thunder talisman, sword thunder talisman, boulder talisman should have. And there are many talismans that he cannot name. Old ancestor Zhongli looked at Zhuge Xian with an eerie gaze and let out a cold smile. Little Zhuge, you are a cultivator of our hidden family. How can you go and help an outsider? Zhuge Xian's face was cold and unassuming. Fellow Daoist Su and fellow Daoist Xiao have been kind to me, so I naturally want to help them. A cold light shot out from the eyes of old ancestor Zhongli. Old man Xiao, Zhuge little child, I advise you to be sensible and obediently hand over your spirit swords to die. For the sake of the past, I can still leave you with a whole body. Old ancestor Xiao spat fiercely at him. Bah! A bunch of moralistic hypocrites, wanting something from my Xiao family, don't see if you deserve it. You! Old ancestor Zhongli was furious. Morong old ancestor was impatient. Alright, cut the crap and get together. Couldn't they, 5 late Jindan stage cultivators, still not be able to kill 1 late Jindan stage and 1 early Jindan stage cultivator? Yet the truth was that they really couldn't be killed. Old ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian knew that they were asking for death against the 5 of them, so without saying a word, they took out their talismans and smashed them as hard as they could. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman. The Thundering Talisman had always been the talisman with the highest attack power among talismans, and the spiritual power used had to be particularly high. Old ancestor Xiao had thought that the spiritual energy in his body would be swept away after he threw a few Heavenly Thunder talismans, but he realized that the talisman Su Coriander Pomelo had given him only required a little bit of spiritual energy to use. His eyes were glowing as he watched the 5 Zhongli old ancestors being smashed by the talismans, and he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, the heavens will not fail my Xiao family. Your hidden family also has today, ha 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 ha. Chapter 149, Nanrong, Death of Old Man Morong. The Jindan stage ancestors above were fighting in mid-air, while the 2 of them, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin, were also surrounded by people from the hidden family below. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Xiao Yunpurin took out the talisman and threw it towards the crowd. Su Coriander Pomelo exited the encirclement under the cover of Xiao Yunpurin and took out a spirit sword with his backhand. The sword was like a dragon, emitting the power of silk thunder and lightning, and killed towards old man Nanrong with a stern killing intent. Elder ancestor Nanrong's eyes glazed over as he leapt up and dodged her sword intent. You junior, old man didn't go to besiege old man Xiao and didn't make a move against you guys. Why do you want to kill old man? Su Coriander Pomelo rolled her white eyes. What a mouth to touch up and down and say that you're innocent. You sent out people of Peak Foundation establishment stage cultivators to kill me, and I can't come to avenge myself? Nanrong old ancestor's eyes flashed. Old me has never done such a thing, nor do I have any reason to do such a thing. After all, the Nanrong clan and the Xiao clan are allies, aren't they? Could it be that you want to destroy the relationship between the 2 families? Misunderstanding? Su Coriander Pomelo cocked her head. But I searched that person's soul. That old man's name is Lin Reed Wright. He only has 1 granddaughter. You promised to let his granddaughter marry the son of the Nanrong patriarch as his wife and protect her for the rest of her life. Only then did he disregard life and death to come and kill me. No, I should say kill both Xiao Yunpurin and I. Old ancestor Nanrong looked at him angrily. Ha, Big talk, what evidence do you have for saying this? Su Coriander Pomelo's cold eyes burned, her voice clear and cold. Killing you is the proof. Saying that, he pulled out a bunch of talismans and threw them out without thinking. You, old ancestor Nan Rome did not expect Su Coriander Pomelo to directly throw talismans. Old ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian up there were throwing talismans, and Xiao Yun Purin over there was also throwing talismans. Su Coriander Pomelo was still throwing talismans. Where did they get so many talismans? The talismans were slammed onto old man Nan Rome's body one by one as if they didn't need any money. As long as he was hit by the talisman, Su Coriander Pomelo would seize the opportunity to use the instantaneous transformation talisman to stab him in the past, and by the time he reacted Su Coriander Pomelo would have long since used the instantaneous transformation talisman to escape. In such a situation, old ancestor Nan Rome was soon bruised and battered, his eyes red with rage. He simply could not do anything about Su Coriander Pomelo, and could only raise his voice to inquire, Coriander Su, what do you want? Su Coriander Pomelo didn't bother to talk to him. He wanted to kill her and still wanted to let him go himself? Dreaming? Tightly gripping the constantly trembling spirit sword in his hand, intense killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his attack was as swift as lightning, carrying a shocking force of divine thunder towards old man Nanrong. The second level of the 9 heavenly divine thunder skill, descending thunder. If the first layer was for escaping, then the second layer was the extremely lethal thunderfall technique. The entire sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a huge thunderclap resounded through the entire mountain range, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were all shaken to the core. The sword light carried the power of rolling divine thunder and landed on old man Nanrong. Put! Old ancestor Nanrong was viciously knocked to the ground, and blood gushed out like a spring. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't give him the slightest chance to speak, lifting his hand and picking up several heavenly thunder talismans and smashing them over. At this time, the Nanrong old ancestor no longer had any strength to dodge, and in less than a moment would be completely dead. Su Coriander Pomelo looked indifferent, tilted her head and ate a handful of healing pills, then went up to make up a sword, and then casually found a place to meditate in place to replenish her spiritual energy. With the fall of old ancestor Nan Rome, the sky cleared up and the entire mountain range seemed to be quiet for an instant. Old ancestor Xiao and the others in midair all stopped their hands and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo with stunned gazes. Crossing the line to kill. Su Coriander Pomelo had actually killed the late Jindan stage Nan Rome old ancestor with only his peak foundation stage cultivation. A few of the Murome old ancestors glanced at each other. Their eyes flashed sternly. This woman could not be kept. It must be killed now. Then old ancestor Zhongli and old ancestor Uger stopped old ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian in midair. Old ancestor Jiang Qiu, old ancestor Morong and old ancestor Tantai attacked together towards Su Coriander Pomelo who was meditating in place below. Su Coriander Pomelo slightly lifted her eyelids and let out a cold smile. A series of formation discs were thrown out by her and her figure instantly disappeared into the mountain range. Formation? She's still a formation master? Elder Jiang Qiu was alarmed. Be careful, you guys, be careful of entering a formation. As the old saying goes, the formation master is the most unoffendable. Otherwise who knows when you have entered the middle of the formation he laid down. If they were less strong and less lucky, they might be trapped in the formation for the rest of their lives. Xiao Yun Purin was quite anxious at first when she saw the 3 Jindan stage ancestors going to surround Su Coriander Pomelo, but now that she had seen her take out so many array discs out, she understood that her worries were superfluous. Quickly resolving the group of hidden family minions in front of him, the imperial sword flew in midair to help both elder ancestors Xiao and Zhuge Xian. Old Uyghur Shi's cultivation at the peak of the Jindan stage was a bit difficult to deal with, but it wasn't a big problem. Xiao Yun Puring took out his own refined formation disc from space, hooked his lips in a smile, and threw it towards old Uyghur Shi. Old ancestor Zhao's person was numb, and he didn't know where on earth this junior of his family had gotten so many good things. The situation that was bound to die was hardened and turned around by him and Su Coriander Pomelo. The aura in the space is more abundant than the outside world, so Su Coriander Pomelo hid in the formation to go to the space. Pills like no money like a bottle swallowed into the stomach. That move just now had emptied the aura in her dantian, and it was still a bit of a stretch to use the second layer of the 9 heavens divine thunder skill without reaching the Jindan stage, but it wasn't a big problem. She replenished her aura back with more elixirs. Moreover, Su Coriander Pomelo was pleasantly surprised to find that when the spiritual energy in her dantian was emptied and replenished back, her meridians seemed to have become wider and could hold more spiritual energy. Although this change was minimal, it was enough to make her excited. For example, if the same peak foundation establishment stage cultivator has a small difference in strength, but the spiritual energy in one person's dantian is several times more than that in the other's dantian, then consuming can also consume him to death. After only meditating for almost 10 minutes, Su Coriander Pomelo left the space and looked at the 3 old ancestors outside the formation, a dangerous glint flashing through his eyes. She came to Morong old ancestor's side, then quickly withdrew the formation and danced her spirit sword. The sword light was like a rainbow as she chopped straight towards Morong old ancestor. The sky turned gloomy and ghastly again, with dark clouds and booming thunder. Su Coriander Pomelo used the second layer of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder skill again, and Old Man Morong was the weakest amongst the few, having been injured in midair by the Heavenly Thunder Talisman of Old Man Xiao in Zhuge Xian. Facing Su Coriander Pomelo's sudden attack, he couldn't dodge and the sword intense stabbed straight into his heart. This process takes only 2 seconds. By the time Old Ancestor Jiang Qiu and Old Ancestor Tantai reacted to help, Su Coriander Pomelo had disappeared again. Looking at Morong Old Ancestor's dead and dying body, both of them fell into silence. It was at this moment that they had regrets. There were too many talismans and formations on Su Coriander Pomelo's body that simply didn't follow the rules. It wasn't like they knew anything about formations, or if there were no cultivators from the hidden family who knew anything about formations. At most they would set up an isolation formation. They really couldn't understand those complicated formations that Su Coriander Pomelo took out. So simply do not dare to rashly go to break the formation. If accidentally caught in the formation, then there is really no place to cry. Chapter 150, The Ugliness of the Hidden Family. The faces of the Ugger Old Ancestor and Zhongli Old Ancestor in midair changed equally drastically as panic slowly surged through them. Old Ancestor Nan Rong and Old Ancestor Morong were both killed by Su Coriander Pomelo, and they hadn't even touched a single corner of the other party's clothes. What's more, Su Coriander Pomelo was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage now, and had such a terrifying strength even before he had broken through to the Jindan stage. How could they not be alarmed? With the almost inexhaustible talismans and the impenetrable formations, how could this fight be fought? If the fight continues, I'm afraid they'll all die here, right? Old Ancestor Ugger took a step back. Old Man Zhongli, I won't get involved in your affairs with the Xiao family. I'll take a step first. After saying that, without looking at Old Ancestor Zhongli's ugly expression, he directly flew away in the air. However, before long, Old Ancestor Ugger flew back again with a gloomy face, his gaze deadpan on Old Ancestor Xiao. When did you guys put a formation in the mountain range? Old Ancestor Xiao was stunned. When did he lay down a formation? It wasn't like he knew anything about formations. After thinking about it, he looked at Xiao Yunpurin, who had a calm demeanor beside him. Old Ancestor Ugger also followed Old Ancestor Xiao's gaze and shifted his sight to Xiao Yunjin. Little friend Xiao, did you lay the formation? In fact, there is no deep hatred between us. I don't care that you killed my Uyghur clan's cultivators. Why don't we each take a step back? The corners of Xiao Yunpurin's mouth rippled with an arc, and he slowly opened his mouth in an unsalted manner. The array was laid by me. I've never been a saint. You're all going to destroy my Xiao family, and you expect me to let you off the hook? You can live without the face that others give you, but you can't live without your own. Old Ancestor Ugger's face turned blue as he clenched his fists and held back his anger. Old Ancestor Zhongli sneered. Old man Uyghur, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? I don't believe that they still have talismans, and even if they do, their spiritual energy is almost emptied. He had been observing that Old Ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian were at ease at first when they threw talismans, and then their faces became more and more grave. Either the talisman was gone, or the spiritual energy was going to be emptied. Just hang in there, you can always kill them. Xiao Yunpurin's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he threw 2 storage bags to both Old Man Xiao and Zhuge Xian. Old Ancestor, Zhuge Xian, Pomelo said, talisman despite smashing, let's see who can consume who. Their spiritual energy would dissipate, and the spiritual energy of Ugger and Old Man Zhongli would naturally slowly dissipate as well. Xiao Laozu and Zhuge Xian both had a joy in their eyes. They could not help but be a little alarmed when they saw the talismans in the storage bag gradually dissipating. They did not expect Xiao Yunpurin to take 2 storage bags to them. Looking at the situation, Xiao Yunpurin should still have a lot of talismans on him. If it wasn't for the confirmation that what was in their hands was indeed the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, they would have thought that Xiao Yunpurin was wholesaling fake talisman paper from above Spell CC. When did the Heavenly Thunder Talisman become so cheap? Old Ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian were in a good mood, but the 2 old ancestors on the opposite side of the table had a face as bad as it could get when they saw those 2 storage bags. With the formation laid down by Xiao Yunlin, they couldn't escape unless they killed Xiao Yunlin. But this kid is a mutated wind spirit root, extremely fast, comparable to the speed of a Jindan stage cultivator. Coupled with the talismans and array discs in his hands, he couldn't get close at all. If they continued like this, even if they were late Jindan stage and peak Jindan stage cultivators, they would be slowly exhausted. The clear sky suddenly became gloomy again, and in a flash of lightning, Su Coriander Pomelo slashed Jiang Qiu Old Ancestor with another sword second before disappearing again. Tantai Old Ancestor watched as Jiang Qiu Old Ancestor fell in front of his eyes, and now he was completely nonplussed because he was the next to die. Obviously, He and old ancestor Jiang Qiu had already been 12 times more vigilant. But how did they still fall for Su Coriander Pomelo's way? Where the hell did she come from? Another old ancestor fell, causing old ancestor Xiao in midair to get excited, smashing talismans and laughing at the same time. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think that you hidden world families would have your day. I poo poo. You just deserve it. A bunch of dogs in sheep's clothing, shiny and colorful on the outside but filthy on the inside. Old man Uyghur Shi, how many women's yuan have you taken over the years to break through to the peak of Jindan? There are also women from your own clan in this, right? Harvesting yin to replenish yang, that's all the tactics of evil cultivators. Your hermit family boasts of being righteous, but you do what evil cultivators do. Hoot! Old ancestor Uyghur Shi was instantly enraged, loudly and sternly reprimanding. Shut up! How could I be that kind of evil cultivator who would harvest yin to make up for yang? Old ancestor Zhao's skin smiled. Ah yes. You're not. Old ancestor Zhongli by your side is the evil cultivator who can harvest yin and replenish yang. I remember that the Nanrong clan once produced a woman with a pure yin body, right? Hey, that girl is also pitiful, being picked up like a contraption by a few of your hidden family's old ancestors, and it was only a few years before she perished. Zhuge Xian coughed lightly. Elder Xiao, my grandfather and the Zhuge clan definitely did not harvest yin and supplement yang on women to enhance their cultivation. Old ancestor Xiao, I still trust the character of Taoist Zhuge. Zhuge Xian sighed in relief. Grandfather was most disgusted with the woman's yin and yang. Zhuge clan also strictly prohibit this matter. Cannot be put on such a disgusting charge after death. Old ancestor Zhongli and old ancestor Uyghur Shi's faces twisted slightly in anger, their eyes almost spitting fire. The conversation between old ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian undoubtedly pressed them to roast on a fire rack. Zhuge Xian was originally from the Zhuge clan, one of the 7 great hidden clans, and what he said had more credibility than what old man Xiao said. Those loose cultivators who were squatting in the corners and didn't go away, all of them had their gazes on the hidden family cultivators who had low cultivation and didn't come forward to join in the fun. The hermit family Jindan stage ancestors use women to harvest yin and replenish yang to enhance their cultivation. So these cultivators of their own clan don't know about it? Looking at their panicked looks, I think they should have known. In fact, this matter was an unspoken secret of the 7 great hidden families. The aura in the boundary was getting less and less, and this was the only method they could use if they wanted to break through their cultivation even further. If the women of our clan can't bear to do it, then we'll trade with another clan. The Nanrong clan had produced a woman with a pure yin body, and all the other clans wanted a piece of the pie, so the Nanrong clan shared that woman. It's really disgusting. Instead of being monks, they were just stinky rats in the gutter. It was even worse than evil cultivators. People's evil cultivators at least did bad things openly and honestly, while they wore a good person's appearance and did nasty deeds, but they also had an innocent look on their faces. Hidden families shouldn't exist. The dislike in old ancestor Zhao's eyes was about to spill out onto the surface. When he first cooperated with the Nanrong clan, it was also because he felt that old ancestor Nanrong had a slightly better character than the other old ancestors, and at least he wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocents. The Nanrong clan surrendered the woman with a pure yin body, and could still explain that their arms couldn't twist their thighs, and that they really couldn't keep that woman. For the sake of the family, he had to continue to cooperate with the Nanrong clan. Who would have thought that the Nanrong old ancestor would even send someone to the secret realm to rob and kill Little Perlin and the others? Little Perlin, Zhuge Xian, you guys hold off old man Uyghur Shi. I'll go ahead and kill old man Zhongli. The two of them nodded their heads. They couldn't kill old Uyghur Shi, but it was still possible to stall him. Chapter 151, Southern Domain Xintian Sect, plus more. It's a no-contest fight out there. Su Coriander Yuzu in the space came back to life with full blood after replenishing her spiritual energy. She felt that her cultivation had become even more solid, so it turned out that there was this benefit to having her spiritual energy emptied. Baby, sure you don't need me to step in? Yi Nanti had been guarding Su Coriander Pomelo's side and couldn't help but ask. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head decisively. No need. Don't look at those several old ancestors who are all in the late Jindan stage of cultivation. In fact, their cultivation is very false, not solid at all. It is estimated that they are all piled up with resources. Their real strength should only be in the middle Jindan stage. So, Auntie Yi, you don't have to worry about me. Although she was a devil cultivator in her previous life, but at least she was also a devil infant stage cultivator. How could she not see the cultivation on those several old ancestors? False through and through. And she felt as if they had no combat experience at all. Just now, when she had seconded old ancestor Jiang Qiu with her sword, old ancestor Tantai had clearly noticed it, but he looked at her like a dullard, as if he had been stunned into silence. The hidden family? That's it? Leaving the space, Su Coriander Pomelo put away the array disc, and this time, she didn't use the second layer of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder skill again, because she didn't feel the need. Recovering psychic energy is too time-consuming. Finish off Tantai Laozu early, and go greet your new friends from afar early. When Tantai old ancestors saw that Su Coriander Pomelo suddenly appeared, put away the formation disc, and didn't use that move, a hint of delight flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Regardless, he was at the late Jindan stage of cultivation and she was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, and there was a large realm difference in cultivation between the two of them. As long as she didn't hide in the formation, he was sure he could kill her. Hey, young people are just conceited. However, while his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was cruel. Even if Su Coriander Pomelo didn't use the second layer of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder skill, he would still violently beat this Tantai old ancestor, who didn't have a lot of combat experience and whose cultivation was weak through and through. The sword light flashed, carrying an overwhelming rolling killing intent straight to Tantai old ancestor's heart. Danger came. Tantai old ancestor's extremely strong desire for survival made him dodge the sword light, but he didn't expect that in the next second the spirit sword in Su Coriander Pomelo's hand stabbed into the middle of his dantian. With a click, the dantian shattered, and Tantai old ancestor fell to the ground, his hair rapidly becoming white and his appearance aging. If it used to be like an old man in his 50s or 60s, now it's like an old man in his 80s or 90s. It has taken on a dead appearance. Su Coriander Pomelo's face was cold as he stepped forward to add a sword, waiting to confirm that he was completely dead before pulling out his spirit sword. The very next second that Su Coriander Pomelo killed old ancestor Tantai, old ancestor Shao also finished off old ancestor Zhongli, with a fine spirit sword and an inexhaustible supply of talismans. If he still couldn't kill an old Zhongli ancestor, then old man Shao would be wasted. Now the only one left in the room was the highest cultivation peak Jindan stage cultivation Ugur Shi old ancestor. Seeing that the situation was over, the Uyghur Shi old ancestor finally put down his face and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. However, old ancestor Shao had already seen through the hypocritical and nasty side of the several old ancestors of the hidden family. Without saying a word, he chopped off his head with a sword. As of this moment, several old ancestors of the hidden family, all of them were wiped out. Shao Yun Purin withdrew the boundary, and a few loose cultivators of the hidden family had smoke in their feet, and in the blink of an eye, all of them ran out of sight. Fearing that a few people would go on a killing spree and kill them all, Zhuge Xian came to Su Coriander Pomelo's front. Seeing that her face was flushed, only 2 cuts on her arm and right leg, she didn't suffer much injury. Her eyes were full of consternation. A person who faces 4 late Jindan stage cultivators and only suffers such a small injury is really a warrior. Shao Yun Purin looked at the injuries on Su Coriander Pomelo's body and pursed his lips slightly. He was still too weak before he let Pomelo face so many cultivators alone. If his cultivation had been stronger, the two would have been able to take on the enemy together. Shao Yun Purin had never had a moment where she was so eager to become stronger. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't notice the emotions under Shao Yun Purin's eyes at all. As her gaze at that moment fell over the sky in the southeast direction, she narrowed her eyes, and the light of her eyes deepened by a few points. Zhuge Xian, they're here. Zhuge Xian was stunned, following Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze as he raised his eyes, frowning as he saw the huge airship getting closer and closer. I can't believe they came so soon. Shao Yun Purin also looked over, her eyes sinking slightly as she immediately transmitted her voice to the dumbfounded Shao old ancestor. Old ancestor, this group of cultivators may come from another small world, and we don't know if they are enemies or friends. Let's not act rashly for now, and listen to Pomelo and Zhuge Xian for everything. Old ancestor Zhao's pupils jolted. He was afraid that he had been stimulated more in one day today than he had been in the first half of his life combined. First, they learned that Shao Yun Purin and Su Coriander Pomelo killed Zhongli Hui, and Zhongli Hui wanted revenge, and they fought. Several old ancestors of the hidden family then came together to surround him, but fortunately, Zhuge Xian helped him, as well as those talismans. He also saw Su Coriander Pomelo cross the level and kill the former old ancestors, and in the end, several of the hidden family's old ancestors died. Originally, the opening was a dead end, but I didn't expect a big reversal, and the ones who died were those of old man Nanrong. Old ancestor Shao hadn't even regained his senses from his excitement by now when he heard Shao Yun Purin's voice transmission again. What do you mean? A cultivator from another small world? Did? Old ancestor Shao was thrilled, his eyes burning as he looked at the airship that gradually flew over. From the airship descended young people, both male and female, wearing uniform silver vestments. It seemed to come out of the same clan. The man at the head of the group arched his hand towards the few people and said, I am Zhou Muning, a disciple of the Xian heavenly sect of the southern region of the Zhonglan continent, and I have met a few of you. Xiao Laozu was the highest cultivator among the 4. He should be the one to open his mouth. He didn't dare to be arrogant because he sensed that the man in front of him was at the peak of Jindan stage cultivation. Very politely, he returned the salute. Daoist Zhou, my name is Xiao, Zhou Muning glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo, who had her head lowered and didn't know what she was thinking about, and withdrew her eyes for just a second. Fellow Daoist Xiao, these are my senior brothers and sisters. There are 6 major sects in the southern region, and our Xian sect has discovered a secret realm that only cultivators with cultivation below the Yuaning stage can enter. And it also requires the combined efforts of 10 spirit transformation stage cultivators to open it. Besides our Xian sect, the other 5 sects have also come with quite a few Jindan stage cultivators. Old ancestor Zhao's brows furrowed a bit, and the burning heat he had just felt was gone from the bottom of his eyes. Was it really a good thing for Blue Star to have so many Jindan stage cultivators come all of a sudden? Moreover, old ancestor Xiao was somewhat puzzled as to why Zhou Muning was telling them this. Zhou Muning saw old ancestor Zhao's gloomy face and guffawed. There is no need for fellow Daoist Xiao to be alarmed. The cultivators of the 5 major clans in my southern region are all righteous cultivators and would never kill innocents indiscriminately or bully the weak. Besides, this small world is populated by ordinary people. They won't mess around. When you kill innocent ordinary people, the sins on your body will increase, and the lightning tribulation will become heavier and heavier. And if you are unlucky, it is possible to die under the tribulation. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't take shots at ordinary people. Hearing Zhou Muning's words, old ancestor Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If this group of people were to run amok in Blue Star, and the entire world order was disrupted, it would truly be over. Chapter 152, Join my Xian sect. Old ancestor Xiao and Zhuge Xian led Zhou Muning and his senior brothers and sisters to the boundary. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin stayed behind to dispose of the body, touching the corpse in the meantime. A mosquito is still neat even if it is small. Xiao Yun Purin watched the airship get farther and farther away and mused. Pomelo, why do I feel as if this group of people is radiating goodwill towards us? Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head. She also sensed that Zhou Muning and the others had no malicious intent, and even kindly reminded them that there were many Jindan stage cultivators coming to Blue Star. This group of people is strong, not comparable to those few old ancestors with vapid cultivation and no combat experience. This Kanglan continent must be a small world with abundant spiritual energy that can be ascended. Xiao Yun Purin, our chance to leave is on them. Xiao Yun Purin pursed down the line of his lips. If they want to follow and leave, I'm afraid that what they are scheming for is not small. Su Coriander Pomelo looked indifferent. Let's take one step at a time. Let's see what their purpose is first. On the airship, Zhuge Xian stood at the front and gave directions to a male cultivator to steer the ship into the boundary. Zhou Muning, on the other hand, was very considerate in taking out spirit fruits to greet old man Xiao. Old ancestor Xiao had never been on an airship before, much less seen a spirit fruit with such an abundant amount of aura, but his senses were still intact, and he sat up straight, not looking away, not looking like he was too poor for them to look down on him. Zhou Muning glanced at old ancestor Xiao, smiled faintly, and handed him a spirit fruit. Fellow Daoist Xiao, try the spirit fruit unique to my southern domain. It has an excellent taste. Old ancestor Xiao hesitated for a second and took it. Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhou. All handed to his hand. Do not take some rude. However, he did not eat. Put away. Go back to the small porcelain to eat. He ate such a good thing waste. Seeing that he had put away the spirit fruit, Zhou Muning raised his eyebrows. Fellow Daoist Xiao, as I observe this small world, it seems that the aura is gradually disappearing. I wonder what's going on, and what's all this talk about boundaries? This matter could be detected by any cultivator. An old man Xiao did not hide it. About a few thousand years ago, the spirit transformation stage cultivators noticed that the aura was slowly disappearing, so they left a huge boundary before they ascended, gathering the aura in the boundary, which only cultivators could enter. When Zhou Muning heard this, a trace of realization flashed under his eyes as he sighed. In that case, it's really a pity. Old man Xiao, what's the pity? Zhou Muning, to tell you the truth, I was sitting in the airship with my senior brothers and sisters when I noticed a fluctuation in aura ahead, so I went to check it out, and I didn't expect to see fellow Daoist Xiao and fellow Daoist Zhuge, as well as the two young friends fighting. Old ancestor Xiao furrowed his brows. What does fellow Daoist Zhou want to say? The corner of Zhou Muning's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Those two young friends at the foundation establishment stage have excellent talent. One is a genius at formations and the other can kill people over the level. But it's a pity that there is not enough spiritual chi in this small world. So I'm afraid it will be very difficult to break through to the transformation stage and thus ascend. Right? Old ancestor Xiao paused, his eyes flickering before he sighed. Since fellow Daoist Zhou knows all about it, I won't hide it. We're gradually running low on spiritual energy here. And it's been 1,000 years since any cultivator has broken through to the Yuaning stage, let alone the God transformation stage. Zhou Muning's eyes flashed a slight surprise. He thought that even if the spiritual energy of this small world was no longer dense, there were Yuaning stage cultivators, and he didn't realize that Jindan stage cultivators were the highest cultivation. Then there really isn't much treasure here. Still, it didn't seem like a bad idea to make this trip here. At the very least, it showed him two great prospects with great talent, and he had wondered how he was going to pry them over. It's much better now. This small world couldn't break through the god transformation stage and couldn't ascend, so he thought that as long as he opened his mouth they would definitely agree to leave this place. No cultivator would give up on pursuing the great Tao unless they were extremely poorly talented. Zhou Muning spoke in a gentle tone and asked, "What kind of people are those two little friends of Taoist Xiao? Old ancestor Xiao, one is my direct descendant, and one his Taoist." Zhou Muning froze for a moment. A couple? These two were actually Tao couples, but it doesn't matter. A Tao couple is a Tao couple. Anyway, both of them he Xian Tian sect once. Thinking of this, Zhou Muning didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, my Xian heavenly sect is one of the 6 major sects in the Zhonglan continent, and there are 25 spirit transformation stage ancestors, many Yuanying stage cultivators, and even more Jindan stage cultivators than can be counted. Almost every 10 years, the Xian heavenly sect will have a divine transformation stage cultivator cross the thunder tribulation and ascend to the upper realm." Old ancestor Zhao's heart pounded wildly as he tried his best to suppress his trembling body. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Fellow Taoist Xiao guessed it, didn't he? Zhou Muning smiled. "I want to recruit those two little friends to go to the Zhonglan continent and join my Xian Tian sect." Boo! Old ancestor Zhao's head was on the verge of exploding with excitement, guessing what Zhou Muning meant, but hearing it from him in person still made the excitement so great that he slowed down for a long time. He wanted to agree in one breath, but he suddenly thought of Xiaoyan Purin's previous transmission. He regained a bit of his composure. "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Zhou. Xiao Purin has always disliked me meddling in his affairs, as well as his Taoist couple, which I can't even make a decision on. How about this? When they come back, you talk to them yourself? I'm sure they won't refuse." Zhou Muning raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by old ancestor Zhao's words. Come to think of it, those two people, one of whom was the extremely lethal mutant Thunder Spirit Root, crossed the line to kill 4 late Jindan stage cultivators at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Even with the aid of formations, few people could do it. There was another one that was an extremely fast mutated Wind Spirit Root, so fast that he could actually see it somewhat. He was also able to do 2 things at once, throwing talismans to smash people and setting up formations at the same time. Moreover, in such a small world with a lack of aura, it was normal to break through the Foundation Establishment stage before the age of 20 and not be subject to the family's control. These 2 geniuses must enter his Xian Tian sect, since fellow Taoist Xiao said so. Then I'll wait for them to return. After all, this kind of thing is something that has to be invited in person. Seeing that Zhou Muning agreed and his face was not the least bit displeased, old ancestor Xiao sighed in relief. The airship soon came into the knot. Zhou Muning curiously looked at the boundary. The aura inside the boundary was indeed much more abundant than outside. A trace of admiration flashed in the bottom of his eyes. A spirit transformation stage cultivator who could come up with such a method to retain his aura must be a person of great intelligence. It was thought that if this small world hadn't had its aura gradually disappearing, there would definitely be many talented people. Wow! Senior brother Zhou, that's the 5th order spiritual herb Ani Shang grass, and it's even just laid out on a floor stall. There are also 6th order, 7th order spirit herbs. There's a lack of spiritual chi here. Why are there so many high order spirit herbs? Hearing the sound, Zhou Muning looked over with a curious gaze and realized that many of the ground stalls were filled with spirit herbs that were sold very expensively in the southern region. With a twinkle in his eye, it seemed that this place was not without its treasures. Senior brother Zhou, can we go buy it? The things on the ground stall. I think it is not expensive. The opportunity is not to be missed. If you don't buy it now, when the other clans come, you can't grab it. Go ahead, buy more. Gotta go. The Xian Tian sect disciples all ran off to buy spirit herbs in a puff of smoke. Chapter 153, Meeting Song Launching. As old ancestor Xiao watched the Xian Tian sect's disciples all coaxing and grabbing for those spirit herbs on the ground stalls, he instantly understood that those spirit herbs were all feared to be high-grade spirit herbs. It was only because they didn't have any high-grade alchemists here, so those high-grade spirit herbs were useless. Suddenly there was a sense of missing out on $1 billion. Zhou Muning suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is our first time here. Why don't you take us for a stroll? Old ancestor Xiao nodded. Good. Wander all the way from the edge of the knot to the center of the knot, where the hidden family lives in a house. Now that the ancestors of the hidden families were dead, there was a melee inside for the cultivation resources. The patriarchs were all cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage, and they simply couldn't suppress those Foundation Establishment stage casual cultivators. One could only watch as they snatched away all the cultivation resources. Old ancestor Xiao only glanced at it and didn't care much about it. The hidden family had squeezed the scattered cultivators and small clans for so many years. It was time to shed some blood. After strolling around for a while, he brought them to the Xiao family. The Xin Tian sect disciples bought many high-grade spirit herbs along the way, each with joyful faces. Which time to break into the secret realm does not suffer a little injury in order to get the benefits. I did not expect this time to come. Did not suffer a little injury? Only spend a little spirit stone to get so many high-grade spirit grass. If it is to get to the southern region to sell, we'll be able to double to sell to a lot of spirit stone. It's a fortune. The other side. As Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiaoyun Purin finished solving those corpses, they encountered another wave of people. In mid-air, Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes and looked at the group of body cultivators on the airship. A group of cultivators wearing blue clothes with a small sword embroidered at their sleeves. The other group was dressed in white with a blue flower embroidered on their sleeves. Uniform clothing. And again, the clan disciples from the Kanglan continent. By virtue of not wanting to cause trouble, Su Coriander Pomelo pulled Xiaoyun Purin and prepared to make a detour. However, a male cultivator on top of the airship suddenly spoke. Hey, are you guys the cultivators here? Coriander Su raised her eyebrows. So what if it is? Duan Xingyun's eyes lit up. You fight me. Coriander Su, fellow Daoist is joking. We don't have any grudges. Why should we fight? Duan Xingyun said aloud. I can feel that you're very strong. I'll suppress my cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. You fight me. Su Coriander Pomelo decisively refused. No fight. Duan Xingyun didn't get angry when he heard Su Coriander Pomelo's refusal and looked at Xiaoyun Purin. She refused. Then you fight me. Xiaoyun Purin frowned. I also refuse. Shen Shiyan had no choice but to pull Duan Xingyun and block in front of him, arching his hand towards Su Coriander Pomelo. Fellow Daoist, don't be offended. My youngest junior brother's cultivation technique is special, and when he encounters a strong cultivator, he always wants to fight with them. This was what was called meeting strength and being invincible in the same realm. Therefore, Duan Xingyun basically challenged cultivators with higher cultivation levels than him, and he had never seen a cultivator who had challenged a cultivator with a lower cultivation level than him. I'm afraid that these two are not to be underestimated, and now that they are in someone else's territory, it's better not to cause trouble. Su Coriander nodded and said, understood. She didn't want to have a confrontation with them either. After all, she had to figure out how to leave with them. It's better not to offend if you can. Just as she turned around and was about to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Miss Su, is that you? Su Coriander Pomelo froze, turned to look back and hesitantly said, Song Launching? Song Launching's eyes were as bright as stars, a hint of joy showing in the depths of his eyes. MS. Su, it's me. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at his eyes, no longer as empty as before, but beautiful. Moreover, judging from the aura fluctuations on his body, he had already broken through the 6th level of Qi refining cultivation. In just 2 years' time, to be able to have this kind of cultivation, to say that he had not encountered other chances, killing her would not believe it. Coriander Su tugged at the corner of her mouth. Congratulations. Song Lansing's gaze tightened on Su Coriander Pomelo, and took another step forward, asking, Miss Su, are you going to go into the boundary? Why don't we join you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Coriander Pomelo felt Xiaoyun Purin gently tug on her sleeve. She laughed softly. No, my boyfriend and I have other things to do, so I'll go ahead. Saying that, Su Coriander Pomelo pulled Xiaoyun Purin's hand and turned around to leave by Imperial Sword. Song Launching watched the two leave until he could no longer see their figures, and hung his eyes in loss. A white-robed female cultivator looked at Song Launching and mocked. It seems that fellow Daoist Song is a heartless person who has fallen from grace. Zi Ting, don't talk nonsense. Meng Shangshan lightly reprimanded. Lu Ziding skimmed. Got it, senior sister. I also don't know why senior sister Meng was so kind to a mere Qi refining stage cultivator. They could all be Jindan stage cultivators. Even if he wanted him to take them into that knot or whatever, he didn't have to be so courteous. Did he? Does Sister Meng have a crush on him? Lu Ziding carefully observed Song Launching for a while. This face was really good looking, but his cultivation level was too low, and looking at the way he just looked, it was obvious that he liked that woman and was not worthy of senior sister. Meng Shangshang didn't know what was in Lu Ziding's mind and looked at the disoriented Song Lansing without saying anything more. Adhering to the breath-converting talisman, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiaoyun Purin rode their swords far behind the airship. Yuzu, that Song Lansing likes you. Su Coriander Yuzu looked at him with her eyes raised sideways. Surprised. No, right? Xiaoyun Purin skimmed. Don't believe me. His eyes are the kind of eyes that men look at women. I can't be wrong. Su Coriander Yuzu gently raised her eyebrows and smiled. It's useless for him to like me. It's not like I like him, and I haven't spoken much to him. When healing his legs, every time she finished stretching his meridians, she left without saying much at all. Xiao Yunpurin frowned. Of course he knew that Su Coriander Pomelo didn't like song launching, but he always felt that this person, song launching, should not give up. It's a sixth sense from a man. Su Coriander Pomelo saw his frown and said soothingly, "Unla, don't be jealous, next time I meet him I'll hide far away, okay?" Xiao Yunpurin's brows relaxed, holding Su Coriander Pomelo's hand tightly, whispering, "Pomelo, I didn't ask you not to have contact with other male cultivators. You also have your circle of friends. I just always felt that there was something not quite right about this song lancing. Obviously 2 years ago he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. How come his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of chi refining 2 years later? He was 6 years old when he measured his spirit root and started cultivating, and at 15 years old, he broke through the 8th level of chi refining, and was already said to have excellent talent by his old ancestor. But Song Lancing only spent more than 2 years, not yet 3 years to break through the 6th layer of chi refining. Riding a rocket is not as fast as him, right? Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment. It could be that he met some other chance. For example, I contracted the divine beast Koan Pang, allowing me to instantly break through from the 2nd level of chi refining to the 10th level of chi refining. Otherwise, my cultivation wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Xiao Yunpurin pursed her lips. Let's hope so. Chapter 154, You're Mine. It didn't take long for the group to quickly arrive in the boundary, and after getting off the airship, they all looked at the boundary curiously. Shen Shiyan did not mince words of praise. It must be an extremely intelligent and gifted cultivator to come up with this method to retain the aura. The lowest cultivation of their group was at the early Jindan stage, so they naturally noticed that the aura of this small world was gradually disappearing. There was almost no aura outside, and if they hadn't met Song Launching, they would have thought that there were only ordinary people in this small world. It was also only when you entered the boundary that you could feel the presence of the aura. Ha, that's not a Xian Tian sect cultivator. What are they robbing? It looks like the Xian Tian sect cultivators entered the boundary before us. Meng Shangshan looked at Song Lancing, who had kept her head down in silence ever since she got off the airship. After hesitating for a long time, he went up and asked, "Fellow Daoist Song, why don't you take us for a stroll?" Song Launching rebuffed without thinking. "I've already shown you the way. I have my own business next." Meng Shangshan, we're new here and we're not familiar with it. Song Launching, there are no Yuaning stage cultivators in this small world, and with your cultivation there won't be anyone looking for you. Meng Shangshan was at least a late Jindan stage cultivator, and after being rejected twice in a row, he didn't have the face to continue pestering, stowed away his airship, and left with the Jade Clearance Sect's senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ziding looked at Song Launching and snorted disdainfully. Something without vision. Shen Shiyan looked at Song Lancing and then at Meng Shangshan, who had already walked away in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile of watching a good show. Fifth senior brother. Let's go. Let's go see what the Xian Tian sect disciples are coaxing. Let's go get a piece of the pie. The Xian Tian sect was the richest of the 5 major sects in the southern region, and anything that could make them look at it must be a good thing. And their heavenly sword sect were all a bunch of sword cultivators, the poorest of the poor. Wow. 7th order spirit grass, only 100 spirit stones. Senior brother Shen, come and grab it. No, this is what our Jade Clearance sect saw first. Senior sister Meng, come and help your senior sister grab it. Some heavenly sword sect disciples and Jade Clearance sect disciples had long ago run over and roared in surprise as they looked at so many high-grade spirit herbs. What? 7th order spirit grass for 100 spirit stones? What the hell? Meng Shangshan didn't believe it, but his footsteps couldn't help but get a few points faster, and finally flew directly over. Shen Shiyan didn't believe it either, but seeing that Meng Shangshan had gone over, he also flew over. Even Duan Xingyun, who only had fighting on his mind, ran over when he heard this. As soon as the Xian Tian sect disciples saw the Jade Clearance sect and Heavenly Sword sect disciples coming, they directly threw a storage bag to the loose cultivator who was selling the spirit herbs and ran away with the spirit herbs. The Jade Clearance sect disciples and the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were extremely chagrined when they didn't grab it, and they followed right behind the Xian Tian sect disciples. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators who set up stalls, and there were all kinds of spiritual herbs from the 1st order to the 8th order, and even some of them were extinct in Kanglan continent. I didn't expect it to appear in this small world, and there were so many of them. Hair, big bucks. The Xian Tian sect disciples had already bought a lot of spirit herbs due to entering the boundary one step ahead of them, but they always felt that it was too much of a loss if they didn't spend all the spirit stones they had on them. So, after going to the Xiao family and memorizing the location of the Xiao family, they all ran out to buy spirit herbs again. Only after they had spent all the spirit stones they had on themselves did they leisurely go to the Xiao family. After all, their eldest senior brother Zhou Muning was still in the Xiao family. Yuan Shu handed Zhou Muning a storage pouch. Eldest senior brother, this is the spirit stones you gave me to buy the spirit herbs. they're all inside. Zhou Muning took the storage bag and said a word of thanks. Thank you, Master Yuan. Yuan Shu scratched his head. Elder brother is polite. I still have to thank elder brother for lending me the spirit stones. When I return to the southern domain and sell the spirit herbs, I will return the spirit stones to elder brother. Zhou Muning smiled. Okay, there's no rush on this one. Yuan Shu, by the way, eldest brother, disciples from the Jade Clearance sect and the Heavenly Sword sect are also here, both buying spirit herbs. Zhou Muning's eyes slightly raised. All of them came quite quickly. I guess this time when we go back, the southern domain is going to start buzzing. Some spirit grasses were extinct in the entire Kanglan continent, without ever seeing a single one, but they were abundant here. Although there weren't many 9th and 10th rank spirit grasses, there were still some, and all of them were bought by the Xin Tian sect disciples. Those 9th and 10th rank alchemists were afraid that they would all come to the southern region to grab spirit herbs. It's been hard on senior apprentice brother Yuan. You go and rest first. Okay, eldest brother. The 6 major clans, each of them came with 10 disciples. Fortunately, the Shao family was big enough to have a room each, and it was enough for them to live. Over here, Su Coriander Pomelo and Sha Yun Purin had just entered the boundary when Song Launching ran over. Looking at her with a smile on her face, Ms. Su, you're here. Su Coriander Pomelo looked around. Those sect disciples were not there and asked, is there something wrong? Song Launching's bright eyes curved slightly, his dark brown eyes clear and bright. I wanted to come and thank Miss Su. It was you who cured my leg and gave me the gongfu to cultivate. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrows moved slightly. No need to thank you. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. We'll leave first if there's nothing else. Song Lansing glanced at Xiao Yun Purin and said, I have something I want to say to Miss Su alone. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned. Xiao Yun Purin is my boyfriend. He's not an outsider, so if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Xiao Yun Purin lightly raised her lower eyebrows. The corners of her mouth raised in a large arc, her eyes slightly provocative as she looked towards Song Launching. Song Launching looked at Su Coriander defending Xiao Yun Purin so much and pursed her lips. After Ms. Su cured my leg, I went abroad to have my eyes operated on and accidentally met Su Lingshu. He seemed to know that you healed my leg and talked to me a lot about how your great-uncle and your great-uncle are divorced and back in the country with their son. He also said that if I ever met you again, he asked me to say sorry to you in his place. Su Coriander Pomelo was silent for a moment and said in a faint voice, the Su family's matters have nothing to do with me, and you don't need to say much to me. We have things to do, so we won't talk much. After saying that, he took Xiao Yun Purin's hand and left around him. Song Lansing turned around and looked at the hands the two were holding together, his fingertips moving slightly, his eyes a few points deeper. Xiao Yun Purin suddenly turned back to look at Song Launching, and their gazes met in the air, erupting into intense sparks, both catching a hint of killing intent from the other's eyes. After looking at each other for a long time, Xiao Yun Purin took the lead and smiled, revealing neat and white teeth, then bent down slightly and dropped a kiss on Su Coriander Pomelo's lips. Su Coriander Pomelo was suddenly kissed, a little confused and looked at Xiao Yun Purin in disbelief. Why are you suddenly kissing me? Xiao Yun Purin hooked his lips, his dark eyes filled with light, and whispered, show it to that person in the back. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched as she gave him a blank look. Childish. Xiao Yun Purin's voice contained a smile. How can you make him see that I'm the one who's yours and he's not if you're not childish? Su Coriander Pomelo didn't hold back her laughter, matching his initiative to hold his face and kiss him on the lips. Yeah, you're mine. Chapter 155 Mirage Dragon's Remnant Soul. Song Launching stared expressionlessly at the two of them walking farther and farther away, and as he watched Su Coriander Pomelo take the initiative to kiss Xiao Yun Purin, his hands hanging down at his sides couldn't help but clench slightly. He started cultivating according to the gongfu Su Coriander Pomelo had given him since he had cured his eyes. It took a full 3 months to draw qi into the body and enter the first level of qi refining. Later, after dealing with the Song family's affairs and waiting for Song mother to become pregnant again, he left the Song family and found a deep mountain with a slightly more abundant aura to cultivate. It took a year and a half to break through to the third level of qi refining. Just a month ago, as he was preparing to leave the deep mountains, he picked up a glowing stone. The stone cut his hand, and a remnant of his soul invaded his consciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Su Coriander Pomelo, there were many things about what happened between cultivators. He instantly realized that this residual soul wanted to take over him. He was only a mere third-level qi refining cultivator, so how could he resist this remnant soul? Just when Song Lansing thought he was going to die, a flash of golden light suddenly flashed through his sea of consciousness, knocking the remnants of his soul out. He reacted quickly, and the little man that his divine sense had transformed into swallowed the remnants of his soul one bite at a time in the sea of consciousness. After that, he broke through 3 consecutive layers until he reached the 6th layer of qi refining, and would have been able to continue to break through. However, thinking about the jade slip given by Su Coriander Pomelo. It said that continuous breakthroughs would lead to a deficiency in cultivation, which would not be easy for cultivation. Thus, he did not choose to continue the breakthrough. After swallowing the remnant soul, he also got the memories of the remnant soul, and it turned out that this remnant soul was also a dragon in its lifetime, named Mirage Dragon, from the spirit world. Together with the divine beast Kuan Pang, they fell into the space storm and came to this small world. He was killed by Kuan Pang and a human woman a month ago, and was lucky enough to escape with a remnant of his soul, looking for a chance to take over his body. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence that he'd come across it. From the memories of the remnant soul he also learned the location of the boundary, as well as a lot of knowledge about immortal cultivation and levels. Perhaps it was because he had swallowed the remnants of the Mirage Dragon's soul. His divine sense was extremely powerful. From the first moment he saw Meng Shangshang and Shen Xian, Song Lansing knew that these people were definitely not from their little world. Theirs was too young and their auras were very powerful. He hadn't wanted to provoke them, but they had taken the initiative to come and ask. Song Lansing had been intelligent since he was a child, and in a few words he figured out that his guess was correct. From Mirage Dragon's memories he learned that the way out of this small world was in the blue sea black hole. Listening to the name, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't dare to go alone. Looking at the group of outsiders in front of him, he gradually had an idea in his heart. It was natural to take them to the knot. I didn't expect to meet Su Coriander Pomelo on the way. Song Lansing searched for Su Coriander's picture on top of his phone since his eyes were cured, and not a single one was searched. Can't even search that live roundup anymore. He thought it would be Su Coriander Pomelo who paid to have all her photos deleted. He was a little lost, a little despondent. One could only resolve to cultivate hard, and perhaps one day they would have the possibility of seeing each other again. Su Coriander Yuzu's voice was one he remembered fondly, recognizing it from the first words she spoke. Song Lansing had been the pride of the Song family since childhood, the genius that everyone admired, the child of someone else's family in his parents' mouth. But it started with a car accident when I was 15 years old, when I lost my eyesight and could no longer stand up on my legs, and he hit rock bottom, especially when it comes to getting Song's father to pick up his illegitimate son. He then realized that he had been abandoned by the Song family. He was completely disheveled. Going from being a genius known to the world to a waste with crippled legs was too much of a blow to him. His world turned dark and no one could save him, until he met Coriander Su. She healed his leg, gave him a gongfu, and a jade slip that turned him from an ordinary person into a cultivator. There was no sun in the world of Song Lansing after the age of 15. It was always dark, but not dark, because someone else had replaced the sun. How can you not be moved? The creator has orchestrated this encounter called redemption since the birth of the rose, the Shao family compound. Zhou Muning and old ancestor Shao sat in the living room and conversed with great joy as Zhou Muning talked about the interesting events of the Kanglan continent. Old ancestor Shao listened with great interest and couldn't help but feel a yearning, but he also understood that Zhou Muning wouldn't bring him to the Kanglan continent as well. However, there was no harm in it, as long as Xiao Yun Purin went to the Kanglan continent. With his talent, he would sooner or later ascend. As long as Xiao Yun Purin breaks through the god transformation stage and ascends, he will be able to stand up to the ancestors of the Shao family. It didn't take long for Su Coriander Pomelo to return to the Shao family with Xiao Yun Purin. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Zhou Muning and the old ancestor who were talking happily in the living room and raised her slender eyebrows. Is Xiao Laozu too polite to Zhou Muning? Vaguely she actually feels that Xiao Laozu carries a hint of currying favor with Zhou Muning. All back? Old ancestor Xiao glanced at Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin. Then he looked at Zhou Muning with a smile. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you tell them. Zhou Muning smiled and nodded. Good. He'll be relieved sooner if he gets it out of the way. Old ancestor Xiao stood up from the sofa and came to Xiao Yun Purin's side, not saying anything but only patting his shoulder, and then went upstairs with his back. The three of them were then the only ones left in the entire living room. Zhou Muning looked at the two men's taut expressions and laughed. There is no need for the two young friends to be formal. I have no ill intentions. Xiao Yun Purin's eyes were slightly wrinkled, not knowing what the old ancestor was up to. They didn't know this Zhou Muning. What was there to talk about? I don't think the old man will harm them, right? Elder Zhou can just say what he has to say. No need to beat around the bush. Zhou Muning looked calm and smiled calmly. I want to recruit those two little friends to go to the Kanglan continent and join my Xian heavenly sect. When these words came out, both Su Coriander and Xiao Yun Purin froze up. Su Coriander was the first to come back to his senses. His deep pupils flooded with ghostly waves of light. Why did Elder Zhou recruit us? There has to be a reason, right? Zhou Muning's eyes moved slightly. I'm a person who cherishes talent. You guys are obviously extremely talented, but you can't break through the realm due to a lack of aura, and you're stuck in this small world regretfully waiting to die. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't believe it. The vigilance under her eyes increased. There is no such thing as a free lunch to eat in this world. Although she wanted to leave this small world, she couldn't just leave with them in a blur. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't beat around the bush with him and said directly, Senior Zhou, let's not speak in the dark. What do you want to use us for? Zhou Muning rare stunned, really did not expect Su Coriander to speak so directly. What a smart and unpleasant girl. Chapter 156, Zhou Muning's calculations. Zhou Muning was silent for a moment and sighed. Little friend Su, little friend Xiao, I really have no ill will towards you. I wanted to return to the clan to tell you guys about it, but since you all guessed it, I'll just say it. The Kanglan continent has 5 major domains, which are divided into the East Domain, South Domain, West Domain, North Domain and the Central Domain. Each domain has its own forces, and the strongest forces in the Southern Domain are the 6 great clans, which hold a clan competition every 50 years, and decide who is strong and who is weak according to the rankings at the clan competition. The ranking concerns the annual recruitment of disciples, so it's very important. The 6 great clans' God transformation stage ancestors said that it will take about a month for us to enter the secret realm before we can leave. When we leave here, in half a year it will be the sect competition. I'll recruit you to enter the Xiantian Sect 1 because of the sect competition. The second is because of the eastern region. Speaking here, Zhou Muning paused. Seeing this, Xiao Yunpurin opened her mouth and asked, Senior Zhou, I don't know where you came out from when you first came to this small world? How are you going to leave when the 1 month time is up? That's a good point to ask. Zhou Muning very sweetly explained to him. The 6 great sects all came out of a black hole in the middle of the ocean. If the 2 little friends are willing to leave with me for the Kanglan continent, we'll go wait there in the black hole of the sea, and we'll leave when the time comes. Although they didn't know why the secret realm had sent them to this small world, there was no secret realm that they couldn't get out of. Stayed a little longer at most. Xiao Yunpurin and Su Coriander Pomelo looked at each other. The black hole of the blue sea. So that's where they came from? It seemed that Xiang Lu was right. The blue sea black hole could indeed leave this small world. Many thanks to Senior for clearing up the confusion, Xiao Yun said. Senior said that one of the reasons for recruiting us was because of the sect competition and the other was because of the eastern region. Why? Zhou Muning pursed her lips and slowly said, both the southern and eastern regions are led by sects, and have always been well watered. Just half a month before we entered the secret realm, the clan from the eastern region came and said that they had found the remains of the mixed shadow sect in the eastern region that was wiped out overnight 10,000 years ago. The sects of the eastern domain invited the prodisciples of the southern domain sects to go treasure hunting at the ruins of the mixed shadow sect 3 months from now. That relic only allows the entry of cultivators below the Jindan stage. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were slightly raised as she spoke softly with a shallow smile. The Xian Heavenly Sect shouldn't be short of disciples with good talent, right? Could it be that there's something wrong with that relic? So they want to let the 2 of us go to our deaths? Zhou Muning laughed. Little friend Su is joking. How could I possibly let you all go to your deaths? If there were problems with the relics, how could the sects in the eastern region let their prodisciples go in? After all, every prodisciple is a treasure of the clan. Moreover, not only did the eastern domain invite clans from the southern domain, the other 4 domains also invited cultivators to go. Your talents are even stronger than some of the 6 great sects' personal disciples. My Xian Heavenly Sect has an elder of the God Transformation stage who is a mutant wind spirit root, and there are 3 personal disciples. And with Xiao Xiaoyou's talent, as long as the elder has looked at it, he will definitely be accepted by the elder as a personal disciple. And little friend Su, the Xiantian sect also has an elder with a mutated thunder spirit root. It's just that elder doesn't have a very good temper and accepts disciples based on eyesight only, not talent, and there is only 1 disciple under his door. But in my opinion, little friend Su will definitely be able to fall into that elder's eyes and become a personal disciple. Coriander Su was non-committal, even sneered inwardly. Ha, smiley. This was knowing that there was something wrong with that mixed shadow sect's relics, yet he couldn't refuse the invitation from the Eastern Domain sect, because the other 4 domains agreed. If they didn't, the entire Kanglan continent would say that Xiantian sect's cultivators were all greedy and fearful of death. He didn't want to let his own personal disciples risk their lives, so he looked at the 2 of them. When the time came to give the 2 of them the status of personal disciples of an elder at the God Transformation stage, the Eastern Domain sect wouldn't be able to say anything. We promise to leave with you, but I have one request. Zhou Muning's brows furrowed for a moment, and then quickly stretched out. Little friend Su, please speak. I'm going to take someone with me, along with me. Su Coriander Pomelo, you've seen that person before. Zhuge Xian. Zhou Muning hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, there was no difference between taking 2 people to the Kanglan continent and taking 3 people to the Kanglan continent. It was just a cultivator who had just broken through the Jindan stage. Not much of a threat to him. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed. Good, just let us know when Senior will depart. Zhou Muning thought for a moment. We'll leave in 3 days. Yeah, well, let's go upstairs and pack. Su Coriander Pomelo pulled Xiao Yun Purin up and quickly went upstairs. As soon as he entered the room, Su Coriander Pomelo laid down layers of formations, and after thinking about it, he was still a bit uneasy, and laid down another layer of formations to isolate his divine sense. He then brought Xiao Yun Purin to her carry-on space. This was the first time Xiao Yun Purin had come to space, and her gaze looked around curiously. Yi Nanti lay on top of the rocking chair and dozed off. The two little wolf cubs were running wild all over the mountain. As soon as the little stone man saw Su Coriander Pomelo, he ran over and hugged her little legs, not letting go tightly. Junru turned into a small fish and landed on top of Fuxing's head. Fuxing walked over with a smile on his face and looked at Xiao Yun Purin. Good day mistress. I am the instrumental spirit of my master's carry-on space. Just call me Fushun. The corners of Xiao Yun Purin's mouth lifted considerably. Hello, Fushun. Because there were more living beings in the space, Fuxing built a house that looked like a quadrangle for the place where the aura was the most concentrated, and the spiritual spring water was right next to the quadrangle, which was very convenient. This is the legendary carry-on space. I've gotten to know it better. Xiao Yun Purin sighed and felt like a waste of a day again. Su Coriander Pomelo sat on the bamboo chair and smiled with satisfaction when she saw that Xiao Yun Purin's gaze was only surprised and emotional, without the slightest hint of covetousness. Just lucky. Speaking of which, she still had to thank Xiang Lu. If it wasn't for him saying that there was a secret realm in that mountain range, she wouldn't have gone to break into it, and she wouldn't have met Fuxing and gotten this carry-on space. Xiao Yun Purin also envied for just a short while before he started talking about business. He sat down opposite Su Coriander Pomelo and mused. Pomelo, I'm afraid that Zhou Muning's words can't be believed in their entirety. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded, his face serious. Thinking with me, the mixed shadow sex ruins are probably real, but I'm afraid it's extremely dangerous inside. Why else would Zhou Muning want us to go? I just don't believe that Xian Heavenly Sect, being one of the 6 major sects in the southern region, would be lacking in strong prodisciples. It's just that they can't afford to send their precious prodisciples to their deaths. After all, Zhou Muning had just said himself that every clan's prodisciple was a treasure. They didn't spend tons of resources to train them to get killed. Moreover, the relics were still in the eastern domain, not in their own territory, so the danger was even greater. Seeing Su Coriander Pomelo's frown, Xiao Yun Purin raised his lips and smiled. Zhou Muning is counting on us, and we're also using him to leave this small world, so it's not a loss when all is said and done. Even if the ruins of the mixed shadow sect are very dangerous, isn't there still Pomelo's carry-on space? And my life will depend on Pomelo when the time comes. Chapter 157, the horoscope hasn't even been opened yet. Xiao Yun Purin said it with a very straight face. Su Coriander Pomelo blared at him without a good look. She wasn't worried about her dying. With the carry-on space around, she could hide in the space if she was in danger. And then there was this fellow Junji. The two had signed a master-servant contract. If she died, he would also fall with his master's fall. That's why Junru won't let her die. Su Coriander Pomelo was worried about Xiao Yun Purin. She didn't know what the situation was like in the ruins of the mixed shadow sect. What should she do if she was separated from Xiao Yun Purin and he encountered fatal danger? He didn't have a carry-on space to hide in, nor did he have a divine beast to help. And she didn't want to expose the carry-on space until it was absolutely necessary. And neither did Junji. There's always a time when talismans and sword charms run out. Hey, still not much means to save your life. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips. Her gaze fell on Xiao Yun Purin and she fell into silence. Xiao Yun Purin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's extremely worried eyes and sighed slightly. He was now both happy and sad. Joy is that Yusu is worried that he will die, showing that she cares about him in her heart. The worry is that Yusu seems to think he's weak. Well, he is indeed weak. Yi Nanti lay on the rocking chair, looking sideways at Xiao Yun Purin and then at Su Coriander Pomelo. Baby, why don't I go prepare some more sword charms for you guys? I don't have much to do in space anyway, and the last thing I need is time. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded her head and didn't refuse. Thank you Aunt Yi. Going to the Kanglan continent everything has to start from scratch. A little more means of preserving life is also good. Junji, who was lying on top of Fuxing's head, slightly lifted his eyelids. If you're afraid that Xiao Yun Purin will meet danger and die in the ruins, don't you just give him that stone on your leg? Su Coriander Yuzu raised her eyebrows and looked down at the small stone, suddenly feeling that Junji had a point. The little stone man, not much bigger than a palm, didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy on him, but she never dared to underestimate it. She just didn't know why it was so very clingy. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yun Purin and asked, do you agree? Xiao Yun Purin shrugged. As long as this little stone is willing, I am indifferent. As much as he didn't want to admit that he was weak, he was really weak right now. The fact that the Xian Heavenly Sect was unwilling to let their own personal disciples go to the Mixed Shadow Sect's ruins meant that the ruins were an extremely dangerous existence. Who wants to die if they can live? Not sure what was so special about the little stone man, but he trusted Yuzu. Coriander Yuzu peeled the little stone man off her lap and placed it on the round table, looking into its dark eyes and saying solemnly, "Little rock, you like me a lot, don't you?" The little stone man nodded his head. Like. Junru heard the little stone man's voice and suddenly widened his eyes, flying down from above Fu Shang's head as bubbles circled around the little stone man. Holy, this rock can talk? Coriander Pomelo ignored him and took out a spirit stone and handed it to nibble on. Continuing, "Little stone likes me, and I like little stone." The little stone man received the spirit stone, and when he heard this, he didn't go to gnaw on it at first, but instead, he cocked his head and stammered to open his mouth. "The Lord is happy with me, happy." The joy in the voice was heard by all present. Junru rolled his eyes. "Che, horse's ass." A hint of softness flashed under Coriander Pomelo's eyes, and a smile swept across her brows as she gently stroked its head. "Will Little Rock do me a favor? Help." "Good." The little stone man agreed in a hearty voice. Coriander Pomelo picked up the little stone man and placed it on Xiaoyun Piran's lap, smiling. "Little stone, when you encounter a deadly danger, will you help me protect him?" The little stone man blinked, and in the next second its head turned 360 degrees, its big black eyes staring at Xiaoyun Piran, who was holding him. Xiaoyun Piran was stared at by its eyeballs that had no whites in them, and tugged at the corners of his mouth, just about to say that it was going to not count, when he saw the little stone man turn his head back again, protecting the male host. People. When Coriander Pomelo heard it open its mouth to agree, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly and handed it another spirit stone. Little stone, so obedient. Surprisingly, he still knows that Xiaoyun Piran is the male master. I am afraid that he heard the male master shouted by Fusheng and secretly learned it again. The little stone man held a spirit stone in one hand and didn't get down from Xiaoyun Piran's lap, so he just sat on his lap and crunched and gnawed on it. Xiaoyun Piran raised his hand and touched its bare and hard head, and the little stone man didn't care, nibbling on the spirit stone and nibbling happily. "Yuzu, why do I feel like we're raising a child?" Junru glanced at Xiaoyun Piran and hummed lightly. "Che, they are not even of the same species, and they are still children. Which one treats a rock as a child?" "Xiaoyun Piran." He just casually said that. Xiaoyun Piran ignored Junji, and when she saw that the little stone man had finished gnawing on both of the spirit stones, she also took out a spirit stone and handed it to it, casually looking towards Coriander Pomelo. He smiled with a cozy face. "If only our children are this well behaved in the future." Before Coriander Pomelo could say anything, she heard Junji open his mouth in a manner. "The 8 characters are not even a scratch yet. You guys should double cultivate before talking about having a child." Ye Evening Tilly suddenly sat up from the top of the rocking chair with a carp. "Oops, I almost forgot. Baby, come, this is a dual cultivation technique. You and Xiao Xiao study it more." As he said that, he pulled out a gongfu and threw it into Coriander Pomelo's arms. Coriander Pomelo looked at the gongfu in his hand, blinking his eyes, curiously turning over a page and scanning it twice. The next second his old face blushed and quickly put the gongfu away. Kung Fu is just Kung Fu. Why does it come with a portrait? The portrait was simply bold, bolder than the little video she had once watched. "Ha ha 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 ha, Coriander Yuzu, you're blushing. You can actually blush too. It's so funny, ah ha 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 ha." Junru looked at Coriander Pomelo's slightly reddened cheeks and scoffed loudly. Coriander Pomelo had a black line on her face, and after feeling someone's increasingly burning gaze, she was more than eager to go forward, and so Junji's mouth shut. Fusheng raised his hand and tucked the mid-air bubble into his collar. "Master, I suddenly remembered that there's something else I want to ask Lord Juanji, so I'll leave you and the male master alone for now." Yi Nanti stretched her lazy waist and stood up, lazily opening her mouth. "Baby, I'm going to refine sword talismans for you guys in the mountain over there." The foot turned a corner and grabbed the small stone man on Xiaoyun Piran's lap and placed it on his shoulder. The little stone man's gnawing on the spirit stone stopped, and just as he was about to jump down, he was grabbed by Yi Nanti. "Stop it, let your master and your boy warm up more, don't bother them." The little stone man seemed to understand, didn't make a scene and jumped down, just stood on Yi Nanti's shoulder and went to the hill. Chapter 158, Tai Tai Sek Lishu. With all the people gone, only Coriander Pomelo and Xiaoyun Piran were left in the entire courtyard. Xiaoyun Piran's upper body was slightly closer to Coriander Pomelo. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing his neat white teeth. His tone was very innocent. "Yuzu, I really didn't mean it like that. I just said it off the top of my head. Who knew they would think of that level?" Coriander Pomelo raised her hand to cover his face, her expression calm. "I know, it's all because of Junji's bare child who was making a fuss." Xiaoyun Piran laughed softly and stroked her hand away, his voice line lowered. "Pomelo, what's written on that gongfu? Can you give me a look?" The young man's eyebrows are as clear and elegant as a painting. His eyelashes are uplifted, His eyelashes are not too long but very thick, and the bottom of his eyes are full of the fire of a young man. Su Coriander Pomelo's cheeks surfaced a few wisps of redness again. Looking at him for a long time, her thin lips slightly raised. Xiao Yunpurin, are you seducing me? Xiao Yunpurin feather eyelashes lightly trembled, dark as ink eyes. How can one's girlfriend be called seduced? Reasonable, just one step closer to legal. The corners of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth twitched as she pushed his face away. Alright, don't be credentialed. Take advantage of these 3 days. I'll draw more talismans, and you refine more array discs. Xiao Yunpurin watched blearily as she stood up and left for the house, not giving him a single glance. He could only smile helplessly and pat his pants as he stood up and came to the room next to hers. It was indeed not the time to talk about love, and although they had won the battle at Xiong Mountain, the equipment on their bodies was about to run out. Xiao Yunpurin only saw Su Coriander Pomelo blushing and got up the idea of teasing her. It's better to get down to business now. Formation masters and refiners were not divided by rank, only primary formation masters, intermediate formation masters, advanced formation masters, and formation grandmasters. Learning formations relies on enlightenment. Some people may not be able to realize a formation after 10 years of enlightenment, and some may be able to realize it after 2 hours of enlightenment. So formations are purely based on talent, on whether or not the heavenly Tao gives you talent above formations. Su Coriander Pomelo array talent is average, just an intermediate array master. Array of very difficult. No enlightenment is dry eyes. Becoming an intermediate formation master, Su Coriander Pomelo was kinda proud of herself. It's just that she didn't meet Xiao Yunpurin at that time. Xiao Yunpurin's understanding of formations looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's heart, fearing that it wouldn't take long to catch up with her. So the matter of carving the array disc was left to him. Su Coriander Pomelo was in charge of alchemy and drawing talismans. Noticing that Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin had both gone to seclusion in one room each, Fuxing then brought Junji to the courtyard. Junru transformed into his human form, glanced at the door of the two men's closed room, and rolled his eyes indecently. This Xiao Yunpurin is also too useless. When is it not a good time to shut down? It has to be now? All gave him the opportunity, but he didn't even grasp it properly. It's simply a waste of his pure yang body. Fu Shun will soon be going to the Kanglan continent. The master and the male master may want to prepare a little more means of preserving their lives. Junru, if the two of them were to dual cultivate, Su Coriander Pomelo would definitely break through the Jindan stage. So wouldn't there be no need to go to the ruins of that what's-his-name mixed shadow sect? But the male master can't break through the Jindan stage. Fu Xing paused. And if Mistress breaks through the Jindan stage, what if Zhou Muning doesn't take Mistress away? After all, Zhou Muning's purpose was to make the master and the male master go to the mixed shadow sect. If the master couldn't go, Zhou Muning might really turn against him. Junru's brows furrowed into a ball. That being said, it is still most important to leave this little world. Just as Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin were in seclusion, the 6 great clans had gathered in the boundary. Except for the disciples of the Xian Tian sect who stayed at Zhao's house, the rest of the sects found a hotel to stay in the boundary. Zhang Wan and a few of her senior sisters returned to the hotel with excitement, and when they saw that Jia Yuqi was the only one in the room, they couldn't help but ask out loud, "Senior sister Jia, where is she?" Senior sister Li? Jia Yuqi glanced at Zhang Wan. She opened a separate room by herself. Zhang Wan was puzzled. Didn't we agree that our senior sisters would share a room together? Being new to the area, they were curious and wary of what was here. A car that can run without using spiritual energy. A cell phone that can send messages to each other from thousands of miles away without using spiritual energy. And then there are those snacks that, after one taste, you can't get enough of. This is they in the southern region have never encountered seen. Not to mention the southern region is the entire Kanglan continent is afraid of these things or not it. Not to mention that spirit herbs that were worth thousands of spirit stones in the Kanglan continent could be bought here for a few hundred spirit stones. I heard that the Xian Tian sect disciples who came to the boundary first had spent all their spirit stones buying spirit herbs, and had also bought quite a few spirit herbs that were extinct in Songlan continent. These 10 people from the Taishu sect came, 5 female cultivators and 5 male cultivators. They planned to have one room for the female cultivators and one room for the male cultivators, so that if anything happened, they could take care of each other. Jia Yuqi snorted coldly. Who knows what she thinks? Leave her alone. Zhang Wan hesitated. But senior sister Li is Elder Wenjing's personal heirloom. If anything really happens, Elder Wenjing is afraid that he won't be kind. Jia Yuqi rolled her eyes. She was the one who wanted a separate room. She can't blame us if something happens to her. All day long, expressionless, solitary, cold to everyone. Who's to blame for your own lack of conformity? Zhang Wan sighed. Senior sister Li is a mutated ice spirit root, so it's probably because she's affected by her spirit root. She's also not the only one in the southern region with a mutated ice spirit root. She's the only one like that, and I don't know why Elder Wenjing accepted her as a disciple. Hey, forget it, don't say it. It's not good if someone hears you. Li Shu, who was being discussed by the crowd, sneaked out of the boundary again after reopening a room at this time. Li Shu stood on the Xian ice sword, his black ink hair half scattered behind his shoulders. His eyebrows were delicate and picturesque. His face was ice cold, his faintly cold and light red lips slightly pursed, and his long thick eyelashes slightly curled. Let people can't help but sigh. What an iceberg beauty, coupled with the mutated ice spirit root. The whole body exudes the breath of a stranger not to be approached. Yet if one were to look closely into her eyes, one would see that her amber eyes were filled with joy. Crouch down. I didn't expect to come out from the secret realm would come to the modern world, thinking that she just read a novel because the evil female counterpart in it had the same name as her. She didn't hold back a couple of spitballs, then slept through the book. The heroine Yun Yaoyao is the daughter of the 7-star sect patriarch of the eastern region. The 7-star sect patriarch has 5 male disciples, each of whom is a dragon and phoenix among men. And for Yun Yaoyao, the youngest sister, that is to be held in the palm of the hand for fear of falling, and in the mouth for fear of being melted. She was the first to think of her for anything good. The original owner, Li Shu, is the only female disciple of the 7-star sect's patriarch, the 7-star sect's eldest sister, and at the beginning, she treats Yun Yao very well. After all, Yun Yao was witty and cute, and even when the patriarch's wife was in closed-door cultivation and the patriarch was busy with clan trivia, Yun Yao was still raised by the original owner. Yun Yao was also very clingy to the original owner. The bad thing is that Yun Yao and the original owner fell in love with a man together. The male lead. Chapter 159, Going to the Blue Sea Black Hole. The eastern and southern regions of the Kanglan continent were both led by clans. The northern region was all demonic cultivators. The western region was more special, ruled by the imperial dynasty, and the Buddhist cultivators were basically all in the western region as well. The central domain was headed by a family, and the male protagonist, Gu Zishi, was the young master of the Gu family, one of the top 10 families in the central domain. The male lead that must be with the talent, beauty and family one is not bad. The original main character and Yun Yao both like the male lead. It also makes sense. Ever since the original owner fell in love with the male lead, she was like a different person, no longer loving and caring for Yun Yao. Even when he saw the two of them talking and laughing, his anger value went straight to the top of his head, and he came up with quite a few ploys to trap Yun Yao and make the two of them misunderstand each other, and almost killed Yun Yao. In the end, he was abolished by the 7-star sect patriarch and expelled from the sect. Without her cultivation, the cultivators she had offended in the past would surely come to trouble her or kill her. Yun Yao was naive and kind, thinking of the original owner's former goodness to her, and could not bear to see the original owner end up in such a state, and sent someone to send her to the secular world, giving her quite a lot of silver, enough for her to live out this life. But the original owner feels that Yun Yao is deliberately come to see her joke. She gave her silver or throne, but also cold words. Yun Yao can only be sad to leave. With no cultivation and no silver, the original owner ended up being abused to death by a beggar on the street. Li Shu was dressed when the original owner was 7 years old. She hadn't yet worshipped the 7-star sect, and Yun Yao hadn't been born yet, so everything was still in time. Thinking of what happened to the original owner in the end, she cried, and hung herself to make her father and mother Li send her to the southern region, worshipped the Taishu sect, and became Elder Winking's personal disciple. Although she wouldn't like the male protagonist as much as the original protagonist, she wasn't sure if she, the evil female supporting character, would be affected by the protagonist's aura and end up dying a horrible death. If she can't afford to mess with it, she can still hide from it. Counting the time, Yun Yao was now 18 years old. Li Shu was an orphan in her previous life, and after graduating from college, she found a job with a salary of 3,500 for 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening, enough for her to be on her own. When I get off work, I will nestle in the quilt and read novels, and I have a full day every day. The whole book-wearing thing was something she accepted quickly, and there was nothing left for her in the modern world anyway. On the contrary, after wearing the book, she felt a father's and mother's love that she had never felt before. Li's father and mother were casual cultivators at the God Transformation Stage cultivation, which was considered the ceiling among casual cultivators. After they measured and found out that Li Shu was an ice spirit root, they were ready to send her to a large sect to cultivate. Having a large sect behind them was always safer than being a loose cultivator. The 7-star sect and the Taishu sect were both large sects, and they were all the same to father and mother Li. When Li Shu was 20 years old, the two of them crossed the thunderbolt together and ascended. Li Shu thought that if it were not for the ascension of Li's father and mother, the original owner would not have ended up in such a situation. I'm afraid that the 7-star sect dared to abolish the original master's cultivation because father and motherly were no longer in the Kanglan continent. After 30 years of wearing the book, Lai Shu was very satisfied with his current life. Entering the Taishu sect, worshipping the winking ancestor as his teacher, and even his appearance was a masterpiece. It's just that. She raised a hand and tugged at her stiff cheeks. There was no mention of her being a facepalm in the book. People in the sect said that she was a lonely and icy person, with a cold demeanor to everyone. God knows, she didn't want to, but she smiles harder than she cries. Once she smiled at her eldest brother, and he, the straight man, said outright that he told her to stop smiling, that it would make little children cry. It's so infuriating. Lai Shu patted his face. In fact, facial paralysis is good. Sometimes it is quite bluffing. She was a sociopath. She was uncomfortable when there were more people. She was alone from time to time in the sect. There were senior brothers and sisters who greeted her. She nodded her head expressionlessly, and no one would think she was impolite, because facepalm face is the same for anyone. Lai Shu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. It was not easy to come to the modern era. She wanted to go and see what had changed from before she wore it. Hey, by the way, she would buy a little more snacks. She hadn't eaten much food since she broke through the foundation establishment stage. Master said it was not conducive to cultivation. Lai Shu's mouth faded to a bird. This time, I'm going to eat whatever I say. Indulge just this once. In an instant, it came to 3 days later. The Xian Tian sect disciples stood in the Shao family compound with Zhou Muning at their head. Yuan Shu looked at Zhou Muning in surprise. Senior brother Zhou, do you really want to recruit them to go to Xian Tian sect? Yes, senior brother Zhou. Although their talents are quite good, it's necessary to take them to the Tsonglan continent, right? If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. And although they are also cultivators, they are not cultivators of the Kanglan continent after all. Zhou Muning listened to the words that came out of their mouths and said in an explanatory manner, don't worry, senior brothers, we're only responsible for taking them to the Kanglan continent, but if the elders in the sect don't see them, they won't be able to join Xian Heavenly Sect. If any elder accepts them as personal disciples, then they are my Xian Heavenly Sect's people. They have no family or relatives in the Tsonglan continent, and they will only be beneficial to the sect. Hearing Zhou Muning say this, everyone else understood. The three of them went to the Tsonglan continent, and if they were accepted by the elders as personal disciples, without a family behind them, their loyalty to the sect was still higher than other disciples with families. If they weren't seen by the elders, then they wouldn't become Xian Tian sect disciples, and would only be reduced to a casual cultivator, which was not enough to worry about at all. It's still senior brother Zhou who is thoughtful. Zhou Muning smiled and stopped talking. Not long after, Su Coriander Pomelo came out of the living room together with Xiao Yunpurin and Zhuge Xian. Fellow Daoist Zhou, we're ready. Zhuge Xian was at the Jindan stage of cultivation, so he didn't need to address Zhou Muning as a senior like the two Su Coriander Pomelo people. Zhou Muning nodded his head and raised his hand. A spaceship appeared in the sky above the Xiao family, the very same spaceship they had come in. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, little friend Su, little friend Xiao, come up. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Zhou, many thanks to senior Zhou. Regardless, on the surface the three were still very courteous. As the airship left, old ancestor Xiao and father Xiao as well as big brother Xiao came out of the living room, looking up at the sky with only a black shadow remaining, finally slowly disappearing into the clouds. Learning that Xiao Yunpurin was going to leave, Xiao father and Xiao family's elder brother came to the boundary in the night. Father Xiao stood in the courtyard for a long time and let out a long, quiet sigh. This time, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to see you again. It was only expected that Xiao Yunpurin would really be able to break through the spirit transformation stage and successfully ascend. Once on board the airship, Su Coriander Pomelo found an excuse to shut down. Xiao Yunpurin was outside looking for a chance to talk to the other disciples of the Xian Tian sect. What Zhou Muning said before was too one-sided. There was no actual useful information at all, and when he went to Kanglan continent, he was too passive with 2 eyes. Might as well ask for more useful information out of it while you can. Although Xiao Yunpurin was only in the middle of the foundation establishment stage, her cultivation level was too low compared to their group of Jindan stage cultivators. However, he could talk, and his talent for mutated wind spirit root wasn't bad, so he might be accepted as a personal disciple by the clan elders. So some of the things he inquired about, they told them all, and it wasn't a secret anyway. Chapter 160, Xiao Yunpurin's Trigrams. Zhuge Xian and Zhou Muning both sat down around a round table. Zhou Muning seemed to be very interested in Zhuge Xian's divination technique and asked, fellow Daoist Zhuge, can you divine what's going on in the Kanglan continent? Zhuge Xian shook his head. My divination skills aren't as powerful as fellow Daoist Zhou thinks. At most, I can only divine some minor and trivial things. Yes? Zhou Muning's eyes moved slightly. Zhuge Xian converged. My ancestors' divination skills were very powerful, but unfortunately, after a few generations, the Zhuge clan has completely fallen into disrepute, and I've only learned a few things from my grandfather. Zhou Muning's eyes slightly raised, not discussing the topic any further. Taking out a spirit fruit and handing it to him, fellow Daoist Zhuge, come and try the spirit fruit of the southern domain. There is not the slightest bit of turbidity after eating it. It is the favorite spirit fruit of the southern domain cultivators. Zhuge Xian didn't refuse and took the spirit fruit and took a bite. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Zhou. The second floor of the airship had more than 10 rooms for cultivators to retreat and rest. Su Coriander Pomelo maintained her vigilance. Even though she had laid down many boundaries, she didn't go to space, but really sat down cross-legged to cultivate, until a sudden crash from the ship interrupted her practice. Frowning his eyes slightly, his divine sense probed out. Outside, an airship about the same size as the Xian Tiansek's airship crashed into each other. The opposite airship was filled with a group of male cultivators, dressed in fiery red vestments with a fiery flower embroidered on their sleeves, and the person at the head raised his jaw, looking at Zhou Muning with a provocative face. Zhou Muning frowned. Jiang Zhao, what are you mad about again? Jiang Zhao arrogantly raised his long sword and pointed it at Zhou Muning. Surname Shou. I truly despise your Xian Tian sect. Each one of you is a generation that is greedy and afraid of death. What did you say? The Xian Tian sect disciple was enraged. Jiang Zhao, don't go too far. Jiang Zhao looked at Zhou Muning and lightly chortled. Don't think that I don't know what you're playing at. How many personal disciples do the elders of the 6 major clans in the southern domain have? And would the eastern domain not be able to find out? What you're doing will only make the eastern domain sects look down on the southern domain sects. Zhou Muning's eyes were cold, not seeing the slightest ripple. I don't need you to comment on what I do. If there's nothing else, please make way. Jiang Zhao raised his jaw and looked at him with extreme arrogance. Don't let me. If you have the ability, come and hit me. Goon. Coward. Zhou Muning's gaze condensed slightly. As you wish. A long sword broke through the air and pointed straight at Jiang Zhao, who hooked his lips and smiled, welcoming it without fear. Zhou Muning and Jiang Zhao were both at peak Jindan stage cultivation, and there was not much difference in their strengths, so they could not distinguish a winner for a while. The two fought further and further away from each other to keep the ship from being damaged. Su Coriander Pomelo thoughtfully withdrew his divine sense, got up and pushed open the door of his room. Watching the Xian Tian sect disciples below and the group of red-clothed male cultivators on the opposite airship sparring with each other. A cowardly, wimpy comment from the opposite side. Their phrase reckless and vulgar. The cursing is uninspired. Xiao Yun Purin silently retreated from the crowd and came next to Su Coriander Pomelo. Pomelo, I've asked around. The group of red-clothed male cultivators across the street are disciples of the Flame sect, and the Flame sect only accepts male cultivators. The one wearing white vestments with a golden flower embroidered at the sleeve is the Jade Clearance sect, and the one wearing green vestments with a blue cloud embroidered at the sleeve is the Taishu sect. The one who wears blue vestments with a small sword embroidered on his sleeve is the Heavenly Sword sect, and the one who wears purple vestments with a sun embroidered on his sleeve is the Purple Sun sect. This kind of vestment can only be worn by pro-disciples. The vestments of ordinary disciples within the sect are all uniform and not embroidered with anything special. As for the Xian Tian sect's personal disciple was wearing silver vestments with a red leaf embroidered on his sleeve, which also looked like a feather. Not knowing what it was, Jiang Zhao of the Blazing Flame sect and Zhou Muning of the Xian Tian sect are both the sovereign's personal disciples, and from what the Xian Tian sect cultivators said, it seems that they have not been dealing with each other, and they almost have to fight when they meet. Xiao Yun Purin added another sentence. Yu Zhu, which one of them do you think will win? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head and said, it can be detected. Neither of them have moved for real. It's not really easy to confirm. Zhuge Xian did not know when he came to the two of them, and together they looked at the disciples of the two clans below who were quarreling in a frenzy. Zhou Muning is a man of unfathomable scheming, and he is very interested in my divination techniques. Su Coriander Pomelo's gaze was serene and deep. Wait until you reach the Kanglan continent, then you'll find a chance to leave. Zhuge Xian nodded. That's what I think too. I don't like to be constrained. Loose cultivation is more suitable for me. Xiao Yun Purin supported her jaw with both hands. The eastern and southern domains are both led by clans. The northern domain is full of demonic cultivators. The western domain is ruled by the imperial dynasty and has many rules. But Buddhist cultivators are basically all in the western domain. You can go to the central domain, which is led by clans and doesn't have as many rules. Zhuge Xian looked at Xiao Yun Purin and said a serious thank you. Many thanks for informing fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Yun Purin waved her hand indifferently. When we go to Kanglan continent, just the three of us are outsiders. Helping each other is important. Zhuge Xian raised his lips and smiled. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Saying that, after a pause, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Yun Purin. Before I came, I gave you a divination. This time, when you go to the mixed shadow sect, crisis and opportunity coexist. As long as you keep your Tao heart, you can find a ray of hope and turn danger into safety. Xiaoyun Purin froze and raised her eyes to look at Zhuge Xian. In the next second, a trace of blood was seen spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, what's wrong with you? Zhuge Xian casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without any concern. It's fine, just leaking a little bit of heavenly knowledge. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiaoyun Purin and then Zhuge Xian. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What did you guys say? What leaked? Zhuge Xian smiled at Su Coriander Pomelo. I gave Daoist Xiao a divination and told him too much. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. This is the punishment given to me by the heavenly Tao. When Su Coriander Pomelo found him last night and told him about Zhou Muning's calculations, he divined a fortune for her and Xiaoyun Purin. Su Coriander Pomelo's trigrams were good and the trip went very well. However, Xiaoyun Purin's trigrams on it made his face instantly turn white. The trigrams show that Xiaoyun Purin will die if she goes to the ruins of the mixed shadow sect. He couldn't believe it, so he redivined a few more trigrams, all with the same result. Deadlocked. No solution. Zhuge Xian couldn't imagine what Su Coriander Pomelo's expression would be if Xiaoyun Purin died in the remains of the mixed shadow sect. After hesitating for a while, Zhuge Xian went to ask Su Coriander Pomelo to borrow the Xian armor turtleback, and after spending 100 years of his life and 10 years of cultivation, he finally figured out the silver lining of Xiaoyun Purin. As long as Xiaoyun Purin could keep his Taoist heart, he would be able to obtain that glimmer of life and turn the danger into peace. More than saying too much, even the solution was given to Xiaoyun Purin. Can heaven not punish him? Su Coriander, are you really okay? Su Coriander. Chapter 161 Mengshang Shang and Song Launching. Zhuge Xian's mouth contains a faint smile. I'm really fine. I just lost some essence, and I'll be back after nourishing it. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't believe it, but seeing that he insisted on not saying anything, he didn't ask much. Turning his head to look at Xiaoyun Purin's frowning thoughtful look, he had some hidden guesses in his heart. After thinking about it, he directly threw him a spatial ring. There are pills and talismans I refined inside. It's hard to go to Kanglan continent. Don't die. Xiaoyun Purin came back to his senses and threw him a storage bag. Inside is a formation disc that I carved. Take it and use it. Zhuge Xian and the two were also considered friends. He was able to give them divination before he left, and they naturally had to thank people. Zhuge Xian pursed his lips in embarrassment and smiled. Many thanks, then I will nonchalantly put it away. He does lack them today. A loose cultivator without any power behind him, walking alone in Kanglan continent, was prone to being robbed and killed. Just as a few people were talking, 4 airships came one after another. The Heavenly Sword sect cultivators were the poorest, rubbing up against the airships of the Jade Clearance sect cultivators. Seeing that the pro-disciples of the other sects had come, the Flame sect and Xiantian sect also stopped arguing, so as not to let them see the joke for nothing. Duan Xingyun hugged his own sword and lazily leaned against the door as his eyes turned and they suddenly lit up. Senior brother, look at those 2 people on the Xiantian sect's airship. Don't they look familiar? Shen Xian looked over in the direction Duan Xingyun was pointing and froze slightly before narrowing his eyes. Senior brother, aren't they from this small world? Why are they on the Xiantian sect's airship? Duan Xingyun asked. Shen Xian retracted his gaze and exchanged a glance with Meng Shangshang, who frowned. 10,000 years ago, the mixed shadow sect was truly the #1 sect, and it was at that time that the eastern region was the place that many cultivators aspired to. But for a clan that powerful, all the buildings disappeared overnight, and the clan disciples were all gone. No cultivator saw what happened. There were family disciples who had joined the clan, and their fate tags in the clan shattered, indicating that the person had fallen. Some people speculate that the mixed Yuan shadow sect has offended the great powers of the upper realm, and only the great powers of the upper realm have the ability to destroy the mixed Yuan shadow sect with the snap of a finger. However, there is a heavenly Tao suppression between interfaces, and the Kanglan continent does not allow cultivators above the harmonized God stage to appear. With the heavenly Tao in place, it was unlikely that a cultivator from the upper realm would appear in the lower realm. Even if there was a secret method to allow cultivators from the upper realms to come down, their cultivation would be suppressed at the transformation of God stage. Therefore, the disappearance of the mixed shadow sect was still one of the unsolved mysteries of the Kanglan continent. Shen Xian and Meng Shangshang were the sect master's personal disciples, the southern region's #1 pride of heaven, and the sect would not hide anything from them. Therefore, they instantly knew what Xiantian sect's Zhou Muning was playing at. 10,000 years ago when the mixed shadow sect had just disappeared that period of time, quite a few God realization stage cultivators went to check it out, but none of them were able to come back alive, and like the mixed shadow sect, they disappeared in an inexplicable manner. Now the people from the eastern region said that they had found the remains of the mixed shadow sect and invited them to go treasure hunting. How could they possibly believe that the eastern domain sect would be so kind? 100% sure it's a trap, but they couldn't refuse, because the sects of the Eastern Domain had invited not only the sects of the Southern Domain, but also the clans of the Central Domain, the devil cultivators of the Northern Domain, and the Buddhist cultivators of the Western Domain. If the Southern Domain refused, they were afraid that it would become a joke in the entire Kanglan continent. Moreover, the Eastern Domain had put out the word that they would let their own personal disciples in, so they couldn't let ordinary disciples in from the Southern Domain either. The 5 domains have always struggled. Don't steam your buns to get your breath back. However, the personal disciples of each clan are all people with excellent talent. They can seek opportunities outside, and if they have an accident and fall, it is their bad luck. Their skills are not as good as others, and they can't blame anyone, but it's definitely not like letting them go in there to die, knowing it's a trap. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin, one of them was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and the other was at the middle of the foundation establishment stage. Their talents were indeed good. However, if one wanted to become a personal disciple of a sect elder, talent and enlightenment were indispensable. Since Zhou Muning was able to take them away, it meant that the two were talented and enlightened enough to become the clan's personal disciples. Moreover, Duan Xingyun, who doesn't know this guy, has always only challenged those with a higher cultivation than him, and this is the first time he has challenged a cultivator with a lower cultivation than him. Meng Shangshang's face was expressionless. This Zhou Muning fellow is really calculating. Xin Shiyan pondered for a moment. This small world has a lack of aura, so I think they are willing to leave with him. Staying here, when the life expectancy is up, you will still fall. It is better to go to Kanglan continent. Maybe you can get a ray of hope. Meng Shangshang was non-committal and turned to the second floor, coming to the door of a room, pausing for a moment, lifting his hand to remove the prohibition and walking in, looking at the man meditating inside the room. Meng Shangshang said in a faint voice, "You're right, they did come, right on the Xian Tian Sex airship." But, Song Lansing opened his eyes and raised them to look at Meng Shangshang. The bottom of his dark eyes is thick as ink. But what? Meng Shangshang met his eyes, but there are requirements for them to leave with the Xian Tian sect. Maybe, will die. Even 10,000 years ago God transformation stage cultivators had no return. They were only at a mere foundation stage cultivation, so how could they have a chance to live? The Eastern region sects didn't know what kind of calculations they were making. Sending their personal disciples in, were they really not afraid of wiping out their entire army? Song Lansing gazed slightly. I want to know the truth. Meng Shangshang lowered his head and thought for a moment and said truthfully, there are 5 domains in the Kanglan continent, and 10,000 years ago, the Eastern Domain was the veritable number 1 domain because the Mixed Shadow sect was in the Eastern Domain. But one night, all the buildings of the Mixed Shadow sect disappeared, and all the disciples of the entire sect fell, and that area became barren, and no one knew what happened. Afterwards, some divine transformation stage cultivators went to check it out, but without exception, all of them disappeared inexplicably. Before we came here, the Eastern Region sect said that they had found the disappeared Mixed Shadow sect, and invited cultivators below the Jindan stage from the 4 regions to go to the Mixed Shadow sect's ruins to search for treasures. Song Launching pursed his lips. You mean to say that the Xian Heavenly Clan intends to let them go to the Mixed Shadow Clan to die in place of the Xian Heavenly Clan's disciples? Meng Shangshang didn't nod or shake his head. If the sects in the Eastern Domain let their own personal disciples go to the ruins, then the Southern Domain can only send out their own personal disciples as well. No one knows what the Eastern region is playing, knowing that it's a trap, but it has to jump, otherwise it won't be able to plug the world's many mouths. So, even if Zhou Muning brought them to the Xian Heavenly Sect, it would still depend on their talent to become the Elder's personal disciples. Song Launching asked, if you can't become an Elder's personal disciple, you don't have to go to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow sect? Meng Shangshang raised his eyebrows gently and said, I still know something about Zhou Muning's character. He wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. So the two of them, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin, were the ones who went to fix the ruins of the Mixed Shadow sect. Chapter 162, My Generation of Cultivators, we fight against the heavens and have no fear of life and death. Song Lansing locked his eyebrows tightly, and after a moment, his brows relaxed, and he gave a thank you towards Meng Shangshang. Many thanks for informing me. Meng Shangshang looked at him, her eyebrows moving slightly. I took you to the Kanglan continent and told you the news you wanted to know. Shouldn't the payment be given to me? Naturally. Song Launching nodded and raised his hand to throw her a jade slip. Everything you want is inside. I also hope that you can keep your promise and take me safely to the Kanglan continent. Meng Shangshang received the jade slip. A hint of delight flashed under her eyes. Don't worry, I, Meng Shangshang, have always been true to my word. Leaving Song Lansing's room, Meng Shangshang returned to her own room and couldn't wait to place the jade slip in front of her forehead, her divine sense probing in. He really didn't lie to her. It really was an immortal extreme wood system technique. The lower realms Gongfu only had 4 grades of heaven: earth, Xian and yellow, and further up you had to go to the spirit realm to have a chance to obtain them. Meng Shangshan was a single wood spirit root, and when Song Lansing found her and said that he had a wood system immortal extremity technique, she naturally didn't believe him, but seeing that he said it with so much conviction, she planned to take a gamble. It's not a big deal to take one away anyway. If he dared to lie to her, just wait until we reach the Kanglan continent and kill him. Meng Shangshan memorized all of the techniques in his mind, and then destroyed the jade slip. Resting his chin, he fell into a deep thought. This Song launching, obviously a single fire spirit root, and his talent was also good, but he was already 24 years old. How come he was only at the 6th level of Qi refining cultivation? And how did he have an immortal extreme technique that was not even available in the Kanglan continent? Looks like he's got a lot of secrets. When he returned to the sect, let's see if we can persuade the master to accept him as an inner disciple. Not long after, Zhang Zhao and Zhou Muning came back one after the other. There were no external injuries on the two of them, except for their clothes being a bit disheveled and the spiritual energy in their dantian being emptied. No one knew who lost or won between the two, and they didn't dare to ask more questions. Zhang Zhao returned to the airship, flung his long sword towards his shoulder, and his gaze fell straight on Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin. Hey, do you two know that this guy Zhou Muning is planning to send you to your deaths? Zhou Muning's face darkened as he angrily said, Zhang Zhao, don't go too far. Zhang Zhao hooked his lips and looked provocatively at Zhou Muning. What? Only allow you to be able to do it and not allow me to tell the truth? Zhou Muning looked at him for a moment and suddenly raised his lips and smiled. Whatever you say, I didn't force them. Zhang Zhao snorted coldly and continued to look at Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin as he said loudly, his voice interspersed with spiritual energy to ensure that the 5 very top cultivators could hear him. Hey, did you guys hear that? The fact that Zhou Muning didn't refute my words means that he really wants you all to die in place of the Xin Heavenly Sect disciples. Instantly, the cultivators on the 5 airships all landed their gazes on the duo of Su Coriander Pomelo. All of the cultivators present were the clan's personal disciples, and even if they weren't the patriarch's personal disciples, their masters had naturally told them about the Mixed Shadow Sect. Moreover, the East Domain's invitation to the 4 domains to go treasure hunting at the relics of the Mixed Shadow Sect was basically known to the entire Kanglan continent with a bit of power. It's hard not to want to know. Some see this as an opportunity, others see it as a conspiracy by the Eastern Domain. Most of these protégés didn't pay much attention to this matter because only cultivators below the Jindan stage were allowed to enter the ruins. They were all Jindan stage cultivators and couldn't get in at all. Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes and used her spiritual power to send the words out. Thanks to the senior for informing us. Senior Zhou told us the whole story. We are voluntarily following Senior Zhou to leave. Zhang Zhao raised his eyebrows. Since you guys know, aren't you afraid of death? The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth pulled out an arc. I'm sure Senior can also see that this small world has a lack of aura, and being able to break through Jindan is already the limit. Staying here, when your lifespan runs out, it will be nothing more than a death. Zhang Zhao scanned Su Coriander Pomelo up and down and said, I see that you have also broken through the Jindan. The Jindan stage has a lifespan of 500 years. You're here but you're enjoying 500 years. Going to the remains of the Mixed Shadow Sect doesn't leave you alive for such a long time. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled calmly. Cultivators of my generation fight against the heavens and have no fear of life and death. If I do fall in the ruins, it is also my destiny. My own choice. No one else to blame. Ha 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 ha, what a way to fight with the heavens and have no fear of life and death. Zhang Zhao suddenly let out a loud laugh, then looked at Zhou Muning and said mockingly, Zhou Muning, is your Xian Heavenly Sect really willing to give up such a talented and enlightened disciple? With that said, carrying his great sword, he turned and went into his own airship. Zhou Muning rubbed the corner of his forehead and said to Xian Tianzong, who was driving the airship, there's nothing more to do. Let's go. Yes, senior brother Zhou. The Xian Tian sect's airship left, and the other sect's people finished watching the show, also started their airships and followed behind. 2 young friends. Zhang Zhao, that person has always been straightforward and does not speak without thinking, so don't pay attention to it. Once the airship was launched, Zhou Muning came to the 2nd floor and looked for the 2 of them. Su Coriander Pomelo. The Mixed Shadow Sect is indeed in danger, but not to the point of being fatally dangerous, or else the Eastern Domain sect wouldn't have let their pro-disciples go in. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed and said without a care in the world, I know, don't worry Senior Zhou, we won't take what Senior Jiang said to heart. Zhou Muning's eyes flashed slightly. Good, then I won't bother you guys with more rest. With that, he got up and left, closing the door to their room thoughtfully in the process. Looking back at the closed door of the room, a trace of pity flashed through Zhou Muning's eyes. It was indeed a pity that such a cultivator with excellent talent and enlightenment had gone to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow Sect to die just like that. I believe that the Xian sect elders will also be unable to part with it. But even the most gifted cultivators were not as good as the personal disciples they personally took in and painstakingly taught. Not to mention that these two had come from another small world. The elders will not be reluctant. The big clans have always been like this, overbearing and tyrannical. Because they had no shortage of talented disciples, it might be a pity, but it was more of a joyous feeling. And bringing back two Zhou Muning who could replace the clan's pro-disciples to the ruins would be more appreciated by the clan. Zhou Muning sighed long and hard. In fact, he had already guessed that the two of them, Su Coriander Pomelo, already knew the truth, but they hadn't picked that layer apart, so he'd just play dumb. If they survive the ruins, it's just a matter of not thinking about it. Even the divine transformation stage cultivators disappeared inexplicably. They were only at the foundation stage cultivation. How could they survive? Moreover, he couldn't believe that other sects besides the Xian sect didn't have the slightest bit of preparation and just let their own personal disciples enter the relics. It's obvious that it's a trap. Who would really be that stupid to jump down there without preparation? Chapter 163, Old Country. Be safe. Watching Zhou Muning leave, Xiao Yunpurin got up and laid down layers of formations in the room before speaking. Pomelo, this mixed shadow sect is much more dangerous than we imagined. Su Coriander Pomelo sat down cross-legged, looked at Xiao Yunpurin, pursed her lips and asked, the fortune-telling that Zhuge Xian gave you, was it a dangerous fortune-telling? Xiao Yunpurin's face hung a smile. Well, how can I say it? There is danger, but not much. I can get through it. It's really okay? It's really fine. Xiao Yunpurin nodded her head very seriously. Besides, there's still the little stone man. Even if he encounters danger, he'll be able to dodge it. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't believe it, but she couldn't help it if he was dead set on not saying anything. Just thinking about drawing more escape talismans, such as flight talismans, acceleration talismans, and so on. Xiao Yunpurin was originally a different wind spiritual route, and with the acceleration talisman, her speed was even faster. The airship quickly came to the blue sea, and when it landed, it didn't put the airship away, but each found a place to rest in the airship, waiting for the black hole to appear. During this period of time, Su Coriander Pomelo had never come out, but Xiao Yunpurin had gone out from time to hang out with a group of Xian sect disciples. From that day when Jiang Zhao had picked apart Zhou Muning's calculations against them, the Xian sect disciples could not help but look at him with some sympathy. Without touching the interests of individuals and clans, they were very willing to tell him more about the Kanglin continent. On the Taishu sect's airship, Li Shu rested his chin, looking at the Xian sect's airship and fell into deep thought. The entire book is written from Yunyao's point of view, who is the 7-star sect's group favorite little sister. A single water spirit route, breaking through the peak of the foundation establishment stage at the age of 18, with excellent talent. Yunyao was originally on the list of people sent by the 7-star sect to the ruins of the mixed shadow sect, but coincidentally, she had unexpectedly broken through the Jindan stage, and the relics only allowed cultivators below the Jindan stage to enter. When Yunyao broke through, she had to be replaced. Therefore, not much was depicted about the mixed shadow sect in the original text, only a few sentences. Lai Shu has a good memory and remembers that the original text reads, Yunyao, father, why are you sad? Is something happening in the clan? 7-star sect patriarch, Yara, father is only glad that you broke through the Jindan stage ahead of time. Otherwise, we father and daughter would be separated forever. Yunyao, daddy, what's going on? 7-star sect patriarch, all the disciples who went to the ruins of the mixed shadow sect are dead. None of them came out alive. All 5 of the 7-star sect's personal disciples are gone. Yunyao, how could this happen? Father, since the ruins are so dangerous, why did you let the senior brothers go? 7-star sect patriarch, AI. This matter is a long story. A little girl's family should leave it alone. Then, there was no then. Such an ambush. Until the grand finale. Yunyao and Gu Zishi ascension. The author did not fill up. Barely they are in love to go. Lai Shu's eyes froze as he looked straight at Xiao Yunpurin, scratching his head in slight annoyance. How could she remind them that that relic was not to be visited when they were old folks? 100% will kill you. The Xian sect is really unkind in doing the facts. Luckily, I didn't choose the Xian sect in the first place. Senior sister Lai, don't look, he has a Dao couple. If you stare any longer, the person won't be yours. Lai Shu didn't need to turn around to know that it was Jia Yuqi, and said with an expressionless face, Senior sister Jia, can your thoughts not be so dirty? I was merely staring at the Xian sect's airship. Jia Yuqi grunted, you know yourself who you're staring at. I can warn you, robbing someone's Dao couple is a very shameless thing to do. Don't disgrace my Taishu sect. Got it, got it. Lai Shu patted his butt and got up. Listen to senior sister Jia, I'll never look around again. Seeing that Li Shu had listened, Jia Yuqi then left with her chin up. Lai Shu pursed her lips and glanced at the Xian Tian Sec's airship again before turning around and returning to the airship. Her own room. She had to go back and figure out how to stop the two old folks from going to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow sect. But after thinking about it and having my head explode, there was not the slightest solution. The person was brought to the Kanglan continent by Zhou Muning, the great disciple of the Xian Tian sect's patriarch. She doesn't have that right to snatch people up. Moreover, the old folks had also said that they knew the whole story and had voluntarily followed Zhou Muning to the Kanglan continent. Lai Shu could only think of ways to remind them more. More than that, she couldn't do. So Lai Shu took out a piece of white paper and a black pen and wrote a sentence. A very blunt statement. All those who enter the ruins of the Mixed Shadow sect will die. Old-timer, be safe. After writing, Lai Shu pulled the corner of her mouth. A very strange smile surfaced on her face. Fortunately no one saw it. Although it was a bit reckless to choose to reveal her identity, she felt that the old folks who could save my generation of cultivators fights with the sky and does not fear life and death were not bad people. At this time, Su Coriander Pomelo didn't know that there was an old countryman on the Taishu Sect's airship who was thinking about how to help them. She was grasping at straws to draw a talisman. 2 more days. Xiao Yun Piran came and knocked on the door. Pomelo, Elder Zhou said that the black hole is about to appear and told us to get off the ship. Su Coriander Pomelo packed up her things, opened the door to her room, and disembarked from the ship along with Xiao Yun Piran. All of the disciples of the 6 great sects disembarked from the boat and looked ahead together at the motionless seawater without a single splash. Xiao Yun Piran's eyes flickered as she looked at a certain direction for a moment. Then she withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened and transmitted her voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. Pomelo, I saw Song launching, standing with the Jade Clearance sect disciples. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyebrows gently raised, his gaze looking in the direction of the Jade Clearance sect, and sure enough, he saw Song launching, wearing the same white vestments as the Jade Clearance sect disciples. Song launching seemed to notice Su Coriander's gaze and looked over as well, meeting her eyes and giving her a slight smile. Su Coriander Pomelo paused and immediately withdrew her eyes and transmitted her voice to Xiao Yun Piran. He has nothing to do with us. Leave him alone. Xiao Yun Piran pursed her lips and nodded. He knew that this Song launching person would definitely not give up, and as they were all about to leave, he was even shady enough to follow them to the Kanglan continent as well. I don't know how he bribed the Jade Clearance sect disciples. He was only at the Qi refining stage cultivation. What benefits did the Jade Clearance sect disciples have in taking him to Kanglan continent? Thinking about Zhuge Xian's words, a strong sense of crisis surged over Xiao Yun Piran's heart. No, he absolutely can't die. If he dies, won't he give Song Lancing that kid a chance to take advantage of it? Xiao Yun Piran violently closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, guard the heart of the Tao, guard the heart of the Tao, guard the heart of the Tao. I don't know how to keep the Tao, but he'll always be right if he recites it more often. Su Coriander Pomelo listened to Xiao Yun Piran's whisper and pricked up her ears to listen. Keeping the word? Is this some kind of weird spell? It wasn't long before the waters began to move and a whirlpool appeared in front of the crowd. Slowly, the vortex grew larger and larger, and finally coalesced into one large black hole. Enter in the order you came. Zhou Muning spoke. Jiang Zhao snorted coldly. Do I need you to command here? Senior brothers, follow me in. Okay, Senior Brother Jiang. This order was actually the order of the last sect competition. The first place was clearly the Flame sect, followed by the Heavenly Sword sect, Xian Tian sect, Yuqing sect, Tai Su sect, and Ziyang sect. As the crowd stepped in one by one, the black hole gradually disappeared and the sea returned to calm. Chapter 164, Sanlan Continent, plus more. Kanglan Continent, Southland. In the middle of a mountain range with rich spiritual qi, the elders of each clan were waiting for the disciples of each clan to leave the secret realm. Led by Jiang Zhao, the Flame sect disciples were the first to come out. The Blazing Flame sect elder looked at the fact that none of the disciples were missing, and even didn't have a single injury on their bodies, and nodded his head gratefully. Not bad, not bad, not one of them is missing, not my Blazing Flame sect's own disciples. Jiang Zhao, dressed in fiery red vestments and carrying a large sword on his shoulder, spoke loudly. Great elder, not only are none of our clan's disciples missing, but so are the other clans. What? How is that possible? Every time you go to the secret realm, more or less will damage 1 or 2 disciples. Kanglan Continent strong man is respected. As long as it is not deliberately framed to be killed, the clan will not take it into account. If you want to become stronger, just being raised in a sect won't work. Flowers in a greenhouse never grow up. The fact that none of the 10 disciples of the Flame sect were missing was already quite unexpected. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. They'll be coming out soon. Seniors watch. It didn't take long for the various clans to come out of the black hole one by one. Xian Tian sect came to the second elder. Yuan Ing stage cultivation, counted the number of people. Surprisingly, there really is not a single one missing, and everyone's face is still full of joy. Wait, why are there more people? Zhou Muning gave the second elder a wink, then took out his airship. Second elder, let's go up and talk. The second elder glanced at the three Su Coriander Pomelo people and nodded. Not only did the second elder discover it, but the elders of the other clans did as well. Seeing his own disciple giving himself a wink, he wisely chose to go back and ask again. So, all took out their airships and went their separate ways. Of course, with the exception of the Heavenly Sword sect, they were so poor that they didn't have airships and could only return to the sect by sword. Zhou Muning came to the second floor of the airship alone with the second elder and told him everything. The second elder frowned. This matter is good, but are you sure they will be so obedient? Zhou Muning smiled. Second elder, they are all smart people who came to the Kanglan continent without any relatives and could only defect to the Xian Heavenly sect. Besides, they're only at the foundation establishment stage, so the elder doesn't need to worry. The second elder's brows spread and relaxed as he heard. That's a fair point, but we still have to let the patriarch make the decision on this matter. Zhou Muning nodded. Yes, second elder. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the note in her hand, and a hint of surprise flashed under her eyes. That female disciple of the Taishu sect who handed her the note had traveled from the Blue Planet to the Kanglan continent? But why did she know about the Mixed Shadows sect? Was it not just crossing over, but a book wearer, like her? Is that why she knew that she would die if she went to the ruins of the Mixed Shadows sect? Xiao Yunpurin looked sideways at the note in Su Coriander Pomelo's hand and couldn't help but say the last sentence out loud. Stay safe, homeboy. Yuzu, do you recognize that Taishu sect disciple? Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head in a slight frown and put the note away in space. I don't recognize it. She should be from the Blue Star. Somehow she went to the Kanglan continent, and probably saw that we are Blue Star cultivators, so she gave us a reminder. Xiao Yunpurin nodded her head in understanding and no longer asked more questions. Pulling away from the topic, the aura here is very rich. I feel like my realm is about to loosen up. Indeed. Su Coriander Pomelo paused for a moment and looked at him and asked, if we go to the Mixed Shadow sect and both survive afterward, do you want to join the sect or become a casual cultivator? Xiao Yunpurin said without thinking. I don't care. I can live anywhere. I'll listen to you. Su Coriander Pomelo pursed her lips. I don't like to be bound by a big clan. It's quite good to be a loose cultivator. Good. Xiao Yunpurin raised her lips and smiled. How free and easy it is to be a loose cultivator. Zhuge-san interjected at this point. Going to the Mixed Shadow sect requires one to become a prodisciple. And with your talents you are sure to be accepted as prodisciples. If you survive, the Xian Tian sect will not abandon you. Zhuge-xian had a point, but Su Coriander Pomelo was on the contrary. What the sects over in the eastern region want is just prodisciples. As long as the Xian Tian sect recognizes us as prodisciples, how would they know if we worship or not? I will not worship a master, even if it is a personal disciple. Xiao Yunpurin raised his right hand and said leisurely, I support Pomelo. What's so good about worshipping a teacher? How uncomfortable it is to have someone from above who disciplines you. Moreover, although our talents are indeed good, this kind of large sect thought that there is no shortage of talented disciples. Otherwise Zhou Muning wouldn't have let us go to the Mixed Shadow sect's ruins. Zhuge-xian's face was worried. But will the Xian Heavenly Clan listen to you? The corner of Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked up into a faint smile. You don't have to worry. I have my own way. Hurry up and leave before you reach the Xian Tian sect. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Zhuge-xian sighed. Alright, you guys take care. Take care. Zhuge-xian's departure didn't distract the Xian Tian sect disciples. For them it was just a regional early Jindan stage cultivator, not worth putting in mind. Only Zhou Muning, as the felt Zhuge-xian left with his sword, came out to take a look, standing still for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking. 1 hour later, the Xian Tian sect has arrived. Xiao Yunpurin looked at the 3 big words on the plaque with dragons and phoenixes. Her head was dizzy for a while, and she quickly came to her senses again. Looking at Su Coriander Yuzu's frozen appearance, he was just about to ruthlessly pinch her palm. Su Coriander Yuzu had then come to her senses and gave his palm a reassuring squeeze to show that she was fine. He then looked at the backs of the Xian Tian sect disciples in front of him. A low, soft chortle, a nice dismay. Su Coriander Pomelo narrowed her eyes and pulled Xiao Yunpurin's hand to follow them as if nothing had happened. Surprise filled the eyes of the second elder in Zhou Muning, who were observing the two at all times. The plaque of their Xian Tian sect was personally inscribed by the founding ancestor, the formation master, and even a great cultivator of the god transformation stage would not dare to look directly at it. What's more, the two men's cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage, so it was surprising that they were able to come to their senses so quickly. The second elder and Zhou Muning glanced at each other. They both seemed to have underestimated the strength of the two. Were they really just an ordinary mutant thunder spirit root and mutant wind spirit root? Zhou Muning thought of how Xiao Yunpurin had laid out a formation while fighting earlier, and how the test of having two minds could be more than just talent. but also a strong divine sense. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly before? And that he wasn't a primary formation master, but an intermediate formation master? There were very few cultivators who possessed the talent for formations, and their Xiantian sect only had one senior formation master. As for formation masters, there were only two in the entire Kanglan continent, one in the eastern domain and one in the central domain. Without waiting long for Zhou Muning to ramble on, he received a summons from the patriarch. Tell him and the second elder to bring the person to the Great Hall immediately. The second elder also received the transmission and directly took out a flying magic weapon and said to the two of them, Su Coriander Pomelo, two little friends, come up, the patriarch wants to see you. The duo didn't refuse and very sensibly boarded the second elder's flying spell. Chapter 165, Spiritual Root Grade. The flying spell flew for a quarter of an hour and came to a halfway point before stopping. The next step was to go up on foot to show respect to the patriarch. Su Coriander Pomelo looked back and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's really worthy of being a big clan. If she had been reborn in Kanglan continent, she might have joined a big clan, having a clan as a backing, and when walking in the Jianghu, she wouldn't have to be killed and robbed of her treasures. But she was now a cultivator from a different world. Coriander Su never underestimated the human heart. The saying that those who are not of my kind are not of the same mind says more than just humans and other living beings, and humans in humans. Aunt Yi, can the sword talisman you drew this time really kill a spirit transformation stage cultivator in seconds? Coriander Su asked again uncertainly. The accompanying space was already bound to her divine soul, and she could use her divine sense to talk to the people inside the space at any time. Yi Lanti nodded her head affirmatively. Not to mention a spirit transformation stage cultivator. Even if a Mahayana stage cultivator came, he would still have to take half of his life. However, with my current ability, I can only draw two, one for you and one for Xiao Xiao. So save them. Above the transformation spirit was the practicing void stage, then the harmonization stage, the transition stage, and the Mahayana stage. The 7-9 thunder tribulations of the Mahayana stage, a total of 63. After crossing the 63 thunder tribulations, one can transform into an immortal on the spot. It was enough to see that as long as Su Coriander Pomelo had a sword talisman in her possession, she could walk sideways in Kanglan continent. With Yi Nanti's words, Su Coriander Pomelo completely put her heart down. Okay, thanks Auntie Yi. If those people from the Xiantian sect don't want you to worship them, you'll release me and destroy them all. And that mixed shadow sect, you guys can also not go. With me here, no one can force you. That's not necessary. With this sword talisman, it's enough. Su Coriander Pomelo glanced sideways at Xiao Yunpurin, her eyes moving slightly. As for the mixed shadow sect, it is a must. It wasn't because of the Xiantian sect's coercion, but this trip, they had to go. When she hadn't come to Kanglan continent yet, Su Coriander Pomelo still felt uneasy in her heart when she thought about it left and right. He secretly went to find Zhuge Xian, and only after some inquiries did he learn that he gave Xiao Yunpurin divination. At that time, Su Coriander Pomelo wanted not to wait until the Kanglan continent to slip away. The sky and the earth, there will always be a place for them to stay. But Zhuge Xian said, if you can avoid it once, you can't avoid it twice. This time there may be a silver lining, and after crossing it, one can be blessed by the disaster. But the next one won't be so lucky. Certain death. Therefore, the mixed shadow sect was where they had to go. In the main hall, Patriarch Lin and the 10 elders of the sect were already here. Listening to Patriarch Lin's words, most of the elders agreed. After all, the two of them, Su Coriander Pomelo, were from a different realm, and even if their talent was strong, it was still not as strong as a sense of belonging to the sect as a disciple who had joined the sect since childhood. As long as they were given the status of a prodisciple, they could go to the mixed shadow sect in place of their prodisciple. There was still more than a month to go, so perhaps they could find a few more casual cultivators to replace their prodisciples. A few elders who had foundation establishment stage cultivation disciples under their doors looked at each other, and the solution that they had thought of for several months was not as good as this solution that Zhou Muning had thought of. As long as the sect recognized them as prodisciples, there was nothing those people in the eastern region could do. It didn't take long for the four of them to arrive in the middle of the large hall. Zhou Muning respectfully arched his hand towards Patriarch Lin and the elders sitting in the center. Master, elders, disciple has returned unharmed with his senior brothers and sisters. Patriarch Lin nodded in relief. Well, not bad. You can retire first. Later, come back to Master. Yes, Master. Zhou Muning left the great hall after glancing at Su Coriander Pomelo and the two of them. Patriarch Lin looked at the two of them expressionlessly, raised his hand and took out a spirit measuring stone, sending it to the two of them. Two little ones, first test your spiritual roots. Even though he knew about the duo's spiritual roots from Zhou Muning's transmission, it was not as good as seeing. Xiao Yunpurin took the lead and stepped forward, placing his hand on the spirit measuring stone. The spirit measuring stone instantly erupted with a cyan-colored light. This is the extreme wind spirit root? The second elder couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Yunpuren sniffed and withdrew her hand, and the light instantly disappeared. He asked unashamedly, Senior, I wonder what an extreme wind spirit root is. The second elder was so shocked that he almost tore off his beard. You don't even know your own spiritual root grade? Xiao Yunpuren was puzzled. Spirit roots still have grades? He really doesn't know. Spiritual roots are of course divided into grades, no matter what they are. The second elder glanced at Patriarch Lin, who nodded slightly, and only then did he slowly say, all spiritual roots are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme spiritual roots. You are an extreme wind spirit root among the mutated wind spirit roots, 1 in a million. Saying that, the eyes of the second elder flamed up. There were many cultivators with mutated wind spirit roots, but most of them were upper middle and lower grade wind spirit roots. Extreme wind spirit root is really hard to come by in 1,000 years. Such a person with an overwhelming talent. How can the sect spare him to go to the mixed shadow sect to send him to his death? Even Patriarch Lin was a bit hesitant. He had thought that at most it would be a top grade wind spirit root. Who would have thought that it would be an extreme grade wind spirit root? As the head of a clan, he was naturally unwilling to let such a genius fall, but as he looked at those elders below, he rubbed the corner of his forehead with a headache. Pity. Xiao Yunpuren looked at the second elder's eyes and lowered her head as she said a thank you. Many thanks to elder for explaining. The second elder let out a slight sigh and looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and said, you go up and test your spiritual root as well. It's not like there's going to be another extreme spirit root. Su Coriander Pomelo had lived for hundreds of years in his previous life, and had never heard of spirit roots being divided into grades. It was thought that it was also because of the gradual scarcity of aura, and many of the legacies had been broken. Once upon a time, the spirit measuring stones were only known to be divided into spirit root types, not grades. Su Coriander Pomelo stepped forward and placed her hand on the spirit measuring stone. A purple light blasted out from the spirit measuring stone. Su Coriander Yuzu squinted her eyes at the light and subconsciously put her hand back. However, in the next second, the spirit measuring stone suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into 4 pieces and scattering on the ground. The whole hall was silent for so many seconds. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the spirit measuring stone on the ground that had already shattered and couldn't even be glued back, her eyes innocently looking at the second elder. Elder, you can't blame me for this. I just let it go so gently and it shattered. The second elder was dumbfounded. There had never been a precedent of a spirit measuring stone shattering. Is the spirit measuring stone broken? He looked at Patriarch Lin and hesitantly said, Patriarch, this spirit measuring stone is broken? Patriarch Lin's eyebrows flickered for a moment as he took out another spirit measuring stone and sent it to Su Coriander Pomelo. This spirit measuring stone is of a higher grade than the previous one, so measure it again. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes picked up slightly and put her hand on it. A burst of purple light flashed, and in the next second, the spirit measuring stone shattered again. Patriarch Lin was shocked and couldn't help but stand up, looking Su Coriander Pomelo up and down. Even the spirit measuring stone couldn't measure the grade of her spirit root. There was only one possibility. Her spirit root grade was above extreme grade. Chapter 166. I'm just being rude. So what? Su Coriander Pomelo took a step back, her face very innocent. Seniors, this really can't be blamed on me. It's its own lack of sturdiness. Patriarch Lin pulled out a smile. I don't blame little friend. Little friend's spirit root grade level should be above the very best. What's the grade above extreme? Su Coriander Grapefruit. Immortal. With a twist of his fingertips, Patriarch Lin released a summoning talisman, and all the elders in the Great Hall saw it, but no one said anything. Rumor has it that 10,000 years ago, the Mixed Shadow sect in the Eastern Domain's founding patriarch's spiritual root grade was immortal. As for what exactly it was, no one knows. I really didn't expect 2 cultivators from the other world to have such a high spiritual root level. He could still give up an extreme spiritual root by biting his teeth, but there was surprisingly an immortal spiritual root. Since the opening of the Eastern region's Mixed Shadow sect, there hadn't been any immortal spiritual roots in the Kanglan continent. The Xian Tian sect wouldn't give her up in any way. Patriarch Lin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo and the two of them with a smile on his face. The 2 young friends are so talented. Why don't you join our Xian Heavenly sect? And you don't need to go to the remnants of the Mixed Elements Shadow sect, which originally had nothing to do with you. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. She knew it would turn out like this. Immortal spiritual roots sounded fluffy, so how could the Xian Tian sect give up on her? However, this Mixed Shadow sect ruins. She still had to go there. Thank you, Sovereign Elder, for your kind words, but this matter is something that the 2 of us have talked about with Elder Zhou. Senior Zhou brought the 2 of us to the Songlan continent, and in exchange, we went to the Mixed Shadow sect's ruins in place of the Xian Tian sect's disciples. The smile on Patriarch Lin's face froze as he looked at them for a long time and said, Then do you know that the mixed shadow sect might lose their lives if they go? I know. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded. But we promised Elder Zhou. Cultivators of my generation cannot go back on their word. Seeing this, the second elder said anxiously, that kid can't replace the clan's decision. Later on, the old man will go and talk to him personally. I heard that 2 other worldly cultivators have come to my Xian sect, so I've come to meet them. A thick voice suddenly came from outside the hall. As soon as the elders heard this voice, they all rose one by one with respectful faces. Spirit Sky Supreme Elder. Cultivators in the 6 major clans who broke through to the Yuaning stage were elders, and at the transformation stage they were addressed as Taishan elders. Patriarch Lin was the one who had summoned the Spirit Sky Supreme Elder earlier, as he was the only extreme Thunder Spirit Root Elder in the sect. As soon as Ling Xiao entered, Su Coriander Pomelo felt a powerful aura come over him, pressing her down. She couldn't catch her breath, and next to her, Xiao Yun Purin didn't feel much better either. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been learning about formations during this time, and his divine sense was quite strong, he was afraid that he would have gotten down a long time ago. Patriarch Lin's lips moved a few times, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. The Spirit Sky Supreme Elder had always been short-tempered and empty-eyed, and now that he heard that one of these 2 cultivators from the other world was an extreme wind spirit root and the other was an immortal thunder spirit root, he was afraid that he wouldn't give up if he tried to find out the depth of the situation. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes stared. He meowed. The god transformation stage is terrific. Come in and pressure her. Bah, old man, bullying the little ones with the big ones. What's wrong with the otherworldly monk? Eating his rice? I don't serve anymore. Throwing the sword talisman that had been pinched in his hand, he stood in mid-air, and the pressure instantly disappeared. Instead, Ling Xiao was instantly blasted away by the chi above the sword talisman. The elders were startled and quickly picked up their own weapons, looking at the duo with a wary expression. Patriarch Lin frowned. 2 little friends, what do you mean by this? Su Coriander Pomelo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Her arms wrapped around her chest as she looked at them with a smile. Ha, what do we mean? Why doesn't Sovereign Senior go and ask that Supreme Elder of yours what he means? As soon as he entered, he pressurized the 2 of us. A god transformation stage cultivator pressurizing 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, and he still has the nerve to ask us what we mean. Shame on you. Patriarch Lin's face darkened. This matter of what the Spirit Sky Supreme Elder had done was indeed wrong, but it wasn't something that 2 juniors could humiliate. 2 little friends, we are sincerely inviting you to join my Xian Heavenly Sect, so don't be ungrateful. Going against our Xian Heavenly Sect will not benefit you in any way. Xiao Yun Purin rolled her eyes and snorted lightly. Originally, we had a deal with Senior Zhou. He brought us to the Kanglin continent, and we went to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow Sect instead of the Xian Sect disciples. Whether you live or die afterward is none of your business. Now that you look at us, an extreme spiritual root and an immortal spiritual root, you regret it and want us to join your Xian sect? Join if you say so. It's the same for any clan you go to anyway, but you even found a Supreme Elder to give us a test pressure. Is this a sincere invitation for us to join the sect? What? Are you jealous of us because you see us as talented? Or do you think we're easy to bully because we're from an alien world where aura is scarce? Unbridled. The Spirit Sky Supreme Elder appeared in the Great Hall again at some point, his vestments broken, half of his hair cut off, and a trace of blood seemed to be spilling out from the corner of his mouth. The whole person looked like he had been in a great battle. Xiao Yun Purin raised her hand and another sword talisman appeared in mid-air, looking provocatively at Ling Xiao. I'll take liberties. What? When had any junior dared to be so disrespectful to him since Ling Xiao had broken through to the God Transformation Stage cultivator? A wave of anger rose in his heart, but he was unable to vent it. It was because he was jealous of the 2 sword talismans floating in mid-air. If he hadn't dodged quickly, that breath would have literally killed him. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The aura emanating from the sword talisman was terrifying. They had no doubt that the sword talisman could instantly kill them in seconds. Su Coriander Yuzu arched her eyebrows and a soft laugh spilled from her throat. Several seniors, we're new here and we don't want to make enemies of you at all. How about this? Let's each take a step back. We'll still follow what we agreed before. My Taoist couple and I will go to the remains of the Mixed Shadow Sect in place of your Xian Sect disciples. Outwardly, we'll say that we're the Xian Sect's personal disciples, but that's just lip service, and whether we die or live after entering the ruins has nothing to do with you. Patriarch Lin was silent for a moment. He had thought that he was going to make a scene today. Letting them join the Xian Heavenly Sect fizzled out, and replacing the Xian Heavenly Sect's disciples to go in the relics also fizzled out. I didn't expect Su Coriander Pomelo to take the initiative and also offer to enter the ruins in place of the Xian Sect's disciples. Being so reasonable, it would appear that their Xian sect was a bit of a bully. Patriarch Lin sighed. Had he known that he wouldn't have informed the Spirit Sky Supreme Elder? In vain, He had missed out on the entry of 2 disciples with excellent talent into the sect. Okay, we promise. Patriarch Lin looked at the sword talisman in midair. Little friend, put the sword talisman away. It would be bad if you hurt someone. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Patriarch Lin with a smile. Patriarch Senior, I don't dare to accept it. We're afraid that once we put the sword talisman away, your Taishang elders will come to kill us. Spirit Zhao's heart burned with rage as he glared viciously at Su Coriander Pomelo. Unbridled. A junior is simply wanton. Do you really think that a single sword talisman can kill my entire Xiantian sect cultivators? Chapter 167, Purchasing Vestments, Extra. Su Coriander Pomelo spread his hands towards Patriarch Lin with a look that said, Look, I'm right, right? Patriarch Lin raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his forehead in a very helpless manner. What do you want? Of course it's an oath. Su Coriander Pomelo had an innocent smile on her face. How can we trust you guys without making a heavenly oath? After all, my Taoist couple and I are just mere base-building stage cultivators in the district. By the way, my name is Su Coriander Pomelo. His name is Xiao Yunpurin. Patriarch Lin slightly stared at the Spirit Sky Supreme Elder who was on the verge of a violent rage, but he still raised his right hand. The Heavenly Tao is proof that before Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin enter the ruins of the Mixed Shadow Sect, the Xian Heavenly Sect cultivators will not harm them for a single moment. And if this oath is violated, let me regress in my cultivation and never ascend. A white light fell into Patriarch Lin's sea of consciousness, proving that this oath had been made. The Spirit Supreme Elder snorted coldly and flung his sleeves away. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow and put away the sword talisman together with Xiao Yunpurin. Patriarch Lin's face was quite a bit ugly. Being threatened by 2 foundation stage juniors to make a heavenly Tao oath was really humiliating. Xiantian sect can't afford to keep the 2 great Buddhas. There is still a month left for the opening of the relics of the Mixed Shadow Sect, so come back to Xiantian sect after a month. After a pause, a hint of threat was revealed in his tone. And don't think about escaping, the Xian Heavenly Clan has plenty of ways to find you. Su Coriander Pomelo raised her lips and smiled. If Senior Patriarch doesn't feel at ease, we can also make a heavenly Tao oath. Patriarch Lin's face was expressionless. There's no need. Second Elder, please take them away. The Second Elder nodded and responded. Yes, Patriarch. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin didn't care about Patriarch Lin's words at all, and unflinchingly followed behind the Second Elder to leave. To be honest, just in the Xiantian sect, they were afraid that the Spirit Sky Supreme Elder would come to trouble them. It would be better to leave the Xiantian sect. The 2 of them rode on the Second Elder's flying file, and in no time, they arrived outside the clan's gate. Thank you, Senior, for seeing us off. We'll leave first. The Second Elder looked at them, wanting to say something, stopping his words, and finally sighed, controlling the flying spell to enter the sect. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yunpurin smiled at each other and left the Xiantian sect hand in hand. Since he had come to the Kanglin continent, the dress code should be the same as the people here. They arrived at the largest town at the foot of Xiantian Sect's mountain, Lai City. Find a vestment store called Linglong Court. Various rows of vestments were hung up. Zhao Jing looked at the strange clothes on Su Coriander Pomelo's duo and was a little surprised, but didn't ask much. What needs do you 2 Taoists have when you come to buy vestments? Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment and asked, do you have any vestments with strong defense here? Zhao Jing nodded. Yes. Fellow Taoist, please follow me to the 2nd floor. The vestments on the 2nd floor are much less than those on the 1st floor, but the styles are prettier than those on the 1st floor. Fellow Taoists, at the risk of asking, what is your relationship? Zhao Jing suddenly asked. Xiao Yunpurin raised her eyebrows. Can't you see? The 2 of us are Tao couples. Zhao Jing smiled. This red vestment and this black and gold vestment have been hanging in Linglong Pavilion for 5 years now. They can withstand a single blow from a Yuaning stage cultivator, and their defense is very strong. But because it's a couple styles for 2 people, it's never been sold. Coriander Su got it. It's only when you buy them together. 2 vestments. How many spirit stones? 53,000 spirit stones. Zhao Jing. Su Coriander frowned. It's a bit expensive. It can only withstand 1 blow from a Yuaning stage cultivator. And 53,000 cultivator spirit stones is really a bit expensive. Zhao Jing wasn't in a hurry and explained. Fellow Taoist doesn't know. These 2 vestments were made by Elder Yiming, a master refiner of the Xian Heavenly Sect, and also entrusted to Linglong Pavilion by Elder Yiming to sell, although they can only withstand a single blow from a Yuaning stage cultivator. But you can change the size at will. If you know a formation master, you can ask him to inscribe a defense formation on the vestment. It is a vestment that belongs uniquely to the southern region. If it wasn't for Elder Yiming saying that the 2 vestments should be bought by a loving Taoist couple coming together, I'm afraid they would have been bought out long ago. There was one thing that Zhao Jing hadn't said, and that was that Elder Yiming had said that these 2 vestments could only be sold to good-looking Taoists. The ones that are shabby don't sell. She also didn't know where Elder Yiming said the standard of good-looking was. After all, the cultivators of Kanglan continent, cultivating since childhood and nourishing their bodies with spiritual energy, even if they were ugly, they couldn't be ugly. However, the appearance of these two in front of them was also extremely stunning when placed in the middle of the Kanglan continent where beautiful and handsome men were like clouds. It should meet the criteria that Elder Yiming said, right? Erase the change. 50,000 spirit stones. I'll buy. When Su Coriander Pomelo heard that these two pieces could actually inscribe defense formations, she was instantly moved. Zhao Jing hesitated for a long time and nodded. Alright, seeing as you are a straightforward person, then 50,000 spirit stones. In fact, the main reason was that she was afraid that if she missed these two people, these two vestments would have to stay in the store for another 5 years. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't lack spirit stones on her body. There was the accommodation fee given by Shangliu, and there was also the one Yi Huanti had forced on her. The bits and pieces added up to 1 million or so spirit stones. After paying the spirit stones, they changed their clothes in the Linglong Pavilion. It did not take long for a red-clothed teenager to walk out from Linglong Pavilion. His long black hair tied up and lightly inserted with a jade hairpin. His face was clear and handsome. His eyes were bright and clear. His nose was high and straight, and his bone phase was exquisite and flawless. His lips had a smile on the corner of his lips, and the hemline of his red coat fluttered with his footsteps. What a sassy, spirited teenager. The black-clothed girl walking beside the teenager had a look that was not inferior to his. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers. Her muscles were like white snow. She was wearing a black and gold fairy dress, which made her body look even more slender, and her long black hair was scattered over her shoulders like a waterfall, cold and noble. What a bright-eyed, gallant young girl. The two caused quite a bit of head-turning along the way. They found an inn to stay at. Xiaoyun Purin hooked a strand of her long hair and skimmed her lips. It's kinda hard to adapt when your hair is long. But nay, all the cultivators here had long hair, and it would be too noticeable if he had short hair. So even though he was reluctant, he could only eat the hair regrowth pill that Su Coriander Pomelo gave him, and his hair became long and plentiful in an instant. Su Coriander Pomelo sized him up for a few moments. The corners of her eyes curved slightly. It's very handsome. Just get used to it. Xiaoyun Purin laughed lowly twice, then asked, give me your vestments and I'll carve an array for you. No, I can do it myself. Su Coriander Pomelo shook her head. And it's a pain in the ass to take it off and on when you're all dressed up. Xiaoyun Purin blinked. Okay, another day of feeling like crap. Chapter 168, A Piece of the Pie. In the next few days, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiaoyun Purin strolled around Lai City in separate directions, checking for news and encountering quite a few Xiantian sect disciples on the way. He also met the pro-disciples who went to the Blue Star, and they were putting spirit herbs into the Yuran residence to sell. The entire 5 domains had the presence of Yuranju, selling not only spiritual herbs, but also weapons, elixirs, array discs, and whatnot. You can buy anything with money. Of course, it also collects things, but not everything Yuranju will want. An auction? The Yuran residence holds an auction once a year, and Yuan Shu said that because their Xiantian sect disciples sold a lot of high-grade spirit herbs at the Yuran residence. The auction was held a few months earlier. When Xiaoyun Purin went out to check for news, he met Yuan Shu, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. He was the one who told him this news. 2. Su Coriander Pomelo nodded in understanding. When? Xiaoyun Purin, 3 days later. Su Coriander Pomelo, okay, we can go and join in the fun then. Even if you don't buy it, it's good to see it for a long time. Xiaoyun Purin has no problem. It doesn't matter if he goes or not, because he has no money. I've gotten some news about the mixed shadow sect from my side. Su Coriander Pomelo began to talk about the news she had found out, because the entire Kanglan continent almost knew that the cultivators from the 5 domains would be going to the mixed shadow sect in a month's time. So this news was still quite good to find out. There are also 6 major clans in the eastern region, and each of them will send 5 of their personal disciples into it. The southern domain doesn't want to lose face, and each clan must also send 5 pro-disciples into the ruins. Su Coriander Pomelo paused and continued. I don't think the Xiantian sect will really send their own disciples. They might find 3 loose cultivators to go in with us. The corner of Xiaoyun Purin's lips hooked as she blandly said, I'm afraid it's not just the Xiantian sect. Other sects will also look for loose cultivators to enter the ruins in place of their pro-disciples. With Xiantian sect as a beginning, other sects would surely imitate it. Even if it is dismantled by the eastern region's clans at that time, it is not afraid to be humiliated together. Su Coriander Pomelo let out a light laugh. The big clans have always been like this, only caring about the interests of the clan and the interests of the clan's disciples, not caring about the deaths and lives of the loose cultivators. In the immortal cultivation realm, the strongest are honored, and it makes sense for the big clans to do this. Who called the casual cultivator's talent bad and his fate bad? Who would want to be a casual cultivator with slightly better talent? Every day, they fight to the death for cultivation resources. However, Su Coriander Pomelo did feel that the scattered cultivators were not much worse than those prodisciples of the big clans. They fought every day with a rich in combat experience, whereas the big clan's protected prodisciples can be compared. What they lacked was nothing more than cultivation resources. Being gifted didn't mean being enlightened, nor did it mean going farther than a casual cultivator. Su Coriander Pomelo had a hidden idea in her heart, but her strength was not high right now, so even if she had an idea, she would not be able to do it for the time being. Back to topic. I went to the tea house and heard a mouthful, and someone said that 10,000 years ago the mixed shadow sect was destroyed by the combined efforts of 10 clans from the central region. Since then, the entire eastern domain has gradually declined, and the Kanglan continent is headed by the central domain. However, I think, this statement is not realistic. Even if the middle domain family has the ability to exterminate the mixed shadow sect, it's impossible to exterminate the sect overnight without a single movement coming out. So the person who spread the news is simply an alarmist, deliberately stirring up the relationship between the eastern domain and the central domain. I guess. Xiao Yun Purin rippled an arc and lazily leaned on the back of the chair. Or maybe they directed themselves. Coriander Su was non-committal. The 6 major clans in the southern domain sent their personal disciples. The western domain sent the Buddhist son of the protectorate temple as well as the royal son of a country. The northern domain sent the young princess of the demon race. And the 10 major clans in the central domain each sent a disciple with a not-so-weak talent. Do you think that if all of these people die in the mixed shadow sect, will there be trouble in the eastern domain that invited them to the ruins? Xiao Yun Purin pondered slightly for a moment and said, the eastern domain has also sent out their clan's personal disciples. Even if all of them die in the ruins, the eastern domain won't be in too much trouble. Moreover, if the sects in the southern domain can think of replacing their prodisciples with casual cultivators, the other 4 domains may not be unable to think of it. Su Coriander Pomelo clapped his hands. A glint of light flashed under his eyes. Yes, the ruins of the mixed shadow sect are clearly a trap put out by the eastern domain. The people here are all human beings. How could they let their own juniors go to their deaths? The cultivators of the eastern domain aren't little darlings either. I guess they must have intentionally left 3 months for them to look for loose cultivators with talent no worse than their own juniors in the entire Kanglan continent. When Xiao Yun Purin heard Su Coriander Pomelo say this, he was suddenly enlightened, and only after a long time did he speak. It's really calculating enough. The East domain wasn't stupid and lacking. How could they not go against the 4 domains? All they wanted since the beginning were cultivators with good talent. Why would the other 4 domains cooperate with the East domain so much? Because they also knew what the East domain wanted to do. To not refuse is to want a piece of the pie as well. Su Coriander Yuzu was able to guess all of this, but it still came down to the novels she had read in her previous life. Some of the stuff in there is really quite useful, and I don't know if it's because these authors are brainy enough or if it's their own experiences. Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yun Purin with a serious expression and said, no matter what they want to do, we just have to be smart and survive from the ruins smoothly. Treasures and whatnot, grab them if you come across them, and if you don't force them. The ruins of the mixed shadow sect was their first step into the Tsonglan continent. As long as they could survive the relics, they would definitely be able to shine in the Kanglan continent and ascend to the spirit world. Xiao Yun Purin looked at Su Coriander Pomelo's apparently serious expression. The peak of his eyebrows moved slightly and hooked his lips into a smile. We're sure to survive without incident. It was hard to come to the Kanglan continent, so you can always hang on to the first stop. How humiliating that would be. Soon the time came 3 days later. The Yuru residence auction was held as scheduled. Su Coriander Pomelo 2 people came to the auction site. Waited until the site they realized that each person to go and even need to pay 100 pieces of spirit stone. If you want a private room, you need to pay 1,000 spirit stones. Xiao Yun Purin lightly raised her eyebrows. This Yuranju can really make money. Yuzu, going to the private room or sitting in the lobby? Just sit in the hall. Su Coriander Pomelo returned. They are here to get a better understanding, not to buy things. The first time, cannot be too high profile, should be go or go up. Moreover, there were many cultivators down there, mixed with fish and dragons, so they might even be able to listen to the gossip and get some useful news. Xiao Yun Purin nodded her head, paid 200 spirit stones, and found a corner in the hall to sit down. They got this great spot, low profile while still being able to look across the field. One after another, many cultivators came, and in no time the hall on the first floor was full. Most of them were cultivators from small clans and casual cultivators, as they had no money and were here to see the fun and gain knowledge. The main spenders still had to look at the cultivators in the private rooms on the second and third floors. Chapter 169 Yuranju Auction. As soon as they stepped into the hall, everyone detected the aura of a god transformation stage cultivator inside. Therefore all the cultivators peacefully found a seat and didn't dare to make small movements. No one knows who the owner of Uranju is, only that the power behind Uranju is very powerful. Therefore, even if there were no god transformation stage cultivators watching, no one would dare to make trouble here. Fellow Daoist Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here. So it's fellow Daoist Wang. It's really been a long time. Haha, isn't it? I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation level has broken through again. Fellow Daoist Zhang can't talk about me. Your cultivation breakthrough is much faster than mine. Hey, each other. The two male cultivators sitting next to Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin complimented me and I complimented you. It made Su Coriander Pomelo sigh. Walking in the jungle, the scenes still need to learn. It's a good idea to reach out. Fellow Daoist Jiang, do you know about the remains of the Mixed Shadow sect? Of course I know. The entire Kanglan continent has been rumored. And I don't know why the East Domain would invite the cultivators from the other 4 domains to go in together to search for treasures in the relics. Isn't that giving away the chance? Who says it isn't? Do you think we loose cultivators can have a chance to get in? Don't think about it. That's the #1 clan 10,000 years ago. The Mixed Shadow sect. If that relic is real, how could the 5 domains allow us casual cultivators to go in? Hey, who asked us to be untalented? Or else we could have joined the sect and gained more resources. Fellow Daoist Wang, who says that those with good talent must join a large sect? Ha! Fellow Daoist Jiang, you must be joking. Who would want to be a powerless casual cultivator with good talent? I won't hide it from you. Fellow Daoist Wang, I know a loose cultivator who is 16 years old this year and is already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, which is unlike me who is almost 50 years old and still struggling in the middle of the foundation establishment stage. Cultivator Wang was shocked. What? So young and already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage? It's not inferior to the pro-disciples of the big sects at all. Could it be that he is a lower grade spiritual root, so the big sects won't accept him? Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin did not look at each other, but they simultaneously pricked up their ears. Cultivator Zhang shook his head. I don't know either. That little brother carries a large sword on his back and is a sword cultivator. I once saw that little brother cross the line and decapitate a cultivator at the early Jindan stage cultivation. Cultivator Wang's mouth opened wide. To decapitate a Jindan stage cultivator with a foundation establishment stage cultivation. Such a good talent is actually just a loose cultivator. It wasn't that he looked down on casual cultivators, but if given the choice, most people would rather be an outer disciple of a large sect than a casual cultivator. It's just that the big sects are very strict in accepting disciples. Only cultivators with dual spiritual root qualifications are accepted, and the spiritual root grade cannot be lower than medium grade. If one of the 3 spiritual root grades was upper grade, one could also join the sect. For spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots don't even need to look at them. They are directly not accepted. Like the personal disciples of the great sects, they were all single and mutated spirit roots, with their grades being in the upper and extreme grades. Cultivator Zhang sighed. I also asked that little brother. He said that his mother was a casual cultivator, and that he was used to being free after his mother since he was a child, and didn't like to be bound by the sect, so he didn't join the sect. Cultivator Wang nodded. So it is. Just as the two of them were talking, the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were also filled with people. A female cultivator came out on the stage. The auction was about to start, and the two of them stopped gossiping and followed the same cultivators in the hall, dropping their gazes on the female cultivator on the stage. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the Uranju auction. I'm an old friend of all of you, Yi Tao. Ha ha ha, Taoist friend Ito is still so beautiful. This year, it's true that fellow Taoist Yi Tao is still presiding over the auction. It's not a bad time to come. There were quite a few cultivators who had come to the auction several times and naturally recognized Yi Tao. Ideo looked at the crowd with a big smile and waited for them to boil over before saying, let's not talk too much about nonsense. The first auction item is the Xian Ice Flower, which has some tremendous effects on mutant ice spirit root cultivators. The starting bidding price is 1,000 spirit stones. No one in the hall raised their cards because they weren't mutant ice spirit roots and it was useless to buy them back. Soon there was a bidding increase on the 2nd and 3rd floors. 3,000 spirit stones, 5,000 spirit stones. In the end, the Xian Ice Flower was bought by the cultivator on the 3rd floor for 15,000 spirit stones. Soon the second auction item was brought up. Itao always had a smile on her face as she lifted the black cloth. The second auction item is a longevity fruit. The longevity fruit, as I'm sure you all know, can increase your life expectancy by 100 years after eating it. The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall was instantly stirred. No one expected that this was only the second auction item, and it was something so good. Immediately someone started raising the price. 6,000 spirit stones, 8,000 spirit stones, 10,000 spirit stones. The longevity fruit is a good thing. If someone eats the longevity fruit when their life expectancy is about to expire, then they can increase their life expectancy by 100 years. 100 years can change a lot. If they break through during this period, they can change their destiny in this way. So there's a lot of scrambling. It was finally bought by the private room on the second floor for 50,000 spirit stones. The auction was held in full swing, and one by one, the auction items were auctioned off never below 10,000 spirit stones. Xiao Yun Purin looked lazy as she leaned against the wall behind her inside. Yuranju was really rich and generous. With a twinkle in his eye, he transmitted his voice to Su Coriander Pomelo. Pomelo, there are some high-grade spirit herbs in my spatial ring, why don't we take them to the auction as well? Su Coriander Pomelo thought for a moment. The disciples of the 6 major clans bought a lot of high-grade spirit grasses from the Blue Star to come here. Now that there is no shortage of high-grade spirit grasses, and things are more expensive than they are scarce, I think that we can wait for some time before we bring them to the auction. That's true. Xiao Yun pursed her eyes. I almost forgot about that. Next comes our penultimate auction item. Speaking here, Yi Tao paused. This item is a soul-nourishing wood. As the name suggests, it can nourish the divine soul and make the divine sense stronger. Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Izao's words. Soul-supporting wood? That such a good thing would be put up for auction? Is this really the soul-nurturing wood? One of the 3 great divine woods. The soul-nurturing wood? Yes. How could such a precious thing be put up for auction? That was a soul-nourishing wood that could nourish the divine soul. A soul-nourishing wood that even a divine transformation stage cultivator would be moved by. Who wouldn't want to have a strong divine soul, divine sense? Yi Tao raised her lips and smiled. Gentlemen, the soul-nurturing wood is naturally real. Our Yuran residence has already appraised it. But the owner of the soul-nurturing wood wanted to barter for it. And that thing we don't have at the Yuran residence. So that's why we put it up for auction. Fellow Daoist Yi Tao, what does the soul-nurturing wood owner want to exchange for? Don't sell yourself short. Just tell us. Yi Tao also no longer hesitated. Her thin lips lightly opened. The owner of the soul-nurturing wood wants to exchange the immortal Yuan stone for the soul-nurturing wood. Chapter 170, Immortal Yuan Stone. She has it. Most of the casual cultivators didn't know what an immortal Yuan stone was, but those cultivators from the big clans and powers knew. Those were the immortal Yuan stones used after ascending to the spirit world and breaking through the Mahayana stage to transform into an earth immortal. By becoming an earth immortal, one completely escapes the mortal realm and becomes an immortal. So instead of spirit stones, they used immortal Yuan stones. But where in the lower realms can we get immortal dollar stones? Most cultivators didn't even have many spirit stones on them. Itao sighed slightly when she saw the cultivators in the hall whispering, and looked at the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors that didn't make a sound either. The fact that the cultivators present didn't have immortal elemental stones on them was all within her expectations. After all, that was something that only existed in the spirit realm. In the corner, Su Coriander Yuzu slowly sat up straight, her gaze flickering slightly. Immortal elemental stones? She did. There's a lot more. From Ayanami. Something like soul nurturing wood could not be found, so it would be a shame to miss it. Su Coriander Pomelo didn't hesitate and gave Xiao Yun Purin an ease of appearance pill and transmitted her voice. This is the transfiguration pill. Eat it and think of a random person's appearance and you will be able to transform into his likeness. Immortal Yuan stones are only used on earth immortal ground, just like the spirit stones we use. I have immortal Yuan stones here. I'll go and change the soul nurturing wood over later. Xiao Yun Purin was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Junji was a divine beast from the spirit realm and must have immortal Yuan stones on his body. Looking around warily, he then ate the disguise elixir, his mind recalling the appearance of his good brother and cousin, Shu Yuad Dust. And Su Coriander Pomelo casually thought of a woman's appearance, which was mediocre and not eye-catching when placed in a crowd. After her appearance was transformed, Su Coriander Pomelo looked at Xiao Yun Purin and froze for a moment as she violently met a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Xiao Yun Purin looked at her expression, touched his nose, and said in a low voice, Shu Yuad Dust. You know, I've been living in the Su family since I left the boundary. Su Coriander Yuzu nodded in understanding. Gentlemen, if you don't have immortal Yuan stones, then you'll have to wait for the next abortive auction. The soul nurturing wood owner said that it would be 3 years at the most, and if no one can come up with any immortal Yuan stones after 3 years, it won't be auctioned again. Still no one made a sound, and Ito waved her hand and began to introduce the next auction item. The last auction item is an 8th-ranked spirit herb, Snow Lotus Seed. At this point, Idomo paused for a moment and nodded in satisfaction as he watched the crowd in the hall begin to heatedly discuss the matter again. I think all of you also know that the Snow Lotus Seed grows on the top of the snowy mountain, where the ice and snow do not melt all year round, and it is even colder and surprising. That is, using spiritual power cannot go to the middle of the perimeter. Even if a god transformation stage cultivator senior goes there, it will be dangerous. Although the snow lotus seed is only an 8th order spirit herb, it is the main ingredient for refining the ascension pill. Starting price, 100,000 spirit stones. No one in the hall raised their hands. After all, those sitting in the hall were all casual cultivators, and their entire body belongings together were not even estimated to be 100,000 spirit stones, 150,000 spirit stones, 200,000 spirit stones. In addition to the cultivation breakthrough of the transformation of God stage crossing the 39 Thunderbolt, a total of 27. There is another method of ascension for cultivators, that's taking the ascension pill. As long as one took the ascension pill, no matter what cultivation level one had, even if it was a chi refining stage cultivation level, as long as one could survive the 27 thunder tribulations, one could ascend to the spirit realm. But how could 27 thunder tribulations be crossed just by saying that they would be crossed? No one dared to try it if they weren't at the goddess of transformation stage of cultivation. However, the ascension pill was a great opportunity for those cultivators who could never break through to the peak cultivation level of the spirit transformation stage. An opportunity that could change their fate. Taking the longevity fruit to increase their lifespan by 100 years was not a big temptation for them, because at a cultivation level like theirs, a closed-door retreat was 100 years. It's not as good as the ascension Dan. Cultivators cultivate, seeking nothing more than to break through their cultivation level, ascend to the spirit world, and get more lifespan. However, the most important snow lotus seeds for refining the ascension pills are the most difficult to find, growing on the peaks of snowy mountains. Many of the divine transformation stage cultivators who went to pick snow lotus seeds for the ascension pill were buried in the snowy mountains. It wasn't that their cultivators' cultivation wasn't enough, but the snowy mountains were too special, and even if their spiritual power protected their bodies, that cold air would still bore into their bodies, and they would end up freezing to death alive. Other than the mutant ice spirit root and fire spirit root that dared to go to the snow mountain, the other spirit roots simply didn't dare to go. In the end, the snow lotus seed was bought by a private room on the 3rd floor for 1 million spirit stones. Su Coriander Pomelo couldn't help but smack his lips. An 8th rank spirit herb was actually sold for 1 million spirit stones. Finally, I've seen how rich the rich people of Kanglan continent are. The auction ended today, and the people in the hall left one after another. The two of them, Su Coriander Yuzu, then found Itao. Fellow Daoist Itao, may I have a moment to speak? Ito raised an eyebrow. What can't be said here? Su Coriander Pomelo glanced at the cultivators in the hall that hadn't dispersed yet and said in a low voice, Immortal Yuan Stone. Itao froze, then quickly responded, Please follow me. Two fellow Daoists. Itao led the two of them to a room by turning left and right, and directly asked, Do you have immortal Yuan stones on you? Coriander Su nodded. Fellow Daoist, please rest here for a few moments. I'll go ask the steward to come. Itao. Good. Su Coriander Yuzu responded. It didn't take long for Ito to follow a man. The man wore a smile on his face. Two little friends, I am the steward of the Yuran residence, surnamed Chen. I wonder if you could let me take a look at the immortal Yuan stones you are carrying? Both of you don't worry. Yuranju, won't do that kind of killing and overstepping. It's all about honesty. Otherwise no one would be willing to do business with us. Su Coriander Pomelo smiled. We naturally believe in Yuranju. Saying that, with a flip of his wrist, a stone about the same size as a spirit stone, but emitting an even more powerful aura, suddenly appeared in his hand. Steward Chen carefully received it and felt the breathtakingly powerful aura inside, which was now 90% convinced. Two young friends, please rest here for a few moments. The owner of the soul nurturing wood shouldn't be far away yet. We'll go contact him now. Steward Chen immediately made a decision. Good. Thanks to Steward Chen. Su Coriander Pomelo politely said thanks. Steward Chen handed the immortal Yuan stone back to Su Coriander Pomelo and left in a hurry. Before he left, he also explained that Azumo would take good care of the two. Itao poured a cup of spirit tea for the two of them and laughed. The two of you try our Yuranju's spirit tea. Su Coriander Pomelo had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Itao. Picking up the teacup, he took a light sip, and a faint aura surged into his dantian. Gee, it's so luxurious to be rich that you can grow aura by drinking tea. Su Coriander Pomelo took another sip, then inquired, Fellow Taoist Itao, is this tea for sale? Itao covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. Fellow Taoist, I may not be able to do this one. This spirit tea is unique to the Yuran residence and is rarely sold to outsiders. If you two want to buy it, you can ask Steward Chen about it later. Su Coriander Pomelo regretted. That's fine. That shouldn't be a problem. She's never had tea this good before. Chapter 171, Soul Nourishing Wood. Not long after, Steward Chen walked over with a middle-aged man. As soon as the middle-aged man took a look at the fact that the ones sitting inside were actually two Foundation Establishment Stage juniors, his eyebrows shot up and he directly opened his mouth to ask, it's you two juniors who have immortal yuan stones on you? Fuxing inside the accompanying space took a look and immediately said, Master, this person is a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, and it looks like he's about to cross the thunder tribulation and ascend. Su Coriander Pomelo got up and arched her hand very respectfully. Greetings, senior. Seeing this, Xiao Yun Purin followed suit and rose to arch his hand. Greetings, senior. Su Coriander Pomelo, senior. The immortal elemental stones we have with us were found in a secret realm. There are only 5 of them. I wonder if we can exchange them for the soul nurturing wood. With that, he took out 5 immortal yuan stones. The moment the middle-aged man saw the immortal yuan stone, his eyes lit up. Anything that could emit such a powerful aura must be an immortal yuan stone. A moment later there was another frown. Only 5? Forget it, it's already great to have 5 pieces, and there's no need to keep waiting, so we can prepare for the ascension in a couple days. The middle-aged man took out a soul-nurturing wood from his space and threw it to Su Coriander Pomelo. Soul-nourishing wood. Thank you, senpai. Su Coriander Pomelo received the soul-nurturing wood and then handed all 5 immortal yuan stones to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man collected the immortal yuan stone and turned around to leave. The transaction between the two sides went very smoothly, and Steward Chen was almost smiling. No need to think about it to know that if the smooth transaction is successful, the middle-aged man will definitely give a generous payment to the leisurely residents. After all, the leisurely residents will not give people work for nothing. Yi Tao whispered in Steward Chen's ear, and Steward Chen waved his hand. This deal is done. It's fine to sell them some spirit tea. Yi Tao nodded. Yes, Steward Chen. He exchanged 5 immortal yuan stones for the soul nurturing wood, and spent another 1,000 spirit stones on a caddy of spirit tea. It's safe to say the trip was not a bad one. Immortal elemental stones were, after all, something from the upper realm, and taking out too many of them would instead cause others to become suspicious. 5 is just right. In the inn, Su Coriander Pomelo played with the soul-nourishing wood in her hand. How is this thing going to nourish her soul? Never used it. Don't know. First time I've seen it. Setting up isolation formations and prohibitions in the room. Su Coriander Pomelo flashed into space. Xiao Yunpurin, on the other hand, was guarding outside. Fu Xing, do you know how this soul-nurturing wood works? Before Fu Xing could speak, Junru pouted in dissatisfaction. What's the point of asking him? Ask me. What does he know as a little elf? Fu Xing smiled and shook his head. Master, I really don't know how to use the soul-nurturing wood. Su Coriander Pomelo raised an eyebrow and looked at Junji as the corner of his mouth raised in a large arc. Gee, how is the soul-nourishing wood going to be used? Junru gave a light hump and arrogantly turned her head away. I'll tell you if you ask me? How disgraceful for me then. The smile on Su Coriander Pomelo's face stiffened. Don't say forget it, there will always be a day when you know. Junru, I'll tell you if you beg me. Coriander Su, please? The word beg is not in her dictionary. Don't talk about it. Su Coriander Yuzu rolled her eyes and was about to dodge away when she heard Yi Nanti's voice. Baby, I know. Junru, asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost forgot about this woman Yi Evening Tilly. Humph, just wait. Sooner or later she'll come begging for him. Fu Xing's mouth twitched as he watched Junji look so twisted. I really don't know what he was thinking and why he kept going against his master. Is it any good to go against your master? Yi Nanti took the soul-nurturing wood in Su Coriander Pomelo's hand and examined it. Then with a flip of her wrist, a branch of the tree of life that was about the same size as the soul-nurturing wood appeared in her hand. Baby, this tree of life branch is for you. Just contain it in the sea of consciousness along with the soul-nurturing wood. Su Coriander Pomelo frowned and asked, Aunt Yi, is it harmful to you to break off the branches of the tree of life? Yi Nanti smiled and touched her head. There are so many branches of the tree of life. It won't do me any harm for me to break one off. It's similar to me pulling off one of your hairs. It doesn't hurt. Su Coriander Pomelo sighed in relief. That's good. Under Yi Nanti's guidance, the branches of the tree of life and the soul-nurturing wood were contained together in the sea of consciousness. The branches of the tree of life have a strong life force, although it is not as bad as Yi Evening Tilly, who will be resurrected after death. But if she is injured, the tree of life will constantly repair the injuries in his body, so that she will get better quickly. Yi Nanti smoothly folded off another one and asked her to bring it to Xiao Yun Purin. The soul-nurturing wood was checked a few times by Yi Nanti, and then had Junji check it a few times, and without any problems, Su Coriander Pomelo was then relieved to contain it in the sea of consciousness. After all, the sea of consciousness was the most important place for a cultivator. If the sea of consciousness collapsed, then she would become a madman or simply fall. After very solemnly thanking Yi Nanti, Su Coriander Pomelo took the branch of the tree of life and left the space. According to what Yi Nanti said, Su Coriander Pomelo instructed Xiao Yun Purin to contain the branches of the tree of life in the sea of consciousness. Xiao Yun Purin pursed her lips and sighed. Another day of feeling like a waste. Nah, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a month had come and gone. Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin arrived outside the Xian Tian sect's main gate as promised. Patriarch Lin stood on the airship, and along with him were the second elder, the fifth elder, the sixth elder, and the eighth elder. Patriarch Lin glanced at them and said in a faint voice, "Come up." After boarding the airship, Patriarch Lin threw over a vestment of a Xian Tian sect's personal disciple to the two of them. "Since you are going to the ruins in place of my Xian heavenly sect disciples, then the vestments should be changed as well." The vestment of the Xian Tian sect's personal disciple was a fine defensive vestment. Xiao Yun Purin raised her lips and smiled, arching her hand. "Many thanks to Sovereign Senior." Although it was possible to use the spell to directly change into their clothes, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin still found a room to change into their clothes. After the duo changed their clothes and came out, they found 3 more young cultivators on the airship, wearing the same silver vestments as them. At the first glance, Su Coriander Pomelo was certain that they were not the clan's own disciples. Although some of the clan's pro-disciples would treat you kindly, their eyes would reveal a hint of arrogance from time to time. The eyes of the 2 men and 1 woman in front of him revealed a hint of caution and wildness at every turn. They should be the scattered cultivators that the Xian Tian sect found. Patriarch Lin looked at the 5 and said with an expressionless face, "Since the 5 of you have agreed to my Xian heavenly sect, you should always remember that you are my Xian heavenly sect's personal disciples. So don't let your identities be recognized. It will take 3 more days to go to the eastern region this time. So during these 3 days, you will each familiarize yourselves with it." With that, he led the 4 elders up to the 3rd floor of the airship. This airship could be much larger than Zhou Muning's airship, with a total of 3 floors. The 3rd floor was the room where Patriarch Lin and the 4 elders lived, and the 2nd floor was the room where the 5 of them lived. Patriarch Lin and the others left. The 5 people looked at each other in dismay. Who wouldn't be wary of being out for a long time struggling and fighting alone, suddenly asking them to embrace the group? But they didn't dare to reject the Xian Tian sect. They were only at the foundation stage cultivation. If they rejected the Xian Tian sect they would die. If they went to the remains of the mixed shadow sect there might be a chance of survival. Chapter 172, The Hypocrite with a Moral Face. It was Xiao Yun Purin who was the first to break this stiff atmosphere. "Hello guys, my name is Xiao Yun Purin, mutant wind spirit root. Just broke through the late foundation establishment stage cultivation 2 days ago, and this is my Taoist partner Su Coriander Pomelo, mutant thunder spirit root, peak foundation establishment stage cultivation." After a pause, he added, "We are all casual cultivators." Someone started the next smooth, a face green and moist as jade, like a fluttering gentleman youth went forward and arched his hand and said, "In the next Yun Xian, gold and wood double spirit root, late foundation establishment stage cultivation, and I Ruashue." The only girl among the 3 spoke with an expressionless face. "Wood, water, and earth 3 spirit roots, middle stage foundation establishment cultivation. G Scorch, single fire spirit root, peak foundation establishment stage cultivation." Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the long knife behind Jishua's back and thought of the 2 loose cultivators he heard talking at the auction, crossing the level to kill an early Jindan stage cultivator with a peak foundation establishment stage cultivation. It's a knife repair. Is it him? Is that such a coincidence? Scattered cultivators have always been solitary, and since they all know some information about each other individually, they have to be ready to all spread out. However, they were all locked in place by Patriarch Lin's divine sense. It turned out that Patriarch Lin had been observing them with his divine sense the entire time. Su Coriander Pomelo was able to break free from Patriarch Lin's divine sense lock, but she didn't move, wanting to see what Patriarch Lin wanted to do. "Remember, Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin, the 2 of you are the personal disciples taken in by the 2nd elder. Yun Xian is a personal disciple under the 5th elder, and I Ruashue is a personal disciple under the 6th elder. Ji Zhuo is a personal disciple under Elder 8. Su Coriander Pomelo, you and Jishua have the highest cultivation level. You are a few years older than him and are the senior sister of these people, so you will lead the group. Regardless, the appearance is still there." Patriarch Lin withdrew his divine sense and added, "What are you waiting for? All call senior sister." Xiao Yun Purin was the first to react, arching his hand towards Su Coriander Pomelo. "Greetings senior sister." "Senior sister." Yun Xian touched his nose and smiled towards Su Coriander Pomelo. "Senior sister, please teach me more in the future." And Iruashue nodded slightly. "Senior sister." Only G-Scorch almost gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words from his mouth. "Senior sister." "It's suffocating. It's too suffocating." He was walking nicely on the road when he was captured by a Yuaning stage cultivator of the Xiantian sect and made to go to the ruins of that whatsoever mixed shadow sect in place of the Xiantian sect's personal disciples. Naturally he didn't want to, not even for a dog. However, if he does not agree, he will immediately die and be eliminated, although he can kill people over the level. He is only at the foundation stage cultivation. How can he not kill the Yuaning stage cultivator? Finally, he was forced to take a heavenly oath. Now I can't believe I'm being mocked for my young age. Su Coriander Pomelo blinked her eyes. The Shin-Tian sect was even engaging in this kind of tawdry operation. But, hey, she likes it. You're welcome, let's take care of each other from now on. Ji Scorch grunted and turned away. A faint smile hung at the corner of Yun Qian's mouth as he said, Senior sister, senior brother here happened to obtain a bit of good tea. Why don't we sit down and savor it? Yet, stretching her hand, Su Coriander Pomelo readily agreed. However, since the 5 of us are a small group, we can't leave junior brother Jizho behind. Call him up as well. Just in time, I have some spirit tea here as well. Yun Qian spread out the fan he had been holding in his hand, covering half of his face, and winked at Su Coriander Pomelo. Junior brother Jizho's temper isn't too good, so we'll just have to ask senior sister to call him. Su Coriander Yuzu raised an eyebrow. Go straight to his house. Yun Qian guffawed. Good. So, the group of 4 came to the 2nd floor and found Jizhua's house. Yun Qian went up and knocked on the door. Senior brother Jizhua, can we come in? Inside the house, Jizhua was just about to sit down cross-legged in preparation for cultivation when he heard someone knocking on the door. He rubbed his head in annoyance, not wanting to open the door very much, yet knowing that this was not the time for him to be capricious. One can only resign oneself to going up and opening the door. Looking at the 4 people outside the door, he said in a bad tone, What do you want? Yun Qian smiled. Naturally, I'm here to cultivate the bond between us. Ji Scorch is silent. They are all a group of scattered cultivators. They are used to being alone. Where are there any feelings to speak of? However, there was a divine sense watching them all the way on the 3rd floor, and he couldn't refuse. Come in. The 4 of them entered Yun Qian's house. Xiao Yun Purin looked around and took out a few formation discs to start laying the formation. A few people froze for a moment as they watched Xiao Yun Purin's movements and did not squeak. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yun Purin placed the last spirit stone and set up the formation, and Jizhua several people finally felt that the divine sense that was staring at them closely was gone, and with that comes a relaxation like no other. Seeing that the formation had been completed, Su Coriander Pomelo came to the door of the room and raised his hand to give a sword talisman into midair. The powerful aura from the sword talisman caused the 3 people in the room to stand up and sweat in shock, and they couldn't help but look at the duo vigilantly. What the hell is wrong with these two? A mutant wind spirit root and a mutant thunder spirit root, both of which were surprisingly casual cultivators. It's just as well that they're casual cultivators. How come one of them can do formations and the other one can take out such a powerful sword talisman? Are they really just a bunch of loose cannons? Su Coriander Pomelo turned back to look at the vigilant eyes of the 3. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. Don't be afraid. The formation and sword talisman are just a defense against the Shin-Tian sect's cultivators. They're not here to harm you. They won't be eavesdropping on us now that we're talking. Yun Qian looked at the sword talisman, coughed lightly, and didn't hold back from asking, Elder sister, are you really casual cultivators? Of course, Su Coriander Pomelo, otherwise, why would the Xian Heavenly Clan capture the 2 of us to go to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow Clan? And Iroashue's eyes were cold as she sneered. The great sects are nothing more than that, all a bunch of moralistic hypocrites. Yun Qian nodded his head very much in agreement. I also agree with this statement. I was in the demonic beast forest and managed to kill a 3rd-order demonic beast with great difficulty, when I was suddenly captured by Shin-Tian sect Yuaning stage cultivators. They asked me to pretend to be a personal disciple of the Shin-Tian sect to travel to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow sect. Who doesn't know about the Mixed Shadow sect? Going there isn't just a way to die, but there's no way around it. Whoever made the big clan strong forced me to take the Heavenly Dao oath. AI. It's just a pity that 3rd-ranked demonic beast, but I've been stepping on it for half a whole year. And it's not easy to find a chance to kill it, but it's been snatched by the Shin-Tian sect. And Iroashue spoke coolly. I was in an inn and was directly tied up to the Xian Heavenly sect, and I also took the Heavenly Dao oath. Compared to them, Jizhua felt as if he was a bit luckier, and his face wasn't so ugly after all. I was walking down the road when they took me. Yun Qian glanced at the large sword he was carrying behind him. I should have heard of you. Jizhua raised an eyebrow. How so? A year ago a teenager suddenly appeared in Yu City, carrying a large sword, and with a peak foundation stage cultivation level he crossed the line to kill a Jindan stage cultivator. I wonder if that person was you. Jizhua raised his lips and smiled. It is precisely under me. Yun Qian arched his hand towards him and laughed. So it's senior brother Ji who is that blade cultivator teenager. Hearing 100 times is better than seeing. Senior brother Ji is even more powerful than I had imagined. Jizhua lifted his jaw slightly. Generally average. A matter of a few more fights. That was a good point. Both blade and sword cultivators had the potential to kill people over the level. It was only rarely that a cultivator could cross a large realm to cross the level of decimation. Chapter 173 Establishment of the Dispersed Cultivators Union. I am very curious. With senior brother Ji's talent, How did he become a casual cultivator? Yun Qian asked. Ji Scorch let out a light hum. Just like Animerecap said, the cultivators of the great sects are all a bunch of moralistic hypocrites. Big clans, dogs don't even go there. Yun Qian lost his smile, then turned his head to look at Su Coriander Pomelo and Xiao Yun Purin. Senior sister Su and senior brother Xiao think the same way? Xiao Yun Purin raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, there are good and bad things about becoming a sect disciple, only that we don't like to be disciplined and bound by the sect's rules and regulations, so that's why we didn't join the sect. Jijua clapped his hands and exclaimed, that's a good point, that's what I was thinking. After a pause, he repeated, great clans, dogs don't go. Animerecap's face was cold as she opened her mouth and asked, Senior Sister Su, what are you guys trying to tell us by laying down the formation? Su Coriander Pomelo looked at the several people with a smile on her face. Although we are all casual cultivators and have always been alone, but this time, going to the ruins of the mixed shadow sect is very dangerous, so I don't have the luxury of solidarity. I just hope you guys don't stab us in the back. You've seen my sword talisman, and I'm not afraid to tell you that this sword talisman is capable of killing transformation spirit stage cultivators in a single strike. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze somewhat. That's a blatant warning. All three of them looked a little less than good. Xiao Yun Purin gave a low laugh, breaking the frozen atmosphere in the room. We are all casual cultivators who have experienced life and death out there to get to our current level of cultivation. No one trusts anyone right now, but I have a message for you. After a pause, Xiao Yun Purin looked at the three of them and said with a serious face, the Eastern Domain invites cultivators from the 4 domains to go to the ruins of the Mixed Shadow Sect to search for treasures, yet it chooses the time to do so in 3 months' time. Who knows that 10,000 years ago the Mixed Shadow Sect was wiped out overnight, and even the Divine Transformation Stage cultivators who went to check it out had no return. So this trip is bound to be extremely dangerous. Do you guys think that besides the Xian Heavenly Sect, the other 5 sects will also find loose cultivators to replace their prodisciples? Or could this be a conspiracy between the East Domain and the 4 domains, with the East Domain giving the 4 domains 3 months to find loose cultivators who can replace the prodisciples? I think on this trip, you might even see your acquaintance, the casual cultivator, in the ranks of the other clans. The room was uncharacteristically quiet as soon as the words left his mouth. In the middle of the day, Animerecap was the first to speak. What exactly are you guys trying to say? Xiao Yun Purin slightly sideways head, eyebrows slightly raised, arms around the chest, back leaning against the wall. Lazy and casual? Nothing, we are just idle. To give you a free message, Animerecap. She turned her head to look at Su Coriander Pomelo and said coldly, Senior Sister Su, I don't believe that you've gone to such great lengths to lay down an array and isolate Patriarch Lin's divine sense just to give the 3 of us a free message. Su Coriander Pomelo's eyes were like deep pools. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. No need to be skeptical. It's just a free message for you guys. With that, he put away the sword talisman, and Xiao Yun Purin also raised his hand to remove the formation. Then the two left the house, leaving the 3 Animerecap people full of confusion. Animerecap pursed her lips, said nothing, and lifted her feet to leave. Yun Qian lowered his eyes, then stood up and arched his hand towards Jijua. Senior brother Ji, I'll leave first as well. Jijua waved his hand and hummed, full of annoyance. The very moment the formation was withdrawn, they felt the prying eyes of Patriarch Lin and a few elders again. It's annoying, no privacy at all. The faces of Patriarch Lin and the others on the 3rd floor were unusually ugly. Patriarch Lin had learned from Zhou Muning that Xiao Yun Purin was a formation master, but he hadn't expected him to be able to lay down a formation that isolated the divine sense of Yuaning stage cultivators. It's really a genius of formation. The 5th elder frowned. I don't know what they said in there. The 8th elder let out a light laugh. What can there be? Nothing more than scolding a few of us old men. The 2nd elder sighed. What we did in this matter was indeed unkind. 5th elder, a few loose cultivators are just that. How can they compare to our personal disciples? 2nd elder, don't forget that Su Coriander Pomelo is an immortal spiritual root. 6th elder, so what if it's an immortal spiritual root? No matter how good the talent is, if she doesn't join our Xian Tian sect, is it possible that we'll have to let her go? 5th elder, old 6 is right. The Spirit Sky Supreme Elder has already offended her, so it would be better to let her go to the Mixed Shadow Sect's ruins to die, so as to save her from taking revenge on my Xian Heavenly Sect in the future when she grows up. Several of the elders couldn't agree more. Immortal spiritual roots are indeed powerful. Even if they don't join the clan, they still offended her, so they can only kill. If it wasn't for that sword talisman, they would have killed her a million times over. Patriarch Lin's face was cold, and for some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Elders, what if they came out alive from the remains of the Mixed Shadow Sect? The moment these words came out, several elders instantly fell silent. Impossible. The 5th elder opened his mouth. 10,000 years ago, Even divine transformation stage cultivators had no return, let alone a group of foundation stage juniors. It's impossible for them to survive. If not, how would they seek out loose cultivators to replace their prodisciples? Patriarch Lin's brows furrowed into a ball as he suddenly remembered the transmission from the Eastern region sex side 3 months ago. That's just it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. According to the East Domain side, on this trip, they would surely die. There's absolutely no way to survive. The two were now Dao couples, so no one said anything about living in the same room. Xiao Yunpurin didn't like the feeling of being monitored at all times, so she had set up another array to isolate her divine sense. Yu Zhu, I actually don't understand what you're trying to do. Xiao Yunpurin looked at her with great puzzlement. Why did you tell them that? Those three weren't disciples from a large sect who hadn't experienced life and death, but rather, they were wild, loose cultivators who had fought countless fights outside and experienced life and death. He didn't think the three of them would be grateful for giving them a message for free. On the contrary, there will be more vigilance. Su Coriander Pomelo guffawed, those good-looking eyes slightly curved up. Come all the way here. Mustn't we break into a career? Ha! Xiao Yunpurin was even more confused. Breaking into what business? Establish a league of loose cultivators. Su Coriander Pomelo's mouth hooked up with a cocky smile, her dark eyes full of light. There are only so many talented disciples in Kanglan continent, and the vast majority of cultivators are of average talent. And if the big clans don't want them, then they can only be a casual cultivator. It's not easy for casual cultivators to cultivate, and they fight tooth and nail for cultivation resources every day. Yet they are still being bullied by the big clans. TSK, it's very unpleasant to watch, especially when they thought that they had just arrived at the Xian Tian sect, and no one had reminded them that the Xian Tian sect plaque had a forbidden restriction. They just wanted to see them make a fool of themselves and give them an opportunity to make a fool of themselves. There was also the fact that the Spirit Supreme Elder was exerting divine sense pressure on them as soon as he came up. It was evident how arrogant and domineering the cultivators of the great sects were. Don't look at Su Coriander Pomelo didn't say anything on the surface. In fact, she was very upset in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to go to the Mixed Shadow sect to give Xiao Yunpurin a death penalty, she had to make a mess in Xian Tian sect. Although her cultivation was low, but there were Yi Lanti and Jun Ruan Ah, she did not have to be afraid at all.